Apocalyptic Dreams in the Asylum, Real-World Riches Await. When Li Chen, a patient at Qingshan Mental Hospital, discovers his doomsday dreams are connected to reality, allowing him to bring gold and jewels from his dreams into the real world, his life is utterly transformed. Ice ages, meteor showers, zombies. Every struggle in the apocalypse becomes the start of real-world wealth. Watch him navigate two worlds, rising from a mental patient to a billionaire, wielding space, and mastering his own destiny. At Qingshan Mental Hospital's neurology department, Li Chen, a 180 centimeters tall, 200 gene fatty, was compulsively stuffing snacks into his mouth while calmly recounting his apocalyptic dreams of the past 2 months to Dr. Zhang. In his dreams, a parallel world called Water Blue Star suffered an ice age, meteor showers, earthquakes, tsunamis, and a zombie outbreak. He struggled to survive, witnessing his crush die horribly and a beautiful classmate trade her body for half a piece of moldy bread. The only solace was feasting limitlessly in his dreams. Dr. Zhang listened patiently, noting Li Chen's 60 gene weight gain in 2 months and his drastically changed appearance from a handsome young man. He diagnosed him with schizophrenia, deep delusional disorder, and suggested hospitalization. Li Chen insisted his dreams were continuous and detailed, unlike normal dreams. The doctor prescribed medication and advised him to control his overeating. Outside, his girlfriend Feng Zixuan saw the diagnosis and coldly broke up with him. "I didn't mind you being a poor loser before because you were at least good-looking. Now you're fat as a pig. You need either money or looks, right? What do I want from you? Your mental illness." Li Chen tried to salvage their 3-year relationship. 3 years ago, he was Jiang University's top campus beau, talented and popular, pursued fiercely by Feng Zixuan. After they got together, she deeply PUA'd him, eroding his confidence, complaining about his poverty while claiming to be the only one who wouldn't mind, and isolating him from all other female contact while she flirted with seniors and juniors. Li Chen gradually became an obsessive simp, losing himself. Feng Zixuan accused him of being immature, lacking career plans, offering no hope, and wasting 3 years of her youth. Li Chen, silent, found her utterly unfamiliar. He had given her so much, only to receive such an assessment. He agreed to the breakup, feeling not sadness but relief, perhaps desensitized by 2 months of apocalyptic nightmares. Just outside the hospital, a Porsche 718 pulled up to Feng Zixuan, and she expertly got in. Li Chen recognized it as the car of Chu Chen, a notorious playboy at their school. He realized he had been seamlessly replaced. Back in his rented apartment, Feng Zixuan's belongings were gone. Li Chen remained convinced he wasn't mentally ill, his dreams were too real. At 9:30 p.m., after enjoying a pot of lotus root and pork rib soup, he fell asleep. He awoke in his apocalyptic dream at 9:30 a.m., bone-chilling cold, stomach cramping with hunger. Only half a bottle of water and half a piece of moldy bread remained in the basement. He lamented the end of his good dream, reality, ate the bread, drank the water, and decided he had to scavenge for supplies or die. Taking advantage of the cold slowing down the zombies, he took a kitchen knife and some wire, and stealthily left. Large supermarkets were long looted. He had to sweep apartment buildings, using his pre-apocalypse lockpicking skills, to search for leftover food. 2 months into the apocalypse, society had collapsed, cannibalism was occurring, and no one could be trusted. In apartment 1805, he found a wedding candy under a bed, devouring it tearfully. While picking the lock of 1901, a zombie suddenly lunged out. Li Chen, startled, managed to slam the door partially shut and then hacked at its head with his knife over 20 times, killing it. It was his first zombie kill, but having killed a man for bread a fortnight ago, he felt little fear. Panting, he noticed a white, rice-scented crystal in the zombie's pulped brain. After searching the luxurious apartment, which belonged to a wealthy family, evident by gold bars and jadeite, he found no food. Overcome by hunger, Li Chen gritted his teeth and ate the zombie crystal. It melted in his mouth with a hint of sweetness. Soon, a burning sensation started in his stomach, followed by excruciating pain throughout his body. His skin turned red, veins bulged, and eyes became bloodshot. In extreme agony, his mind roared, and he felt something open, a hazy space, about 1 cubic meter, into which he seemed to have pulled something before he fainted, hitting his head on the box of gold bars. The moment apocalyptic Li Chen fainted, urban Li Chen jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. It was 1:25 a.m., corresponding to the time in his apocalyptic experience. As he closed his eyes to recall, he saw the hazy space in his mind, containing a box of gold bars. With a thought, clang! A box of gold bars materialized on his floor. "It's real. I'm not crazy. The apocalyptic dream is real." Li Chen tremblingly opened the box, 30 gold bars, 500 G each, worth 8.25 million yuan at current prices, and a pair of collector's grade imperial green jadeite, potentially worth over 100 million. He calmed down, realizing this was just the beginning. Apocalyptic gold and jewels were worthless there but could buy vast supplies in reality for his other self to survive. He successfully practiced storing and retrieving a bottle of water with focused intent after several tries. We are a community of destiny. Li Chen immediately spent his last 3,000 plus yuan on a massive takeout order: roasted chickens, burgers, ribs, Peking duck, fruits, drinks, filling the space. By the time the last delivery arrived, it was 2:30 a.m. He then fell into an exhausted sleep. As urban Li Chen slept, apocalyptic Li Chen awoke from his coma. The pain was gone, replaced by comfort, though hunger persisted. He closed his eyes and, to his shock, found the space in his mind filled with supplies. With a thought, roasted chicken, burgers, ribs, all still hot, appeared. He devoured them, tears of joy streaming down his face. After feasting, Li Chen burped contentedly. This food will last days. My experiences in different worlds are real. Both of my selves have been miserable, one nearly starved, the other cuckolded, dumped, and a simp. But today, our fates change. He decided to train his body to enhance his survival chances in the apocalypse. He did 250 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 500 jumping jacks, and 200 sidekicks/thrusts. After exhausting himself, he ate heartily to replenish energy. His digestion had improved, his body rapidly growing stronger. It seems the zombie crystal didn't just awaken my space ability, it also strengthened my body. He planned to kill more zombies for crystals to send to his urban self for physical improvement and weight loss. At 7:30 a.m., urban Li Chen woke up, still marveling at the gold and jadeite. He planned to sell some gold for cash today, then buy fresh supplies and better weapons. The kitchen knife was dull. For his apocalyptic self, he first went to a nearby gold shop. The owner, a fat man, bought one 500 G gold bar for 265,000 yuan after testing it. Market price was 550/G. He offered 530/G. Li Chen didn't haggle, planning to sell the bars at different shops for safety, depositing the money into various bank cards. The pair of imperial green jadeite, he decided to keep for now. He spent the entire day visiting 30 gold shops, selling all the gold bars, netting a total of 7.95 million yuan. He then took a taxi to a black market, bought 2 machetes and 3 felling axes, stored them in the space, and on his way back, went to a large supermarket to stock up on supplies. He returned to his rented apartment around 8 p.m., thoroughly exhausted. Time to buy a car and a house. First, next month's rent. He WeChat transferred 3,500 yuan to his landlord, Zhao Dahai, a 35-year-old businessman with whom he usually communicated via WeChat. Soon, he received a notification. The transfer had been refunded. Little Li, I'm planning not to rent out that apartment anymore. What's wrong, brother Zhao? Why aren't you renting it anymore? Li Chen sent a message asking. It's like this, Xiaoli, I've already put this apartment on the market and I'm planning to sell it soon. The other party quickly replied. In recent years, the real estate market has been on a downward trend, seeming quite unstable. This apartment is about 90 square meters, a small 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout, but the layout is quite good and the location is decent, very close to the school. The selling price for similar units in the same community is around 31,000 per square meter. It is said that at its peak, properties here sold for as much as 51,000 per square meter. Li Chen lives alone and doesn't need too much space. Why not just buy it? Brother Zhao, how about selling the apartment to me? Li Chen typed. You want to buy? I'm in a bit of a hurry to sell this place. If you can pay in full within half a month, I can let it go for 2.6 million. The landlord seems eager for cash. Based on the current market price, this apartment should sell for around 2.9 million. A 300,000 discount means he would recoup his 3 years of rent in one go. Okay, we can go for the transfer tomorrow morning. You really want to buy? You're not joking? I've lived in this apartment for 3 years. It feels like home now. Suddenly moving out would be a bit hard to adjust to. Anyway, I was planning to buy a house soon, so why not just take over this one? Li Chen thought for a moment. Buying a new house usually means purchasing off-plan. And you can't just move in with your bags. It could take 1 or 2 years to wait for the house to be finished. Moving to another community for a second-hand house would also be a bit uncomfortable. Plus, moving is quite a hassle. It would be better to take over this apartment. No middleman to profit from the difference. Directly dealing with the landlord saves a lot of trouble. Alright, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll go for the transfer. Zhao Dahai is also a straightforward person. This matter was settled right away. After finishing these tasks, Li Chen fell asleep immediately. Who as Li Chen drifted into dreamland, the apocalyptic Li Chen woke up. It seems that I and my parallel self have a time difference of exactly 12 hours. He is daytime, I am nighttime. I am daytime, he is nighttime. Moreover, it seems that my parallel self and I cannot wake up at the same time, equivalent to one soul using two bodies simultaneously. If this place gets invaded by zombies while I'm still asleep, it could be dangerous. Li Chen frowned. It seems he needs to find a safer place. He absolutely cannot be disturbed while sleeping. Li Chen closed his eyes. With a thought, he took out all the supplies stored in the space again. 2 machetes, 3 hatchets, 20 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of beef, 5 pounds of pork, bok choy, chili peppers, potatoes, cucumbers, celery, 2 portions each of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and alcohol stove, and several bottles of alcohol plus a few bottles of mineral water. The space is still too small. I can't fit too many things at once, but these supplies should be enough to last me half a month. After taking out the supplies, Li Chen started cooking and then enjoyed a hearty meal. His appetite had noticeably increased, as if his body needed sufficient nutrition. After eating and drinking enough, Li Chen felt an abundance of energy. How about going out to look for a lone zombie? If I can find a crystal core, maybe the space can expand. Li Chen picked up a hatchet and headed out. He didn't rush downstairs to the community to fight zombies. That would easily lead to being surrounded by them. He chose to continue sweeping the floors, so even if he did encounter zombies, he would likely only face 2 or 3 at most. With his current physical condition and the sharp hatchet in hand, he should be able to handle it. Moreover, there was a high probability of encountering some gold, silver, and jewelry while sweeping through the buildings. In the past, Li Chen was completely indifferent to these valuables, but now it was different. These items could be collected and transported to the urban dimension through space, allowing his urban self to quickly amass a fortune. With enough wealth and status, he could help his apocalyptic self acquire better equipment and supplies. It was a virtuous cycle. Li Chen arrived at the 20th floor and began to skillfully pick locks. Unit 2001 was opened. There was no danger inside. The owner of the house had long since left. Li Chen began to search for supplies with practiced ease. Previously, he only had eyes for food and water. Now, however, he focused on valuable items. Jade, jewelry, gold and silver, antiques, all were within the scope of his search. Although the historical development of parallel worlds was different, antiques that were identified as having a history of over 1,000 years might still be valuable. Li Chen swept from the 20th floor to the 29th, reaping a good harvest, but he did not encounter any zombies. It wasn't until he opened door 3001 that 3 zombies suddenly lunged at him. Roar! 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 The zombies let out an excited roar. Li Chen was well prepared. He raised his axe and swung it fiercely at the first zombie's head. This time was completely different from the previous panic. Li Chen's strength, speed, and reaction time were several times stronger than yesterday. The axe in his hand was much more manageable than a kitchen knife. With one swing, the first zombie's head was split in 2. The first zombie was instantly killed. When the remaining 2 zombies lunged at him, they were unable to swarm him due to the narrow doorway. Li Chen drew another axe. He slashed wildly. He had no particular technique, but his strength, speed, and courage were all significantly improved. In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. With an axe in one hand and a knife in the other, he completely overwhelmed the 2 unarmed zombies. Under his frenzied chopping and hacking, the 2 zombies were killed. The 3 zombies lay dead in a pool of putrid blood. Li Chen gasped for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. I still panicked. Clearly, I had prepared mentally for fighting zombies, but when it came to actually battling 3 of them, I still wasn't calm enough. Although my physical condition has improved significantly, if I hadn't had the axe and the knife this time, who knows who would have come out on top. I must strengthen my training. I need to completely overcome my fear of zombies and remain calm during combat, striving to be steady, precise, and ruthless. I won't engage in prolonged battles with zombies. I must aim for a one-hit kill. While reflecting on his mistakes, Li Chen began to break open the zombies' skulls in search of crystal cores. What's going on? Among these 3 zombies, only the largest one has a white crystal core the size of a glass bead. The other 2 seem to have none. So, not all zombies have crystal cores in their brains? After retrieving the crystal core, Li Chen returned to Unit 1901. He thought for a moment and decided not to keep this crystal core for his urban self, but instead chose to consume it on the spot. The urban version of Li Chen was not in any life-threatening danger, and he didn't need to lose weight so urgently. Right now, he was the one who needed to enhance his strength the most. After locking the doors and windows and sealing the entrance with heavy objects, Li Chen swallowed the crystal core in one go. 10 seconds later, a wave of heat surged from his chest, spreading to his limbs and bones. Li Chen's body turned completely red again, and veins bulged on his forehead. Pain coursed through his entire body, as if it were being torn apart. However, today's level of pain was significantly lighter than yesterday's. It didn't make Li Chen faint. It was within the range he could endure. He could even clearly feel his adrenaline surging, his muscle cells rapidly dividing. It was as if, under the influence of some unknown virus, his body cells were beginning to evolve. They urgently needed a large amount of nutrients to sustain this evolution. An unprecedented hunger surged within him. Li Chen began to eat frantically, like a starving ghost reborn. Fortunately, this time he had enough food. Only when he was eating like a madman did the physical pain ease a bit. He kept eating. After consuming enough food for an adult man for 5 days, he finally felt a hint of fullness. The pain receded like a tide. In its place was an exceptionally comfortable feeling that washed over him. His entire body felt incredibly light. It was as if he had boundless energy. Li Chen began to test his current physical state with physical training. Push-ups 500 at a time, averaging 100 per minute, he seemed not to have reached his limit. Squats 2,000 at a time. Sit-ups 2,000 at a time. Punching speed 380 punches in a minute. Pull-ups 50 at a time. Running speed, which he couldn't test at the moment due to the limited space in the flat. His current running speed could likely break the 100-meter mark in under 9 seconds. In just 2 days, the zombie crystal core had brought about a tremendous change in his physical fitness. It seemed to have broken the limits of human physical training. He was undergoing a transformation and evolution at the genetic level. Most astonishingly, the grayish space in his mind seemed to have expanded to about 2 cubic meters this time. This meant he could store twice the amount of supplies each time. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knocking sound came from outside door 1901. Li Chen instantly became alert. He immediately gripped 2 machetes in his hands. Was it a zombie, or had human survivors discovered him? Regardless of the situation, it meant that this place was no longer safe. If it threatened him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill even a survivor. Is anyone there? A young girl's voice came from outside, clear and melodious like a spring. Li Chen moved aside the obstruction and peered through the peephole. A girl, around 20, very beautiful and slender, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, was weakly leaning against the door. There was a hint of numbness in her gaze. It seemed she had made some kind of resolution. Who are you? Li Chen asked coldly. My name is Gu Sisi. I live in 3002. 3 hours ago, I saw you kill 3 zombies outside door 3001. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Can you give me some food? You can kill zombies, so you should have the ability to search for supplies, Gu Sisi said calmly. The name Gu Sisi sounded familiar to Li Chen. Before the apocalypse broke out, she seemed to be the campus belle of Nandu University. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless otaku. Moreover, she was a standard rich beauty, her family in the jewelry business. However, more than 2 months into the apocalypse, no matter how noble your past identity was, now you were like a weed, and no one would look at you twice. Why should I give you food? Get lost. Li Chen's voice remained indifferent, but Gu Sisi seemed to have caught the implication in his words. Did he really have food? I can trade with you. As long as you let me have a full meal, I can give you anything you want. Don't worry, I haven't been touched by anyone, I'm clean. Gu Sisi seemed worried that Li Chen would refuse, so she quickly added, increasing her bargaining chip. Hearing the other party's proposal, Li Chen hesitated for a moment and then opened the door. Come in. Gu Sisi was about 168 centimeters tall, slim, with fair skin, and strikingly beautiful. Her looks and demeanor were captivating even without makeup or adornment. She radiated a youthful aura. Upon entering room 1901, Gu Sisi was pleasantly surprised to find that there was indeed food. However, it was not much, just enough for 3 days' worth of meals. If she rationed it, it should last about 5 days. But for her, that was already paradise. Li Chen looked her up and down, his gaze landing on the necklace around her neck. Give me the necklace around your neck, and you can take 2 days' worth of food. Ah, is that all you want? Gu Sisi pointed at the necklace on her neck, feeling somewhat incredulous. In fact, she was already prepared to make a sacrifice. Who would have thought that the man before her only wanted the necklace? This necklace, named Haoyu Jilan, featured a huge blue gemstone, a globally rare top-quality blue diamond. A year ago, it was worth a fortune, the prized possession of the Gu Jewelry Group. However, after the apocalypse broke out, such jewelry, which was neither food nor drink, could be said to be worthless. No one wanted it. In the apocalypse, what use was jewelry? Deal. Gu Sisi decisively took off the Haoyu Jilan from her neck and exchanged it with Li Chen for 2 days' worth of rations, 3 packs of instant noodles, 2 bags of bread, and a box of chocolate. After Gu Sisi left, a smile appeared on Li Chen's lips. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a top-quality blue diamond, a rare gem. A blue diamond. This size is worth at least 2 small targets. Exchanging a few packs of snacks for a top-quality jewel worth 200 million, this is a huge profit. 200 million spent on food in the urban dimension would be enough for me to eat for 3,000 years. After barricading the door with heavy objects again, Li Chen took out the supplies from the space. He began cooking fresh ribs and beef. After eating his fill, he lit a cigarette, enjoying this moment of satisfaction. Gu Sisi is beautiful, but no one in the apocalypse is trustworthy. Until I become strong enough, women will only slow down my response time. Li Chen glanced at the time. It was already close to 9 in the evening. After a tiring day, he sealed the doors and windows again and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. While Li Chen in the apocalypse slept, Li Chen in the urban dimension woke up. At 9 in the morning, Li Chen quickly got out of bed. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, got dressed, and took a quick bathroom break. He also went downstairs to have a hot dry noodle. This body is much worse than the one in the apocalypse. Overeating has made me overweight, and a long-term lack of exercise has left me gasping for breath after just a few steps. Li Chen remembered that he used to love exercising, especially playing basketball. He had excellent basketball skills and was even invited to join the school team during his freshman year. Due to his outstanding performance on the court, every time he played, many girls would gather to watch him, and he often encountered senior girls bringing him water and asking for his contact information. Once, when a senior girl brought Li Chen water, it happened to be seen by Feng Zixuan. Feng Zixuan was very angry about it and, citing a lack of security, forbade Li Chen from playing basketball again. Thinking about such things too much would indeed affect their relationship, so he gave up his love for basketball. He also tried to avoid the gym as much as possible. This effectively prevented Feng Zixuan from getting jealous. But after giving up these things, Li Chen seemed to gradually lose his charm as well. He became a couch potato. Perhaps what Feng Zixuan once liked was the spirited version of Li Chen on the basketball court. That vibrant, handsome young man, full of vigor, unstoppable. But at the same time, she feared that someone like Li Chen would attract too many admirers, leading to competition. So she personally stifled Li Chen's interests and hobbies. She also buried the version of him that she once liked. In the end, she began to despise Li Chen. She despised that he had lost his initial spiritedness, his striking handsomeness, and his overflowing talent. He was no longer the person she had once liked. She started to become increasingly domineering, looking down on Li Chen more and more, until she decisively broke up with him. But it seemed she had forgotten that from the beginning to the end, Li Chen's changes were all what she had demanded. She had personally ruined everything. Ding ding ding. A phone rang. It was the landlord Zhao Dahai calling. Hello, Xiaoli, where are you? Zhao Ge, I'm at the restaurant. Downstairs in the community eating noodles. My car is parked next to the noodle shop. Why can't I see you? Zhao Ge, over here. Li Chen saw Zhao Dahai getting out of a Porsche Cayenne in the parking space across from him. He quickly waved to greet him. The landlord Zhao Dahai was around 35 years old, slightly plump. He had a fairly regular appearance, a square face, and some stubble. It was said that Zhao Dahai's family was in business, already quite wealthy, and they were also a demolition household. It was rumored that his family had received compensation for more than a dozen houses due to the demolition. Wow, is that Xiaoli? Zhao Dahai looked at Li Chen, who was now chubby and had a bulky figure, and felt he could hardly recognize him. He remembered that the last time he rented a house, Li Chen was quite a handsome young man, but the Li Chen in front of him must weigh over 200 pounds now. It's me, Xiao Ge. I've gained a little weight recently. Xiaoli, you must have gained more than just a little. The last time I saw you, you were quite a fresh-looking young man. How did you end up like this? By the way, where's your girlfriend? Xiao Ge, we broke up. Li Chen said with a bitter smile, shrugging his shoulders. I see, it's quite normal for young people to break up. Why be so self-destructive? Look on the bright side. Alright, let's talk business first. Have you thought about yesterday's matter? Zhao Dahai casually comforted Li Chen for a moment before steering the conversation back on track. Xiao Ge, I've already prepared the money. We can go for the transfer anytime. Great, get in the car. Let's go to the housing authority to handle the paperwork. The property certificate is in my hands. Zhao Dahai was also a very efficient person. No fuss. Once something was agreed upon, they could go handle it directly. After getting into Zhao Dahai's Porsche Cayenne, Li Chen noticed a jade ornament in the car. It looked like it might be genuine. Zhao Ge, you also deal with jade? Li Chen casually asked. Hey, that's my business. If it weren't for my recent bad luck with several high-priced stones I bought cutting poorly, leading to a cash flow crisis, I wouldn't have to sell houses. Zhao Dahai casually remarked. I see, so Zhao Ge, you are in the jade business. I've heard that people in this line of work are quite wealthy. By the way, Zhao Ge, I have a finished jade bracelet I want to sell. Would you buy it back? If it's a low-quality bracelet worth 2,000 or 3,000, then forget it, but if it's a better quality, I can take a look. Zhao Dahai replied casually. He was about to start the car but was stopped by Li Chen. Zhao Ge, don't drive yet, let me show you this bracelet first. Li Chen carefully took out a fully green bracelet from his pocket. At first, Zhao Dahai didn't think much of it, but the moment he held the bracelet, he was instantly stunned. The cool touch and the smooth, delicate material. He quickly took out a magnifying glass and flashlight to examine it closely. I can't believe it. This doesn't seem like a fake. This kind of jade, this texture, this green, this is an imperial green jade bracelet. Stunned, petrified, shocked, Zhao Dahai's mouth dropped open, his face frozen in disbelief. But then an unprecedented wave of emotions surged within him. Excitement, thrill, stimulation, With his years of experience in jade, he could almost be certain that this was a collectible grade imperial green jade bracelet. He remembered an auction 2 years ago where a bracelet of the same grade sold for a staggering 120 million. If this accidentally fell and shattered, damn, that would be 100 million gone. Holy crap. Xiaoli, where did you get this? Zhao Dahai asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is something my parents left me. I heard it was passed down in the family. Li Chen casually fabricated a backstory. Let's go. Follow me to a place. 20 minutes later, Zhao Dahai drove Li Chen to a jade shop. Suiyu Xian. A very elegant name. Second uncle, come quickly and take a look. I have a collectible grade imperial green here. You need to check it out. Zhao Dahai shouted excitedly. What? The shop owner, Zhao Jiangwo, jumped up from his stool. Let me see it. Zhao Dahai carefully placed the imperial green jade bracelet on the table. The jade was exquisite. Zhao Jiangwo immediately took out professional equipment to begin the appraisal. Compared to Zhao Dahai's anxiousness, his second uncle seemed more composed. But even now, his breathing was still a bit hurried. Dahai, where did you get this? From my 30+ years of experience in the jade business, this is indeed a very rare imperial green jade on the market. Conservatively estimated, its value should be over 80 million. Zhao Dahai gasped. But then, a huge weight lifted off his heart. He didn't dare to handle something so valuable on his own. However, with his second uncle's years of experience in the field, he felt reassured. Second uncle, this imperial green jade isn't mine, it's my little brother here. He intends to sell this bracelet, and I'm afraid I can't appraise such a valuable item on my own, so I specifically came to show it to you. Zhao Dahai explained. After hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo finally turned his gaze to Li Chen. Little brother, do you really want to sell this jade bracelet? Yes, I just heard your conversation. A firm price of 80 million. If you're willing to pay that, I'll sell it at that price. 80 million. This was the lowest market value stated by the jade shop owner, and since it was the lowest price, it indicated there was enough room for profit. Big brother, may I discuss this with my nephew? Zhao Jiangwo said. Sure. Li Chen nodded. Half an hour later, Zhao Dahai and Zhao Jiangwo walked out of the conference room. Mr. Li, to be honest, 80 million in cash is still a significant amount of liquidity. Even for Suiyu Xian, we probably can't gather that much in a short time. I discussed with my nephew Dahai, and we have 2 proposals for you to consider. The first proposal is for you to leave this imperial green jade bracelet with Suiyu Xian for sale. I can't say how much it will sell for, but conservatively, it should be over 80 million. Once this imperial green jade is sold, Suiyu Xian will take a 10% commission from you, as this level of item is generally unaffordable for most people. We need to contact capable buyers. The second option, Mr. Li, is for you to sell this imperial green jade to Yuxuan for 80 million. Both Dahai and I have a villa and a Riverview flat under our names, which are valued at around 80 million. We can transfer the ownership of these 2 properties to you, and we will cover the transfer taxes. As long as you agree, you can obtain the ownership of the 2 properties right now, without any risk or waiting time on your part. You can choose either of these 2 options. Zhao Jiangwo succinctly introduced the 2 proposals. Xiaoli, my uncle's big villa and my flat are both newly renovated. They are definitely much more comfortable than the shabby little place you are renting now. Why don't you consider it? Given that houses are hard to sell right now, trading a house for imperial green jade is quite a profitable deal. Zhao Dahai and Zhao Jiangwo are both real estate speculators, and in recent years, they have suffered losses due to falling property prices. How about we go take a look at the houses first? Li Chen suggested. He appeared very interested but did not agree outright. Regardless of which condition, Li Chen accepted. It seemed that Zhao Dahai and Zhao Jiangwo could make a considerable profit from it, possibly at least over 10 million. But Li Chen didn't care. What rare treasures? In his eyes, it was just a bracelet. The key is to cash out quickly. After all, in the end times, this kind of thing would be left on the ground without anyone picking it up. It's simply not valued. Let's go, we'll check out the houses right now. Soon, Zhao Dahai drove Li Chen to the Wanding Academy community. Li Chen had heard of Wanding Academy. It is the high-end villa community that Feng Zixuan yearns for the most. Everyone living there is either rich or noble. It is said that the garden villas here have a price per square meter of over 150,000. Simply outrageous. It can be described as land being worth its weight in gold. We've arrived. This is it, WD8 Garden Villa. This house belongs to my uncle. It was just renovated 3 months ago, and it even has the latest fingerprint password lock. This villa has 3 floors, covers an area of 335 square meters, and has a total of 5 guest rooms, 2 master bedrooms, 2 walk-in closets, 2 storage rooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 open kitchens, 1 study, 1 swimming pool, 1 media room, 1 conference room, and a basement with 2 garages, plus a garden. To be honest, although the recent market price for villas has dropped, this villa alone cost over 5 million just for the renovation. The market price is definitely worth 50 million. After entering the villa, Li Chen was somewhat shocked by its luxury and spaciousness. It is absolutely more than 100 times better than the 2-bedroom apartment he is currently renting. Based on market value, this villa is indeed worth 50 million. Even though the current market conditions are not favorable for selling, but it still holds value. Not bad. Li Chen gave a relatively satisfied evaluation. On the surface it seemed average, but in reality he was very satisfied. Let's go, I'll take you to see my flat. 15 minutes later, Zhao Dahai took Li Chen to the Wanjingiping community. Wanjingiping is also located in the city center, where every inch of land is precious. Not only is the transportation convenient, but it is also very close to the beautiful Jiangdu Music Academy. The view of the river from this community is truly exceptional. To meet the needs of high-end residents, the Riverview flats are basically designed with one elevator per household. On the same floor, there are only 2 households. The house Zhao Dahai bought is located on the 28th floor, room 2802. The house covers an area of 280 square meters, with 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Compared to the serene elegance of the villa, the view from the flat is actually even more spectacular. I spent over 2 million renovating this house, but what I love most is the view from the balcony. This super large balcony is a full 12 meters wide. When I have some free time, I enjoy drinking tea and soaking up the sun on the balcony. It's definitely a pleasure. Right now, the price per square meter in the Wanjingiping community is about 110,000, with only slight fluctuations. You can check the market price. I'm selling this house for 30 million. There will definitely be someone interested. Li Chen nodded. He didn't show much satisfaction, nor did he express dissatisfaction. Brother Zhao, I'm really curious, how many houses do you actually have? Not many, just over 50. Over 50? Just? Brother Zhao, you're really impressive. This has truly shocked me. Li Chen looked bewildered. The gap between people is indeed so vast. Sigh, it's all tears when I talk too much. Others think I'm doing well. With over 50 properties under my name, plus my own jade shop and commercial properties, in reality, I'm drowning in debt and can barely hold on. I originally had over 10 properties from demolition, and my family's business was doing okay, but then I became obsessed with flipping houses. A few years ago, I bought in at a high point, and as a result, housing prices plummeted. I bought so many houses through mortgage loans and low down payments, and now that prices aren't rising but are crashing, I've lost everything in an instant. Now, I need to pay over $1 million in interest every month, and I can't sell the houses. The bank loans are already overdue, and they're about to be auctioned off. These houses are no longer assets, they're all liabilities. Whoever helps me pay off the loans, I'll give them the houses for free. Brother Zhao, are you serious? Li, do you really want them? Well, it's not impossible. Hearing this, Zhao Dahai could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Although imperial green jade is very valuable, just one imperial green jade bracelet couldn't cover his losses. Back at Qiuquan, Zhao Jiangwo had already prepared 2 agreements. Mr. Li, are you satisfied with the houses you saw? You can choose either of these 2 options. Zhao Jiangwo said politely. No need to choose, I want both. Only children make choices, adults naturally want them all. After saying this, Li Chen calmly took out 2 imperial green bracelets. These were actually a pair of bracelets, and both had similar quality. This. 2 imperial green jade bracelets? After appraisal, both imperial green jade bracelets were confirmed to be genuine. Their quality was excellent. One was worth 80 million. Together, they were worth 160 million. Zhao Dahai was greatly shocked, almost gasping in disbelief. Brother Zhao, will these 2 bracelets be enough to take over your 50 houses? Should be just a little short. What if I add this necklace? Li Chen casually took out a diamond necklace from his pocket. The most eye-catching feature of this necklace was the central sky blue diamond, which was as big as a pigeon egg. Zhao Jiangwo's gaze froze, and he gasped. Is this sky blue? No, this is even larger than the sky blue that sold for 370 million 2 years ago. If it's a genuine natural blue diamond, it must be worth at least 350 million. My god. Zhao Jiangwo quickly took out professional equipment for testing. The results made his fingers tremble uncontrollably. It's real, it's truly a top-quality natural blue diamond. Mr. Li, do you really want to sell these 2 imperial green jade bracelets and the sky blue diamond? Zhao Jiangwo asked again with utmost seriousness. Yes. According to the previous contract, 1 bracelet will be exchanged for the house, and the other bracelet along with the necklace will be sold through the channel of Suiyu Xian, with you taking a 10% commission. Li Chen's demeanor was remarkably calm and generous. He showed no signs of hesitation, as if these 2 bracelets and the sky blue were nothing to him. This inexplicable confidence made him seem far from an ordinary college student just starting out. Instead, he resembled a young master from a distinguished family with an impressive background. This young Li, could he really have some extraordinary background? The confidence he exudes doesn't seem like something an ordinary college student could fake. Zhao Jiangwo, who had seen countless people, could tell at a glance whether this young man was putting on an act or truly had substance. He had initially considered whether to entertain some dubious thoughts, but if the other party had an exceptional family background, it would be better not to seek trouble. It was wiser to conduct business honestly. Perhaps he could even make a powerful acquaintance. After all, this was someone who could produce billions in jewelry. Alright, Mr. Lee, we can proceed with the transfer now. Additionally, there's one more thing. It's not just my nephew who has lost money in real estate over the past few years. Old Zhao, have also lost quite a bit in the past 2 or 3 years. I have over 70 properties that I've been stuck with, otherwise, I wouldn't need to sell the villa. If Mr. Lee is interested in investing in real estate, I can package these properties for sale at 80% of the market price. 120 properties? How much would that be in total? Zhao Jiangwo took out a calculator and calculated for half an hour. The properties we invested in are mostly ordinary residences and shops, all near Jiang University in prime locations. In total, there are 126 properties worth about 280 million, plus those 2 villas in the core area and the Riverview flat, bringing the total to around 360 million. Then let's go take a look. To expedite the process, Zhao Jiangwo directly closed the door of Cuiyu Xian. He took Li Chen to view the properties. Fortunately, these houses were all concentrated in 2 neighborhoods around Jiang University, not too scattered. Otherwise, just viewing the houses in one day would have made Li Chen sick. After about 7 days, they finally completed the transfer procedures for 128 properties. At the same time, the 2 Imperial Green Jade bracelets and the Haoyu Blue were sold for a staggering 560 million, purchased by 2 wealthy individuals from Hong Kong. It reportedly caused quite a stir, with all the city's rich people taking notice. It even made the news headlines. The entire Cuiyu Xian gained immense fame because of this. Li Chen netted 180 million plus 128 properties. Zhao Dahai treated Li Chen to a meal again. From the beginning, the young Li almost changed his address to Brother Li. After all, Li Chen was now worth several hundred million. Brother Zhao, I can't possibly live in all 128 of these houses. I want to find an agency to rent them out. Do you know any reliable ones? Don't worry, I've got this covered. Every year, many students from Jiang University come to rent houses from me. These properties are quite easy to rent out. I'll introduce you to a professional agent to manage it. The monthly rent should be no less than 500,000. Zhao Dahai said confidently. Li Chen felt as if he had stepped into another world. In just a week, he had become a landlord earning 500,000 a month, with 128 properties fully paid for in his name. Cash in his account, 180 million. During these 7 days in the apocalyptic world, Li Chen stayed at home, and under the ample supply of food, he trained himself vigorously. His physical indicators were all significantly improving. His previously emaciated state was also becoming more robust. In the apocalyptic dimension, at 9 in the morning, Li Chen woke up from the spacious bed. The weather seemed to be getting colder. Outside, snowflakes began to fall again. Room 1901, although spacious, had long since lost its water and electricity. In such frigid weather, it was likely to make survival even more difficult for all the remaining survivors. The first thing Li Chen did upon waking was, of course, to take out supplies and start cooking. He pulled out the alcohol stove, casually found a pot, boiled some mineral water, and then added a few pieces of hot pot base. He then took out lamb rolls, beef rolls, tender crystal beef, crispy ham sausages, fish balls, shrimp paste, cabbage, chrysanthemum greens, shiitake mushrooms, beef meatballs, potato slices, yam slices, lotus root slices, yogurt, cola, beer, and many other ingredients. It was time to enjoy hot pot. In this cold weather, having a steaming bowl of hot pot was truly delightful. If it were in a city, no one would think much of having a hot pot meal. But in the apocalypse, enjoying a hot pot here was an exquisite pleasure akin to paradise. While others clutched half a moldy piece of bread, reluctant to eat it, Li Chen was reveling in hot pot and beer. This was what life was all about. Awesome. After eating and drinking to his fill, Li Chen picked up his machete and headed downstairs. With the temperature dropping and heavy snow falling, the zombies wandering the streets seemed to have decreased significantly. They were becoming sparse. In this situation, Li Chen had a distinct advantage in ambushing solitary zombies, because when there were more zombies around, even if Li Chen could kill them, he might not have time to collect crystal cores. The strong smell of blood could lead to him being directly besieged by zombies, putting him in a very dangerous position, unless he had the strength to clear out all the zombies in the vicinity. Of course, Li Chen wouldn't be that reckless. After going downstairs, he quickly encountered his first zombie, a solitary female zombie. Li Chen raised his machete and charged forward. Roar! The zombie let out an excited roar and charged at Li Chen with incredible speed, with the machete in his left hand and the axe in his right. Just as the female zombie swung her claws at him, Li Chen struck like lightning, severing her arm. At the same time, he swung the axe towards her head. The tremendous force split the female zombie's skull in half. The first zombie fell to the ground. This strike was both accurate and fierce, showing significant improvement from the previous 2 times. Li Chen pried open the zombie's skull and found a marble-sized white crystal inside. Not bad, a good start. The first zombie has a crystal core. Soon, Li Chen encountered the second zombie. With another swing of the axe, he killed it in one blow. The weakness of zombies is their heads. When fighting zombies, it's best to attack the vital points directly for a quick kill. If it can be avoided, it's best not to engage in prolonged combat. Otherwise, the zombie's roars might attract others to swarm him. The second zombie had no crystal core. Li Chen continued hunting. The third, the fourth, the fifth. By the time Li Chen killed the 10th zombie, he began to doubt his luck, wondering if it had run out. Aside from the first zombie being a good start, the remaining 9 zombies surprisingly had no crystal cores. The edge of the machete was already starting to dull. Roar! 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 Just as Li Chen was about to continue killing zombies, he heard the sounds of zombie roars rising and falling, rushing towards him. They seemed to be attracted by the strong smell of blood. Sensing the danger, Li Chen immediately made a run for it. He sprinted back to Building 7, locked the main door, then climbed the stairs back to room 1901. Killing zombies today seems to be getting easier. Whether it's strength, mindset, experience, or courage, all have improved significantly compared to before. Most importantly, I still have plenty of supplies to replenish my energy, keeping me in a very good state. Li Chen summarized his experience. In killing zombies, the gains were substantial. He felt that his strength and physical fitness were still in a state of explosive growth. Even without consuming the zombie crystal core, just through physical training and combat training, he could continuously enhance his own strength. I'll leave this zombie crystal core for my urban self. After all, that 200-pound body is indeed a bit too overweight. I need to improve my physical fitness. Although the urban dimension has laws and order and generally doesn't pose much danger if a special situation arises, who knows what could happen? So, whether it's my apocalyptic self or my urban self, I need to have a certain level of self-defense capability. My combat experience should be directly applicable. As long as my physical fitness improves, the experience I have in slaying zombies should be directly accessible to urban Li Chen. Li Chen began to analyze. After speaking, he directly stored the zombie crystal core in his mental space. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door sounded again. Li Ge, it's me, Gu Sisi. Li Chen glanced at the peephole. Outside, the door was only Gu Sisi, still looking charming and ethereal. What are you here for? Li Ge, I'm running low on food. This time, can I trade food with you again? Gu Sisi was holding a box of jewelry and gemstones. Li Chen's eyes widened. The worst of it was actually glass-grade violet, worth over $1 million. There were also emeralds, top-grade red jade, 8-carat pink diamonds. Come in. Li Chen opened the door and pulled Gu Sisi inside. I'll take all of these. I can give you a week's worth of food. Thank you. After Gu Sisi left, Li Chen began a planned physical training session. Combining the zombie crystal core with physical training was the fastest way he could think of to improve himself. He trained for a full 3 hours, exhausting himself completely. Afterward, he had a hearty meal and went to sleep. At 7:30 in the morning, urban Li Chen opened his eyes. With a thought, he retrieved a zombie crystal core that emitted a fragrant rice aroma from his space. Starting today, I'm going to lose weight. Li Chen steeled himself. He picked up the zombie crystal core and swallowed it. 10 seconds later, a scorching wave of heat surged from Li Chen's chest to his limbs. The pain, as if his entire body was being torn apart, returned once more. The once overweight body of Li Chen began to bulge with veins. His facial expression twisted into a grimace. His skin turned a bloody red, as if he were enduring a pain beyond what life could bear. At that moment, the fat all over his body began to burn wildly, transforming into massive heat, providing a large amount of energy to his suffering body. It effectively promoted cellular metabolism. Surprisingly, he did not faint from the pain but endured it with sheer willpower. 2 hours later, as the pain gradually faded, Li Chen was drenched in oil and sweat. Have I recovered? Is it finally over? A feeling of rebirth surged in his heart. Li Chen's once heavy body felt significantly lighter. He found a scale to check his weight. 85 kilograms. 170 pounds. This weight is a full 30 pounds less than the last time I weighed myself. So the zombie crystal core is actually a super weight loss pill. 1 swallow and I instantly lose 30 pounds. Of course, 170 pounds still classified as overweight, but it looked much better than before. Li Chen had slimmed down considerably, and unlike other overweight individuals, he did not experience loose skin after such rapid weight loss. Instead, the skin became even tighter. Li Chen took a shower and changed into a new outfit. He looked radiant. Although he was still slightly overweight, the contours of his face had begun to show, restoring some of his former handsomeness. He closed his eyes and checked the space in his mind. Sure enough, it has expanded quite a bit. It's almost increased to 3 cubic meters, which means I can procure more supplies. If the space continues to grow, maybe I can carry some larger items. This time, it's pretty much what I guessed. Not only can Li Chen from the apocalypse increase the area of his space by consuming zombie crystal cores, but it works just as effectively for me. After tidying up a bit, Li Chen went downstairs. Arriving at the breakfast shop, he was already ravenous. Earlier, Li Chen had eaten 8 bowls of hot dry noodles, 3 bowls of egg wine, a bottle of cola, 3 fried dough sticks, and an additional bowl of tofu skin. The people at the breakfast shop were stunned. Is he really that much of an eater? Isn't that Li Chen? I know him. He used to be the top handsome guy at Zhejiang University, so good looking that I remember several senior girls chasing after him. I never expected him to end up like this. It seems Li Chen broke up with Feng Zixuan. I heard it from people in the alumni group. I actually had a bit of a crush on Li Chen before, thinking how happy Feng Zixuan was to have a godlike boyfriend like him taking care of her, but seeing Li Chen like this today, I feel like my dreams have been shattered. Yeah, time is a killer. It's such a pity. The current Li Chen really doesn't deserve Feng Zixuan. 2 pretty girls passed by the breakfast shop. They whispered to each other about Li Chen. Their conversation was very quiet, but Li Chen heard every word clearly. He was actually recognized? It seems the weight loss is showing immediate results. A few days ago, it seemed like no one believed he was Li Chen. If he loses another 30 pounds, he should be able to return to a normal figure. The effect of the zombie crystal core is strong, but I can't rely on it completely. I need to find time to get a gym membership. Going to the gym to lift weights for 2 hours every day will help shed the fat without raising suspicion. Today's task is to buy a car. Having a car will make it much more convenient to procure supplies. While Li Chen was eating heartily, he opened the Dongche Emperor app. He had already bought 128 houses, so naturally, he needed to buy a dozen cars to switch between. Porsche, Maserati, Bentley, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Veyron, Mercedes G63, let's just collect them all. Isn't money meant to be spent? However, these luxury cars might not even be available at offline dealerships. They need to be booked online several months in advance. Some cars might be easier to buy, like the Mercedes G-Class, Porsche Cayenne, Maserati Quattroporte, Bentley Continental, and Rolls-Royce Phantom, which are relatively easier to obtain. Among them, the one that is easiest to buy and has stock available with the highest price is the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The base price is 9.86 million, and the on-road price is 11 million. Let's buy this one first. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, a standard for successful men. Although many internet celebrities drive this car, which seems a bit low-key, it still looks impressive in reality. Li Chen hailed a cab and went straight to the Rolls-Royce dealership. A sexy and charming saleswoman in her late 20s warmly welcomed him. There was no condescension, which was a bit different from the typical plot in novels. The saleswoman was very patient and quite skilled. There was tea service, and they even offered free lunch in the store. I'll take this silver one, the 2056 model Phantom, 6.7T long wheelbase version. Sir, are you sure? The on-road price of this car is nearly 11 million? Do you need loan services? Luo Xilan never expected this. The young chubby guy in front of her had decided to buy the car in less than 3 minutes? How decisive. This was a luxury car worth over 10 million. She had seen wealthy people before, but this was the first time she had encountered someone so resolute in buying a Rolls-Royce. Full payment. Swipe the card. Alright, sir. The smile on Luo Xilan's face suddenly became incredibly bright. Pay. Sign the contract. Choose the license plate number. Get the temporary license. Li Chen drove away in his newly purchased Rolls-Royce Phantom, swaggering out of the dealership. As he left, Luo Xilan discreetly handed her private WeChat to Li Chen. Mr. Li, if you have any requests, feel free to call me anytime. If there are any issues with the car, contact me immediately. Okay. Around 7 in the evening, Li Chen drove to Xuanxi restaurant and ordered a large table of dishes for himself. A total of over 30 delicious dishes. There was even a whole roasted pig. The bill came to 8,000 yuan. The business at Xuanxi restaurant didn't seem very good, even though it was prime dinner time. There were only 2 or 3 tables occupied inside. Next door, a popular restaurant was almost always packed, with people waiting over 2 hours to eat. In the same bustling area, Xuanxi restaurant's business was simply dismal. Compared to the bustling scene next door, it was a stark contrast. What's going on? Clearly, the dishes here are top-notch, both in presentation and taste. They serve authentic local cuisine, Sichuan, Hunan, Cantonese, and Shandong dishes, all quite delicious. Aside from the prices being a bit high, the location, environment, service, and taste are all first rate. Why is the business so bad? Li Chen didn't understand the competitive nature of the restaurant industry, but that didn't stop him from enjoying the food at this place. Why not just buy Xuanxi restaurant and have it cooked for him? That way, he wouldn't have to order takeout all the time. After all, he had the money for it. This would also save him cooking time in the apocalypse. He could just let professional chefs prepare whatever he wanted. Delicious, convenient, and easy to procure supplies. A win-win situation. Waiter, can you call your boss over? Ah, sir, is there a problem with the dishes? If you're not satisfied, you can tell me directly. There's nothing wrong with the dishes, just call your boss over. Okay. In a short while, the owner of Xuanxi restaurant came over. The owner, Sun Shoubiao, was 39 years old, with a face full of flesh and a big belly. He was originally a chef. He had been in the industry for 17 years. Later, he became a boss, opened a small restaurant, and made quite a bit of money. As his ambition grew, he invested 3 million 2 years ago to open this relatively upscale Xuanxi restaurant. As a result, business plummeted. In 2 years, he had lost almost everything. He even mortgaged his house. If business didn't improve soon, he might not even be able to pay next month's employee salaries. Just thinking about having to pay next year's rent made him feel hopeless. At this rate, his wife might even leave him. He had already started contacting potential buyers for a transfer in the past few months, but he wasn't satisfied with the prices they offered. While he was feeling anxious, he didn't expect to encounter a customer looking for trouble. What a stroke of bad luck. Sir, is there something you're not satisfied with regarding the dishes? Sun Shoubiao asked patiently. After all, he was in the service industry. Are you the owner? I'm quite satisfied with your dishes. I just wanted to ask if this restaurant is for sale? Ah, you want to buy the restaurant? Yes, name your price. Li Chen nodded. 2 million. Sun Shoubiao hesitated for a moment and offered a negotiable price. In fact, his psychological price was 1.5 million. As long as the other party could meet his bottom line, he would sell. So cheap? I see your restaurant is in a great location. The decor is luxurious and you have more than 30 staff members including waiters, receptionists, and chefs. Most importantly, the service and dishes are excellent. Wouldn't selling for 2 million be a loss? There's no choice, you can see our business isn't good. This was the truth, nothing to hide? Alright then, 2 million, deal. Li Chen didn't haggle. After all, in the apocalyptic world, just wandering around a gold shop could easily yield more than 2 million. Ah, we're buying just like that? Sun Shoubiao looked bewildered. Can business negotiations be this straightforward? Yes. You want to sell, I want to buy. What's complicated about that? Let's just sign the contract and transfer the money. I'm in a hurry. Half an hour later, Sun Shoubiao received a transfer of 2 million in his bank account. By the way, brother, I'll give you the landlord's phone number for the restaurant. You can coordinate with him from now on. I just heard that the landlord has changed and I'm not familiar with the new one. I'll call to ask. Just as Sun Shoubiao dialed the number, Li Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this the new landlord? Hi, I'm the owner of Xuanxi restaurant. The restaurant has just been transferred. What? Li Chen looked confused. Am I the landlord of Xuanxi restaurant? At this moment, Sun Shoubiao also looked bewildered as he watched Li Chen answer the call. The landlord is actually you? Sorry. I have too many properties. I didn't even realize this shop was mine. Sun Shoubiao was struck dumb by this revelation. This guy is quite something. Young Masterly, what business are you in to have so much money? Sun Shoubiao immediately realized that this young, chubby man in front of him must have an impressive background. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to pull out 2 million without even batting an eye. What's more outrageous is that this restaurant, located in the city center, is worth over 10 million. You own a shop worth over 10 million and don't even remember it's your property? That's quite absurd. How rich do you have to be to reach such a state of forgetfulness? Oh, I deal in jewelry and gold. Li Chen casually waved his hand. I see, young Masterly. I wonder if I could have the chance to follow you. I just sold the restaurant and am now unemployed, a drifter. If you're willing to take me in, I'd be happy to serve you. That's perfect. I don't have time to manage this restaurant anyway. I need to hire a manager to run it. If you're willing, you can be the manager and I'll pay you 50,000 a month. Ah, thank you, young master. Li, a monthly salary of 50,000 is definitely a high salary. Even when Xuanxi restaurant was doing its best business, it might not have reached such pure profit. Not to mention that business is currently poor and they are losing money every month. Being the manager and earning 50,000 a month without any risk, he might as well just relax. Young Masterly, I'm an honest person. I'm not afraid to tell you that this restaurant has always been in a state of losing money. The menu is too complicated and we haven't found our positioning. Our target customers lean towards high-end dining, but it's not particularly high-end, and for ordinary low-end customers, the prices aren't very friendly, so the business is indeed not good. You're offering me a high salary of 50,000, but I'm afraid I won't have the ability to run the restaurant well. Old son, used to be a chef running a high-end restaurant. It really was a bit beyond my capabilities, but if you mention the 8 major cuisines, I am well versed in all of them. Sun Shoubiao said with a hesitant expression. He truly lacked the confidence to manage this restaurant well again. He had already lost the ambition he had when it first opened. He looked quite unsure of himself. It's fine, whether the restaurant does well or not doesn't really matter. I bought this restaurant just to have a private dining place. The goal of this restaurant is To serve me well, to prepare the best dishes for me, to procure the ingredients I need, and my desired dishes must be satisfied immediately. From now on, your goal is to study the culinary styles of the whole country. Whether the restaurant makes money or not is irrelevant, we aren't short of a few coins. Li Chen patted Sun Xiaobiao on the shoulder, looking completely unconcerned. Running a restaurant without the aim of making a profit, just to satisfy one's own cravings? Damn it! Is this the mindset of the wealthy? We still have over 30 employees here. Paying salaries every month costs over 200,000. Are you planning to run it at a loss? Who can withstand that? Alright, boss, I understand. From now on, whatever you need, the entire Shuangxi restaurant will spare no effort to satisfy you. Then pack up all the dishes on this menu for me. Okay, boss. An hour later, over 70 dishes were packed by Li Chen and loaded into the trunk of his Rolls-Royce. Today's expenditure was 13 million, refreshing. In the apocalyptic world. At 8:30 in the morning, Li Chen woke up from bed. The weather outside seemed to be getting colder and more biting, with the temperature dropping to -10 degrees. The sun was obscured by thick clouds. The entire city appeared gloomy. It seemed lifeless. Li Chen took out roasted suckling pig, braised duck feet, iron plate, beef, steamed bass, hairy crabs, lotus root and pork rib soup, spicy braised chicken, steamed grouper, sauerkraut fish, steamed pork with rice flour, stir-fried beef, stir-fried bullfrog and oil-braised shrimp. Among over 70 delicacies, he began to enjoy breakfast. Goodness, even before the apocalypse started, I wouldn't dare to order 3 dishes for myself. I never expected that 2 months into the apocalypse, I would be eating even better than before, having 70 dishes alone. If I add 30 more, I could have a full Manchu Han Imperial feast. Suddenly, I feel like the apocalypse isn't so unbearable after all. It even feels a bit enjoyable. Li Chen devoured the food like a whirlwind. Half an hour later, he was stuffed. His mouth was greasy. He couldn't finish. There was simply too much food. Who would have thought that having too much food could also be a problem? This apocalypse is too enjoyable. At 10 in the morning, Li Chen put on his tactical jacket, grabbed a machete and a hatchet, and headed downstairs. The weather was getting colder. It seemed that a major snowstorm was about to hit. It might drop the temperature suddenly like it did 2 months ago, freezing everything for miles. At that time, going outside would be impossible. To prevent this from happening, he had to kill more zombies today and collect as many zombie cores as possible. He needed to avoid missing the best opportunity for evolution. Due to the increasingly cold weather, the zombies on the streets seemed to have become much sparser. Their movements had also become slower. Timing, location, and people. Such opportunities don't come by often. Roar! Li Chen soon encountered the first zombie. With one swing of his axe, he killed it. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, a tall zombie was instantly taken down by him. After searching, he found no core. He decisively ambushed the second zombie. Soon, the second zombie was dealt with, still no core. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Finally, when dealing with the sixth zombie, I obtained a crystal core. At this moment, Li Chen seemed to discover a pattern. Zombies with crystal cores appeared to be smarter, less rigid, faster, and had sharper claws. Aside from that, there was hardly any difference compared to ordinary zombies. This required careful observation to discern. Li Chen tentatively referred to zombies without crystal cores as ordinary zombies, and those with crystal cores as first-level zombies. After discovering this pattern, Li Chen specifically sought out first-level zombies to hunt. Indeed, the efficiency improved significantly. However, first-level zombies were often surrounded by several ordinary zombies. Therefore, sometimes, to kill a first-level zombie, one would have to face 3 to 5 zombies at once. This was equivalent to taking on 5 at once. However, the cold weather and the thin, tattered clothing on the zombies made their movements very sluggish, providing Li Chen with excellent hunting opportunities. After Li Chen took on 5 and wiped out all 5 zombies, he felt more confident in his abilities. His combat experience was growing richer, and his speed in killing zombies was increasing. 2 hours later, he had killed a total of 35 zombies and collected 5 zombie crystal cores. The rice fragrance from the zombie crystal cores easily attracted other zombies, and this scent was hard to mask. However, as long as they were stored in his space, they could be perfectly isolated. There was no need to worry about being besieged by zombies after obtaining the zombie crystal cores. Hey, brother, not bad. We've been watching you for a long time. Being able to take down 35 zombies alone, you should be considered a mature first-level evolver. Are you interested in joining my team? Just as Li Chen finished off the last zombie, a team of 5 approached leisurely from not far away. Among the 5, there were 3 men and 2 women, with a burly man leading the group, standing about 2 meters tall. He exuded a very oppressive aura. The other 4 were also fit, with sharp eyes, clearly not ordinary survivors. In this apocalyptic world, anyone who dared to stroll around confidently on the street was obviously not an ordinary person. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Chang, a second-level strength evolver. The brother wearing sunglasses is called Eagle. His marksmanship is very precise, and he was once the champion of a special forces shooting competition. The red-haired guy is named Hong Mao. He is a first-level fire-type ability evolver. As Zhang Chang introduced, the red-haired man immediately spread his right hand and a ball of blue flame appeared out of thin air in his palm. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, yet he could control it effortlessly. Li Chen's pupils constricted slightly, almost shocked. I didn't expect that besides me awakening the ability to traverse dream spaces, there are actually others who have awakened abilities? But it's also quite normal, since I can awaken abilities by devouring zombie crystal cores, others can naturally do the same. It's just that everyone's awakened abilities are different. I am not the only protagonist in this world. This apocalypse is even more dangerous than I imagined. Li Chen's heart tightened slightly. Zhang Chang did not stop his introduction. The remaining two beauties, the one on the left in the white outfit is called Zhou Xiaoqian. She is a first-level water-type ability user. Although her attack power is a bit weak, she can summon water balls to provide clean water for the team. In this apocalyptic world, water sources have been polluted by acid rain and are undrinkable, so you should understand how significant her ability to provide clean water is for the team. As for this black-clad beauty, her name is Shadow. Like me, she is a second-level evolver. Her speed is very fast and extremely dangerous. Brother, in today's world, only the strong can huddle together for warmth to survive better. The power of an individual is always limited. You alone cannot compare to a team. Are you interested in joining my team? As long as you join, you'll have access to clean water sources and our team will act together, allowing us to acquire more supplies. Zhang Chang asked with a smile. However, this smile clearly did not represent goodwill. If Li Chen refused, the other party could turn hostile at any moment. The apocalyptic world had lasted for so long that kind-hearted believers had hardly made it to now. Big brother, little brother has finally found an organization. Whoa, you all have no idea what I've been through, living alone all this time. I go to bed hungry every day, I can't keep warm, enduring hunger and pain, feeling like a walking corpse. It's truly too painful. I was forced to come out and fight zombies. Being bitten by one might even be a form of relief. Now, I've finally endured the hardships and gained the recognition of the big brothers. Little brother is willing to serve the big brothers and sisters, just hoping to receive the protection of the team. Wowo Li Chen cried bitterly, tears streaming down his face. It seemed that during this time, he had truly suffered endless grievances. Zhang Chang patted Li Chen's shoulder, showing understanding. In this apocalyptic world, surviving alone is incredibly difficult, even if you have become a first-level evolver. Moreover, after becoming an evolver, your metabolism will be several times faster than that of ordinary people, which means you need to consume more food every day to replenish your energy. Now that resources are scarce, even our team of evolvers can't guarantee a full meal every day. It must be even harder for you alone. But don't worry, since you've joined my team, at least you'll be able to eat enough. Zhang Chang began to paint a rosy picture. After saying this, he directly took out a half-eaten sausage from his backpack. This sausage was only a small piece left, and it was clearly bitten by someone. Li Chen felt quite disgusted inside. You plan to buy me off with half a sausage? Is this the welcome gift for joining the Evolvers team? However, Li Chen's disdain did not mean others felt the same. Red Hair, Eagle, Zhou Xiaoqian, and Shadow, upon seeing the half sausage, had already started swallowing their saliva. The apocalypse had lasted for over 2 months, and such a well-preserved, unspoiled sausage was indeed a rarity. Li Chen took the half sausage, showing a face full of gratitude. He then handed the half sausage to Shadow. Big sister Shadow, little brother doesn't take unearned rewards. This half sausage is for you. I just joined. How can I enjoy such a precious delicacy? You kid, you're quite sensible. If you encounter danger in the future, I can come to your rescue once. Shadow carefully took the half sausage and hid it away, seemingly reluctant to eat it on the spot. This was enough to show how scarce resources had become in today's apocalyptic world. The competition would only grow fiercer. Alright, let's start searching for supplies separately. We'll regroup here in 2 hours to distribute the supplies. As usual, whoever finds supplies will need to hand over 30% to the team, and the remaining 70% can be freely exchanged among team members. I'll take Zhou Xiaoqian, and the rest of you can act independently. Zhang Chang assigned the tasks. The others immediately began to take action. The red-haired man manipulated a fireball with one hand, and as he hurled it down, flames erupted, comparable to a grenade explosion, instantly blasting 3 zombies away, killing them in an instant with astonishing lethality. However, his cooldown time seemed a bit long. After launching one fireball, he needed at least several minutes to release a second one. This was clearly a shortcoming of a first-level ability user. Although his explosive power was impressive, he lacked sustainability. In contrast, Zhang Chang was evidently more formidable. His strength reached at least 2 tons. Wielding a wolf-tooth club that no zombie could withstand, he smashed them to smithereens. No wonder he could be the captain. Zhang Chang was responsible for hunting zombies, while Zhou Xiaoqian collected zombie cores. Their team had clearly established a certain level of cooperation, working with remarkable efficiency. The red-haired man and the eagle had also formed a 2-person team. The shadow girl acted alone, holding a dagger, moving at incredible speed. Li Chen estimated that her running speed was at least within 7 seconds. For 100 meters, she was extremely agile, weaving through the zombies who couldn't catch up to her. With the 5 evolved individuals working together, the zombies in the nearby streets were quickly cleared out. There was no need for Li Chen to intervene. Besides collecting zombie cores, their main focus was on searching for food supplies. The appetite of evolved individuals was truly large, and the energy consumed in battling zombies was rapid. If they didn't eat enough, they wouldn't have the strength to fight zombies. Now, all the supermarkets had basically been emptied. Finding supplies was indeed a challenging task. Li Chen had no interest in supermarkets at all. Before long, he stumbled upon a dilapidated gold shop. Oh, this is the Fulu Yuan gold shop. Li Chen looked at the tattered sign in front of him. The glass doors and windows had long been shattered, and the gold jewelry inside was scattered all over the floor, with no one bothering to pick it up. 2 months ago, it seemed this gold shop had been robbed. Someone had taken advantage of the chaos to try and make a fortune. But in reality, after stealing the gold, they found there was nowhere to use it. The entire social order had collapsed. No one was interested in such things anymore. The number of survivors was less than 1%. Gold lay on the ground and no one picked it up. Only food and water were truly precious. Li Chen walked into the gold shop and began to collect the gold jewelry piece by piece. This was the largest gold shop in the nearby area. He casually picked up no less than 200 pieces of gold jewelry. It was estimated to be worth several million. Oh, there's a safe here. Li Chen pried it open with brute force. Inside, there were actually 50 gold bars stored. Each gold bar was marked at 1,000 grams. Damn, these gold bars are probably worth over 20 million. Li Chen stored the gold bars in his space. It was a blood profit. After all, no one wanted these things. It was like picking them up for free. After clearing out the gold shop, Li Chen began to head back. 2 hours later, he returned to the gathering point with a backpack. Zhang, Chang, Zhou Xiaoqian, the red-haired man, the eagle, and the shadow girl also returned one after another. The red-haired man and the eagle looked somewhat dejected. Each of them produced 3 cores. This time we searched 2 supermarkets and 3 convenience stores, but we didn't find any food, only took down 20 zombies and collected a total of 6 cores. Each of us will hand in 1. I killed 30 zombies, collected 5 zombie cores, and even found a pack of instant noodles. The shadow girl took out 5 cores and a pack of instant noodles. As expected of a second-level evolved individual, she could achieve such results in 2 hours while acting alone, showcasing impressive strength. With her speed advantage, her efficiency was indeed higher. I, along with Zhou Xiaoqian, killed 50 zombies, collecting a total of 10 zombie cores, and we even found a bag of sunflower seeds. Zhang Chang took out the 10 cores and a bag of seeds. Clearly, for revolvers at their stage, hunting ordinary or first-level zombies was no longer a challenge. Thus, they could more or less gather some zombie cores. However, searching for food seemed to be much more difficult. After all, the food in the supermarket had been completely cleared out. By the way, Li Chen, what did you collect? Zhang Chang asked. I didn't collect any zombie cores. Just now, I passed by the Fulu Yuan gold shop and on a whim, I broke open their safe. I thought the safe would be filled with gold, but guess what? The safe in their gold shop was actually filled with food. I was completely shocked. I don't know which old six thought of hiding ingredients in a gold shop safe. He actually came up with that. As Li Chen spoke, he opened his backpack. Inside, it was packed full of food. There were a full 30 sausages alone, plus 6 buckets of instant noodles. Even more exciting was that there was a 5-kilogram bag of rice inside. In this day and age, finding fresh rice and being able to have a proper meal was already a divine-level enjoyment. Rice was so precious. This huge bag of ingredients made the eyes of the 5 evolvers widen in amazement. This is too sneaky, really too sneaky. How did I not think that someone would hide ingredients in a gold shop safe? Damn, these old sixes are really insidious. Damn, this operation has truly blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. From now on, whenever we encounter a gold shop safe, we must not let it go. Li Chen, according to the rules, 30% of the ingredients you obtained need to be handed over to the team, and for the remaining 70%, see if there's anything you want to exchange for? Zhang Chang asked. Can I exchange ingredients for zombie cores? I don't know how many ingredients it takes to exchange for 1 zombie core. Li Chen asked cautiously. Well, as it stands, 2 buckets of instant noodles can be exchanged for 1 zombie core, 3 sausages can also be exchanged for 1, and 1 kilogram of rice can be exchanged for 1. What do you think? Zhang Chang finished speaking. The other teammates immediately felt that Captain Zhang was really ruthless. If it were them, 1 bucket of instant noodles could also be exchanged for 1. Captain Zhang truly lived up to his name, devouring people without spitting out bones. Who didn't know that for revolvers, obtaining zombie cores wasn't difficult? The rare part was having enough food to sustain continuous evolution. If you only have zombie cores but no sufficient food to replenish energy, when your body's energy is massively consumed due to evolution, you could easily starve to death. so having cores alone was useless. To evolve, you must eat more food. Is it really that cost-effective? Then I'll exchange all of it. Captain, see how many cores I can get. Ha ha. Li Chen, I see you're new, so I won't hold it against you. All the zombie cores we collected today will be given to you. A total of 21 cores, keep them safe. As for these ingredients, today our team will have a feast directly eating rice, instant noodles and sausages. Zhou Xiaoqian, you prepare the water and find a pot to bring back. Hong Mao, you prepare to boil water and cook rice. Yes, Captain. Next, the Evolver team found a villa to start a fire and cook, having a feast on the spot. They cooked all 5 kilograms of rice. Zhang Chang alone ate 5 big bowls of plain rice. Hong Mao, Eagle, Zhou Xiaoqian and Shadow also had quite an appetite. Each person had 3 large bowls of rice, devouring it cleanly. The only side dish for everyone was a single sausage. This way, they could still enjoy their meal. Li Chen found a separate room and consumed a zombie crystal core on the spot. He exchanged for 21 zombie crystal cores plus the 5 he had obtained from killing zombies earlier, totaling 26. After wiping one zombie crystal core clean, he consumed it. Immediately. 10 seconds later, a familiar burning sensation surged from his chest, spreading to his limbs. At the same time, a warm current rushed into his mind. He was prepared to face the pain. However, this time, he only felt a slight prickling and intense heat in his body. Then, there was nothing more. Half an hour later, Li Chen completely returned to normal. All his fatigue vanished. But soon after, an overwhelming feeling of hunger swept over him. He instantly felt as if he would starve to death if he didn't eat right away. Li Chen quickly took out a whole roasted pig from his mental space. This was a signature dish from the Xuanxi restaurant, considered a top delicacy, not only crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, but also incredibly flavorful without being greasy. Li Chen went to town on it. In just a few bites, he devoured the entire roasted pig. He could clearly feel his stomach's digestive capacity becoming stronger and stronger. Eating a whole one only barely filled him to 70%. Soon, he took out a roasted chicken from his space and continued to munch. After finishing another whole roasted chicken, he finally felt full. It seems that consuming zombie crystal cores requires pairing with enough food, otherwise, it's easy to starve oneself. Body evolution requires sufficient energy, which must be replenished through frenzied eating, otherwise, if the energy needed for evolution is insufficient, a strong feeling of hunger will arise. Li Chen hesitated for a moment, then took out another zombie crystal core and consumed it. The scorching sensation swept over his body again. This time it lasted another half hour. This cycle continued. Li Chen ate like crazy. The food prepared in his space was completely devoured by him. He consumed 8 zombie crystal cores as well. The space in his mind expanded to 11 cubic meters. Boom! At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed in Li Chen's mind again. His spirit jolted. He felt as if struck by lightning. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. Li Chen's palm conjured an invisible blade of space which shot out and pierced through tempered glass, cutting a stone lion 10 meters away cleanly in half. It was as if that concrete lion was as fragile as tofu. The space blade was incredibly strange, formless and intangible. Even Li Chen was startled. Who's there? 5 evolvers sensed the commotion outside the villa and rushed out immediately. Zhang Chang led the way. Soon, the 5 saw the stone lion cut in half. The stone lion at the entrance was intact when we came in, right? How could it be cut in half? The cut is so smooth and even, it looks effortless. If that had been our necks, we would have been dead in an instant. It could be the work of a level 3 ability user or a level 2 evolver who controls space abilities. Either way, this indicates that a more powerful evolver has appeared nearby. Zhang Chang's face turned ashen. As a level 2 evolver, he was somewhat intimidated by this unknown strong presence. But what could such a big shot want? Is it to show off to us? Or is there some other purpose? We haven't even seen the person. The shadows quickly searched around the villa, but not a single ghostly figure was found. Such a big shot, completely elusive, like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Not even a trace could be found. Clearly, the opponent's strength was far beyond that of their team. No more searching. With their strength, if they wanted to deal with us, our team of 6 would probably not escape even one. The other party should mean no harm. Perhaps they were just giving us a warning. By the way, where's Li Chen? Captain, it seems Li Chen has fainted from hunger. This kid took a zombie crystal core without leaving any food for himself, and as a result, he literally starved himself into unconsciousness. What a rookie, so ridiculous. Let's give him some rice soup. We can't let the kid actually starve to death. I think he's quite lucky. He just joined and managed to find us so many ingredients. He might have a lucky physique. Perhaps he'll be useful in the future. Alright, Captain. Zhou Xiaoqian and Ying fed Li Chen 2 bowls of rice soup. Afterwards, the 5 evolvers returned to their rooms, starting to consume the zombie crystal cores. They weren't lacking in crystal cores, what they lacked was food. Usually, they didn't dare to consume them directly when they weren't full. Otherwise, the feeling of hunger would be unbearable. Now that they were full, they naturally wanted to make good use of it. The darkness of the apocalypse was incredibly deep. The entire city was devoid of any light. The streets were occasionally filled with the roars of zombies or mutated beasts. Compared to the past's vibrant nightlife, the night had become terrifying. It seemed capable of devouring the will to survive of all the survivors. In this painful struggle of the world, watching all loved ones leave one by one, living might just be a torment. At 9 in the morning, Li Chen woke up from his sleep. With a thought, he took out all his gold jewelry, gold bars, and 13 zombie crystal cores. Yesterday's harvest was quite substantial. If he wasn't mistaken, Li Chen had likely successfully advanced to a level 2 ability user, otherwise he wouldn't have developed the ability of the Spaceblade. He needed to step up his game. Li Chen picked up his phone and called Sun Xiaobia. "Boss, do you have any orders?" "Xiao Sun, prepare meals for 100 people, along with fresh vegetables, fruits, rice, and 2 boxes of snacks, and deliver them to room 501, Yuyuan, Zhangcheng." "Okay, boss, I'll get it ready right away." 2 hours later, the ingredients and supplies Li Chen requested were delivered right to his doorstep. Li Chen took out a zombie crystal core and consumed it immediately. A burning sensation swept through his body from his stomach quickly, spreading to every part of his limbs. An hour later, Li Chen began to eat like crazy. Once his hunger was alleviated, he consumed a second zombie crystal core. This cycle continued. By the time he consumed the 9th zombie crystal core, Li Chen's weight had dropped to 150 pounds. He ate frantically, and instead of gaining weight, he successfully lost weight. His body was left with explosive muscles, 8-pack abs, a perfect mermaid line. The space in my mind has also increased to 20 cubic meters. Now I can store enough supplies. Boom! At that moment, Li Chen felt a loud rumble in his consciousness, as if his head was about to explode. His whole being was in excruciating pain. Then he fainted. Just before he lost consciousness, he realized that even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see everything in the room. The moldy apple, the spider web in the corner, the coins that had fallen under the bed, the hair in the bathroom, and the stinky socks in the washing machine. Even more astonishingly, under his mental control, that moldy apple seemed to float up on its own, quietly hovering in the air without any support. Then he completely passed out. Apocalypse. 7 in the morning. "Li Chen, how are you doing, kid?" "Big brother, I'm almost starving. I recklessly consumed a zombie crystal core yesterday and didn't expect to be this hungry. Luckily, Sister Qian and Sister Shadow gave me 2 bowls of rice soup, or I really wouldn't have been able to hold on." "Thank you, sisters. If I find any supplies in the future, I will definitely repay you double." "No, I want 10 times the return," Li Chen said with a face full of gratitude. "Well, that's the benefit of joining the team. If you were alone and encountered that situation yesterday, you might have been in danger. In a team, at least your life safety can be guaranteed. In a team, we must help each other. We can't be a scattered bunch, selfish and self-serving. We need to understand the importance of contribution. Next, our task is to find other revolvers and invite them to join our team. Only by banding together can we face more risks in the days to come. At the same time, we will kill zombies, collect crystal cores, and gather supplies," Zhang Chang said with a righteous expression. "Captain, if we encounter ordinary survivors, should we save them?" Li Chen asked. "Humph. Why save those useless people? They don't even dare to kill zombies. Keeping them is just a waste of rice. We are an evolver team, not a shelter for the useless. Useless people with no value should be eliminated," Zhang Chang said disdainfully. "But survivors who consume zombie crystal cores seem to be able to become evolvers too? I accidentally became an evolver after killing a zombie." "Li Chen, you need to understand that without the courage to fight zombies, even if you become an evolver, you are still useless. I have no interest in training those who lack courage. I only select useful people." "Understood, Captain. Your words have enlightened me. I was too soft-hearted before. I gave the food I found to a girl, which led to my own hunger," Li Chen said, subtly flattering him. At the same time, he deepened his character portrayal, showing a bit of a saintly demeanor, but not overly so. This persona is beneficial for gaining the team's trust. Zhang Chang felt more at ease with such a person. Li Chen's compassion indicated that he had not completely lost his humanity. A trace of justice still lingered in his heart, making him easier to control. Those who are completely heartless are bound to rebel. Zhang Chang could be heartless himself, but he didn't like people like him. "Li Chen, our food supplies are running low, and you haven't contributed anything, so for breakfast today, you only get 1 piece of bread. This is temporarily lent to you by the team. You need to repay it by searching for supplies or pay with 2 zombie crystal cores to offset your breakfast cost. You can choose either option," Zhang Chang said in a businesslike manner. Goodness, what a situation. Just yesterday, it was said that joining the team meant free meals and guaranteed supplies. Now, first thing in the morning, I'm already in debt? And I have to pay 2 zombie crystal cores just to get a piece of bread? That wasn't the exchange rate when trading food yesterday. There's no way he would give up any zombie crystal cores. So, I can only go into debt for now. Captain, I'll keep a record for now. Once I find supplies, I'll repay the team immediately. In fact, Li Chen had already had breakfast. He had eaten Thai lemongrass chicken, pineapple fried rice, salmon sashimi, Australian lobster, and soup dumplings. The richness of his breakfast was unimaginable. To Zhang Chang and the others, who the hell would care about a piece of bread? However, Li Chen still carefully accepted the bread. He took a couple of symbolic bites. Damn it, it's really tough, really disgusting. This kind of inedible food even dogs would turn their noses up at. I'll just play along with you for now. After all, the speed at which the 5 members of the Evolver team can collect zombie crystal cores together is much faster than I could do alone. Zhang Chang and the others are quite capable, they can be put to good use. You might make a killing, but I will never lose. Zhang Chang exploited Li Chen, but wasn't Li Chen also using him? Everyone was using each other. Soon, the Evolver team Zhang Chang, Shadow, Zhou Xiaoqian, Red-Haired Eagle, and Li Chen left the villa community. They began their journey towards Wanxiang City in the city center. Wanxiang City is a commercial complex in the city center, gathering multiple supermarkets, milk tea shops, clothing stores, jewelry shops, restaurants, children's centers, cinemas, cosmetics, and even luxury goods stores. Before the apocalypse broke out, it was bustling with people. After the outbreak, this place became a gathering spot for zombies, with a conservative estimate of at least 1,000 zombies inside Wanxiang City. Ordinary survivors wouldn't dare to approach it at all, unless they were tired of living. Even the Evolvers kept their distance from Wanxiang City. After all, there hadn't been any reports of an Evolver growing strong enough to take on 1,000 zombies alone. Moreover, there was a high possibility of encountering second-level zombies inside. The 6 of them drove a large van and, after half an hour, approached the location of Wanxiang City. The 6 Evolvers acted together swiftly, slaughtering the dozen or so zombies attracted by the sound of the vehicle. They began skillfully collecting crystal cores. Captain, are we really going to attack Wanxiang City? There are just too many zombies in there. If we get surrounded by a horde, it could be disastrous, Zhou Xiaoqian said with a worried expression. Who told you we were going to launch a full-scale attack on Wanxiang City? With so many zombies inside, a direct assault would definitely not be advantageous, but we can clear it out in batches. The more times we clear it, the fewer zombies there will be. Li Chen, you go lure the zombies over, attract a few dozen at a time, and then we'll take up advantageous positions to ambush them. If we do this 100 or 200 times, the zombies will naturally be cleared out. From my observations, Wanxiang City has been occupied by zombies and other survivors can't get close at all. There must be a lot of supplies inside. As long as we can clear out Wanxiang City, we'll strike it rich, Zhang Chang analyzed confidently. Captain, why do I have to lure the zombies? I just became an Evolver not long ago, and my strength is insufficient. It's too dangerous to go into Wanxiang City to lure zombies. I won't do it. Li Chen shook his head, feigning fear. This Zhang Chang is really something else. If I hadn't successfully broken through to a second-level ability user, this time going to lure zombies would probably end badly. You brat are probably already on the path to death. Li Chen thought to himself. It's precisely because your strength is lacking that you need to train yourself more. This captain isn't discussing with you, this is an order. You can choose not to go, but the consequences are yours to bear. Think it over before you answer me. Zhang Chang tightened his grip on the Wolf Fang Club. This was an outright threat. If Li Chen refused to go, he had no doubt Zhang Chang would smash it down on his head. Big brother, I'll go, is that okay? Sensing the atmosphere was off, Li Chen immediately put on a submissive expression. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. Even if he didn't want to, he had to go. Zhang Chang was very satisfied with this fearful yet somewhat cowardly demeanor. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. He didn't like disobedient teammates. Since they were teammates, they naturally had to obey the captain's orders. Li Chen, this time you'll be the bait. Although it's dangerous, risk and reward go hand in hand. As long as the zombies you attract are killed, you'll get 20% of the zombie cores. I can assure you, I will never go back on my word. Moreover, once we take Wanxiang City, we will immediately have a large amount of survival supplies, and you'll at least get 20%. With a lot of zombie cores and survival supplies, it won't be long before you can upgrade to a level 2 Evolver. Don't you want to become stronger? Do you still want to go hungry every day? Go on, I have high hopes for you. Those zombies aren't fast, you're a dignified Evolver, can't you outrun this group of stupid zombies? Zhang Chang's coaxing and deception skills had clearly reached a masterful level. If Li Chen were just a level 1 Evolver, he would probably be fooled to death this time. There was a great possibility of encountering level 2 zombies in Wanxiang City. If he really attracted a level 2 zombie, could a level 1 Evolver escape? What's the difference from sending him to his death? But fortunately, Li Chen had successfully advanced to a level 2 ability user yesterday. Moreover, he had awakened a very powerful space blade. This was his trump card. Zhang Chang didn't know that. So, who was really working for whom was still uncertain. Changgu, Zhenjia, Shadowjia, Red-Haired Eagle. Good, don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. For our beautiful future, let's work hard together. Li Chen picked up a mountain cutting knife in his hand. Without hesitation, he walked towards Wanxiang City. The Wind was bleak and the waters were cold. The brave man goes forth and never returns. Li Chen, with a spirit of determination, gradually disappeared from the sight of the 5 evolvers. Captain, isn't what we're doing a bit unethical? According to my eagle eye scan, there should already be a level 3 zombie king born in Wanxiang City, and there are probably no less than 20 level 2 zombies. That kid Li Chen is definitely dead if he goes to attract them, Eagle said with a sigh. He was not just a special forces sharpshooter. After the apocalypse broke out, he also awakened eye abilities through zombie cores. He could focus on scouting environments 5 kilometers away. This allowed him to judge dangerous situations in advance. This was an extremely useful skill in a team, helping to avoid many unexpected dangers. It doesn't matter, an ordinary level 1 evolver, if he dies, he dies. We can just find another one. The level 2 zombie cores in Wanxiang City are my real target. Once you break through to level 2, you'll understand the value of level 1 zombie cores. For level 2 evolvers, their effect is already minimal. Even if you absorb a lot, it's probably hard to break through to level 3. You need to absorb more than 10 level 2 cores to have a chance to break through to level 3. I'm just 3 level 2 cores short. And if you can also absorb level 2 cores, your growth rate will definitely be faster. For the development of our team, some necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Eagle, keep an eye on that kid Li Chen. If he dares to run, just take him out. If he attracts the level 3 zombie king, we'll run immediately and sell him out. If he only attracts a few level 2 or level 1 zombies, then we'll proceed with the ambush as planned. Sure enough, Zhang Chang had considered multiple unexpected situations. The plan to ambush the zombies could change at any time. After all, Li Chen's life wasn't worth much. He could be sold off at any time. He had just joined, and there weren't any deep feelings between him and the other teammates. Selling him off wouldn't matter. However, as the captain, Zhang Chang's indifference to his teammates' lives meant that although the others didn't express any opinions on the surface, they probably had little loyalty to him in their hearts. He could sell Li Chen, so naturally, he could sell any member of the team next time. Everything was just a binding of interests. At this moment, Li Chen had just entered Wanxiang City when dozens of wandering zombies spotted him. The zombies, smelling fresh blood and flesh, immediately lunged crazily towards Li Chen. Among them was a young zombie, particularly agile. It transformed into a shadow, its running speed likely capable of crushing Olympic athletes. At least it reached under 8 seconds for 100 meters. What the hell is that? Zombies can run this fast? Li Chen sensed something was wrong and immediately took off. Although the second-level zombies were incredibly fast, Li Chen was not slow either. He had consumed 8 zombie cores yesterday, and his physical abilities had been enhanced to an extremely abnormal level. He also possessed the speed to crush Olympic athletes. Under 8 seconds for 100 meters, he could do it with ease. As Li Chen sprinted for his life, he began to shout loudly, "Big brother, help me! Second-level zombies, there are second-level zombies, damn it!" Li Chen's cries for help instantly attracted more zombies. When he ran out of the Wanxiang City gate, there were 3 second-level zombies inside, alone. With over 100 first-level zombies and more than 200 ordinary zombies, totaling over 300 zombies, all crazily chasing after Li Chen. The 3 second-level zombies were almost upon him, just 2 meters away. They couldn't quite reach him. The sharp claws of the zombies narrowly missed Li Chen each time as he dodged just in time. "Captain, there are 3 second-level zombies and over 300 first-level or ordinary zombies. That's quite a lot. Should we proceed as planned? Let's do it. The zombie king hasn't appeared yet, so focus fire on these 3 second-level zombies first. We'll deal with the rookie zombies later." Okay. Red-haired gathered a ball of blue flame in his hand and hurled it directly at the 3 second-level zombies behind Li Chen. However, his aim was a bit off, and the 3 zombies managed to dodge it. But it did successfully affect the speed of the 3 second-level zombies. At that moment, the eagle, with his sniper rifle set up, fired a shot, hitting one of the second-level zombies right in the head, instantly killing it. Captain Zhang Chang and Shadow immediately joined the battlefield. These two were extremely powerful. Zhang Chang swung his wolf fawn club and smashed the arm of a second-level zombie with a single blow. After a few more strikes, he crushed the second-level zombie to death. His wolf fawn club swung with several tons of force, and no one could withstand it. It was almost like one man could hold back 1,000. Fierce as hell. Shadow was incredibly fast, even faster than that. Second-level zombies. Her dagger pierced the temple of a second-level zombie from an extremely tricky angle, also almost instantly killing it. With the 3 second-level zombies taken down, the remaining first-level and ordinary zombies couldn't withstand a single blow from Zhang Chang. The 5 members of the Evolver team stood at the alley's exit, blocking the zombies inside and killing them. Due to the narrow space, the zombies' numerical advantage couldn't be utilized. At most, only 3 to 5 zombies could attack at a time. This created a one-sided slaughter. An hour later, over 300 zombies were completely cleared by the Evolver team. This time, they harvested 3 second-level cores and 102 first-level cores. It was quite a bountiful harvest. The 5 members of the team were exhausted, while Li Chen hid at the back, munching on sunflower seeds. At this moment, Zhang Chang noticed that this kid Li Chen was surprisingly lucky. How could he escape from the pursuit of 3 second-level zombies? Could it be that this kid is hiding his strength? Zhang Chang's heart filled with suspicion. Li Chen, you performed very well this time. This wave can be considered a great harvest. All the zombie crystals will be kept by me for now. Once we get back, I'll settle them one by one. Let's eat something first to regain our strength. We'll take a half-hour break, and after that, Li Chen, you can go attract the monsters. Zhang Chang took out instant noodles and ham sausages from the car. Everyone made a bowl. It's rare for him to be so generous. He had already collected 3 level 2 zombie crystals. After returning today, he had a good chance of breaking through to become a level 3 evolver. Moreover, during this time, he had secretly hoarded quite a bit of supplies, enough for his breakthrough. Once he became a level 3 evolver, he would be fully qualified to establish a survivor base, becoming a local emperor. Before the apocalypse began, Zhang Chang was just a security guard in a community, earning 3,000 a month. He couldn't even find a wife. After the apocalypse started, he became a high-ranking evolver. Women tried every means to climb into his bed, but he wasn't interested. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. In this broken order of the apocalypse, evolvers like him should become the main characters, gradually building their own power and becoming kings in their own right. Although Zhang Chang came from a security background, he harbored ambitions to conquer the world. After finishing his noodles and ham, Li Chen wore a satisfied expression. Awesome! I haven't had such delicious instant noodles in ages. Brother, following you, I, Li Chen, can have a good life. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, big brother. I'll go attract the monsters now. I believe that as long as we clear out the zombies in Wanshan City, there will definitely be a lot of supplies for us to enjoy. A bright tomorrow is waiting for us, and I can't wait. Li Chen looked excited. Very good, Li Chen, I knew I didn't misjudge you. From now on, you are my best brother, Zhang Chang. But attracting monsters is still a very dangerous task, so we must be careful, Zhang Chang said with a feigned worried expression. It's okay, brother Chang. You guys ambushing the zombie horde is just as dangerous. You didn't say anything, so why should I, Li Chen, complain? I'm going now. After Li Chen finished speaking, he grabbed his mountain-cutting knife and charged back into Wanshan City. Roar! Just as Li Chen rushed into Wanshan City, a level 2 zombie that had been lying in ambush on the ceiling suddenly pounced down. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to defend against. The atmosphere was suffocating. At this critical moment, Li Chen's fingertips suddenly condensed a blade of space, slicing through the air. The formless and intangible blade of space instantly cut through the zombie's forehead, splitting it in two. With almost no resistance, the level 2 zombie was directly cut in half. Li Chen quickly rummaged through the zombie's forehead with his mountain-cutting knife and soon found a red crystal the size of a marble. Level 2 crystal obtained. A strong smell of blood spread out. Roar! 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 In an instant, the zombies in Wanshan City seemed to have collectively gone into a frenzy. A dense swarm of zombies began to rush towards him. Li Chen took off running, quickly escaping. This time, when Li Chen ran out of Wanshan City, there were over 700 zombies chasing him, including 16 level 2 zombies and 1 level 3 zombie king. This level 3 zombie king stood a full 3 meters tall, not only massive in size but also devoid of any rotting flesh. Its body was as hard as steel, gleaming with a metallic sheen, with a green face and sharp fangs, looking extremely ferocious. Not good, Captain. Li Chen has attracted the level 3 zombie king and all the zombies have gone berserk. Eagle said in shock. Hurry and run, get the car started. Oh no, Captain. Our vehicle's ignition is broken, it won't start at all. What the hell happened? Did someone tamper with the car? Zhang Chang's face turned ashen. However, the situation was urgent, leaving him no time to think. Captain, there's no time. The horde of zombies is already charging in. Prepare for battle. Damn it, Li Chen, you son of a bitch. Who told you to lure out the level 3 zombie king? What the hell, you idiot? I'll settle the score with you later. Zhang Chang was seething with rage. At this moment, Li Chen had already led the horde over. Unfortunately, this kid was incredibly fast, as if he had awakened a speed ability, a level 1 evolver, yet his running speed was not at all inferior to Zhang Chang, a level 2 evolver. There was no way to sell him out. Kill. Zhang Chang raised his Wolf Fang club and swung it fiercely at the first charging level 3 zombie king. Clang! The tremendous impact caused the cement ground to dent by 2 centimeters. The level 3 zombie king blocked with its arm, remaining unscathed. Instead, a sound of metal clashing echoed. Zhang Chang was nearly knocked off balance by the immense recoil, even causing his hand to bleed. Roar! The zombie king, in pain, went completely berserk. With a single slap, it sent Zhang Chang flying, and he immediately spat out blood. At that moment, Shadow, taking advantage of speed, circled behind the zombie king and stabbed with a dagger. The zombie king was thoroughly enraged. With another slap, it sent Shadow flying as well. Eagle, shoot! Just as the level 3 zombie king was momentarily distracted by Zhang Chang and Shadow, Eagle seized the opportunity and fired a shot. The sniper rifle discharged instantly, accurately hitting the zombie king's head. It blinded one of its left eyes. The bullet lodged in the eye socket, failing to kill it with a single shot. The defense of a level 3 zombie was astonishing. What a pity, I don't have a Barrett heavy sniper, I only have a light sniper. Otherwise, a single heavy shot would have taken down the level 3 zombie king. Eagle lamented. At this moment, Zheng Chang raised his Wolf Fang club again and swept it toward the injured zombie king. The tremendous force actually broke one of the zombie king's legs. Red-haired gathered a fireball in his hand, which landed directly behind the zombie king. Boom! The explosive flames sealed off the alley's exit. At the same time, Red-haired pulled out 3 gasoline barrels and tossed them out. Boom! 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 The 3 gasoline barrels exploded, sending flames soaring into the sky. The alley was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Li Chen was dumbfounded. He seemed to have underestimated Red-haired. It turned out that the combination of fireball ability and gasoline barrels was truly powerful. This one move had taken down at least 50 zombies. Moreover, the zombies behind couldn't get through. They successfully blocked the horde's charge. Good opportunity. Let's all attack together, take down the zombie king, and seize the level 3 zombie core. Seeing such a chance, Zheng Chang went into a frenzy. He seemed to be in a state of exhilaration. 3 level 2 zombie cores wouldn't necessarily guarantee his stable breakthrough to level 3. But with the level 3 zombie king's core, he would definitely break through. This was almost a certainty. Finally, under the siege of 5 evolvers, the already injured zombie king was worn down to death. Zheng Chang and the others were all injured to some extent. However, these minor injuries were nothing compared to the reward of killing the zombie king. Brother Chang, you're amazing. You actually managed to beat the level 3 zombie king to death. But I want that zombie king's core. Li Chen lightly traced his fingertip. An invisible blade of space instantly sliced across Zheng Chang's neck. Before Zheng Chang could finish his sentence, his head was suddenly severed from his body, and the next second, hot blood sprayed all over Zhou Xiaoqian's face. Zheng Chang's eyes widened, unable to close in death. Why? Why did this happen? Li Chen, you little bastard, did you just ambush me? Fuck. Your ancestors for 18 generations. Zheng Chang roared inwardly, consumed by an intense unwillingness. He had not yet become a king in his own right, and unexpectedly he had capsized in the gutter. His consciousness grew heavier, ultimately plunging him into endless darkness. Shock. Utter shock. Hong Mao, the eagle, Shadow, and Zhou Xiaoqian all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Their hearts raced with terror. Li Chen had hidden himself so deeply he had actually killed Zheng Chang? What was going on? Everyone, please don't look at me with such shocked expressions. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Li Chen, a level 2 space-type ability user. From today onwards, I am your boss. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to step forward. At this moment, the atmosphere was quite heavy. The most timid among them, Zhou Xiaoqian, was the first to step up. What's wrong? Sister Xiaoqian, are you perhaps unconvinced by me? No. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my boss. Zheng Chang often hoarded supplies, was selfish, and exploited his teammates. I've actually been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Now that Zheng Chang is dead, and you are a level 2 space-type ability user, stronger than him, I'm willing to follow you. Zhou Xiaoqian decisively surrendered. The power and strangeness that Li Chen displayed far surpassed Zheng Chang. Her water-type ability was only at level 1 with weak attack power, and she needed to rely on a strong person. With Zheng Chang dead, turning to Li Chen as her boss was nothing unacceptable. In the apocalypse, surviving on one's own was the most important thing. Very good. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Since Sister Xiaoqian is willing to submit, I naturally won't treat you poorly. I can be much more generous than Zheng Chang. Li Chen grinned. With a casual wave of his hand, a 10-kilogram bag of rice appeared out of thin air. This is 10 kilograms of rice. It's yours now. Zhou Xiaoqian took the 10 kilograms of rice, her entire being in a daze. Suffocating, petrified, terrified. Everyone stood there like wooden puppets. It's really 10 kilograms of rice. Is this the power of a space-type ability user? They can actually bring their own space and store supplies? Boss, I'm also willing to submit to you. In fact, the first time I saw you, I noticed you had a unique leadership aura. I've long been deeply impressed by you. Please take me in. I'm willing to serve you. Hong Mao immediately backtracked, a look of a sycophant on his face. He wasn't without pride, but who could resist what Li Chen offered? Very good, brother Hong Mao, you are also my good brother. Li Chen took out another 10-kilogram bag of rice from his space and tossed it to Hong Mao. Boss, you are truly brilliant. I'm convinced. Hong Mao beamed with joy. Boss, I'm also willing to submit. I'm not very good with words, but I greatly admire a strong person like you who is low-key and profound. The eagle also submitted, and Li Chen tossed him another 10-kilogram bag of rice. Shadow was the last one. She was the only other level 2 evolver in the team besides Li Chen. Now the entire team had submitted to Li Chen. She couldn't take on all 4 of them alone. Most importantly, Li Chen's attacks were indeed strange and unpredictable. Clearly, submission was the best choice. I'm a level 2 evolver. I want 20 kilograms of rice. If you can provide that, I'll submit to you. Only 20 kilograms? I'll give you 30. Li Chen waved his hand, and 30 kilograms of rice appeared out of thin air. This wave of using rice to win people over left no room for criticism. Zheng Chang had already been forgotten. The Evolver team was easily subdued by Li Chen. Roar! 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 At this moment, the flames from the gasoline barrel explosion extinguished. The horde of zombies charged forward once again. Li Chen and a few others blocked the car at the alley entrance, and the corpses in front had piled up like a mountain, making it quite inconvenient for the zombies behind to rush through. Slowly, a zombie stampede incident actually formed. The corpses were pushing against each other. The zombies in front were stuck and couldn't move forward, while the zombies behind kept pushing forward, ultimately getting stuck and unable to move at all. Everyone is injured today, so let's head back to rest for now. Once your injuries are healed, come back and clear out all the zombies. In Wanxiang City, today's haul is enough for all of you to upgrade to level 2 evolvers. As long as you follow me, I can ensure that you have enough to eat at every meal. Eat as much as you want, Li Chen said with a calm expression. This sounded like a pipe dream, but Li Chen definitely wasn't making empty promises. He meant what he said. Really, boss? If we can eat enough at every meal, that would be amazing. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Li Chen had spatial abilities, which indeed made it easier to store supplies. This allowed the entire team to be light on their feet, without the burden of heavy packs. But in this world, most of the food had already spoiled. Collecting supplies was, after all, not an easy task. The 5-person team moved swiftly and soon left the battlefield. Zhang Chang's pack contained 3 level 2 zombie cores, 102 level 1 zombie cores, and an additional level 3 zombie core, all of which were handed over to Li Chen. In the end, it was still Zhang Chang who worked for Li Chen. Upon returning to the villa, Shadow, Red Hair, Old Eagle, and Zhou Xiaoqian began to start a fire and cook. The fragrant white rice made everyone's appetite surge. Just eating white rice without any side dishes, can you even manage that? Li Chen raised his hand and tossed them 5 packs of pickled vegetables. The eyes of the few instantly lit up. Damn, boss, you actually have pickled vegetables? Pickled vegetables with white rice is really too delicious, so flavorful. So good, today I want to eat 10 bowls of white rice. So comfortable, really too comfortable. A few packs of pickled vegetables made everyone feel completely satisfied. Life in the apocalypse was still too hard. Even as evolvers, they lived from one meal to the next. Li Chen calmly took out a pack of cigarettes. He lit one with ease and exhaled a puff of smoke. Want one? Damn, boss, how do you have such good stuff? Give me one, I haven't smoked in ages. Red Hair nearly knelt before Li Chen. He used to be a chain smoker, going through a pack every day. Now, without cigarettes, he felt utterly uncomfortable. Here, smoke up. Li Chen handed out a cigarette to each person. Red Hair quickly ignited it with his powers, a flame bursting from his fingertips. Using his powers to light a cigarette was truly magical. Red Hair began to puff out clouds of smoke, his expression one of utter enjoyment. Damn, this is life. What kind of hellish days was I living before? If only we could have a bottle of beer too. Old Eagle suddenly spoke up. Beer? That's child's play. Li Chen immediately pulled out a case of beer from his space, a full 12 bottles. This. There's really beer? Damn, boss. Are you a god? Whatever you say is here? This is awesome. To think we can still drink beer in the apocalypse and eat white rice with pickled vegetables plus cigarettes, this is simply a heavenly experience. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Why didn't I meet boss earlier? That bastard Zhang Chang really deserves to die. The group began to curse Zhang Chang. With a new boss, life clearly had more hope. Next, Li Chen distributed 10 level 1 zombie cores to Red Hair, Old Eagle, and Zhou Xiaoqian, and gave Shadow 1 level 2 zombie core. They now had enough food and zombie cores, and their strength would soon undergo a transformation. Li Chen returned to his room and began to consume the level 2 zombie crystal core. Although the space blade had immense destructive power, it came with a severe toll on his own body. In a short period, Li Chen could only unleash it 5 times at most before falling into a state of exhaustion. Therefore, while this ability was powerful, its limitations were too high. It couldn't be used casually. However, if he could elevate it to level 3, perhaps everything would be different. The level 2 zombie crystal core melted instantly. In an instant, it transformed into a massive surge of energy rushing towards his limbs and bones. That tremendous impact, if it were an ordinary survivor, would likely be unbearable, leading to an immediate demise. But the physique of a level 2 evolver was already incredibly robust. Enduring such an energy shock was just about right. An hour later, Li Chen's body was once again reinforced, and the gray space in his mind had expanded directly to 30 cubic meters. An invisible force of spatial energy surged around him. He could clearly feel that controlling the space blade seemed to have become much easier. A strong sense of hunger swept over him again. Li Chen quickly took out a premium steak from his space and began to eat. After satisfying his hunger, he immediately consumed the second level 2 crystal core. Then he took the third level 2 crystal core. Finally, he consumed 60 level 1 crystal cores. It must be said that the enhancement effect of level 1 crystal cores had significantly diminished for level 2 evolvers. The enhancement effect of about 20 level 1 crystal cores could barely match that of one level 2 crystal core. The effect of 60 level 1 crystal cores was roughly equivalent to just 3 level 2 crystal cores. At this point, the gray space in Li Chen's mind had expanded to 80 cubic meters. Continuous enhancements also left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. It was already close to 10 o'clock at night. Time to sleep for now. City. 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen energetically got up from the floor. He quickly found a scale to weigh himself. The scale clearly displayed a weight of 75 kilograms. Why do I feel like I've grown 2 centimeters taller? I'm 182 cm now? Li Chen picked up his phone and ordered 20 takeout meals. Then he walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at his slightly thin reflection in the mirror, standing at 182 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, sharp features, and a deep gaze that sparkled like the stars, he looked like a handsome man. His former good looks had completely returned. In fact, he seemed even better than before. Very good. Finally slimmed down. But it seems I haven't awakened the ability of the spaceblade. Instead, it feels more like telekinesis. Li Chen's gaze sharpened, and he saw a bottle of shampoo not far away suddenly float into the air. Then the chairs and benches began to levitate. Under his mental command, a powerful mental force surged forth, allowing him to lift 100 kilograms without needing to physically touch it. He could probably lift up to 100 kilograms at most. Is this telekinesis? How amazing! It seems my mental power has turned into invisible arms that can extend automatically. I can see everything within 100 meters even with my eyes closed, and I can see through walls. Especially with telekinesis, lightweight objects like needles can move at high speeds under mental control, and even a tiny needle can unleash tremendous lethality. Boom! Under Li Chen's mental manipulation, a fine needle pierced through the wall, penetrating a 20-centimeter thick concrete wall completely. So powerful. What a pity. If this ability had awakened in Li Chen during the apocalypse, his efficiency in killing zombies would be absolutely beyond imagination. However, the lethality of the spaceblade is not weak. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the delivery arrived just in time. Li Chen ate while making a call to Sun Shoubiao. Boss, do you have any instructions? I need you to procure a batch of supplies and also help me buy a warehouse. I'll send you the shopping list later. Okay, boss. Before long, Sun Shoubiao received Li Chen's procurement list. 10 tons of rice, 10 tons of potatoes, 10 tons of corn, 10 tons of beef, 10 tons of lamb, 10 tons of cooking oil, 10 tons of vegetables, 1,000 barrels of gasoline. What does the boss need the gasoline barrels for? Forget it, it doesn't matter, just do as instructed. After sending the shopping list to Sun Shoubiao, Li Chen turned around and called Zhao Dahai. He asked him to help buy some jewelry and gold items, offering him a 10% profit. Zhao Dahai was thrilled. He could earn tens of millions in a month just by helping Li Chen with some jewelry and gold. And it was pure profit, with no risk of loss. This business was incredibly comfortable. It was almost like giving away money. Indeed, in the business world, having a benefactor is essential. Li Chen was Zhao Dahai's benefactor, like a father to him, even closer than a biological father. With Li Chen's help, Zhao Dahai would become the top jeweler in Jiangcheng in the future. At 2 in the afternoon, at Jiangdu University, at the school's east gate, a striking Porsche 718 drove into the campus, attracting the attention of many students. The next moment, the car door opened. A graceful beauty with flowing long hair, a sweet demeanor, and quite a bit of charm stepped out of the sports car. She wore Balenciaga shoes and carried a Chanel bag. The pleated skirt paired with a Gucci white shirt showcased her slender figure perfectly. Her legs were long and slim. Dressed in designer brands, she looked even more fashionable and captivating. Goodbye, brother Chu Chen. Sister Zixian, let's meet again next time, wait for my call. Hey, isn't that senior Feng Zixian? Why is she with that scumbag rich second generation Chu Chen? Isn't she Li Chen's girlfriend? Feng Zixian and Li Chen broke up a long time ago. You must have just found out, right? How could that be? Senior Li Chen is so handsome, and Senior Feng Zixian is beautiful too. Their relationship was so good, how could they break up? What you're saying is old news. You still don't know, right? Li Chen has gone insane, and after binge eating for a long time, he has turned into a dead fat pig. Plus, I heard in the alumni group that Li Chen has been abusing Sister Zixian for a long time, even breaking her ribs. This was revealed by Sister Zixian's best friend, Lin Xiaoxiao. And Sister Zixian didn't want her to say anything. Damn, is Li Chen really that much of a beast? Not just a beast, he's simply a monster. You guys have no idea what kind of grievances Sister Zixian has suffered. Li Chen has been abusing Sister Zixian for a long time, and he often asks her for money. If she doesn't give him money, he hits her. This animal is simply not human. Sister Zixian had to bear a high-interest loan of 300,000 just to pay off his gambling debts. In the end, it was Senior Chu Chen who helped solve this problem. You can't judge a person by their appearance. I didn't expect Li Chan to be so heartless. Sister Zi Xian almost got ruined by this beast. Passers-by were discussing animatedly. Recently, rumors about Li Chen having a mental illness and abusing Feng Zixian had been flying around the school. Many younger students were gritting their teeth in anger. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version drove into the campus. Damn, this is the latest model of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It must be over 10 million, right? Which rich second-generation kid is this driving such an impressive car? Isn't this 10 times better than the 718? Not just 10 times, it's at least 20 times. Usually, those who drive such luxury business cars are big bosses, right? Young rich second-generation kids don't drive cars like this, they don't have the capability. Look, there seems to be a handsome guy in the car, so handsome. At this moment, Feng Zixuan, standing by the roadside, also caught sight of the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. A sense of curiosity inevitably arose in her heart. After all, in real life, it's rare to see such multi-million-dollar luxury cars. The car door opened. A tall, perfectly proportioned, strikingly handsome man with extraordinary charisma, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stepped out of the car. In an instant, many girls by the roadside revealed their infatuated expressions. So handsome, really so handsome. It's over. This handsome guy has completely hit my aesthetic. I feel such a connection with him. Driving a Rolls-Royce, tall and handsome, isn't this the ultimate rich and handsome guy? Is the Prince Charming stepping into reality? My heart is racing so fast, I really want to go up and ask him for his WeChat. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Can I get to know you? Just as many girls were hesitating, suddenly a tall and lively girl boldly ran up to Li Chen to ask for his contact information. This girl was youthful and vibrant, full of confidence. Not only was she bold, but she was also genuinely beautiful. Hello, my name is Fu Daodu. Fu Daodu, I've heard of her, isn't she the most popular campus beauty among the freshmen? She's ranked alongside Chen Xiuhan, Feng Zixuan, Zhang Meiling, and Chu Tanny as one of the top 5 campus beauties at Zhejiang University. I didn't expect a campus beauty to be so proactive. Senior Li Chen, he seems to be Senior Li Chen. Damn, who the hell spread the rumor that Senior Li Chen has gone crazy, turned into a fat egg, and even photoshopped his pictures in the group? What the hell? Hello, I'm Li Chen. Are you scanning me or am I scanning you? Facing the lively beauty asking for his contact information, Li Chen did not refuse. He generously opened his QR code. Are you Senior Li Chen? You seem a bit different from the rumors. Ha ha. Fu Daodu had heard of Li Chen, a senior in his 3rd year who was once voted the most handsome guy at Zhejiang University. He was the best-looking guy in school. However, in his freshman year, he was taken by Feng Zixuan. He was already off the market. Recently, she heard that he had broken up with Feng Zixuan and had even gone crazy, with screenshots of his medical diagnosis and his greasy appearance after gaining weight circulating in the group. Rumors were flying everywhere. It was said that Feng Zixuan was the victim, but things seemed a bit different from the rumors. Wasn't Senior Li Chen looking quite normal? This didn't look like someone who had gone crazy at all. Ding! Scan successful. Fu Daodu directly added Li Chen on WeChat. At this moment, Feng Zixuan was filled with disbelief. Li Chen had actually succeeded in losing weight. And he had done it in such a short time. How was that possible? He couldn't have gone for liposuction, right? But even if he had, recovery wouldn't be this fast. And where did he get the Rolls-Royce from? Li Chen, this Rolls-Royce is rented, right? You think you can rent a luxury car, lose weight, and reappear in front of me to go back to the past? Don't dream, I've seen through your little scheme long ago. Hurry up and return the car, don't end up in debt just to satisfy a bit of male pride, making yourself all battered and bruised. What you're doing is very childish, you know? Feng Zixuan didn't know when she had run over. She lectured Li Chen without holding back. Get lost, slap. Li Chen swung his hand back and slapped Feng Zixuan across the cheek. It left her completely stunned. Feng Zixuan was instantly furious. You actually dared to hit me? Her face was one of disbelief. Li Chen had always been gentle with her. Even during arguments, he had never laid a finger on her. Now, without a word, he had slapped her face. This was simply too much. This scumbag, this beast, actually hitting a woman? I hit you. Weren't you saying in the group that I abused you? Am I, Li Chen, a lunatic who broke your ribs? Isn't it normal for me to slap you? It wasn't me who said that, it was Xiao Xiao. Isn't Lin Xiao Xiao your best friend? Didn't you give her that screenshot of your mental health record? Li Chen questioned coldly. To shamelessly cling to a rich second generation while portraying yourself as a victim and getting together with Chu Chen right after the breakup. Do you think I'm a fool? No, Li Chen, you have to let me explain. Enough. Breaking up is breaking up. Who you choose to be with is none of my business. But if you spread rumors about me after the breakup, you must apologize. I won't apologize. I didn't spread rumors about you, and you already have a mental illness. Isn't that a fact? You even rented a car to show off, and you hit a woman. Li Chen, has your true scumbag nature finally been exposed? Breaking up with you was the best decision I've ever made. With that slap, you've severed all the feelings we had between you and me. It's all over. Feng Zishuan shouted resolutely. After saying that, she ran away in tears. She looked like a delicate pear blossom, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Li Chen, you will regret this. Brother Chu Chen has already promised to help me rent a villa, and he will buy me a villa in the future. My life from now on will be something you, this loser, can only dream of. You can live with your regrets and remorse for the rest of your life. Upon hearing that Li Chen rented a luxury car to show off, many girls who were previously infatuated suddenly snapped back to reality. Although Li Chen was still very handsome, this kind of behavior was somewhat off-putting. Trying too hard to show off was the most fatal flaw. He was indeed handsome, but he was also truly pathetic. Show off, pathetic guy. No matter how handsome you are, it's all just a facade. Li Chen really hit a girl, this time it's solid evidence, right? Feng Zishuan cheated and spread rumors, tarnishing Li Chen's name. Shouldn't she be hit? Putting aside the facts, does Li Chen have even a tiny bit of fault? Regardless of whether Feng Zishuan cheated or spread rumors, he shouldn't have laid a hand on her. At that moment, Feng Zishuan was about to explode with anger. She immediately called Chu Chen to vent her frustrations. Her crying was truly heart-wrenching. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen immediately said he would teach Li Chen a lesson and make him pay a painful price. He promised Feng Zishuan that he would take her to rent a villa in the afternoon, fulfilling her dream of living in the coveted Wanding Academy villa community. Coincidentally, the agent had mentioned that there was a villa available for rent in Wanding Academy for 50,000 yuan a month, extremely luxurious, worth 50 million. The owners living there were all either rich or noble. Once Chu Chen inherited his family business, he would buy a villa like that for her. Feng Zishuan was overjoyed. At 3 in the afternoon, Chu Chen drove a Porsche 718, taking Feng Zishuan into the underground garage of Wanding Academy. Inside the garage, various Bentleys, Aston Martins, Mercedes G-Class, Ferraris, Porsche Panameras, Maserati Quattroports, and Lamborghinis were everywhere. Just one of those cars was worth over $1 million. Even the BMW 7 Series could only be considered the most ordinary car here. It was utterly unremarkable. A Porsche 718 drove into such an underground garage, instantly seeming to lack any presence. It was quite disappointing. Wow, how is this? Underground garage decorated like a 5-star hotel? I didn't expect an underground garage to look this good. Is this the garage of a top luxury mansion? Feng Zishuan said, her face filled with astonishment. Clearly, she was shocked by the opulence of the garage. There was even a starry ceiling in the garage? Calm down, Zishuan. It's just a luxury mansion. You'll be living here long term, and after a while, you'll get used to it. It's just a garage, nothing to be amazed about. Chu Chen, wearing sunglasses, smirked and said nonchalantly, trying to appear worldly. He was completely unfazed. Brother Chu Chen, you're amazing. Without you, I could never live in such a luxurious villa in my lifetime. I feel like even the air here smells good. I can't wait to move here. Feng Zishuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly took out her phone to take pictures, preparing to post on her social media later. She had even thought of the caption. Moving. Finally living in my dream home. So happy. Life should be about striving. Beauty should bloom. Let's go. Then she tagged the location as Wanding Academy Villa Community when posting. Her friends would definitely drool with envy. It would also be a perfect chance to show Li Chen, that loser, just how well she was doing after their breakup. You rent a luxury car and dare to show off in front of me? Do you think that can slap me in the face? Dream on. I dated you for 3 years. I know exactly what a loser you are. Can you afford a Rolls Royce? You probably can't even buy a wheel rim. Showing off? Who are you? Trying to impress? Hello, are you Mr. Chu and Miss Feng? I'm the agent manager you contacted. This afternoon, I'm here to show you the house. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Okay, Xiao Zhang, just take us to see the house. Soon, under the guidance of the agent, Chu Chen and Feng Zishuan entered the DW8 Garden Villa. This villa had 3 floors, with an ultra-luxurious walk-in closet and bedrooms, as well as a private outdoor swimming pool and garden. Not only was the environment beautiful and the scenery pleasant, but the community was also a peaceful oasis amidst the hustle and bustle, making it incredibly refreshing. Feng Zishuan found nothing to be dissatisfied with. She had a lot of clothes and loved the oversized walk-in closet. She could already envision bringing a group of girlfriends over to visit after renting this villa. They would throw a birthday party, enjoy the compliments from everyone, satisfy her vanity. So satisfying. Brother Chu Chen, I really like this house, let's rent this one. There aren't many houses for rent in Wanding Academy, and this one is so new and luxurious. 50,000 a month is already a great deal. Feng Zishuan quickly pouted. Alright then, Xiao Zhang, just contact the landlord, we'll rent it. Chu Chen had also considered it thoroughly. The rent for this villa, given its level of luxury, was really not high. The price offered by the landlord was quite sincere. If they didn't rent it, it would probably be taken by someone else in just a few days. Okay, I'll send you the landlord's WeChat right away. Here's a standard electronic contract. If there are no issues, you can sign it online directly on your phone. I heard the landlord is a young person, so they should be easy to talk to. A young landlord who can afford such a big villa, could they be A rich second generation? Feng Zishuan asked curiously. I don't know about that. After all, someone who can afford a 50 million villa must have unfathomable strength. Xiao Zhang replied. Feng Zishuan's eyes flickered, feeling a bit restless. If she could add this landlord on WeChat and make a friend, she might just enter the upper echelons of society. Indeed, like attracts like and people form groups. In such a high-end villa community, it's easy to meet young millionaires. Usually, people like this are completely out of reach. Feng Zishuan had just added him on WeChat when she suddenly felt that this ID seemed a bit familiar. This? Hello? Is this Mr. Li? Today, there are 2 tenants who are interested in renting your villa garden at Wanding Academy. Do you have time to sign the contract? The agent Xiao Zhang asked over the phone. Is the person wanting to rent my house named Feng Zishuan? A young man's voice on the other end asked coldly. Yes, this lady's name is Feng Zishuan, and the gentleman is called Chu Chen. Tell him to get lost, my house is not for her. Beep beep beep. The call was quickly hung up. The agent was left dumbfounded. Feng Zishuan was even more bewildered, her face showing an expression of utter shock. How is that possible? This villa belongs to Li Chen? Impossible, absolutely impossible? I don't believe it. Feng Zishuan was completely thrown off balance. Miss Feng, do you know this landlord? He is my ex-boyfriend. The agent Xiao Zhang. Chu Chen's mindset was also crumbling. Damn it, is today the day I get slapped in the face after trying to show off? Feng Zishuan's ex-boyfriend was a poor loser, right? How could he be so wealthy? Faced with this situation, he could only adjust his strategy promptly. Xiao Zhang, you didn't get a person wrong, did you? Could it be that you colluded with Li Chen? Mr. Chu, Alright, stop talking, just shut up. Zishuan, actually I think this house isn't that great. The stairs in the villa are very inconvenient. Cleaning is a hassle, it looks luxurious but is just superficial. I have my eye on a large flat. Living in a flat is actually much more comfortable and it has a river view. The scenery is better too. I'll contact the agent. Over there right now, the houses at Wanjing are also very good. Chu Chen immediately started to make contact. Feng Zishuan nodded. However, the fact that Li Chen owned a villa lingered in her mind. What is the truth? Half an hour later, they arrived at Wanjing. Hello, are you Mr. Chu and Miss Feng? I'm Agent Xiao Wu. Currently, there are only 3 houses for rent at Wanjing. Which one are you interested in? We're interested in the one with the most luxurious decoration. That should be 2802 in Building 6. This house was just listed. The layout is excellent, the decoration is luxurious, and it has a 12-meter riverview balcony. The key point is, it is said that the landlord of this house is very impressive, a mysterious rich man in Jiangcheng, owning a total of 128 houses, all paid in full. Agent Xiao Wu said mysteriously. Who knows where he heard this gossip? Wow, is he that impressive? Indeed, this landlord listed 128 houses on the agent platform all at once, all for rent. It's hard not to notice. Soon, Feng Zishuan and Chu Chen, under the guidance of Agent Xiao Wu, arrived at room 2802. In Building 6. Opening the door, a luxurious flat immediately came into view. An oversized living room, a well-lit bedroom, floor-to-ceiling windows, a luxurious study, a walk-in closet, a bathroom, a bathtub, everything one could wish for. The 12-meter balcony overlooking the Yangtze River offers a breathtaking view of the beautiful scenery. The 280-square-meter house has a spacious feel. Feng Zishuan instantly fell in love again. It felt like a large flat, which was indeed quite nice. This was completely her dream home. Although the villa was wonderful, she equally liked a large flat. Brother Chu Chen, I really like this house too. Let's rent this one, okay? The rent for this house is about 39,000 a month, and the payment is made every 6 months, with a deposit of 1 month and 6 months rent in advance. If you're sure, we can contact the landlord to sign the contract right now. Sure. Chu Chen waved his hand casually. The agent created a group chat. He directly added Chu Chen, Feng Zishuan, and Li Chen into it. When Feng Zishuan saw Li Chen's WeChat profile picture, she was instantly dumbfounded again. Mr. Li, this is Ms. Feng and Mr. Chu, who want to rent your house in Wanjiang community. When would it be convenient for you to sign the contract? Feng Zishuan, are you haunting me or what? You just added me on WeChat to rent Wanding Academy, and now you're in a group wanting to rent Wanjiang. There are so many houses, why do you have to rent mine? Damn you. Don't make me curse at you. I'm a person of quality, unless I can't help it. After typing his insults, Li Chen directly left the group. Feng Zishuan looked at the messages in the group, completely disheveled in the wind. Stunned, breathless, petrified, dumbfounded. At this moment, her heart was shocked beyond measure. The large flat in Wanjiang belongs to Li Chen? The villa garden in Wanding Academy is Li Chen's? He owns 128 fully paid houses? He even bought a new Rolls-Royce Phantom? He's lost weight and looks so handsome now. Is all of this real? Could it be that Li Chen is a hidden rich man who has concealed everything from me for 3 years, all to test me? My God, suddenly, a feeling of regret surged within her. If all of this were true, then when Li Chen appeared in front of her driving a Rolls-Royce, it wasn't an act of showing off at all. He was just returning to his true self. Looking at Chu Chen again, driving a second-hand 718 and needing to rent a house. He wasn't even as handsome as Li Chen. How could he possibly compare to Li Chen in any way? Why is this happening? How could this be? I don't believe it. At this moment, Chu Chen was also a bit annoyed. The 2 consecutive blunders made him feel quite embarrassed. What's with Li Chen acting all high and mighty? Does he really take himself seriously? I refuse to believe it. There are so many houses in Zhangcheng. Could every single one be his? Chu Chen opened the rental app. He began to search for listings again. Soon, he locked onto one of them. This house in Jiangshan sequence is also nice, close to your school. Although, it's a bit worse than Wanjianyipin. A 3-bedroom apartment is enough for you living alone. Mr. Chu, it seems that the house in Jiangshan sequence also belongs to Mr. Li. Little Wu said, sweating on his forehead. What about this one in Wonkong? Also Mr. Li's. And Longjing? Still Mr. Li's. Damn it, this house in Panlong Mountain can't possibly belong to Li Chen, right? It really doesn't. The agent, Little Wu, wiped his sweat. Enough, Chu Chen. The house in Panlong Mountain is almost in the suburbs, 20 kilometers from my school. Why would I rent so far? I don't want to rent anymore. Let's leave it at that for today. I'm going back to the dorm. Feng Zixuan took a taxi back to school. She felt somewhat lost. It was as if she had picked up a sesame seed but lost a watermelon. She was extremely frustrated. What kind of person was Li Chen? Why, after being together for 3 years, did it seem like she had never really understood him? By the way, I heard about Li Chen's family background from him. In fact, I never investigated it. Moreover, he is not an ordinary student at all. He prepares a little surprise for me every month, a small gift. Although it's not expensive, it's very thoughtful. He even bought me a cat, rented me a place, and spends at least over 10,000 a month on me. An ordinary student only has a living allowance of about 2,000, which is simply not enough to cover my expenses. This says a lot. So, Li Chen has been deceiving me from the very beginning. He is actually a rich second generation, a super rich second generation. Li Chen, you've hidden this from me for so long. After being together for 3 years, you still refuse to open your heart to me, even pretending to be mentally ill and deliberately gaining weight to make me back off? Humph. You big liar. Feng Zixuan suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. She had fallen into a trap. If Li Chen had confessed his identity to her earlier, how could she have broken up with him? She would never have been tempted by Chu Chen. She should have been living in a big villa. The more Feng Zixuan thought about it, the more regretful she became and the more uncomfortable she felt inside. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Li Chen arrived at a warehouse and began transporting supplies into his mental space. At this point, his internal space had expanded to 80 cubic meters, allowing him to store a large amount of supplies at once. All the rice, flour, oil, grains, fruits, and vegetables that Sun Xiaobiu had procured were directly emptied by him. With so many supplies, it was enough for Li Chen in the apocalypse to establish a small survivor base. Although the evolution team currently only had 5 members, it was time to prepare for the future. In the apocalypse, fighting alone ultimately has its limitations. Moreover, Li Chen needed to collect a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels. He couldn't possibly go out to collect them himself every time, as that would be far too inefficient. It wastes time and energy. If he could have more people collecting gold, silver, and jewels, giving them a bit of food to form a scavenger team would definitely be much faster than collecting alone. After all, many hands make light work. To improve efficiency, establishing a survivor base was very necessary. Li Chen wasn't lacking in supplies. Having more people to support was no pressure at all. One must have a boss mentality. You can't do everything yourself. Otherwise, even if you work yourself to death, you won't finish. After leaving the warehouse, Li Chen returned to Jiangcheng Yuyuan 501. He began to take out the first-level crystal cores to consume. Although the first-level crystal cores had significantly reduced effects for second-level evolvers, it was still better than nothing. Li Chen had only 16 first-level crystal cores left, and he consumed them all, increasing his space to 88 cubic meters. His ability to control objects with his mind seemed to have strengthened a bit as well. Now, in extreme conditions, he could mentally manipulate objects weighing up to 180 kilograms. Finally, he kept one third-level zombie crystal core for himself to use when he broke through to level 3. In the apocalypse, Li Chen woke up from his sleep. Early in the morning, Shadow, Eagle, Fireman, and Zhou Shaoqian had already started a fire to cook. They began to eat like crazy. Fireman was shoveling rice while excitedly shouting, I broke through. I've advanced to a second-level ability user. I'm not the same as before. My fire ability can now be continuously released over a dozen times. And I can also condense a larger fireball. Under the control of the red-haired man, a super large fireball with a radius of a full meter was formed in his hands. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, at least several thousand degrees, as if it could melt iron. Zhou Shaoqian was not to be outdone either. She also successfully broke through to become a second-level water ability user. At the first level, her ability was the weakest. She could barely act as a support, providing drinking water, bathing water, and storing clean water in tanks. That was all. However, after breaking through to level 2, the situation clearly changed. Her water-based abilities had begun to possess sufficient lethality. Water arrows, under her control, condensed into ice, transforming into hundreds of ice arrows, incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of wide-area attacks. Their killing power was almost on par with that of Red Hair. The eagle's keen eyesight had expanded its reconnaissance range, now covering a radius of 10 kilometers. Shadow had not broken through to level 3, but her speed had increased. She had nearly reached a speed of 5 seconds per 100 meters. Li Chen pushed open the door. He could distinctly feel the different aura of his teammates. Great, it seems you all have broken through. Our task today is to clear all the zombies in Wuxiang City, while also rescuing survivors and collecting supplies. I am a bit different from Zhang Chang. He doesn't care about the lives of ordinary survivors, but I do. In the face of the apocalypse, with order collapsing, humanity twisted, and morality decaying, survivors have become a scattered mass, even killing each other. As evolvers, as new humans, if we do not help other survivors, this apocalyptic world will only become increasingly difficult to survive. We cannot produce supplies, nor can we farm. Even if we possess greater power, there will always come a day when we run out. Individual strength is ultimately limited. Only by gathering together, forming a survivor base, and rebuilding order in this apocalypse can we find a direction for future development. At the same time, this is also for our own sake. Don't you want to become the leader of the base, commanding the winds and rains, showing off your might? Don't you want to gain power and status? Li Chen's impassioned speech instantly stirred the blood of Red Hair and the others. Boss, what you said really moves me, but we have to consider a practical issue. We simply don't have enough supplies to support a group of survivors. Collecting supplies is so difficult now. We evolvers are barely getting by. How can we support other survivors? Red Hair spread his hands. Clearly, ideals were colliding with reality. Who wouldn't want to achieve great things and dominate the apocalypse? But one must also consider practical issues. Just feeding that many people would consume a tremendous amount of food daily. Can you afford it? To sustain them until they can produce supplies is definitely a long process. Who can withstand that? Who says we can't do it? To tell you the truth, I, Li Chen, awakened my spatial abilities at the very beginning of the apocalypse, and I emptied several large supermarkets at that time. The supplies I have stored are enough for us to establish a small survivor base. If you follow me, Li Chen, you won't have to worry about food and drink. Of course, don't entertain any crooked thoughts. If anything happens to me, all the supplies will be banished to the void, and you won't get a single hair. As long as you support me, you will have endless supplies. Li Chen grinned. With a wave of his hand, he produced a full 100 gene of fresh frozen beef. Holy crap! Is this beef and it's fresh? His teammates were shocked. But did you think this was the end? This was just the beginning. Next, Li Chen took out an alcohol stove, pots and pans, Sichuan hot pot base, eggs, bok choy, potato slices, shrimp paste, beef balls, lamb slices, fatty beef, asparagus, tofu skin, fish slices, sesame sauce, apples, bananas, pears, cucumbers, and oranges. Not only were the hot pot ingredients complete, but damn, there was even a fruit platter. This wave completely stunned several evolvers. Come on, today let's casually have a hot pot for breakfast, and I'll give each of you 2 bottles of beer. I, Li Chen, will not treat my people poorly. Damn it. A few of the evolved were still in a daze. They were shocked and terrified. In this apocalyptic world, they could still enjoy such authentic hot pot. What more could they ask for? Originally, after breaking through to the second level of evolution, these guys had developed a bit of rebelliousness. But under Li Chen's sweet talk, their rebelliousness was instantly crushed. Following a space-type ability user, enjoying delicious food every day, how could they still think of rebelling? Are you sure that if you kill Li Chen, you can still live such a good life? Moreover, Li Chen himself was quite powerful. They might not even be his match. Killing Li Chen might just lead them back to a life of hunger and feasting at random. Only a fool would do that. On the contrary, they should protect Li Chen well. Just like protecting their own father. They couldn't let Li Chen encounter any danger. Otherwise, where would they find such a good life in the future? Li Chen is ultimately your father. Damn, this hot pot is too delicious, so authentic, it's amazing. Only eating meat is truly satisfying. Hot pot with beer, this is what life is about. What we had before was worse than pigs and dogs. Zhang Chang used to give us hard and unappetizing bread. He really deserves to die. Boss, I really admire you. Indeed, space-type ability users are the most awesome. In this meal, the 5 evolved managed to finish off 100 pounds of beef. Indeed, the appetite of evolved beings is not something ordinary people can compare with. The higher the level of the evolved, the more they eat. After eating and drinking their fill, the 5 casually found 2 cars by the roadside, and Li Chen took out some gasoline barrels to refuel. He also gave Hong Mao 10 barrels of gasoline. The gasoline barrels combined with fire-type abilities could greatly enhance his lethality. Li Chen had already witnessed this last time. This time, it was specially prepared for him. Hong Mao was already used to it. His mind had long been numbed. Just gasoline barrels. Is there anything Li Chen can't take out? 5 people, 2 cars. Soon they arrived back at Wanxiang City. Although the team was missing the muscular Zhang Chang, the strength of the evolved team had improved significantly compared to yesterday. All 5 team members were at the second level. Their strength was much stronger than yesterday. Something's not right. It seems that too. Third-level zombies have appeared in Wanxiang City today, and most of the ordinary zombies have leveled up. Over 30 second-level zombies have actually appeared. Eagle used his eagle eye to scan and observe the situation. Inside Wanxiang City in advance. Why has the evolution speed of the zombies suddenly accelerated? Look, the alley where we fought yesterday, the corpses of the zombies have almost been completely devoured, which means that after these zombies die, the others will feast on them. They can speed up their evolution by devouring the flesh and blood of their kind? Zhou Xiaoqian speculated. It seems to be true. We evolved beings are evolving, and the zombies are also evolving, and their speed is not slower than ours. And this is just in the city. Zombies are our main opponents. If we go into the wild, various snakes, insects, rodents, and wild beasts might also be evolving. Crazily. If human survivors do not hurry to complete their evolution, the opponents they face in the future will only become stronger, and the pressure to survive will only increase. Even if you have enough supplies, then it will be hard to survive. Shadow analyzed rationally. We must clear out Wanxiang City today. Let's use Wanxiang City as a temporary base to shelter survivors. Is everyone ready for battle? Ready, boss. The 5. Second level evolved directly headed into Wanxiang City. The scattered zombies by the roadside were easily cleared away. They walked through the gates of Wanxiang City. In an instant, hundreds of zombies, grotesque and terrifying, charged forward. Soon, a horde of corpses formed. Li Chen waved his hand, and 10 gasoline barrels were flung into the air. Red Hair, get ready to ignite. Li Chen commanded. Red Hair's flames roiled in his hands, and a fireball shot out, instantly hitting a gasoline barrel. The barrel exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 gasoline barrels exploded in succession, creating a sea of fire. Hundreds of zombies were instantly roasted by the flames. The scene was chaotic. Red Hair stood amidst the inferno, resembling a god of fire. His fire-based abilities not only allowed him to condense flames but also to control them. With the aid of the gasoline fire, his fire abilities were amplified to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Hundreds, even thousands, of fireballs coalesced around him. Flame manipulation, precise strikes. One zombie after another was accurately hit in the head. Level 1 zombies and ordinary zombies were instantly taken out. Level 2 zombies seemed to have some resistance. Soon, 5 or 6 agile zombies broke through the sea of fire, charging towards Li Chen and the others at an incredible speed. Li Chen flicked his fingers. A blade of space instantly severed the heads of the level 2 zombies. His attack was formless and intangible. It felt as if the zombies' heads had simply dropped off on their own. Li Chen flicked his fingers again, and another level 2 zombie's head fell. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Chen had already struck 6 times. 6 level 2 zombies had been eliminated before they could even reach him. The others once again had a direct sense of Li Chen's strength, killing without a trace. The power of a space ability user was indeed terrifying. When dealing with such a person, you might not even know how you died. Just like Zhang Chang, who couldn't react at all when the opponent struck. This feels great. If I had an endless supply of gasoline barrels, I could sweep through Wanxiang City all by myself. Red Hair was now full of vigor. He had single-handedly wiped out over 100 zombies, an unstoppable force. Although he had relied on the power of the gasoline barrels, it was enough to demonstrate his strength. Facing 100 alone, he felt like shouting out loud. Who else? Roar! 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 Zombies, as a species, had no concept of fear. After exterminating over 100 zombies, all the zombies in Wanxiang City began to swarm towards them. This time, Li Chen directly released 50 gasoline barrels. Red Hair, it's time for you to show your true strength. Blow this bunch of losers away. Alright, boss, watch me shine. As the zombies surged, 400 to 500 of them quickly rushed forward in a dense mass. Red Hair's flames roiled in his hands. High-temperature fireballs fell onto the gasoline barrels. Boom! The sky-high flames ignited the entire Wanxiang City Mall, turning a 100-meter radius into a sea of fire. Damn, this fire is too big. Wanxiang City is going to burn down because of us. Red Hair, you are the #1 in destruction. The surging flames turned one zombie after another into charred remains. Even some level 2 zombies were burned to death. The remaining 2 level 3 zombies seemed to have developed a bit of intelligence and did not foolishly charge forward. Instead, they fled Wanxiang City. While the fire raged, this was something Li Chen had not anticipated. Boss, the level 2 and level 1 zombies have basically been cleared out, but those 2 level 3 zombies got away. Their speed is extremely fast. We might not be able to catch up. The eagle used his eagle eye to scan and locked onto the 2 fleeing level 3 zombies, which had already escaped 5 kilometers away. The speed was astonishing. Forget it. If we can't catch up, then don't chase. Xiao Qian, bring down some rain to put out the fire. The big fire is almost out. Don't burn up all the crystal cores. The rest of you, follow me to search for supplies. Remember, all the gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and emeralds in Wuxiang City, you all take them with you. I'll give each of you a bag, and you can use the gold and silver to exchange for food with me. Ah, boss, what do you want those things for? These gold, silver, and jade are just pretty to look at. They don't fill your stomach or quench your thirst. We're in the apocalypse. What's the use of gold and jewelry? Hong Mao asked, puzzled. Is it wrong for me to like them? You just need to know that you can use these things to exchange for food with me, and that's enough. For 1 kilogram of gold, I'll give you 1 kilogram of rice. Isn't that fair? Wow, there's such a good deal? Boss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. After that, everyone began to collect crystal cores and supplies. Wuxiang City does have supermarkets, and indeed, due to the zombie occupation, there were quite a few supplies left. Fresh fruits and meats might be gone, but there were plenty of puffed snacks and canned goods left. Li Chen wasn't really interested in these, but he still symbolically cleared them out. Having spatial abilities is so convenient for the boss, otherwise we wouldn't be able to carry all these supplies. Today can be said to be a great harvest. Today, we collected a total of 35 second-level crystal cores and 380 first-level crystal cores. Of all the crystal cores, except for 20% that need to be submitted to the team, the remaining 80% will be distributed reasonably based on this team's combat performance. You can also use crystal cores to exchange for supplies. With me. Here, 1 first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 5 pounds of rice or half a pound of beef. 1 second-level crystal core can be exchanged for 50 kilograms of rice or 10 pounds of beef. Gold and jewelry can also be exchanged for food supplies. Boss, I just collected quite a bit of gold and jade, as well as emerald bracelets. How much food can these be exchanged for? Hong Mao took out a large backpack from behind him. It was filled with gold and jade, conservatively estimated to weigh about 30 kilograms. Among them, the gold jewelry alone weighed 15 kilograms, worth around 8 million. There were about 100 emerald jade bracelets, all genuine from big brands, with each worth at least several tens of thousands, and there were even bracelets worth $1 million. This bag of jade and gold was conservatively estimated to be worth around 20 million. Very good. For this bag, I'll count it as 20 kilograms of rice, plus 30 sausages and 3 pounds of beef. What do you think? Boss is brilliant. These worthless things can be exchanged for so much food. It's simply too cost-effective. Hong Mao looked delighted. This was a total win. Boss, I also have a bag here with quite a few gold bricks, as well as Hutian jade, platinum, diamonds, and silverware. I have 50 kilograms here. Eagle also opened his backpack. For these, I'll count it as 30 kilograms of rice. Boss is amazing. Eagle's face was beaming. How much do you think this is worth? Shadow hadn't taken much. She casually pulled out a huge sapphire necklace and a pair of imperial green jade rings, an imperial green necklace, an imperial green ring, an imperial green bracelet, an imperial green earring, and an imperial green hairpin. Wow, the heart of the ocean, a full set of imperial green jewelry? Li Chen was almost shocked. This set of imperial green jewelry was conservatively estimated to be worth over 500 million, right? Plus the legendary gemstone necklace, the Ocean Star. Wouldn't that be worth $1 billion? $1 billion. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to spend it. Stay calm. Keep cool. This set of jewelry should have been prepared by the jewelers in Wuxiang City for an upcoming exhibition, and it is extremely valuable. However, they never expected that before the exhibition could even begin, the apocalypse would arrive. The order has collapsed. Once priceless top-tier jewelry is now worth nothing. It can be said that fate plays tricks on people. Boss, since you like jewelry and gemstones, this set is definitely the best of the best. If one day social order can be re-established, this set of jewelry will still hold significant collectible value. But who knows when that day will come? Perhaps humanity will have gone extinct by then, Shadow said with a hint of pessimism. Very well, I acknowledge the value of this jewelry. I will give you 100 kilograms of rice, plus 100 kilograms of beef and 100 kilograms of mutton. What do you think? Sounds good. You don't have to give me the supplies right now. Let's store this food in your space for now. It's not convenient for me to carry so much, and it's not safe either. Just keep the supplies in your space and keep a record. That's the safest way, Shadow said. Yes, I think Sister Shadow is right. If you exchange the supplies with me now, it's really inconvenient to hold them. Although we have a vehicle, it could encounter zombies or mutated beasts at any time, and it's easy to lose things. It's safest to store them in your space. Red Hair nodded in agreement. In the end, they returned the exchanged food to Li Chen. The eagle did the same. In the Evolver team, only Zhou Xiaoqian didn't collect any gold or silver jewelry this time, mainly because her hands were too slow. That works too. Zhou Xiaoqian, you can keep a record for them so they can withdraw anytime. In the future, any supplies you obtain can be stored here for free, and you can take them whenever you want. This way, we can go into battle light and increase the team's efficiency. After some discussion, in the end, Li Chen spent nothing and paid nothing, yet obtained all the gold, silver, jewelry, and all the zombie crystal cores. His internal space surprisingly functioned. Like a bank, the zombies in Wanxiang City were cleared out. Nearby survivors were also very keenly aware of this situation. Several survivor teams led by first-level evolvers noticed this. Damn, it seems like the zombies in Wanxiang City have been cleared out. How is that possible? Wanxiang City is a zombie hotspot with thousands of zombies inside and quite a few second-level zombies. Even a third-level zombie king was born. How could it be cleared out? Really, I just observed the area nearby and all the zombies have been taken down. Countless zombies were burned to ashes. There must be an extremely powerful evolver team that accomplished this feat. That's incredible. Just how strong is this evolver team? To take down thousands of zombies? Could it be that a third-level superpower has emerged? Very likely. Wanxiang City has always been occupied by hordes of zombies and the supermarkets inside haven't been looted by survivors yet. There must be a lot of supplies. Our food has been nearly exhausted. Without food, we will definitely starve. We must go to Wanxiang City to search for supplies. A wild first-level evolver calmly analyzed. Sun Yuhan, are you crazy? A powerful evolver team that can take down thousands of zombies would let you search for supplies? Trying to get a hold of the strong supplies is no different from seeking death. We've reached the end of our rope. We must give it a try. If we can join their team, maybe we can survive. Sun Yuhan said decisively. Although she was just a level 1 evolver with little combat power, she had awakened an extremely useful healing ability. She could heal her teammates' injuries in a short time. This ability was a very valuable skill for many evolver teams. However, Sun Yuhan herself had a serious character flaw. She was inherently a saint, rushing to help some insignificant survivors and even giving away the team's supplies to others. It was a miracle that someone like her had survived for more than 2 months in the apocalypse. Moreover, as she helped more and more people, a survivor team of over 50 had formed around her. With so many people, the daily consumption of supplies was severe. They had managed to survive until now because they occupied a large supermarket supplies before the apocalypse began. But even so, they were already running out. Before long, Sun Yuhan led the more than 50 survivors into Wanxiang City. Sister Yuhan, why don't we just leave? The evolvers here, except for you, are really hard to deal with. They don't see us ordinary people as human beings. Not only do they kill at will, but they also bully us. You're so beautiful, I'm worried. Yeah, last time I met an evolver, I told him I was willing to be his dog, just hoping he could give me some food. In the end, he broke my leg without a word and mocked me for being useless. If it weren't for Sister Yuhan saving me, I would have been left to rot in the wilderness. Evolvers look down on us. They don't care about our lives. In this brutal era, they might even kill us for meat, treating us as live food. When talking about other evolvers, these ordinary survivors' eyes were filled with fear. Society was too cruel. They had already been beaten down. The idea of the strong being respected had unconsciously taken root. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant in Wanxiang City? Do you not want to live? As the survivors just entered Wanxiang City, a loud roar suddenly came at them. A red-haired man dressed in leather, wearing sunglasses, and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle had a wicked smirk at the corner of his mouth. At first glance, he was clearly not a good person. The red-haired man spread his hands, and 2 massive fireballs began to form in his palms. Flames surged around him as if the fire god had descended. He looked incredibly intimidating. Humph. A bunch of trash. Don't you know that Wanxiang City has already been occupied by us? Xiao Qian also let out a cold snort. Countless splashes of water erupted around her, and a giant water snake coiled around her. At the same time, an eagle raised its sniper rifle. Shadows moved like ghosts, leaving a trail in the air as they circled behind all the survivors at an incredible speed. This explosive entrance immediately stunned the 50 survivors. Some were so frightened they knelt on the ground. Great One, spare us. Great One, please spare us. We don't dare to compete with you for supplies. We only ask that you let us go and give us a chance to live. Survivors who had experienced the brutality of the apocalypse knew all too well that evolvers could sometimes be more terrifying than zombies. In a world where order had collapsed, there were no laws to restrain them. Powerful evolvers had absolute dominance over ordinary people. Whether they killed you or treated you like a dog, you had no power to resist. The evolvers before them were clearly not to be trifled with. They looked like bad people, definitely ruthless and unflinching in killing. Enough. Stop it all. At the critical moment, Li Chen made his appearance. He walked over calmly, hands behind his back, dressed in white, exuding a faint aura of dominance. As his words fell, Hong Mao and Zhou Xiaoqian dispersed the water snakes and flames surrounding them like loyal guardians. The eagle also put away his sniper rifle. Shadows returned to Li Chen's side like ghosts. Standing in the center, Li Chen undoubtedly radiated the aura of a big shot. He was clearly the leader among the 5 evolvers. Just how powerful was he to make the other evolvers bow down to him? He must be the legendary level 3 ability user. Are you here to search for supplies? I'm afraid the resources in Wanxiang City have already been cleaned out by us. Boss, can we follow you? We're on the brink of starvation. Despite knowing the hope was slim, Sun Yuhan decided to give it a try. After all, they had nothing left to lose. Death awaited them either way. Suddenly, Sun Yuhan's hands emitted a shimmering green light. This was enough to prove that she was indeed an ability user. I am a healing type ability user. The fluorescence in my hands can heal injuries in a very short time. I can still be of some use to your team. Alright, a healing type ability user qualifies to join my team. Li Chen nodded. Another talent had appeared in the Evolver team, and it was one that had come forward voluntarily, so naturally he would take her in. I have one condition. If you want me to join, you must take in these 50 survivors. As long as you agree, I am willing to do anything you ask. At this, Li Chen almost laughed but pretended to frown in dissatisfaction. You can join, but what abilities do these people have? I can do computer programming. I can fix circuits. I can appraise jewelry. I can repair houses. I can cook. I can screw bolts. I can do accounting. I used to be an accountant. I can clean windows. A few scattered voices rose from the crowd, but they quickly lowered their heads again. Clearly, they knew their skills were hardly impressive. In the apocalypse, what use were these random skills? Would anyone really hire you? If you couldn't kill zombies, you were useless. Completely worthless. If you were pretty, maybe you could provide some relief for the boss, and he might let you have a meal, but that was about it. TCH, a bunch of useless people can't do anything. Keeping you around is just a waste of rations. Hong Mao scoffed, his expression one of utter disdain. But no one dared to refute him. Fine, seeing your abilities have some use, I'll let you stay for now. However, under my command, I don't keep idle people. I'll assign you a task: clean up Wanxiang City. Those who participate in the labor today will each receive half a gene of rice. As Li Chen's words fell, the group of survivors was instantly filled with surprise. Wow, they were really taken in by the Evolver boss? Cleaning up would earn them half a gene of rice. This was a huge boost. 2 hours later, the sanitation in Wanxiang City had been basically cleaned up. It looked much more pleasant. Li Chen waved his hand, and a 25 gene bag of rice appeared on the ground to be distributed among the 50 survivors. As for their Evolver team, they naturally found a few tables and cooking utensils and directly started a hot pot, steak, and whole roasted lamb feast. This left the ordinary survivors dumbfounded. This is actually a whole roasted lamb? And it's cumin flavored. How fragrant. Lords of the Evolvers, can we really eat roasted whole lamb in this apocalypse? And there's hot pot, steak. I'm starting to drool. I can't hold back anymore. Having rice to eat is already good enough. Look at their status compared to ours. Boss Li's supplies seem to have come out of thin air. Could it be that Boss Li is a magical space-type ability user with a personal space? It must be so. It's truly impressive. Captain Li's supplies must be abundant. After all the resources of Wanxiang City have been seized by Captain Li. I wonder what hobbies Captain Li has. If we could cater to his interests, maybe we could improve our meals. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Now that they had submitted to Li Chen, they naturally needed to understand his preferences to fit in better within the team. Some of the more attractive girls had already thought of using seduction. Meanwhile, the men realized that the only way to stand out was to become evolvers. To become an evolver, they had to consume zombie crystal cores, but they dared not fight zombies, which meant they could not become evolvers. It was a vicious cycle. The status quo had to change. Listen up, you guys. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. Captain Li is a powerful space-type ability user, and his hobby is collecting gold, silver, jewels, jade, and rare minerals. The more collectible something is, the more he likes it. If you can present something that Captain Li likes, not only will you get to eat meat, but Captain Li might reward you with a zombie crystal core, allowing you to embark on the path of evolution. With Captain Li, 1 kilogram of gold can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice. You all figure it out. The eagle approached the group of survivors, pretending to be a good guy, and offered a few tips. Instantly, some eyes lit up. Boss Li, I'm the bank manager. I know where our Blue Star Bank's gold reserves are stored. We have a large vault in Haicheng that holds at least 100 tons of gold. If you're interested, I can take you there. A middle-aged man with a big belly approached Li Chen, flattering him. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Chen perked up. A large vault? Great. Let's rest today and go look for the vault tomorrow. If we really find 100 tons of gold, I'll remember your great contribution and reward you with 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of beef, and give you 5 first-level crystal cores to help you become an evolver. Thank you, boss. I'm your little brother, Guo Fugue, 50 years old, willing to go through fire and water for you, boss, without hesitation. Guo Fugue looked extremely excited. He immediately began to pledge his loyalty. Before the apocalypse began, he was a successful person. After the apocalypse started, although he lived worse than a pig or dog, as long as he was given a chance, he could still turn things around. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Soon, everyone was full and began to tidy up their bedding. Li Chen, Shadow, Red-Haired, Zhou Shaoqian, Eagle, and Sun Yuhan, 6 evolvers, went to a separate room. Sun Yuhan, you are still just a first-level ability user. According to the rules, you need to make sufficient contributions to the team before I can provide you with corresponding supplies. However, your ability is healing, which might be quite effective in team combat. So I've decided to make an exception and lend you 10 first-level zombie crystal cores as well as the food supplies you'll need after you level up. Of course, what I lend you must be repaid. Once you level up, your healing skills will also require payment and you'll need to work for the team to repay your debt. You have no objections, right? Li Chen asked with a serious expression. This girl is only 19 years old, looking incredibly fresh and vibrant. Even without much makeup, her bare face gives off a sense of pure water emerging from a lotus, naturally unadorned. Without filters, beauty enhancements, or cosmetics, she can still appear so clear and captivating. It seems her foundation is truly good. I have no objections. Thank you for your care, Captain. Sun Yuhan nodded. In this team of evolvers, the others seemed a bit unapproachable. They didn't look very easy to get along with. Only Captain Li Chen appeared more friendly. He should be a good person. After all, he has taken in so many survivors and is willing to share supplies. This is enough to show that he still has a conscience. Red hair, this time you contributed greatly to clearing out all the zombies in Wuxiang City. Besides the supplies you need to exchange, you can receive a total of 100 level 1 zombie crystals and 5 level 2 zombie crystals. If you use all these crystals and supplies, it should be enough to elevate your strength to level 3. If you break through to level 3 fire ability, it will play a crucial role in enhancing the team's combat power. Li Chen took out the crystals and supplies and handed them to Red Hair. Red Hair looked excited. Thank you, boss. I will not let you down and will strive to break through to level 3 as soon as possible. Now he has both supplies and crystals. He lacks nothing. In at most 3 days he can break through to level 3. Fire ability. Shadow, how many level 2 crystals do you need to break through to level 3? I still need about 6. I will give you 7 level 2 crystals and enough food supplies. Strive to break through soon. Okay, thank you, boss. Zhou Xiaochen, based on this team's contribution level, you can receive either 5 level 2 zombie crystals or 100 level 1 zombie crystals. You can choose one. Boss, I choose 5 level 2 zombie crystals. Zhou Xiaochen replied. Good. By the way, later you can run a bathtub full of water for me. I'm planning to take a good bath. As soon as Li Chen said this, Zhou Xiaoqian's little face turned red. Strange images inexplicably floated in her mind. Eagle, your reconnaissance skills are very useful. If there's a chance, I will get you a Barrett sniper rifle to play with. For this team's contribution, you can only receive 3 level 2 zombie crystals. You have no objections, right? No objections. I really didn't do much this time. Mainly, I don't have many bullets left in my gun. Every shot counts, so I need to conserve. When there's a chance, I will find you some bullets. You're using 7.62mm bullets, right? That's right, boss. Li Chen nodded. He gave Eagle 3 level 2 crystals. There are a total of 35 level 2 crystals. This time, 20 were distributed, leaving 15. There are 380 level 1 crystals, 110 distributed, leaving 270. Finally, there's 1 level 3 crystal. These crystals should be enough for both Apocalypse Li Chen and Urban Li Chen to break through to level 3 evolvers simultaneously. After distributing the supplies, Li Chen and the members of the evolver team each received a separate room and began to consume the zombie crystals. Li Chen swallowed 1 level 2 crystal. Instantly, a warm current surged from his chest to his limbs. His body began to strengthen. All the cells in his body started to metabolize wildly. The gray space in his mind began to slowly expand. Half an hour later, it expanded to 98 cubic meters. Li Chen began to eat. When his body no longer felt hungry, Li Chen consumed another level 2 crystal. 108 cubic meters, 118 cubic meters, 128 cubic meters. After several rounds of strengthening, Li Chen clearly felt that the enhancement effect of the level 2 crystals seemed to be gradually diminishing. He may have reached the limit of a level 2 evolver. Finally, Li Chen took out the level 3 zombie crystal core. I have pushed my body enhancement to the limit with a level 2 crystal core. Even without using spatial abilities, the power of my punch now is probably at least over 5 tons. At this time, consuming a level 3 crystal core should pose no risk. In fact, Li Chen could have consumed the level 3 crystal core long ago to elevate himself to a level 3 evolver, but his cautious nature held him back. He always felt that it was a bit risky to do so. After all, he had just broken through to level 2. Now that he had nearly reached the limit of a level 2 evolver, consuming a level 3 crystal core would be much safer. As Li Chen swallowed the level 3 crystal core, the crystal entered his stomach. Instantly, an explosive surge of energy swept through his entire body. Li Chen's blood boiled in an instant. His veins bulged, resembling a boiled shrimp. His skin began to ooze black blood like a terrifying ghost. If someone were to see Li Chen's current appearance, they would probably be scared enough to have nightmares. His skin started to crack, and in just a moment he transformed into a blood-soaked figure. Pain. The kind of pain that life cannot bear. It was 10 times more painful than the pain of shattered eggs. Li Chen felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. It felt like his body was about to collapse. If it weren't for the fact that his physique had already been enhanced to the limit, he would probably have died right then. 2 hours? Li Chen endured for a full 2 hours. Finally, the pain receded like a tide. Li Chen was reborn. The scabs all over his body gradually fell off and he emerged from his cocoon. In that moment, he felt as if the entire world had changed in his eyes. The tiny mosquitoes 50 meters away became clear to him. He could even catch how many times a mosquito flapped its wings per second. Sounds from 100 meters away were crystal clear to him. His senses were incredibly sharp. His thoughts were remarkably agile. His strength was immensely powerful. He could even calculate 6-digit multiplication and division in his head in seconds. Even the space in his mind had directly expanded to 228 cubic meters. Spatial blade. With a thought, Li Chen saw 10 spatial blades condensing at his fingertips. To condense 10 spatial blades simultaneously as a level 3 evolver was simply terrifying. He could probably wipe out the entire team with just a thought. City. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen began to consume the zombie crystal cores. Previously, he didn't have enough cores, so even after breaking through to level 2, he could only consume level 1 cores. The effect of a level 1 core for a level 2 evolver would indeed be greatly diminished. It was somewhat unprofitable. Now that he had enough level 2 crystal cores, he naturally focused on consuming them. As usual, he prepared plenty of food. While consuming the cores, he also replenished his energy with a large amount of food. After swallowing 9 level 2 crystal cores, Li Chen's body was enhanced 9 times. The space in his mind gradually expanded to 318 cubic meters. However, in the city, Li Chen did not successfully break through to level 3. He began to consume the 10th, the 11th, until he had exhausted the level 2 crystal cores. He still had not managed to break through to level 3. It seems that breaking through to a level 3 evolver is not as easy as I imagined. Perhaps I need to consume a level 3 crystal core to break through, or after reaching the limit of level 2, I need to consume more than 10 level 2 crystal cores to succeed. In other words, breaking through to a level 3 evolver actually requires preparing at least 20 level 2 crystal cores? It seems that the path of evolution is not as easy as I thought. This time, not being able to break through to level 3 did not frustrate Li Chen. The space in his mind had already expanded to 338 cubic meters. His mental power for controlling objects had greatly increased. Under extreme control at the moment, able to lift 1380 kilograms, exceeding a ton of force. After completing a lift, Li Chen picked up his phone and called Zhao Dahai. He was preparing to sell him a batch of new jewelry again. Brother Kai, I've investigated clearly. Target, Li Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20. Family background, both parents deceased. Currently studying at Jiangchen University. Junior in the finance department, just broke up with his girlfriend, has no official background, not a child of a prominent family. This kid was still a poor loser half a month ago, but recently he suddenly became wealthy, owning 128 properties and even bought a new Rolls-Royce, with a bank balance of up to 180 million. Moreover, I found some details. Li Chen is the seller of a pair of imperial green jade bracelets and a top-quality sky blue gemstone necklace sold at the Tsueyu Pavilion auction a while back. And even earlier, he secretly sold 30 gold bars at below market price in an unregulated manner. He even distributed them to different gold shops for discreet sales. This is enough to show that Li Chen's gold bars and jewelry are from irregular sources, and he seems to have more inventory that hasn't all been sold. A sharp-faced man had thoroughly investigated Li Chen's recent activities. Both parents deceased, no background, and suddenly wealthy. His source of wealth is irregular. Such a person, if he suddenly disappears, probably no one would care, right? Brother Kai's lips curled into a cold smile. They were a group of international crime organization members. Kidnapping, extortion, murder, robbery, they committed every crime imaginable. For this group of kidnappers, Li Chen was undoubtedly a huge piece of meat. This kid not only had no family background but was also extremely wealthy, with piles of cash in his bank account and likely hiding a lot of jewelry and gold from irregular sources. He might have stumbled upon some treasure, and he was very ostentatious. After becoming rich, he actually went around buying houses. He directly listed 128 properties for rent with the same landlord's name, Li Chen. So pretentious, it seemed quite reasonable for him to be targeted by the kidnappers. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. A target like Li Chen, going after him not only poses little risk but also offers high rewards without causing any significant social impact. If you were a kidnapper, wouldn't you be tempted? He was probably the #1 target. Very well, once we finish this job, we can wash our hands of it. One Li Chen is worth 10 years of our ups and downs. But I still want to remind you, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. Even if the target is just an ordinary college student, we must never let our guard down. Every mission must be executed with full effort. In our line of work, we tread on the edge of a knife. Every small oversight could lead to disaster. I, Joe Kai, have evaded international police for 10 years because I am cautious enough. Tonight at 8, we act in unison. Joe Kai, Skinny Monkey, Wild Boar, Rabbit, and Python, 5 fierce bandits, decided to take action against Li Chen tonight. They disguised themselves as delivery workers, newly hired security guards for the community, and members of a moving company. Using the identity of delivery workers, they scouted the location at Zhengchun UUN 501 in advance. Then, using the identity of community security, they disabled the surveillance. Finally, the moving company, carrying a large suitcase, entered Li Chen's home to kidnap him. Among them, Skinny Monkey could pick locks. They carried sleeping drugs, firearms, and tranquilizer needles, executing their plan meticulously and swiftly. This criminal gang has been involved in kidnapping, extortion, and murder for over a decade, never once failing in their endeavors. Among them, Joe Kai and Wild Boar are martial arts masters with formidable combat skills. There have been over 100 armed soldiers who attempted to capture them, but they all managed to escape. It's clear that this gang is not to be trifled with. Li Chen has already been targeted. It's uncertain whether these guys are lucky or unlucky. Why choose to kidnap Li Chen of all people? Time unknowingly slipped into the evening at 8 o'clock. Li Chen goes to bed early every day, and his routine has long been figured out by the kidnappers. However, before going to bed, Li Chen ordered 100 takeout meals. Each meal was a massive order, costing at least 1,000 yuan. This caused significant trouble for the kidnappers, as the delivery personnel coming to Li Chen's home were incessant, one after another, making it nearly impossible for them to act. Damn, is Li Chen a pig? Can he even finish all this takeout? It's already 8:30, the delivery guys are fewer now. Python. You disguise yourself as a delivery person and deliver the food. As soon as Li Chen opens the door, subdue him immediately. Rabbit, keep watch downstairs and stay alert to the surroundings. Wild Boar, come with me. Wheel, take a suitcase and go to Li Chen's place to pack him up. The 5 thugs coordinated their efforts. Hello, takeout. Li Chen opened the door. The 3 thugs saw this and immediately pushed the door open, rushing in to subdue Li Chen. The first to act, Python, didn't even react before being kicked away by Li Chen. This kick had a force of 5 tons, sending Python crashing into the wall, embedding him into it. His ribs were shattered on impact, and he was instantly taken out. Not good, it's a trap, shoot. Joe Kai reacted quickly, realizing something was wrong, and immediately drew his gun to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets flew with pinpoint accuracy towards Li Chen's forehead. However, an incredibly strange scene unfolded next. The 3 bullets seemed to freeze in midair under Li Chen's gaze, unable to advance an inch. Suffocation, petrification, terror. Joe Kai and Wild Boar were instantly dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Who are you? He seemed to realize something, but there was no time for regret. The 3 bullets, frozen in the air, rebounded back at an incredible speed, instantly blowing Joe Kai and Wild Boar's heads off. Hey, Kai, what's wrong? Is something happening? Hey, hey, hey. Rabbit's voice came through Joe Kai's Bluetooth earpiece, inquiring. There's actually a gang. Too bad, you've hit a brick wall. Li Chen replied coldly. Who are you? You are Li Chen? Congratulations, you got it right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. It's time for you to go. Li Chen smirked coldly. 2 flying needles shot out from the window of room 501, darting towards the ground floor of the community, and these needles could even curve. Skinny Monkey, start the vehicle, let's go. Before Rabbit finished speaking, the 2 flying needles pierced through the car window and penetrated their temples, taking them out in one swift motion. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Chen swiftly eliminated the 5 thugs. He packed the bodies into his space and then went downstairs to deal with Skinny Monkey and Rabbit's bodies. Driving their delivery truck, wearing a baseball cap and a delivery uniform, he sped off to a remote area, directly tossing both the people and the vehicle into the raging Yangtze River. After finishing all this, Li Chen casually booked a room at a nearby hotel as if nothing had happened. It seems I can't stay in one place anymore. I need to avoid such incidents from happening again. This group of kidnappers, they actually have their eyes on me? If I were an ordinary person, I might have been done for this time. It looks like my sudden wealth recently has caught the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Li Chen glanced at Joe Kai's kidnapper diary. Goodness, this was actually a group of ruthless bandits? They had roamed multiple countries, committing at least 20 cases of kidnapping and murder. Truly heinous crimes. Joe Kai had even made it onto the international A-list of wanted criminals. He took pride in it rather than feeling ashamed. Extremely vicious. Once he set his sights on a target, he almost never missed. However, Li Chen did find quite a few useful items in Joe Kai's diary and backpack. For example, a dozen fake IDs, over 20 anonymous money laundering accounts in the US, and a Bitcoin account. The passwords were all written in the diary. Mainly because with so many accounts, he couldn't possibly remember them all, so he wrote them down. On the last page of the diary, there was also a contact for a smuggler dealing in arms. Li Chen smirked. It seems Joe Kai is not dead. I am Joe Kai. In the apocalypse. 10 o'clock in the morning. The survivors had long since started cooking. Li Chen lazily crawled out of bed. Due to the delay from the kidnapper incident, he had woken up late in this apocalyptic world. But no one dared to disturb Li Chen's sleep. Looks like the boss took quite a few crystal cores yesterday, that's why he woke up so late today? I took 5-second level crystal cores yesterday and I felt like I could barely hold on. It seems that advancing to the third level also requires a gradual approach. You can't just stuff yourself all at once or the pressure will be too much. Now, I can release 100 fireballs in a row without much pressure, Red-haired said with a sense of emotion. On the surface he was saying he only took 5-second level crystal cores, but in reality he was showing off to improve so much in one night. At this rate he would probably break through to the third level in just a few days. What else could this be but showing off? Sun Yuhan, have you broken through to the second level? Red-haired turned to ask the new girl. I successfully broke through yesterday. Thank you for your concern, brother Red-haired. Sun Yuhan replied shyly. No problem, we're teammates, we should help each other. Your ability is healing, so why don't you heal me a bit and let me see the effect of your ability? But, brother Red-haired, you're not injured, how can I heal you? Injured? That's easy. Red-haired grinned wickedly. He pulled out a dagger and decisively stabbed it into his thigh. Blood immediately splattered. This bold move startled Sun Yuhan. Come on, look, I'm injured now. Sister Yuhan, hurry and heal me. Red-haired displayed his masculinity. A couple of cuts were nothing to him. Sun Yuhan realized Red-haired was a weirdo. Who stabs themselves like that? Sun Yuhan's hands emitted a huge ball of green fluorescence which fell onto Red-haired's thigh. The wound he had inflicted on his femoral artery began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the wound was completely healed. Not even a scar was left. So comfortable, Sister Yuhan, your ability is really amazing. I feel like not only has the injury on my leg been healed, but even the emotional trauma I suffered as a child has been treated by you, Red-haired said with a look of enjoyment. It was quite greasy. Sun Yuhan felt disgusted. A wave of nausea. Just then, a strange shadow appeared in an instant. The speed was unbelievable. Sister Shadow, you've broken through? Yes, I've successfully broken through to level 3. My current movement speed is now under 3 seconds for 100 meters and my strength has also significantly increased. Conservatively estimated, it should be over 10 tons. Wow, is this what a level 3 evolver is like? This is insane. Who can withstand such speed and strength? Zhou Shaoqian exclaimed in amazement. Their abilities seemed to be more inclined towards control over their powers. Although their physical strength had improved, it was limited. Even though they were much stronger than ordinary people, it was nowhere near as obvious as the speed and strength increase seen in Shadow. Hong Mao and Zhou Shaoqian clearly had weaker physical strength. However, their elemental control was very strong. Shadow and Zhang Chang, on the other hand, had exceptionally strong physical power. Their physical qualities were extremely abnormal. The paths of the evolvers were completely different. At this moment, Li Chen made his appearance. Many survivors immediately flocked to him, surrounding him. Boss Li, I heard you like jewelry, gold, and jade. I rushed home early this morning and dug out my dad's safe. Here are 50 gold bars. I wonder if I can exchange them for a level 1 zombie crystal core and some food? A university student wearing gold-rimmed glasses said with a pleading expression. Sure, you can exchange for 1 level 1 crystal core and 2 pounds of rice. A bucket of instant noodles. Li Chen nodded. I'll take it, Meng Haoyu said decisively. He and Sun Yuhan were classmates and had secretly loved each other for a year. Now, Sun Yuhan had become a high-ranking level 2 evolver. While he was just an ordinary survivor, he could only watch as Hong Mao teased Sun Yuhan, feeling angry but unable to speak out. He felt very pathetic. So, he took the risk to go home early in the morning and secretly dug out the safe his dad left behind before turning into a zombie. There were a full 50 gold bars inside. He was glad that Captain Li liked this stuff just when he had it. If he could also become an evolver, it would be enough to change his fate. Sister Yuhan, I can only let you suffer a little for now. Once I become strong, I will never let anyone bully you again. Only I, Meng Haoyu, truly love you. Li Chen gave him a level 1 crystal core in 2 days worth of food. Meng Haoyu quickly thanked him. The others looked on with envy and jealousy. Wow, Captain Li really is interested in gold and jewelry. If I had known a couple of days ago when I passed by a gold shop, I would have collected more, one survivor regretted. Who could have thought? It's the end of the world. Money has become worthless paper, and gold and jewelry have lost all value. No one recognizes them. Who would have thought Captain Li would be willing to exchange precious evolution crystals and food for these golden jewels? Does Captain Li have some unknown use for these golden jewels? Could he be a gold-type evolver able to absorb gold to strengthen himself? Don't be ridiculous. Captain Li is clearly a space-type evolver. How could he suddenly become a gold-type evolver? Do you think it's possible that Captain Li is actually a dual-type evolver? Wow, with such a wild imagination, why don't you go write a novel? You guys are all so short-sighted. You don't understand Captain Li's intentions and goals at all. Wo Fuguei said disdainfully. Old Gua, are you saying you understand Boss Li's purpose in collecting gold and jewels? Of course. In my opinion, Captain Lee's vision and insight have far surpassed 99.9% of ordinary people. He is one of the few with long-term wisdom. Judging from Captain Lee's actions, he is actually willing to cultivate ordinary survivors to walk the path of becoming powerful evolvers, because he deeply understood that individual power is ultimately limited. If human survivors do not huddle together for warmth and cooperate for mutual benefit, they will inevitably be eliminated by this apocalyptic world. However, they are now facing a significant dilemma. Whether it is supplies or zombie crystal cores, there simply aren't enough to distribute. Resources are limited. In this situation, we can only allow a portion of people to complete their evolution, gradually kill zombies, collect more crystal cores, and ultimately enable all survivors to complete their evolutionary path. This requires a process. This is the consideration of the higher-ups. Therefore, collecting gold, silver, and jewels is actually a test to see who can obtain evolutionary resources first. The purpose of doing this is also to gain the respect of others, because only by contributing to the team can one qualify for Captain Lee's help. This is the beginning of establishing order. Of course, this is just one aspect. Secondly, do you know why gold, silver, and jewels can be used as currency? This has been the case from ancient times to the present, and there is a reason for it. Although these things cannot be eaten or drunk in an era where supplies are extremely scarce and order has completely collapsed, they indeed hold little value. But if this situation improves and human survivors regain living space, items like gold and jewels will immediately be used as currency again. Whether it is Captain Lee establishing a survivor base or other strong individuals doing the same, ultimately, a barter system will definitely require currency as support. Gold and jewels will be reactivated at that time, and this will quickly be recognized by everyone. Therefore, considering long-term benefits, collecting gold and jewels now will definitely be a lucrative business in the future. Of course, this is something that powerful spatial ability users need to consider. We ordinary survivors, who can't even secure tomorrow's meals, don't need to think about these things. Guo Fugue's analysis immediately made all the survivors feel. It made a lot of sense. They were convinced. No wonder he had once been a bank president. He truly possessed strong financial thinking and investment concepts. I didn't expect Captain Lee to have such far-reaching vision. It seems he is not only powerful personally but also a wise strategist. Being able to follow such a leader, we will definitely do well in the future. Old Guo, after your analysis, I truly respect Captain Lee. I am in awe. Humph. You bunch of young punks still have a lot to learn. Old Guo was instantly pleased with himself. His analysis was as fierce as a tiger. Not only did he guess Captain Lee's intentions correctly, but he also earned the respect of other survivors, achieving two goals at once. When Li Chen called for all survivors to gather, he felt somewhat puzzled. Why did these survivors look at him with a kind of inexplicable admiration and respect? How strange. Did they genuinely submit because he distributed a little more food yesterday? Guo Fugue, leader, I'm here. Guo Fugue proactively changed his address. Today, you will lead the way to find the location of the vault. We will prepare a few more vehicles, and everyone will go with me to search for the vault. We may encounter zombies along the way. Everyone must adapt in advance to the environment of fighting zombies. Ordinary survivors will mainly be responsible for clearing the road, digging out crystal cores, and handling some auxiliary tasks, while the evolved ones will be responsible for combat. Take this gasoline, you will need it to refuel later. Here are 50 machetes, each of you take one axe and hold onto your weapons. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen made a dozen barrels of gasoline appear on the ground, along with 50 sharp machetes. All the survivors quickly packed their belongings and acted collectively. At this moment, Li Chen's advantage of having a personal space came into play. Although these survivors had many bags and packages, Li Chen's space was already large enough. All the luggage of the survivors could be stored in his space. With a team of over 50 people, they could easily travel light. There were no logistical worries. The survivor group, each armed with an axe, felt like the axe gang on the move. There was a fierce momentum about them. Just as they stepped out of Wanxiang City, the survivor group immediately encountered 5 zombies wandering the streets. Moreover, they were all level 1 zombies. At this moment, the survivors, emboldened by their numbers and armed with axes, rushed in and hacked away, quickly killing the 5 zombies. The 6 evolvers didn't even need to lift a finger. They had completed the act of killing the zombies. Damn! We actually killed those zombies. It turns out they're not that scary after all. I thought the evolvers would step in, so I charged in to show off. Who knew the evolvers didn't even move? By the time I wanted to back off, it was too late, and I had to just grit my teeth and keep hacking. We were just relying on our numbers. With 1 axe each, the zombies couldn't withstand us. So this is the power of unity. It's because we have the evolvers backing us up that we feel inexplicably confident. We're not afraid of these level 1 zombies, which is why we acted so bravely. In fact, as long as we overcome our fear, even ordinary people have a chance to kill level 1 zombies. Soon, 10 cars were filled with gas. Eagle, Li Chen, and Guo Fugue sat in the front car, leading the navigation. Although there were no mobile navigation apps like Gauda Map, such navigation software had basically ceased operations. Most phones had become useless due to the inability to charge. However, Eagle's keen eyesight could cover a radius of 10 kilometers, sufficient to replace navigation. Moreover, it could identify dangers in advance. This was even more impressive than navigation. If Eagle could evolve to level 3 or even level 5, he might evolve into a farsighted observer. Shadow, red hair, and Zhou Shaoqian sat in the last car of the convoy, responsible for the rear guard. Sun Yuhan was in the middle of the convoy, providing protection, as she didn't have much combat power. She only needed to handle post-battle medical work. The convoy of 10 cars moved grandly towards the central bank of Haicheng. At this moment, Eagle suddenly noticed something. "Captain, there's a large gathering of zombies on the main road 3 kilometers ahead, and a small team of evolvers, about 11 people, is being chased by the horde. There are at least 300 zombies, and there's a level 3 zombie king among them. This evolver team should have at most 2 level 2 evolvers, the rest are all level 1 evolvers. Should we go help them, or take a detour to avoid this trouble?" Eagle quickly asked. "Don't take a detour, let's charge straight in. Full speed ahead, we're running low on zombie crystal cores anyway. Let's take down that level 3 zombie king," Li Chen commanded. The convoy sped forward. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the 3-kilometer mark. At this moment, the evolver team from Nanjiao University was struggling desperately. Despair was etched on their faces. They were a group of soon-to-graduate college students before the apocalypse, filled with beautiful hopes for the future. After the apocalypse struck, the school had gathered over 500 survivors, including teachers, classmates, and professors. In just over 2 months, the survivor base of over 500 people was reduced to only 30. The rest of the classmates, some died, some were injured, and others disappeared without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Many classmates were literally starved to death. Fortunately, some managed to kill their classmates who had turned into zombies and discovered the zombie crystal cores. By consuming these cores, they transformed into evolved beings. This allowed the last group of survivors to see a glimmer of hope. Through cooperation, they slaughtered zombies and extracted crystal cores, enabling more and more people to become evolved beings. Throughout this process, the entire team produced over 20 evolved beings. Among them were 2 classmates, Mu Zian and Lin Longhui, who successfully transformed into powerful level 2 evolved beings. Mu Zian awakened the legendary lightning ability. Her strength was formidable, capable of turning zombies into charred remains. Even level 2 zombies could be instantly stunned by her lightning. Lin Longhui, with an incredibly strong physique, had been an athlete and practiced sanda boxing before becoming an evolved being, gaining extraordinary strength. One punch could deliver several tons of force. He was simply unstoppable. With the cooperation of Lin Longhui and Mu Zian, killing level 2 zombies was as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. One would stun the level 2 zombies, affecting their movements, while the other unleashed powerful punches, wearing steel gloves that could blow a zombie's head apart. Additionally, there were over 20 level 1 evolved beings assisting from the sidelines. The strength of the entire team was already quite impressive, even surpassing Zhang Chang's team from before. This led to their hearts swelling with pride. Coupled with the scarcity of food, they were forced to gather supplies. Thus, they set their sights on the largest supermarket in the city center, the Umma supermarket. The Umma supermarket covered an area of 10,000 square meters and gathered all kinds of daily necessities. Due to the large number of people at Umma supermarket, it was quickly overrun by hordes of zombies after the apocalypse broke out. Therefore, ordinary survivors dared not approach it. Lin Longhui and the others aimed for the Umma supermarket this time. They brought all team members to attack the Umma supermarket, only to find that a level 3 zombie king had emerged inside, along with over 50 level 2 zombies and more than 300 level 1 zombies. The team of over 20 evolved beings was caught completely off guard. More than a dozen level 1 evolved beings fell directly into the bloodbath of the Umma supermarket, being devoured and torn apart by the dense horde of zombies. Lin Longhui and Mu Zian escaped with the remaining 9 teammates, fleeing for their lives. However, the level 3 zombie king seemed determined not to let them go, leading the horde in a fierce pursuit. Thus, a scene of being chased and cornered unfolded on the main road of the city. Mu Zian's lightning ability seemed to have a certain restraining effect on the level 3 zombies. With a single arc of electricity, she could delay the movements of the level 3 zombie king by 3 seconds. Otherwise, they would have been caught and bitten to death long ago. "I can't hold on any longer, my lightning ability is almost depleted. You all hurry and escape, every one of you that can run should," Mu Zian said weakly. "Zian, what nonsense are you talking about? If we die together," Lin Longhui replied resolutely. Mu Zian had once been the campus belle of Nanjiao University, and he had pursued her for 2 whole years without her consent. Finally, after the apocalypse began, they fought side by side and developed a deep friendship. He was just about to catch up to her. Who would have thought they would meet their end here? Truly, heaven does not fulfill human wishes. In fact, they could no longer escape. It was better to say some comforting words. Roar! The terrifying level 3 zombie king swatted Lin Longhui away with a single claw, sending him flying 10 meters away. With another claw, it lunged fiercely at Mu Zian. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. At this critical moment, A man in white suddenly leaped up from the sunroof of a speeding vehicle. He made a slicing motion with his finger in the air. The terrifying third-level zombie king was instantly severed in half. Then, Li Chen slung his arm over his shoulder and moved forward. Within a 10-meter radius around him, all the zombies were instantly decapitated. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. In just one appearance, a third-level zombie king, along with 32nd-level zombies, was completely annihilated. 5 seconds on the scene. He dazzled everyone. Mu Zian was shocked. Lin Longhui was stunned. Guo Fugue was terrified. All the evolvers present, including the survivors from Li Chen's own convoy, were all in awe. Li Laoda's strength is truly terrifying. All those charging at the front are second-level zombies, and even the third-level zombie king was instantly killed? Is Captain Li's power really that frightening? No wonder he can be the leader, he truly deserves it. Li Chen snapped his fingers. Everyone in the convoy got out of the vehicles, each wielding an axe. Take down this group of zombies. Yes, boss. Hong Mao, Shadow, Zhou Xiaoqian, and Eagle sprang into action. Shadow had already broken through to the third level. Her strength and speed were beyond human. She transformed into a blur in the air, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, plunging into the horde of zombies, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Even second-level zombies were no match for her. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen zombies fell under her blade. Hong Mao gathered flames in his hands, launching dozens of high-temperature fireballs directly at the densest part of the zombie crowd. Boom! 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 The explosions sounded like a dozen grenades going off, instantly sending the zombies tumbling in all directions. A large area collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoqian conjured hundreds of ice spikes that rained down furiously. First level zombies could hardly resist. They were harvested like wheat. Over 300 first-level zombies, 50 second-level zombies, and 1 third-level zombie were almost completely wiped out in just a few minutes. The remaining ones that weren't completely dead were finished off by the Axe Squad, who also collected the zombie cores. Li Chen's team's efficiency in killing zombies was surprisingly high. Although there were fewer revolvers, all were above the second level, with 2 at the third level. Their strength was formidable, leading to a one-sided massacre. Mu Zian and Lin Longhui were left in shock. Thank you. My name is Mu Zian, a second-level lightning-type ability. User. If it weren't for your help just now, I might have already died. Mu Zian's eyes sparkled like water, her gaze shimmering like autumn waters. The way she looked at Li Chen was clearly filled with affection. Li Chen appeared very clean, dressed in white, exuding elegance. Even in the apocalypse, he was not dirty at all. He looked as if he had just bathed yesterday, with a faint scent of shampoo. He was also quite handsome, with such strong abilities. And he even saved a damsel in distress? Mu Zian's first impression of Li Chen made her heart race. You're welcome, I'm Li Chen. It was just a small effort. We happened to pass by and saw you in danger, so we stepped in to help. Li Chen said nonchalantly. Such a great favor deserves more than just thanks. We have nothing to repay you with. I am the captain of the Nanjiao team. Can I lead my team to join you? I wonder if Captain Li would be willing to take us in? Mu Zian immediately asked. Of course, my team welcomes talents like Miss Mu. Zian, don't you think this decision is a bit hasty? Wei. Lin Longhui wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Mu Zian. Longhui, you've seen Captain Li's strength. Our team has suffered serious losses this time, and everyone is injured. Only by joining Captain Li's team can we receive better protection. In this world, after all, the strong are respected. As the vice-captain, even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about the survival of the other teammates. Mu Zian said with a reasonable expression. It made a lot of sense. Lin Longhui couldn't refute it. Alright then, Zian, I'll listen to you. Sun Yuhan, come and treat these brothers' injuries. I see one brother seems to be on the verge of collapse. Yang Jian, hang in there. A first-level evolver was seen with a large hole torn in his chest, clearly inflicted by the claws of a second-level zombie. Blood was gushing out uncontrollably. The wound was starting to turn black, indicating signs of mutation. Kill me, I don't want to become a zombie, just kill me. Yang Jian howled in a low voice. Although evolvers have a certain resistance to the zombie virus, Yang Jian's injuries were too severe. Not only was he losing a lot of blood, but the infected virus had also invaded his lungs, making it impossible to save him under normal circumstances. He could be given up on. At that moment, Sun Yuhan stepped out from the crowd. She immediately squatted in front of Yang Jian, and green fluorescence began to emanate from her hands. She pressed her fingers against Yang Jian's chest. The green light continuously penetrated. To everyone's astonishment, Yang Jian's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The black blood started to turn red again. In just 20 seconds, the critically injured Yang Jian actually got up from the ground and began to bounce around. I'm healed. I actually fully recovered? Wow, miracle doctor, this is too amazing. Sun Yuhan's second-level healing technique was simply miraculous. A critically injured person bouncing back to life in just 20 seconds? With such a miraculous healing ability in the Team, as long as you're not dead, no matter how serious the injury, you can be brought back. This is a tremendous guarantee for life safety. In an instant, everyone looked at Sun Yuhan with increasing respect. After all, no one can guarantee they won't get hurt in the apocalypse. Thank you so much, Dr. Sun, you are simply my rebirth parents. Little brother Yang Jian, I am willing to go through fire and water for Dr. Sun in gratitude for your life-saving grace. Alright, I don't need your gratitude. For this time I saved you, you need to pay 10 first-level crystal cores. If you don't have them, just owe me for now. I charge for saving lives, this is the team's rule. Sun Yuhan said immediately. I only have 3 first-level crystal cores, so I'll pay you for now, and I'll make up the rest as soon as possible. Yang Jian scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. This kid probably not only wanted to repay the life-saving grace but also seemed to be attracted to Sun Yuhan's pure beauty, looking for a chance to get closer. Captain, the battlefield has been cleared. This time we collected a total of 1 third-level crystal core, 39 second-level crystal cores, and 270 first-level crystal cores. Please accept them, Captain, Guo Fugue said with a flattering expression as he handed over all the crystal cores. Li Chen immediately frowned. This number doesn't add up, does it? If anyone has secretly hoarded crystal cores, step forward. I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Li Chen scanned the crowd. Suddenly, the atmosphere became very oppressive. The 50 survivors, including Shadow, Red-Haired, and others, looked at each other, trying to figure out who had hidden the crystal cores. Don't think that just because there are many crystal cores and the scene is chaotic, you can take advantage of the confusion. I know exactly how many crystal cores there are. Are you sure you want to hide them? Li Chen's voice fell. Immediately, a few timid figures stepped forward. I'm sorry, boss, I shouldn't have been confused for a moment. Please, boss, show mercy. Several survivors immediately knelt on the ground. Surprisingly, 5 of them had made a move. They had hidden a total of 10 level 2 crystal cores and 30 level 1 crystal cores. Li Chen slapped each of them, sending them flying, their faces swollen from the blows. Remember, this time is just a small punishment to serve as a warning. You won't get a second chance. Isn't anyone else going to step forward? I'll ask one last time, are you coming out or not? As Li Chen's words fell, no one stepped forward. It seemed they intended to resist to the end. Very well. Li Chen walked with a heavy breath to a petite girl in front of him. She was about 158 centimeters tall, with a somewhat delicate appearance. Though not beautiful, she could at least be considered above average in looks. What's your name? I, answer the boss. Her name is Huang Yufan. Guo Fugue answered for her. At that moment, Huang Yufan began to sweat. She thought she had hidden well. But clearly, Li Chen had discovered her. I've already given you 2 chances, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish them. I'm sorry, Captain Li, I was just momentarily bewitched. I'll return the crystal cores to you right away. Please, Captain Li, don't hit me. Wo hit you? Humph. Shadow, kill her, Li Chen immediately ordered. Yes. The Shadow's dagger was drawn, instantly piercing her neck. Huang Yufan's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't comprehend why she was being killed for just a small mistake. Her death made many survivors realize that Li Chen was not a soft-hearted person. Just because he was willing to take in other survivors didn't mean he was merciful. Fortunately, I stood up early and admitted my mistake, otherwise it wouldn't just be a slap, but I would be dead. Humph. Huang Yufan brought this upon herself. Captain Li had already given her 2 chances, yet she still harbored hopes and hid the crystal cores. She deserved to die. The senses of an evolved person are much sharper than those of ordinary people, not to mention someone like Captain Li, a level 3 evolved. Don't think that just because the scene is chaotic, you can take advantage of it and deceive others. That's simply seeking death. Soon, under the search of several female teammates, 1 level 2 crystal core and 10 level 1 crystal cores hidden in Huang Yufan's brow were found. Goodness! What a bold girl! Not only was she daring, but she was also greedy. She didn't just hide 1 or 2, but 11. She truly deserved her fate. Boss, the total number of crystal cores has been counted. 1 level 3 crystal core, 50 level 2 crystal cores, and 310 level 1 crystal cores. Guo Fugue reported. The numbers are correct, let's go. Get in the car, continue towards the destination. In no time, Sun Yuhan had treated all the injured. Lin, Longwei, Mu Zian, Yang Jian, and others also joined Li Chen's team. Although Yang Jian was only a level 1 ability user, he was a very rare invisibility type ability user. He could turn completely transparent, blending into the surrounding environment. Although he was only level 1 now, with a not-so-great invisibility effect and a short duration, his combat power wasn't significantly higher than that of an ordinary person, just a bit stronger. But if he continued to level up, he might become a top-tier sneak attacker in the future. As for the remaining 8 level 1 evolved, they were all speed-type evolved. This might also explain why they were able to escape from the pursuit of the level 3 Zombie King, because those who couldn't escape have already been taken out. The speed-type evolvers can run fast, which is why they managed to hold on until Li Chen came to rescue them. If this group were to participate in an athletics competition, it would probably make Bolt question his life. As a result, the number of evolvers under Li Chen's command increased to 17. The convoy continued its journey. In just 2 hours, they encountered more than 20 survivors along the way. Some actively requested to join, while others kept their distance. Li Chen's survivor team grew by more than 10 people again, nearing the formation of a 100-person team. They also took out quite a few zombies along the way. Li Chen hardly had to lift a finger. As long as they didn't encounter a massive horde of zombies, even if hundreds appeared at once, the evolver team could easily clear them out. This time, no one dared to hoard crystal cores. The journey, filled with stops, turned what should have been a little over an hour's drive into a grueling 5-hour trek before they finally arrived at the central bank vault of Haichang. We're here, this is it. Up ahead is the largest central bank vault door in Haichang. This vault door is made of alloy steel, half a meter thick and exceptionally sturdy. I've heard that even cannonballs can't break it open. I don't have the vault's password, so opening this vault is probably a tough challenge, Guo Fugue said with a troubled expression. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen gently raised his finger. The next second, the vault door erupted with several loud bangs. A triangular cut appeared out of thin air. A half-meter thick alloy steel door was directly sliced open, forming a human-shaped triangle. The cut was smooth and even, as if the alloy steel had been sliced through as easily as tofu. Li Chen kicked the steel door aside and walked in. The others immediately followed. Inside the vault, it was pitch black. The power system had long since collapsed. Li Chen pulled out a powerful flashlight from somewhere. When the flashlight turned on, an incredibly shocking scene immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Suffocating, petrified, terrified, stiff, dumbfounded. Everyone gasped in shock. Inside the vault, there were piles upon piles of gold bars. Each gold bar was marked as 12.5 kilograms. One gold bar weighed 25 pounds, worth 680,000. There were 16 stacks of gold bars. In this vault, each stack containing 1,000 gold bars piled together. That amounted to a total of 16,000 gold bars weighing 200 tons. According to the international gold market price, that was worth 11 billion. Oh my god, I'm rich. The golden scene was truly blinding. It was too dazzling. So many gold bars, enough to last a lifetime. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to spend it all. Alas, what a pity. If the apocalypse hadn't come, being able to acquire so many gold bars would have made me the richest in the area, becoming one of the top tycoons in the country. Unfortunately, no matter how many gold bars there are now, they can't be spent at all, Mu Zian said with a face full of emotion. Having a pile of gold bars but being unable to buy even a pack of instant noodles is such a tragedy. Very good. Guo Fugue, you have made a great contribution this time by helping me find the vault. As your captain, I reward you with 10 level 1 crystal cores and enough living supplies to help you become a level 2 evolver. Everyone, take a break and start a fire to cook. Today I'm in a good mood, so each of you will receive 2 tails of beef and half a jean of rice. All members of the Axe team who participated in today's operation can each receive a level 1 zombie crystal core. After Li Chen finished speaking, he began to take out various supplies from his space. There were not only rice, beef, mutton, cooking salt, pots and pans, but also various snacks and treats. Most importantly, they would all receive zombie evolution crystal cores. This means that they can all become evolvers. Team Leader Li has been unprecedentedly generous this time. There's no other way. With so many gold bricks, Li Chen has already made a fortune. So there's no need to be stingy with a little bit of supplies, which would seem petty. Today everyone can eat and drink freely, all the ingredients will be consumed, and I, Li Chen, will take full responsibility. Long live Boss Li. Wow, can we really eat and drink as we please? I feel like I could eat a whole cow. And there's beer and cola. Captain Li's space even treasures such good stuff. Everyone was filled with unexpected joy. Red Hair, for this operation you can get 5 second level crystal cores, and I'll give you 2 packs of cigarettes, make them last. Eagle, you played a huge role in leading the navigation this time, you can get 7 second level crystal cores. Sun Yuhan, you've contributed by healing your teammates, you can get 5 second level crystal cores. Shadow, you've already broken through to level 3, the effective second level crystal cores will be greatly reduced for you, I'll exchange it for 200 pounds of beef supply. Tickets, how does that sound? Sure, boss. Zhou Xiaoqian, you provided water resources for the whole team, I'll credit you with 1 contribution, I'll give you 5 second level crystal cores. Mu Zian, although you just joined my team, I will treat you equally, you played a significant role in the subsequent zombie cleanup, I'll give you 2 second level crystal cores plus 10 pounds of beef and 10 pounds of rice. Lin Longhui, you'll receive the same supplies as Mu Zian. Yang Jian, your invisibility ability has some effect, I'll give you 10 first level crystal cores along with enough supplies to help you break through to level 2 quickly, what you owe the team will be noted for now. Li Chen began to distribute one by one. Even the newly joined first level evolvers received enough supplies and crystal cores. Li Chen's fairness and generosity made everyone fully convinced. Because almost half of all the crystal cores and supplies harvested by the entire team were distributed by Li Chen. He kept only a small portion for himself. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. They could easily calculate how much was Gained today. Li Chen had absolute strength. He was the captain, and he had his own space. If he didn't want to share or monopolize the majority, no one would dare to say anything. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. The strong should take the larger share. Others did the same. But precisely because of this, Li Chen's ability to distribute the bulk of the harvest made him an invaluable captain. Captain Li took out so many supplies in crystal cores to distribute, yet he only kept that pile of useless gold. So what if he has 200 tons? In this world, even if you have 2,000 tons of gold, you can't buy a pack of instant noodles. People might even complain that your pile of gold nuggets is too heavy to carry. Yeah, Captain Li is a good person. At first, when Li Chen asked all of us to hand over our crystal cores, I was still a bit unconvinced. Why should he monopolize everything? Now I'm starting to be convinced. If we didn't hand over all the crystal cores, how could we distribute them fairly? If it were someone else's captain instead of Li Chen, we would definitely be worse off. Although Li Chen isn't absolutely fair, at least he's relatively fair, others might not be. As the survivors began to eat and drink, they whispered among themselves. Some had already started consuming crystal cores, their bodies contorted in immense pain. Everyone was unfazed. This was all part of the normal awakening process. Li Chen smirked. He heard all the whispers clearly. You might make a killing, but I will never lose. Who says these gold nuggets are useless? Li Chen obtained resources from the urban world that could last you 10,000 years. He could become a top billionaire. To take a step back, a level 1 crystal core is indeed useless for a level 3 evolver. The effect is simply too poor. Li Chen is currently using a level 2 crystal core, and the effect has already begun to have, let alone a level 1 crystal core. A level 1 crystal core can only be used to cultivate underlings. I broke through. I've become an evolver. What powerful strength, but why am I so hungry? Fortunately, Captain Li prepared so much food for us, otherwise I would have fainted from hunger. Is this what it feels like to be an evolver? My strength has at least tripled? I think I've awakened Earth-type abilities. Can I dig? This time, all the survivors consuming crystal cores experienced a large-scale awakening. Many people saw significant improvements in speed and strength. A small number of people also awakened special abilities. Among them, Wofugue lost a layer of skin during the awakening process. Perhaps due to his older age, he suffered for a full 3 hours before finally awakening. Old Gua, what ability did you awaken? Red Hair lit a cigarette and casually asked as he ran over, generously handing Old Gua one. I think I've awakened the ability to manipulate metal. I feel like I'm a magnet now, able to attract and control any metal. But I've just awakened, so I can only manipulate lighter metals at most. Gua Fugue casually gestured. The 2 axes that the axe team had thrown on the ground suddenly flew towards him. Li Chen was shocked. Isn't this the ability of Magneto? If this ability is cultivated to a later stage, wouldn't it be incredible? However, in the parallel world of Blue Star, it seemed that everyone had not seen this movie. But many were still amazed by Old Gua's awakened ability. Wow, manipulating metal, this ability seems pretty awesome. If you can control a flying sword, wouldn't you be able to kill enemies from a distance? Not only that, if the manipulation ability is strong enough, I feel that flying with a sword isn't impossible. If this ability grows to a later stage, controlling 100,000 flying swords would be like a sword. Immortal, opening the gates of heaven with a single sword. It's not that easy. I feel that controlling 2 axes to chop zombies is already a bit difficult. Gua Fugue said with a humble and cautious expression. Old Gua, eat something first. The boss specifically saved you a Peking duck. Thank you, Chief. Gua Fugue, will never forget your kindness. Li Chen dined with everyone. He casually ate a few level 2 crystal cores, like eating jelly beans. There was no reaction at all. He no longer felt any pain when consuming level 2 crystal cores. Even eating over 20 level 2 crystal cores barely equated to the effect of 1 level 3 crystal core. Time passed. Unknowingly, it was 10 o'clock at night. Li Chen frantically transported gold, spending a full half hour to completely clear out 200 tons of gold. All of it was stored in his brain domain space. Refreshing. Urban area. 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen ordered 50 takeout meals at the hotel. Then he took out a level 3 zombie crystal core and swallowed it in one go. The familiar pain swept over him. Even though he had experienced it once, the second time still felt unbearable. It was as if it was a pain that life could not endure. All the genes and cells in his body were evolving wildly. Li Chen's entire body overflowed with black blood, reeking terribly. He was completely wrapped in blood scabs, as if undergoing a transformation at the level of life. 2 hours later, finally, the pain ended. He was reborn, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. At this moment, Li Chen felt that the entire world had changed in his eyes. Not only were his 5 senses extremely sharp, closing his eyes, he could almost cover a radius of 5 kilometers with his mental will. Even more astonishingly, his mental will seemed capable of penetrating the brain domain space, allowing him to observe the sleeping figure of the apocalyptic Li Chen. He could even extend his coverage to a range of 10 meters around the apocalyptic Li Chen. My mental power can actually penetrate parallel worlds? Is this the transformation after breaking through to level 3? After finishing his meal, Li Chen picked up the bandit's diary. He took out his phone and dialed the last number in the diary. The call connected after 10 seconds. The other party was silent for 2 seconds before asking, "What do you need?" "I want a batch of goods. 1 Barrett sniper rifle, 1 AK-47, 1 Polish M762, 1 Uzi. Submachine gun, 1 Scorpion submachine gun, 100 of each, and 100,000 rounds of ammunition." You need a lot of supplies. We cannot provide delivery service. Transactions can only be made at the border of the White Bear country. That's fine. The price is 3 million. You need to pay a 30% deposit first. Payment in international US dollars. Okay, please hold on. May I ask your name, sir? Joe Kai. Alright, Mr. Joe Kai, I will give you an internal trading website. You can log into this site and order using your international account. Whether it's firearms and ammunition, or cannons and tanks, or individual rocket launchers, grenades, mortars, we can provide them all. But the premise is that we can only deliver the goods to the border junction between the White Bear country and the Longsha country. If you only want to purchase a small number of firearms and ammunition and pay 30 times the price of the goods, we can guarantee home delivery and support transactions at specified addresses. No need, I will place the order right now. Alright, after placing the order, you can pick up the goods in 2 days. Li Chen downloaded a VPN software and logged into the website provided. It was indeed an internal arms trading site. All the weapons and firearms inside were clearly priced. Ordinary firearms were very cheap, costing only a few thousand yuan for one. The expensive ones were just over 10,000. Even the Barrett heavy sniper rifle was only 60,000 yuan each. The production cost of these firearms was not high. However, due to the domestic gun ban in Longsha and the high risk of smuggling, it was a serious crime. Therefore, obtaining a firearm domestically was very difficult. Naturally, scarcity makes things valuable. But if trading at the border of the White Bear country, the prices would be much cheaper. The important thing was not just the low price. The risk of smuggling large quantities of arms was simply too high. Transporting them into the country was fraught with difficulties. Perhaps 1 or 2 could still be secretly transported. But with too many, safe delivery and transactions would be impossible. Li Chen understood this principle. He decided to personally go to the border of the White Bear country for the transaction. With his internal space, smuggling a large number of firearms was completely not a problem. After completing the online order, Li Chen directly booked a flight for the next day. He planned to fly from Jiangqing to the Far East province and then take a car to Dongling Town. Dongling Town was the closest town in Longsha country to the White Bear country. Beyond Dongling Town was the border of the White Bear country. Li Chen had now broken through to level 3 evolution. With his telekinesis, he could currently lift objects weighing up to 5,000 kilograms. By simply manipulating the shoes on his feet, he could fly through the air. His speed could exceed 100 meters per second. At the same time, his brain domain space had expanded to 538 cubic meters. He didn't need a border resident permit, nor did he need a visa, allowing him to easily cross the border inspection, entering the territory of the White Bear country. The reason he didn't apply for a visa was that Li Chen didn't want to leave a record of going abroad, to avoid being investigated. After all, his current identity was Joe Kai. Moreover, starting the visa process now, the time is too tight and there's no way to make it. Ding ding ding. Li Chen had just completed his order. Suddenly, a ringtone rang out from his phone. He opened it to see that it was a call from Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was Li Chen's roommate for 3 years in college, and they usually got along well. This guy often shared his experiences with Li Chen about picking up girls. He had heard that Lu Chuan had dated no less than 20 girlfriends. The key point was that he was still broke. To date 20 girls without money is truly impressive. Li Chen had not really agreed with him before. He thought that although Lu Chuan had many girlfriends, none of them were as good-looking as Feng Zixuan. Now it seemed that Li Chen had been shallow. A sincere heart was ultimately wasted. Only tricks could win people's hearts. Xuanzi, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around at all. Not much, just a little issue at home. Then do you have time to grab a meal this afternoon? I have something to discuss with you. Sure. Let's meet at the Old Street barbecue place this afternoon. Okay. At 5 in the afternoon, Li Chen and Lu Chuan met at the Old Street barbecue place behind the school. Damn, are you still Li Chen? You've actually become even more handsome than me? Lu Chuan exclaimed in shock. Haven't I always been more handsome than you? I just gained some weight a few months ago. No wonder what? Nothing, let's just order first. Lu Chuan took out his phone, not sure who he was messaging. He began to change the subject. By the way, Xuanzi, have you seen today's headlines? I heard that early this morning 5 bodies were found by the Yangtze River along with a moving company's truck. After the 5 bodies were recovered, forensic examination confirmed that they were all homicides. One of them had 12 ribs kicked in and died from severe injuries, 2 were shot, and the last 2 were actually pierced through the temples with needles. But what I'm saying isn't the main point. The main point is that, after preliminary confirmation by the police, the identities of these 5 people are quite extraordinary. They are actually international criminals, A-level wanted fugitives who have committed dozens of kidnapping and murder cases. This time they disguised themselves as security guards, delivery men, and moving company employees, and they were likely targeting a kidnapping victim but ended up being killed instead. But how could ordinary people kill international criminals? One kick could break 12 ribs, all shattered fractures. What kind of strength does it take to achieve that? And the needle killings, based on my guess, this time it's very likely that it was an ability user or a martial artist who acted. These criminals kicked a steel plate. Lu Chuan said with a serious expression. Ability users, martial artists? Do such people really exist? Li Chen took a sip of beer, asking curiously. Of course, didn't I tell you? I have a distant cousin who awakened his abilities 6 years ago, and I heard he was even recruited by a high martial arts academy. But people like that are too far removed from us ordinary folks, and awakening abilities is a 1 in a million occurrence. You haven't seen it, so you don't believe it. Xuanzi, you just haven't seen enough. If you had met my distant cousin, you would understand how vast the world really is. We are ultimately just frogs at the bottom of a well. You're the frog at the bottom of the well, not me. Li Chen and Lu Chuan had just taken a couple of bites when suddenly a rather beautiful girl walked into the barbecue place. Li Chen, I finally found you. Why didn't you answer my calls? Feng Zixuan, what are you doing here? Li Chen glanced at Lu Chuan, suddenly realizing something. Sorry, Xuanzi, today Feng Zixuan came to find me and insisted that I bring you out. You know I've been pursuing Lin Xiaoxiao lately, and Lin Xiaoxiao is her best friend, so I had to help. Lu Chuan shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Damn. Li Chen, can we talk properly? I admit, breaking up with you before was impulsive of me. In fact, I've always cherished our relationship. I can't bear to let it go. It's been 3 years, and we've come this far. It hasn't been easy, Li Chen, let's get back together. Humph. It really hasn't been easy. Every holiday, I was the one giving you gifts. I paid the rent, I took care of the cat, I provided emotional support, I did the housework, and I even cooked. What have you done that was so hard? You just needed to grunt. Li Chen scoffed derisively. Li Chen, haven't I given you gifts? Toothbrushes, slippers, facial cleanser, didn't I buy those for you? I didn't expect you to be so calculating. You clearly have money, yet you pretend to be poor in front of me. You can easily buy an LV bag, but you never did. It's only 20,000, I begged you for 3 months, thinking you'd give it to me on my birthday, but you disappointed me with a cheap 1,000 yuan knockoff. Do you know how embarrassed I was that day? With so many classmates and friends watching, how could you put me in that position? Because of this, I admit I have some grievances against you, and Lin Xiaoxiao was also saying bad things about you, which made me consider changing boyfriends. But I've come to terms with it now. I don't care about these material things. I think our 3 years together are what truly matters. Li Chen, I've never lowered myself like this before. Will you come back? Feng Zixuan said, her face tear-streaked and pitiful. She even used a cute voice to act spoiled. She knew Li Chen was weak against this. Every time she used that voice, he found it hard to resist. Get lost. Feng Zixuan, I've already seen through your true colors. You make me sick. Li Chen no longer wanted to have anything to do with her. A broken mirror is hard to piece back together. Some things, once done, leave no room for redemption. Whoa, Li Chen, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. I'm Feng Zixuan, it's not like I can't find another man. If you don't want me, there are plenty of men who will cherish me. You'll regret it, you will definitely regret it. Feng Zixuan cried as she ran away. Many onlookers felt it was a pity. This girl was quite good looking. She actively sought reconciliation and was actually rejected? Many boys felt it was a great loss. After all, looks are justice. Hey, Senior Li Chen, what a coincidence, are you all here eating? Feng Zixuan had just run out of the barbecue shop. Suddenly, Fu Dodo walked in with 3 girls. As soon as she saw Li Chen, she rushed over to greet him. Dodo, is that you? Yeah, we're also eating here. Senior Li Chen, I sent you several WeChat messages yesterday, why didn't you reply? I might have forgotten. It's okay. Senior Li Chen, you must be a busy person, but you have to remember to reply to me next time. Alright, I will next time. How about we eat together? Fu Dodo suggested actively. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up at this. Boss, can we get a bigger table? Ladies, I'm Lu Chuan from Lu Chuan Feng. What's your names? Lu Chuan asked eagerly. I'm Fu Dodo, I'm Zhang Ting, I'm Huang Wanwan, I'm Wan Xiaowei. Fu Dodo, so it's her, the top freshman beauty, lively and cute, a bit like Bao Xiangyan. No, she's even prettier than Bao Xiangyan. Not only is Dodo beautiful, but their entire dormitory is filled with beauties. There's not a single one who looks bad. Damn, it really is true that birds of a feather flock together. I never thought that beautiful women would be so proactive when they meet handsome guys. I've never experienced such treatment in my life. Beautiful women actually chase after guys to eat together? What a scumbag. No wonder he didn't get back together with his ex. It turns out he's looking for new love. What good can come from hanging out with Lu Chuan? This guy's reputation has Long been tarnished. Not only does he flirt with girls everywhere, but he also lives off them, making the girls pay for the hotel rooms. This guy is clearly a gigolo. The boys at another table pointed and whispered about Lu Chuan and Li Chen. Lu Chuan might not have heard, but Li Chen heard everything clearly. This guy actually made the girls pay for the hotel rooms? How did he manage that? After a meal, Lu Chuan was busy running around, being overly attentive. He started boasting about all sorts of strange experiences. The girls were shocked, feeling that Lu Chuan was well informed and knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times. Lu Chuan, I didn't expect you to know so much. You even understand the supernatural events that broke out nationwide 6 years ago. That's natural. The supernatural events 6 years ago was referred to as the revival of spiritual energy. But do you know what the revival of spiritual energy really is? The so-called revival of spiritual energy refers to a special energy mutation produced by certain molecules in the air. This energy mutation is contained in the oxygen, and once the human body inhales it, the genes and cells will merge with it, leading to some kind of mutation, awakening supernatural abilities, or developing the body's genes. You should know that our brains have not been fully developed. Only a tiny part has been utilized, while the vast majority may never have the opportunity to be developed in this lifetime. The human body is full of mysteries. Some people carry ancient genes, while others are naturally smarter. Not everyone is born the same. In this world, there have long been legends of ancient martial artists. Back then, the mutated energy in the air was likely more abundant, meaning the spiritual energy was richer. Therefore, ancient people discovered and utilized this energy, creating specialized methods for absorption, which led to the legends of ancient martial artists who were far stronger than ordinary people. They could even pluck flowers and leaves from a distance and injure others from afar. This situation continued until the Ming and Qing dynasties, when the mutated energy in the air began to thin out, and the ancient martial artists became weaker. With each generation, some sects even lost their lineage, disappearing into the river of history. This period is referred to as the Age of Decline. The Age of Decline lasted about 300 years, especially in modern times, when there were almost no ancient martial artists around. All the wars in the world were replaced by firearms and artillery. Until 2050, 6 years ago, when the mutated energy molecules in the air began to become active again, leading to the resurgence of ancient martial artists and the birth of many supernatural beings across the country. Some people awakened their ancient genes directly under the impact of mutated energy, unlocking the mysteries of their genetic locks, thus awakening special abilities. For this reason, the higher-ups of Longsha country even established a high martial academy specifically to recruit supernatural beings and ancient martial artists for study. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The High Martial Academy closed down just 2 months after its establishment. The mutated energy in the air was only active for 2 months before it fell silent again. My cousin awakened powerful supernatural abilities 6 years ago and was specially recruited to study at the High Martial Academy, receiving a monthly bonus of 200,000 without doing anything. These things, in fact, most people don't know about them. After all, awakening special abilities is a rare talent, 1 in a million. We ordinary people can only look up to them. Lu Chuan said with a face full of emotion. Senior Lu Chuan, you know so much. I didn't expect you to know about such secrets. Zheng Ting praised. They're just trivial matters. Zheng Ting, how about we add each other on WeChat? I can find you another day for a heart-to-heart talk. Actually, I have many qualities you don't know about, but unfortunately, people always misunderstand me. Sure. Ding. Lu Chuan successfully added Zheng Ting on WeChat. The meal was finished. Li Chen directly scanned the code to pay. He knew Lu Chuan would never pick up the tab. This guy never pays when eating with girls. Dodo, I'm glad to meet you all. To apologize for not replying to your message last time, let me give you a little gift. Li Chen pulled out 4 bracelets from somewhere. Here, 1 for each of you. They're just some worthless trinkets. Fu Dodo held the bracelet in her hand and immediately felt that the material was unusual. Is this a glass-type jade bracelet? Dodo, are you joking? A genuine glass-type jade bracelet is probably worth over 1 million. This must be a fake that Li Chen bought on Taobao, otherwise, how could it be so bright and transparent? It feels like it's made of glass. Zheng Ting said. Li Chen immediately took back the bracelet he had handed her. It's really not something valuable. If you don't want it, that's fine. Since the girl didn't want it, Li Chen naturally wouldn't insist. Everything should be left to fate. Huang Wenwen and Wan Shelwei didn't seem to mind. Each took 1. Even if it was a fake bought on Taobao, it was still a gift, and exposing it in person would be somewhat impolite. Only Fu Dodo knew this thing might actually be real. Li Chen drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury car worth over 10 million. The gifts he gave couldn't possibly just be something worth 100 or so from Taobao, right? Unless he was really renting the luxury car? Thank you, Senior Li Chen. I really like the gift you gave me, Fu Dodo said with a sweet smile. Dodo, what's so special about a fake bracelet? Last time, a senior gave you a Van Cleef & Arpels bracelet and you didn't even accept it. That bracelet I checked online was worth over 30,000. Zheng Ting looked down on the fake on Fu Dodo's wrist. Glass-type jade? She just couldn't believe that someone would casually give away a bracelet worth $1 million. And 4 of them? Are you wholesale? It must be fake. 100% fake. There's no chance it's real. Zhang Ting was very certain in her heart. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Zhang Ting, in her quest for truth, insisted on taking Fu Dodo and the others to a jewelry store for appraisal. Boss, can you take a look at this bracelet and tell us how much it's worth? Now, the group arrived at a legitimate jade store. Zhang Ting asked with a smile. Such street stall fakes were worth at most 100 or 2, nothing more. The boss looked at the bracelet on Fu Dodo's wrist and immediately perked up. He shone a flashlight on it. Good stuff. High ice glass type with such perfect quality. This level of jade is rarely seen on the market. You can hardly find it in regular stores. This has reached a collectible level. Based on the current market buyback price, it should be worth around 2 million, the jade store owner immediately assessed. What? 2 million? Boss, are your eyes playing tricks on you? This thing is worth 2 million? Isn't it fake? Zhang Ting exclaimed in shock. Who told you this is fake? The authenticity of jadeite is easy to determine. It's not like Hetian jade, where fakes are rampant and can even be indistinguishable from the real thing. This is also the reason why jadeite prices have remained high in recent years. I've been in this industry for over 10 years, and I can tell at a glance whether it's real or fake. What about this one? Zhang Ting raised Huang Wenwen's wrist again. This one is also of glass type, although it's slightly inferior to the previous one, it's still worth around 1.2 million. And this one? Zhang Ting lifted Wan Xiaohui's wrist. This bracelet is also real. Damn, where did you get so many exquisite jadeites? You suddenly have 3 at once. If you're willing to sell them to me, I'm willing to add an extra 600,000 on top of the previous price. How about a firm price of 5 million? Crazy. Zhang Ting thought the boss had lost his mind. Something was definitely off. You want to spend 5 million to buy back 3 bracelets that Li Chen casually gifted? This means you probably sold them for a high profit? Really? Boss, is this bracelet really worth 1.2 million? If I sell it, can you transfer the money to me? Sure. I'll prepare the contract right away. The boss quickly took out a formal buyback contract. They signed it under the camera. After the process was completed, Huang Wenwen actually received a transfer of 1.2 million. This wave left even Huang Wenwen herself shocked. This was no joke. She really received 1.2 million. Damn, Dodo, what kind of identity does Li Chen have to give us such an expensive gift? I don't know what Li Chen's background is, but the last time I saw him, he was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom at his school, the latest model worth over 10 million. Fu Dodo explained. Dodo, why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Chen actually drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Then the bracelet he gave me must also be real. That's over 1 million for me. Zhang Ting felt heartbroken. She almost regretted it to the core. This was over 1 million, especially after seeing the balance in Huang Wenwen's bank account. It was simply heart-wrenching. How many part-time jobs and years of work would it take to earn that million? Damn you. Dodo, can you give me Li Chen's WeChat? Since he gave us such an expensive gift, I want to thank him in person. I plan to treat Li Chen to a meal later. Huang Wenwen said seriously. Yeah, Dodo, this gift is too valuable. If I don't show some gratitude, I'll feel uneasy. Please give me Li Chen's WeChat too. Wan Xiaowhui also said with a face that suggested it was only right. Hearing this, Fu Dodo found it hard to refuse. She could only pass Li Chen's WeChat ID to them. The two instantly looked delighted. Dodo, I just reflected on it. I was indeed a bit rude. Next time, I'll apologize to Li Chen in person, so please give me his WeChat too. Zhang Ting was now full of fighting spirit. She had previously mocked Li Chen on purpose after hearing some rumors in the alumni group. They said Li Chen abused his ex-girlfriend and borrowed money at high interest, making his ex pay it back. Such a man, even if he was handsome, she found very unappealing. It seemed the truth was not like that at all. She had been blinded by rumors and misunderstood Li Chen. This was clearly that bitch Feng Zixuan who, fearing others would discover Li Chen's good qualities, deliberately slandered him with rumors, even saying he had a mental illness, thus reducing many competitors without anyone noticing. Her heart is truly despicable. This woman is too scheming. Xuanzi, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you really are too clumsy with your words. Fu Dodo and her roommates are all beauties. Why can't you show a little more? I admit you have a certain charm, but can charm be eaten? Charm only has a supplementary effect when it comes to attracting girls, but it's not decisive. Lu Chuan had an expression of frustration. Especially with beautiful women, many don't care about looks. You're too aloof, always waiting for girls to chase you, and this often leads you to miss out on beautiful women. Well, I can't just go around licking girls like you, can I? You're wrong. If I lick one girl, I'm indeed a simp, but if I lick 100 girls, then those 100 girls are my simps. Do you know how many girls I've added on WeChat in the past 3 years? 2,000. From school, outside school, from neighboring schools, from society, gamers, any day I can easily ask a girl out to hang out. This is my trump card. There's no trick, just a lot of people. Do you know why I don't pay the bill? Because with so many people, if I had to pay for every girl I date, how could I possibly handle that? So, I never pay for a single meal. Moreover, I only make friends with them and never express any intention to pursue them, so it's reasonable that I don't pay. But there are always some girls who mistakenly think I'm dating them, and when they drink too much, they want me to accompany them. I can't refuse their hospitality, which leads to a lot of misunderstandings. Lu Chuan once again made his astonishing remarks. Li Chen was speechless. Ding dong. Huang Wenwen requests to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Wan Shelby requests to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Zhang Ting requests to add you as a friend. Would you like to verify? Suddenly, 3 friend requests popped up on Li Chen's phone. Lu Chuan glanced sideways. He was instantly incredulous. Wow, are girls nowadays this proactive? They all actively add you as friends? I get it, Xuanzi, don't be fooled. Lu Chuan had a look of sudden realization. What do you mean? Do you think that them adding you as friends means they have a crush on you, that almost every girl is interested in you? If you really think that, then you're gravely mistaken. These 4 girls all live in the same dorm. Their private relationships go without saying, and among them, Fu Daodu is clearly a bit closer to you. So, these women are likely sent by Fu Daodu to test you. If you can't hold back and accidentally get tempted, Fu Daodu will definitely think you're a scumbag. This is clearly a trap. They might be discussing you in their dorm right now. Lu Chuan analyzed with a knowing look. They said they really liked the gifts I gave and want to treat me to a meal next time. Li Chen directly accepted the friend request. Not listening to the advice of the elders will lead to losses right in front of you. You're still too young. I never said I wanted to pursue Fu Daodu. What's there to test? That night, Li Chen returned to the Wanjiangyipin penthouse. He moved in directly with his bag. After all, there was nothing lacking in the space. He also took down all the rental listings on the platform. After the last kidnapping incident, he completely lost the desire to be a landlord. That was just a childish fantasy from his student days. Thinking about lying back and collecting rent felt very comfortable. The reality proved that collecting rent was not comfortable. The monthly rent was only a mere 500,000, and for that he received numerous harassment calls every day, along with tenants haggling with him. Of course, from the tenant's perspective, haggling is a normal market behavior. But Li Chen felt it was a waste of time and energy. A single gold brick is worth more than 5 million. It really isn't necessary to haggle with tenants over a few thousand in rent. Moreover, he had already realized that listing over 100 properties for rent on the intermediary platform was indeed a very high-profile act. It was easy to attract investigation. Taking down all listings was urgent. Apocalypse. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen, as usual, went to bed early and got up late. Early this morning, the roar of several planes suddenly echoed in the city sky. About 5 planes glided over the city, and from these planes, countless flyers were scattered. Papers filled the sky, fluttering in the wind. Many survivors picked up these flyers from the planes. It seems to be military planes. What's written on the flyers? Hurry, show me. Dear survivors, the apocalypse has arrived, and it has been nearly 3 months. During these 3 months, we, the Blue Star humans, have faced countless calamities. 95% of humanity has perished as a result. Order has collapsed, evil runs rampant, and the world is like hell, with laws completely non-existent. Fortunately, 5% of humanity has survived. We are the spark of human civilization, and we must not give up easily. After 3 months of effort by the Longhai military, we have rebuilt the human survivor base and rescued a large number of survivors. Currently, the Longhai survivor base has exceeded 10,000 people and has produced around 500 evolvers. We have enough arms, abundant supplies, a functioning power system, clean water sources, a reconstructed social order, and a strong team of evolvers. We can protect the survivors from the attacks of zombies and mutated beasts. Join the Longhai survivor base. We welcome all survivors and all evolvers to join us in overcoming this disaster together. I, Yuan Tianyi, leader of the Longhai base, a level 5 evolver, welcome your arrival. On this flyer from the plane, there was not only a written introduction from the military leader but also a map of the base at the bottom. According to the map's directions, if one continued 50 kilometers north or south of Haicheng, they would reach the Longhai survivor base. As soon as this flyer was released, it instantly stirred everyone up. For all the survivors struggling in the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a lifeline. Great! I didn't expect that General Yuan Tianyi has established such a large survivor base, and he's a level 5 evolver. That's amazing. With Captain Li, a level 3 evolver, being so powerful, wouldn't a level 5 evolver be like a god? General Yuan Tianyi is already a leader of the younger generation in the military. He became a major general at 30, coming from a warlord family. Before the apocalypse began, he already commanded a large army and had a vast arsenal. After the outbreak, whether facing natural disasters or the attacks of zombies or mutated beasts, he had enough means to respond, so it's quite normal for him to have obtained a large number of zombie cores and mutated beast meat in advance and rapidly grow into a high-level evolver. Why don't we go and join General Yuan? Joining a larger survivor base is undoubtedly a safer option, Lin Longhui immediately suggested. As soon as he said this, many people were tempted. This matter still needs to be discussed with Captain Lee. If Captain Lee is willing to join General Yuan, then we can go together. It's better to have someone to look out for each other on the way. What if Li Chen disagrees? If Li Chen disagrees, we can part ways. We are not his dogs. Does he think he can control us if we want to join a larger base? Ziyan, why don't you come with me to the Longhai base? We're both level 2 evolvers, and once we get to the Longhai base, we might even secure a position. Plus, with such a large base, the supply situation will definitely be more reliable. Lin Longhui began to persuade. Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyan immediately fell into a dilemma. She still hoped that Li Chen could join them in going to the Longhai base. After Li Chen got up, he noticed many people discussing a flyer. The entire survivor team had, thanks to Li Chen's generous provision of crystal core supplies yesterday, almost all transformed into evolvers. Although the vast majority were only level 1, the strength of the entire team was no longer comparable to before. Captain Lee, take a look at this flyer. Guafu Gue handed over a flyer. Li Chen focused his gaze. His expression was indifferent. What Longhai base? What supply provision? Could this base have more supplies than he did? Wasn't that ridiculous? As for the level 5 evolvers, Li Chen acknowledged that they had an advantage in resources, which allowed them to temporarily outpace him, and that was understandable. But it wasn't a big deal. What's wrong? Are you all interested in this Longhai base? Captain, although you are a space-type ability user and have seized some supplies early on due to your advantage, there will come a day when we can no longer rely on what we have. To be frank, I believe joining the Longhai base is undoubtedly a better choice for our current team. Moreover, our entire team is now made up of evolvers. Joining the Longhai base will surely secure us a place. In this apocalypse, we need to band together and unite more strength to face greater risks. I hope the captain can lead us to join. Lin Longhui said without hesitation. If you want to leave, then leave on your own. I won't force you. Anyway, I'm not interested in this Longhai base. Captain, you. Alright, let's eat. Fine, since the captain is so stubborn, I, Lin Longhui, request to leave the team. Captain Lee, how about we? Many people hesitated to speak. What? Do you all want to leave the team? Too? Alright, I see now that many of you are considering joining the Longhai base today. Then this is how it is. If you are willing to follow Lin Longhui to leave and join this Longhai base, step forward. I'm giving you a chance now. You can exit the team, and I won't stop you. As soon as Li Chen said this, the entire place fell silent. After a while, someone stepped forward. It was one of Lin Longhui's underlings. This was understandable, as he had always followed Lin Longhui. However, once this person stepped forward, it quickly triggered a chain reaction. 1, 2, 3, more and more people began to step forward. The 8 speed-type evolvers who had joined yesterday all stepped out of the team. Several people from Li Chen's side also followed suit. I'm sorry, boss, I want to go to a bigger survivor base. Please grant me this. The moment Zhou Xiaoqian stepped out of the team, Li Chen was genuinely surprised. Zhou Xiaoqian, you were one of the earliest members of our team. I believe I haven't treated you poorly. Are you sure you want to leave my team? Li Chen asked again. This actually expressed a hint of wanting to salvage the situation. But Zhou Xiaoqian ultimately nodded firmly. I want to go. I'm sorry, boss. Without your help, I might not have become a level 2 evolver so quickly, and I'm almost on the verge of breaking through to level 3 now. But I still want to go to a bigger base. My water-type ability might be utilized more in a larger base. Everyone has their own aspirations, I can understand. You can go. Since Zhou Xiaoqian had already made up her mind to leave, Li Chen no longer insisted. He didn't lack a water-type ability user to provide a water source. If he wanted water, he could store hundreds of tons of clean, pure water in his space at any time. But others didn't know that. Currently, in the entire team, only Zhou Xiaoqian was a water-type ability user. If she left, even washing vegetables and cooking would become difficult. As a result, more people began to have second thoughts. They stood with Zhou Xiaoqian on Lin Longhui's side. Ultimately, out of a team of 93, 55 people actually wanted to leave. Only 38 remained, firmly standing with Li Chen. Yang Jian, aren't you leaving? Sorry, Brother Longhui, Captain Li helped me break through to level 2, lent me over a dozen level 1 crystal cores and quite a bit of food. I haven't repaid my debt to the team yet. I can't just walk away. No matter what, I have to repay my debts first. Yang Jian said with a silly expression. Alright then. Ziyan, are you really not leaving? Lin Longhui urged again. Yes, Captain Li, I believe we will meet again one day. I can't abandon my team. I hope you can understand. I can only repay your life-saving grace next time. Mu Ziyan hesitated for a long time but ultimately chose to leave. From then on, Li Chen's team, which was about to exceed 100 members, suddenly shrank by more than half, leaving only 37 people. Damn it, a bunch of ungrateful scum. They all deserve to die. Boss, as a brother, in my heart, I, Hong Mao, will never betray you. These bastards will definitely regret it later. Hong Mao said indignantly, even his whole body was burning with anger. Guofugue, why aren't you leaving? Li Chen turned to ask. The big base has its advantages and the small team has its strengths. If they go to Longhai base, can they really live better? That's not certain. I know all too well the face of the upper echelons. That Yuan Dashwai could break through to level 5 in such a short time, he must have drained the entire base's resources, turning everyone into his dependents. Even if we take a step back, even if this Yuan Dashwai has a bit of conscience and really does protect a region as a military district big shot, do you think he would trust his own guards or those external evolvers? There will definitely be different treatments. The big base may have resources, but whether they can be allocated to you is another matter. I'm getting old and I'm not willing to take such risks. Wo Fugue analyzed rationally. His words reassured all the remaining team members. Shadow had not said a word from beginning to end. She just stood firmly behind Li Chen. Very well said, they're leaving. Is their loss. I can only say they know nothing about my, Li Chen's, trump cards. After this choice, the rest are all our own people. Since they are our own, I will not hold anything back. From today on, you can obtain enough living supplies from me, unlimited supply, as much as you want. I still have a batch of level 1 crystal cores and I will quickly help everyone advance to level 2 evolvers. You will be grateful for this choice. Li Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, a large batch of supplies began to appear out of thin air. Cigarettes, beer, liquor, grains, fruits, steaks, pig trotters, lamb, various seasonings, mineral water, everything was there. It was like a large supermarket for daily necessities. There was nothing Li Chen couldn't produce. Wow, there are even bananas and dragon fruit. I used to love eating fruits. If only there were chilled watermelons, it would be perfect. Sun Yuhan said, taking a bite of banana and dragon fruit, her face full of happiness. Chilled watermelon? No problem. Li Chen really pulled out 5 large chilled watermelons, adding hot pot, beer, and barbecue. These little days, to hell with the Longhai base. Today, everyone should rest and recharge for a day, and then we'll sprint for upgrades. Crystal cores and supplies are more than enough. Tomorrow we'll switch to hunting mode. Red hair, looking at you, you should have reached the peak of level 2. I'll give you 10 level 2 crystal cores, aim to break through to level 3 today. If you can break through to level 3, I'll reward you with 10 cigarettes. Boss, it's a deal. I'm definitely breaking through to level 3. After a day of consumption and crazy feasting, the strength of Li Chen's team saw a significant boost. Although the number of members had decreased quite a bit, the overall strength experienced explosive growth. First was Red Hair, who finally broke through to level 3. With the breakthrough, Red Hair's control over fire became incredibly powerful. Even without using gasoline barrels, his destructive power was off the charts. He could even manipulate a 20-meter-long fire dragon, instantly turning an area the size of a basketball court into a sea of flames. Next, Wo Fugue broke through to level 2. His level 2 magnetic ability was beginning to show its prowess. Li Chen gave him 100 small throwing knives, which he wielded with ease. This ability was absolutely overpowered for harvesting ordinary level 1 and 2 zombies on the battlefield. Eagle also broke through to level 3, with his eagle eye scan covering a radius of 30 kilometers. What surprised Li Chen the most was that Sun Yuhan actually broke through to level 3. Her growth rate was incredibly fast. After a day of resting and recharging, 5 level 3 evolvers emerged from the team: Li Chen, Shadow, Red Hair, Eagle, and Sun Yuhan. Among the remaining 32 members, 20 successfully broke through to level 2. The last 12 remained at level 1, but they were not far from level 2. In a team of 37 evolvers, 25 were above level 2, making this team's strength quite formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Longhui, Mu Zian, Zhou Xiaoqian, and a team of 56 evolvers had finally arrived at the Longhai base after a grueling 60-kilometer trek, following the map's guidance. Along the way, they encountered numerous thorns and hardships, facing 2 zombie hordes and 1 mutated rat swarm. Fortunately, all of them were evolvers, and with Lin Longhui and Mu Zian's impressive combat abilities, the entire team faced no major dangers. They only suffered 1 death and 5 minor injuries before successfully reaching the Longhai base. Upon arriving, they were all overjoyed. The Longhai base was bustling with survivors coming and going, a scene of prosperity. They hadn't seen so many people in a long time, as if they had suddenly returned to a civilized society. Great, we finally made it. My legs are about to give out from all that walking, but we've successfully arrived at the Longhai base. This is indeed a big base, with such high walls and so many survivors. Look at those soldiers on the city wall, all armed to the teeth, giving a strong sense of security. Li Chen is too stubborn and short-sighted, truly ignorant. Hello, we are an evolver team from Haichen. Currently, our team has a total of 55 members, with 3 level 2 evolvers. We came here specifically to seek refuge after receiving the airplane flyers from General Yuan Tianyi. Lin Longhui said to a female officer in charge of filling out registration forms, his tone friendly. What's all the noise? Can't you line up? Shut the hell up. Now, each of you come over to get a registration form. Fill in your name, age, date of birth, place of origin, and the type and level of your awakened abilities. I don't want to repeat myself. The registrar shouted with extreme impatience. Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Zian frowned immediately. After all, they were second-level evolvers, respected figures outside Why was the registrar's attitude so poor? But thinking about the long line of people registering at the base entrance with the ordinary survivors, queue even longer, it was understandable that the registrar was a bit impatient given the workload. Forget it. Endure for a moment and peace will come. After filling out the registration form, remember to submit one first level crystal core per person, and second level evolvers must submit one second level crystal core to receive a Dragon Sea base identity token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the base. Why do they not have to submit anything? Lin Longhui immediately pointed at another group of ordinary survivors. It seemed that these ordinary survivors did not have to submit zombie crystal cores to enter the base. They live in tents inside the base. Do you also want to live in a tent? Looking at the group of survivors who look like beggars, Lin Longhui gritted his teeth and chose to submit a second-level zombie crystal core. The others in the line also submitted their respective crystal cores. These cores were hard-earned, and they were starting to feel dissatisfied. But since they were already here, they couldn't just turn back, could they? They decided to endure for now. After filling out the registration form and submitting the crystal cores, they finally received their identity tokens for Dragon Sea Base. First-level evolvers received a 1-star token. Second-level evolvers received a 2-star token. Third-level evolvers received a 3-star token, and so on. Once inside the base, they were led by staff to complete the check-in procedures. The entire group was dispersed, and they were not housed together. Lin Longhui, Mu Zian, and Zhou Xiaoqian were each taken to a small 20-square-meter single room. The room was very shabby, with cobwebs and mouse droppings. However, it barely had a private bathroom and shower. Are we really going to live in a place like this? Mu Zian asked incredulously. Yes, this is already considered a luxury single room in the base, but I just saw a group of villas inside the base. Those are for third-level evolvers and the leader's personal guards. By the way, this single room is not free. You need to pay 1 second-level crystal core every week. Upon hearing this, Mu Zian immediately regretted it. Had she known, she wouldn't have followed Lin Longhui to such a hellish place. Was this even a place for people to live? Lin Longhui and Zhou Xiaoqian faced similar situations, each in rooms of about 20 square meters. The first-level evolvers had it worse. They lived in dormitory-style mixed accommodations, crammed into a room with a dozen people, with no private bathroom or shower. However, seeing ordinary survivors setting up tents in the square, with no shelter from the wind or rain, made them feel a bit better. At least they had a place to shield themselves from the elements. When dinner time came, Mu Zian almost vomited. Zhou Xiaoqian also found it hard to swallow. What the hell is this food? The yellow rice is mixed with sand, there are no side dishes, and it smells sour. Who the hell can eat this? However, her complaints were met with disdain from several base evolvers. Cut it out. Do you think this is still before the apocalypse? What time is it now? Just having something to eat is already good enough. Exactly. If you think you're so great and don't want to eat spoiled food, wanting to have plain white rice instead, you can go to the second floor cafeteria to exchange for it. One level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 2 tails of white rice, 1 level 2 crystal core can get you a meat dish, and with 1 level 3 crystal core, you can even exchange for gourmet dishes made from mutated wild boar meat. It all depends on whether you're willing to part with it. In the end, Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Zian still couldn't stomach the spoiled food and went to the second floor cafeteria. The second floor cafeteria was indeed a bit more refined. However, the prices were outrageous. What the hell? A plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes actually costs 3 level 1 crystal cores? A plate of braised pork only has 6 pieces and costs 1 level 2 crystal core? That's too expensive. It was clear that the exchange prices at the second floor cafeteria were at least 20 times more than those at Li Chen's place. This was ridiculous. Forget it, how about we just make do today? I heard that the evolvers in the base can take on tasks or team up to go outside and kill zombies to obtain crystal cores. With our abilities, we can still afford to eat at the second floor cafeteria. Lin Longhui began to speak with determination. But how many zombies can we kill in a day? As level 2 evolvers, we have a large appetite. If we can't fill our stomachs, we won't have the strength to fight zombies. But if we use all our crystal cores to eat at the second floor cafeteria, how will we level up? Mu Zian rolled her eyes and asked. This question was quite perplexing. Zhou Xiaoqian. Look, this cafeteria seems to have a special task for water-type ability users. I just saw that this task requires supplying at least 10 tons of water every day to eat for free at the second floor cafeteria. 10 tons of water? I estimate I would have to exhaust myself to do that. Zhou Xiaoqian suddenly began to miss Li Chen a bit. When she was with Li Chen, she could enjoy hot pot, beer, and barbecued steak without a care. In this Longhai base, even as a water-type ability user, she wasn't being utilized properly. Why was that? I heard that there are 2 level 3 water-type ability users in Longhai base who can easily provide 500 tons of clean water to the base every day. Level 2 water-type ability users seem to only be able to do odd jobs. Lin Longhui directly struck at the heart of the matter. In the city, around 9 in the morning, Li Chen took out all 200 tons of gold. from his space and stored it in the private warehouse he had just bought. He also contacted Zhao Dahai, asking him to establish a jewelry and gold company. The name would be Li Dafu. The main business would be selling various types of jewelry, gemstones, and gold ornaments, or investing in gold bars, and he directly gave Zhao Dahai 5% of the original shares. At the same time, he instructed Sun Xiaobiao to prepare to acquire 10 supermarkets and a large-scale ecological breeding farm. Around 11 in the morning, Li Chen took a plane to the Far East province. After transferring for more than 3 hours, he finally arrived at the border town of Dongling between Longxia country and Baixiang country. This town, due to its proximity to Baixiang country, occasionally had sightings of Baixiang girls on the streets. Many of the young Baixiang girls were quite beautiful, fair-skinned, lovely, with long legs. Due to their different ethnicity, they generally developed faster. The elementary school-aged Baixiang girls looked like middle schoolers. The middle schoolers looked like college students. They blossomed early into graceful figures. Therefore, their legal marriage age was much earlier than that of Longxia country. Li Chen strolled along the streets of Dongling town, feeling a distinct exotic charm. To obtain that batch of arms in advance, Li Chen directly contacted the person in charge. He inquired whether they could arrange for the delivery tonight. The person in charge said that delivering tonight was fine, but it would require extra payment. An additional 2 million for expedited fees was needed. It seemed that as long as one was willing to pay more, many problems could be resolved. The delivery and settlement location were confirmed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Chen walked directly out of Dongling town and found a deserted spot. With a thought, he focused his mental energy on the shoes beneath his feet, and then he controlled the shoes to slowly rise into the air. Instantly, it seemed as if he was floating in mid-air, continuously ascending. After flying to about 300 meters, he quickly sped off in the direction of the White Bear country. This was Li Chen's first time flying with his shoes. Although it was his first attempt, he adapted quickly. The learning and adaptation ability of a level 3 evolver is inherently strong. Moreover, flying with the shoes, which only required lifting his 100+ pounds with mental energy, was very easy. For Li Chen, there was absolutely no pressure at all. Li Chen's flying speed increased rapidly, soon breaking through the borderline and directly entering the territory of the White Bear country. "Mom, I think I saw someone flying in the sky?" A child leaned out of the window just in time to witness Li Chen flying with his shoes. "Where? There's no one flying in the sky, I didn't see anything." A young woman approached. She peered out the window several times but saw nothing. "Mom, the person has already flown away. I really saw it. That person flew up into the air and zoomed off." Tutu, didn't I tell you? Children shouldn't lie. You can't deceive your mom, or I'll have to spank you. I didn't. I really saw it. Mom, you have to believe me. Humph. Lying. I think you really need to be taught a lesson. The young woman began to scold the child. The little boy was left in tears. Boo-hoo, why? Don't adults believe him? He really saw it. As Li Chen flew, he didn't go too high. If he flew too high, his phone would lose signal. He kept Google Maps navigation on throughout the journey. By 9:20 he arrived at the designated trading location. The trading spot was an abandoned road rarely frequented by people. 3 military trucks were parked by the roadside. A dozen White Bear mercenaries armed with assault rifles were chatting with an Asian man. The trading time is 9:30. We haven't seen a single soul on this road. The other party isn't trying to play us, are they? Anyway, the commission has already been received. If they're more than 5 minutes late, we'll just leave. I wonder what kind of people from Longxia country want such a large batch of arms. I'm curious to see what kind of power they have to successfully transport this batch of arms into Longxia country. His name is Zhou Kai. He's an international bandit. I've checked and his identity seems fine. Pfft, what international bandit? Just a petty thief playing at kidnapping and extortion, not worth much. Just as these White Bear mercenaries were chatting, a strange figure suddenly descended from the pitch-black sky. The figure floated down, making an extremely exaggerated entrance that shocked everyone. The dozen armed mercenaries were directly stunned. The Asian arms dealer was also momentarily frozen. I am Zhou Kai. Where's my cargo? Li Chen, wearing a black mask and sunglasses, asked coldly. Cargo? Why yes, you guys, hurry and open the cargo truck. The back door of the military truck opened. Inside were wooden boxes, each containing assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, handguns, sniper rifles, and a large quantity of ammunition, grenades, mortars, individual rocket launchers, and high explosives. There were about 100 boxes in total. Li Chen walked to the back of the truck and waved his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, the boxes of arms began to float up automatically. Then he flew to Li Chen's side and vanished into thin air. One box after another disappeared right under the noses of the mercenaries. Everyone's mouths dropped open. They were all dumbfounded, stunned, like wooden chickens. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. After a while, over 100 weapon boxes were all collected by Li Chen into his space. I hope you won't mention today's events to outsiders, nor spread what you've seen, or you'll bear the consequences. Do you understand? Li Chen walked up to the Asian arms dealer and gently patted his shoulder. he said coldly. You understand? I understand. The arms dealer broke out in a cold sweat. That's good to hear. Li Chen smirked. As soon as he finished speaking, he took 2 steps forward, seemingly floating in the air, and flew away. His mysterious shadow turned into a dark dot under the moonlight, quickly disappearing at the edge of the sky. All that was left was a group of stunned white bear mercenaries and the Asian arms dealer. Is this Mr. Jokai, the legendary practitioner of ancient Eastern martial arts, a congenital realm expert? Or could he be a sky-level ability user? Could it be that after 6 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived, and congenital warriors and sky-level ability users have emerged? But what would such a powerful person want with these weapons? Even high-ranking officials in Longsha would have to pay their respects to such a big shot. Why would he come to me, a small arms dealer, to buy weapons? Xiao Tianyu found this situation utterly absurd. Whether it was a congenital realm expert or a sky-level ability user, they belonged to a generation of masters. Their status was exalted. A big shot of his caliber could just ask the military department for some guns and ammunition. Would the military department dare to refuse? Why resort to smuggling? It made no sense. He couldn't understand. Did big shots behave differently from others? Half an hour later, Li Chen returned to Dongling Town and found a hotel to stay in. In the apocalypse, at 10 in the morning, Li Chen once again went to bed early and got up late. But no one thought much of it, because every evolver, when material conditions are relatively sufficient, would more or less give themselves a little extra care. When they consumed zombie crystal cores to strengthen and upgrade, they didn't want to be watched by others. They all secretly hid a way to level up. As the leader, Li Chen had his own space and ample resources, so it was understandable that he spent a little more time strengthening himself every day. Around 10:30, Li Chen gathered all the team members: Shadow, red-haired Eagle, Sun Yuhan, Wofugui, Yang Jian, and a secondary Earth-type ability user named Huang Chao, who is currently the core of Li Chen's team. Today's task is to conduct a large-scale cleanup of the streets, residential areas, and the major shopping malls where zombies are gathered. At the same time, we will collect supplies and crystal cores, including rescuing ordinary survivors. Although yesterday's airplane flyers attracted quite a few evolvers and ordinary survivors to voluntarily join the Longhai base, you must understand that those who have the ability to cross dozens of kilometers and successfully reach the Longhai base either have evolvers leading them or belong to relatively large teams with many people, vehicles, or weapons. Only this group of people can survive the journey through various crises and successfully reach the Longhai base. For ordinary lone survivors, trying to traverse the city streets alone while facing attacks from various zombies or evolved beasts is undoubtedly a life and death situation. Therefore, the promotion of the Longhai base actually did not consider those solitary, ordinary survivors. They have essentially been abandoned. For us, competing with the Longhai base for people is clearly not advantageous, so we can only absorb these ordinary lone survivors and cultivate them selectively. You may wonder why I want to absorb ordinary survivors. Isn't that a waste of food? I want to tell you that I am different from the Longhai base. I will not give up on anyone. Li Chen's speech was meant to convey one message. He, Li Chen, was not lacking in food. No matter how many people there were, he could support them all. Moreover, the more people there were, the more individuals he could gather to collect jewelry and gold for him. The efficiency would be higher. It was a guaranteed profit. Li Chen didn't have to pay them salaries or provide social insurance. A little food each day was enough to keep them satisfied. With so many cheap and useful employees, why not take advantage of them? Once these words were spoken, many members of the team brightened up, especially Sun Yuhan. Her eyes sparkled with determination, and she grew increasingly appreciative and respectful of Li Chen. Among the other team members, some agreed with Li Chen, while others disagreed, even secretly cursing him as a fool. In this apocalypse, how could he still be so altruistic? To actually use precious resources to support those ordinary survivors? Wasn't that pure foolishness? How many people would truly be loyal to him? Everyone was just using him. If one day he became useless, would they not immediately turn against him? It wasn't wrong for them to think this way. But Li Chen didn't care. Loyalty was originally a bond tied to interests. Li Chen's words made the team members increasingly recognize him. It was true that they cursed him as a fool, but wasn't his altruism even better? This way, they could extract more benefits from him. Others who took the lead would definitely not be as easy to manipulate as he was. Only someone with such righteous ideals, a naive altruist, would not be harsh on their teammates. So naturally, they would support and endorse him. Human nature is selfish, yet they do not wish for others to be selfish. Boss, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Red-haired immediately said. Captain, I knew you were different from others. In this apocalyptic world, only someone like you, who has a sense of justice and is unwilling to give up on ordinary survivors despite facing numerous difficulties and hardships, can lead human civilization to continue. Sun Yuhan said excitedly. Leader, I truly did not misjudge you. I, Kwafugue, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, and this time it is sincere. Me? With a sense of justice? Li Chen was speechless. He felt these guys might have misunderstood him. How could they think he had a sense of justice? But Li Chen just wanted to use these survivors as black slaves. You are working for free without even realizing it. Li Chen's exploitation would make even capitalists weep. Alright, no need for extra nonsense. Now I will distribute weapons to you. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen pulled out one wooden box after another from his space. The boxes opened, revealing an array of firearms inside. Barrett sniper rifle. Damn, this is the Barrett sniper rifle I've been dreaming of. With this heavy sniper, I can instantly take down a level 3 zombie king from 500 meters away. The eagle exclaimed in ecstasy. He was extremely confident in his shooting skills. Not to mention, he had now awakened the level 3 eagle eye skill. It came with a locking feature. His dynamic perspective was incredibly strong. His judgment of wind speed and resistance was exceptionally precise. He could achieve instant headshots within 2,000 meters. Not only is there the Barrett, but also submachine guns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, shotguns, rocket launchers, and grenades. What the hell, boss, did you rob an armory? Red-haired exclaimed in shock. With so many weapons, even an ordinary person wielding them would have explosive lethality. When the apocalypse first broke out, I awakened my spatial abilities, so I took advantage of the chaos to loot an armory. This is also one of my trump cards. Li Chen casually rambled on. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. Boss, if you had moved these weapons out earlier, Zhou Xiaoqian and the others wouldn't have left at all. Humph. That bunch of ingrates, it's better they left. A group of traitors, what's there to miss? In the future, when they come crawling back begging us to take them in, we won't want them. Exactly, maybe after Lin Longhui and the others reach Longhai base, they won't even get a decent meal eating spoiled food and pig slop every day. Haha brother, although what you said is quite satisfying, Lin Longhui, as a second level evolved, surely wouldn't end up in such a sorry state, right? So what if he's a second level evolved? Longhai base probably won't miss him. Now that we have so many weapons, our speed in killing zombies will definitely far exceed theirs. We will definitely be able to obtain more crystal cores and supplies. What can Lin Longhui, Zhou Xiaoqian, and Mu Ziyan compare with? The 37-member evolved team each received their own assigned firearms and ammunition. Along with military daggers and other close combat weapons, they were almost fully armed. Let's go! With a command from Li Chen, the whole team set out. Their first target for this operation was Yida Plaza. The foot traffic at Yida Plaza and Yida Commercial Street was extremely large. After the apocalypse broke out, this place had gathered the most zombies in the city center. Boss, based on my observations, there are nearly 10,000 zombies gathered around Yida Plaza and Yida Commercial Street. Among them, the second-level zombies may exceed several hundred. Even the third-level zombies, from what we've observed, there are at least 12. Eagle used his eagle eye to scan and observe the distribution of zombies in Yida Commercial Street in advance. With such a large horde of zombies, even if Li Chen's team was fully armed, it would be difficult to confront them head-on. Therefore, they needed to occupy advantageous terrain. They had to set up gun positions in advance and prepare for fire coverage. Huang Chao, it's time for you to play your part. Your Earth-type ability can change the terrain. I need you to build a trench at the entrance and exit of Yida Commercial Street and narrow the exit for me. Li Chen instructed. Okay, boss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Huang Chao waved his hand and a yellowish halo appeared in his palm. When he pressed his hands to the ground, an incredible change occurred instantly. A large amount of soil began to automatically pile up and shrink. One wall of earth after another started to emerge from the ground. Soon, a trench was formed. At the same time, the entrance and exit of the commercial street also had walls of earth creating a narrow passage at the exit. Not bad, Huang Chao. Your Earth-type ability to change the battlefield terrain is simply a divine skill. In these 3 minutes, you've done at least a month's worth of work. For a renovation team, Eagle couldn't help but praise. It's all thanks to the boss's training. If it weren't for the boss taking me in, I would just be an ordinary useless survivor. Huang Chao blushed and humbly replied. He was only 17, quite young, and a bit shy about the praise. Shadow, you are now the fastest person in our team, so I can only assign the task of attracting zombies to you. You will lure the zombies over while we set up firepower here to give the zombie horde a hard hit, Li Chen said to Shadow. Okay, no problem. Shadow nodded. There was nothing she was dissatisfied with. With her speed of 3 seconds per 100 meters, even the third level zombies couldn't catch up to her. Eagle, you go to a high point and be responsible for sniping the third level zombies. Yes, boss. Hong Mao, I'll give you 100 grenades. With your fire-type ability, don't act too soon. Wait until the zombies gather in large numbers and form a zombie tide, then you can immediately provide fire coverage. Yes, boss. Li Chen's arrangement was exactly the same as Zhang Chang's previous strategy of having Li Chen lure the zombies. However, Li Chen's setup was more meticulous, with better equipment. The team also had more members. Of course, there were also more zombies. Li Chen was applying what he had learned effectively. Soon, the shadow disappeared into the trench and swaggered directly into the commercial street. In an instant, a large number of zombies detected the scent of fresh human flesh and blood, crazily rushing towards the shadow. Roar! 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 The shadow did not run immediately. Instead, she continued to delve deeper, ruthlessly toying with dozens of zombies. More and more zombies were provoked by her, but they couldn't catch her at all. She weaved through the horde with incredible agility, her movements astonishing. Even many second-level zombies couldn't touch a single hair on her. Until a 3-meter-tall third-level zombie was arrogantly provoked by her, the entire the commercial streets zombies collectively erupted. Countless high-level zombies let out commanding roars. The tide of corpses surged forward. The shadow dared not be reckless and immediately made her escape. She actually ran up walls and leaped across rooftops, using her nimble movements to break through the dense horde. Then she deliberately slowed down, luring the tide of corpses into the ambush zone. The shadow was amazing, attracting thousands of troops all by herself, going in and out of the horde, even toying with third-level zombies. Such incredible movement and positioning are simply a model for us speed-type evolvers. The tide of corpses is coming, prepare to fire. Ready, fire. With Li Chen's command, more than 30 automatic rifles fired simultaneously. The concentrated firepower turned the front row of zombies into a sieve. There was no need to aim because the front was filled with zombies, any shot would hit. In an instant, a blood mist filled the air. Over 100 zombies were instantly killed. The strong smell of blood drove the horde even crazier. Get ready to reload, continue fire suppression. Tat 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 tat. The battlefield turned into a meat grinder. The charge of the zombies became increasingly terrifying. Li Chen suppressed them with dual guns as the tide of corpses reached a scale of over 1,000. Grenades ready. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, grenades were thrown. Explosions erupted in the center of the tide of corpses. Shockwaves rolled, dust flew, and flames soared into the sky. The grenades created terrifying lethality within the dense horde. Countless zombies were blown to pieces. Ah, this feels great. Take down this bunch of losers. Kill, kill, kill. With the advantage of firepower, over 1,000 zombies were taken down in just 10 minutes. Damn, there are too many zombies. My gun barrel is almost turning red. It won't explode, will it? Change guns. Li Chen equipped all his teammates with 3 guns each just to prevent the barrels from overheating and exploding. He had plenty of ammunition, sufficient firepower, and could still change guns. The horde of zombies couldn't get through at all. Even the second-level zombies all fell under the dense fire coverage. But soon, with the appearance of 5 third-level zombies, the situation began to reverse. The third-level zombies were incredibly hard, like bronze skin and iron bones. Not only were they tall and had astonishing defense, but they were also fast. Ordinary rifles and submachine guns found it difficult to inflict any damage on third-level zombies. Bullets hitting third-level zombies felt like mosquito bites, completely non-lethal. At most, they could only inflict a slight injury on the third-level zombies, and that was under massive fire coverage. This is bad. The third-level zombies are about to charge in. We can't suppress them with our firepower. Few teammates panicked as they saw the third-level zombies getting closer. He almost couldn't steady his gun. Don't panic, I'll handle the level 3 zombies. Li Chen leaped up, the spaceblade in his hand coalescing. 5 spaceblades shot out in an instant. 3 level 3 zombie kings had their necks severed by the invisible spaceblades. The other 2, surprisingly, were missed by Li Chen. Perhaps controlling 5 spaceblades simultaneously made his predictions less accurate. Or maybe the speed of the level 3 zombies was too fast, their senses too sharp, allowing them to dodge. Just then, a loud gunshot rang out from a higher vantage point. The level 3 zombie that had just dodged Li Chen's spaceblade was hit in the head by a round from a Barrett sniper rifle. The last level 3 zombie that charged in was bombarded by Hong Mao's fire dragon. Guo Fugue fired his throwing knives. Other teammates launched a rocket launcher, concentrating fire and killing it. In this intense exchange of fire, at least 3,000 zombies were shot dead. Tat 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 tat. The horde of zombies had no concept of fear. Even after countless deaths and injuries, they continued to charge forward. It seemed they would not rest until they had torn these humans to shreds. Roar! At that moment, an unexpected situation arose. Among the horde of zombies, a massive ice zombie, about 5 meters tall, appeared. This giant ice zombie was covered in ice armor, and a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in its eyes. The ice zombie waved its hands, and a terrifying cold wave swept over. The air seemed to freeze. The temperature suddenly dropped to -50 degrees. Even Hong Mao, the fireman, was shivering from the cold. The ice zombie pointed with both hands above the entire Yida commercial street. Countless ice spikes seemed to coalesce, thousands upon thousands. The terrifying ice projectiles, with powerful piercing force, rushed madly towards the trench of the evolution team. What the hell is this monster? It can even control the weather? Could this be a level 4 zombie? A level 4 zombie has already mastered elemental power? No wonder those level 3 zombies dared not run. It turns out a level 4 zombie has been born. Damn it, get out of the way. Li Chen and the others quickly dodged and took cover inside the buildings of the commercial street to avoid being pierced by the ice spikes. However, once they were inside, they completely lost their firepower suppression over the horde. In this situation, if they were surrounded by the zombie horde, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, the eagle was shivering in the high tower, but his gaze remained resolute. The Barrett sniper rifle was ready. Now's the time, die. The eagle's keen eye locked on, and a shot rang out. The Barrett produced a loud gunshot. The terrifying recoil made the eagle's arm ache. A single armor-piercing round hit the level 4 ice zombie 1,100 meters away, penetrating its ice armor and instantly blowing its head off. The terrifying power could even penetrate an armored tank. Although the level 4 zombie had incredible defense, it was still a mere mortal. It never expected that it could be headshot from 1,100 meters away. The big boss had just appeared and was already taken down. This was something no one had anticipated. No one expected the eagle wielding the Barrett to become so fierce, able to headshot a level 4 zombie from a kilometer away. Eagle bro, you're amazing. Damn, that shot could make you a legend. That marksmanship is incredible, I'm impressed. Everyone, continue the fire suppression. The level 4 zombie is down. Today we kill whoever stands in our way. Kill, kill, kill. The 37 members of the Evolution team transformed into a battlefield reaper. Each wielded dual guns, their firepower astonishing. They were evolutionaries themselves, with strength and stamina far exceeding that of ordinary people. Moreover, their adaptability to learning was incredibly fast. In just half an hour of shooting practice, their marksmanship had already become very precise. The wasted bullets were decreasing, while the number of headshot zombies was increasing. With accurate strikes, the zombies fell faster. The attack from the zombie horde is starting to weaken. There shouldn't be any greater impact now. Let's break out and clear out Yida Commercial Street. The zombie horde began to thin out, and soon all of them were down. The entire commercial street was littered with zombie corpses, resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Chen led the team to collect the zombie crystal cores and various supplies left in the commercial street. Some people found the branded clothes in the commercial street very appealing and casually took a few pieces. Others knew that Li Chen liked gold, silver, and jewels and could exchange them with him, so they immediately ran to break into the gold shop and started a spree of looting. Almost every teammate returned with their arms full, unable to carry all their loot. Fortunately, Li Chen had space. 5 hours later, Wo Fugue began to tally the results. Boss, this time we've had a super bumper harvest. In this battle, we collected a total of 1 level 4 crystal core, 9 level 3 crystal cores, 520 level 2 crystal cores, and 6375 level 1 crystal cores. We also seized supplies from 3 gold shops, 5 jewelry stores, and 2 large supermarkets. All of it is ours. Damn, old Gua, if you hadn't counted, I wouldn't have known we were this fierce. We hardly lost a single member and took down 10,000 zombies. It's still thanks to the awesome weapons and equipment provided by the boss that we could clear the zombie horde without any injuries. After this battle, our Xianxin team will probably become famous in the world. Very good, everyone has worked hard this time. With so many zombie crystal cores and supplies, I believe it won't be long before all members of the team can evolve to level 3. Now, everyone follow me to the nearby community to rescue survivors. Li Chen distributed some dry food to everyone. They ate while moving, clearing out some scattered zombies along the way. In the nearby community, they quickly found some lone survivors. Moreover, the firepower coverage from Yida Commercial Street had been so intense that it made a lot of noise. Many lone survivors thought the army had come to rescue them and actively requested to join. Li Chen did not refuse. Soon, the team expanded to over 200 people. When the entire team reached a familiar community, Li Chen led them inside. There was someone he knew in this riverside community. He wondered if the person had starved to death. He arrived at room 3002 in building 7. He knocked on the door but received no response. Li Chen violently kicked the door open. He broke in directly. This was a luxurious flat of over 200 square meters, and the inside was very clean. Even in the apocalypse, it was spotless. The house was decorated warmly. Li Chen walked into the bedroom and found Gu Sisi lying on the bed. She had been starved to the point of skin and bones, looking extremely emaciated. She was wearing a princess dress, almost to the point of being on the verge of death, lacking even the strength to get up from the bed. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly took out a bowl of porridge and fed her a few spoonfuls. Gu Sisi opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure. It's you! Li Chen, I went downstairs to look for you several times, but you weren't there. I thought you had already been eaten by the zombies outside. I didn't expect to see you again, Gu Sisi said with a face full of surprise. She had never imagined that as the campus belle of Nandu University, the daughter of a jewelry tycoon, a princess of wealth, she would one day be reduced to the point of starving to death. Before dying, I surprisingly had never experienced a man, never felt the joys of adulthood. What a heartbreaking regret. If I had known back in school, I wouldn't have been so reserved. I was already prepared to wait for death. Unexpectedly, I was saved again. Li Chen appeared once more at the most desperate moment of my life. The connections in this world are truly marvelous. Don't speak, finish this bowl of porridge first to regain some strength. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Gu Sisi felt much better. It was as if she had been pulled back from the brink of death. Chief, the people downstairs just reported that during the search for survivors in this community, they found quite a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, jade antiques, and rare gemstones. They want to know if the chief is available to exchange some supplies. Guo Fugue ran to the entrance of 3002 to report. Sure, today we will rest here. Let's temporarily stay in this riverside community. Each person can choose a large flat. If it's a family unit, then the whole family can choose one large flat. 10 minutes later, everyone gather on the first floor. I will distribute supplies and rewards based on the results of this operation, Li Chen said methodically. Okay, Chief, I will pass the message down. 10 minutes later, all 37 fully armed evolvers, along with 188 newly joined survivors, gathered, a total of 225 people. Many survivors, facing a chief evolver like Li Chen, appeared somewhat timid. They didn't dare to meet Li Chen's gaze directly. Chief, I heard that here we can exchange gold and jewelry for food. 1 kilogram of gold jewelry can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice or other ingredients. Is this true? A Boulder survivor directly asked. It is true. I have a special exchange list here. You can take a look. Li Chen took out the exchange list. 1 kilogram gold equals 1 kilogram rice. 1 kilogram gold equals 0.1 kilograms beef equals 0.1 kilograms pork equals 0.1 kilograms lamb. 2 kilograms gold equals 1 fire axe. 10 kilograms gold equals 1 level 1 zombie crystal core. 20 kilograms gold equals 1 handgun, 20 rounds of ammunition. 50 kilograms gold equals 1 submachine gun, 200 rounds of ammunition. Items of equal value in jade, jewelry, antiques, artworks, rare minerals, and energy can be exchanged for food, weapons, and crystal cores, with gold as the anchor unit. This was a handwritten item exchange list. It wasn't particularly detailed, but it provided a general idea. When the survivors saw this exchange list, their eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have thought that in this apocalypse, gold and jewelry, which no one cared about, could be exchanged for so many good things with Chief Li Chen? Not only food, but also weapons and evolution crystal cores. This was simply a rhythm for us to spiral upwards. Chief, I happen to have some gold bars and jewelry. How much can I exchange for these? A clever-looking young man decisively opened his backpack. Inside were about a dozen gold bars and quite a few exquisite jade pieces and jewelry. He had heard that Captain Li liked these things and the members of the Evolver team were also collecting them, so he specifically dug them out from someone else's home. Not bad, these can be exchanged for 3 gene of rice plus 1 level 1 zombie crystal core. Chief, I want to exchange. Sure. Li Chen casually took out supplies from his space and exchanged them. Next, among these survivors, almost all have received hints from their teammates, and to varying degrees, they have collected some valuable items during their search for other survivors. Some have collected a lot, not only able to exchange with Li Chen for food but also to trade for crystal cores and weapons. Others have collected less, but they can still barely trade for something to eat. They won't starve to death. As for the 37 members of the evolved team, Li Chen is even more generous. All team members will receive a reward of 20 level 1 crystal cores, 10 level 2 crystal cores, 5 kilograms of rice, 3 kilograms of beef, 3 kilograms of lamb, and 5 kilograms of pork. The appetite of the evolved is quite large. These ingredients are essentially just enough for their meals for 2 or 3 days. Especially when upgrading with crystal cores, they consume food even faster. If it's a level 3 evolved like Shadow, Red Hair, or Eagle, they could finish it all in a day. Therefore, for level 3 evolved, Li Chen has even more rewards. Eagle, your performance in this battle was evident to all. I will give you an extra 100 kilograms of beef, 100 kilograms of lamb, and 100 kilograms of pork. You can come to me anytime to exchange with food tickets. Additionally, I will give you 50 more level 2 crystal cores. Boss, the credit for this victory still goes to you. If you hadn't given me the Barrett sniper rifle, I would never have been able to snipe that level 4 Ice Corpse. Eagle said humbly. With so many ingredients, wouldn't that mean he could feast for a month? At least he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a month. Shadow, your role in luring the zombie horde was also significant. I will give you 50 kilograms of beef, 50 kilograms of lamb, 50 kilograms of pork, and 30 level 2 crystal cores. Okay, thank you, boss. Gu Sisi, you just joined my team. I shouldn't give you special treatment, but you are the first survivor to use a gemstone necklace to exchange for food. That necklace of yours is actually very expensive. Speaking of which, last time I took advantage of you. So I will give you 10 level 1 crystal cores and the corresponding food materials as compensation. Last time, the Haoyu Blue, a top blue diamond that Gu Sisi wore around her neck, sold for several hundred million. Li Chen was cultivating her into an evolved, which was quite generous. But Gu Sisi didn't think so. What blue diamond? It was worthless now. Li Chen might have taken a liking to her, which made her heart race. Could it be that she was about to experience the joys of adulthood? She really looked forward to that day coming soon. The more Gu Sisi thought about it, the redder her cheeks became. They were rosy, like a little apple. Soon, Li Chen had almost finished distributing the rewards. Although level 2 crystal cores are half as effective for level 3 evolve, they still have some effect. As long as enough is consumed, they can still aid in evolution. As for the 9 level 3 crystal cores and 1 level 4 crystal core, no one else even thought about touching them. Such upgrading resources are only for Li Chen to enjoy. Currently, the entire team does not have enough resources to cultivate 2 level 4 evolved at once. So naturally, Li Chen gets priority for upgrades. After the team meeting, Li Chen found a private room and began to consume the level 3 crystal cores. After swallowing 1 level 3 crystal core, a powerful energy surged through his limbs. A cool sensation rushed to his head. Li Chen's brain domain expanded rapidly at a visible speed. In no time, it expanded to 735 cubic meters. This means that just 1 level 3 crystal core allowed his brain domain to expand by 200 cubic meters. A feeling of hunger soon followed. Li Chen began to eat. Then he consumed the second level 3 crystal core, taking the third level 3 crystal core, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth. After swallowing 9 consecutive level 3 crystal cores, Li Chen felt that his body had become so powerful it was almost terrifying. With a casual strike, he could probably exert a force of 50 tons. The space blade, condensing 20 shots at once, was completely effortless. Even more surprisingly, his brain domain space had expanded to 2,335 cubic meters. This made the space that was almost full suddenly much more spacious. Very good, my current state should have reached the peak limit of a level 3 evolver. Taking a level 4 crystal core should allow me to successfully break through to level 4. Yuan Tianyi, the leader of the Longhai base, is already a level 5 evolver. If I break through to level 4, I will only be 1 level away from him. In the 3 months since the apocalypse, the strongest evolvers should be around level 5. It's not to say there are no evolvers stronger than Yuan Tianyi, but he definitely belongs to the peak of the first tier. With my current rate of advancement, catching up to him is not out of the question. Li Chen took out the crystal core of a level 4 ice corpse and swallowed it in one bite. The crystal entered his stomach. This time, there was no explosive burning sensation. Instead, a bone-chilling coldness instantly swept through his entire body. Li Chen trembled uncontrollably from the freezing. Damn, why is it so cold? Could it be because the level 4 ice corpse awakens the ice element, so its crystal core carries ice energy, making it this cold? Damn it, this is even colder than when the apocalypse first broke out at -70 degrees. Under the impact of the energy from the level 4 Ice Corp's crystal core, Li Chen's body actually began to form ice blocks. Before long, he seemed to be completely encased in ice. His limbs were icy cold. The chill was piercing. His body temperature gradually dropped. Only his heart was still beating weakly. It beat 2 or 3 times per minute. It was almost like being completely frozen. However, Li Chen's vitality was incredibly tenacious, and his peak level 3 physical quality allowed him to endure even in this state of being completely frozen. Time passed second by second. 2.5 hours later, a surge of ice energy merged with his brain domain space, and it seemed that his space had gained an ice attribute energy. His body was also undergoing some kind of mutation. The frozen state gradually thawed. A powerful ice energy gathered in his chest. Am I awakening ice abilities? Is it actually the ability of the level 4 Ice Corpse? Is this the awakening of a second ability? It can be like this? The ice abilities that Li Chen awakened at this moment were not level 1 abilities but directly awakened level 4 abilities. The air temperature within a 5-kilometer radius was almost under his control. He could instantly drain the heat from the surrounding air, dropping the temperature to -70 or 80 degrees. It could freeze someone into an ice sculpture. This ability would be terrifying in team combat. Even evolvers would be greatly affected. There's actually an unexpected surprise. Now my brain domain space has expanded to 3,335 cubic meters, breaking through level 4 has directly increased it by 1,000 cubic meters. The level 3 and level 4 crystal cores have all been consumed. Indeed, high-level crystal cores improve quickly and have strong effects. This boost was enough to create a gap between Li Chen and the vast majority of evolvers. For level 1 and 2 evolvers to break through, it could be said to be not difficult. With a little bit of resources and means, they could reach this level. Advancing to level 3 was slightly more challenging and required a lot of resources. Advancing to level 4 was very difficult. After all, level 3 and level 4 crystal cores are hard to find. Killing 10,000 zombies only yielded this little bit. City, 12 noon. Li Chen checked out of the hotel. He returned to Far East Airport like a normal traveler after some sightseeing and took the flight back to Jiangcheng that day. Hey! President Li, the Li Dafu Jewelry Group has just been successfully registered. Recently, the market for investing in gold is booming. Possibly due to the sluggish real estate market, people are reluctant to buy houses, and many with spare cash are willing to invest in gold bars instead. Especially here in Longxia, many people are buying gold. Those wealthy aunts and uncles buy several gold bars at a time. I heard that Zhou Xiaofu's investment gold bars are almost sold out, and their selling price is generally 50 yuan higher than the international gold price. If we sell at the normal market price, isn't that a bit of a loss? I feel that gold can continue to rise. Why don't we hold off on selling for now and stock up? Wouldn't that be more profitable? After all, this stuff doesn't depreciate much, it basically keeps rising and can resist inflation. Holding it long term is definitely a guaranteed profit, Zhao Dahai suggested to Li Chen over the phone. He didn't know where President Li got so much gold and jewelry, but the international gold market was indeed booming lately. Perhaps it was due to the turbulent international situation. Gold, as a safe haven asset, naturally soared. Many gold shops had even started to limit their sales. Of course, normal gold jewelry has a very high craftsmanship premium, so gold jewelry still sells normally, but the purchase quantity of investment gold bars was indeed restricted. Everyone else was hoarding gold. On Li Chen's side, a large amount was being sold at normal market prices without any premium, which seemed like a losing proposition. It's fine, we'll just sell normally, I have enough supply, Li Chen said calmly. But I'm worried that Zhou Xiaofu, Wang Dashang, Zhao Shengsheng, and these gold and jewelry companies will directly source from us. Last time, I caught a supplier who bought 100 kilograms of gold from us at a low price and then sold it for 20 yuan more per gram, which nearly drove me crazy. They casually flipped it and made us 2 million. Speaking of this matter, Zhao Dahai was clearly very angry. A profit of 2 million was so easily taken away by the other party, which left him feeling quite unhappy. It's fine, if they want to source, let them source. The price of gold will likely drop soon. Alright then. Although Zhao Dahai did not agree with Li Chen's view on the gold situation, he had no choice since the supply was all from Li Chen. He decided to take out some money to buy Li Chen's gold supply and stock it himself. Li Chen couldn't understand the gold situation, but he knew that as long as he kept supplying endlessly, the market price of gold would definitely be driven down. How much it could be driven down, he didn't know, but it couldn't keep rising indefinitely. So let those jewelers source as they pleased. It didn't matter. When the time came for a price war, Li Chen wasn't afraid at all. His gold had no cost. Who could offer a better price than him? Li Dafu Jewelry was officially established. On Sun Shoubiao's side, discussions were also underway regarding the acquisition of supermarkets and farms, and they had already begun to implement it. As long as the funds were in place, it could be settled quickly. When Li Chen returned to Wanjingyipi, it was already 8:30 p.m. After a day of flying and driving, Li Chen fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He didn't need to be very tired to sleep. As long as he closed his eyes and used his mental power to induce hypnosis, he could instantly fall into a dream and return to the apocalyptic world. The fastest speed only takes 5 seconds. The apocalypse. 8:30 a.m. Li Chen's team, 225 people, except for Li Chen himself, who was absent. All the others had gathered and started a fire to cook a large pot of rice. After a night of evolution and upgrades, the entire team had produced 72 new evolved individuals. The original squad of 37 had all broken through to level 2 or above. Now, the weakest among them was also at level 2. Among them, Yang Jian, Guo Fugui, and Huang Chao had reached the peak of level 2 and were not far from breaking through to level 3. Additionally, there was a level 2 ability user named Manhwa who surprised everyone. He unexpectedly took the lead, surpassing Guo Fugui, Huang Chao, and Yang Jian, and broke through to level 3 first. Moreover, this kid awakened a spatial ability. Not only did he possess an internal space, but he also mastered a special skill of the spatial system teleportation. After awakening his spatial ability, this kid had kept it a secret from the team. Instead, he stealthily hid it and claimed to be an ordinary strength-type evolved individual. During the battle with the zombie horde yesterday, he did not reveal any special traits. Until this morning, when Nang Haoyu successfully broke through to level 3. He not only had an internal space of 50 cubic meters but also achieved a maximum teleportation distance of 300 meters, allowing him to teleport 5 times in quick succession. With such a divine skill, anyone who wanted to kill him would have to think twice. Even if Li Chen personally took action, he was confident he could easily escape. This was his trump card. Thus, he boldly approached Sun Yuhan again and personally made her a heartfelt breakfast. Little did he know that this carefully prepared breakfast was devoured by the ruffian Hongmao. Not only did Hongmao eat it, but he also arrogantly claimed that Meng Haoyu was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How dare a mere level 2 strength-type evolved individual pursue a woman that his brother Hongmao had set his sights on? Are you looking for death? Hongmao's arrogant attitude completely infuriated Meng Haoyu. Unable to endure any longer, Meng Haoyu finally exploded in frustration. He challenged Hongmao to a duel, using his teleportation skill to catch him off guard and stabbed him in the kidney with a single strike. Hongmao nearly died. Fortunately, Sun Yuhan acted quickly to save him, using her green light skill to bring him back. In this battle, Meng Haoyu made a stunning impression, causing everyone in the team to look at him with new eyes. No one expected that even the team's explosive output, the level 3 fire-type ability user, was almost killed by him. Since he had already been exposed, Meng Haoyu simply admitted that he had awakened a spatial ability. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he became the next Li Chen. He too could store a large amount of supplies in his own space. If Li Chen could be the team leader, why couldn't he? Meng Haoyu. Yuhan, I can finally pursue you openly now. I, Meng Haoyu, am definitely not a toad. One day, I will become a dragon in the sky. Meng Haoyu thought to himself. Everyone, move aside, the leader is coming. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Aren't you eating? Why is there blood? When Li Chen saw the blood on the ground, he immediately turned pale and asked, Leader, just now Meng Haoyu and brother Hongmao had a fight. Brother Hongmao almost got stabbed to death by him, but fortunately, sister Sun Yuhan acted in time to save him. The blood on the ground is all brother Hongmao's. What happened? Hongmao actually couldn't beat Meng Haoyu? Leader, let me explain. Guo Fuguei stepped forward to explain, and only then did Li Chen understand the whole story. Good heavens! Meng Haoyu had hidden himself quite well. Awakened with spatial abilities, he had remained silent all along. Now, having broken through to level 3 in order to slap the red-haired guy in the face, he finally revealed his true strength. Could this possibly be a protagonist template? Alright, I've understood the situation. I didn't say this before, but now I warn you all, from now on, without my permission, there shall be no internal strife within the team, especially not for the sake of a woman. If such a thing happens again and disrupts the harmony of the team, don't blame me for turning against you. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. He casually raised his right hand and pointed into the void. Over 20 spatial blades instantly sliced toward a building 100 meters away. All the load-bearing walls and columns of the building were severed. Boom! The next second, this 50-story luxurious riverside skyscraper suddenly collapsed. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. Steel and concrete scattered across the ground. The entire building crashed to the ground, shaking the earth for several kilometers around. It was as if a small earthquake had occurred. This shocking scene left all the team members present dumbfounded. One by one, they gaped as if they could fit an ostrich egg in their mouths. This was insane. A mere point into the void, and a 100-meter building came crashing down. Is this really the power that humans can possess? It's too exaggerated, right? Terrifying. Frighteningly terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Even Li Chen himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. He had only cut a few load-bearing columns and walls. The collapse of the 100-meter building was something he hadn't anticipated. He had originally just wanted to show off a little, but unexpectedly, it turned into something big. Well, since he had already shown off, he might as well go all the way. Li Chen stood with one hand behind his back, his expression still calm. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his space. Lighting one with a lighter, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Then he walked over to Meng Haoyu and casually patted him on the shoulder. You've successfully broken through to level 3. I'm very pleased. Keep it up. In my team, you don't have to be cautious about hiding yourself. Even if you are a spatial ability user like me, I won't harm you. I hope that one day, my team can have more strong individuals like you. Starting today, your rations in the team will triple. In the future, a portion of the supplies collected by the survivors can also be stored in your hands for safekeeping. As soon as Li Chen said this, all the teammates were shocked. Meng Haoyu's heart was also stirred. He didn't expect Li Chen's generosity to be far greater than he had imagined. In the team, a spatial ability user had emerged who could threaten his position, yet Li Chen not only showed no signs of suppression but seemed to want to cultivate him. Specifically, such magnanimity was admirable. Of course, everyone was also astonished by Li Chen's powerful personal strength. Only a person with strength can command respect. Without strength, having a big heart won't keep subordinates in check. That would be raising a tiger to trouble oneself, courting death. Raising a tiger to trouble oneself and wisely utilizing talent are essentially just a hair's breadth apart. Captain, I, Meng Haoyu, admire you. Li Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, his face calm. In fact, some of the ragged packages, bedding, pots, pans, shoes, and clothes collected by the team were things Li Chen had no desire to store in his space. Even some expired snacks from supermarkets in the apocalypse were things Li Chen truly didn't want. However, many members of the team, having experienced hunger and suffering, were very frugal and couldn't bear to throw anything away. They even enjoyed the expired snacks. Unfortunately, there were quite a few of these expired snacks, and since the teammates couldn't take them, they could only store them in Li Chen's space. Now there's Meng Haoyu, just in time to throw all those broken packages, pots, pans, expired snacks, right at him. It saves quite a bit of trouble. Meng Haoyu's awakened spatial ability is teleportation. With such a divine skill in hand, Li Chen is afraid he won't be able to catch up with him. Rather than letting him run off and make enemies, it's better to keep him close, making it easier to manage. The leader's broad-mindedness truly earns our respect. From another perspective, if I were leaderly, I probably wouldn't tolerate someone like Meng Haoyu who has the same spatial abilities. That's true, but the leader has already broken through to a level 4 ability user, far stronger than Meng Haoyu. Although Meng Haoyu has also awakened spatial abilities in terms of vision and mindset, he is nowhere near leaderly. Even as a level 3 ability user, he's still competing for attention. Compared to Leader Lee, he's just a child who hasn't grown up. It's no wonder Mang Haoyu acts like a sycophant. Sun Yuhan is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also a level 3 healer. She's the darling of the entire team. Everyone is afraid of getting hurt, and will eventually seek her help, so they all take special care of her. Who wouldn't want to marry her? With Sun Yuhan around, you'd find it hard to even think about dying. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Red-haired brother who had been stabbed in the kidney was bouncing back to life in just a few minutes, showing just how important a top-tier healer like Sun Yuhan really is. Both red-haired and Mang Haoyu were ready to fight to the death for Sun Yuhan, but they didn't realize that in Sun Yuhan's eyes there was only Li Chen. She just didn't dare to look directly at him, which is why she rarely communicated with him. But it's often the case that those who have feelings for someone are the ones who hesitate to engage directly. Everyone performed very well today. Our team now has 109 evolved individuals, including 72 level 1 evolved, 31 level 2 evolved, and 6 level 3 evolved. Our team's strength has once again seen a rapid increase. So I announced that, starting today, our Future Survivor Base is officially established. As for why it's named the Future Survivor Base, it's because I believe that each and every one of you present will have a bright future. The hardships of yesterday are behind us. In the future, you will surely have a glorious path ahead. Li Chen's speech was powerful and resonant. Although it may seem like he was just making empty promises, what if it really came true? Mang Haoyu, I now officially appoint you as the logistics minister of the first squad of the future base, with the authority to handle all materials except for collecting crystal cores. By the way, I will also hand over a portion of the supplies from the space for you to manage. I hope you won't let me down. If anyone has some less important material needs in the future, you can directly approach Minister Meng for assistance. After Li Chen finished speaking, he decisively pulled out a large pile of luggage from the space. In addition to some teammates' pots and pans, there were also many food items collected from the Yida Plaza supermarket yesterday. There were wafer biscuits, instant noodles, potato chips, and even ham sausages that had only expired a month ago. These are all good things. He originally thought that the supplies Li Chen mentioned would only include some junk. There was no way he would actually give him real ingredients and useful supplies. Who would have thought that everything Li Chen brought out was actually good stuff? Although the instant noodle packaging was torn, it could still be eaten after soaking in hot water. Many of the bread bags only had a few pieces of bread that were moldy. Most of the rest were still good, which is also a good thing. Not to mention, there were ham sausages that had only expired a month ago, apples that were half rotten, bananas that were half black, and eggs that were slightly smelly. Their bodies as evolved beings are robust. Eating moldy or rotten food is not a problem at all, and they won't get sick. These things can fill their stomachs at critical moments. They are life-saving treasures. Many survivors suffering from hunger and cold would love to eat but can't even get their hands on them. Mang Haoyu roughly estimated Li Chen had almost handed over most of the food supplies he collected yesterday from the Yida Plaza supermarket to him. What a level of trust and reliance. He was truly underestimating Li Chen's intentions. As long as he controlled these supplies, it was essentially no different from being the boss, because almost all the collected supplies were in his hands, except for the crystal cores. Li Chen's move was a complete delegation of power to him, absolutely a heavy responsibility entrusted. Mang Haoyu inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility weighing on him. This felt somewhat similar to his ideal of holding a significant position, commanding respect, and wielding power. Li Chen brought out a lot of supplies, nearly filling his 50 square meter space before he stopped. Mang Haoyu was now full of vigor. Leader, thank you for your trust. Rest assured, I will manage these supplies well and will not let everyone down. Mang Haoyu vowed earnestly. Very good, I believe in your abilities. Li Chen smiled with a crooked mouth. Finally, he had gotten rid of a pile of junk, and he felt much better inside. Today's task is to continue clearing the nearby streets of zombies and rescue more survivors. For those who are afraid to fight zombies on the battlefield, I won't force you. You can take care of laundry, cooking, and cleaning. You can still provide some residual labor value for the team and exchange it for some food with me. With the increase in rescued survivors, naturally, some children and disabled individuals appeared in the team. It was indeed a bit forced to have children and disabled people fight zombies. Li Chen couldn't just support them for free. So, arranging some cleaning, laundry, and cooking tasks for the children and disabled individuals was a way to make the best use of resources. At this moment, Li Chen spotted a beautiful figure in the crowd. Gu Cece, you seem to be in much better spirits today than yesterday. Gu Cece's body was still very thin, but she looked much fuller than the skin and bones state from yesterday, and she appeared radiant. Her bright eyes seemed to speak. Li Chen, I like you. Ah. Li Chen was stunned. It seemed he just heard Gu Cece confessing to him, but her mouth hadn't moved, and no one else seemed to have heard her speak. Gu Cece, what ability did you awaken? Reporting to the leader, it seems I awakened the ability of mental communication. I can speak in others' minds without opening my mouth, and I can also connect the mental brainwaves of two people together, allowing two teammates to communicate directly through mental awareness. What a strange ability. Gu Cece's awakened power seemed a bit special. It wasn't the most common evolution related to strength or speed. It wasn't related to the 5 elements or any special elements either. And mental communication, while it seemed useless, at first glance, could actually be quite useful depending on how it was applied. Gu Cece, does your mental communication ability have a distance limit? Yes. I just tried it with 2 teammates and the maximum distance I can connect is only 500 meters. After they are mentally connected, they can not only communicate through awareness but also share vision. 500 meters? Awareness communication? Shared vision? Can you connect multiple people's mental brainwaves at the same time? I haven't tried that yet, but it should be possible. Gu Cece nodded. She is not at a high enough level yet. If she can reach level 2 or 3, even with a mental connection among multiple people, it shouldn't be too much of a strain. Li Chen thinks this ability is incredible. Just imagine, if the entire team, all the highest level evolvers, could establish a mental connection, wouldn't that mean others could also have the powerful vision of an eagle, capable of seeing for dozens of kilometers? One person with 1,000-mile vision, the whole team would have 1,000-mile vision. Or in a team battle where conflicts are intense, if they could communicate mentally, the teamwork would definitely unleash a stronger combat power. The entire team could instantly become a solid unit because of Gu Cece's presence. On the battlefield of multiple combatants, the effects of Gu Cece's special ability might even surpass those of Meng Haoyu. Li Chen decided to focus on her training. Meanwhile, at the Longhai base, Lin Longhui, Mu Ziyan, Zhou Xiaoqian, and 52 other level 1 evolvers had only spent 2 short days there and were already feeling overwhelmed. They were filled with various unpleasant emotions. It was hard to bear. This Longhai base is really too much. Yesterday, I went with a large team from the base to fight zombies and hunt evolved beasts. I barely managed to kill 10 level 1 zombies and 1 mutated rabbit. This was hard-earned loot I risked my life for. But the Longhai base actually demands half of it back. This is just too heartless. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have followed Captain Li. At least he only takes 20% of the loot. Yeah, during those 2 days with Captain Li, we at least got to eat meat and there was plenty of rice. Now, we're stuck eating spoiled food, pig slop, first thing in the morning. It's disgusting. I really don't want to live here anymore. At night, more than 10 people cram into one dormitory and someone snores. We even have to line up to use the bathroom. The whole dorm smells like stinky socks. I can't take it anymore. You guys in the boys' dorm are better off. Our girls' dorm is even dirtier. Someone has used the same sanitary pad for 7 days without changing it. I almost threw up. It's so disgusting. It's all Lin Longhui's fault. If he hadn't brought us to this hellhole, we could be enjoying good food and drinks with Captain Li. Maybe even hot pot and beer. Damn it, stop talking. The more you say, the worse I feel. Those ordinary survivors have it even worse. They're all dragged off to do hard labor repairing walls and hauling dung. They can only exchange it for a bit of thin porridge, and it's that yellowish kind made from rotten old rice. They actually think this place is pretty good. I'm so fed up. In just 2 days, not only did they have to hand over half of the crystal cores they obtained, but the remaining half also had to be used to buy supplies, pay rent, and cover meal costs. Don't think that the spoiled food they eat is free. In fact, even spoiled food comes with a charge. It's just that this pig slop is relatively cheap, so everyone can afford it. After 2 days of turmoil, Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan finally lowered their pride. They dared not go to the second floor cafeteria anymore and returned to the first floor cafeteria to eat pig slop. Lin Longhui, I really regret it. I felt uncomfortable the first day I came to Longhai base, and now I feel even worse. We might have made a wrong decision. Maybe if we had followed Captain Li, we would be much better off. Mu Ziyan complained with dissatisfaction. She, a level 2 lightning type ability user, once a campus goddess, student council president, and team leader, had ended up in this miserable state. It was too terrible. Ziyan, the difficulties we are facing now are only temporary. I've already inquired, and there is a very clear distinction in treatment between level 3 and level 2 evolvers. We just need to break through to level 3, and we can become the captain of an independent team at Longhai base, with the authority to lead an evolution team to hunt zombies and mutated beasts outside the base. Moreover, we only need to hand in 30% of the crystal cores we obtain. We can also enjoy various supplies from the base, and breaking through to level 3 can still get us a villa. We have already reached the peak of level 2, and we are not far from breaking through to level 3. Just hold on a little longer, good days are coming soon. Lin Longhui immediately encouraged. He certainly couldn't let Mu Ziyan go back to find Li Chen. That would be a slap in his face, right? Since he had already severed ties with Li Chen, he can only go down this path to the end, with absolutely no possibility of turning back. Lin Longhui also cared about his face. Zhou Xiaoqian, once your water-type ability breaks through to level 3, you can supply 500 tons of water to the base. Even General Yuan Tianyi would value you highly. I've inquired, and the 2 level 3 water-type ability users in Longhai base have very good conditions and treatment. They not only live in villas but also have 5 or 6 servants attending to them, and their status is quite high. As long as you break through to level 3, you can completely turn your situation around. Lin Longhui's words made Zhou Xiaoqian, who was originally wavering, firm in her resolve again. Indeed, going back to find Li Chen to request to return to the team would be too humiliating. She found it hard to accept. Breaking through to level 3 could reverse the situation. This was the only way out. But breaking through to level 3 is not easy. I originally thought that taking 10 level 2 crystal cores would allow me to successfully break through to level 3, but that's not the case. I've already taken 11 level 2 crystal cores and still haven't broken through. I estimate that I need to prepare at least 9 more level 2 crystal cores and 100 pounds of food supplies to have a chance to successfully break through to level 3. After swallowing a mouthful of the thick, green rice paste that was as unappetizing as pig food, Zhou Xiaoqian's face turned green. This was too disgusting. Rotten vegetable leaves and moldy rice cooked into pig food, and there were even maggots inside. How gross. Damn. Eat up. Maggots are also protein. We level 2 evolvers have strong digestive abilities. Eating this won't give us diarrhea. We must fill our stomachs now and try to save the crystal cores for the breakthrough. I estimate that based on our current situation, in 3 to 5 days at most, we will successfully break through to level 3, and then we won't have to endure this kind of humiliation anymore. Lin Longhui continued to brainwash them. After all, he was a big man and didn't care about these details. What does it matter if he eats pig food for a few days? It won't kill him. A real man can endure. They were about to break through to level 3, so they should just hold on a little longer. Zhou Xiaoqian and Mu Zian ate the pig food while secretly wiping their tears. Longhui is right, enduring a little humiliation now is nothing. Once we break through to level 3, life will definitely get better. Longhai Base will surely have a place for us in the future. Once I catch General Yuan Tianyi's eye, I will definitely be able to hold my head high. Zhou Xiaoqian held back her grievances and began to eat the pig food in big bites. It seemed that eating it in large mouthfuls made it not feel so disgusting anymore. It was just rotten vegetable leaves with maggots and moldy rice, right? As long as I close my eyes and swallow it down, I won't even know what I'm eating. If I close my eyes, I won't throw up. The 3 level 2 evolvers began to devour the pig food wildly. Oh, aren't those the 3 proud level 2 evolvers from a couple of days ago? Didn't they think the spoiled food on the first floor was unfit for human consumption? Why are they eating so happily today, each having 3 big bowls? Looks like they've bowed to reality. The second floor cafeteria is so expensive, how could ordinary level 2 evolvers afford to eat there? They probably ate there a couple of times and went broke, so they had to come down to the first floor for spoiled food. You say they're being tsundere like a bunch of clowns. Ha ha. At this moment, Li Chen led his team, searching for survivors while heading towards the World Trade Center. The World Trade Center was also swarming with zombies, rivaling Yida Plaza in its density. Located in the heart of the old city, it had a commercial street with an enormous flow of people. Before the apocalypse, this place saw over 100,000 visitors daily. After the outbreak, it had directly turned into a paradise for zombies. It could also be called a forbidden zone for human survivors. The zombies gathered here were endless. From one end of the street to the other, a 3-kilometer stretch with dozens of intersecting commercial intersections was almost entirely filled with zombies. They were packed tightly together, making one's scalp tingle just to look at. No survivor dared to pass near the World Trade Center commercial street unless they were tired of living. However, there were also many high-level zombies in this area. Boss, after my detailed observation, the number of zombies in the World Trade Center commercial street is approximately around 50,000, with level 2 zombies possibly exceeding 3,000, at least 100 level 3 zombies, and I found 3 level 4 zombies. As for level 5 zombies, I didn't spot any. Eagle, 5 kilometers away, used his eagle eye to scan and made a rough judgment about the environment of the World Trade Center commercial street. Upon hearing this, Li Chen frowned. The number of zombies was indeed a bit too much. Even though their team was fully armed now, equipped with firearms, facing so many zombies still felt insufficient. Damn it, if only we could get an intercontinental missile over here, one shot would wipe out a large area. I bought so many weapons, if we go all out, we might run out of bullets. Li Chen did not blindly issue an attack order. It was still the old rule. Huang Chao, go to the front intersection and build a temporary elevated point, then use earth walls to create a small alley in a zigzag shape. We'll ambush the zombies from the high point at the zigzag's head. The zombies trying to rush up the slope will inevitably slow down. We'll set up rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles at the zigzag exit, a total of 200 guns plus 10 mortars and remote-controlled explosives installed by the roadside. That should be enough to deal a devastating blow to the horde of zombies charging at us. Shadow, it's tough on you again this time. You lead 6 level 2 speed-type ability users to form a speed-type lure team, but this time, there's no need to attract all the zombies, just a small portion will do. We'll eliminate them in batches. To form a sufficiently long battle line, Li Chen extended the lure ambush location to 2 kilometers this time. This way, unexpected situations could be avoided. In case the horde of zombies at the World Trade Center Commercial Street went into a collective riot, Li Chen would have enough time to order a retreat for the main force. Eagle could also observe the battlefield situation in advance. Luring zombies, of course, came with certain risks. However, Li Chen was very generous to the teammates who lured the zombies, rewarding them with plenty of supplies afterward. For example, Shadow had already accumulated enough supplies to last her 2 months. This made some speed-type evolvers willing to actively join the zombie luring team. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of danger, it was mainly because Li Chen offered quite a lot. Luring zombies once could earn at least a week's worth of exquisite meals. Wasn't that much more reliable than aimlessly searching for supplies? Half an hour later, Huang Chao, using his Earth-type ability, finally surrounded the front intersection with a zigzag wall over 70 meters long, 2 meters thick, and 3 meters high. There was also a 200-meter-long slope, and the defensive earthen walls built at relatively high points for gun placements. This project was indeed no small feat, and it left Huang Chao quite exhausted. If a construction team were to undertake it would take at least 6 months to complete. Yet Huang Chao, all by himself, finished the work equivalent to a 100-man construction team in just half an hour. That was truly impressive. Red Hair, go plant the bombs. Shadow, you can set off now. Okay, leader. Shadow nodded. She led 6 speed-type ability users and quickly vanished at the street corner ahead. Eagle, keep an eye on the movements ahead. Goose Cece, switch the eagles. Perspective to me. Okay, brother Li Chen. Goose Cece nodded. It was unclear whether she was doing it on purpose. Why call so intimately? If you keep calling me that way, others might think we have something going on. Goose Cece immediately activated her telepathic communication skill. Li Chen vaguely sensed a gentle wave of mental energy emanating from her. This wave was different from ordinary mental power. It seemed to possess a strong affinity and inclusive properties. She could accurately capture Li Chen's brainwaves and those of the eagle, establishing a chain of mental wave connection through her. Brother Li Chen, don't resist. You need to accept me in your heart so we can connect better, Goose Cece said. Okay. Li Chen nodded. He willingly resonated with Goose Cece's spirit, and soon, the visual feed from the eagle appeared in his mind. It was as if the eagle's optic nerves were directly connected to Li Chen's eyes, opening a second perspective. The eagle's keen eyesight was like a god's view, able to overlook a radius of 50 kilometers from the sky. And everything was crystal clear. Roads 10 kilometers away looked as close as those 10 meters in front of him. The field of vision completely surpassed human limits, and it was a 360-degree perspective. It seems the eagle has made significant improvements recently. His field of vision is much larger than he mentioned last time. The eagle might be a bit lacking in close combat, but his abilities in other areas were overwhelmingly strong. From the eagle's perspective, Shadow and the others quickly entered the intersection of the Guamao Commercial Street at a very fast pace. Split up and act, Shadow commanded. The 6 speed evolutionaries instantly transformed into running experts, charging into the street filled with zombies. Roar! 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 Soon, a large number of zombies were enraged, starting to frantically chase these speed evolutionaries. Shadow took the lead, advancing rather than retreating, and charged straight into the dense horde of zombies. She even ran directly on top of the zombies' heads. Many first-level zombies with fragile skulls were crushed under her feet. Second-level zombies were also mercilessly toyed with as she stepped on their heads. She seemed to skim over the surface like a dragonfly, her body incredibly light, weaving through the tide of corpses. When she stepped on the head of a 3-meter-tall third-level zombie, it was immediately enraged, letting out a thunderous roar and crazily pursuing Shadow. Realizing the situation was dire, Shadow quickly made her escape. With a speed of 2.9 seconds per 100 meters, she burst forth. The other 6 speed evolutionaries also attracted a considerable number of zombies chasing them at different forks in the road. Soon, Shadow and the 6 second-level speed evolutionaries converged on the main road, running wildly together on the wide thoroughfare. Damn, this is so thrilling. The 7 humans ran frantically, all exceeding 5 seconds per 100 meters. Behind them, thousands of zombies were in hot pursuit, with the second-level zombies and 2 third-level zombies chasing the hardest, nearly catching up to one of the speed evolutionaries. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Shadow took action, turning around to pull out the 7.62 assault rifle from his back and emptied the magazine directly at the level 3 zombies. Tat 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 tat. With the magazine empty, the 2 level 3 zombies in the front row had their skin broken and instantly became even more furious. But this also slowed their speed. The speed evolver who was about to be caught thus escaped a disaster. Thank you, Shadow. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have been done for this time. Don't talk, just run. Speaking while running at full speed would obviously affect the burst of speed. Shadow could save him once, but not a second time. The distance of 2 kilometers is neither long nor short. For the 7 speed-type evolvers, it was merely a brief minute and a half. Thousands of zombies were led to the slope of the crossroad. The zombies have been drawn over. All teammates prepare to fire. Not good. Nie Xiaofeng is about to be caught. Bang! The eagle raised the Barrett and Instantly fired. 800 meters away, the level 3 zombie that was about to catch up to Nie Xiaofeng was shot through the head by a heavy sniper round. Nie Xiaofeng escaped another disaster. This kid had almost been done for twice. Once saved by Shadow, once saved by the Eagle. Among the level 2 speed-type evolvers, he was the slowest. Others could at least run 100 meters in under 5 seconds, while he could only manage 100 meters in 5.5 seconds. He was practically a disgrace among level 2 speed-type evolvers. Soon, the horde of zombies entered the ambush range. All teammates prepare to fire. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. The atmosphere was stifling. Fire. Tat 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 tat. The 200 guns set up by Li Chen's team instantly opened fire. In an instant, a storm of bullets poured out. The horde of zombies fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in large patches. All level 1 and level 2 zombies were shot dead under the covering fire. Only that level 3 zombie, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, was finally taken down by a rocket launcher. Over 3,000 level 1 zombies, more than 200 level 2 zombies, and 2 level 3 zombies were all killed within 5 minutes. This battle was very easy. Li Chen didn't even have to take action, and the fight was over. Next, they began to clear the zombies and collect the zombie cores. They tallied the post-battle consumption and results. This work was all handled by Guo Fugue. An hour later, all the cores were collected, and the zombie bodies were also stored in Li Chen's space. The battlefield was successfully cleaned up. These bodies might be used in the future to feed high-level zombies actively cultivating high-level zombie cores. It could be considered a form of waste utilization. Mainly, the corpses were strewn all over the place, greatly affecting the next ambush plan. Shadow, let's continue. We'll proceed according to the original plan. Shadow once again led the speed team to lure the monsters. Second wave annihilated 5,000 zombies, seized 3,806 level 1 cores, 391 level 2 cores, and 5 level 3 cores. Third wave annihilated 3,600 zombies, seized 2,966 level 1 cores, 302 level 2 cores, and 3 level 3 cores. Fourth wave annihilated 1,000 zombies, seized 903 level 1 cores, 89 level 2 cores, and none for level 3. Fifth wave annihilated 2,000 zombies, seized 1,609 level 1 cores, 198 level 2 cores, and 6 level 3 cores. The sixth wave completely annihilated 8,630 zombies, confiscated 6,630 level 1 crystal cores, 599 level 2 crystal cores, 16 level 3 crystal cores, and 1 level 4 crystal core. In the sixth wave of battle, a level 4 fire-type zombie appeared. 3 speed-type ability users unfortunately lost their lives while luring the zombies, which was truly regrettable. However, in the end, this level 4 zombie was personally slain by Li Chen using the Blade of Space. After this wave, Li Chen discarded all the level 1 zombie corpses. He only collected the corpses of level 2 and above zombies. There were simply too many level 1s, and he could no longer carry them. Let these corpses be devoured by other zombies. Boss, we don't have much ammunition left. The consumption during these 6 waves of zombie charges has been too severe. I estimate we can fight at most one more time, Guo Fugue said. Then let's not push it too hard. We've already been in high-intensity combat for 7 or 8 hours today. Let's head back and rest for a bit, Li Chen replied. He was already very satisfied with today's harvest. A few more waves might just yield enough level 5 zombie crystal cores. Boss, we have a situation. Just as the main force was preparing to retreat, Eagle suddenly began to report. What situation? I discovered a large convoy of evolved beings about 10 kilometers away, rapidly approaching the Guomao Center commercial street. This convoy is fully armed, driving military armored vehicles, and the entire team has around 500 people. Their strength should be considerable. Military armored vehicles? Could they be coming from Longhai Base? Li Chen frowned. He remembered the flyers from a couple of days ago. Longhai Base had unknowingly siphoned off half of his people. Gu Sisi, connect me to Eagle's perspective again. Okay, brother Li Chen. When the Eagle Eye perspective was shared, it was clear to see that the military vehicles from Longhai Base were indeed targeting the Guomao Center commercial street. They had also set their sights on the massive horde of zombies here. Interesting. At that moment, in another convoy, Lin Longhui, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Mu Zian were all sitting in a vehicle with expressions of pride. I didn't expect that this time we would be so lucky to follow Commander Yuan Tianyi personally leading the team to the Guomao Center commercial street to clear out that massive horde of zombies. Mainly because the commander's personal guard is responsible for securing the base, otherwise it wouldn't be our turn. Then we must perform well this time to earn the commander's favor. Those who can follow the team this time are all at least peak level 2 evolved beings, along with 12 level 3 evolved beings and 2 level 4 evolved beings. Our team of 500 people has extraordinary combat power, and with full armament, clearing the Guomao commercial street is completely not a problem. The evolved army from Longhai Base was currently buzzing with discussion. In the front vehicle of the convoy sat a mature man around 30 years old. He had a square face and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness. A powerful presence radiated from him, making one's heart race. This was not just the aura of someone who had long occupied a high position, but also the overwhelming pressure of a level 5 evolved being. He was the leader of Longhai Base, Commander Yuan Tianyi. Before the apocalypse began, he was already a standout among the younger generation. After the apocalypse started, he became a legendary figure. The convoy from Longhai Base was incredibly ferocious along the way. They showed no regard for any zombie hordes, essentially killing their way through the city, creating a bloody path of thorns. They had specialized speed-type ability users to collect crystal cores. Remarkably, even peak level 2 speed-type ability users could only perform tasks like extracting crystal cores and cleaning up the battlefield within the team. This was enough to prove that the overall strength of this team was exceptionally formidable. They cleaned the battlefield at an astonishing speed. In no time, they had collected several bags of crystal cores. In less than 20 minutes, the Longhai Legion had reached the Guomao commercial street. Faced with the densely packed, surging horde of zombies, the Longhai Legion did not employ any tactics at all. They simply pushed through, unleashing explosive firepower, completely disregarding the zombie horde's attacks. The level 4 zombies at both ends of the commercial street were thoroughly enraged. They directly led an army of 30,000 zombies to completely surround the Longhai Legion. In an instant, under the onslaught of the tidal wave of zombies, the Longhai Legion found themselves at a disadvantage. Dozens of evolvers, overwhelmed by the zombie assault, were dragged into the horde and bitten to death. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. From within the Longhai Legion's convoy, a young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit shot out from the roof like a cannonball. He leaped into the air, propelling himself 50 meters high. Then, with a punch aimed downwards, a terrifying arc of electricity accompanied his strike. The punch slammed into the ground. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the concrete floor was blasted into a pit over 3 meters deep. A level 4 water-type zombie was instantly obliterated. Not only that, but the terrifying electric arc, upon striking the ground, did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a blue high-voltage electric net, spreading wildly in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, all zombies, whether level 4, level 3, or level 2, were instantly killed. They were turned to char in an instant, clearing a vast area. The power of that punch directly annihilated 1,000 zombies, including 1 level 4 zombie and 10 level 3 zombies. This strength was simply terrifying. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Chen and the Eagle, who were watching from a distance, were taken aback. Is this the level 5 evolver Yuan Tianyi? Looks like a lightning type ability user. He really is impressive, killing 1,000 zombies with one punch. With strength like that, he can almost completely disregard firearms. He can slaughter tens of thousands of zombies alone, unstoppable. In 1 against 10. We should retreat. Given the current situation, we shouldn't engage with the Longhai Base or provoke any conflict. Li Chen immediately ordered. Roar! Just as Li Chen was about to lead everyone to retreat, an unexpected situation arose. Suddenly, a section of ground near the Guomao Center commercial street caved in. A massive deep pit nest emerged. A terrifyingly loud zombie roar, filled with unparalleled rage, charged directly towards the Longhai Evolver team. The shadow moved with incredible speed, almost reaching 100 meters per second. It transformed into an afterimage in the air. In an instant, the Longhai Evolver team was pierced through. Over 100 level 2 evolvers fell dead on the spot. A mutated zombie with transparent wings flashed a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. What the hell is that thing? How can it be so fast? Not good, that's a level 5 speed-type mutated zombie. I didn't expect a level 5 zombie to emerge from the Guomao Center. This is terrifying. It's moving so fast I can't even see it, and no guns can hit it. Roar! The level 5 mutated speed zombie was not only incredibly fast, but it also had wings and could fly. The Evolver team was slaughtered in mere moments, losing 200 members. Even 2 level 3 Evolvers were instantly killed, their necks severed by the zombies' claws. Li Chen felt relieved that they hadn't engaged, otherwise they might have been wiped out. This is insane. Level 5 zombies are too terrifying. And they were hiding underground. Even the Eagle's scans didn't detect it. Beast, you see death. Yuan Tianyi was furious. He was enveloped in terrifying lightning. A 100-meter-long lightning serpent shot towards the level 5 mutated speed zombie at lightning speed. However, the zombie was simply too fast. It dodged effortlessly, easily avoiding Yuan Tianyi's attack. It seemed to know that Yuan Tianyi was not to be trifled with, so it didn't engage him at all, instead focusing on killing other evolvers. It seemed to say, you kill my zombie minions, I kill your human minions, fair and square. Don't come over. General Yuan, help. This zombie is too terrifying, we can't fight it at all. As one human evolver after another had their lives reaped, they finally began to feel fear. Especially Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longwei, and Mu Zian, who were so scared they turned and ran. The entire group of evolvers scattered in panic, afraid of being targeted by the level 5 zombie. Because once targeted, it meant instant death. There was no chance to resist. but as they fled in a panic, they ended up dying even faster. The remaining zombies were not to be underestimated. The second-level evolvers surrounded could not escape. This wave of fear-driven flight directly led to the annihilation of a group of over 500, leaving only a little over 100. General, I'll assist you. A third-level water-type ability user instantly summoned a tidal wave. The water flowed across the ground, quickly spreading to the ankles of countless zombies. Yuan Tiany's gaze sharpened. He thrust his hands into the ground. Blue arcs of electricity surged, enhanced by the water flow, forming a massive net 1,000 meters wide, making the lightning effect even more terrifying. The conductivity was better. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 meters, a full 10,000 zombies were directly stunned by the electricity. This terrifying area attack was simply outrageous. It instantly killed 10,000 zombies. The level 5 zombie seemed to finally be enraged, charging towards Yuan Tiany, aiming to sever his neck. Beast, you've fallen for it, Thunder Domain. Yuan Tiany sneered. Just as the level 5 zombie charged, Yuan Tiany's hands shot up violently, and blue arcs of electricity rose from the ground, quickly forming a terrifying lightning sphere with a diameter of 20 meters. This lightning sphere enveloped both Yuan Tiany and the level 5 zombie, continuously shrinking. The level 5 zombie found itself trapped within the lightning sphere, seemingly unable to escape. The smaller the range, the harder it was for it to exert its speed. Yuan Tiany was crackling with electricity, making it difficult for even the level 5 zombie to approach. Roar! The level 5 zombie let out a piercing howl. Its body was engulfed in lightning, rapidly turning charred. At that moment, it suddenly struck with all its might. It actually broke through Yuan Tiany's defenses, driving one of its sharp claws into Yuan Tiany's heart. Beast, you actually want to die with me? Utterly ridiculous. You probably don't know, my heart is on the right. Die. Thunder Blade! Yuan Tiany slashed out with one hand, and the lightning in his palm transformed into a thunder blade. With one stroke, he severed the neck of the level 5 zombie. Zombies, after all, lacked a bit in intelligence. Even after evolving to level 5 and regaining some wisdom, they still acted a bit foolishly. If it had just run away instead of confronting Yuan Tiany head-on, he would never have been able to catch it. With its speed advantage, it could have wreaked havoc at the Longhai base. Li Chen thought it was a pity. Yuan Tiany was probably about to harvest another level 5 crystal core. How great it would be if he could get it. The level 5 zombie was destroyed, its head rolling to a street corner dozens of meters away. Yuan Tiany was just about to personally pick it up to extract the level 5 crystal core inside when suddenly, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere, as if teleporting in. It swiftly snatched the head of the level 5 zombie and stored it in its space. You little thief, drop the level 5 crystal core, or you're asking for death. Yuan Tiany roared, throwing a punch. The terrifying lightning ball exploded instantly, leveling the street corner. However, that strange figure vanished into thin air once again. Is this a space-type ability user? Can they actually teleport? Damn it, who dares to steal from me, Yuan Tiany? Even if I have to turn the entire city upside down, I will make sure you have no place to die. Yuan Tiany was instantly furious. The level 5 zombie he had painstakingly killed was actually snatched away by that old six. It was simply outrageous. He absolutely could not tolerate such a humiliation. Li Chen did not expect that Meng Haoyu would be so bold as to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Yuan Tiany must be furious enough to explode. Moreover, Meng Haoyu was one of his team members. If this matter was said to have nothing to do with him, it was likely that this General Yuan would not believe it. This grudge was now established. Boss, Meng Haoyu acted on his own and snatched Yuan Tiany's level 5 crystal core. The wrath of the Longhai base is likely to fall on us. Why not hand Meng Haoyu over and let General Yuan deal with him? We are simply no match for the Longhai base right now. What does this disaster bring? What does he want? By stealing Yuan Tiany's crystal core, we will also be implicated. Exactly. The level 5 crystal core is great, but it's a hot potato. He can't hold on to it. A group of teammates immediately began to discuss. Forget it, let's go back first. Sun Yuhan is still in the team. Meng Haoyu won't just leave without returning. Li Chen waved his hand and led the large group to retreat quickly. At this moment, Meng Haoyu was just acting on impulse. As a space-type ability user, he originally just wanted to sneakily observe and collect some supplies in the chaos at the International Trade Center supermarket. All the zombies had been attracted away by the Longhai core. It was reasonable for him to take the opportunity to search for supplies, right? Moreover, he had his own space and a life-saving skill like teleportation. If he encountered danger, he could escape immediately. Naturally, he would be a bit bolder than the average person. But coincidentally, while he was scavenging for supplies in the supermarket, he saw Yuan Tiany battling the level 5 zombie. The center of this battle was less than 300 meters away from him, just within his teleportation range. He even witnessed the scene of the level 5 zombie's head being severed. Coincidentally, the fallen head flew in his direction. Now it was only 200 meters away. The level 5 zombie crystal core was such a temptation. Moreover, Yuan Tiany was injured. Meng Haoyu was in perfect condition. If it were you, could you resist? Meng Haoyu's mind heated up and he teleported on the spot. He snatched the level 5 zombie's head and teleported again. Fearing that Yuan Tianyi would catch up, he pushed his limits and teleported 5 times, escaping directly to an underground parking lot 1,500 meters away. He vanished without a trace. Yuan Tianyi was in poor condition and there were still zombies around that had not been completely cleared, so it was naturally impossible for him to search the underground parking lot of the International Trade Center. Meng Haoyu escaped a disaster. However, the level 5 crystal core was indeed a hot potato. He was only at level 3, even if he had a level 5 core, he couldn't use it directly. He would have to wait until he broke through to level 4 for the level 5 crystal core to be useful. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Meng Haoyu returned alone to the Zhengjing community. Just as Li Chen had predicted, Sun Yuhan was still in the team and Meng Haoyu simply couldn't bear to leave the team alone. Moreover, he hadn't had enough of being the deputy minister of logistics yet. Meng Haoyu, you brat, you finally came back. Who told you to steal Yuan Tianyi's level 5 crystal core? Do you know that doing this will drag our entire team down? Do you want to get everyone killed? Red Hair immediately challenged. I'm sorry, I was just impulsive at that moment and didn't think about the consequences. Now that I think about it, I was indeed wrong. I was greedy. Is saying sorry enough? Can saying sorry resolve this matter? Do you know how many people will be affected by this? Forget it, Red Hair, tone it down. Meng Haoyu, you were indeed a bit impulsive this time, but I don't blame you. Since you've already taken the level 5 crystal core, there's no way to return it. Since we've already offended them, we can only go all the way. For now, we can only go against the Longhai base. Meng Haoyu, the level 5 crystal core you took should belong to you, but your current level has just barely broken through level 3. You can't even use the level 5 crystal core right now. Consuming it will only lead to your death. How about you exchange this crystal core with me? I'll give you 20 level 3 crystal cores, along with enough supplies for you to eat for a year. With these supplies and crystal cores, you'll be able to evolve quickly and break through to level 4. What do you think of this exchange? Li Chen offered a very tempting condition. Judging solely from the value perspective, a level 5 crystal core is equivalent to 20 level 4 crystal cores or 400 level 3 crystal cores. Li Chen was only giving Meng Haoyu 20 level 3 crystal cores and a year's worth of food supplies. He was definitely making a huge profit. However, given the current situation, Meng Haoyu needed to upgrade and evolve faster to achieve the breakthrough to level 4. His teleportation skill was indeed extraordinary and could catch others off guard. It was a top-tier escape skill, but his combat power was not strong. He lacked the absolute attack speed of a speed-type evolver, and the terrifying strength of a power-type evolver. It would be very difficult for him to kill level 3 zombies. He might not even win. Now, he could directly obtain 20 level 3 crystal cores, and once he broke through to level 4, his teleportation skill would likely become even more extraordinary. At that time, whether it was the distance of teleportation or the number of times he could teleport, it would increase significantly. By then, even if he provoked Yuan Tianyi face to face, he wouldn't be afraid, because no one could catch him. This was precisely the resource he needed even more. Boss, I'll trade. Meng Haoyu thought for a moment. Finally, he took out the head of the level 5 zombie from his space. What suited him was the best. Although the level 5 crystal core was good, it couldn't be consumed immediately and he could only stare at it. Time waits for no one. It was better to upgrade and break through first. Once he broke through to level 4, he could just take a level 5 crystal core from Yuan Tianyi. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. He took out the crystal core supplies to exchange with him. Looking at the fresh frozen beef, fresh pork, fresh lamb, and fresh rice, fruits, and vegetables that Li Chen took out from his space, Meng Haoyu truly realized what he had stored in his space was indeed garbage. Damn it, I won't eat those stinky eggs and rotten vegetable leaves anymore. From now on, I'll eat meat every day, eat white rice, and it will be delicious. And pickled vegetables, I can eat 10 packs at a time. Looking at his space filled with fresh ingredients, he felt that this exchange was very worthwhile. Not a loss at all. Absolutely not a loss. A huge profit. Li Chen was also very satisfied with this exchange. With the level 5 crystal core in hand, breaking through to level 5 was just around the corner. He just needed to hunt a few more level 4 zombies or a large number of level 3 zombies. Today's harvest was also considerable, enough for Li Chen to break through to the mid-level of a level 4 ability user. 10 level 4 crystal cores were equivalent to 200 level 3 crystal cores, 4,000 level 2 crystal cores, and 80,000 level 1 crystal cores. Yuan Tianyi's ability to break through to level 5 likely required an unimaginable number of crystal cores. He probably eats crystal cores like their meals every day. Commander, I have something to report. Zhou Shaoqian approached Yuan Tianyi, her face full of deference. What is it? Yuan Tianyi asked, sitting in a very luxurious armored vehicle, his expression unreadable. The injury on his chest had already been healed by the team's healer. As the leader of a large base, the Dragon Navy naturally had specialized healing type ability users. Moreover, this healer had been trained by Yuan Tianyi to the peak of level 3, just a step away from breaking into level 4. With such a healer at the Dragon Sea base, even serious injuries were not too much of a problem. Indeed, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. And now, this level 3 healer had finally come in handy. Reporting to the commander, actually today at the International Trade Center Commercial Street, I know the space-type ability user who stole the level 5 crystal core, Zhou Xiaoqian said with a serious expression. You know him? Yuan. Tianyi's gaze sharpened at her words. A massive aura of pressure enveloped Zhou Xiaoqian. She felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Under this pressure, she dared not utter a single lie. Yes, Commander, this person is named Meng Haoyu, a survivor I encountered before. Later, our team leader took him in and gave him a level 1 crystal core to help him awaken. When I left, he seemed to still be an ordinary level 1 power-type evolver. Now it seems that Meng Haoyu is quite scheming. He must have deliberately hidden his awakened space-type ability and secretly developed it. I didn't expect that in just a short time, he has already broken through to a level 3 evolver and mastered the miraculous space-type ability of teleportation. Speaking of which, it had only been 3 days. In just 3 days, such an astonishing change had occurred in Meng Haoyu. This left her feeling somewhat incredulous. Once a small fry, the kind she looked down upon the most, a sycophant. And now he was so impressive? He had the audacity to steal a crystal core from level 5 evolver Yuan Tianyi and managed to escape unscathed. Afterward, this was simply too exaggerated. Meng Haoyu? Very good. Send out the order. I want to issue a bounty for Meng Haoyu. Whoever finds his whereabouts and informs the Dragon Sea base will immediately receive a bag of 10 pounds of rice. Whoever can capture or kill Meng Haoyu, our Dragon Sea base is willing to allocate resources to train him into a peak level 3 evolver and reward him with a villa, 20 pounds of corn, 50 pounds of sweet potatoes, and 10 pounds of fresh mutated wild boar meat. By the way, what's your name? The information you provided is very useful, Yuan Tianyi said with an expressionless face. Reporting to the commander, my name is Zhou Xiaoqian. Zhou Xiaoqian, I will remember your name. You did well. When we return to the base, I will reward you. Also, what is your former team leader's name? His name is Li Chen, also a space-type ability user who has already broken through to level 3 and possesses a personal space that stores a lot of supplies. Zhou Xiaoqian's report directly exposed Li Chen's background. Fortunately, she did not know all of Li Chen's trump cards. Very good. I didn't expect that in such a small team there would actually be 2 rare space-type ability users. In our Dragon Sea base, such a large team, we have yet to discover any space-type ability users. If we can bring Li Chen under our command, it would greatly reduce the burden of equipment in future team operations, allowing for a lighter and more agile approach. Yuan Tianyi suddenly took an interest in Li Chen. He wondered if Meng Haoyu was acting under Li Chen's instructions. If that's the case, then this Li Chen cannot be kept. If not, a rare space-type ability user like Li Chen must serve the Longhai base. He will not allow any existence in Haicheng that is beyond his control. Alright, you can leave now. Yuan Tianyi waved his hand casually, dismissing Zhou Xiaoqian. Zhou Xiaoqian stepped out. In the center, she still fantasized about returning to the Longhai base, where General Yuan would reward her heavily. General, are we going to reward Zhou Xiaoqian? Asked Yuan Tianyi's trusted officer. No need. This woman initially betrayed the former captain and later betrayed her former teammates, coming here to take credit with me. Such a petty person, untrustworthy and treacherous, I absolutely will not cultivate such a person. Understood, General, I know what to do. The trusted officer nodded. Since the general had spoken, Zhou Xiaoqian could not possibly break through to level 3. He had just seen it all. When General Yuan was fighting against the level 5 zombies, it was Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan who led the escape. However, the situation was too chaotic at the time. The general did not pay much attention to them. Moreover, this time, the team suffered heavy casualties. Out of 506 evolved fighters, only 107 survived. 7 level 3 ability users also died. With such losses, the general did not pursue the responsibility for their scattered escape. But his trusted deputy, Lin Ao, had seen it all clearly. Humph. Once we return to the base, I will deal with you all properly. On the other side, the future base, Li Chen began to reward everyone in the team. Naturally, those who had participated in the battle were not to be mentioned. This time, not only could they obtain enough evolution crystals, but the supplies and food were also at least 5 levels higher than those at the Longhai base. Not only would there be meat at every meal, but also barbecues and hot pots, beer with cigarettes, fruits with milk tea. White rice was plentiful. As long as you were willing, you could exchange evolution crystals or gold and jewelry with Li Chen. Moreover, Li Chen also distributed a level 1 crystal to every ordinary survivor in the base. Through these battles, Li Chen discovered that ordinary zombies were becoming increasingly rare. Almost all the weakest had transformed into level 1 zombies. Now, over 90% of the zombies they killed had crystals. This made the already small living space for ordinary survivors even more difficult. This situation could only lead to collective evolution among humans. Everyone transforming into evolved beings was the only way to resist the survival crisis of humanity. Furthermore, level 1 crystals were not very valuable anymore. Li Chen found that consuming level 1 crystals had almost no effect. It might take consuming tens of thousands at once to produce a significant effect. This was clearly not cost-effective. Zombie crystals were not something tasty. They were bitter and astringent, and eating them was somewhat nauseating. It was still more effective to consume higher-level crystals with faster evolution speed. The key point was that, due to their enmity with the Longhai base, Li Chen did not plan to fix the base at any one location but was prepared to migrate at any time. He aimed to be ready to escape at a moment's notice. If there were still ordinary people in the team, it would slow down their pace too much. After the rewards were given out, everyone began to consume crystals and food. Li Chen was no exception. He found a separate room and started consuming crystals. This time, he had harvested a total of 32 level 3 crystals, 1 strength type level 4 zombie crystal, and as for level 2 and level 1 crystals, Li Chen did not keep track. He planned to leave these lower level crystals for his urban self or to train his subordinates to use. Moreover, this time, to exchange for the level 5 crystal in Meng Haoyu's hands, Li Chen took out 20 level 3 crystals, leaving him with a total of 12. Li Chen prepared the ingredients and supplies, then began to consume the level 3 crystal nuclei. After swallowing one level 3 crystal nucleus, Li Chen's space increased by 100 cubic meters. His strength and physical fitness also improved, though not significantly. The space blade could condense one more, increasing to 21 blades. It seems that the level 3 crystal nucleus has a halved effect for level 4 evolvers. Li Chen took out food and started eating. After finishing his meal, he continued to consume level 3 crystal nuclei. 2 hours later, all 12 level 3 crystal nuclei had been consumed by Li Chen. His space increased by 1200 cubic meters. The space blade also reached the ability to condense 32 blades simultaneously. Li Chen continued to consume level 4 strength type zombie crystal nuclei. After swallowing a level 4 crystal nucleus, an explosive energy swept through his body. That unmistakable feeling of evolution and upgrade reappeared. His entire body was baptized by a surge of energy. Li Chen felt his physical body was instantly and significantly enhanced. Especially in terms of strength, it seemed to break through some kind of limit. The explosive growth was direct. His current strength likely exceeded 200 tons with a single punch. Strength-type evolvers, in terms of personal strength attributes, must be at least one level stronger than other types of evolvers. In other words, a level 2 strength-type evolver has enough of an advantage in strength to rival a level 3 evolver, or even surpass them. Similarly, a level 2 speed-type evolver has an absolute advantage in running speed, their speed even surpassing that of other level 3 ability users. With this consumption of level 4 strength-type zombie crystal nuclei, his strength was already comparable to that of a level 4 strength-type zombie. He could almost match the strength of a level 5 evolver, of course, excluding level 5 strength-type evolvers. Not bad. The level 4 zombie crystal nucleus seems to carry some unique attributes. After consuming it, I can almost fully master the power of this attribute. I wonder if others experience the same. If this pattern holds, once Yuan Tianyi breaks through to level 5, as long as he has consumed level 4 or 5 crystal nuclei, he should master more than one ability. I have now mastered 3 abilities: space, strength, and ice. Once I consume a level 5 crystal nucleus, I should also awaken a level 5 speed ability. It seems that the higher the level of the crystal nucleus, the better the effect. At this moment, Li Chen's brain domain space had successfully expanded to 5,535 cubic meters, nearly doubling in size. City. 2 p.m. Li Chen slowly got out of bed. Sleeping until 2 p.m. was quite a surprise, mainly because he had spent a lot of time on strengthening and upgrading yesterday. As soon as he woke up, Li Chen suddenly felt something was off. What's going on? What exactly is happening? Why do I feel like the air I'm breathing has changed a bit? As a level 3 mental power ability user, Li Chen was clearly more sensitive than an ordinary person. Just with a sweep of his mind, he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy in the air. This energy was somewhat similar to the mutated energy in the apocalypse. However, the energy present in the apocalypse dimension tended to lean towards darkness. The energy molecules that suddenly mutated in the urban dimension seemed to lean more towards purity and light. Li Chen used his mental power to gather it, slowly controlling it. After a while, when this mutated energy gathered to a certain extent, it actually ignited spontaneously, instantly forming a fireball. This fireball in his hand would not extinguish for a long time. It seemed to exist for a long time without needing oxygen or fuel. Is this fireball technique? Could it be that this is the legendary spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can strengthen the body, and manipulating this energy can unleash various spells? Could it be that the spiritual energy has revived again? Li Chen quickly opened the news. Sure enough, at that moment, the topic of the revival of spiritual energy was causing a huge uproar across the internet in various countries. After 6 years, the world has changed and spiritual energy has actually revived again. Moreover, this time, there are even more awakened superhumans. In just one morning, over 1,000 cases of superhuman awakenings have already erupted nationwide. This is astonishing. Honestly, I used to not believe in such things, thinking they were just tales for children, until this morning when my son suddenly awakened his powers and set our house on fire. I haven't even finished paying off the mortgage and now the house is gone. I want to cry but have no tears. Just enjoy it quietly. Your son awakened his powers at such a young age. He'll be recruited into the National Special Abilities Bureau and the annual subsidy is $1 million. What's a mortgage compared to that? The official website has just released a message officially calling on awakened superhumans to voluntarily report to the Superhuman Bureau to receive huge bonuses. Please download the Superhuman Bureau app, apply for registration and complete the superhuman reporting. I also heard that in 3 days, the High Martial Academy will reopen, with sky-level superhuman professors emerging and innate powerhouses entering the world. Oh my god, this is real. Superhumans are appearing around me and my whole family is about to spiral into the sky. The online discussions were now in a frenzy. Countless ordinary citizens were debating this. Some were even pounding their chests in frustration, wondering why they hadn't awakened their powers yet. One person awakens and the whole family enjoys prosperity. The government is releasing high subsidies for superhumans. It can directly change your fate, change your social class. In just one morning, countries around the world convened an emergency meeting because of this. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Feng Zixuan, who was sulking in the girls' dormitory, suddenly felt an intense heat all over her body. She was burning up. Suddenly, she had a fever of 60 degrees. Her roommates were almost scared silly. Who has a fever of 60 degrees? This is simply absurd. They immediately called 120. But before the ambulance arrived, Feng Zixuan suddenly erupted in purple flames all over her body. Soon, people from the Superhuman Bureau arrived. Feng Zixuan, you must have awakened the legendary S-level fire ability, Xiantian Purple Fire. This flame is extremely powerful and your future prospects are simply limitless. Do you know that so far, there have been fewer than 10 S-level superhumans awakened nationwide? In 3 days, the High Martial Academy will reopen. With your qualifications, you will definitely be able to join the High Martial Academy, and you might even be accepted as a direct disciple by a sky-level superhuman master. Do you know what this means? It means you will no longer be an ordinary student. Your future will elevate you to a high status, revered by the nation. Do you understand? After returning to school, Feng Zixuan was completely dazed. She visited the Superhuman Bureau and finally understood her own value. This was simply a rhythm of spiraling upwards. Humph. Li Chen, you didn't expect this, did you? I actually awakened an S-level ability. Weren't you just showing off in front of me? Deliberately flaunting your wealth to slap me in the face, making me lose face? I begged you to get back together and you actually dared to refuse? You think being rich makes you great, trampling on my dignity and character. Now, what does the wealth you take pride in mean in front of me? Humph. From today onwards, I am no longer the old me. Li Chen, when we meet next time, I hope you won't act like a clown, flaunting your trivial wealth in front of me. Otherwise, you might just humiliate yourself. Feng Zixuan smiled lightly. She suddenly felt that her mental state had collapsed a few days ago, secretly hiding under the covers and crying because Li Chen wouldn't get back together with her. She found it amusing. She was already itching to slap Li Chen in the face. Just thinking about it made her excited. After returning to the dormitory, she quickly pulled out a book titled Beginner's Manual for Superpower Use from her backpack and began to flip through it. This was the superpower manual gifted to her by a senior from the Superpower Bureau earlier that morning. Through this book, she could gain a detailed understanding of a world that did not belong to ordinary people, as well as some basic methods for using superpowers. First, the potential of a superpowered individual can be roughly divided into 7 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS, totaling 7 levels. Not only in Longxia country, but superpowered individuals worldwide can be classified according to this ranking. Secondly, having potential alone is not enough. One must also have methods to control their superpowers in order to apply them in practical situations. Longxia country had established a specific classification of superpowered individuals 6 years ago, which includes beginner superpowered individuals, intermediate superpowered individuals, advanced superpowered individuals, master level superpowered individuals, grandmaster level superpowered individuals, sky level superpowered individuals, and war god level superpowered individuals, corresponding to the same 7 levels. The awakening of an S-level superpowered individual signifies the lowest limit of their future potential, which is at least a sky level superpowered individual. This level is already recognized as a strong presence in the world, enjoying a revered status and offerings. That senior from the Superpower Bureau said that as long as she, Feng Zixuan, was willing to study hard, she could become a sky-level superpowered individual in at most 5 years. Moreover, the current level of spiritual energy revival is even more intense than it was 6 years ago. The mutated energy contained in the air is rapidly increasing. she might grow even faster. Additionally, aside from the special awakening of superpowered individuals, ordinary people can also enjoy numerous benefits during this period of earth-shattering changes. Their bodies may become stronger, and many terminal illnesses could heal on their own, especially with the ancient martial arts lineage. One can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through special methods, drawing in more mutated energy to become incredibly powerful. Although ancient martial artists do not initially become strong as quickly as superpowered individuals through awakening, the ancient martial arts system is self-contained. By nurturing their bodies with spiritual energy, they can grow to be even more formidable than most superpowered individuals. In the later stages, however, practicing ancient martial arts is time-consuming and labor-intensive, making it generally difficult to achieve rapid success. Ancient martial artists are also divided into 7 levels: beginner martial artists, intermediate martial artists, advanced martial artists, master-level martial artists, grandmaster-level martial artists, innate martial artists, and innate grandmasters. In the era of depleted spiritual energy, superpowered individuals cannot awaken, and practicing ancient martial arts is exceptionally challenging. It usually takes 30 years of hard training to break through to the level of a beginner martial artist, and that's under the condition of having good talent and starting martial arts training at the age of 7. However, even if you break through to the level of a beginner martial artist, you still cannot compete against firearms. This is a very sad point. 30 years of hard training cannot compare to a useless person wielding a submachine gun. A few bursts, and you're done for. In such circumstances, would young people still be willing to practice martial arts? What's the point? Therefore, for a long time, the inheritance of ancient martial arts was nearly severed. People even doubted the existence of such individuals. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, this situation will undergo significant changes. Those with exceptional martial arts talent might break through to the level of a beginner martial artist in a year, to an intermediate martial artist in 2 years, to an advanced martial artist in 5 years, to a master-level martial artist in 10 years, to a grandmaster-level martial artist in 20 years, and to an innate martial artist within 50 years. Becoming an innate martial artist not only extends one's lifespan but can also allow them to live up to 200 years. One can truly release their vital energy and kill from a distance. They can fly for a short time using their energy. Every gesture and movement contains immense power. One person can rival 1,000 troops. Such an existence has actually surpassed the human realm. As for innate grandmasters, there seems to be little record of them, perhaps even in the era thousands of years ago when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had not yet depleted. Such figures did not exist. Of course, it is said that there are cases of ability users and ancient martial artists cultivating together. Their power is even more astonishing. The speed of their cultivation is extremely fast, even exceeding 10 times that of ordinary practitioners. However, ability users usually have a single attribute, so they become particularly attuned to a specific type of energy in the world. This is also the reason they can suddenly awaken. But if, during the process of cultivating ancient martial arts, one absorbs too much of a single type of energy, and even allows this energy to flow into their meridians and pass through their organs, it can easily place a severe burden on the body. Generally, after 6 months of cultivation, one would be done for. Those with better talent might collapse after just 3 months. Therefore, it is a major taboo for ability users to cultivate ancient martial arts. They may be impressive, but they also cool down quickly. This book, Beginner's Manual for Ability Users, details the dangers of ability users cultivating ancient martial arts. These are lessons learned by many predecessors at the cost of their lives. After some study, Feng Zixuan finally understood that ability users also have many taboos. They cannot cultivate different martial arts together. Following the methods in the manual, she quickly condensed a purple fireball in her hand. Is this how you use abilities? It's so simple. Being able to freely control one's abilities and use them reasonably, according to the manual's instructions, means I've reached the standard of a beginner ability user. So doesn't that mean I'm already a beginner now? It's only been an hour. Isn't that too fast? I heard that ordinary C-level ability users take a whole month just to master this step, Feng Zixuan said confidently. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had just returned to the dormitory, immediately noticed the purple fireball controlled by Feng Zixuan. She was startled. Wow! Xian Yuan, you awakened your abilities, that's amazing. Xiaoxiao, you're just in time. Help me film a video, I want to post it on Douyin. I, Feng Zixuan, have awakened my S-level ability, Xian Tian Purple Fire, and I have now initially mastered my abilities, becoming a beginner ability user. Feng Zixuan boasted immediately. A hint of jealousy flashed in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes but quickly turned into a sweet smile. Okay, I'll help you film it. Xian Yuan, you've become an ability user and you're about to soar to great heights. You can't forget your sister. Of course, Xiaoxiao, you're my good sister. How could I forget you? After Feng Zixuan posted the video of her controlling the fireball on Douyin, she instantly attracted a large number of fans. The clicks and follows began to surge at a visible speed. At this moment, Li Chen was also scrolling through videos online. Suddenly, he came across an account selling secret manuals. Dear fellow villagers, big brothers and sisters, my name is Wang Yiming. I am the 56th generation descendant of Wang Chongyang, the greatest master of the first major sect of ancient martial arts during the Northern Song dynasty. I have a manual of ancient martial arts here called Innate One Chi Skill. This technique is divided into 9 levels, reaching. The first level allows you to break through to a beginner martial artist, the second level to an intermediate martial artist, the third level to an advanced martial artist, and so on. Of course, those watching my live stream must think I'm selling fake goods. Who would sell a real manual? I wouldn't believe it either. If it were before, when the spiritual energy had not yet revived, my younger brother naturally wouldn't have been able to prove himself. But now it's different. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth has begun to emerge, and truly perceptive martial artists have probably already sensed it. So let's not waste any more words and get straight to the point. As long as you give me a little attention and message me privately, I will send you the first level of innate Qigong for free. If you want the subsequent techniques, then the price will be different. In any case, the complete set of innate Qigong is only 9 million. You won't lose out or be deceived for 9 million. Host, if you say the secret technique is real, then how many levels have you practiced yourself? A comment floated by in the live stream. My younger brother is still a college student. Actually, I haven't practiced martial arts before. Mainly because the spiritual energy in the world hadn't revived. The path of martial arts was too difficult. Without 3 to 5 decades of hard training, you probably wouldn't see any results. I'm still young, and it's not easy to get into college. I still have to buy a house, a car, and marry a wife. Where do I have the spare time to practice martial arts? But now it's different. Now, as long as you can cultivate innate Qigong, you can become a powerful ancient martial artist enough to change social classes. And as long as you practice the first level, you'll know whether my secret technique is real or not. Wang Yiming explained eagerly, laughing to death. You haven't practiced it yourself, and you say it's real? 9 million? 9 cents. Can't go any higher. The host is just a clown. Don't you know that the National Ability Bureau's official website just released the Martial Artists Energy Perception section, which you can view for free? As long as you have spiritual energy perception, you can apply to join the National Martial Arts Institute, which offers free martial arts secret techniques. Are you going crazy trying to make money, host? Now that the topic of spiritual energy revival is hot, all kinds of scammers want to get a piece of the pie. Even the descendants of Wang Chongyang have come out. Can the free secret techniques released by the Ability Bureau compare to my innate Qigong? This is a family heirloom passed down for over 1,000 years. Wang Yiming argued. The host is getting more and more ridiculous. You say you're the great-grandson of Wang Chongyang, but Wang Chongyang didn't even have a son, okay? Do you believe him or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Big brother, you are Qin Shi Huang. Ha ha, clown. The comments in the live stream were all mocking, but there were still some who gave this host a follow. Among them was Li Chen, who was scrolling through his phone. Host, send me the first level of innate Qigong to take a look. Li Chen sent a private message to Wang Yiming. The other party replied after a minute directly, sending a few images. One was a diagram of human meridians. Another was a diagram of spiritual energy circulation. The last one was the essence of innate Qigong, with a photo of an ancient book that recorded the cultivation method for the first level. In fact, this first level was very simple. It mainly explained a method of breathing and exhaling. The key was that you needed to sense the existence of spiritual energy. Only by having energy perception and breathing in and out the spiritual energy would it become effortless. Moreover, the absorbed spiritual energy would be transformed into a form of internal power used to open the Chong meridian, Dai meridian, Yin-Wei meridian, Yang-Wei meridian, Yin-Xiao meridian, Yang-Xiao meridian, and finally the Ren meridian and Du meridian. And this first level only had the method for opening the Chong meridian. Li Chen held a try-it-out attitude. He closed his eyes. Following the method of innate Qigong, he began to cultivate. Soon he discovered that his level 3 mental power was almost like a form of cheating. First, his mental power could very accurately capture the wandering, mutated energy in the world, even directly mobilizing this energy into his body. Secondly, the mental power could introspect himself. An ordinary ancient martial artist might need a long time to familiarize themselves with a human meridian map and then correspond it with the energy routes in the secret manual. Any slight mistake could lead to serious consequences. Therefore, guidance from a renowned master is essential. It is passed down from generation to generation. But Li Chen didn't need that. He could introspectively view himself and precisely grasp the internal energy flow routes. It was like he had a cheat code. After pondering for about an hour, he successfully practiced the first level of the innate One Chi skill. This skill seems to be real. I've completed the first level. I feel warm all over and my spirit is refreshed, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and circulating it within my body seems to have a strengthening effect, although it's not as effective as the zombie crystal core, but it's sustainable and painless. Having proven that the skill was genuine, Li Chen decided to purchase it. Hello, please send me the subsequent skills. I'll transfer the money right away. Li Chen immediately sent a private message to the other party. Have you proven that this skill is real? The other party replied, I've already proven it. I am an ancient martial artist. Li Chen typed back, alright, cash on delivery. I'll send you the second level of the skill, but you need to transfer me 1 million immediately. Okay. Following Wang Yiming's trading method, Li Chen transferred the money in batches, making 8 transfers, with the last one being 2 million. Wang Yiming also sent Li Chen the complete set of the innate 1 Qi skill, all 9 levels, via photos taken on his phone. Li Chen began his training. Utilizing his powerful mental force, he captured a large number of mutated energy molecules from the world around him, regardless of their attributes, and absorbed them all into his body. He then operated the innate 1 Qi skill. Half an hour later, he had opened the Ren Meridian. Following that, he opened the Yin Wei Meridian, Yang Wei Meridian, Yin Xiao Meridian, Yang Xiao Meridian, Run Meridian, and Du Meridian. The moment he opened the Run and Du meridians, the internal energy circulating within him unexpectedly formed a grand cycle, beginning to operate automatically, endlessly. Countless mutated energy molecules from the world surged into his body uncontrollably. What's going on? The skill is out of control. Damn it. The spiritual energy is too abundant, putting immense pressure on my meridians. Even a level 3 evolver's body would struggle to bear it. Could it be that I broke through too quickly, practicing up to the 6th level in one go and going into a frenzy? Damn it. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Li Chen. He remembered that his space still contained a large number of level 1 and level 2 crystal cores, which could be used to strengthen himself. Moreover, using them required consuming a significant amount of the body's energy. Although the crystal cores were of lower levels, their quantity was substantial. Perhaps they could suppress the rampaging energy within his body. With a thought, Li Chen opened his space. He took out a large bag of zombie crystal cores. Grabbing a handful, he swallowed them. The crystals entered his stomach, transforming into a special energy that surged toward his limbs and bones. In that instant, Li Chen keenly observed that the energy carried by the zombie crystal cores was a special catalyst that could stimulate gene cells to self-evolve. To enable gene cells to continuously evolve, a large amount of external energy is often required to supply the body. This is why all evolvers need to consume a lot of food each time they take crystal cores, because the energy consumed for cellular upgrades and evolution must be replenished through eating. But at this moment, Li Chen didn't need to replenish anything. The innate 1 Qi skill was operating automatically, and the vast spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth was automatically compensating for the energy needed for cellular upgrades. Moreover, this energy was pure, without impurities, leading to even better evolutionary effects. Not enough. Completely insufficient. More. Feeling the pressure coming from his veins, Li Chen grabbed the zombie crystal cores from the bag, regardless of whether they were first or second level, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Handful after handful. He swallowed dozens at a time. An hour later, the crystal cores in the snakeskin bag, totaling over 10,000, were completely consumed by Li Chen. Finally, the operation of the innate Qigong technique began to slow down, and the mutated energy within 100 miles seemed to be drained by him. Li Chen successfully broke through to the 7th level. This seems to be the realm of an innate grandmaster, right? I heard it normally takes 100 years of cultivation to reach this level. How did I achieve it in just 5 hours? Kunlun Mountains. On a rarely visited peak, there is a special academy. This academy is called High Martial Academy. Established 6 years ago, the principal Wang Qiankuan is a successor of the ancient martial arts lineage. He is the current leader of the Kunlun sect and is known as the strongest prodigy in the ancient martial arts world in the past 20 years. At just 50 years old, he has already reached the level of a master. He began practicing martial arts at 12, diligently honing his skills for 38 years. In the unique environment of Kunlun Mountain, he broke through to a beginner martial artist at 15, to an intermediate martial artist at 20, to an advanced martial artist at 25, and to a master martial artist at 32. 6 years ago, he broke through to the master level due to a brief revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, claiming the title of the strongest prodigy in the ancient martial arts world of Longxia in the past 20 years. Now, 6 years later, Wang Qiankuan's strength has reached the peak of the master level. However, he has no confidence in breaking through to the innate realm. Although the High Martial Academy is located at the peak of the snow-capped mountains, where the environment is special and has never been polluted, even in the end of the Law era, a trace of spiritual energy remains. This allows his cultivation speed to be faster than that of ordinary martial artists. But breaking through to the innate realm is still incredibly difficult. Even with his extraordinary talent, it is still hard to cook without rice. Early this morning, the spiritual energy suddenly revived, and Wang Qiankuan, already at the top of Kunlun Mountain, felt it particularly strongly. The realm that had been completely stable began to loosen under the impact of the rich spiritual energy. Wang Qiankuan sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. This chance was truly rare. For martial artists, breaking through to the innate realm is a fleeting opportunity that cannot be seized at any time. Once entering the innate realm, it signifies the sublimation of life's realm, elevating one above ordinary people, with a lifespan that can reach 200 years. The innate martial artist represents the ultimate experience on the path of martial arts. Wang Qianquan was finally about to reach it. Boom! As Wang Qianquan broke through to the innate realm, the entire High Martial Academy trembled. His originally 50-year-old appearance suddenly looked much younger, appearing to be only in his early 30s. His figure moved as fast as lightning, able to leap through the air. Walking through the towering mountains felt as easy as walking on flat ground. His internal energy was released, and the incredibly powerful innate true qi made him almost impervious to blades and fire. Congratulations, Principal Wang, on successfully breaking through to the innate martial artist, stepping into the extraordinary realm. Principal, you are truly the pride of our ancient martial arts lineage. We have always been suppressed by the people from the Ability Academy because they have a principal who is a sky-level ability user. Now we can finally hold our heads high. Ha, an innate martial artist who can compete with that. Principal, your phone is ringing. It seems to be a message from the military. Oh, let me see. Wang Qianquan opened the email sent by the military. The email contained some rather special content, including images captured by military satellites and a piece of text. Wang Qianquan focused and frowned. Is the military asking me to investigate this person? Named Li Chen? Character information. Name, Li Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Family background, both parents deceased. Previously suspected of having a mental illness. Diagnosis, schizophrenia. Currently studying at Zhengcheng University in the third year of the finance department, suddenly possessing a vast fortune of unknown origin, owning 128 properties, and currently co-managing a jewelry company selling jewelry and gold of unclear origin, with strong suspicions of money laundering. A few days ago, 5 bodies of ruthless bandits appeared in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and this case is suspected to be related to Li Chen. Through investigation, it was found that the 5 kidnappers had planned to abduct Li Chen to extort his immense wealth, and the police speculate that the 5 bandits may have been killed by Li Chen in self-defense. 2 days ago, Li Chen was spotted at the border between Longxia and Baishang countries, suspected of smuggling a large quantity of military weapons. However, there is currently no evidence. Nevertheless, the Longxia military satellite captured a strange image. In the image, a man dressed in black was seen flying through the air, crossing from the Longxia border to the Baishang border. This person was Li Chen. The military suspects that Li Chen may be a sky-level ability user, or an innate martial artist, and has awakened a special flying talent. He may have awakened before the revival of spiritual energy. His potential is astonishing. Li Chen's various actions are highly suspicious, and he may be colluding with foreign forces. Director Wang must thoroughly investigate this matter. If Li Chen is indeed colluding with foreign forces, he must be dealt with decisively. After reading the email from the military, Wang Qianquan immediately set off. He took a military plane directly to Zhengcheng. Li Chen possesses flying abilities, and if an ordinary ability bureau expert were to intervene, it would likely be difficult to capture him. Just in time, Wang Qianquan had broken through to become an innate martial artist. Capturing Li Chen would be a piece of cake. I haven't come down from the mountain in 10 years. This time, the ancient martial world will tremble because of my emergence. Li Chen, a 20-year-old boy? How could he possibly be an innate martial artist, let alone a sky-level ability user? There's a 99% chance he's just a guy who has awakened flying abilities. Wang Qianquan shook his head and chuckled. As an innate martial artist, he understood deeply that breaking through to innate at 20 was simply absurd. It was completely impossible. Not to mention that before the revival of spiritual energy, how could one cultivate and break through in the polluted secular world? A sky-level ability user was even more ridiculous. In the entire Longxia country, there were only a handful of sky-level ability users. He knew all these big shots. No matter how monstrous Li Chen was, he could not be sky-level. The military plane was very fast. From noon to afternoon, in less than 5 hours, Wang Qianquan had already arrived in Zhengcheng. In the evening, as the sun set, Li Chen had just broken through to the 7th level of innate Qigong and was in a good mood. He went for a walk by the river at the foot of his apartment building, watching the shimmering river water flow continuously. Li Chen felt a slight emotion in his heart. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turn to emptiness. The green mountains remain. How many sunsets have turned red? Li Chen was just about to recite a poem when suddenly a powerful aura locked onto him. He saw a middle-aged man in his 30s actually walking on the Yangtze River. The man stood above the water, one hand behind his back. He gently raised a finger. A drop of river water was lifted by his true energy. With a light flick of his finger, the originally harmless drop of water under Wang Qianquan's true energy transformed into a projectile like a sniper bullet shooting towards Li Chen's arm. Li Chen did not dodge. Boom! The drop of water was blocked by a powerful protective aura, instantly turning into water molecules. Why do you want to attack me? Innate protective aura, you are. Humph. Dare to attack me, you're seeking death. Li Chen's gaze turned cold. He raised his right hand and made a sweeping motion in the air. In an instant, a terrifying aura of a congenital Grandmaster erupted from his fingertips. This aura transformed into a long blade. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The Yangtze River, 800 meters wide, was abruptly severed in half. The monstrous splash of water leaped up to a height of over 100 meters. The riverbed of the Yangtze was exposed, with rolling waves and a tumultuous upheaval. With just a single finger, he had already cut off the Yangtze River. This, a single finger severing the river, a congenital grandmaster. You are a congenital grandmaster? Stunned, petrified, terrified, the scalp tingled. At that moment, Wang Qiankuan felt completely numb. He was dumbfounded. All the military personnel watching the battle were collectively horrified. Each one was wide-eyed and speechless like a wooden chicken. Their hearts, their minds, even the little things in their pockets couldn't help but tremble in madness. It was too exaggerated, too terrifying. Li Chen was actually embarrassing. Did he actually miss? Li Chen felt a bit speechless. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered the aura of a congenital grandmaster and his application was still somewhat unskilled. The first time using it, his aim was a bit off. Even from over 100 meters away, he still failed to hit Wang Qiankuan. This was indeed a bit of a blunder. It seemed he needed to practice diligently. In the future, such blunders could not happen again. Just as Li Chen was continuously mocking himself in his heart, at this moment, Wang Qiankuan had already stepped onto the river and immediately bowed respectfully to Li Chen. Wang Qiankuan, the leader of the Kunlun sect, pays his respects to the senior. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I was rude and attacked the senior. It was truly a crime deserving of death. I hope the senior can forgive me. It was clear that this congenital grandmaster had no intention of taking his life just now. Otherwise, that finger severing the river would have likely meant his end. He had just broken through to become a congenital warrior, and it was a time of great ambition. If he had been killed instantly, it would have been a grave injustice. Ahem. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party had already apologized, Li Chen decided to pretend that he had intentionally missed. Alright, considering your hard-earned cultivation, I shall spare your life this time. But if there is a next time, I will definitely not show mercy. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior. Although Li Chen appeared much younger than Wang Qiankuan in the realm of ancient martial arts, the capable are the teachers. Li Chen's cultivation was higher than his, so it was only natural to address him as senior. After all, he was a congenital grandmaster, a legendary existence. Beyond that, there were only the terrestrial immortals. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had just revived, the strongest warriors were probably at the congenital level. A congenital grandmaster might very well be the #1 person in the world. Such an impressive existence warranted Wang Qiankuan's respect. I ask you, why did you attack me? It's like this, senior. I, Wang, was commissioned by the military to investigate some events concerning you, but it seems this is definitely a misunderstanding. Wang Qiankuan explained the contents of the commissioned investigation to Li Chen. Only then did Li Chen suddenly realize. It seemed he indeed had some matters that were not handled very cleanly. Whether it was the large-scale trading of gold and jewels or the sinking of the 5 bandits including Zhou Kai or the arms purchases, all had left some traces. That was why it had come to be investigated. But this was understandable. Because Li Chen had to sell a large amount, it was impossible not to leave any traces. It was only a matter of time before he was investigated. I see. Could it be that the military wants to arrest me because of these matters? Li Chen asked. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Senior, you are a dignified congenital grandmaster. What kind of identity is that? How could you collude with foreign forces? Who would dare to arrest you? I, Wang Qiankuan, would be the first to object. Actually, I came this time just because the military wanted to probe into your background, senior. Now that I understand the truth, there's no need to explain anything, Wang Qiankuan said with a resolute expression. Li Chen was speechless. It seemed he hadn't even started to explain, had he? Did he really explain? Were you hallucinating? At this moment, Wang Qiankuan had already begun to curse someone's ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it! That person is a congenital grandmaster. What are you investigating? Is this something you can investigate? You won't just turn a blind eye, will you? Damn your damn. Whether it's a huge amount of unexplained wealth or arms smuggling, these matters, as long as they involve a congenital grandmaster, are nothing to worry about. If Li Chen wanted, they could even provide it for free. Do you know what it means to not insult a grandmaster? Not to mention that he is a congenital grandmaster. It seems these matters are all misunderstandings. I should have reported to the country long ago, Li Chen said. Senior, with your strength, you shouldn't be buried in a small city like Jiangcheng. If you could have an official identity, it would actually make your actions much more convenient, and we could provide you with assistance. You see, with the revival of spiritual energy in the world, the global landscape is changing, and all countries are racing to cultivate extraordinary individuals. This is definitely a time of great contention. 3 days from now, the High Martial Academy will reopen. I, Wang, would like to invite you to serve as a guest professor at the High Martial Academy and also take on the role of honorary principal. I know this request is excessive, but for the new generation of ancient martial artists and extraordinary individuals in Longsha country, I hope you will lower yourself and accept my invitation. Wang Qiankuan said sincerely. If their ancient martial lineage could add a congenital grandmaster, wouldn't that be like taking off from the ground? Just right. Wang Qiankuan wanted to ask Li Chen how to break through to a congenital grandmaster. If Li Chen was willing to teach him, he could become his disciple on the spot. He was just afraid that Senior Li wouldn't accept him as a student. Me? To be a professor, or rather, a professor at the High Martial Academy and also the honorary principal? Is that appropriate? Li Chen hesitated a bit. In fact, he also wanted to see what the so-called High Martial Academy was really like. He had heard that this academy was extremely mysterious. Once admitted, it was far more impressive than getting into Beijing. Family members could also receive substantial subsidies. Graduates of the High Martial Academy could enter the Extraordinary Bureau as leaders. Their status was esteemed, and their identity was noble. Li Chen was directly invited to be the principal. This was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. Although the honorary principal might not hold any real power, this status was equivalent to that of the principal. He had heard that the principal of the High Martial Academy and the two deans all held high military ranks. His honorary principal status was probably at a similar level. Appropriate. This couldn't be more appropriate. With a congenital grandmaster like you joining the High Martial Academy, it would be an honor for our entire academy. Seeing Li Chen hesitating, Wang Qiankuan seemed to be on the verge of persuading him. He immediately began to intensify his efforts. If he could convince a congenital grandmaster to join, it would be a significant achievement for Wang Qiankuan. Alright, since you put it that way, I will tentatively agree. By the way, what's your name? Does it carry weight at the High Martial Academy? Li Chen asked. I am Wang Qiankuan, the current dean of the ancient martial lineage at the High Martial Academy. Rest assured, senior, my words do carry some weight. Wang Qiankuan patted his chest and assured him. Even if it weren't Wang Qiankuan inviting him, a congenital grandmaster wanting to join any force in the world would receive the highest level of courtesy. This is beyond doubt. To be able to host a congenital grandmaster is equivalent to having strategic nuclear weapon level power for any force, because a powerhouse of this level can kill anyone without anyone being able to stop them. Alright then, Li Chen nodded. 3 days later, he would officially take up a position at the High Martial Academy. He never expected that just taking a casual stroll downstairs would land him a position as a professor and principal. But I wonder if the Li Chen of the Apocalypse can cultivate and learn this innate chi skill? If I can, does that mean I won't have to eat so much every day? Although enjoying good food is nice, eating too much can be a bit unsightly. After all, the more you eat, the more you have to relieve yourself. I feel that my current combat power is comparable to Yuan Tianyi from the Apocalypse world, but the rating standards of the two worlds are different, and the distinctions in combat power levels are also different, making it impossible to make a specific comparison. Apocalypse. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen's team began to share a large pot of food. Meng Haoyu was gnawing on a big pig's knuckle, looking ecstatic. After a night of upgrading and evolution, his improvement was tremendous. Now, the space within me has expanded tenfold, having broken through to 500 cubic meters, which means I can store more food. Moreover, the maximum number of extreme teleportations I can perform in a short time has increased to 15 times, with each teleportation covering a distance of up to 500 meters. 15 times? 500 meters? What does that mean? It means I have at least 15 chances to save my life. Who can take me down? I, Meng Haoyu, am simply the child of destiny. Although I didn't manage to break through to the 4th level this time, I've already reached the peak of the 3rd level, just one step away from becoming a 4th level evolver. I estimate that in another couple of days, I should be able to break through. Thinking about the exchange he made yesterday with the 5th level crystal core, Meng Haoyu still felt it was very worthwhile. He felt a bit of gratitude towards leader Li Chen. At least Li Chen was willing to take on the whole situation for him, choosing to confront the long high base head-on. This undoubtedly showed that he was a loyal leader. He didn't take advantage of him at a critical moment. Although it seemed like he had taken a bit of advantage by taking the 5th level crystal core in the Apocalypse, such a leader was indeed rare. Li Chen's abilities and character had temporarily earned Meng Haoyu's recognition. Then I won't go against you for now. Just right, there's a tall guy in the team, so I won't have to work so hard. Managing a team does seem to be quite a troublesome task. Last night, a bunch of people came to Meng Haoyu to store their junk luggage. This made Meng Haoyu, who was eager to break through, very irritated. He waited until 2 in the morning before finally having some free time. It was simply speechless. It turned out that the logistics minister had to manage so many trivial matters. There were even people who, when hungry at night, came to him for snacks. Did they really come to him for such trivial matters? Managing a team is exhausting. If a logistics minister is this tired, how much more exhausting must it be for the team leader? They also have to be responsible for overall planning. They have to worry about the supply issues for the entire team. They have to support the whole team. Just thinking about it made Meng Haoyu's scalp tingle. Hundreds of people were relying on him for food. How could he support them? Only Li Chen could be the leader. He certainly wouldn't do it. He absolutely wouldn't distribute the resources he obtained to others. If Li Chen was willing to be the one to take the loss, then let him be leader. After a night of upgrades, our entire team, totaling 321 people, has all upgraded to evolvers. Currently, there are 165 first-level evolvers, 139 second-level evolvers, 17 third-level evolvers, and only you as the fourth-level evolver. Among the third-level evolvers, besides Hongmao, Eagle, Shadow, Sun Yuhan, and Meng Haoyu, there are Yang Jian, Huang Chao, Nie Xiaofeng, Zhang Hao, Wang Xian, Li Hai, Zhou Ken, Chen Jilong, Wu Bingtian, Zhou Hongxi, Lu Jiannan, Wei Shan, and me, Guo Fugui. A total of 17 people have currently broken through to level 3. Additionally, the person you are particularly concerned about, Gu Sisi, has also broken through to level 2. Guo Fugui reported in front of Li Chen. Just one night, the entire team underwent a qualitative change again. Not only did the number of team members increase, but everyone was an evolver, even the children were no exception. Not bad. Our team's strength, although it has not yet reached the level to compete with the Longhai base, is developing rapidly. If I'm not mistaken, the Longhai base may have already seen us as a thorn in their side, a nail in their eye. For the safety of the team, I have decided not to confront the Longhai base head on for now. So next, we need to be prepared to relocate at any time. In the city, we will engage in guerrilla warfare. With Eagle's eagle eye scanning, we can completely avoid clashes with the Longhai base. In the coming days, I will lead the entire team to act together. 1. To continue hunting zombies and collecting crystal cores. 2. To rescue survivors and expand the team's strength. Li Chen issued the mission objectives. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all set out to hunt zombies. Eagle's eagle eye scanning was very useful. This allowed the entire team to predict in advance which streets had zombie gatherings, the highest level of zombies, and whether there were any mission risks. Although it couldn't achieve 100% accuracy, it was generally quite close. Most neighborhoods or streets had only a few hundred or up to 1,000 zombies. This posed no significant challenge for Li Chen's entire team. In just one morning, Li Chen led the team to clear 6 neighborhoods and 12 streets, killing 9,803 zombies, seizing 8,000 level 1 crystal cores, 1,200 level 2 crystal cores, 23 level 3 crystal cores, and 1 level 4 crystal core. They also rescued 126 survivors. It was evident that the ordinary, non-level zombies were nearly extinct. The vast majority of zombies had completed their level 1 evolution. The number of level 2 and level 3 zombies had also increased. However, level 4 zombies remained rare. After searching for the entire morning, they found only one level 4 fire-type zombie, which they successfully killed. Li Chen led the entire team to make a fire and cook, resting for 2.5 hours. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Chen led the entire team to continue clearing zombies. This continued until 7 in the evening. They cleared another 8 neighborhoods and 13 streets, killing 15,000 zombies, rescuing 133 survivors, and collecting 13,900 crystal cores. Among them were 35 level 3 crystal cores and 2 level 4 crystal cores. At 8:30 in the evening, Li Chen led the entire team to rest in place. They chose a nearby neighborhood to settle in. After all, the entire city was filled with empty houses. Wherever they went, they could move in for free, as long as they had the ability to face the dangers of the night. In the evening, after Li Chen allocated the material rewards, everyone happily made a fire to cook. Finally, they could have a hearty meal again. Meng Haoyu, the 6th one, didn't kill many zombies today. Instead, he used his spatial abilities to scour gold shops, jewelry stores, and jade shops. He had come to realize that collecting all those scraps and junk was not as good as directly collecting gold and jewelry to exchange with Li Chen. The supplies stored by Li Chen were all fresh. He didn't know where Leader Li got so many supplies from. It seemed endless. Meng Haoyu had some doubts, but he didn't dare to ask more. As long as Li Chen was willing to trade, he would profit immensely. He needed to stockpile food for 100 years. That way, even in the face of danger, he could escape. With Sun Yuhan, this was called making preparations before the rain. At this moment, Li Chen, who was in the apocalypse, did not join everyone for dinner. Instead, he began studying the techniques of the innate chi skill. He wanted to experiment with a certain dark mutated energy contained in this world to see if it could be cultivated and absorbed. Just as he started his research, a terrifying level 6 zombie king roared in Huangpu Bund High City, causing countless densely packed zombies to seem as if they were summoned by an invisible force. They began to converge like rivers flowing together, surging forth. In less than 2 hours, a million-strong zombie army was formed, dense enough to block out the sun, utterly terrifying. With a command from the zombie king, the million-strong army began to surge towards the Longhai survivor base. During his second cultivation of the innate chi skill, Li Chen had gained experience and was quite familiar with it. It was the same process of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, absorbing it into his body, completing the transformation, opening up meridians, and forming a cycle. Moreover, with the second attempt, Li Chen was even faster. It was as if he was reclaiming a body and starting over. He was simply practicing a technique he already knew in another world, nothing more. Although the spiritual energy in this world seemed a bit different, the principle was simple. All cultivation techniques essentially involved absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, making one more powerful. Li Chen could clearly feel that this world had heaven and earth spiritual energy. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of urban dimensions. However, the spiritual energy in this place leaned towards darkness, and the air carried a viral energy that forcibly catalyzed biological evolution. This virus, if one wasn't careful, could cause special mutations in plants and animals. For instance, zombies appeared this way. During the evolution process, the body couldn't withstand it, leading to gene mutations, brain death, and uncontrolled cell reproduction and division, resulting in zombies. Li Chen quickly broke through the first, second, and third levels. It took only an hour. The innate chi skill had consecutively broken through 3 levels, opening up multiple meridians, with a massive amount of mutated energy flooding into his body. While it strengthened Li Chen's body, it also caused unimaginable damage to his meridians. The aftereffects of dual cultivation appeared. As a space-type ability user, Li Chen could easily force the energy from space into his body, avoiding the slow process of gradually condensing the energy and absorbing the mutated energy bit by bit. That efficiency was far too slow. However, the consequence of forcibly pushing mutated energy into his body naturally brought endless damage to himself. The 5 elements of the human body, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each belong to different categories. If one directly used mutated energy to recklessly impact the body without careful management, disregarding whether the body could withstand it, it was a sure path to madness. In general, dual cultivation would lead to death within 3 months. With Li Chen's reckless approach, he might not even last 3 days before his entire meridian system would be completely ruined. Under normal circumstances, he would quickly fall into madness and die. But at that moment, Li Chen took out a snakeskin bag from his space. A large pile of zombie crystal cores lay before him. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all packed inside the bag. Li Chen grabbed a handful and directly stuffed them into his mouth to swallow. The crystals entered his stomach and quickly transformed into energy for evolving gene cells. All the cells in his body began to upgrade automatically. Active absorption of mutated energy. The previously damaged meridians and internal organs were forcibly repaired during this upgrading evolution process. This created a perfect balance. By consuming crystal cores, promoting the regeneration and division of gene cells, and absorbing mutated energy to heal injuries, Li Chen continued to forcibly absorb cosmic energy, sustaining injuries, and continuing to heal in an infinite loop. As long as there were enough crystal cores, he had no fear of going mad. Moreover, when going mad, the speed of energy absorption was even faster. It was something he could only wish for. Li Chen swallowed a large number of crystal cores, and soon over 10,000 cores were depleted. He didn't need to eat at all. He felt no hunger whatsoever. Directly absorbing cosmic energy was far superior to eating. Eating always required digestion time, right? Even though an evolver's stomach had a very strong digestive function and a fast digestion speed, one couldn't possibly eat an entire cow in one go. But absorbing cosmic energy was different. It could be absorbed almost infinitely. There was no need to consume slowly, and no need for excretion. This allowed the utilization of crystal cores to reach a perfect level. Even the energy from a level 1 zombie crystal core was not wasted at all. Under normal circumstances, the absorption effect of a level 4 crystal core was equivalent to that of 20 level 3 crystal cores, 400 level 2 crystal cores, or 8,000 level 1 crystal cores. However, at this moment, Li Chen only needed to swallow 1,000 level 1 crystal cores, and the effect was almost comparable to consuming 1 level 4 crystal core. It was nearly an 8-fold saving. The energy utilization rate was significantly improved. Perhaps this was the normal situation. The reason high-level evolvers had such poor effects from consuming low-level crystal cores was that the utilization rate was too low. 1.5 hours. Li Chen only spent 1.5 hours successfully opening the run and do meridians, breaking through to the innate realm. Then he spent another 2 hours opening all the meridians in his body. Even the tiny capillaries were not overlooked. He broke through to the 7th level of innate qigong once again. The technique automatically circulated in a great cycle. It was a continuous, infinite operation, with the internal vital energy self-generating. In a total of 3.5 hours, he went from a novice in cultivation to breaking through to the innate grandmaster level. Just then, boom! Li Chen felt a rumble in his mind. All the cells in his body seemed to have completed some kind of extreme transformation, finally evolving successfully. Is this a level 5 evolver? I actually broke through so smoothly, and I didn't even have time to consume a level 5 crystal core. I didn't expect that this time, the innate grandmaster and the level 5 evolver would break through together. A level 5 evolver brought Li Chen an incredibly powerful physical strength. Combined with ice abilities and spatial abilities, 3 powers combined. Li Chen's current physical body was capable of delivering a punch with a force of 1,000 tons. The ice ability could control the temperature within a Radius of 10 kilometers, dropping to as low as -100 degrees. The spatial ability could simultaneously release 150 spatial blades with a maximum killing distance of 3,000 meters, capable of killing invisibly within 2,999 meters. The internal brain domain space 50,215 cubic meters. The spatial capacity had already surpassed 50,000 cubic meters, which was almost a qualitative leap. Martial artist level, innate grandmaster with protective vital energy generated within, impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by water and fire, capable of flying with chi, severing rivers with a finger, and killing with plants, flowers, and stones. The innate vital energy could be infused into weapons, producing unimaginable power, with both offense and defense integrated, no weaknesses, and an automatic healing function. Leader, there's a situation. In the middle of the night, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Eagle suddenly ran over to report. At this time, Li Chen would usually be asleep. He had stipulated that if there was no urgent situation within the team, no one was allowed to disturb him at night. But today, it was clear that Eagle had discovered an urgent situation. What is it? Leader, the zombie army has gathered. It seems that all the zombies in Haicheng have been summoned by some high-level zombie, and they are all converging towards Longhai Base. I took a zombie crystal core tonight and just successfully broke through to level 4. My eagle eye scanning range has expanded to a radius of 150 kilometers, and Longhai Base is just within my line of sight. I originally just wanted to scout the situation, but unexpectedly discovered the zombie army surrounding the city. Among this army, there is a high possibility that a level 6 zombie has emerged. Let's go, call Gu. CC over and have her switch your perspective to me. Li Chen said immediately. Report General, it's not good. The zombie army has surrounded the city. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yuan Tianyi was in his luxurious 5,000 square meter villa, embracing 2 beautiful starlets and enjoying a playful moment, relaxing his mind. Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed in to report. In the apocalyptic world, most people would liberate their true nature. These 2 starlets, before the apocalypse began, were top-tier, popular idols with millions of fans. After the apocalypse started, they were saved by Yuan Tianyi and became 2 of his many women. After all, there are so many survivors in the base, and it's not just these 2 who want to climb onto Yuan Tianyi's dragon bed. They managed to stand out among numerous competitors, which shows they indeed have some real skills. These 2 starlets not only have outstanding looks, but under Yuan Tianyi's training, one awakened a healing ability, while the other awakened a transformation ability. The healing ability goes without saying. The transformation ability can change into anyone's appearance, providing a full experience. At this moment, Yuan Tianyi was having fun when he was suddenly interrupted, and his expression darkened immediately. What's going on? Report General, the monitoring station has brothers observing a large gathering of zombies. The numbers are astonishing, possibly reaching 1 million. The situation is extremely urgent. The target of this zombie army is clearly heading towards our Longhai Base, and they are now less than 10 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianyi immediately got dressed. Send the order down, full military alert. Sound the highest red alert. Wake up all the evolved and survivors in the base. Distribute firearms and ammunition. Let everyone defend the city together. Bodyguard troops prepare, open the armory, and activate level 1 combat readiness. This time, our Longhai Base may face tremendous danger. If it were just ordinary level 5 zombies, they could command at most 100,000 zombies. But with the zombie tide reaching 1 million, it's likely that a level 6 zombie has emerged, which could be troublesome. Yuan Tianyi analyzed immediately. He himself had only reached level 5. He had some confidence in dealing with level 5 zombies. After all, his lightning ability was extremely powerful, with an explosive output. Generally, zombies of the same level couldn't defeat him. But if it were level 6 zombies, the situation would become complicated. Not to mention there was 1 million zombie tide. The only advantage might be that Longhai Base has a well-developed defense system with high walls and thick fortifications, along with sufficient military weaponry. The strongest point is that there are 5 fighter jets, 1 transport plane, 1 B-2 bomber, dozens of anti-air missiles, and ground-to-ground tactical missiles in the base. The total number of firearms is about 20 to 30,000. However, the ammunition is somewhat insufficient. After all, the production of military weapons has already stopped, and weapons and ammunition are used up little by little. With Yuan Tianyi's orders issued, the entire base immediately sounded the alarm. The loud alarm woke all the survivors who were sleeping. One by one, they appeared drowsy, looking completely unenergetic. During the day, they had already worked hard, and at night, they finally managed to sleep, only to be rudely awakened. This life is unbearable. What the hell is going on? Why did the air raid alarm go off? There are zombies surrounding the city. The commander has ordered all of you to go to the city tower to defend it. Those who participate in the defense will not only receive firearms and ammunition but also get a free steamed bun. A soldier shouted with a megaphone. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Zombies are surrounding the city? Damn it! But aren't the guards and the evolved ones supposed to defend the city? We're just ordinary people, powerless as a chicken. Even if we get firearms and ammunition, we can't fight them. Exactly. We haven't even had enough to eat. How can we have the strength to fight zombies? This time, with zombies surrounding the city and attacking the Longhai base, there must be a huge number of them. Otherwise, how could the commander possibly give firearms to us ordinary survivors? Among the crowd, there were still quite a few smart people who saw the crux of the problem. Letting ordinary survivors defend the city? This clearly indicated that the situation was extremely critical and it had reached a life and death moment for the entire base. At this point, going up to the city tower would likely mean becoming cannon fodder. Many survivors who had just joined a few days ago were already starting to regret it. Damn it, just arrived at the Longhai base and already surrounded by zombies? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. The Longhai base is not safe at all. We came here just to find some stability, and now you want us to fight? Screw you. The survivors were like a scattered sand, completely disorganized and undisciplined. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The entire place fell silent. A survivor who had just led the opposition was shot in the head by the guards. He was instantly taken out. The command from the commander must be executed. This is not a discussion. Anyone who dares to shake the morale will be killed without mercy. Everyone, go to the city tower. Hurry up. The guards immediately ordered. The survivors shrank their heads, each one daring to be angry but not able to speak, ultimately obeying the order. If they truly had the courage to resist, they wouldn't still be ordinary survivors at this point. At the very least, they would have fought against the zombies and collected a crystal core. As for the evolved ones, the guards' attitude was much better. At least they wouldn't threaten their lives at the drop of a hat. They would explain the current situation a bit. This is the situation now. The commander hopes that all of us evolved ones will work together to resist the zombie tide. The weaponry at our Longhai base is still very complete and the defense system is not weak. If we can successfully fend off the zombie tide this time, we will reap a massive amount of evolution crystals. The commander also said that all evolved ones participating in the defense will receive all the zombie crystals they kill. As long as we can hold our ground, there will be millions of zombie crystals. You all can at least break through to become level 3 evolved ones, and even level 4 or 5 is not impossible. Moreover, given the current situation, we have no choice but to defend. The zombies have already surrounded the city and we can't get out. We can only fight to the death. The guard's words left all the evolved ones in silence. Now, there was no way out. The only path was to fight to the end. Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Ziyan all showed expressions of despair. It was too unbearable. They had come to the Longhai base and had never had a decent meal. Now they were surrounded by a horde of zombies. At this moment, they truly regretted it. If they had known it would be like this, why come to this damn place? Commander Lin, yesterday the general promised me a reward, but I don't know what this reward will be. It's like this, Zhou Xiaoqian, the situation is urgent, there are many matters to handle at the base, the general is temporarily unavailable. After the city defense is over, your reward will naturally be in place. Now, you should go defend the city immediately. Your water-based ability seems to have some use. Lin Ao brushed her off directly. In fact, the Longhai base has an underground escape route that leads directly 10 kilometers away, but Yuan Tianyi did not inform the ordinary survivors or the external evolvers about this escape route. Unless absolutely necessary, Yuan Tianyi did not want to take this path. Boom! 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 The war broke out immediately. The million-strong zombie army left no time for the Longhai base to think or prepare, and they began their assault on the city. They were not afraid of any sacrifices. On the city walls, hundreds of machine guns, along with tens of thousands of rifles, submachine guns, handguns, shotguns, and rocket launchers, began to fire wildly. Large numbers of zombies were directly turned into mangled limbs and pieces. The scene was incredibly bloody and brutal. But soon, flying zombies appeared, soaring up to the city towers, starting to attack the machine gunners. Many gunners were taken out in surprise. They died under the claws of the zombies. These flying zombies could only be resisted by evolvers. Before long, among the zombie army, 5-level storm zombies, 5-level flame zombies, 5-level strength zombies, 5-level speed zombies, 5-level plant zombies, and 5-level earth zombies appeared. A total of 6 5-level zombies brought tremendous disaster to the Longhai base. Especially that 5-level earth zombie, which actually used earth-based abilities, causing the ground to shake and splitting the base's city tower open, exposing a large gap. Large numbers of zombies rushed in, and the survivors picked up their firearms to start shooting, but they could not withstand the charge of the zombie army. Especially in the front line, there were also 3-level zombies leading the charge. Ordinary firearms could not inflict fatal damage on 3-level zombies. This led to the gap being torn wider and wider. At a critical moment, the leader of Longhai base, Yuan Tianyi, took action. He stood firm against thousands. Guarding the gap in the city tower, his fists released immense lightning. With one punch, hundreds of zombies were directly electrocuted to death. It was as if a deity had descended. Don't panic. Pass on my order. Deploy the fighter jets. Everyone, fight to the death. You have no place to escape. If the base is breached, everyone will be doomed. Yuan Tianyi shouted immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, all the evolvers, the guards, and the survivors in the base, totaling 20,000 people, were ignited with fighting spirit. General Yuan is right. Since we're all doomed anyway, we might as well fight these zombie scum. I've long wanted to die. Damn it, killing one is breaking even, killing two is profit. Kill, kill, kill. The survivors' fighting spirit was ignited, and they immediately burst forth with a certain level of combat power. At least with their firearms, they could kill 1-level zombies. Moreover, in large numbers, killing 2-level zombies was not a problem. Although there were many sacrifices during the bloody fight, they successfully withstood the first wave of the zombie tide. Soon, the fighter jets in the base were deployed. They began carpet bombing the zombie horde outside the city. In an instant, countless bodies were blown apart. The sound of war echoed everywhere. A large area of the zombie horde was cleared. This allowed the survivors on the city tower to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The evolvers also began to play their part. Gold system, wood system, earth system, fire system, water system, ice system, wind system, thunder system, speed system, strength system, light system, invisibility system, werewolf system, telekinesis system, and various other abilities, all flourishing. They were responsible for clearing the various zombies attacking the city walls. The situation had temporarily stabilized. But just then, a mutation occurred. Among the horde of zombies, a very short figure, looking like an elementary school student and wearing the uniform of Longhai First Primary School, suddenly opened its crimson eyes. With a focused gaze, all the fighter jets thousands of meters high in the sky self-destructed, instantly obliterated. It seemed as if they were crushed by an invisible force. In the next second, an extremely terrifying mental power swept across the area. Under the control of the child zombie, one tall building after another within a 10-kilometer radius was forcibly uprooted. Over 100 skyscrapers under the control of the child zombie came crashing down towards the Longhai base. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew everywhere. Countless steel and concrete reduced the entire Longhai base to ruins. In an instant, the base suffered countless casualties. The city walls were directly smashed into rubble. This scene left the fortunate survivors among the evolvers in a state of shock. What the hell is this? Is this the level 6 zombie king? Or a level 6 mental zombie that can control objects with its mind and uproot hundreds of buildings? We're doomed. This is completely beyond our ability to resist. A level 6 zombie. Terrifying indeed. Bang! 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 The moment they discovered the level 6 zombie, 6 special evolution, snipers from the Longhai base instantly opened fire using alloy armor-piercing bullets. These special bullets could penetrate 20 centimeters of steel plate in an instant. However, such armor-piercing rounds were forcibly restrained just 10 meters away from the level 6 zombie. The bullets could not break through its mental power at all. A level 6 mental zombie is too terrifying. We can't get close at all. The sniper rifle is useless. Against it, it can not only control objects with its mind but also command the zombie army. Chief, let's escape. We really can't fight it. The trusted Captain Lin Ao suggested. Yes, Chief, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. But how can I abandon so many survivors in the base? I can't do that. Yuan Tianyi pretended to be troubled. In fact, after witnessing the terror of the level 6 zombie, he had already entertained the thought of fleeing. This level 6 mental zombie he feared he could hardly approach, and he might not be its match, plus he was outnumbered, truly having no advantage at all. What else could he do but run? Wait to die? As a dignified level 5 evolver with a bright future ahead, if he couldn't defeat a level 6 zombie, could he not handle other zombies? Why wait to die with this group of beggars? But with so many people watching, Yuan Tianyi, naturally couldn't take the lead in suggesting a retreat. Otherwise, where would his authority be? Chief, we can't be overly compassionate now. You've done your best, but the situation is dire, and there's no turning back. Please make a decision soon. Alright, Royal Guard, listen up. Everyone, follow me to leave through the underground passage. We will temporarily withdraw from the Longhai base. With a command from Chief Yuan, he directly led a dozen of his guards to escape. He even took along the 2 female celebrities. As for the others, there was no time to care about them now. Hey, where's Chief Yuan? Not good. Yuan Tianyi has run away. He escaped through the underground passage. The Longhai base actually has an underground passage? Why didn't he say so earlier? Damn it. Yuan Tianyi, how dare you betray us, you scoundrel, may you die a miserable death. Ah, I hate this so much. At this moment, the dense army of zombies had completely breached the Longhai base. 8,000 survivors and evolved beings looked on in despair. The atmosphere was suffocating. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a terrifying cold wave swept in, engulfing an area of 10 kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of first and second level zombies were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. 123 fourth level zombies and 6 fifth level zombies had their heads severed within 2,999 meters. Li Chen led his team, making a stunning entrance. With the assistance of the Eagle and Gusisi, he could almost maximize the precision of the space blade. Within 3,000 meters, killing 5th level zombies was no longer a problem. Although the ice ability had low attack damage and couldn't inflict much harm on high-level zombies, it was a large-scale area attack. Skill. It could leverage the power of the climate to greatly impact the zombie horde. Otherwise, Li Chen wouldn't have dared to actively approach the Longhai base to share in the spoils. The Spaceblade had extremely high lethality, was incredibly strange, and was nearly impossible to defend against. It could instantaneously kill zombies of the same level without being seen. However, the consumption of the Spaceblade was immense. In extreme situations, Li Chen could release at most 150 blades simultaneously and only 3 times. In total, he could release about 500 Spaceblades. But once he used them all, he would be exhausted. He would need at least a day to recover. Therefore, the Spaceblade could at most kill 500 zombies. Li Chen generally did not use it lightly. This skill was specifically meant for instant kills against zombies of the same level. With this wave, Li Chen instantly shocked that 6th level zombie. It had just sensed a total of 21 Spaceblades rushing towards it. Fortunately, its mental acuity allowed it to detect the spatial fluctuations in advance, narrowly avoiding the attack. It seemed it hadn't expected that such a powerful ability user would emerge among human evolvers. The ability to instantaneously kill so many 5th and 4th level zombies while simultaneously targeting itself indicated that he was likely a 6th level human evolver. This situation was not right. It quickly decided to retreat. 6th level zombies had begun to develop high intelligence. When faced with uncertainty, it did not choose to fight head-on. Roar! The 6th level zombie let out a thunderous roar. All remaining zombie troops were immediately summoned to cover the retreat of the 6th level zombie. The siege of zombies, which had been in full swing, suddenly began to withdraw, but Li Chen had already arrived. How could he let it escape so easily? Li Chen was very familiar with the mental power ability because in another world he had mastered mental power. Therefore, he knew the weaknesses of this ability. Mental power was extremely powerful. Among all types of abilities, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable. It could be used for long-range, close combat, defense, flight, and even killing from a distance. Without mercy, whether in one-on-one combat or group attacks, it was incredibly fierce. It could be said to be a versatile ability. However, this ability had a fatal flaw. Mental power could not directly control living objects. It could only manipulate inanimate objects. For example, if a person stood in front of you, you could use mental power to control their clothes, shoes, pants, or jewelry. In an unexpected and hard-to-defend manner, you could kill the opponent. Or you could directly manipulate sharp objects like flying knives or swords, which had inherent sharpness and could kill quickly. But if the opponent was completely naked, with no items on them, at that moment, mental power could not hinder them in the slightest. Once mental power entered a living body, it would automatically disappear, sinking into it without any reaction, unless you intended to seize control. But at this level, it wasn't enough. Moreover, the mental power that controls souls and the mental force that manipulates objects are essentially two different abilities. They cannot be compared. Just like the Spaceblade mastered by Li Chen and the teleportation controlled by Manhwa, although both belong to the space category, they are indeed two distinct abilities. The direction of evolution is quite different. Eagle, keep a close eye on that level 6 zombie. Make sure it doesn't escape. Li Chen commanded in mid-air. A powerful innate aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. This aura shattered all his clothes and shoes into pieces in an instant. In the next second, Li Chen flew through the dark night, heading towards the level 6 zombie to capture it. Fortunately, it wasn't broad daylight. Otherwise, with so many people watching, the dignified leader of a team would be chasing zombies in the nude. People might think he had some peculiar hobby. How embarrassing. What is the captain doing? Why did he blow up his own clothes? Gu Cici's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A mental-type zombie can control the clothing of its opponents. The captain probably doesn't want any restraints. Sun Yuhan speculated. If we all attack together to kill the zombies, Yuan Tianyi has already led his people to flee, and our future revolver team can take over the Longhai base. Everything here will belong to us, Eagle said with great enthusiasm. Kill, let's get him. Red Hair immediately unleashed a fire dragon towards a level 3 zombie. Wow, so many zombie corpses. We might hit the jackpot this time. Meng Haoyu's eyes sparkled. This chaotic battlefield was perfect for him, a space-type old 6, to collect corpses. Meng Haoyu, don't get any funny ideas about the zombies killed by the captain. Sun Yuhan warned immediately. Don't worry, Yuhan, I still have some morals. I'll only collect the corpses of the zombies killed by Yuan Tianyi. Is that not okay? Suit yourself. Meng Haoyu teleported to the city wall to collect corpses, shouting a couple of times. Friends of Longhai base, I am Meng Haoyu from the future revolver base. Now that your general Yuan Tianyi has run away, why not submit to our future revolver base? Our leader, Li Chen, is a powerful level 6 space-type evolver. Just now, he took action and instantly killed 6 level 5 zombies and over 100 level 4 zombies. Even the level 6 zombie is being chased around by our leader. As long as you join our team, Leader Li Chen will protect your safety. Meng Haoyu began to boast. In reality, Li Chen had not reached level 6. However, many people actually believed this boast. Just now, Li Chen's shocking display had stunned everyone. So Li Chen is actually a level 6 evolver. I am willing to submit. Yuan Tianyi sold us out at a critical moment. I've been unhappy about it for a long time. We are all willing to submit to Leader Li Chen. Long live Leader Li Chen. Leader Li Chen is amazing. Is this the feeling of surviving a disaster? Fortunately, Leader Li Chen came to our rescue, otherwise we would definitely have met a terrible fate. I am Fong Tianhua, a level 4 wood-type evolver, and I am willing to serve Leader Li Chen. Ha, since everyone is willing to submit to Leader Li Chen, then we are all brothers. Please pick up your weapons and resist the zombies. Let's fight to the end together. With Meng Haoyu's persuasion, all the evolvers and survivors of Longhai Base began to resist once more. Finally, the situation was stabilized again. Without the attacks from those level 5 and 6 high-level zombies, the combat power of the Longhai Base evolver team was still formidable. At this moment, the level 6 zombie, which originally wanted to stop Li Chen's advance, realized it couldn't do so at all. The powerful mental force simply could not control the bare-skinned Li Chen. It could only manipulate large boulders, starting to smash them down on Li Chen. But Li Chen was surrounded by a protective aura. He was unafraid of any flying sand or stones. With a single finger pointed in the air, he could shatter the boulders into pieces. Soon, he had advanced within 100 meters of the level 6 zombie. The level 6 child zombie, upon seeing this, decisively turned to flee, seemingly unwilling to engage Li Chen in close combat. As a psychic-type zombie, it was inherently not good at melee fighting. This was also its weakness. The evolution level of its physical body was likely only equivalent to that of a level 3 zombie. If it breached its safety distance, it would feel an extreme sense of danger. For high-level evolved beings, 100 meters could be covered in just a second or two. It could not allow itself to be exposed to such deadly danger. Therefore, the level 6 zombie retreated decisively. It used its psychic power to manipulate the stone slabs beneath it, causing them to soar into the air at an incredible speed. The speed of its flight was not at all inferior to Li Chen's ability to fly using his aura. In fact, it was even a bit faster. At the same time, the level 6 zombie controlled tens of thousands of metal pieces, sweeping towards Li Chen like a tidal wave. These metal pieces included fruit knives, kitchen knives, bone knives, folding knives, scissors, axes, rebar, flying needles, car rims, and a whole bunch of other assorted sharp and hard objects. These items, when manipulated with psychic power to strike, would be even more powerful. Each one could generate a penetrating force of at least 10,000 pounds. Although Li Chen had innate protective aura that could block these attacks, it was evidently very difficult for him to both defend against such attacks and chase after the fleeing level 6 zombie. His pace was directly slowed down. He could only watch helplessly as the level 6 zombie flew further and further away. At this moment, the child zombie realized that Li Chen seemed to pose less of a threat, because it could play kite. While running, it could pull and use its psychic power to control the metal pieces to attack Li Chen. As long as it maintained a relatively safe distance, Li Chen had no way to deal with it. Sure enough, under its frenzied kite-flying attacks, this human powerhouse seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The energy shield around him had been breached, creating a gap. Now was the time. Damn human, while you're sick, I'll take your life. Die. Roar. The child zombie let out a fierce roar. The terrifying psychic power erupted once more. It not only controlled tens of thousands of metal pieces but also manipulated dozens of skyscrapers, madly crashing them down towards Li Chen. Innate aura. Li Chen used his hand as a blade, slicing out. The terrifying aura erupted instantly, creating a blade of energy that extended 1,000 meters into the night sky, cutting down countless metal pieces. It seemed as if he wanted to cleave the zombie in front of him in half. The terrifying power even tore a gash in the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching. The level 6 zombie was also drawn in by this powerful attack. Unfortunately, the attack distance was insufficient. It could still easily dodge. Struggling in vain, human, you're finished. The child zombie surprisingly spoke human words, but the next second it was left dumbfounded. Its body was then sliced into over 100 pieces. It met its end on the spot. Level 6 zombie, dead. Humph. Did you think the innate aura was my desperate struggle? Little did you know, that attack was merely to attract your attention. The real killing move was that I simultaneously unleashed the skill of space blades. With 150 space blades, if you were standing on the ground, you might have found a gap to dodge, but flying in the air, facing 150 space blades, how could you escape? There was simply nowhere to evade. How dare you fly a kite at me, trying to wear me out? Don't you know that long range is my strong suit? Li Chen's move was purely psychological warfare. He deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the child zombie to fly a kite. In reality, he was already prepared for a lethal strike. Even though the level 6 zombie had gained intelligence, it was still not as cunning as a human. It could never have imagined that Li Chen's tactics would be so deep. Ha ha! Level 6 crystal core in hand. This was a translucent crystal the size of an egg. It seemed to shimmer with starlight. It looked completely different from ordinary low-level crystal cores. With this crystal core, he could become a level 6 psychic evolutionist. As for the urban Li Chen, he already possessed the psychic ability, and consuming other crystal cores could also enhance his powers, so there was no need to waste this level 6 crystal core. For urban Li Chen, it would be better to consume that level 5 speed crystal core. Additionally, he had collected 6 more level 5 crystal cores today. It was a super bountiful harvest. Li Chen was in a good mood, and was about to return. Suddenly, on the originally calm coastal port, a massive tentacle suddenly lunged at Li Chen. This tentacle was 200 meters long and 5 meters thick. In the dark, windy night, it appeared incredibly menacing and terrifying. Li Chen quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. The ground was directly smashed into a huge pit. What the hell is that? Damn it! Li Chen was filled with inexplicable terror. Soon, an ugly, bizarre octopus with 8 tentacles, over 500 meters long, covered in scales, crawled up from the coastal port. Its massive body resembled a small mountain, making Li Chen's scalp tingle. Damn! Innate chi. Li Chen used his finger as a blade and struck out. The powerful chi struck the octopus's tentacle scales, only managing to break a couple of scales, nothing more. Immediately, the octopus was enraged, and its 8 tentacles swept toward Li Chen. Li Chen flew away using his chi, quickly making his escape. His movements were incredibly agile. The octopus chased him for 10 kilometers on land but eventually retreated back to the coastline, unable to adapt to the terrestrial environment. Li Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What the hell, is this a monster? What has happened to this world that such terrifying sea monsters are emerging? That octopus must be at least level 7, maybe even level 8. The ocean is truly more terrifying. It was understandable, really. Marine life was inherently more abundant than terrestrial life. The creatures on land had already begun to mutate in various ways. The mutations of marine creatures would undoubtedly be even more frightening. In this world, the survival environment for humans seemed to be getting increasingly harsh. Originally, it was thought that being besieged by zombies was already despairing, but who would have thought there were also mutated beasts and sea monsters? Li Chen returned to the Longhai base. The time had already reached 5:30 in the morning. The once million-strong zombie army had become a scattered mess without the command of the level 6 zombie. Moreover, the threat of level 5 zombies was also gone. During the defense, Yuan Tianyi had already eliminated hundreds of thousands. Li Chen had taken out another 200,000. The last wave of zombies was jointly eliminated by the evolutionist squad and all the survivors at the Longhai base. This battle could be considered a great victory. When Li Chen returned to the base, everyone immediately began to celebrate. Leader, didn't you successfully slay the level 6 zombie? Why do you seem a bit unhappy? I did slay it. I chased it all the way to the coastal port and finally took down this level 6 zombie. Who would have thought that I would be attacked by a giant sea monster right after? That sea monster was just like a monster, with 2 tentacles that were 500 meters long. I almost knelt. The current sea area is truly dangerous. Sea monsters of level 7 or 8 have already appeared. If one day the mutated sea monsters attack the land, that will be the real despair. As soon as Li Chen spoke these words, everyone fell silent. It was as if a massive shadow loomed over them, instilling a profound sense of crisis and uncertainty about the future. Even though they were already evolved beings, living in such a world was still a struggle for survival, and no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be wiped out tomorrow. This time, after Li Chen took over the Longhai base, he issued 3 direct orders. First, open the granaries and distribute food. He ordered the opening of the food warehouses at Longhai base, dividing all supplies equally among everyone at the base. In truth, there wasn't much food in the warehouses. At most, it would be enough for the survivors at Longhai base to eat for half a month. As for the pig feed, rotten vegetable leaves, spoiled rice, rotten sweet potatoes, and moldy, maggot-infested food, there was quite a bit, but such disgusting things were not even fit for dogs to eat. It was indeed a bit nauseating to give them to people. Li Chen did not consider this garbage food as spoils of war. Second, distribute crystal cores to cultivate evolved beings. The physical strength of ordinary people was ultimately too weak. Li Chen planned to give each survivor at least 1 level 1 crystal core. Those who had shown merit in battle, who had fought bravely against the enemy yesterday, would receive a few extra cores based on their outstanding performance. Third, all evolved beings of level 2 and above at Longhai base would be incorporated into Li Chen's own team. He appointed 10 team leaders: Red Hair as the leader of the first team, Eagle as the leader of the second team, Shadow as the leader of the third team, Yang Jian as the leader of the fourth team, Huang Chao as the leader of the fifth team, Sun Yuhan as the leader of the sixth team, Hua Fugui as the leader of the 7th team, Meng Haoyu as the leader of the 8th team, Gu Sisi as the leader of the 9th team, and Fang Tianhua as the leader of the 10th team. Each team leader was responsible for managing between 50 to 300 evolved beings. The ranking was not in order, their statuses were the same. Except for Fang Tianhua, a level 4 evolved being who was originally from Longhai base, the other 9 team leaders were all people brought along by Li Chen. It could be said that one person achieving success lifted everyone else. Now that there were more people and the team was larger, it was only natural to prioritize promoting those around him. This was quite normal. Moreover, he also took out exquisite food supplies from his space as rewards for the 10 team leaders. With this wave of actions, almost everyone benefited, winning their hearts on the spot. Wow, have you heard? Leader Li Chen has decided to open the granaries for us. Each person can get at least 3 pounds of rice, along with good potatoes and vegetables. Is that true? Is Leader Li Chen really that good? It's true. Leader Li Chen has already started distributing food. Everyone hurry up and line up to get it. Wow, it's really all white rice. And there are vegetables and frozen beef. Is this really from General Yuan's own cold storage? He actually hid all the good stuff in his own house? How selfish. That scoundrel Yuan Tianyi deserves to die. He lives in a 5,000 square meter villa, plays with movie stars, while we live in dog kennels and eat spoiled food every day. He has steak, abalone, and codfish every day, never repeating a meal. He really knows how to enjoy life. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. That scoundrel Yuan Tianyi is sucking our blood. It's one thing for him to suck our blood, but at least we were willing to let him do it because he could protect us and ensure the safety of our lives as survivors. But what did he do at the critical moment? He ran off with a movie star, leaving us as cannon fodder and sacrifices. I really hate him to the core. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood just to vent my hatred. Yuan Tianyi, may you die a terrible death. Everyone received supplies in Yuan Tianyi's villa. First, they were shocked by the luxury of the villa. Then, one by one, they began to grit their teeth, growing angrier the more they thought about it. Just look at the life he was living and compare it to their own. They were all in the same apocalyptic world. How could the disparity be so vast? Without seeing it firsthand, the feelings wouldn't be so intense. Only with comparison comes hurt. With this in mind, Leader Li Chen was simply the beacon of hope for humanity. He was 1,000 times better than Yuan Tianyi. Not only did he actively open the granary to distribute food, but he also provided evolution crystals to cultivate survivors. This was the true definition of a good leader. They even heard that even some neglected gold and silver jewelry could be exchanged for food with Leader Li Chen. Just 1 kilogram of gold could be traded for a kilogram of rice. Gold was something you could pick up casually. At roadside gold shops, no one wanted it at all. And this could be exchanged for food? Leader Li was truly a great person. Only Leader Li Chen deserved to be called this great commander. Leader, the data results have been compiled. After the battle to defend the base, we have currently harvested level 1 crystals 586,356 pieces. Level 2 crystals 68,933 pieces. Level 3 crystals 3,608 pieces. Level 4 crystals 187 pieces. Level 5 crystals 6 pieces. Level 6 crystals 1 piece. Of course, during this battle, the battlefield situation was too complex, so some people must have hoarded crystals, but the chaos made it difficult to investigate. Guo Fugue said, I know some people hoarded crystals, but this time, we came here to take advantage of the situation. Since some people hoarded, I won't pursue it, but Meng Haoyu must have hidden quite a bit. Bring this kid over, I want to talk to him. Meng Haoyu possessed spatial abilities. He had a space of his own. With such a power, it was incredibly easy to take advantage of a chaotic battlefield. Soon, Meng Haoyu was summoned. He seemed a bit guilty, his gaze flickering. Uncertainly. Leader, you called for me. Meng Haoyu, I heard you hoarded quite a few crystals. Slander, this is absolutely slander. Leader, I, Meng Haoyu, am absolutely loyal to you and would never hoard anything. Someone must be jealous of my talent and good looks, and just now I became the captain of Team 8. They are clearly envious of me, which is why they are defaming me. Meng Haoyu immediately denied it. But I heard that many people saw you looting bodies on the battlefield and you collected quite a few level 3 and level 4 zombie corpses. So many people saw it, how do you explain that? Alright, you don't need to use such ignorant lies to deceive me. Do I not know whether you took them or not? I called you over not to hand in the crystals, but to give you a task. Leader, what is the task? Once you step outside, I will announce to the public that Meng Haoyu hoarded crystals and refused to hand them over and has been expelled from the team. You will teleport away, then go seek refuge with Yuan Tianyi and find out his movements for me. Yuan Tianyi lost the Longhai base and will definitely not let it go easily. You have teleportation skills, he can't kill you and will join forces with you. I want you to keep track of his every move. Once you complete this undercover mission, I will give you enough food to last you 10 years. Recently, Meng Haoyu had been very fond of stockpiling supplies, and upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Through the eagle's keen eyesight, after Yuan Tianyi left the Longhai base with his personal guard, he actually boarded a military plane heading to the Jiangnan base in the neighboring province. This was informed by insiders from the Longhai base. The Jiangnan base is the largest survivor base within a radius of 500 kilometers. This base currently has 100,000 survivors, much larger than the Longhai base. The marshal of Jiangnan base is said to be related to Yuan Tianyi. This Yuan Tianyi seems to have quite an impressive background. losing the long high base. It turns out there's an even bigger backing. After learning about this situation, Li Chen decided to send Meng Haoyu to infiltrate the Jiangnan base. Although this kid Meng Haoyu is a bit dishonest, it's precisely this seemingly untrustworthy nature that makes it easier for him to gain Yuan Tianyi's trust. Moreover, with Sun Yuhan still here, Meng Haoyu can't escape. What? That kid Meng Haoyu actually defected? I knew he had a rebellious streak. He looks like a white-eyed wolf. I suspected he had ulterior motives from the start and even deliberately hid his spatial abilities. Looks like my guess was right. Meng Haoyu is truly heartless. Worse than a pig or dog turning traitor. Red Hair said indignantly. Now that Meng Haoyu has defected, does that mean no one will compete with him for Sun Yuhan? With this annoying guy gone, it's like a double blessing. I heard Meng Haoyu was hoarding crystal cores. The leader asked him to hand them over for equal distribution, but this greedy guy wanted to monopolize a large number of crystal cores and directly teleported away. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. The leader had been treating him well, almost promoting him to level 4, yet he turned traitor for a few crystal cores. Such a person has no conscience. Brother Red Hair, I just saw Fang Tianhua. To thank Sun Yuhan for her healing, he actually got a level 4 crystal core from the leader and gave it to her. What a generous guy. Fang Tianhua is quite handsome. Could he be trying to pursue Sun Yuhan? A little brother reported. To Red Hair. What? That scoundrel Fang Tianhua, I don't think he's a good person. He used to be a lackey of Yuan Tianyi. He might be an undercover agent planted by Yuan Tianyi. Humph. I must investigate him thoroughly. Red Hair immediately felt displeased. Damn it, one Meng Haoyu leaves and another Fang Tianhua comes. You all want to steal my woman. This is outrageous. You won't end well. Am I really that easy to bully, Red Hair? But brother Red Hair, you're only at the peak of level 3 now, while Fang Tianhua is already at level 4 and he's quite handsome. Sun Yuhan wouldn't really fall for him, would she? Level 4 is nothing. I'll break through to level 4 tomorrow. Fang Tianhua, once I break through, my fire abilities will naturally restrain your wood abilities. At that time, I'll suppress you completely. What do you have to compete with me? Red Hair seemed to sense a crisis. He decided to immediately consume a crystal core to prepare for his level 4 breakthrough. After all, the reward distribution was already in place. His promotion to level 4 was a done deal. But just then, 3 familiar faces approached. The newcomers were Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Zian. These 3 were still stuck at the peak of level 2. After working hard for half a day, they hadn't gained anything. Instead, they were becoming more and more destitute. Fortunately, they hadn't perished in last night's battle and had survived by a stroke of luck. Red Hair, it's been a few days, you still look as impressive as ever. Zhou Xiaoqian greeted with a smile, acting as if they were quite familiar. Red Hair immediately rolled his eyes. Zhou Xiaoqian, is Red Hair a name you can call? Can't you recognize your own identity? I'm now the captain of the first squad in the base. You should call me Brother Red Hair or Captain Red, got it? Alright, Red Hair, we're all old acquaintances. Recently, we've often regretted the wrong decisions we made back then. So, I want to meet Captain Li and personally apologize to him, hoping he can forgive us. I wonder if you could introduce us. Zhou Xiaoqian asked thick-skinned. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoqian, do you still have any shame left? The leader was the one who actively tried to keep you, and what did you do? You betrayed him without hesitation and ran to the Longhai base to be a water delivery worker. Now that you become like this at Longhai base, what face do you have to see the leader? If I were you, I'd just find a block of tofu to smash my head against. Where do you get the nerve? You look like a clown in front of me. And you guys, Lin Longhui, Mu Zian, weren't you also arrogant before? The leader saved your lives and took you in, providing you with food and drink. Yet, when you saw a flyer for a plane, you turned around and joined Longhai base. Ask yourselves, are you not like a wallflower, spineless and cowardly? They say a good horse doesn't eat the grass it once grazed on. You might as well just roll away from Longhai base. Otherwise, I really will look down on you. Let's be honest, you're even worse than a horse. Red Hair spat out. He didn't care about anyone's feelings at all. He said whatever came to mind, leaving no room for sentiment or politeness. Every word struck right at the heart. Zhou Xiaoqian, Lin Longhui, and Mu Zian felt utterly humiliated and were filled with anger. Red Hair, your words are too harsh. We were good friends before, how can you say such insulting things? Zhou Xiaoqian's chest heaved violently, clearly enraged. I'm insulting you, so what? What are you even worth? 3 second-level evolvers standing in front of this captain are just 3 useless chickens. I have dozens of second-level evolvers under me now. Who do you think you are? You, Red Hair, you're going too far. Lin Longhui was about to explode with anger. This was like a slap in the face right in front of them. They never expected Li Chen to be so impressive. In such a short time, he had grown to this level. It was simply absurd. And he had taken over Longhai base. This was something they could never have predicted. If they hadn't left back then, they might have been 3rd level or even 4th level by now, directly part of the core management of the base, instead of still being a small fry like they were now. They received no resources or support at Longhai base, which only slowed their progress. They regretted their choices immensely. They admitted they made a mistake. But that didn't justify Red Hair's outrageous insults. Hadn't he ever made a wrong choice in his life? Why not give them a chance to correct their mistakes? Longwei, let's go find the leader ourselves. Wait. I warn you. The villa where the leader lives does not allow any outsiders to approach. Otherwise, it's kill on sight. Zhou Xiaoqian, you should know my temper. If you dare to trespass into the leader's villa, I really will kill you. Red Hair, you're too heartless. Zhou Xiaoqian ran away with tears in her eyes. Mu Zian and Lin Longhui also felt deeply humiliated. How could they be treated like this? It was one thing for Yuan Tianyi not to take them seriously, but how could a former teammate treat them this way? It was unfair. Red Hair wasn't even as strong as they were back then, and now he was just a small man who had found his moment. Let's go. We'll head to Jiangnan base. If this place doesn't keep us, there will be another place that will. Lin Longhui led Zhou Xiaoqian and Mu Zian away from the base. The three of them set off alone towards the Jiangnan base, hundreds of kilometers away. After Li Chen distributed the rewards, the entire base began its reconstruction and renovation. With the help of evolved beings, the efficiency was remarkably high, especially since there were Earth-type ability users among them. Construction work was incredibly easy. The vast majority of people began to consume crystal cores to evolve and upgrade. The entire base, with over 8,000 people remaining, started a collective evolution frenzy. Those who had not awakened began to consume first-level crystal cores to awaken. Those who had already awakened prepared to break through to the second level, and those at the second level prepared to break through to the third. By the time this round of digestion was complete, the future base would be 10 times stronger than before. Wan Jiangpin. At 6:30 in the morning, Li Chen crawled out of bed. I actually slept for 2 days? Li Chen was a bit speechless, mainly because in this apocalyptic world he had experienced quite a lot over the past 2 days. Having just occupied the Longhai base, he needed to settle the post-war reconstruction work, which led to him not sleeping for 2 days and nights. This caused the other Li Chen from a different world to sleep for 2 days. Tomorrow is the day to go to the High Martial Academy for my position, right? Looks like I need to get there early. Li Chen opened his phone. He found a series of missed calls. There were also various missed WeChat video calls. Among them were calls from Fu Xiaoxiao, Lu Chuan, and Wang Qiankuan. Li Chen returned a call to Wang Qiankuan. Hello, Senior, I called you yesterday, why didn't you answer? We've already sent a private plane to pick you up, but we couldn't reach you. I was in closed-door training. Li Chen replied. You're working too hard, Senior. You're already a congenital grandmaster. I didn't expect you to be so diligent in your training. By the way, I wanted to ask, can I look up some martial arts manuals at the High Martial Academy? Li Chen inquired. Although he had already practiced the innate Qigong to the 7th level, this technique primarily focused on internal energy and had no offensive means. Relying solely on his powerful innate vigor, he had no techniques to use, which was indeed a bit clumsy. If he could find some techniques for utilizing innate vigor, it might greatly enhance his combat abilities. He had discovered this shortcoming when fighting against level 6 zombies. Of course, as the honorary president of the High Martial Academy, our martial arts library, which has a total of 7 floors, is completely open to you. Moreover, the High Martial Academy itself was jointly established by ancient martial artists, inheritors, and ability users from various sects. Therefore, the Academy has collected a large number of martial arts manuals. After all, during the previous era of magic's decline, the lineage of ancient martial artists was nearly severed, and everyone had long abandoned their sectarian biases. The manuals and techniques are not the main focus. The key is that you must have sufficient talent for cultivation and unwavering determination. 2. Usher in a prosperous peak era of martial arts again is the common goal of all ancient martial artists. And now, the global changes are not just about the revival of spiritual energy in our Longsha country, other countries are also seeing a surge of ability users. If we continue to cling to our own views and do not cultivate a new generation of ability users and ancient martial artists, we will eventually be defeated by foreign powers. This is not what we want to see. Thus, the purpose of the High Martial Academy is to cultivate top-notch talents who can guard Longsha in the future and prevent the invasion of powerful enemies from other countries. Wang Qiankuan delivered a passionate speech. Alright, I'll set off today. You don't need to send anyone to pick me up, I can go by myself. Just send me the address. Okay, Senior. Before long, Wang Qiankuan sent Li Chen the location address. It turned out to be at Kunlun Mountain. Li Chen still had some matters to handle on his end. It was inconvenient to go over right now. First, he called Sun Xiaobia. Hello, boss, do you have any instructions? Get something done. For me. I need you to stockpile 1,000 tons of fresh ingredients in the warehouse, just like last time. After you finish this, come find me at Wanjiangping 2802. Okay, boss, I'm on it. Ever since Li Chen became his boss, he had almost always been instructed to stockpile various supplies, and each time it was more than the last. He had long since gotten used to it. He directly contacted the logistics suppliers of 10 supermarkets, asking them to deliver immediately. As a major client, Sun always purchased large quantities of supplies, so they naturally had to provide good service. Those suppliers were practically raking in profits from Sun Xiaobiao. Just one order from Sun could equal their company's profit for an entire year. Moreover, Sun's orders came in continuously, requiring purchases every few days, and they paid upon delivery, never defaulting on the final payment. Such a heavenly buyer was truly delightful. Currently, agricultural products were hard to sell. Not only were there too many similar products, but the prices kept dropping lower and lower, and the breeding industry was also severely competitive. Farmers barely made any money throughout the year, and the owners of breeding farms were suffering significant losses. Everyone was short on cash, and they could only continue to compete with each other. However, with the emergence of Sun Xiaobiao as a heavenly buyer, their lives improved significantly. Agricultural products, fruits, and vegetables were sold out instantly, preventing them from rotting in the fields, and everyone received money. Even if most of it went to the middleman, at least they could earn a little. The owners of livestock farms also went from the brink of bankruptcy to a full recovery, able to operate again thanks to a few orders from Sun Xiaobiao. With this wave of frenzied purchasing, Sun Xiaobiao had at least supported tens of thousands of people. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen took out a level 5 zombie crystal core from his space. This was the speed type level 5 zombie crystal core. His current level of evolution had already reached the peak limit of level 4, just a little bit away from breaking through to level 5. Directly consuming the level 5 crystal core would perfectly complete his evolution. As the crystal core went down, an explosive force of evolutionary power instantly swept through his body. Li Chen immediately activated his innate qigong, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air began to be violently absorbed into his body. Boom! At that moment, Li Chen felt a roaring in his mind. It was as if he had unlocked some mysterious shackles. He completed a special evolution at the genetic level. A special transparent energy gradually condensed on Li Chen's back, and before long, it formed a pair of transparent wings. Li Chen moved his body. In an instant, he flew out of the balcony. In just 5 seconds, he appeared high in the sky, 500 meters away from the community. His speed was almost like lightning. Is this the level 5 speed ability? And it even gave birth to flying wings, allowing my movement speed to reach 100 meters per second. What if I fully accelerated? Li Chen dove from the sky. He sped over the Yangtze River, using his mental power to cover the transparent wings, and his speed increased significantly again. These transparent wings can actually amplify the enhancement of mental power? At this moment, Li Chen kept accelerating faster and faster. Soon he broke through 200 meters per second. But this still didn't seem to be his limit. Innate Gangqi enhancement. Charge. Li Chen weaves between two bridges over the Yangtze River. By timing himself, he could clearly calculate the distance between the two bridges and determine his flying speed. 233 meters per second. Maximum speed. Terrifyingly so. Less than 5 seconds for a kilometer. Less than 50 seconds for 10 kilometers. Less than 500 seconds for 100 kilometers. 8 minutes for 100 kilometers. Of course, this is just a theoretical flight speed, but in reality, Li Chen cannot maintain maximum acceleration all the time. Yet, it is still quite terrifying. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. With the innate mastery in such movement speed, who could withstand it? Hey, boss, I've arrived at Wanjing. Around 5 in the afternoon, Sun Xiaobiao dragged his weary body to the Wanjing community. He clearly had been busy all day. Come up, Building 6, Apartment 2802. I have something to instruct you. Sun Xiaobiao arrived at Building 6, took the elevator, and walked to the door of 2802, ringing the doorbell. The door opened. Boss, what do you need? If it's something to discuss, you could just tell me directly on WeChat. Come in, old son, Li Chen said with a calm expression. I didn't call you over today to talk about work, but to discuss other matters. Old son, have you seen the recent news? What are your thoughts? Li Chen picked up a cup of bawang chaji, took a couple of casual sips, and asked, News? Are you referring to the recent incidents of superhumans awakening across the country? In the past couple of days, the incidents of superhumans awakening have been increasing. It is said that so far, over 10,000 superhumans have awakened, and 100 million people have downloaded and registered for the Superhuman Bureau app. But most of them are just ordinary onlookers hoping to awaken one day and transcend their social class. Among them, the most popular online is an S-class female superhuman named Feng Zixuan, along with a super SS-class superhuman named Shangguan Wanru. This Feng Zixuan is said to have awakened an S-class ability, the Xiantian Purple Fire, which is extremely powerful and can unleash temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. As a junior superhuman, she is already quite formidable. In just 3 days, Feng Zixuan gained 10 million followers online. She posts 10 short videos a day, each receiving over 1 million likes and comments. In 3 days, she shared 30 videos demonstrating her abilities, instantly attracting countless followers and maintaining high activity. She is revered by netizens as the goddess of purple fire. On the other hand, Shangguan Wanru only posted one video of herself cooking at home, which was an old video. It was only because Shangguan Wanru was announced by the Superhuman Bureau's official website as the only SS-class potential rated superhuman in the country that she gained attention. Having just awakened, she already displayed strength comparable to high-level superhumans, with astonishing potential for future growth. She has been specially recruited by the High Martial Academy, protected by the military, and does not need to take any exams to enroll directly. This official revelation made Shangguan Wanru the focus of national attention, gaining 50 million followers. In just 2 days, she broke all records for the fastest rise to fame among female celebrities and the fastest follower growth among internet celebrities. From a mere 100 followers, she skyrocketed to 50 million. Major online influencers rushed to report on her. Yet, she remains very low-key, with only an old daily life video posted previously. However, that video has now surpassed 100 million likes and over 10 million comments. It's simply terrifyingly popular. Of course, besides these two, there are many other superhumans posting videos online, but they haven't gained as much traction. Sun Xiaobiao naturally noticed this type of news. However, he felt that these things were very distant from him. Most of those awakening their abilities are young people. As a middle-aged man with elderly parents and young children, he only wants to work hard to earn money, support his family, and provide a better living condition for his wife and children, nothing more. He is already very satisfied with his job. The salary and bonuses Li Chen gives him are enough for him to earn 100,000 a month. At that moment, Sun Xiaobiao suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Boss, could it be that you have awakened your abilities too? You could say that. In fact, I am now a guest professor at the High Martial Academy, and also the honorary president. Li Chen did not hide anything and spoke frankly. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xiaobiao's eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't that he wanted to question his boss, it was just that this was too absurd. You say you've awakened your abilities, fine. But you're the honorary president of the High Martial Academy? Isn't that a fairy tale? Boss, even though we're on the same side, you should tone down the bragging a bit. Sun Xiaobiao secretly complained in his heart. As a subordinate, he naturally didn't dare to question him face to face, but he definitely didn't believe it internally. Boss, so you are actually the president of the High Martial Academy? This is too shocking. Sun Xiaobiao deliberately put on an extremely shocked expression. However, his acting was a bit lacking. It was very exaggerated. He didn't look genuinely shocked at all. It was obvious he was just trying to flatter his boss. In this day and age, is it easy to make a living? I'm just a chef, not an actor. Being able to act like this is already pretty good, okay? Li Chen shook his head and chuckled, not explaining anything. I called you over today not to prove my identity, but because I have something to give you. Li Chen took out a level 1 zombie crystal core from his space and placed it on the tea table. Eat this. After consuming this crystal core, you will most likely awaken your abilities. Boss, what is this? Sun Xiaobiao asked. You can think of it as a kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure. I awakened after eating this. Li Chen pointed into the air. Suddenly, the chairs, benches, and sofa on the inside all began to float in midair, as if supported by an invisible force. At this moment, Sun Xiaobiao was truly shocked. Could it be that the boss is really telling the truth? Is he really the president of the High Martial Academy? Sun Xiaobiao didn't know. What was displayed before him by Li Chen was an ability that felt incredibly real. Mind control over objects. Isn't this the legendary mind control? Boss, I'll eat it. Sun Xiaobiao, filled with excitement, swallowed the zombie crystal core in one bite. Soon, in less than 5 seconds, he began to scream in agony. Li Chen directly threw him into the guest room and locked the door. 2.5 hours later, Old Sun's painful screams finally stopped. I awakened my abilities. I awakened the fire ability. Damn, I've lost dozens of pounds and regained some of my youthful handsomeness. My wife will definitely like me more. Wow, this is simply amazing. Sun Xiaobiao looked at the red flames emerging from his hands, instantly filled with indescribable joy. Soon, he felt an extreme hunger. Li Chen had already ordered 10 takeout meals. Eat up. It's normal to feel a bit hungry right after awakening. Now that there are more and more awakened ones, it will definitely become increasingly difficult for ordinary people to do business. After you successfully awaken your abilities, help me manage the business. It will be much more convenient in the future. If you work hard to help me, there will be more of these crystal cores in the future. Li Chen said with a calm expression. Boss, my life from now on belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask. I know that such heavenly materials and earthly treasures must be extremely precious. I've never heard of any ability bureau that can help ordinary people awaken their abilities, and at my age, I should have no hope of awakening such a miraculous medicine. Those rich people would probably pay $1 billion and still not be able to buy it. I, Sun Xiaobiao, am willing to pledge my loyalty to the boss. Old Sun declared his loyalty while starting to devour the food crazily. I'm so hungry. Old Sun's combat power is fierce. He finished 10 takeout orders in one go. Finally, he let out a satisfying burp. Ah, that feels good. Boss, I'm sorry, I was just too hungry earlier and didn't pay attention to my image. No worries, starting today, I'll have more business for you to manage. Just make sure to handle it well. You still need to continue with the procurement of supplies. The warehouse is running out of space, so buy 2 more warehouses. I've already instructed Zhao Dahai to transfer 500 million to the company's account. You can access it anytime. You've been very reliable and you've already earned my trust. I hope you can maintain this. I need to head to the High Martial Academy for the new student recruitment ceremony. For now, I'll leave the work in Jiangcheng to you. You need to push the acquisition project forward as soon as possible. Li Chen instructed methodically. Okay, boss, I promise to complete the task. Sun Xiaobiao nodded seriously. Then I'll take my leave. After Li Chen finished speaking, he directly took out a long sword from his space. This long sword was a Dragon Spring sword craft he purchased for 199 yuan during a Douyin live stream. It was unsharpened and came with free shipping, arriving at his home within 3 days. It looked quite nice. However, it was clear that what the factory shipped couldn't possibly be a real sword. It was just made of ordinary steel. The ancient and stylish long sword suddenly flew into the air under the control of his mental power. Li Chen lightly stepped and landed on the flying sword. Finally flying with the sword. Flying with shoes is somewhat of a letdown. But a regular long sword isn't cool enough. Should I add some special effects? Li Chen thought. He released his innate vital energy from within, directly channeling it into the Dragon Spring sword. The next second, this 199 yuan craft sword erupted with a burst of white sword aura. The sword energy surged. It shone brilliantly against the pitch-black night sky. Li Chen jumped off the balcony and immediately flew away on his sword. Holy crap, flying with a sword? At that moment, Sun Xiaobiao was utterly shocked. His heart surged with waves of astonishment. His worldview felt shattered. Boss, is he actually a sword immortal? Holy crap, he can't really be the principal of the High Martial Academy, can he? Sun Xiaobiao was completely disheveled in the wind. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of extraordinary opportunity he had gained, and just how incredible his boss was. It was probably beyond imagination. Wasn't this 1,000 times more impressive than the internet sensations like Shangguan Wanruo, Feng Zixuan, Zhu Tianyi, Lan Tianling, and Wang Guojun? Li Chen soared into the sky on his sword but didn't leave Jiangcheng immediately. Instead, he first went to the warehouse. He collected all the supplies from a completely full warehouse into his space, then headed towards the Kunlun Mountains on his sword. In fact, Li Chen could have taken a plane, which would have been less tiring. But flying with a sword was a man's ultimate dream. He wanted to experience it fully. Plus, it was a good opportunity to train his abilities. He had never experienced solo sword flying at high altitudes before. Li Chen confidently flew through the sky on his sword, passing over Jiangcheng. Many citizens witnessed this astonishing scene. Wow, a sword immortal. Flying with a sword, what level of master is this? Oh my gosh, ancient martial artists and superhumans have been emerging in large numbers lately, and now even sword immortals are appearing. It's mind-blowing. Immortal. Above, please take me as your disciple. I want to cultivate too. Quick, take a picture. I need to post it on my social media. I just saw a sword immortal with my own eyes. Shocking news. Around 8:50 p.m. over Jiang City, an unparalleled sword immortal was spotted, with many citizens witnessing the event firsthand and capturing photos. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revives, the sword immortal has emerged, signaling that a brand new era is about to arrive. Everyone, please be prepared for your worldview to be shattered at any moment. An official media outlet immediately reported on the incident. They even captured a 2-second video. From this brief footage, one can see a man dressed in white riding an extraordinary flying sword, soaring past at incredible speed. Although it was only a 2-second clip, it clearly showed the man surrounded by a dazzling sword aura, his sword light blindingly bright. He exuded an air of nobility, standing tall and resolute, transcending the mundane. Just his silhouette could make 900 million girls swoon. This video quickly topped the trending charts online. The Jiang City sword immortal was instantly deified. Even the popularity of Shangguan Wanru was overshadowed. Li Chen had flown about 200 kilometers and was starting to feel a bit tired. Although flying with a sword was incredibly cool, it was indeed very taxing. Maintaining the flickering sword light with his innate vital energy was particularly draining. So, he simply retracted the sword light and focused on flying. He took out a zombie crystal core from his spatial storage and consumed it. He discovered that taking the crystal core could quickly restore his condition and alleviate fatigue, but the prerequisite was that he needed to replenish his own energy. Li Chen retracted his innate vital energy and began to operate the innate Wen Qi skill, practicing while flying. His meridians were unobstructed, and his internal circulation was self-sustaining. The more he practiced, the more proficient and refined his technique became. With the assistance of the crystal core, his progress was astonishingly rapid. While others typically needed to meditate in silence to cultivate their internal energy, avoiding disturbances to prevent going astray, Li Chen was different. He practiced his internal skills while flying, becoming more and more invigorated, unable to stop. Moreover, the consumption of the crystal core caused his mental energy to surge, leaving him feeling no fatigue whatsoever. The journey from Jiang City to Kunlun Mountain spanned 3,000 kilometers. Li Chen flew at a speed of 100 kilometers in 8 minutes, racing at high speed. Initially, he thought he wouldn't be able to maintain such an extreme pace for long, but surprisingly, he quickly adapted. He skillfully combined his innate vital energy, mental energy, and transparent wings, becoming increasingly adept. Importantly, he inadvertently broke through to the mid-level of the 5th stage. His strength saw a significant boost. His mental energy reached the level where he could manipulate objects weighing 1,600 tons, and his brain's spatial capacity expanded to 101,135 cubic meters. After breaking through to the 5th stage, the intensity of his mental energy experienced a qualitative leap. When Li Chen's mental energy first broke through to the 2nd level, he could only manipulate objects weighing between 100 to 1,000 kilograms. After reaching the 3rd level, it increased to 2,000 kilograms. At the 4th level, 40 tons. At the 5th level, 800 tons. Mid-level of the 5th stage, around 1,600 tons. Essentially, for each level of mental energy he advanced, the weight of objects he could manipulate would multiply by 20. Upon breaking through to the 6th level, he could manipulate objects weighing between 16,000 to 160,000 tons. This was far more terrifying than the evolution of physical strength. It became increasingly formidable in the later stages. If mental energy could control the hardest metals in the world, this power would be virtually indestructible. The reason Li Chen could slay the 6th level zombies in the apocalyptic world was largely due to their lack of suitable weapons. They only had some scrap metal and bricks to attack with. Their attack power was too dispersed and not concentrated enough. Their weapons were merely the buildings by the roadside, reinforced concrete, and fruit knives. The variety of objects they could manipulate was too vast, and their quality was poor. While the attack range was sufficient, it lacked significant lethality against strong opponents. Li Chen took this as a warning. This was simply a negative example. He could not make such a basic mistake. By focusing on a single point to unleash the strongest attack, he could generate the greatest lethality against his opponent. As Li Chen flew, it seemed he had gained some personal insights into the control of mental power. 3.5 hours later, he successfully arrived near the Kunlun Mountains. This was 20 minutes faster than expected. At the foot of the mountain, the snow-capped peaks, which should have been silent, were now brightly lit. Not only were there hotels and guest houses, but the entrance to the Kunlun Mountains was also filled with camping tents. A dense cluster of them. Hundreds of thousands of cars were parked along the way. It should be noted that the Kunlun Mountains are located at the junction of the 3 regions of western Xinjiang, Qinghai, and Mikan, with an average altitude of 5,500 to 6,000 meters. The altitude sickness is quite severe here. Moreover, the temperature is low year-round. In such cold and thin air, those with poor physical fitness might not even be able to travel here, and a careless move could lead to altitude sickness. Thus, although the Kunlun Mountains boast breathtaking and stunning scenery, they are indeed not suitable for tourism, let alone camping. This place should have been sparsely populated throughout the year. Yet now, it was astonishingly crowded with so many people. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 camping tents. It seemed everyone had come to participate in the selection of the High Martial Arts Academy. Many awakened superhumans, ancient martial artists, curious onlookers, and some internet celebrities had already set up camp here in advance. Li Chen saw many internet celebrities, shivering from the cold, still live streaming at midnight. Indeed, they were all hard-working people striving for a living. They were really going all out for views. Impressive. Good evening, dear viewers, I am your host, Xiao Kuan. Next, we will visit the Purple Fire Goddess, who gained 10 million followers in just 3 days and is currently trending online, having awakened an S-level ability. As netizens know, she is not only incredibly talented but also very beautiful. Are you all looking forward to her performance in tomorrow's assessment at the High Martial Arts Academy? Camera, follow me. Before long, the livestream captured the Purple Fire Goddess, Feng Zixuan. Hello everyone, I am Feng Zixuan, so happy to see you all. Tomorrow is the official assessment day. I'm so nervous. I didn't expect so many people to come tonight. Wow, the Purple Fire Goddess is so beautiful, even without filters, she looks amazing. Go, Purple Fire Goddess. In tomorrow's assessment, she will definitely shine. There are hardly any S-level superhumans awakened nationwide, and the Purple Fire Goddess is the most approachable among all S-level superhumans, not at all pretentious. I heard the Purple Fire Goddess was dumped by a scummy, rich second generation. I wonder if that scumbag regrets it now. Humph, what a trashy rich second generation. I've already dug up his information. His name is Li Chen, just a pathetic loser with over 100 houses. What's so great about that? What the hell? So now having over 100 houses makes someone a loser? I don't have even one. Does that mean I'm not worthy of being human? What do you know? An S-level superhuman represents potential that can be elevated to a strategic height in the future. This is definitely not something a mere trashy rich second generation can compare to. I heard that scumbag has violent tendencies and even hit the Purple Fire Goddess. Just thinking about it makes my teeth itch with anger. At this moment, the comments were flying. Not only did other internet celebrities interviewing Feng Zixuan gain massive traffic, but even Feng Zixuan herself started a live stream. In her live stream, 100,000 people were frantically sending her gifts. In just a few days, she had already earned several million. Now, she has not only awakened her S-level abilities but has also become a major internet celebrity, gaining both money and fame. What can Li Chen compare to her? As for Chu Chen, she has already moved on. Chu Chen is simply not worthy of her. Her goal is the stars and the sea. She wants to completely sever ties with her past. Everyone, please stop talking about my ex-boyfriend. What's in the past should be left to the wind. No matter how I was treated before, now I just wish for both of us to be well and not disturb each other. I hope the netizens won't harbor any hostility towards him. After all, I truly loved him once, it just wasn't meant to be. The more Feng Zixuan says this, the greater the hostility from netizens becomes. Such an understanding woman, beautiful, talented, and the campus belle. How could you, Li Chen, be such a beast? How could you bear to lay a hand on her? Now she has even forgiven you for your past actions. Li Chen, doesn't your conscience hurt? You are not just a beast, you are worse than a beast. Fortunately, Li Chen didn't go live on the internet. Otherwise, he would have been directly roasted by netizens. Although Feng Zixuan speaks generously, she is actually quite calculating and holds grudges. Her heart is as small as a needle's tip. The topic of her relationship with Li Chen in college was something she deliberately brought up. Then she established herself as a virtuous wife and understanding person. She was even abused and cheated on by her ex-boyfriend. It's simply outrageous. It is precisely because she has packaged a tragic story around herself that her popularity continues to rise, with high discussion rates and increasing traffic. Curious netizens want to see how Feng Zixuan turned the tables and slapped the face of the scumbag rich second generation. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Especially those readers who enjoy female-oriented novels, they can't help but immerse themselves in the story. I heard that this time the assessment for ability users' potential testing is divided into 7 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. SS level ability awakeners can skip all assessments and enroll directly, while E, D, and C level awakeners might be eliminated. Only those with B-level talent or above can enter the High Martial Academy. For ancient martial artists, the admission criteria are similar. They must break through to the advanced martial artist realm before the age of 25 to be eligible. This condition is even more stringent than that for ability users. Within the camping team, many ability users and ancient martial artists have begun to engage in spontaneous conversations. And all discussions among the ancient martial artists revolve around a young man. Have you heard of Lan Tianling? The young master of the Lan family. Who hasn't heard of him? A prodigy of this era, possessing unparalleled talent. 6 years ago, at just 15, he broke through to the master-level martial artist realm due to a surge of spiritual energy, earning the title of the youngest master-level martial artist in Longxia country in 300 years. 6 years later, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, he stepped into the realm of a grandmaster. At 21, he is a grandmaster-level martial artist. His potential and fortune are even greater than that of Shangguan Wanru. As long as the spiritual energy remains at this level, Lan Tianling will definitely break through to the innate realm before the age of 30. Moreover, the Lan family is the richest in Sichuan, worth billions. He's practically stacked with buffs. Some people are born at heights I could never reach in my lifetime. What else is there to say? At this moment, Lan Tianling is sitting inside a luxurious tent, meditating with his eyes closed. A short video of sword flying is playing on his phone. The shock in his heart lingers, unable to calm down. Who on earth is this person? He looks about my age, yet why has he reached such a terrifying level of cultivation? Don't mention my grandmaster level cultivation. Even if I were to break through to the innate realm, I doubt I could achieve such unfathomable prowess. Could it be that his cultivation is so high that he has reached the realm of returning to simplicity, of regaining youth? Is he a terrestrial immortal? No way, I must take him as my master. Li Chen took out a tent from his space. He casually found an empty spot and began to set up camp. He circulated his innate vital energy around his body. Even in a deep sleep, it could automatically protect him, capable of withstanding sniper fire. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to break through his defenses. The apocalypse. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Chen slowly woke up. He had actually consumed quite a few crystal cores yesterday, but after breaking through to level 5, his progress had noticeably slowed down. It was no longer as fast as it had been at the beginning. To directly break through to level 6 in a single day was probably unrealistic. At least 3 days would be needed. He had just reached the mid-level of 5, and to break through to level 6, he needed to wait until he reached the peak of level 5 before consuming the level 6 crystal core. At this moment, Li Chen was consuming crystal cores while beginning to practice the 8th level of the innate vitality technique. This technique is divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to a different cultivation realm for martial artists. However, it is said that over 1,000 years ago, during the Northern Song dynasty, the founder Wang Chongyang, who practiced this technique, was unable to cultivate it to the 8th level. In fact, he only reached the 7th level. he died without breaking through to the 8th level. But with the 7th level as an innate grandmaster, he was enough to be ranked first in the world. It is said that during that era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already begun to decline, making it difficult for martial artists to cultivate. Innate strong practitioners became increasingly rare. An innate grandmaster could dominate an era. However, an innate grandmaster could live up to 300 years, yet Wang Chongyang passed away before reaching 100. There might be hidden reasons behind this. Li Chen operated the 8th level of the innate vitality technique, reversing the flow of his meridians, and immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn, this technique can't be fake, right? Why did I spit blood right after starting to practice? If the first 7 levels of the innate vitality technique were all about balance, propriety, and grandeur, representing orthodox Taoist practices, growing stronger the more one practiced, reaching the 7th level allowed for automatic circulation of vital energy, continuously strengthening one's internal power, then the 8th level of the technique was somewhat bizarre. It actually required reversing the entire meridian system, self-destructing one's cultivation in a wildly violent manner, destroying the foundation. Through this extreme method of cultivation, compressing the innate internal power within the body, transforming it into a higher-level energy, breaking through the path with martial prowess, and then rebuilding, stepping into the realm of terrestrial immortals, this was a bit insane. This method of cultivation, any martial arts master with a slightly normal mind would absolutely refuse to practice. They would even scoff at it. This is not cultivating internal power at all, it's seeking death. If one truly practiced this method, at best, they would destroy their foundation and become a cripple, paralyzed all over. At worst, they would die on the spot. It's possible that Wang Chongyang practiced this way, which is why he died so early. Li Chen had no knowledge of martial arts. He had not interacted with many ancient martial artists, nor did he have any famous masters to guide him. He was just practicing randomly, and through sheer luck, he broke through to the realm of innate grandmaster, reaching the 7th level of the technique. Therefore, he had no idea about these common practices. He thought that as long as one cultivated to a relatively high level, it had to be done this way. Moreover, a mere innate grandmaster's internal power, if wasted, was just wasted. At worst, he could spend a few hours to regain it. After all, he had evolution crystal cores and was not afraid of meridian damage. Li Chen directly went for it. Put. While spitting blood, Li Chen grabbed a handful of crystal cores and swallowed them. He forcibly reversed the flow of his entire meridian system. His innate internal power circulated backward within his body. Immediately, it collided with the innate internal force that was automatically circulating. The two forces clashed wildly within his body, hurting himself. Li Chen's head buzzed. He kept swallowing zombie crystal cores. One handful after another, he simply couldn't stop. In just a few short hours, he consumed 20,000 crystal cores. The first of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Yangqiao meridian, was finally opened through his reverse cultivation. Damn, why do I feel like the more I cultivate, the more wrong it feels? Can this really lead to the 8th level of innate Qigong? A normal martial arts master without crystal cores would be completely useless, right? I forcibly opened the Yangqiao meridian by reversing the meridians, but why does it feel like my cultivation has regressed? If I manage to open all 8 meridians, won't my cultivation be completely wasted? Li Chen was a bit speechless. However, since he had already started, he could only go down this path to the end. He continued to consume crystal cores, starting to open the Yinqiao meridian, followed by the Yinwei meridian. After a full 6 hours, he finally succeeded in opening 3 meridians. Now, his cultivation was directly halved. The innate vital energy was almost regressing. Fortunately, his ability level successfully evolved to late stage level 5. It was a meager psychological comfort. Afterwards, Li Chen inspected the renovations and construction of the base. He also took out a batch of supplies and stored them in the base warehouse. He appointed Hong Mao, Shadow, and Guo Fugue to be responsible for the supply exchange work at the base. From this day forward, all evolvers at the Longhai base could hunt zombies, mutated beasts, and mutated sea creatures to exchange crystal cores for living supplies at the base. Moreover, Li Chen's supplies were not only fresher and more complete, but his exchange prices were also 5 times cheaper than during Yuan Tianyi's rule. Even here under Li Chen's leadership, gold and jewelry could be exchanged for a lot of supplies. In an instant, the more than 8,000 people in the entire base erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm for battle. Leader Li is truly a leader. So many good food supplies, and the exchange prices are so cheap. If we just put in a little effort, won't everyone be able to afford to eat? And participating in the base team's outdoor hunting activities only requires handing over 20% of the spoils. This is simply too conscientious. Yeah, if we hadn't experienced the dark times under Yuan, we wouldn't have known that a normal base leader is like this. Right, we must support Leader Li. Only by following Leader Li can we have a good life. Yuan Tianyi can go to hell. I calculated carefully, according to the exchange prices set by Leader Li, we can not only eat rice with meat every day, but also have extra crystal cores for upgrades. As long as you participate in 8 hours of zombie clearing or outdoor hunting activities each day, and complete the team task objectives. Even the Jiangnan base wouldn't have such good conditions. In just 2 days, through a series of favorable operations, Li Chen quickly gained prestige in the people's hearts. He only needed to offer a little worthless fruit, vegetables, rice, pork, and beef to have over 8,000 evolvers hunt zombies for him, seize crystal cores, collect gold and jewelry, and various rare ores every day. Most of these crystal cores would automatically flow into his hands continuously. There was no need for him to hunt himself. This is the benefit of controlling a large base. There was no need to do everything personally. The people under him had already taken care of it. They could exchange one level 1 crystal core for a maximum of 5 pounds of rice with Li Chen, and they even felt it was a good deal. Meanwhile, Li Chen could exchange one level 1 crystal core for at least 100 million with the wealthy. It might even be more. How much rice can 100 million buy? This is simply a windfall. City. 8:30 in the morning. Li Chen woke up from the tent. Although he was wearing a single layer of clothing, he felt no cold even in the sub-zero temperatures of Kunlun Mountain. Instead, he practiced the innate Qigong for an entire night. He felt warm all over. He hadn't eaten breakfast, yet he wasn't hungry. Regarding the 8th level of the innate Qigong, Li Chen did not rashly attempt to cultivate it. He planned to let the apocalyptic Li Chen test it first. He wanted to see if this path was viable. If he successfully broke through the 8th level, it wouldn't be too late for him to cultivate it afterward. If he failed to break through and his cultivation was wasted, then he would abandon the 8th level and deem the technique false. He would then go to the library of the High Martial Academy to search for other ancient martial arts manuals. Such uncertain matters only needed one Li Chen to handle them. According to the assessment rules of the High Martial Academy, it was set to begin around 9 o'clock this morning. It was said that today, countless big shots and seniors would descend upon the entire academy. There were rumored to be heads of various sects and departments, heads of major ancient martial arts families, and mentors who awakened 6 years ago in the abilities department. At the foot of the mountain, countless people had already begun to discuss. Do you know who the 3 strongest big shots in the High Martial Academy are? A sharp-nosed ancient martial artist asked the onlookers with a smile. I don't know, I haven't heard of them. You guys are really ignorant. You didn't even bother to investigate the background of the High Martial Academy. I searched online, but I couldn't find anything. Is such confidential information something you can casually find online? Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you some secrets about the High Martial Academy for free. In the High Martial Academy, there are 2 main departments, the Ancient Martial Arts Academy and the Abilities Academy. The strongest person in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy is undoubtedly the president of the academy, the head of the Kunlun sect, a strong practitioner of the innate realm, Wang Qiankuan, and the president of the Abilities Academy is a sky-level ability user, Chu Mingjiao. She is the only SS-level potential ability user who awakened nationwide 6 years ago. In just 6 years, she has already become a sky-level ability user, and this is under the condition that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has only revived for 2 months. The strongest person in the High Martial Academy is a God of War level ability user, a dual system SS level ability user, Zhao Yunfeng, the national military god of Longsha. He is the founding leader of the High Martial Academy, the first president, and also the first director of the Abilities Bureau, as well as the national military god of Longsha, the strongest in Longsha. The name Zhao Yunfeng is legendary. Among the global elite, he once swept through dozens of countries' ability users, suppressing the North American alliance. Dozens of strong country ability users dared not step into the East because of him. Zhao Yunfeng's legendary story could probably be told for 3 days and nights without end, yet ordinary people are rarely familiar with such top figures. The sharp-nosed man paused here, seemingly wanting to say more but stopping short. So, that's how it is, the High Martial Academy actually has such a history and such legendary figures. Classmate, please continue, I'm really into it, why did you stop? Yeah, classmate, I want to know which mentor I, as a water-type ability user, should apprentice under in the High Martial Academy? Right, classmate, do you think I could apprentice under President Xu Mingjiao? Instantly, a group of rookie newcomers hurriedly inquired. Well, if you want to know which mentor is more suitable for your learning, I have a guidebook for the High Martial Academy. For just 19,999 yuan, it can save you a lot of detours. What do you think, isn't it cheap? The sharp-nosed man took out a pile of brochures and began to promote them. Damn, is this a sales pitch? Deceiving my feelings. Why is there such a money scammer at the entrance of the High Martial Academy? I'm really drunk. Classmate, I'll buy a copy. Alright, you can scan me, I have a payment code here. Although many scoffed at this, a few wealthy fools still bought his booklet. This sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man seemed to know quite a bit about the High Martial Arts Academy. He was likely an old student who had awakened his abilities 6 years ago and successfully enrolled in the academy. Perhaps his strategy manual would indeed be somewhat useful. Those with money didn't care. Those without money naturally ignored him. Before long, this guy actually handed the promotional strategy manual to Li Chen. Classmate, would you like to buy a copy too? 19,999 yuan. You won't lose out or be fooled. Maybe if you buy my strategy manual, your chances of success during the entrance exam will be greater. Changing one's destiny might just be a matter of a little information gap, the shark-nosed monkey-faced man tempted immediately. What's your name? Which department are you from? Who allowed you to sell booklets here? As the honorary principal of the High Martial Arts Academy, Li Chen felt that this kid was somewhat affecting the school's atmosphere. He unconsciously took on that identity. My name is Ho Jingtian from Class 3 of the Ability Academy. No one said you can't sell strategy manuals here, so what? Classmate, why are you asking these questions? Are you buying or not? I'm not here to take the entrance exam. Why would I buy this thing? Li Chen shrugged. At this, the people around him looked at him with a hint of disdain. What the hell, a regular person trying to act tough? And speaking in such a tone. If one didn't know better, they might think you were a school leader. All the students present for the entrance exam, whether low-level or high-level, were at least ability users or ancient martial artists. They had some skills. Even if they couldn't successfully enter the High Martial Arts Academy, they wouldn't do poorly elsewhere. And you, a regular person, maybe even a network egger, trying to gain attention, what are you pretending for? Li Chen? I didn't expect you to come to Kunlun Mountain too. Are you also thinking of applying to the High Martial Arts Academy? At that moment, a surprised voice came from the crowd. Feng Zixuan, dressed in a white sports outfit, walked over amidst a throng of ability users and major media streamers. At least 100 or 200 people followed her. Perhaps it was the effect of being an internet celebrity. There were indeed quite a few sycophants. Li Chen? Ah, so he is Li Chen? The ex-boyfriend of the purple fire goddess? Damn, could he be that domestic violence guy? He looks decent, but who knew he had a heart of a beast? A low-tier guy mingling with losers, disgusting. Feng Zixuan must have been deceived by his refined and handsome appearance. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their looks. Could it be that Li Chen has also awakened his abilities? Otherwise, why would he come to the High Martial Arts Academy? Even if he has awakened his abilities, so what? The purple fire goddess is an S-level potential ability user. There are hardly any like her in the country. Li Chen should just wait to be slapped in the face. I really want to see him crying and repenting, kneeling in front of Feng Zixuan to apologize, only to be kicked away by the purple fire goddess. That would be satisfying. A group of sycophants chattered, pointing fingers at Li Chen. They even looked at each other with righteous indignation. It was as if Li Chen had dug up their ancestors' graves. Zixuan, do you want me to teach him a lesson? This kid won't remember this lesson unless he gets beaten up. A young master from an ancient martial arts family immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong muscles on his arms. Forget it, Zhang Quan. Making a move at the entrance of the High Martial Arts Academy might leave a bad impression on the leaders and professors inside. And I have said it long ago, Li Chen has already broken up with me. The past has become history. There is no need to delve into it any further. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me, and I will not take the initiative to cause him trouble. From now on, we part ways and wish each other well. Feng Zixuan shook her head with a calm tone. It was as if a superior looked down on an inferior with indifference. She simply did not care to argue with him. Zixuan, you are still too kind. Zhang Quan said with the tone of a sycophant. Feng Zixuan walked towards Li Chen with a composed stride, step by step. She scrutinized Li Chen with a discerning gaze. Li Chen, I once gave you a chance. You had the opportunity to reconcile with me, but you did not cherish it. From that day on, I became a woman you can no longer aspire to. You will never know what you have truly missed. I, Feng Zixuan, have never been so humble before. There is no possibility of reconciliation between us. I do not want to see you again. I hope you will not appear in front of me anymore, otherwise I won't lay a hand on you, but I can't guarantee that others won't. Do you understand? Feng Zixuan warned coldly. After saying that, she turned and walked through the gates of the High Martial Academy, leaving with a group of sycophants. She surely felt particularly graceful just now. Li Chen smirked coldly. This is ridiculous. Feng Zixuan, you really have some nerve, even daring to mock the principal? An S-rank ability awakener, is that so impressive? Li Chen truly did not expect that she had also awakened her abilities. Moreover, she was the center of attention among the new students. But it didn't matter. Once you enter the High Martial Academy, you will know who the real big shots are. At this moment, the assessment at the High Martial Academy had officially begun. The assessment was divided into two parts. The first was the ability potential test. Different levels of ability users have varying degrees of affinity for certain elements in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For example, a fire-type ability user with a particularly high affinity and S-rank potential can release powerful fire attacks right after awakening, with terrifying temperatures and incredible lethality. In contrast, the weakest E-rank fire ability user might only be able to release a small flame the size of a matchstick after awakening, with average temperature, and is completely harmless except for lighting a cigarette. This level of potential, even if cultivated later, would be of little use and would require a lot of time and effort. Besides fire, there are also metal, wood, water, earth, wind, lightning, and these 7 elemental systems, and the assessment content is basically similar. A rank, D rank, and C rank will generally be eliminated. Only those with B rank potential and above will be admitted. The number of ability users in these 7 elemental categories is also the largest. In addition, there are rarer types like space, time, healing, devouring, light, darkness, and mental abilities, which even if they do not reach B rank in assessment, may still be admitted, especially for space and time abilities. As long as you awaken, even E rank talent will be accepted. The second part, practical combat scoring. This scoring assessment is only for students who have passed the first round, allowing them to enter the second round of assessment. In the second round, there will be a total of 9 ability mentors who will rate and score based on your performance. The highest score is 100 and the lowest is 0. The highest and lowest scores will be removed. The average score will be calculated based on the total scores from the 7 mentors. As long as the overall score is above 60, it is considered passing. This way, you will be successfully admitted to the High Martial Academy. This test may seem quite strict on the surface, but in reality, as long as you pass the first round, over 90% will pass the second round. Because most of those entering the second round are B-rank talents or above, the difficulty of passing is actually not high. The rating assessment for martial arts students follows a different set of rules. It is very straightforward and brutal. The scoring is done directly through combat. Anyone under 25 years old who achieves a high-level martial artist combat power rating is directly admitted, otherwise, they are eliminated. Simple and clear. These 2 categories of students are assessed in the same training arena. The examination venue is particularly large. In the Kunlun Mountains, a platform as big as an international airport has been constructed. It can accommodate 100,000 spectators to watch the assessment process. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the difficulty of cheating rises infinitely. Look, is that the legendary testing crystal? I heard this kind of crystal is a special energy stone found at a depth of 10,000 meters in the deep sea, capable of testing the talent level of any ability user. This thing itself is a treasure of heaven and earth. Look, Chu Tianyi is starting to test her ability potential level. I heard that Chu Tianyi's aunt is Chu Mengjiao, who is related to the dean of the Ability Academy. The Chu family is a prestigious family, and she is one of the 5 school beauties of Jiang University, ranked alongside Feng Zixuan as the awakened dual beauties. Damn! Why didn't you say earlier that Chu Tianyi has such a background? If I had known, I would have gone to flatter Chu Tianyi instead of Feng Zixuan. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, a cold-colored beam of light suddenly lit up in the testing crystal. This beam of light shot up more than 5 meters high, shining brilliantly. Cold Ice System Ability Awakener Chu Tianyi Testing Beam 523 cm Cold Ice Element Affinity 523 Level Rating S Level. The testing teacher announced with a microphone. This immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Damn! Chu Tianyi's element affinity actually reached 523, while I only had 20 during my test? Isn't her talent more than 20 times stronger than mine? Don't say that, my talent test only scored 5, rated E-. Is there anyone worse than me? Basically, as long as the element affinity exceeds 100 points, it is considered B-level talent, allowing entry to the next round of assessment. But I see that among these testers, 9 out of 10 can't reach 100 points. Soon, more than an hour passed in the testing. Only about 1/10 of the participants met the qualifying requirements. Most people were eliminated as soon as they placed their hands on the crystal. The Martial Arts Academy only accepts geniuses, not ordinary talent ability users. The situation at the Martial Arts Academy was equally fierce. Out of nearly 20 people, only one could barely advance. The number was even fewer than that of the Ability Academy. Look, Feng Zixuan is about to start her test. I want to know how high her element affinity is. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Zixuan finally placed her hand on the testing crystal. Boom! A fiery red beam shot up into the sky, rapidly climbing and soon exceeding 500 cm. Feng Zixuan Fire System Ability Awakener Testing Fire Element Affinity 556 points. Potential Level Rating S Level. Congratulations, you passed the first round. She actually scored 556 points, which is even higher than Chu Tianyi's potential? What about Shangguan Wanru? With Shangguan Wanru being SS level, how high must her potential be? An SS level ability user must exceed 1000 points. At this moment, Feng Zixuan was full of vigor, looking down on everything. Among all the testers currently, her potential test score was almost the highest. As for Shangguan Wanru, she had already been specially recruited and would not participate in this assessment selection. Therefore, Feng Zixuan had the potential to become the rookie king of this year's Ability Academy. At this time, Feng Zixuan's gaze swept to the distance and she unexpectedly spotted Li Chen among the crowd, several hundred meters away. Truly haunting. Wherever I go, you follow, right? It's no wonder she could spot Li Chen at a glance. Even Though he was just an ordinary person, his looks and demeanor truly set him apart. In the crowd, his strikingly handsome face was almost impossible to miss. There was no way to hide his brilliance. Even though he had been quite low-key, a casual glance through the crowd would immediately make him the most memorable figure. Feng Zixuan cast a sidelong sneer. Her vanity had been greatly satisfied. Li Chen, you've been slapped in the face hard, haven't you? Do you feel heartache and regret now? When I sought to get back together with you, you ignored me. Now, you're not worthy of me. You're like a pile of mud, wallowing in the dust, while I soar like a great rock, rising to the skies. From now on, there's a world of difference between us. An infinite sense of emotion surged in Feng Zixuan's heart. She suddenly felt that it was pointless to be angry with an ant like Li Chen. What was her status now? What was his? Did she really need to stoop to the level of such a mundane insect? That would only lower her own standing. Li Chen, did you ever think that this day would come? When you were showing off back then? The assessment continued. After a long wait, no one with a talent level exceeding Feng Zixuan had appeared. She began to feel increasingly proud. In this cohort of the Ability Academy, she would at least rank in the top 3. On the other side, in the arena of the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Lan Tianling finally made his move. He ruthlessly defeated the supervising teacher during the combat assessment, instantly capturing the attention of all the spectators. That supervising teacher was a master-level warrior, the head of the Bagua sect, and he was knocked off the stage by Lan Tianling with a single move. It truly shocked the entire audience. Soon, the director of the Ancient Martial Arts Academy stepped in. 5 minutes later, the director was left bruised and battered, having sustained internal injuries. How is this possible? Director who is the strongest of the Shaolin ancient martial arts lineage, with powerful inner strength that has reached the level of a transformation master. After 50 years of cultivation, he can't defeat this junior, Lan Tianling? It's said that Lan Tianling had extraordinary encounters since childhood and accidentally learned the 9 young divine skill. At such a young age, his power is astonishing. The older generation of strong warriors might not even be able to defeat him. He is the most monstrous martial arts prodigy in 300 years, not just a name. What the hell, a 21-year-old defeating a transformation master? In a few years, won't he be at the innate level? With the changes in the world and the revival of spiritual energy, the next generation will surely surpass the past. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Many from the Ability Academy were also drawn over. Feng Zixuan's gaze was captivated by Lan Tianling's extraordinary demeanor. Is that Lan Tianling, the young master of the Lan family, the richest man in Sichuan, the strongest prodigy of the ancient martial arts lineage, a 21-year-old transformation master? He is definitely the rookie king of this cohort in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Only such a talented heir is worthy to be my boyfriend. Feng Zixuan suddenly found Lan Tianling quite impressive. His status, personal talent, and family background were enough to match her. This was what it meant to be well-matched. That's what she thought. The dean is here. Just then, a powerful and overwhelming pressure suddenly swept through the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. The dean, Wang Qiankuan, appeared, hands behind his back, standing on the void. He floated down from the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Dressed in a long robe of ancient style, he moved with the wind exuding an ethereal aura, stepping on falling snowflakes. With a mere gesture, he released a powerful aura of dominance. After all, he was the dean. The entrance of an innate strongman had to be somewhat extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he intimidate these juniors? Wang Qiankuan's entrance was nothing short of spectacular, as if he had flown in. Is this what an innate strongman looks like? 2. Be able to soar from a snow-capped mountain 1,000 meters away. What an incredible mastery of lightness skill. An innate expert. With an endless flow of internal energy, their power is extraordinarily profound, far beyond the realm of ordinary lightness skills. Otherwise, why does everyone say that once you enter the innate stage, you become extraordinary? Indeed, an innate expert can no longer be described using the terms for ordinary mortals. The group of ancient martial arts students felt an overwhelming sense of emotion rise within them. They couldn't help but wonder if they would ever have the hope of stepping into the innate realm in their lifetime. Wang Qiankuan's gaze suddenly fell on Lan Tianling, revealing an appreciative look in his eyes. Not bad, you are quite impressive. At such a young age, you possess such cultivation, your future achievements may far surpass mine. Lan Tianling, would you be willing to become my disciple? I am willing to take you as my personal student. Wang Qiankuan immediately extended an olive branch for the martial arts genius. Lan Tianling, he couldn't help but start recruiting students ahead of time. Damn, the dean is personally recruiting students. Lan Tianling is about to take off. An innate expert taking in disciples, shouldn't you hurry and agree? Lan Tianling hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, Dean Wang, but I don't want to take a master for now. My master already has someone in mind. He is the unparalleled sword immortal who soared through Jiangcheng yesterday. I only wish to take him as my master. Lan Tianling stated bluntly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. The young master of the Lan family had a rather straightforward personality, actually refusing an innate expert to their face. Didn't he fear offending Dean Wang? Oh, so the person you wish to take as your master is him? Wang Qianquan suddenly realized. He had also watched the video from yesterday, and the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. However, he recognized at a glance who this person was. Does Dean Wang know this person? Lan Tianling asked curiously. Of course, this person is also a senior expert from our High Martial Academy. He is a guest professor and honorary president of our academy. Principal Li's martial arts cultivation indeed far surpasses mine. I am not even 1/10 of him. If you look down on me and wish to take Principal Li as your master, that is understandable. However, whether Principal Li is willing to accept you, I cannot say. Wang Qianquan did not take offense at Lan Tianling's straightforwardness. On the contrary, he admired him even more. He showed no coldness in his attitude just because Lan Tianling refused to take him as a master. But the mention of Principal Li left everyone guessing. When did our High Martial Academy gain another Principal Li? I don't know, but since Wang Qianquan considers himself less than 1/10 of him, this Principal Li's cultivation must be incredibly terrifying. He might even be a hidden level innate grandmaster. At the very least, he is undoubtedly an innate grandmaster. Otherwise, with Wang Qianquan's pride, he wouldn't hold him in such high regard. This Lan Tianling also has a unique insight. An innate expert doesn't even look at him, yet he wants to take an innate grandmaster as his master? Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Feng Zixuan was also extremely curious. Who exactly was this Principal Li? What kind of person could make Lan Tianling actively refuse the recruitment of an innate expert just to seek the possibility of becoming Principal Li's disciple? Boom! Just then, another powerful pressure swept in. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared, dressed in the long robe of an academy instructor, with fiery red wings sprouting from her back as she descended from the sky. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Mature and graceful, she exuded an aura of both authority and charm, resembling a succubus. Elemental wings. This is a sky-level expert. It is said that elemental ability users, once they master their affinity element to an extraordinary level akin to the realm of using their arms, can condense the power of the elements into wings, controlling the power of flight. Reaching this level is what people refer to as a sky-level ability user. Elemental wings. She is the sky-level expert Chu Mengjiao. Dean Chu. Didn't expect Dean Chu to be so young and so beautiful. It is said that Dean Chu has awakened an SS-level fire ability, the True Sun Fire. This flame has an extremely high temperature, reaching up to 100,000 degrees, capable of instantly burning through alloy steel plates. It only takes 5 seconds to melt an armored tank. It's simply terrifying. The arrival of Chu Mengjiao instantly attracted everyone's attention. She looked down from her elevated position and spoke calmly. Chu Tianyi, Feng Zixuan, are you two willing to be my direct disciples? Auntie, I'm willing, Chu Tianyi said with a sweet smile on her face. She was like the sunshine in spring, warming people's hearts and making them feel as if they were bathed in a gentle breeze. Her smile was like a bud ready to bloom. I've told you before, in the academy you should call me Dean, not Auntie. Oh, got it, Auntie. Chu Tianyi did not correct her mistake. Chu Mengjiao rolled her eyes on the spot. Dean Chu, I am willing. Feng Zixuan nodded seriously and immediately knelt to pay her respects. This was the ceremony of apprenticeship. Etiquette must not be neglected. After all, Chu Mengjiao was not her aunt. She did not have that kind of familial relationship. She understood very well how to seize opportunities. After completing the apprenticeship ceremony, she would be a direct disciple of Dean Chu Mengjiao. This identity was enough to elevate her status. Lan Tianling rejected Dean Wang's offer to take him as a disciple, wanting to apprentice under a Principal Li he had never heard of, also because his family background was strong enough. He had the capital to be willful. Considering the face of the Lan family, Dean Wang would not make things difficult for him. Chu Tianyi also had a powerful aunt. Only Feng Zixuan relied solely on her personal talent to catch Dean Chu's attention. Naturally, she would not miss this opportunity. She would not cut off her chance to step into the top tier. Very well, today I have received 2 proud disciples at once. Old Wang, it seems you're not doing so well. It's not easy to take on a disciple, and you were actually rejected by that kid from the Lan family. I must say, your ancient martial arts academy doesn't have much prestige. Chu Mengjiao teased without restraint. This was clearly a bit of mockery towards the ancient martial arts academy. After all, the ability academy was indeed more popular now, with more awakened ability users in the new generation, and the ancient martial arts lineage, even with the revival of spiritual energy, could cultivate 10 times faster than before, but it still took a lot of time to grow, making it hard to achieve quick success. It was quite embarrassing that Lan Tianling, who had finally emerged, was unwilling to take on a master. That was very awkward. Very shameful. Humph. Dean Shu, although Lan Tianling did not take me as his master, he is about to apprentice under Principal Li, who is also from our ancient martial arts academy, a congenital grandmaster. This is no different from taking me as his master. What era is it now? We should have long since discarded our prejudices. We, the old fossils of the ancient martial arts academy, all understand this principle. Don't you and the Ability Academy understand? Wang Qiankuan retorted, not backing down at all. Humph, Principal Li? How come I didn't know this Principal Li is from your ancient martial arts academy? Don't bring up the sword immortal of Jiangchang. Whether he is from your ancient martial arts academy is still uncertain. Don't flatter yourself. In my opinion, that sword immortal clearly uses a mental ability, controlling the flying sword with telekinesis, flying with the sword, which has nothing to do with your ancient martial arts lineage. Principal Li is from our Ability Academy. Xu Mingjiao analyzed on the spot. You can't say she was wrong. Her analysis was surprisingly accurate, as she saw through Li Chen's sword flying method. It was indeed telekinesis. Nonsense. Principal Li flying with the sword clearly has powerful innate energy, and how can it have anything to do with mental power? If you don't believe it, why don't you bring Principal Li over to confront him and ask if he has ever used mental power? Let's ask then. Wang Qiankuan was just about to take out his phone to make a call. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a familiar figure was spotted. Wasn't that Principal Li Chen? He was actually hiding in the crowd, munching on sunflower seeds. Senior Li, you finally made it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Since you have arrived at the academy, why didn't you send me a message or give me a call in advance? That way, I could have sent someone to pick you up. Wang Qiankuan approached Li Chen and immediately bowed respectfully. This bow stunned everyone present. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Feng Zixuan was completely dumbfounded. Her mind went blank. This, is he Principal Li? Li Chen? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Feng Zixuan shook her head frantically, refusing to believe it. Damn, Principal Li is this lowly man? Isn't he just an ordinary person? There must be a mistake. A congenital grandmaster, at least 70 or 80 years old, how could he be so young? Director Wang must be joking. Exactly, the scumbag Li Chen, isn't he Feng Zixuan's ex-boyfriend? How did he become a congenital grandmaster and the principal of the High Martial Academy? I don't believe it. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Many internet celebrities were live streaming, leading to heated discussions online. Each one expressed disbelief, even doubting the punctuation. This must be a little joke from Director Wang, too humorous for them to take seriously. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. In the sky ahead, 3 terrifying pressures rushed in. Humph. The Longxia High Martial Academy has reopened, yet you didn't invite us from the North American Alliance as guests? Do you look down on me, Eric? Not good. It's the North American war god Eric. He is an SS-level psychic ability user, controlling 12 specially crafted alloy flying knives with astonishing combat power. He once single-handedly killed 12 sky-level ability users, infamous for his ferocity, a powerhouse on the same level as the Longxia war god Zhao Yunfeng. Principal Zhao hasn't returned to the academy yet. What should we do? I'm afraid no one can suppress this North American war god. Commander Eric, let me test the combat power of the Longxia High Martial Academy's principal first. Rain, go. Yes, Commander. Raging thunder. A bearded man summoned a pair of thunderous wings behind him, pointing his hands to the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the martial arts arena of the High Martial Academy. If this lightning struck, many students would likely die. Xu Mingjia immediately stepped forward, unleashing her powerful fire energy to counter it. However, she was instantly knocked back several dozen feet, surprisingly unable to withstand it. Director Wang, let's attack together. Alright. Wang Qiankuan soared into the air, drawing his sword. Kunlun sword technique. A surge of innate vigor instantly slashed out 36 sword lights, sweeping towards Rain. Damn Longxia people, how dare you tear my precious clothes? 2 against 1? You're not that impressive. Storm, you go. Yes, Commander. Another ability user controlling storms gathered a terrifying tornado atop the snowy mountain. The scale of this tornado likely exceeded that of a Category 8 hurricane. Countless trees and rocks were swept into the sky. If this tornado came down, it could kill thousands. The onlookers began to panic. It was terrifying. They had encountered a powerhouse from the North American Alliance causing trouble. If they had known, they wouldn't have joined this commotion. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The entire place fell into dead silence. Just at this critical moment, Li Chen made his move. In Longxia, the war god shall not advance. You North American brat. How dare you be so arrogant? Li Chen drew his sword. The Longquan sword purchased for 199 yuan was infused with powerful innate vital energy and then propelled by mental force, moving as fast as lightning. Before the innate vital energy dissipated, this 199 yuan craft instantly transformed into an unparalleled divine weapon, fiercely cutting through the storm, slaying the two great sky-level powerhouses of North America, Rain and Storm. It was a direct kill. The speed was so fast that the opponents couldn't react at all. In the end, the longsword turned into a flash of lightning, charging towards the war god Eric. Eric instantly controlled 12 alloy flying knives, 6 of which were used to block Li Chen's flying sword, while the remaining 6 knives targeted Li Chen, Wang Qiankuan, Chu Mengjiao, Feng Zixuan, Chu Tianyi, and Lan Tianling. He actually wanted to kill all the talented powerhouses of the High Martial Academy. Wanting to take them all at once? Showing off in front of an expert. Li Chen's gaze sharpened and his powerful mental force directly immobilized Eric's 12 flying knives. Is this what they call a war god level? You only have 1,300 tons of mental force control, which is 300 tons less than me. Speed ability. Li Chen suddenly erupted, moving at 200 meters per second, turning into a white afterimage. The next second, he had already snapped Eric's neck, and the powerful innate vital energy erupted, instantly shattering his head into pieces. The North American war god was dead. The entire venue fell silent, suffocating, petrified, shocked. Everyone's gaze was blank. Each person stood there, like a wooden chicken. Even their souls couldn't help but tremble wildly. This is Principal Li's strength? Instantly killing 2 sky-level powerhouses, slaying the North American war god like slaughtering pigs and dogs? Is that swordsmanship? It must be the legendary swordsmanship? No wonder Lan Tianling wants to take him as a master. The sword immortal has emerged, and no one can stop him. How could this be? How could Li Chen be so powerful? How is this possible? He really is the principal of the High Martial Academy? Feng Zixuan was completely stiff. Her mindset shattered. It was unbelievable, but why did she feel a bit nostalgic for the past? Li Chen was just like he was 3 years ago. The moment he appeared, she couldn't help but fall for him. Lan Tianling wasn't even as outstanding as him. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You are clearly so powerful, yet you pretend to be an ordinary person in front of me? Was it just to test me? Even 3 years ago, you gave up your identity as an innate grandmaster just to share a precious and ordinary love with me? Is that how it is? Is it really like that? It turns out I was the clown all along. Feng Zixuan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, tears streaming down like rain in unbearable pain. If this is true, Li Chen has given up too much for her. Eric is a war god level powerhouse, listed as one of the 9 war gods of the 13 countries of the North American Alliance. Although he ranks at the bottom, Eric's fall at our High Martial Academy will likely not be taken lightly by the other 8 war gods of the North American Alliance. Who cares? They dare to provoke us, even deliberately slaughtering the new generation of geniuses from our Longsha country, which is already a taboo. Killing them, these foreign birds deserve to die. But I heard that this time, with the revival of spiritual energy, Diana, known as the first war god of North America, has already broken through the war god realm, and her terrifying strength is equivalent to that of an ancient martial land immortal. Such strength has put immense pressure on Marshal Zhao Yunfeng, which is why Principal Zhao chose to enter seclusion, preparing to break through the war god realm. If Principal Zhao cannot break through, the pressure from the North American Alliance will likely become increasingly severe. A teacher from the High Martial Academy expressed concern about this. The strength Principal Li has displayed is already not weaker than Principal Zhao's and may even surpass it. Our Longsha country is not without unparalleled powerhouses. We can face soldiers with soldiers and cover the earth with earth. Yes, they have already bullied us. Can we not strike back with thunder? This time, with Principal Li taking action, it will justly intimidate these petty individuals. Wang Qiankuan waved his hand grandly. He reassured the crowd. The shock in his heart had not subsided for a long time. The strength displayed by Li Chen had likely surpassed that of an ordinary innate grandmaster. It seemed he possessed not only the means of an innate grandmaster but also some kind of supernatural ability? A combination of supernatural powers and ancient martial arts? Could it be that he practiced both? How is that possible? Those who practice both usually don't last long, as countless predecessors have confirmed. Why is Principal Li thriving and so powerful? Both his supernatural abilities and ancient martial arts have reached an extremely profound level. If practicing both were truly feasible, the advancement speed of their ancient martial lineage would absolutely be tenfold, even 100-fold faster than now. Moreover, if supernatural beings could also cultivate ancient martial arts, wouldn't that make them even stronger? This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It could very well be a geometric increase. At this moment, Li Chen stood suspended in the air. With one hand behind his back, he scanned the entire venue with a calm gaze, every gesture exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Like a celestial being, Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with wonder. Her heart stirred with waves of emotion. Such an extraordinary presence made her fall for him on the spot. Is this the ex-boyfriend of Feng Zixuan? What was she thinking? How could she bear to break up with such a remarkable man? And even spread rumors about him behind his back. Feng Zixuan can't be out of her mind, can she? As a newly awakened S-class supernatural being, even if she grows in the future, she might not reach the height of Principal Li, let alone now when she hasn't even grown yet? How dare she slander a god-level powerhouse? An innate grandmaster? Principal Li of the Academy? This is equivalent to a high-ranking military title. You? Chu Tian was speechless inside. She could only silently complain. Feng Zixuan, you are truly impressive. To be a clown to this extent is unprecedented. Slapping the face of the Academy principal? That group of foolish netizens was also joining in the ruckus. Don't they fear that Principal Li will hold them accountable later? They really don't understand what kind of authority a god-level big shot represents? Execute first, report later, state-sanctioned. No need for trial, immediate execution. It seems I need to keep my distance from that foolish Feng Zixuan in the future, lest I get infected by her foolishness. Chu Tian had already labeled Feng Zixuan as a brainless woman in her heart. Student Lan Tianling pays respects to Principal Li. I ask Principal Li to take me as a disciple. I am willing to serve my master and seek your teachings. Under everyone's gaze, Lan Tianling knelt on both knees and bowed to Li Chen in midair. He had been deeply impressed by Li Chen's strength in the previous scene, slaying a god-level powerhouse from the North American Alliance without breaking a sweat. One sword, carefree. The long sword crossed the sky, unrivaled in the world. Only such an extraordinary powerhouse is worthy of being his master. Only under such a master can he learn true skills. Lan Tianling did not wish to be mediocre. One day he too would wield a sword across the sky, instantly defeating god-level warriors, intimidating the petty, and writing a legendary tale. Lan Tianling, why should I take you in? Li Chen asked in a calm tone. Principal, my desire to be your disciple is sincere. If you are willing to accept me, I am willing to give up all my family wealth, offering you the 200 billion shares of the Lan Group in my hands. I ask for your teachings. Damn! Li Chen truly did not expect that Lan Tianling would be so sensible. Just to take on a disciple, he was willing to offer 200 billion shares of the Lan Group? Is this for real? Li Chen was immediately filled with compassion. He was moved by Lan Tianling's sincere heart. The other party just wanted to learn some skills. He couldn't just push someone away, could he? However, Li Chen was completely clueless about ancient martial arts training. This method was definitely not suitable for teaching Lan Tianling. The other party was a legitimate prodigy of ancient martial arts. If he taught recklessly, he might mislead a disciple. Forget it, I'll accept him for now. At worst, I can give him a few low-level zombie crystal cores later, then mystify him a bit, and I won't have to start from scratch. I can just brush it off. Li Chen immediately had a plan in mind. Well, since you are so sincere, I shall accept you as my closed-door disciple. From now on, you will follow me closely and study diligently. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen officially accepted Lan Tianling. Thank you, master. Disciple pays respects to master. As a legitimate heir of ancient martial arts, Lan Tianling was very courteous. He knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times sincerely. This grand ceremony of apprenticeship was officially completed. Ah, Lan Tianling has successfully become a disciple? I feel like Principal Li didn't want to accept him at first, but after hearing that Lan Tianling was willing to offer 20 billion in group shares, he agreed. Could it be that Principal Li was moved by money? You're talking nonsense. What kind of person is Principal Li? He is a congenital grandmaster. Would he lack money? Such mundane things as money could never sway a congenital grandmaster. Principal Li was moved purely by Lan Tianling's sincerity. Lan Tianling is actually quite clever. On the surface, he offered 20 billion in shares from the Lan Group, which seems like a huge sacrifice, but in reality, the Lan Group is now bound to a congenital grandmaster, one who can easily defeat a war god. The stock price of the Lan Group is bound to soar. The Lan family is truly about to take off. This kid from the Lan family not only has extraordinary martial arts talent but also a sharp mind. Hello, Ms. Feng Zixuan. We are investigators from the Ability Bureau. We suspect you of spreading rumors and defaming a war god-level powerhouse, insulting and slandering Principal Li Chen of the High Martial Academy. The situation is very serious. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. At that moment, 2 uniformed staff members suddenly pulled out their Ability Bureau identification. They were going to take Feng Zixuan away for questioning. Feng Zixuan was stunned. The viewers in the live stream were also collectively dumbfounded. What was going on? The Purple Fire Goddess is actually suspected of spreading rumors and defamation and is being taken away for investigation? The authorities are getting involved. It must be true that she spread rumors. You guys wanted to stir the pot? Now look, trouble has come. Defaming a war god level powerhouse is a serious crime. I'm dumbfounded. Feng Zixuan's ex-boyfriend is Principal Li of the High Martial Academy. A congenital grandmaster, the supreme existence who can defeat the North American war god. Is this the loser you speak of? Principal Li is also accused of domestic violence? With Feng Zixuan's petite frame, one slap from Principal Li would probably end her. At this moment, Feng Zixuan finally panicked. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control. Master, please help me. Feng Zixuan looked towards Chu Mingjiao, hoping she would speak on her behalf and plead for her. Since the Ability Bureau is here, you should cooperate with the investigation. I believe the official Ability Bureau will not wrong a good person, nor will they let a bad person go. If you did indeed spread rumors and incite online violence, be prepared to accept the consequences. If you haven't done these things, the authorities will naturally clear your name. What are you afraid of? Chu Mingjiao questioned on the spot. The investigation hadn't even started and you were already panicking. This indicates you have a guilty conscience and know what's going on. Chu Mingjiao also felt a bit regretful for not investigating Feng Zixuan's character before taking her as a disciple. This left her in a passive position. However, she couldn't directly sever their master-disciple relationship on the spot, as that would make her seem heartless and ungrateful. It seemed she couldn't casually take in disciples next time. She needed to consider not just talent but also character. Woo woo woo. It's not me spreading rumors, it's Lin Xiaoxiao who spread them. She posted a little essay online exposing the evidence of me being abused by my ex-boyfriend, but all of this is fabricated by her. She said she wanted to be my manager, to create online hot topics, to maintain a tragic persona for me, and then make a comeback so I could gain a lot of followers online quickly, receive gifts, and do live stream sales. I just listened to her. I really never thought about creating rumors. I actually like Li Chen, I've always loved him. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxiao constantly bad-mouthing Li Chen behind my back, saying he was unambitious and poor, how could I possibly break up with him? It's all her fault, it's all Lin Xiaoxiao who harmed me. Feng Zixuan cried bitterly on the spot, her tears flowing like rain, looking pitiful. She directly shifted the blame onto Lin Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao happened to be watching her live stream. When Lin Xiaoxiao discovered that Feng Zixuan was throwing all the blame onto her, she was furious. Good. Very good. Feng Zixuan, you really are a plastic sister flower. Since you dare to shift the blame, don't blame me for exposing you. Come on, let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of whom? If you won't let me have it easy, I'll ruin your reputation. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in front of her computer, quickly drafting a post and attaching various screenshots. She smiled wickedly. Bring it on. Let the destruction begin. The online post edited by Lin Xiaoxiao quickly fermented along with the trending topic, instantly causing a 2-level reversal. Netizens were completely shocked. Hello everyone, I am Lin Xiaoxiao. Regarding Feng Zixuan's malicious slander, I have evidence to prove she is lying. She has always been an extremely hypocritical woman, looking glamorous on the surface but actually filthy underneath. Below, I will directly attach the screenshot evidence. This chat screenshot goes back 3 years. Xiaoxiao, I directly got Li Chen, how about it? Does our bet still count? You owe me $500. Impressive, sister. The #1 male god in school, and you managed to get him so easily. You don't know my strength. Do you believe I can make him buy me an iPhone next month? I don't believe it. iPhones are quite expensive. We are all students. Buying an iPhone is too extravagant. Just wait and see. In the 2nd month, Feng Zixuan flaunted her new phone on social media. In the 3rd month, she cleared her Double 11 shopping cart, buying over 20 cosmetics. In the 4th month, she bought a gold bracelet. In the 5th month, she received a 5,200 red envelope transfer plus a pair of Balenciaga shoes worth 8,000 yuan. In the 6th month, for Valentine's Day, she received another 5,200 transfer, and since Feng Zixuan was not satisfied, Li Chen gifted her a watch as well. In the 7th month, to celebrate Feng Zixuan's birthday, he treated the whole class to dinner, singing, and gifted her a Louis Vuitton bag. In the 8th month, he bought her a cat. In the 9th month, he bought her a Maltese worth 20,000 yuan. Basically, every month, Li Chen's transfer red envelopes never stopped. What was even more explosive was that Li Chen didn't get this money from his family, nor was he a rich second generation. He earned it from playing games. He played games for 15 hours a day, consistently for 3 years. With his exceptional gaming skills, he reached a daily income of 1,000. Li Chen only took 30 yuan a day for himself to buy meals at school, while the rest was all transferred to Feng Zixuan. They only occasionally take a day or two off. What does this mean? Damn it! Isn't this too much? Even if you're just a tool, you should at least be given a sip of water now and then, right? You're a vampire, worse than the exploitation of capitalists. Of course, judging by the current situation, it's possible that Principal Li is deliberately hiding himself, honing his body and mind. I've heard that in the ancient martial arts lineage, reaching a very high level requires refining the heart through worldly experiences, going through the ups and downs of life, and tempering one's will. It's possible that Principal Li is dating Feng Zixuan just for this worldly refinement, but he has almost completely treated himself as an ordinary person. He experiences the bittersweetness of love from an ordinary person's perspective. Fortunately, Principal Li is not an ordinary person. If he were truly an ordinary person giving everything to someone who treats him like a tool, an ATM, and then flaunts how she's played him in front of her friends, who could stand that? However, an even more explosive scene unfolded. Li Chen, due to long periods of staying home playing games and binge eating, became overweight. Feng Zixuan started to consider breaking up. She even found a replacement, Chu Chen, in advance. But Li Chen had given her too much. She feared he would cling to her if they broke up, so she dragged him to a mental hospital. She even bribed Dr. Zhang in advance to diagnose Li Chen with a mental illness. During that time, Li Chen was indeed a bit mentally unstable. He didn't even send her red envelopes. Feng Zixuan constantly complained in chat screenshots that Li Chen was a greasy fat pig, discussing with Lin Xiaoxiao how to break up with him. They aimed to prove he was mentally ill and then turn the tables on him. This way, no one could say she was ungrateful. Even if they broke up, she could still maintain her reputation. After some discussion, the two women began to spread rumors and even sent Li Chen's mental illness diagnosis to the alumni group, allowing classmates to slander him in various ways. Netizens were furious upon seeing this. This is too much, really too much. Feng Zixuan, Lin Xiaoxiao, you are so malicious. How can there be such disgusting people? I feel like throwing up. Boys must protect themselves well. My worldview is shattered. Can't we have Feng Zixuan face severe consequences? I'm sorry, Principal Li, I've cursed you online. I apologize. I'm just an accomplice of this generation. I'm really not a good person. Soon, Feng Zixuan's account was banned across the internet. Lin Xiaoxiao was also investigated. This matter involved the reputation of a god-level powerhouse, so it was no small issue. The Special Abilities Bureau acted very quickly. The two were taken away directly. At 5 in the afternoon, the admissions assessment for the High Martial Academy came to a temporary close. So far, a total of 10,569 people had applied to the academy, but based on the assessment results, only 533 students successfully passed the admissions assessment and became official students of the High Martial Academy. Among them, the Special Abilities Academy enrolled 398 new students, while the Ancient Martial Arts Academy only enrolled 135 new students. The number of students in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy is indeed much smaller. This is unavoidable. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has just begun to revive, and the ancient martial arts lineage has not yet fully awakened. However, the Special Abilities Bureau has published a beginner's guide to internal skills on their official website, allowing everyone to practice. This widespread dissemination may increase over time. The awakening of special abilities mainly relies on talent. Initially, there will be a lot of awakenings. Previously, there was no spiritual energy, so awakening was impossible. Now that there is spiritual energy, those who should awaken will naturally concentrate in awakening. As time goes on, the number of people awakening special abilities may actually decrease. We can only wait for those children and newborns to gradually awaken after they are born. Therefore, the ancient martial arts lineage actually has greater potential for future development. It's just temporarily lagging behind. Master, this is the share transfer agreement of the Lan Group. You just need to sign this agreement, and my 20 billion shares will be successfully gifted to you. In the principal's office, Lan Tianling took out a share transfer agreement and immediately asked Li Chen to sign it. Li Chen glanced at the agreement and confirmed it without a doubt. He didn't expect his disciple to be so efficient in handling matters. It truly pleased him. With a swift motion, Li Chen signed and accepted it without hesitation. How could he refuse a gift from his disciple? Tianling, since we have established a master-disciple relationship, I shall guide you well. What school or sex techniques are you practicing? Show me first and I will help you strategize. All right, master. Lan Tianling was instantly overjoyed. Indeed, money makes things happen. As soon as he transferred the shares, his master was willing to teach him. This society is all about human connections. Receiving guidance from a congenital grandmaster would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. Master, this is the 9 young divine skill that I practice. Our Lan family originally practiced the family martial arts, the 8 trigrams dragon staff technique, but during my youth, I had a fortuitous encounter and fortunately obtained this long-lost supreme skill, which allowed me to progress rapidly. In just 10 years, I have already broken through to the master realm. However, my internal energy is too aggressive and domineering, and since I have practiced for too short a time, my rapid progress has caused my true energy to harm my meridians. If I forcefully attempt to break through to the congenital realm, I might risk meridian rupture and death. I have already consulted a senior congenital expert about this matter, but he didn't have any good solutions. He only advised me to slow down my cultivation speed and gradually nurture my meridians, warning me not to be too hasty or else I might go astray with unimaginable consequences. Lan Tianling was eager to become a disciple of the congenital grandmaster. Perhaps this was one of the reasons, because ordinary congenital experts could not solve his problem at all. The issue of damaged meridians is indeed very difficult to resolve. The 9 young divine skill, huh? Let me take a look. Li Chen took the ancient text of the skill that was handed to him and opened it on the spot, studying it carefully. This was not about secretly learning the technique, it was about learning openly. If his disciple had a problem with his practice, how could he solve it without thoroughly studying the 9 yang divine skill? As a master, he had to be responsible. An hour later, Li Chen closed his eyes, deeply contemplating. This 9 yang divine skill was indeed extraordinary. Its intricacy surpassed that of the congenital qi technique, and it was incredibly domineering, capable of forcefully absorbing the world's vital energy and transforming it into a scorching energy, allowing for rapid cultivation, but it easily led to meridian damage. It needed to be paired with cold ice, true energy circulating within the body to cool down the heat, enabling quick progress. Otherwise, one could easily overheat themselves. This was also why, despite the 9 yang divine skill being a supreme technique, very few could master it. It was too domineering, too aggressive, too brittle. It required either a frigid environment or the combination with cold ice, true energy. Special conditions and opportunities were needed to cultivate it to great success. Otherwise, forceful cultivation was no different from seeking death. But Li Chen didn't need any of that. He had zombie crystal cores which could directly repair the meridians at the genetic level and strengthen the body. It perfectly resolved the aftereffects. Therefore, Lan Tianling's problem was not a problem for him at all. Humph. Nonsense, misleading the disciples. Which congenital expert told you not to cultivate quickly? You possess the 9 yang divine skill and should be cutting through thorns and advancing boldly. Your hesitation has already lost your heart of the way. A true strong person, if they lose the courage and determination to face all difficulties, then you are already far from becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. I won't teach you the most basic martial arts theories because you are already a master of the transformation realm and don't need to start from scratch. I will only teach you the highest martial arts will. In the end, practicing martial arts is all about willpower. Only by awakening the martial arts can you reach the pinnacle. Do you understand? Li Chen casually began to persuade, with one hand behind his back. After all, the concept of martial arts is too profound. No one really understands it. You don't understand, I don't understand, nobody understands. Anyway, this is how I teach, and this is how you learn. If you can't succeed, then it's your own fault for being foolish. Martial arts will? Master, I seem to not understand? Lan Tianling asked, confused. It's normal that you don't understand, your realm is too low. Wait until you break through to the innate level, then slowly feel it. Here, I have a treasure of heaven and earth. This is an inner core obtained by me from slaying a beast in the depths of the Pacific Ocean 10,000 meters below. You should take it and it should help repair your damaged meridians. Li Chen took out a level 1 crystal core from his space. He casually fabricated a backstory and bestowed it upon Lan Tianling. Lan Tianling carefully accepted it, a storm of emotions rising in his heart. Is this the legendary inner core? He didn't know if Li Chen was telling the truth or lying, but this item should be extraordinary. Li Chen wouldn't harm his life. Without hesitation, Lan Tianling swallowed it immediately. Boom! As the crystal core melted, Lan Tianling felt an explosive force surge through his limbs and bones in an instant. This power was strange. It was completely different from the 9 yang internal energy he practiced. It seemed to lean more towards enhancing his physical constitution. He felt all the cells in his body starting to boil. The meridians that had been slightly damaged began to heal automatically under the impact of this power, and it made his physical body even stronger. He could fully endure a stronger 9 yang true energy. His muscles also began to develop more and more. The 9 yang true energy within him began to operate automatically. All hidden injuries disappeared. Li Chen looked at Lan Tianling's arm muscles bulging, clearly indicating that he had awakened a power-type ability. This ability complemented his 9 yang divine skill. A powerful physique made the originally domineering 9 yang divine skill even more tyrannical. And with the enhancement of the 9 yang divine skill, even without continuing to consume the crystal core, he could still upgrade and evolve continuously, maximizing the efficiency of this awakened ability. This kid really has good luck. If he were given more crystal cores, wouldn't he soar to the heavens? At this moment, Lan Tianling took the opportunity to directly begin his cultivation. The powerful 9 yang true energy began to recklessly impact his run and do meridians. He was already at the peak of the transformation realm and was not far from the innate realm. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was reviving and he had awakened a power-type ability with his physique strengthened and meridians repaired, wouldn't he be able to break through to the innate realm in one go? As the saying goes, once you gather momentum, you will either succeed or fail. Just as the master said, a martial arts powerhouse should cut through thorns and eliminate all difficulties, unafraid of hardships and obstacles, and should not hesitate but move forward bravely. Martial arts are difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. If one does not have a firm will and the determination to overcome everything, then do not practice. Since you have chosen this path, you must have the resolve to disdain all difficulties. My heart is like iron, unbreakable. What the master said is like a sudden enlightenment. Today, I, Lan Tianling, will definitely break through to the innate. Charge! 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 Lan Tianling recalled Li Chen's teachings and his heart became increasingly resolute. He circulated the powerful Jiuyang True Qi throughout his body, condensing it into a rope that violently struck at the Runindu meridians. Even though a trace of blood had already seeped from the corner of his mouth, he showed no signs of wavering. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Break for me! Boom! Under the reckless assault of Lan Tianling, the Ren and Du meridians finally burst open, like a reinforced steel door blasted by a cannonball. At that moment, all 8 meridians of Lan Tianling were connected. The flow of true qi within him faced no more obstacles. The Jiuyang divine art began to circulate automatically. Innate vital energy was born. He, the ancient martial arts prodigy Lan Tianling, had finally broken through to the innate realm. I've broken through. I've broken through to the innate realm? Is this the feeling of an innate expert? It's so powerful. Lan Tianling struck out with a palm. The immense innate power coalesced into a palm imprint that, from dozens of meters away, slammed into a wall, leaving a 10-meter wide handprint in the cement. What's going on? Why has the wall of the teaching building collapsed? Such profound and domineering palm strength. I've practiced Shaolin internal skills for 50 years and I can't achieve this effect. Could it be that Principal Li made a move? It's not Principal Li, it's Lan Tianling. I just saw it, it was Lan Tianling who made the move. Could it be that Lan Tianling has already broken through to the innate? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lan Tianling is only 21 years old. How long has he been practicing martial arts? How could he possibly break through to the innate? At this moment, a group of students, teachers, and the head of the teaching department from the Martial Arts Academy all gathered around, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lan Tianling knelt before Li Chen. Once more. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Only then could I break through to the innate in a day. Your kindness is as heavy as a mountain, Master. I have no way to repay you. If it weren't for your teachings, I would still be lost. It is my honor in this life to be your disciple. In front of everyone, Lan Tianling immediately bowed 3 times to Li Chen to express his gratitude. This scene shocked countless onlookers. School teachers? Head of the teaching department? Students? What the hell? Lan Tianling broke through to the innate after just 1 day of being taught by Principal Li? Actually, it wasn't even a day, it was just a few hours. Damn, can we not exaggerate so much? Principal Li taught for just a few hours and someone can break through to the innate? Although Lan Tianling is indeed a genius, this is too much, right? An innate at 21? No way, I also want to be a disciple of Principal Li. This is true master guidance. Lan Tianling is too cunning. Indeed, the teachings of an innate grandmaster and an ordinary teacher are not the same. Can they be the same? On the path of martial arts, having a famous master to guide you will definitely save you from many detours, not to mention the guidance of an innate grandmaster, which is bound to be immensely beneficial. I'm jealous, I admit I'm really jealous. At first, I thought Lan Tianling was a bit foolish for offering 20 billion to become a disciple, but now I realize I'm the real fool. Once you enter the innate, you become extraordinary. Just the increase in lifespan will be different from ordinary people. This is definitely not something money can measure. Lan Tianling has a long-term vision. Soon, the news of Lan Tianling breaking through to the innate in a day, under Principal Li's guidance, spread like a hurricane, sweeping through every corner of the High Martial Academy. Even Dean Wang Qiankuan was somewhat astonished. Is Principal Li really just an innate grandmaster? He can't be a terrestrial immortal, can he? Damn, I shouldn't have held myself in high regard. If Lan Tianling can become a disciple, so can I. A Principal Li probably possesses an unparalleled legacy. Xu Mingjiu and her disciple Chu Tian were also in shock. And this Principal Li seems to be quite extraordinary, doesn't he? Chu Tian's mother is the head of the Chu group, and Xu Mingjiu is her younger sister. She takes her mother's surname and grew up with her aunt. In fact, they are only 6 years apart, so they often act a bit informal with each other. Indeed, Principal Li's methods have truly shocked me, and from my observations, he is very likely a practitioner of both martial arts and supernatural abilities. Chu Mingjiu speculated. Practicing both? Isn't that a dead end? Maybe he has found a way through. If he really is practicing both, it might bring hope to our Chu family. Your grandfather's injuries might have a chance of being healed. The Chu family was originally a family of ancient martial arts. Chu Mingjiao's father was a powerful figure in the ancient martial arts world, and even Zhao Yunfeng had to call Chu Batian a senior back then. Unfortunately, 6 years ago, during the revival of spiritual energy, Chu Batian unexpectedly awakened supernatural powers. A martial arts master awakening supernatural abilities? This made Chu Batian restless, and he wanted to use these powers to break through to the innate level. In the end, he did break through to the innate level, but he also damaged all his meridians becoming a useless innate. He is now permanently disabled. One could say that their old man from the Chu family is the most unfortunate innate of this generation. A completely disabled innate who can only sit in a wheelchair. He has become a negative example. The Chu sisters sought countless famous doctors but could not heal Chu Batian. If practicing both martial arts and supernatural abilities can work, does that mean their old man still has hope? No matter what the cost, they must try. On the other side, after sending Lan Tianling away, Li Chen began to practice the 9-yang divine skill. In fact, most internal martial arts cultivation methods are quite similar. Even the 9-yang divine skill is no exception. It's just that there are some subtle differences in the pathways of meridian operation. However, in internal martial arts cultivation, a slight deviation can lead to a huge error. This is why martial arts training must be rigorous and meticulous. There can be no mistakes. This is a matter of life and death. Li Chen possesses powerful mental strength, and his memory has long surpassed human limits. He has already pondered the details of the 9-yang divine skill dozens of times in his mind, and he is thoroughly familiar with it. He repracticed the 9-yang divine skill, transforming his powerful innate internal energy into 9-yang true energy, and in just half an hour he successfully broke through to the 7th level of the 9-yang divine skill. There is nothing to say about this. He was originally at this level. It was merely a transformation of internal energy. By changing a bit of the cultivation route, he transformed his innate energy into the more vigorous innate 9-yang energy. In the path of martial arts, once you understand one thing, you understand everything. When you have already reached a very profound level, learning any ancient martial arts technique will be much faster. Not to mention, Li Chen is also practicing both martial arts and supernatural abilities. However, there is a significant difference between the 8th level of the 9-yang divine skill and the 8th level of the innate 1-chi skill. They represent two completely different martial arts philosophies. If the philosophy of the 8th level of the innate 1-chi skill is to reverse the meridians, self-destruct one's martial arts, break and then establish, reverse yin and yang, with the determination of not breaking, not establishing, transcend the limits of life, break conventions, and transform all innate true energy into a higher level of innate true essence, entering the path of martial arts to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. Then the 8th level of the 9-yang divine skill is about following the meridians, being incredibly vigorous, moving forward without fear, and crazily running the internal great circulation, pursuing extreme speed. Under normal circumstances, if you used the innate 1-chi skill to break through to the great master of innate, it would take about 600 seconds, or roughly 10 minutes, to run a complete internal circulation. But if you break through to the great master of innate using the 9-yang divine skill, it only takes 108 seconds. The speed of internal energy running through the circulation is almost 5 times faster. This is why the 9-yang divine skill puts greater pressure on the meridians and allows for faster cultivation speed, as the internal energy itself operates at a rapid pace. Everything has its pros and cons. The standard for breaking through to the 8th level of the 9-yang divine skill is to increase the operating speed of the innate 9-yang true energy within the body to 8 seconds. At this extreme operating speed, the 9-yang true energy is transformed into 9-yang true essence, completing a rapid metamorphosis and stepping into the realm of earthly immortals. The difficulty of this is not even comparable to that of the previous 7th level. Although the cultivation method for the 8th level of the innate 1-chi skill is completely different, the difficulty is similar. It will also put tremendous pressure on the meridians. If the speed of the innate 9-yang true energy increases tenfold, one risks either going into a frenzy or suffering a catastrophic explosion of the body. Therefore, breaking through to the earthly immortal realm is indeed extremely difficult. The 9th level of the 9-yang divine skill, 9-yang covers the sky, is truly outrageous. It actually requires the circulation speed of the Zhou to reach 1 second? That's absurd. Running a Zhou in 1 second, even if your meridians were made of titanium alloy, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is no longer human. This is the realm of the martial emperor, and for thousands of years, no one has ever reached this level. Even the earthly immortals can be said to be extremely rare, almost non-existent. Li Chen doubted the creators of these skills. Had they ever reached this realm themselves? Could it merely be a bold hypothesis and theory? In fact, no one has ever practiced it, because no one has ever succeeded. Forget it. I don't care about these things anyway. My body can't take it, and I still have the evolution crystal cores. Li Chen closed his eyes, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. He began to operate the 9-yang divine skill frantically, increasing the speed. The speed at which the 9-yang divine skill operated within him grew faster and faster, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was invisibly absorbed into his body in a violent manner. The 9-yang true energy within him grew larger and larger, and its operating speed increased rapidly. Soon, under Li Chen's extreme acceleration, it put tremendous pressure on his meridians. With a thought, he took out an evolution crystal core from a snakeskin bag in space, casually grabbed a handful and swallowed it. The crystal core entered his stomach. transforming into evolutionary power, automatically repairing the cracks in his meridians. 2 hours later, Li Chen had swallowed tens of thousands of crystal cores, and the operating speed of the 9-yang divine skill finally broke through to 50 seconds for a complete. Zhou Tian, with his meridians expanded by more than double, the 9 heavens' innate vigor had at least tripled. As an innate grandmaster, Li Chen's current state could at least take on 12 opponents. He completed his Zhou Tian in 50 seconds, while you took 600 seconds for the same. Even at the same realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. I'm a bit tired, let's call it a day. It seems that breaking through to the 8th level cannot be rushed. Normally, a martial artist needs at least 200 years to break through to the earthly immortal realm. I've completed half in just 2 hours, which isn't slow. Moreover, I've unknowingly broken through to the late stage of the 5th level of the Evolver, with my mental power increased to 3,200 tons. Li Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep to rest. He still maintained the cultivation state of the 9-yang divine skill, just at a slower speed. Not pursuing extreme speed, normal. Cultivation of the 9-yang divine skill can actually strengthen the body, nourish the essence, and prolong life. It's like driving a car. When driving normally, if you go out every day at a speed of 70 or 80, the car will run smoother and smoother. If you leave it idle, it's more likely to break down. Regular driving is a form of maintenance. But if you drive aggressively and the car's maximum speed is 250, but you insist on driving at 300, driving violently, making extreme turns, and drifting, it will naturally break down easily. No matter how good the car is, it can't withstand such abuse. In the apocalyptic world, at 12 noon, Li Chen finally woke up. Leisurely. After the sleep, I had rested for 18 hours. It truly was a busy day, and more than half of it had already passed. Li Chen walked out of the leader's villa. Today, the Longhai base had officially been renamed the Future Base and had undergone a complete transformation. Leader, you finally came out. Today, quite a few people have come to our base, including some survivors and evolution teams. After hearing about our base's favorable policies, they came here wanting to join our team. There are indeed quite a number of them. Several thousand. We can't make the decision ourselves, so we ask the leader to decide. Red Hair hurriedly reported this matter to Li Chen. Upon seeing him, guests are welcome. Since they are willing to join my team, I, Li Chen, certainly won't turn them away, but they must follow the rules. No matter how they behaved outside, as long as they are in my base, they must abide by my rules and follow my order. Understood, leader. Red Hair nodded. Red Hair, have you broken through to level 4? Li Chen asked, noticing his spirited demeanor and changed state of mind. Yes, leader. Not only have I broken through to level 4, but Shadow Sister, Sun Yuan, Wafugui, Huang, Chao, and Yang Jian have all gradually broken through to level 4 as well. Our base is now truly strong and robust. By the way, Gu Sisi has also reached the peak of level 3. Her mental control ability is particularly strong now. It seems she can directly control the mental will of evolutionists below level 2, putting them into a hypnotic state, even making them harm each other. Her mental link ability has expanded to a range of 5 kilometers. Red Hair said with an expression of uncontainable joy. He was very satisfied with his current state. With wise leadership, powerful teammates, a high status, and no worries about food and drink every day, along with cigarettes, beer, and women he liked. Though he hadn't pursued them yet, he believed that Sun Yuan would surely be moved by his sincerity. As for the matter of the 3 traitors, Zhou Xiaozhen, Lin Longwei, and Mu Zian leaving the base, he had completely put it out of his mind and did not report it to Li Chen. You all are progressing quite quickly. At this moment, Wafugui also ran over. Leader, this is the tax revenue, loot distribution, and the crystal cores obtained from the material exchange from yesterday to today. I counted, there are 120 level 3 crystal cores, 3,690 level 2 crystal cores, and 29,863 level 1 crystal cores, totaling 33,673 crystal cores. Here is the ledger I specifically organized, you can take a look. Huofugui took out a ledger and several bags of crystal cores, all categorized and organized, with all records clear at a glance. Very good. Are there no level 4 crystal cores? Li Chen asked. There was only one level 4 zombie killed by Fong Tianhua this morning, but he didn't exchange any materials. Instead, he gave the level 4 crystal core to Sun Yuan. Li Chen was speechless upon hearing this. How did Sun Yuan have such charm to make a strong member of the team willingly give her a level 4 crystal core? This was already the second level 4 crystal core Fong Tianhua had given her, right? Was it just because she looked a bit pure? Had a better figure? Was a little gentler? Had fairer skin? Could speak with a slight accent? Besides knowing a bit of healing, she had no combat power at all. Why did you all like her so much? Red Hair was furious upon hearing this. Fong Tianhua, I will not rest until we settle this. Red Hair and Fong Tianhua immediately got into a fight in the base square. The two were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar and they ended up covered in dirt. Fong Tianhua's combat awareness was clearly higher than Red Hair's, which was why he could kill level 4 zombies. However, Red Hair's fire ability just happened to counter Fong Tianhua's wood ability. This allowed Hong Mao to take a slight advantage over Fang Tianhua in terms of abilities. Hong Mao, are you out of your mind? Did I offend you or something? You dare say you haven't offended me? Didn't you just go to Sun Yuhan and fawn over her? Don't you know that Sun Yuhan is the woman I have my eyes on? What? Is Yuhan your girlfriend? Just because you like her, does that mean she's yours? Others can't pursue her? She's not your wife, you haven't even registered your marriage, and she's not your girlfriend. So why can't I chase her? Fang Tianhua said with a righteous expression. His argument was quite reasonable, leaving Hong Mao momentarily speechless. This is outrageous. You really covet Sun Yuhan, I'll beat you to death. Come on, who's afraid of who? Fire Dragon Strike. Giant Vines Entangle. Heavenly Fire Meteor. All plants are soldiers. The two level 4 powerhouses displayed their abilities, and the scene was extremely spectacular. It was quite rare to see combat at this level of ability. Not to mention, these two were fighting with real intent. Every move was deadly. Stop fighting. Hong Mao, Fang Tianhua, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing that Hong Mao was fighting Fang Tianhua for her sake, Sun Yuhan immediately rushed over to mediate. By the time she arrived, both Hong Mao and Fang Tianhua were already severely injured. One had his entire body burned and disfigured, while the other had his abdomen pierced by vines, bleeding profusely. It was a gruesome sight. Sun Yuhan immediately used her green light skill to heal the two. She had successfully broken through to a level 4 evolver. Her healing abilities had been greatly enhanced. Releasing 2 orbs of green light was no pressure at all. The 2 orbs flew directly from her hands, landing on Fang Tianhua and Hong Mao 10 meters away. A powerful healing force allowed the two severely injured level 4 evolvers to fully recover in just 10 seconds. Fang Tianhua's scars fell away, restoring his handsome appearance. Hong Mao's pierced abdomen healed instantly, leaving no scars. The two were back to bouncing around in no time. Yuhan, thank you for saving me once again. I knew you wouldn't give up on me in a critical moment. I, Fang Tianhua, owe you another favor, and I can't repay you enough. Fang Tianhua, stop being so disgusting. Yuhan clearly saved me first. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yuhan doesn't like you at all. If she doesn't like me, does she like you? You brainless idiot. Fang Tianhua, are you looking for death again? Come on, I think you're the one looking for death. Enough, you two. I don't like either of you, do you understand? Stop fighting over me. All this does is bring me endless trouble. Sun Yuhan shouted on the spot. Her words were very clear, explicitly expressing that she didn't like Hong Mao or Fang Tianhua. However, these two guys thought Sun Yuhan was just angry, which was why she said that. In fact, she was struggling internally. The two clueless men thought so, but because Sun Yuhan was angry, they could only temporarily cease hostilities. After a while, Sun Yuhan went alone to the leader Li Chen's villa. Leader, this is a level 4 ice crystal core, a gift for you. Sun Yuhan said, her eyes trembling, her face flushed. 2 rosy hues appeared unnaturally on her cheeks. Oh, isn't this crystal core a gift from Fang Tianhua to you? Why are you giving it to me? Are you looking to exchange it for some supplies? No, I just wanted to give it to you purely. I have grown to where I am today thanks to your special care, leader. I didn't contribute much to the team at first, and it was you who lent me the crystal core to help me evolve. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Is that so? Actually, what you owe the team has already been repaid. Every time in battle, you've healed quite a few teammates, contributing greatly to the team. I've always had high hopes for you. Thank you for the compliment, leader. In that case, I'll accept this first. I can give you a level 4 wood-type crystal core. It might be even more useful for you. Thank you, leader. Sun Yuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leader Li Chen was still so fair and just, even with a level 4 crystal core, he was unwilling to take advantage of her. The leader was gentle and refined, calculating before acting. He had grand goals and ambitions. This was the kind of man she liked. She didn't like those who acted like sycophants, buzzing around her all day, eager to give her gifts. Whether it was Fang Tianhua, red-haired, or Meng Haoyu, she didn't like any of them. Sycophants were just annoying. She only liked men who didn't treat her as a priority. Leader Li Chen was quite good. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly thought if he practiced the 8th level of the innate chi skill while Sun Yuhan healed him, would it speed up the process of reversing his meridians? Because consuming zombie crystal cores actually required time to react. Perhaps Sun Yuhan's healing effect was stronger and his speed of reversing the meridians would be faster. As for why he didn't recultivate the 9 Yang divine skill, it was because in this apocalypse, Li Chen had already reversed half of it if he started over. With the 9 Yang divine skill, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Moreover, he wanted to see what differences there were between these two methods of breaking through to the Earth immortal realm. Having Sun Yuhan there to protect him would undoubtedly be safer. Sun Yuhan, come with me. Li Chen took Sun Yuhan's hand and walked directly to the bedroom. At that moment, Sun Yuhan's heart began to race wildly. For a moment, she felt like a little deer in a panic. Leader Li Chen, what does he want to do? Leader, why did you bring me to the bedroom? Yuhan, from now on, we are considered one of our own. I trust you very much, which is why I am willing to cultivate you at all costs. Now, I have a task that I need your help with. I wonder if you are willing. Li Chen asked, staring into her eyes. You wouldn't believe it, but this girl had quite beautiful eyes, sparkling as if they could speak. Leader, what do you mean? It's like this. Later, I will be meditating to practice a technique, and the process might be a bit dangerous. I need you to release your healing abilities at any time to heal me. Can I trust you? Li Chen asked. Ah, is that so? Leader, of course, you can trust me. Son. Yuhan felt relieved but also inexplicably disappointed. The leader's request wasn't what she had imagined. She had misunderstood. Alright, I will remember your help. If I can successfully break through to the 8th level, I will pass on the NHE skill to you. Li Chen took out 6 large bags of crystal cores. There were probably over 100,000 of them. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, including one Level 6, all categorized and placed in front of him. Son Yuhan, you just sit behind me. If I get injured later and you see something is off with my condition, immediately use your healing technique to heal me and assist my cultivation. Okay, leader, I understand. Son Yuhan nodded. She seemed increasingly curious about Li Chen's secret. It appeared that Li Chen was not just a space-type evolver, he could also practice some kind of technique? Could this be the reason for his astonishing growth rate? This secret seemed to be unknown to others. The leader had shared one with her. Did this mean her status in the leader's eyes was different? Li Chen sat cross-legged. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation. His powerful innate vital energy began to reverse once again. He reversed his meridians, self-destructing his martial arts. Yang Xiao Meridian, Yin Xiao Meridian, Yang Wei Meridian, Yin Wei Meridian. As the 4th meridian was reversed, Li Chen spat out a mouthful of old blood again. Seeing this, Sun Yuhan quickly unleashed her healing abilities. A gentle force flowed from her palm into Li Chen's body. The meridians that had been injured were instantly repaired under this miraculous healing power. Li Chen grabbed a handful of crystal cores and swallowed them. Come on! With Sun Yuhan's help, his injuries indeed healed faster, and the speed of the reverse practice increased. Li Chen had the evolution crystal cores and the healer by his side. Two-pronged approach. The speed of the reverse practice accelerated significantly. The 4th meridian was successfully reversed and opened in just 20 minutes. The 5th, the Dai meridian, took 30 minutes to open. The 6th, the Chong meridian, took 35 minutes to open. The 7th, the Du meridian, was opened. The 8th, the Ren meridian, was opened. 2.5 hours. Li Chen frantically consumed crystal cores while reversing the meridians, and Sun Yuhan treated him over 100 times. He was utterly exhausted. Sweat poured down like rain. Finally, through Li Chen's desperate efforts, he successfully abandoned his martial arts, becoming a martial arts invalid. 8 meridians reversed, inverting yin and yang. Innate chi transformed, returning to acquired, cultivation wasted. Ha! Is this it? Is this the 8th level of innate chi gone? Did I really practice myself into a waste? Li Chen was a bit speechless. What kind of martial arts manual is this? A scam. If I had known, I might as well have retrained in the 9 Yang divine art. In a fit of anger, Li Chen grabbed that level 6 crystal core and swallowed it whole. After consuming over 100,000 crystal cores, he had already reached the peak of level 5 evolver. Since he had wasted his martial arts, he might as well break through to level 6. After all, obtaining level 6 mental abilities would be equally terrifying. There was no need to break through to become a terrestrial immortal. Boom! The level 6 crystal core went down. A terrifying evolutionary power instantly swept through Li Chen's entire body. It impacted every cell in his body. At that moment, a massive mental force surged into his brain domain. Boom! Li Chen's mind exploded in an instant, a rumble echoing. The mental abilities began to awaken. Li Chen's will started to transcend. Suddenly, the innate Qi Gong began to operate automatically. The meridians flowed in the right direction and reverse direction, one positive and one negative, with the two energies colliding wildly within him. Under the coordination of a massive mental force, they formed a brief fusion. In the end, the two energies, one positive and one negative, actually formed a vortex of positive and negative levels. It stopped at the Dantian. It looked like a yin-yang diagram. Boom! Li Chen felt his whole body tremble wildly. The innate internal force at the Dantian, under the vortex of positive and negative poles, was actually compressed. A once very thin gaseous energy gradually transformed into a drop of liquid energy. As this tiny drop of liquid energy circulated through the meridians flowing throughout his body, Li Chen felt his meridians were instantly strengthened. Even the strength of his physical body upgraded along with it. The whole person was rapidly evolving. Under the flow of this energy, a terrifying absorption power erupted within Li Chen. He began to frantically devour all the mutated energy floating in the air within 100 kilometers. This energy absorption caused the surrounding mutated beasts to slow down their evolution speed invisibly, but Li Chen was unaware. He only felt that at this moment he had become completely different. Exactly what was different he couldn't say. He closed his eyes. Within a 10-kilometer radius, everything seemed to be under his control. Even from 10 kilometers away, he could clearly perceive all external information. It felt like he had activated a god's perspective. However, this kind of perception is different from the eagle's keen eyesight. Although the eagle's ability allows it to see far and clearly, it cannot see through walls or have X-ray vision. But Li Chen can see through walls and has the ability to manipulate abandoned cars by the roadside, underground manhole covers, and concrete blocks from several kilometers away. Does this mean that Li Chen can control flying swords and slay his opponents from 10 kilometers away? To wield a flying sword and behead enemies from 1,000 miles away, this isn't some divine technique? Although he may not have 1,000 kilometers, he does have 10. So, is this a manifestation of mental awareness? Is it because I awakened a level 6 psychic ability, or did I accidentally break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, thus gaining this power? Or perhaps being a terrestrial immortal requires a strong mental force as support. True essence and spirit are both essential. This is the pinnacle of martial arts. At the very moment Li Chen broke through, far away on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, an alien base monitored him. Oriental Blue Nation, Haichine, Longhai Base. It seems a high-level evolver has emerged and can be classified as observation target number 98. The growth rate of this observation target is astonishing. If he can quickly break through to a level 10 evolver, he may have the chance to be classified as a rebirth vessel for higher cosmic life. For a low-level indigenous planet, to cultivate 100 rebirth vessels for higher cosmic life is already the limit. They should feel honored. Let's not worry about them for now. Let these vessels grow on their own. To be among the top 100 evolvers in a planetary evolution frenzy is enough to prove their growth potential. Although their bloodlines are low-level, these can be optimized later. True potential needs to be proven through experimentation. Li Chen's name inadvertently made it onto the list of the Pacific Star Base. It seemed the entire world was descending into an apocalypse, not due to natural disasters but rather human control. A massive conspiracy was brewing behind this. Even level 10 evolvers could only become vessels? This world seemed a bit insane. Li Chen felt inexplicably as if he were being watched, yet he couldn't perceive anything. He could only assume that he was overly sensitive after just breaking through. Leader, have you succeeded? Sun Yuhan asked weakly. Yes, thank you, Sun Yuhan. I will not go back on my promise. I will teach you the operation route of innate Qigong. Now, you need to use it in conjunction with the crystal core. You should be able to undergo a transformation soon. Just as Li Chen was teaching Sun Yuhan step by step, imparting the innate Qigong to her, outside the base gate, a stunning beauty suddenly appeared, as if fleeing, and requested to join the future base. She was an exquisite mixed-race beauty, around 20 years old, standing at 1.72 meters tall, with a graceful figure. She perfectly blended the gentle elegance of the East with the boldness of the West. She had an angelic face, yet her body was incredibly alluring. Her looks could overshadow popular actresses by 2 tiers, truly a divine beauty. Her curves were enchanting, delicate and translucent. She was a national treasure, with an innate charm that was simply mesmerizing. Even Sun Yuhan and Gu Sisi found themselves outclassed by her in both appearance and figure. The moment this woman appeared, she left an extremely deep impression on everyone present. You couldn't even imagine that such a beautiful woman existed in the world if you hadn't seen her before. Just one glance could leave you captivated and longing for 3 months. Hong Mao, Feng Tianhua, the Eagle, Wang Chao, Yang Jian, and even the seasoned Guo Fugue were all left unfounded. So beautiful, so stunning. Feng Tianhua suddenly felt that Sun Yuhan didn't seem so appealing anymore. Giving way to Hong Mao wasn't out of the question. Hong Mao felt the same way. Why cause discord with brothers over a Sun Yuhan? A real man has no shortage of women. I know her, she seems to be Yang Qing Shui. It really is her, the international superstar, the global supermodel, last year named one of the top 10 beauties in the world by the Blue Star Times, crowned Best Actress at the International Film Festival at just 19. She has over 100 million fans, a dream goddess in the hearts of countless young people. Is it really her? Damn, a super big star. It's the apocalypse. Who still cares about such celebrities? But someone of Ouyang Qingshua's caliber should indeed be treated differently. Miss Ouyang, please come in. Our future base welcomes you. Hello, I'm Hong Mao, the captain of the first team. Thank you. My team and I encountered an attack from mutated water monsters while crossing the river. They all perished in the waters. I only escaped by awakening my flying ability. I've heard that leader Li Chen treats evolved beings and survivors exceptionally well, and there are many resource exchange policies, so I came to seek refuge. Miss Ouyang, you made the right choice coming to our base. Let me introduce you. Feng Tianhua immediately leaned in to show off. Hong Mao suddenly felt displeased. Weren't you trying to pursue Sun Yuhan? Why are you being so attentive to Miss Ouyang? Miss Ouyang, let me introduce you. The eagle also stepped in. Ouyang Qingxue sneered inwardly. Indeed, they were all a bunch of old lechers, but she was already used to such things, so she handled it with ease. She came to the Longhai base on a mission. The world only knows her as an international superstar, a global supermodel, the best actress at the Blue Star Film Festival, but few know that she is the goddaughter of the commander of the Jiangnan base. She is also Yuan Tianyi's fiancée. Moreover, she is one of the few who quickly obtained military resources in the apocalypse, rapidly awakened and became a powerful evolved being. Ouyang Qingxue is already a formidable level 5 evolved being. She has also awakened wind-type abilities. A level 5 evolved being has long mastered the ability to fly with the wind. Her strength is not much inferior to Yuan Tianyi's. After Yuan Tianyi returned to the Jiangnan base, he immediately reported the loss of the Longhai base. The marshal was furious. Thus, he sent her to reclaim it. According to the investigation data from the Jiangnan base, this Li Chen has the ability to defeat level 6 zombies. He is at least a peak level 5 evolved being, possibly even having broken through to level 6. Moreover, he possesses the very rare space-type abilities. His combat power is formidable, and his attack methods are hard to defend against. If it were a one-on-one fight, she might not be his match. But she has her advantages. She is a very beautiful woman, and with the title of international superstar, that is enough to drive any man crazy. As long as Li Chen lets his guard down around her, she can strike from behind, ensuring success. Or she could wait until Li Chen falls asleep to carry out an assassination. Great strength is not the only means. Often, many strong individuals can stumble in the gutter. Heroes find it hard to pass the beauty's gate. Li Chen, you little brat, won't escape her grasp. Ouyang Qingxue's arrival instantly caused a sensation within the base. Many of these evolved beings used to be delivery workers, community security guards, company receptionists, insurance salespeople, auto repair shop workers, ride-hailing drivers, chefs, waiters, and so on. When have these people ever seen a big star? And one of this caliber, an international superstar. Although the apocalypse world is not like the past, Ouyang Qingxue's fame is still enough to attract everyone's attention. Damn, is this Ouyang Qingxue? She's even more beautiful than on TV. Big stars truly are big stars, so beautiful. I feel like she might glow, so dazzling that I can't help but feel ashamed in her presence. Even in the apocalypse, what use are stars? They can only become playthings for the strong. No matter what, we can't reach her. A beauty of this level can only be enjoyed by the leader. Ouyang Qingxue was surrounded by thousands at the base. This quickly caught Li Chen's attention. He scanned with his mind and understood what was happening. A big star, huh? This Ouyang Qingxue seems to be quite extraordinary. Her aura fluctuations and control over wind elements seem to have surpassed level 5. Under normal circumstances, if a supernatural being doesn't make a move, it's actually hard to judge their level. Unless you awaken a detection type ability, otherwise everyone can only determine your level based on your actions. But after Li Chen broke through to the earthy mortal realm, his perception of the elements in the world became incredibly sharp. With just a slight fluctuation in aura, he could accurately gauge the opponent's general strength. Therefore, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't escape his keen eye. A level 5 evolver at this stage can do well anywhere. Even in a large base city, she could hold a high leadership position. What is she doing in my small base? Could it be that my reputation has grown so large that it attracts level 5 evolvers to voluntarily join my team? Li Chen shook his head. Others still didn't know he had broken through to the earth immortal realm. How could he use his mere reputation to attract level 5 evolvers? This Ouyang Qingxue might be an undercover agent. Can't trust her easily. Li Chen steadied his mind. Through his true energy input, Sun Yuhan had already grasped the basic operation route of the innate chi technique. Is this the legendary internal skill? It seems I've already broken through to the 6th level. If I just open the Ren and do meridians, can I step into the innate realm? Moreover, after cultivating internal energy, it seems I don't need to eat. Even consuming a lot of crystal cores doesn't make me feel hungry. This is truly amazing. Sun Yuhan's cultivation speed was simply outrageous. She was originally a level 4 evolver and had awakened a healing ability, allowing her to self-heal her meridians. With Li Chen's guidance, she was practically at the peak right away. She directly cultivated to the 6th level, reaching the realm of transformation master. Sun Yuhan, your cultivation speed is on par with mine. Thank you for the compliment, leader. Oh, it seems quite lively outside. Has something happened? A big star has arrived. Let's go welcome her. Li Chen stood up and took Sun Yuhan out of the villa. The leader is here. Everyone disperse. I saw the leader and Sun Yuhan come out together from the villa. Sun Yuhan seems quite tired. She's even sweating. Ah, is it that explosive? A lonely man and a woman talking together in the villa for several hours. What could they be discussing? The scene is too beautiful. I can't even imagine. Alright, Fang Tianhua and Red Hair don't need to compete anymore. It seems Sun Yuhan has already made her choice. A group of onlookers began to discuss animatedly. Red Hair and Fang Tianhua were stunned for a few seconds, but they quickly returned to normal, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Actually, I knew it long ago. Sun Yuhan doesn't like me. She only sees me as an ordinary teammate. I originally thought she would be moved by my sincerity, but it turns out I was just being overly sentimental. So I declare that from today on, I, Red Hair, will withdraw from pursuing Sun Yuhan. Fang Tianhua, if you want to pursue her, go ahead, I won't stop you. Red Hair waved his hand, speaking with a calm expression. Letting go of obsession is just a matter of thought. Brothers are like limbs, women like clothes. Am I, Hong Mao, the kind of person who lacks ambition and is just a sycophant? There are countless good women. If this one doesn't work, I'll just find another. The world is vast, with mountains high and rivers long. I, Hong Mao, am the captain of the first squad in the base, surrounded by plenty of women and abundant supplies, so there's no need to hang myself on a single tree. With a flick of his fingers, Hong Mao conjured a small flame and lit a cigarette. He calmly tapped off the ash. Very steady. Hong Mao's nonchalance left Fang Tianhua dumbfounded. This Hong Mao is too cunning. Sun Yuhan is already entangled with the leader. If I go after her, isn't that just asking for trouble? Hong Mao, that little brat, deserves to be punished. Fang Tianhua glanced at the stunning Ouyang Qingxui. His heart had long since strayed. He feigned nonchalance, tossing his slanted bangs. Hong Mao, brother, it was all a misunderstanding. I gave Sun Yuhan a level 4 crystal core, partly to thank her for her healing, and partly to build a good relationship with her. After all, we live on the edge, fighting zombies and mutated beasts every day. It's inevitable to get injured, and who knows when we might need Sun Yuhan's help. Considering this, I was just a bit more attentive to her. I never said I wanted to pursue Sun Yuhan. It was you who started the fight. I'm also a captain, so I can't back down, otherwise, how would my brothers see me? Fang Tianhua patted Hong Mao's shoulder, actively easing the tension. The two turned hostility into peace. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After a bit of probing, she had already figured out what kind of person Li Chen was. Hong Mao and Fang Tianhua were both his top generals. Both were level 4 evolvers and captains of their squads. They both liked the same woman, Sun Yuhan. They fought over her, causing quite a stir in the entire base. As a result, Li Chen turned around and it was clear. Li Chen had no ambition whatsoever. He was just a lecher. He snatched his subordinates' women, was overbearing and short-sighted, and his behavior was crude and unworthy of great use. Such a leader would soon lose all respect. Using seduction on such a person was absolutely foolproof. There was no chance of failure. Watching Sun Yuhan and Li Chen walk towards the crowd, Ouyang Qingxue felt even more confident. In terms of temperament, figure, and looks, she completely outshone them. Li Chen approached everyone and did not actively acknowledge Ouyang Qingxue. He merely glanced at her indifferently and then ignored her. Everyone, today I, the leader, have an announcement. I, Li Chen, have successfully broken through to level 6 evolver, so tonight I've decided to throw a grand feast. All the food and drink tonight are on me. Feel free to eat and drink as you please. Li Chen wasted no time. He directly opened the banquet. For the survivors in this apocalyptic world, nothing was more important than a feast. A feast was the ultimate luxury. Li Chen waved his hand. He pulled out a large amount of supplies from his space. Beef, lamb, pork, rice, vegetables, fruits, beer, cigarettes, everything was there. Today, set up 1,000 tables. For me, Li Chen shouted in public. Damn, long live the leader. So awesome. Even in the apocalypse, we can still have a feast. There must be at least 10 dishes on each table, right? Of course, buddy. Hey, Hong Mao, what brand of cigarettes did the leader bring out? I've never seen it before. Rare to see. It's imported cigarettes. You probably haven't smoked them. And this chilled beer, I've never seen this brand either. Who cares what brand it is? Just say if it's good or not. It's the apocalypse, why be picky? There are so many foreign brands, how can I know them all? It might be a new brand. True. Damn, this beer tastes even better than what I used to drink. Refreshing. Under the joint efforts of all the evolvers in the base, over 10,000 people gathered in the square to cook. Some were barbecuing. Some were having hot pot. Some were stir-frying. Others were dancing and singing around the bonfire, their voices ringing out loud. Thousands of people circled around the flames. The atmosphere in the entire base suddenly became incredibly good. It felt as if a large bonfire party was being held. It didn't resemble the apocalyptic world at all. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been on edge. There were no entertainment activities, only brutal killings and struggles for survival. Only cold-bloodedness could ensure one's survival. They didn't trust anyone around them. Each person maintained a certain level of vigilance and hostility towards others. In such a world, living was truly painful. Even though, with the help of leader Li Chen, they had become evolvers and barely managed to make Ends meet, their hearts remained numb and cold-blooded. Until this moment. As the entire base immersed itself in a joyful atmosphere, they finally felt a glimmer of happiness as humans. This was not just because they had filled their stomachs, but because of this warm scene. Everyone's beaming smiles. It had truly been a long time. Smiles are contagious. They spread across every face like a virus. Perhaps what they saw deep down was this kind of tranquility yet lively joy. The 6-year-old child, holding a drumstick, ran freely on the grass, and even his falls seemed so heartwarming. This world shouldn't be filled only with struggles and killings. Humanity should protect this precious warmth. This was merely a love for life. These days are truly wonderful. I, Hong Mao, don't know which day I will die. At the hands of mutated sea beasts, mutated wild beasts, or high-level zombies. I might die in battle at any moment, but at least at this moment, I feel it's worth it. Hong Mao took a swig of beer, feeling bold inside. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like crying. Seeing those kids laugh so happily, seeing the long-lost smiles on everyone's faces, why does it feel like all of this is a dream? Eagle's eyes were slightly moist. He was probably getting older and becoming more sentimental. After the base party ended, that night, countless people cried out in anguish. Their cries were heart-wrenching. It was unclear whether they were remembering lost loved ones, friends, or their former selves. I hope I can protect the future base, as long as it can always be like this, always like this. That night, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't sleep. She seemed to sense that after tonight, Li Chen's prestige would reach an unprecedented height. The atmosphere of this night was something she had never felt even in the Jiangnan base. Time passed quickly. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Li Chen closed his eyes to rest. Maintaining the posture of practicing the innate qigong, he fell into a deep sleep. Having broken through to the land immortal realm, sleeping was equivalent to training. Moreover, his entire body would be covered by a layer of protective divine aura. This protective divine aura was far more powerful than the innate aura, enough to withstand a strike from an air-to-ground missile without a scratch. However, if dozens of missiles bombarded him at once, that might pose a problem. But if Li Chen were attacked while in a sleep state during the apocalypse, the urban Li Chen could hypnotize himself in 5 seconds. He would quickly awaken and enter a combat state. Throughout the day, Li Chen spent 3 hours breaking through, while Sun Yuhan spent 2.5 hours practicing innate qigong, and they spent 5 hours feasting. The day passed in such a calm and leisurely manner. But he didn't know that on this day, a large number of mutated sea beasts had gathered. They surged into the inland through river basins. Over 1 million terrifying sea monsters were heading towards the Jiangnan base. A catastrophe was about to descend. At the same time, due to the landing of the mutated sea monsters, the mutated beasts on land had to migrate on a large scale. A group of mutated giant rats launched an attack on the futurist base at 11 o'clock at night. However, it did not cause any impact on the base. 10 captains immediately organized their teams of evolved beings to clear and exterminate the mutated rat tide. This group of rats was not very large, only about 10,000 in number, and their overall level of evolution was low, mostly at level 1 or 2. Even the mutated rat king was only at level 3 and was directly burned to death by red hair. As a result, the base's food supply became even more abundant, with a large pile of barbecued mutated rats, the meat larger than that of rabbits. They were actually delivering meat voluntarily? Today, this group of rats seems a bit strange. It doesn't look like they launched an organized attack, but rather like they were fleeing in a panic and they just happened to crash into our base, getting wiped out in one go, Eagle said with a worried expression. Fortunately, he scanned the situation within dozens of kilometers around the base before going to sleep each time to prevent unexpected incidents. This allowed him to discover this wave of giant rats in advance and quickly organize the base's evolved teams for preemptive deployment. Otherwise, even if these rat tides could be eliminated, their attacks would inevitably cause some chaos and casualties. Who cares? Although I usually don't eat rat meat, mutated rats should be different. The meat is delicious and more chewy. It might be great for hot pot, Red Hair said with a grin. Since they are mutated beasts, I think braising them would taste better. Fong Tianhua offered his opinion. How about steaming? I prefer something lighter, Shadow said. Everyone began to collect the mutated rat meat. Earth-type ability users dug a large water pool. Water-type ability users were responsible for filling it, and ice-type ability users started freezing. They directly sealed and preserved over 10,000 mutated rats. With so much mutated rat meat, it was estimated to last for half a month. Kunlun Mountain, 11 o'clock at noon. Li Chen woke up leisurely and stretched. Early this morning, he heard that the North American Alliance had issued a strong condemnation of the Longxia Ability Bureau. War God Eric, accompanied by 2 sky-level powerhouses, came to Kunlun Mountain to congratulate the reopening of the Gaowu Academy on behalf of the North American Alliance. This was originally a friendly visit from the North American Alliance, the Global Association of Ability Users, to the Longxia Gaowu Academy. However, Principal Li of the Academy indiscriminately slaughtered Members of the North American War God Palace completely disregarding the law and damaging global friendly relations. The 8 War Gods of the North American Alliance issued a united and strong statement demanding that the Longsha Gaowu Academy hand over the murderer, Li Chen, and accept the North American extradition treaty, allowing Li Chen to be publicly tried by the Global Association of Ability Users. He must face humanitarian destruction as a warning to others. Otherwise, the North American War God Palace would never let it go. This incident stirred up a storm internationally. As of now, the Longsha Ability Bureau had not responded to this matter. However, the War God Palace was turning black into white with a strong and tricky attitude. They clearly came to provoke and even threatened to kill the talented students of the Gaowu Academy, yet they turned around and called it a friendly visit? This was simply shameless. They could even claim that black was white. As soon as Li Chen woke up, he heard this news. He casually downloaded a VPN software and registered a Twitter account. He then posted a video on Twitter directly addressing the North American War God Palace. I am Principal Li of the Longsha Gaowu Academy. What are the 8 useless members of the War God Palace barking about? As soon as this video was released, it instantly caused a violent storm in North America. Countless foreign media outlets shared it and the video shot up to trending status. So arrogant, simply too arrogant. Why does this monkey dare to be so presumptuous? Such a great humiliation. The God of War, Eric, has been killed. Why doesn't the God of War Palace dare to take action and capture the murderer, Li Chen? Oh my God, dear Ms. Diana, hurry and send him to meet God. You clown, you will soon face judgment. I hope when the strong from the God of War Palace come before you, you can still maintain your current posture. You are just a clown. A flood of comments immediately surged on Twitter. Li Chen accidentally gained 1 million foreign followers, but most of them were there to curse him. Various English expletives like fuck, shit, and bitch filled the comments. Li Chen closed Twitter and quickly registered for an overseas TikTok account, posting the video. Again, I, Principal Li, am currently at Kunlun Mountain, the clown of the God of War Palace. Do you dare to come? If not, then stop barking like a dog. Li Chen showed no fear. He had a level 5 late-stage speed ability, and with his current extreme acceleration he had already broken through 300 meters per second. Even if he couldn't match the God of War, no one could catch up to him at the moment. He also had the 9 Yang divine skill to protect him. Yesterday he was already able to easily defeat the God of War, and today he was at least 5 times stronger. Defeating someone beyond the God of War shouldn't be a problem, right? Many Longsha netizens saw the video Li Chen posted on the spot. Is this Principal Li? So young. I didn't expect Principal Li to be so handsome. I'm a fan now. Isn't Principal Li a bit too bold? Directly challenging the God of War Palace, which is the #1 ability organization in the world. Many netizens might not understand what kind of weight the God of War Palace carries. Let's put it this way, the behind-the-scenes business empire in North America is controlled by the God of War Palace. The influence of the God of War Palace could even affect global development trends. It's that terrifying. Oh my God, with the changes in the world, have these behind-the-scenes big shots all been exposed? The God of War Palace is turning black into white. I watched the live stream from Kunlun Mountain yesterday. It was clearly Eric who provoked first and took action, almost killing 2 deans. In the end, Principal Li had no choice but to step in and slay him. This is completely reasonable self-defense. I support Principal Li. After lunch, Li Chen was scrolling through his phone when Lan Tianling suddenly appeared in front of him. Master, today Dean Wang asked me why I was able to break through to the innate realm so quickly. He is very curious about this matter and I didn't know how to answer. Please teach me, Master. Early this morning, the stock of the Lan Group had already skyrocketed by 20% on the startup board. The 20 billion spent yesterday was earned back in just 1 day. Given the current trend of the stock rise, it was expected to continue surging for several more days. Doubling was not out of the question. That 20 billion was worth. It's a blood profit. You can just tell him directly, Li Chen said nonchalantly. Can I tell Dean Wang about the inner core of the deep-sea exotic beast that you bestowed upon me? Lan Tianling asked in shock. He thought this was a very obscure matter. After all, if others found out that Master possessed such a precious inner core of an exotic beast and wanted to ask Master for it, wouldn't that disturb Master's quiet cultivation? After all, the inner core is so precious, Master surely doesn't have many. But Longsha is a society based on personal connections. If some high-level individuals approached Master and were willing to offer some resources in exchange, it would be very hard to refuse in that case. But once you open that door, the number of people asking you for inner cores will definitely increase. This is bound to offend people, because such a precious resource is definitely not enough to go around. Lan Tianling was considering this, which is why he didn't want to put Master in a difficult position. Actually, I still have more than 10 of these exotic beast inner cores. And according to my experiments, this beast's inner core can not only repair a martial artist's meridians, allowing them to break through their cultivation, but it can also awaken supernatural abilities in an ordinary person. This is the marvelous use of the beast's inner core. After you consume the inner core, besides breaking through to the innate realm, hasn't your strength also surged tremendously? Li Chen turned to ask. Yes, master. After I broke through to the innate realm, not only did I transform my innate vital energy, but my muscle strength inexplicably increased by over 10 tons. Even without using any internal power, I can lift a truck with my bare hands, Lan Tianling said excitedly. That's right. It shows that you have awakened your power talent. However, while the deep-sea inner core is great, its effect isn't as significant for someone at my level. So, I plan to sell these precious inner cores. How about we hold an auction right here on Kunlun Mountain? Starting bid is 100 million. If any wealthy individuals want this inner core, they can come and bid. If they have mobility issues, they can participate in the online live bidding. What do you think? Li Chen casually said. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianling immediately frowned. Master, starting the bid at 100 million might be too cheap. This is the inner core of a beast from 10,000 meters below the Pacific Ocean. Selling it for just 100 million is simply wasteful. I think the starting bid should be at least 1 billion. If you are willing, I would like to have the priority to bid for 5 inner cores. I wonder if Master could consider my sincere request and sell them to me first. Lan Tianling knelt down and pleaded. But do you even have the money? Li Chen asked. I can ask my dad for it. He has 800 billion. He has average martial arts talent and has been training hard for 37 years, and he has only just reached the master level. If he knew he had a chance to break through to the innate realm, he wouldn't hesitate to give 50 billion, and even 500 billion wouldn't be a problem. Alright, since you are so sincere, I will sell them to you first. By the way, you don't need to give me cash, just have the Lan Group procure 50 billion worth of living supplies for me. Li Chen waved his hand casually. The 5 first-level crystal cores were directly taken out by him. He easily handed them over to Lan Tianling. Lan Tianling was momentarily stunned. It seemed he didn't expect his master to trust him so much. Such a precious treasure of heaven and earth was handed over to him without any defenses. What kind of trust was this? Lan Tianling felt a subtle sense of gratitude in his heart. And master is so considerate. A few years ago, my aunt used the group's funds to invest in a large agricultural project, leasing 50,000 acres of land, but it has been losing money every year, and the grain can't even sell for a good price. My aunt has no business acumen. She is completely a pawn. The losses from this project have put a lot of pressure on the cash flow of the Lan Group. Master doesn't want a single penny in cash, just wants food supplies, which completely alleviates the group's urgent needs. Could it be that Master has investigated me and is deliberately treating me so favorably? Once a teacher, always a father. Master's righteousness in helping my whole family, I, Lan Tianling, will never forget. At this moment, Lan Tianling was completely devoted to Li Chen. Soon, the news about Li Chen possessing the inner core spread. What? Lan Tianling was able to break through to the innate realm in one day because he consumed the deep-sea beast's inner core? This was a treasure of heaven and earth bestowed upon him by Principal Li. I'm jealous, I'm really jealous. Lan Tianling is already a prodigy. With extraordinary talent and a remarkable family background, having encountered countless opportunities since childhood, learned the 9 young divine skill, and now he has consumed the beast's inner core to break through to the innate realm. At just 21 years old, he has reached the innate level. What achievements will he have in the future? I also heard that Principal Li killed dozens of exotic beasts deep beneath the Pacific Ocean. Each of these beasts had grown for hundreds of years, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, to produce their inner elixirs. Therefore, these inner elixirs are incredibly magical. They can not only help people break through to the innate realm but also allow ordinary people to awaken their extraordinary abilities. Seriously? Is that true? If ordinary people can awaken their abilities, then my grandfather could awaken his too. This is true. It has already been confirmed by Lan Tianling himself. Moreover, Principal Li has decided to auction off more than a dozen inner elixirs, starting at a price of 1 billion. That kid Lan Tianling, thanks to his master-student relationship, has already been prioritized for 5 of them. The Lan family might give birth to several innate beings or awaken a few extraordinary individuals. No way, I'm calling my grandfather right now. He needs to mobilize funds immediately. We must buy that inner elixir from the exotic beast. Throughout the High Martial Academy, a storm of activity ensued, with various rumors flying around. Chu Mengjiu and Chu Tanny also began to take action. Hey, Dad, your injuries should have a chance to heal now. The Chu family needs to mobilize funds immediately, no matter the cost, to buy the inner elixir from the exotic beast. Chu Mengjiao quickly called Chu Badian and her sister. What Lan Tianling said was not false. He broke through to the innate realm yesterday, shocking the entire academy. The effects speak for themselves. The facts are enough to explain everything. The Chu family is determined to obtain such a magical inner elixir. As for the auction, Li Chen didn't pay much attention to it, so he decided to start the auction in the afternoon, directly letting his disciple Lan Tianling promote it. The Lan family is the richest in Sichuan with an extraordinary background. Naturally, they know some wealthy individuals. He wasn't selling many crystal cores, so it would be easy to sell them. There was no need for anything too grand. This was just the beginning. He had 500,000 zombie crystal cores in his space. Moreover, every day the future base could supply him with tens of thousands more. He could never use them all. Especially the low-level crystal cores, they could be eaten like chocolate without any problem. It's just that the wealthy who haven't awakened their abilities might experience a bit of unexpected surprise with the first wave of awakenings. Later, they would find that this little ability is actually not as powerful as firearms, but at least it can strengthen their bodies. Buying health isn't a loss. As for the level 1 crystal cores helping people break through to the innate realm, that is indeed a bit of an exaggeration. Lan Tianling did successfully break through to the innate realm with the help of a level 1 crystal core, but his situation is quite special. He was originally a martial arts prodigy practicing the 9 yang divine art, and coupled with his deep personal accumulation, he had already reached the realm of a transformation master. The younger the transformation master, the higher the success rate of breaking through to the innate realm. He was able to break through all at once due to a combination of various factors, but others are different. Do you also have the 9 yang divine art? Are you also the youngest transformation master? Are you equally gifted? How many geniuses like Lan Tianling are there? You can't expect an ordinary martial artist to take a level 1 crystal core and immediately break through to the innate realm. That's clearly impossible and unrealistic. Therefore, the sale of these more than a dozen level 1 crystal cores is merely bait thrown out by Li Chen. It artificially creates scarcity. A few typical examples are crafted. As more wealthy individuals purchase them, the price will gradually decrease. Moreover, this isn't a one-time business. How do you know that after the wealthy individual takes the first crystal core, they won't want to take a second? Who doesn't want to become powerful quickly? Behind the High Martial Academy, there are already many upper-class individuals supporting it. Li Chen sells crystal cores to further solidify his influence. He just didn't expect that Lan Tianling's promotional effect would be so remarkable, directly causing a stir in the High Martial Academy. This news quickly spread across the major provinces and cities of Longxia, reaching the prominent families, major sects, the Ability Bureau, and even the military. Wang Qianquan directly approached Li Chen. Principal Li, may I ask how many beast inner cores you still have? Wang Qianquan inquired politely. I have 15 left. Why? Li Chen casually replied. It's like this, Principal Li, your plan to auction the beast inner cores at the High Martial Academy has caught the attention of the higher-ups. A military leader wants to buy all your inner cores directly. He is willing to pay double the auction's starting price to acquire them all. He hopes you can sell this batch of inner cores directly to the military, without circulating them externally. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately frowned. That might not be a good idea, right? I've already said that I want to auction this batch of beast inner cores. If I don't sell them now, wouldn't that be going back on my word? A man of honor keeps his word. I can't just disregard what I've said, can I? Li Chen spread his hands, feigning difficulty. After all, he was a congenital grandmaster and still had to maintain some dignity. Then how about this, Principal Li? You have 15 beast inner cores, right? We can't disregard the higher-up's face, and the auction must continue. You can take 5 inner cores to auction, and the remaining 10 can be sold directly to the military. This way, I can also report back. Principal Li, consider it a favor I owe you. I'm also in a tough spot. Alright then. Since Dean Wang has said so, I will definitely give you this face. But you must not let this matter leak out. Consider it a private transaction between you and me, Li Chen. After all, if others find out that I gave you, Wang Qianquan, 10 beast inner cores, you would definitely become a target. Li Chen appeared very righteous. Wang Qianquan felt deeply moved. Principal Li is truly a good person, even at this time, still thinking of him. Great righteousness. Senior's great righteousness. No wonder he is a congenital grandmaster. Not only is he powerful, but his character is also so noble. Wang felt a deep admiration. Okay, Principal Li, I will definitely keep it a secret. This matter, heaven knows, earth knows, I know. Wang Qianquan would naturally keep the secret. As long as Li Chen didn't say anything, he absolutely wouldn't either. This matter being exposed would bring no benefit to him, not to mention others. That Director Chu from the Ability Academy would probably come looking for trouble. It's best to keep it a secret. Li Chen and Wang Qianquan reached an agreement. Not long after, Zhu Mengjiao came alone to Li Chen's office. Principal Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yesterday, you displayed great power and blocked Eric's attack for me. I haven't had the chance to thank you. This is a wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain, aged 100 years. I hope you accept it. Zhu Mengjiao directly presented a beautifully crafted gift box. The Chu family indeed made a remarkable gesture. Director Chu, you are being too polite. It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. Principal Lee, actually, I came to you today with an unreasonable request. My father, Chu Batian, has been bedridden for 6 years. He was originally a master of martial arts, but 6 years ago, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, he accidentally awakened his abilities. Due to the dual cultivation of martial and ability arts, absorbing a single attribute's energy was too domineering, ultimately leading to a complete severing of his meridians and paralysis. Over the years, my sister and I have invited countless renowned doctors to treat my father, but unfortunately, none have been effective. I've heard that the beast inner cores in your possession are incredibly miraculous. Perhaps they can help my father heal. Our Chu family is willing to offer 3 times the price to purchase all the beast inner cores you have. I hope Principal Lee can help me. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately pretended to be in a difficult position. But I only have 15 beast inner dan. I can sell you at most 10. After all, I still need to prepare for the auction in the afternoon. I can't go back on my word. Principal Lee, are you really willing to sell me 10? Chu Mengjiao exclaimed in surprise. Of course, saving lives is important. Your father has been bedridden for 6 years, clearly suffering every moment. What a torment it must be for someone who was once a master of transformation. As a practitioner of martial arts, myself, I naturally empathize. Li Chen wore a very understanding expression. At this moment, Chu Mengjiao was deeply moved. Principal Li is truly a good person. Upon hearing about her father's serious illness, he showed such righteousness. This favor is something the Chu family owes him. Sir, your noble character. But let me make it clear, the matter of selling you the 10 beast inner dan must remain a secret between us and cannot be disclosed to outsiders. First of all, I shouldn't have sold them to you alone in the first place. Moreover, if the fact that you received 10 beast inner dan gets out, other families will not let it go easily. Let's not talk about others, just that Wang Qiankuan, Director Wang, will definitely be dissatisfied. He might cause you trouble, you understand, right? Of course, I will definitely not tell anyone about this secret. Chu Mengjiao nodded seriously. The principle of a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure as a crime is so simple. How could she not understand? She actually wanted Principal Lee to keep it a secret, but unexpectedly he brought it up first. This is even better. That guy Wang Qiankuan definitely doesn't know that I've already made a deal with Principal Lee in private. This gives me a significant advantage. After Chu Mengjiao left, the director of education, Zhen Longwen, found Li Chen. He was a lay disciple of the Shaolin lineage, the most talented among the lay disciples. However, after practicing Shaolin internal skills for 50 years, he had only just reached the master of transformation. He was considered an old senior. Approaching 60 years old, he was unexpectedly defeated by a younger generation, Lan Tianling, who had only practiced martial arts for over a decade. This left him feeling very frustrated, especially when he saw that Lan Tianling had even broken through to the innate realm. His heart sank even more. Zhen Longwen started practicing martial arts at 7, was recognized by the abbot at 10, and became an inner disciple, receiving personal instruction in martial arts. I broke through the initial stage of a warrior at 12, the mid-stage at 18, and the late stage at 25. I broke through to the master-level warrior at 38. 6 years ago, at the age of 51, I successfully broke through to the master of transformation under the impact of the revival of spiritual energy. This year, I returned to secular life and joined the High Martial Academy. I wake up at 6 every day, diligently practicing for over 8 hours, never missing a day in 50 years. In terms of perseverance in martial arts, I consider myself no less than anyone else. But Wang Qiankuan broke through to the innate realm before me, and that young brat Lan Tianling also broke through to the innate realm. At my age, if I can't break through to the innate realm before I turn 60, I will never have another chance to break through in this life. The older I get, the more my bodily functions decline. If I haven't broken through to the innate realm by 60, my vitality will quickly diminish and my cultivation will regress, leaving me with no chance to break through again. The deep-sea century-old beast inner dan that Principal Lee is selling this time is scarce and highly competitive. I may not be able to compete with the Chu family, Wang family, or Lan family, and I don't have that much money, but I must seize this opportunity. It seems I can only take out my Shaolin Ancient Martial Arts Secret Manual, the I Jin Jing, and see if it can be exchanged for it. Zhen Longwen felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Although the I Jin Jing is the highest secret of Shaolin, however, Principal Lee had already reached the level of a Grand Master, almost breaking through to the pinnacle of martial arts. The I Jin Jing might not necessarily help someone break through to the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Therefore, how much weight this ultimate skill held in Principal Lee's heart was something he couldn't quite gauge. Soon, Zhen Longwen arrived at Li Chen's office. "Oh, Director Qian, is there something you need from me?" Li Chen asked. "Principal Lee, I have a request. Director Qian came to see me. Could it be about the inner cores of the exotic beasts?" Li Chen stated directly. "Exactly. Here's the thing, just now, Dean Wang and Dean Chu both came to see me. They wanted to purchase the inner cores I have at a price 2 to 3 times the starting bid, but I firmly rejected them. Am I, Li Chen, the kind of person who was swayed by money? Let alone 3 billion for one inner core, even if it were 5 billion, it wouldn't shake my principles. A man born between heaven and earth cannot abandon his principles for mere money, Li Chen said with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Director Qian immediately showed a look of shame. Principal Li, I actually shouldn't have come to you for a private transaction, it lacks fairness. However, I am getting old, and if I can't break through to the innate level before I turn 60, I fear I may never have another chance in this life. I know Principal Li may not value those worldly possessions, and I don't have as much money as the Wang family or the Chu family, but I have a supreme skill from Shaolin, the I Jin Jing. If Principal Li is willing, I would like to exchange the I Jin Jing manual for the inner cores of the exotic beasts. After finishing, Qian Longwen cautiously took out an ancient book from his bosom. On it, in traditional characters, were the 3 large words I Jin Jing. It was indeed the supreme skill of Shaolin. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he was already surging with emotions. Goodness! Director Qian, you are quite generous. You even brought out the sex ultimate skill. Sigh, well then, Director Qian, you really make it hard for me to refuse. The Shaolin supreme skill, I Jin Jing, who in the world of ancient martial arts wouldn't want to take a look? However, I only have 15 inner cores of exotic beasts. This kind of inner core may not necessarily help someone break through to the innate level. Lan Tianling was able to step into the innate level in one go because of his own talent and good fortune. You understand, right? Li Chen preemptively said a warning. The inner cores of exotic beasts could naturally be exchanged, but if you couldn't break through to the innate level, that couldn't be blamed on him. That's only natural. Breaking through to the innate level involves a combination of luck and opportunity. There is no guaranteed method to break through. If there were, then there would be innate masters everywhere. Qian Longwen nodded, fully understanding Li Chen's point. I only have 15 inner cores of exotic beasts. The I Jin Jing, as a supreme skill of Shaolin, I hold in high regard, so I am willing to offer 10 inner cores in exchange for it. The remaining 5 cores I will put up for normal auction as a way to account for everyone. But you must keep our private transaction a secret. After all, I have already rejected Dean Wang and Dean Chu. If they find out about my private transaction with you, they certainly won't let it go and will definitely cause you trouble. Director Qian, you should understand this principle, right? Li Chen said. Of course, I will keep it a secret. Qian Longwen originally thought that the I Jin Jing could probably be exchanged for 1 or 2 inner cores with Principal Li. He didn't expect Li Chen to be so generous. The value placed on the I Jin Jing had exceeded his expectations. According to market prices, someone was already willing to pay 3 billion for 1 inner core. And it couldn't even be bought. 10 cores could sell for at least 30 billion. This I Jin Jing, the supreme secret skill of Shaolin, although its value cannot be measured in money, is unlikely to sell for 30 billion. The entry difficulty of I Jin Jing is extremely high, making it very difficult to learn. There is a significant chance that even if you buy it, you won't be able to master it. Therefore, secret techniques must also be suitable for those with fate. Li Chen's actions directly attracted Director Qian's friendly gaze. Principal Li is truly an open-minded person, so sincere. No wonder he is a martial arts master, holding a high respect for martial arts classics. I exchanged the I Jin Jing for 10 inner elixirs. That counts as my Qian Longwen earning. If I can break through to the innate realm in one go, it would mean I owe Principal Li a favor. A great kindness does not require thanks. The secret deal was struck. A smile blossomed on Director Qian's face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Director Qian, tone down the smile a bit or you'll be seen through. Oh, alright, Principal Li. When Director Qian left Li Chen's office, a look of deep worry appeared on his face as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. His face was as dark as a pot bottom. What's wrong with Director Qian? Why does he look so bad? I just saw Director Qian go to Principal Li's office. He must have hit a wall. Perhaps he wanted to make a private deal with Principal Li and got rejected. It seems that both Dean Wang and Dean Chu also hit a wall. Principal Li is indeed upright and incorruptible. Looks like we still have a chance. Goodness. The auction hasn't even started and they've already sold 30 pieces. Why do you guys all love to take shortcuts? Why not just bid openly and generously? Instead, you prefer these behind-the-scenes deals. No wonder the Big A has always been at 3,000 points. It turns out that behind-the-scenes trading is a tradition. No wonder retail investors keep losing money. While Li Chen was complaining, he opened the I Jin Jing. The I Jin Jing is actually different from other internal cultivation methods. It is not a true martial arts classic. Instead, it resembles a health cultivation method. The I Jin Jing balances the yin and yang energies, coordinates the 5 organs and 6 bowels, clears the meridians, and regulates internal energy. For those who have suffered internal injuries, practicing the I Jin Jing can have a healing effect. It allows for self-regulation from the inside out. Thus, the I Jin Jing is very miraculous. However, the probability of becoming a peerless master through the practice of I Ching Jing is very low. Typically, one needs to disable their own martial arts or maintain a near-death state for a long time. Only by fully activating the abilities of the I Ching Jing can one develop the enormous potential of the human body in a short time, making you a peerless master. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly realized that the combination of I Ching Jing and Zhouyang Shingon is actually very clever. Because Zhouyang Shingon is too aggressive and domineering, practicing it will lead to an excess of yang energy, causing unbearable heat throughout the body. If practiced too hastily, it may even damage the meridians. But the I Ching Jing can balance the yin and yang energies, effectively resolving the issue of excess yang energy in the body. This combination is sufficient to offset the side effects of Zhouyang Shingon. So that's it. Zhouyang Shingon seems to have originally come from a high monk of Shaolin, but it was lost later, which caused a great regret. If I have the I Ching Jing to complement Zhouyang Shingon, my chances of breaking through to the 8th level of the Earth Immortal will definitely increase significantly. Although a large number of crystal cores can offset the issue of damaged meridians, the unbearable pain from the heat cannot simply disappear. Using the I Ching Jing to balance it is naturally more appropriate. Li Chen found a training room and began to enter seclusion to practice the I Ching Jing. With the support of his immense mental power, he quickly grasped the key points of the I Ching Jing. As the I Ching Jing operated, the yang energy within him was balanced. He began to push the Zhouyang Shingon to its limits once again. 9 Yang divine skill and I Ching Jing can be cultivated simultaneously without any conflict. On the contrary, they are exceptionally harmonious. This is the magical aspect of I Ching Jing. It can encompass all martial arts in the world. Any true Qi, boom. Li Chen's speed of circulating his Qi became increasingly rapid as he sprinted with all his might. In no time, he actually broke through to a 38-second cycle for one round of circulation. The assistance of I Ching Jing allowed Li Chen to increase his circulation speed by 12 seconds. But that was still not enough. Far from enough. He continued to sprint. When the speed of his circulation broke through 36 seconds, the 9 Yang true Qi within him surged wildly. Even I Ching Jing couldn't balance it in time. Li Chen took out another bag of crystal cores and began to swallow them fiercely. With I Ching Jing and zombie crystal cores working together, the breakthrough speed was even faster. Selling for 30 billion for 10 first-level crystal cores, Li Chen could swallow 20 at once. Not to mention, there were also second-level and third-level ones inside. The power of evolution swept through his entire body. At this moment, the effect of I Ching Jing seemed to have been developed. It could actually actively mobilize this power of evolution to fully repair the meridians and strengthen the channels. This allowed for a more perfect utilization of the effects of the evolution power. Boom! 20 seconds. In just 1 hour, Li Chen's speed of circulating his Qi had broken through to under 20 seconds. The 9 Yang true Qi became increasingly viscous. It seemed to be gradually turning into liquid energy. Continue. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chen consumed crystal cores in large quantities. His practice of I Ching Jing also became increasingly proficient. 2 hours later, the 9 Yang true Qi within him had already broken through to a 9-second cycle for one round of circulation. However, breaking through the 8-second mark still posed some difficulty. The 9 Yang true Qi could not completely liquefy and transform into 9 Yang true essence. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. To break through the 8th level of 9 Yang divine skill, the Earth Immortal Realm, I'm just one step away. Li Chen's mindset began to grow a bit anxious. But the more anxious he became, the less he seemed able to break through. The difficulty of breaking through the 9 Yang divine skill was surprisingly higher than that of the innate Qi skill. Could it be that I need to consume 6th level crystal cores, using the impact of the 6th level crystal cores to break through in one go? Li Chen practiced for another hour, but still could not break through. Instead, his meridians were even more severely damaged. Forget it. Let's leave it at this. For now. Haste makes waste. This extreme sprinting is too damaging. Without the assistance of evolution crystal cores and I Ching Jing, I would have long since ruptured my meridians and fallen into madness. Time flew by. It was already 7 in the evening. Li Chen walked out of the training room and arrived at the Grand Hall of the High Martial Academy. Master, the venue for the auction has been set up. This time, due to the tight schedule and the last-minute notice, many wealthy individuals couldn't make it in person to attend the auction. Moreover, most of the wealthy individuals are older, with poorer physical conditions, unable to withstand the altitude sickness of Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, this auction will still be based on internal live streaming. Of course, some students, teachers, the dean, and staff present can participate in the bidding. According to the principle of highest bid wins, the starting price is 1 billion, and there are no restrictions on the bidding increments. Only those with assets exceeding 5 billion are qualified to participate. Lan Tianling had organized the auction details meticulously. Although time was tight, there were probably only about 20 wealthy individuals participating in this live auction. But that was enough. They were only selling 5 pieces, so there was no need to gather all the wealthy individuals from across the country. At this moment, the Academy's Grand Hall had already gathered over 1,000 people. Dozens of live streaming phones had opened internal dedicated live streaming channels not accessible to the public. More than 20 wealthy individuals were already seated on the other end of the video, especially a wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong worth several hundred billion but already bedridden. He watched the live broadcast from his sickbed. This time he was determined to obtain the inner core of the exotic beast no matter the cost. He had reached the end of his life. As long as it could allow him to live a few more years, he would be willing to spend hundreds of billions. Hello everyone, I am Li Chen. Today we are auctioning the inner core of an exotic beast. The highest bidder wins. Starting price is 1 billion. You may begin bidding. Li Chen, dressed in pajamas and slippers, appeared rather informal. He didn't consider this event to be a grand affair. It was just a small game, casually selling a few crystal cores. But others did not see it that way. Principal Li is truly a person of character. Such an important auction, and he actually wears pajamas and slippers? He is a congenital grandmaster. He can wear whatever he likes. No need to elevate his status through clothing. True, if I were a congenital grandmaster, I would be just as casual. I bid 3 billion. While everyone was discussing, Xu Mengjiao raised her sign to place a bid. After all, in the eyes of others, she hadn't obtained the inner core of the exotic beast, so she had to put on a show. Humph. Director Chu, do you think you can buy an inner core of an exotic beast for 3 billion? I bid 5 billion. Director Wang shouted a bid of 5 billion. He directly raised the price of the first-level crystal core to a new height. Li Chen was speechless. You guys started the bidding at such a high price. Would those tycoons even dare to bid? No one's money comes from thin air. It's just a worthless first-level crystal core. If it really sold for 5 billion, Li Chen would feel a bit guilty. 1 billion. A fat tycoon in the video made his move. He opened with 100 billion, showing off his wealth. 300 billion. At this moment, the bedridden tycoon from Hong Kong had his assistant raise a sign to place a bid. When this price was announced, the entire room fell silent. Ridiculous. This price was indeed a bit outrageous. If it were a 5th-level crystal core or a 6th-level crystal core, selling at this price would be completely reasonable. But this was just a first-level crystal core. The most worthless, the most ordinary first-level crystal core. In the apocalyptic world, you could exchange it for 5 pounds of rice, or even 3 pounds of rice. How much is 5 pounds of rice? How many pounds of rice can 300 billion buy? The difference in numbers was too vast. Li Chen couldn't even calculate it anymore. Is it necessary? A first-level crystal core for 300 billion? 300 billion? I could buy arms with that, equip 100,000 troops, arm them to the teeth. I had no intention of competing for supremacy in the apocalypse, yet you make me spend so much money with nowhere to spend it. Why not buy 100 billion in arms and dominate the apocalypse? Can't spend it all. Absolutely can't. Spend it all. Very well, Mr. Lu bids 300 billion. It seems no one is bidding higher. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Lu for obtaining a century-old inner core of a deep-sea exotic beast. Lan Tianling made the final call, confirming this astronomical price of 300 billion. In this auction, Li Chen was merely going through the motions, greeting everyone. The one truly responsible for hosting the auction was still his disciple, Lan Tianling. He was more familiar with this process. Alright, next we will auction the second inner core of an exotic beast. Starting price, 1 billion. Now, bidding begins. 100 billion. The fat tycoon raised his sign again. 10 seconds later, 100 billion sold. With the previous 2 tycoons' transaction prices as a reference, the next 3 first-level crystal cores were auctioned off for astronomical prices of 100 billion, 99 billion, and 95 billion. Respectively. Alright, this auction is now concluded. Thank you all for attending my master's auction of the inner cores of exotic beasts. However, such rare inner cores are scarce, only 5 in total. For those who did not buy, do not feel regret. After all, such top-tier treasures belong to those fated to have them. The wealthy bidders need to settle the full payment first. My Lan family will arrange for someone to airlift it by plane, and we have specialized elite mercenaries to ensure safe delivery, guaranteeing it will arrive at your doorstep within 36 hours. Lan Tianling immediately promised. Seeing his master auction off the beast inner Dan with such a sky-high price, Lan Tianling's heart swelled with gratitude. After all, his Lan family had acquired the 5 beast inner dawn at cost price. They only spent 5 billion. This price was simply too cheap. He even felt a bit indebted to his master. Normally, they could sell for 10 billion each, but his master only charged him 1 billion per piece. This favor was something his Lan family might never repay in their lifetime. Not only was Lan Tianling grateful to Li Chen, but Wang Qiankuan, Xu Mengjiao, and Qian Longwen, the 3 leaders of the High Martial Academy, were also immensely thankful to Principal Li. A sense of inexplicable shame and indebtedness rose in their hearts. Wang Qiankun exchanged 10 inner dawn at an internal price with Principal Li. This is a huge profit. Indeed, luckily my Chu family reached a secret deal with Principal Li first, otherwise the funds prepared by the family wouldn't even be enough to acquire 10 inner dawn. Principal Li would suffer a huge loss. I exchanged 10 inner dawn with Principal Li for the Shaolin Jinjing. According to the market auction price, wouldn't that sell for 100 billion? That's too exaggerated. I, Qian, have taken a great advantage from Principal Li. This matter must be kept under wraps, or it will surely invite jealousy and unnecessary trouble. It's better to develop quietly. Tonight, I will consume the beast inner Dan and prepare to break through to the innate realm. Director Qian immediately made up his mind. Such precious inner dawn should be consumed sooner rather than later. It would be bad if they got lost. Mainly, they were just too expensive. Holding these inner dawn felt like holding hot potatoes. Yet, they had no idea that if it weren't for the three of them driving up the price, this so-called beast inner Dan would never have reached such heights. These three leaders of the High Martial Academy represented the authority of the ancient martial world and the ability world. If you esteemed authorities are quoting such high prices, those wealthy individuals will surely flock to it. For top-tier wealthy individuals, they had long achieved financial freedom. They were not short on money at all. Instead, what they lacked was a healthy body and good physical condition. Therefore, the value of this beast inner Dan was completely different in the eyes of different people. They were older, had never practiced martial arts, and had not awakened any abilities, causing their physical condition to deteriorate amidst indulgence. As long as they could awaken abilities or improve their physical condition, this level of crystal core, even if they spent hundreds of billions to buy it, wouldn't be considered a loss. After all, it represented a whole new realm. Even if you were just starting out, that money would still be worth it. At this moment, Lan Tianling announced the end of the auction, and many wealthy individuals didn't even react. What? The auction is over just like that? Didn't they say there were more than a dozen inner dawn for sale? Why did it end after only 5 were auctioned? Yeah, I was ready to start bidding later, and you just said it's over? What's going on? Why didn't you say earlier that there were only 5? Fortunately, I bid early. Turns out there were only 5, a chubby wealthy man said with a grin. I suspect it was the higher-ups who acted and predetermined a batch. After all, it's normal for someone to prearrange such precious resources. A bespectacled wealthy man calmly analyzed. This statement held water. Everyone thought about it and felt it was quite reasonable. Well, if I couldn't buy it, then I couldn't buy it. Just right, my group has been a bit tight on funds lately, pulling out 10 billion to buy a beast's inner Dan. I don't even know if it's worth it. Perhaps this so-called beast's inner Dan doesn't have the effects that are boasted about in the rumors, a wealthy man said with an indifferent expression. He was originally just here to watch the excitement today. If it were only 1 billion, he might have made a bid. After all, that amount isn't much for a wealthy man of his level. But with the price inflated to 10 billion, he felt it wasn't worth it. Yes, what President Su said makes sense. Let the first wave of people who dare to take the plunge try it out first. Lan Tianling is a martial artist. It's normal for him to use the inner Dan to break through his cultivation. However, for us ordinary people to take the inner Dan, the chances of having such effects are slim. As for awakening supernatural abilities, I still maintain a skeptical attitude. Exactly, this kind of inner Dan that contains energy, wouldn't an ordinary person explode and die after consuming it? It's better not to take such risks. I still want to live a few more years. The wealthy man who didn't buy the beast's inner Dan began to speak sourly. Of course, there were also those who genuinely held a cautious attitude and didn't want to take such risks. They had vast family businesses with plenty of women and money. There was no need to engage in such crazy things. In the past, he had never heard of any beasts inner Dan that could awaken supernatural abilities. The Chu family of Jinling, one of the 8 major financial conglomerates, wealthy and powerful. The family has over 100 members, among whom 7 are CEOs of listed companies, 1 is a commander of 100,000 border troops, 1 is the dean of a martial arts academy, and 1 is a captain in the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The family has a deep foundation. Moreover, they are quite united, not a scattered bunch. 6 years ago, the family head, Chu Badian, who was originally a master of the transformation realm, unexpectedly awakened a miraculous lightning-type supernatural ability due to the revival of the world's spiritual energy. The lightning-type supernatural ability, combined with the strength of a transformation realm master, caused Chu Badian's power to soar. His combat strength was enough to rival innate experts. The Chu family's prominence was unmatched at that time. Innate experts were indeed too rare back then. Chu Badian's awakening directly brought the Chu family to its peak. However, this peak moment lasted only 2 months before it came to an end. Chu Badian wanted to use the lightning supernatural ability to connect the run and do meridians, forming a circulatory system to step into the innate realm in one go. In fact, Chu Badian had succeeded. He really opened the Ren and Du meridians, successfully circulating to Great Zhou Tian, and innate vital energy was born within him, allowing him to break through to the innate realm. Unfortunately, at that moment, the lightning supernatural ability went out of control and the energy surged, triggering a heavenly thunder to flood his body. To be precise, he was struck by lightning. He was severely injured on the spot, his meridian severed, and his body was destroyed by the heavenly thunder. Fortunately, by that time, he had already broken through to the innate realm and his vitality was incredibly resilient, which allowed him to narrowly escape being killed outright. It was also a stroke of luck that the world's spiritual energy was gradually depleting at that time and the lightning energy had weakened considerably, allowing him to survive. However, this disaster left Chubatian a cripple, completely paralyzed. He could only sit in a wheelchair. Thankfully, the younger generation of the Chu family was quite capable. The eldest sister, Chu Mengyao, upheld the group's image, showcasing extraordinary business talent. The second sister, Chu Junyu, married a CEO of an internet giant. The third brother, Chu Tianyu, broke through to master level in martial arts and became a military instructor. The fourth brother, Chu Bufan, awakened an A-grade gold-type supernatural ability and joined the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The youngest daughter, Chu Mengjiao, though the youngest, was the most promising, becoming the dean of the martial arts academy at a young age and was an SS-level potential supernatural being, enough to intimidate the small-time crooks. Coupled with several of Chu Baishan's brothers who were all CEOs of listed companies. This family power, even with Chubatian paralyzed, the Chu family still did not decline. It was just that compared to their peak period, they naturally fell quite a bit. Moreover, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived once again, a large number of powerful individuals are gradually emerging, and innate strong beings are no longer so rare. The previous family structure is destined to be shattered. A brand new power reshuffle is bound to arrive. At such times, it is either progress or retreat. A group of grassroots figures will inevitably rise. Dynasties have their moments of decline, not to mention just a single family. In these 6 years, Chubatian has lived a life worse than death. For someone who once basked in glory, now he can only lie in a wheelchair, waiting for death every day. It is simply too painful. For him, he even needs someone to take care of his basic needs. Sometimes, he would even wet himself. Even the nanny occasionally looks at him with a hint of disdain. Although it is well hidden, how could he not see through it? I am now a useless person, and even the nanny dares to look down on me, Chubatian? Those little brothers, families, and juniors who used to flatter me, now they don't even come to see me? I guess they all wish I would die sooner. Once, my residence was filled with visitors every day, countless in number. Now it feels as desolate as a haunted house. Human nature is like this, flattering the powerful and forgetting the cold. How could Chubatian not understand these truths? It's just that when such things truly fall upon oneself, the feeling is indeed hard to bear. The bitterness in his heart is beyond words. Sai today, his youngest daughter, called back. She said she found some inner core of a deep-sea exotic beast that could help heal his injuries. He knows that Chu Mengjio has a filial heart, so he didn't stop her. But he understands his own condition and has no hope at all. What deep-sea exotic beast inner core from 10,000 meters below? Is that a place where a human can go? My youngest daughter must have encountered some con artist. But it's okay, one learns from experience. The Chu family can afford this little money. I hope Mingjiao can remember this lesson and be more cautious in the future. She's not young anymore and should be thinking about marriage. She shouldn't be so naive. People can't be taught, but experiences can. After secretly trading with Li Chen at noon, Chu Mingjiao directly airlifted the exotic beast inner core back to the Chu family using a private jet. It took about 6 or 7 hours. This mysterious big package was transported directly from Kunlun Mountain to the Chu family in Jinling. The speed of this delivery service outshines all courier companies. Head of the family, this is a package sent to you by Miss Meng Jiao. Help me open it. Chu Batian instructed the nanny. The nanny picked up scissors and casually opened the package. She thought it was just an ordinary delivery. Little did she know it was something Chu Mengjiao had bought for 30 billion. The package opened. Inside was only a small glass vial containing 10 semi-transparent white crystals. Each crystal was oval-shaped, slightly smaller than a glass bead. Head of the family, what is this? This is an imported medicine that Mingjiao bought for me. Take one out for me to try. Oh, okay, head of the family. The nanny's attitude was still relatively respectful. In fact, the nannies in the house had changed many times. Each one started with a very good attitude, but over time, taking care of a disabled old man, their attitude would inevitably become casual. Sometimes they would even steal money and valuables from the house. Just a year ago, he had experienced a particularly terrible nanny who dared to slap him in the face when no one was around and even wiped his face with a sanitary napkin. In the end, that nanny vanished without a trace. But Chu Batian still suffered severe humiliation. When had he, Chu Batian, ever endured such grievances? Disabled, with his son and daughter not by his side, must he be bullied like this? Fortunately, the house is now equipped with surveillance cameras, so the nanny doesn't dare to go too far. This nanny is already quite good. I saw the nanny open the glass bottle. She took out a white, translucent crystal from inside and immediately fed it to Chubatian. Oh, what kind of imported medicine is this? It even has a hint of rice fragrance. Let me try. The nanny held the glass bottle and actually stuffed a first-level crystal core into her mouth. Chubatian's forehead instantly bulged with veins. How outrageous. You usually sneak a bit of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and even bird's nest in ginseng can be forgiven. But you dare to steal and eat a beast's inner core worth 3 billion? You're asking for death. Before Chubatian could get angry, he saw the crystal enter her stomach and instantly transform into a surge of evolutionary power, rushing towards his limbs and bones. The meridians that had been rendered useless began to reactivate. A terrifying innate aura revived within him, as if a tiger had awakened. This. As one meridian was repaired, Chubatian's arm lifted. After 6 years, his hand could finally move. At that moment, the ignorant nanny suddenly collapsed to the ground, beginning to wail in pain. She clutched her stomach, her whole body turning red, as if she were about to mutate. Master, save me, save me. Chubatian ignored her. Instead, he reached out, took the medicine bottle, and extracted another beast's inner core, swallowing it down. His meridians had not fully repaired yet. Only a part had been restored. But this was already enough to prove the miraculous nature of the beast's inner core. Damn servant. You are simply not worth pity. As the crystal core went down again, the innate vital energy that had accumulated within Chubatian began to flow. Even his lightning-type abilities began to revive. An arc of electricity enveloped his entire body. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to swarm flooding into his body. Chubatian's meridians were rapidly repaired and reconnected. When the 9th crystal core was swallowed, Chubatian's entire being floated up. Terrifying lightning spread around him. Powerful innate vital energy broke through and re-established itself. Damn it, this is simply outrageous. If it weren't for you, this damned nanny, stealing the 10th beast's inner core, I might have been able to break through and become a grandmaster. You cut off my opportunity, how can I spare you? At this moment, the nanny, who had been lying on the ground, wailing in pain, suddenly calmed down. After a while, a black halo actually emerged from her body. An evil aura erupted within her. Is this dark element ability? A nanny actually awakened such a rare dark element ability? The beast's inner core is truly miraculous. Chubatian was shocked. However, the more shocked he was, the more uncomfortable he felt. Inside. What a loss. This beast's inner core, even if not used by himself, could have awakened an ability user if given to a younger member of the family. Now it was actually stolen by the nanny? This was also his fault. He had been too careless. Perhaps he initially didn't believe that the beast's inner core bought by his little daughter could heal his injuries. He thought it was fake medicine. Therefore, he had no precautions. The nanny also thought it was just an imported supplement, so sneaking one wouldn't matter. Unexpectedly, such a serious accident occurred this time. What is happening to me? Did I awaken an ability? I'm so hungry. The nanny looked at the black halo emerging from her hand, suddenly shocked. Then her face revealed ecstasy. I've become an ability user. I can join the ability bureau and I won't have to serve anyone anymore. I didn't expect that medicine to be so miraculous. Do you know that this beast's inner core is worth 3 billion? Chubatian asked coldly. I'm sorry, master, I didn't know this medicine was so expensive. I thought it was just an ordinary imported supplement. But I've already eaten it, you can't expect me to spit it out, can you? The nanny felt as if she had become a supernatural being, seemingly possessing an inexplicable confidence. You don't need to spit it out because you won't have the chance to see tomorrow's sun. Chubatian pointed decisively. The terrifying innate vigor infused with a thunder attribute instantly pierced through the nanny's forehead, turning her into charred remains. Is this the fusion of extraordinary martial arts? My innate vigor carrying a thunder attribute is far more powerful than ordinary innate vigor. The inner core of a strange beast is incredibly precious. If I had more, perhaps I could maintain this extraordinary martial arts fusion indefinitely. I will surely break through to the innate grandmaster level. From today onwards, I, Chubatian, return to my peak. Those who once flattered and humiliated me, are you ready to pay the price? And this nanny, she was arranged by Chao Junfei, right? Over the years, you deliberately arranged for some ill-tempered nannies to humiliate me. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Chao Junfei is the husband of his eldest daughter, a son-in-law. When he was younger, Chubatian looked down on this kid because their family backgrounds were too different and simply did not match, so he strongly opposed his eldest daughter's marriage to Chao Junfei. He had obstructed it multiple times, wanting to betroth his daughter to a more suitable young master from a prominent family. But his eldest daughter seemed bewitched. The more he opposed, the more determined she became to be with Chao Junfei. She even secretly took the household registration book to marry him and got pregnant before marriage, turning raw rice into cooked rice. After such rebellious behavior, Chubatian ultimately had to compromise and agree. Although he looked down on Chao Junfei, his daughter had already made her choice and he couldn't bear to continue forcing her. Thus, Chao Junfei smoothly entered the Chu family. His daughter, Chu Tianyi, naturally took the Chu surname as well. After being a son-in-law for over a decade, Chao Junfei had always been submissive and obedient, doing whatever he was told. However, 6 years ago, after Chu Badian became disabled and paralyzed, Chao Junfei gradually began to reveal his ambitions. He started to gain power in his daughter's company and acquired some shares, having lurked and endured for over 20 years, finally managing to stand out. The nanny hired by Chu Badian was supposed to be very strict, but Chao Junfei secretly arranged some schemes, bribing the nanny to deliberately do some very terrible things to Chu Badian. This was merely to take revenge for the humiliation he suffered in his youth. This kid is too scheming. Chu Badian was not completely unaware of this. He just didn't want to disrupt his eldest daughter's family harmony, which is why he had been enduring. Moreover, he had no evidence. Words alone are not enough. But now, evidence is no longer needed. I, Chu Badian, return to my peak, and I have also seen through many people and matters. This disabled old man, after losing power, finds that only my youngest daughter truly cares about me. In this family, it ultimately comes down to interests. Soon, Chu Badian, the head of the Chu family, returned to his innate state and convened a board meeting to dismiss the son-in-law and revoke Chao Junfei's board seat, which quickly trended on social media. The upper echelons of Jinling were shaken. Rumors began to spread. It was said that Chu Badian had restored his meridians and returned to his innate state because he consumed the inner core of a strange beast. A disabled man, bedridden for 6 years, could actually return to his innate state. This was simply absurd. Ridiculously absurd. Even more rumors circulated that when Chu Badian consumed the crystal core, a nanny had secretly eaten one of them and unexpectedly awakened supernatural powers. As for what happened to that nanny, in the end, no one cared. Everyone just wanted to know if the inner core of a strange beast could truly awaken supernatural powers in ordinary people. Soon, more rumors emerged that the Lan family in Sichuan had suddenly produced 5 supernatural beings. Moreover, there was originally an A-level ability user among them who, after consuming the inner core of a mutated beast, surprisingly had their potential and talent elevated to S-level. Once this news broke, the entire Longxia was shaken. Ability users can actually enhance their potential by consuming inner cores. The potential of an ability user is determined from the moment they awaken. To enhance one's talent and potential, this is equivalent to defying fate. Damn it, I miscalculated. I should have spent 10 billion to buy it earlier. President Su. I heard that the price of the inner core of mutated beasts has now skyrocketed to 50 billion. President Niu is willing to pay 50 billion for a second-hand purchase just for one inner core. Now that the effects of the inner core of mutated beasts have been revealed, it's no longer something that can be measured by money. Even an old cripple from the Chu family can rise against the odds who would still sell such a treasure. In the apocalypse, at 10 in the morning, the weather today is extremely gloomy with dark clouds gathering. Before long, a torrential downpour begins. The amount of rainfall far exceeds that of a typical rain, as if the water from the sky is pouring down directly. The river begins to swell. More and more sea beasts start to land amidst the downpour. A 2-meter-long mutated giant crab, a mutated fish with feet, flying saber-toothed fish, and a giant shark with tentacles, a sea beast lobster that can release abilities, and a giant octopus with tentacles extending up to 100 meters. Even more terrifying is a giant blue whale over 500 meters long, controlling endless waves moving with the tide. This giant blue whale wields powerful water-based abilities, seemingly able to summon torrential rain over a radius of several hundred kilometers, facilitating the landing of the sea beast army. Various bizarre mutated sea beasts are climbing onto land. They land in the downpour, turning the land into a battlefield for mutated sea beasts. In the city, the zombies gathered in various places are being turned to dust under the assault of the sea beast army. The rain continues to pour heavier. The future base was flooded in just 1 hour. Damn, why is it raining so heavily? At this rate, we won't be able to go out today. The mutated sea beast army has landed. This heavy rain doesn't seem like a natural occurrence, but rather like it's being controlled by a powerful ability. What kind of ability can create such heavy rain? Even the Dragon King wouldn't be able to do that, right? Red-haired exclaimed dramatically. It might actually be the Dragon King. According to my eagle-eye scan, the area within a couple hundred kilometers is almost completely covered by torrential rain, and a large number of sea beasts are heading towards the Jiangnan base. It seems that a portion of the sea beast army is also rushing towards our base. I estimate that in half an hour at most, we will face an assault from the mutated sea beast army. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Send the order down, sound the base alarm, and prepare for enemy attack. Inside the base, there are almost all evolved beings now. They quickly entered a combat state. Li Chen also climbed up onto the city wall. The landing of the sea beast army is even faster than I expected. And the rain today is so heavy that it might affect the firepower output of our guns. Looks like I need to learn some special skills. With a thought, Li Chen took out a martial arts manual from his space. This was a sword technique manual he had just found in the library of the High Martial Academy. It was titled One Sword Technique. This is a swordsmanship manual. Unlike cultivating internal energy, this sword technique only has one move, a sweeping strike. The cultivation method is very clumsy. Sweep the sword horizontally 100,000 times to reach the minor achievement realm. Sweep 1,000,000 times to reach the major achievement realm. Sweep 10 million times to reach the sword master realm. Sweep 100 million times and you will enter the realm of sword intent, achieving the way through the sword. Sweep 1,000,000,000 times and you will become a sword god. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. As long as your sword strikes fast enough, you can defeat any opponent in an instant. This is the essence of the one sword technique. However, the last page of this swordsmanship manual contains a brief introduction. If you are a congenital expert, you can master it in a year. If you are a congenital grandmaster, you can master it in a month. If you are a terrestrial immortal, you can master it in 10 minutes. Terrestrial immortals are at the pinnacle of martial arts. All martial arts can be mastered quickly. Whether it's knife techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, or the 18 forms of martial arts, they can all be easily grasped. Li Chen took out the manual and pondered over it for 10 minutes. He found it very simple. As long as you have hands, it's doable. It's just a technique for using true essence and vital energy. By striking the sword at the fastest speed, the sword energy sweeps across, cutting through the heavens with a single stroke. Very good, I've learned it. Li Chen put away the manual. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue, who had been enjoying the spotlight, unexpectedly found herself behind Li Chen. Miss Ouyang, what are you doing behind me? Li Chen asked calmly. He did not sense any killing intent. Chief, the rain is too heavy, I want to hold an umbrella for you. Ouyang Qingxue actually pulled out an umbrella from behind her. A stunning beauty, an international superstar, suddenly offering you an umbrella in the pouring rain. Who could resist that? Is there a feeling of falling in love? Did you feel the romance? Sorry, Li Chen did not. He only felt that this woman was being overly attentive for no reason, either a schemer or a thief. No. I don't need an umbrella. There will be a hard battle soon, and the Jiangnan base will probably be attacked by the Sea Beast army. Our future base will likely also be caught in the calamity. This battle is unavoidable. If I, Li Chen, cannot withstand it and die in the beast tide, those of you who can escape, just run. If I, Li Chen, can hold the base, I'll come back and celebrate with my brothers. Today, even if there are thousands of sea beasts, I will go forth. Li Chen stood with one hand behind his back, gazing ahead. His silhouette suddenly appeared somewhat heroic. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue couldn't help but be moved by Li Chen's tragic resolve. She had heard that when the Longhai base was surrounded by a zombie army, Yuan Tianyi had directly abandoned all survivors and fled. But now, facing an even stronger sea beast army, Li Chen actually planned to lead the charge? A leader, a chief. When war breaks out, being able to rush to the front lines, isn't this character 100 times stronger than Yuan Tianyi? Although Li Chen is my enemy and my assassination target. As a rival, I can't help but admire his spirit of self-sacrifice for righteousness. Well, the war is about to begin. It would be too despicable to ambush Li Chen at this time, something that would bring shame upon me. I'll wait until this battle is over. Ouyang Qingxue decided to hold off on taking action. Li Chen said this, but in his heart he had completely different plans. The Sea Beast army was coming fiercely. He just wanted to test his strength as a terrestrial immortal. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would slip away. The core of the base is not the supplies stored there. It is his space. As long as he is there, he can switch to another base at any time. There's no need to fight the Sea Beast army to the bitter end. Look, the Sea Beast army is coming. Damn, there are too many of them, right? It's over, we're going to be wiped out. On the vast plain, amidst the pouring rain, the endless Sea Beast army surged forward like a tidal wave. Fish flying in the sky, fish running on land, and fish swimming in the water, all appeared simultaneously in everyone's sight. This scene was bizarre and absurd. The sea beasts had mutated, and they could actually operate in air, land, and sea. Have you ever seen a lobster as big as a tiger? Have you ever seen a flying turtle? Have you ever seen a great white shark walking on legs? They all appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Li Chen's gaze sharpened. The Longquan sword, purchased for 199 yuan, was drawn from his space. With a light step, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning. In an instant, he burst out of the base's city tower, one man and one sword, facing the million-strong army of sea beasts. Sweep the heavens! Li Chen unsheathed his long sword. Above the distant horizon, a terrifying sword aura emerged, transforming into an invincible sword light that swept across. This sword seemed to split heaven and earth apart. The sword light swept across 30,000 meters, the terrifying sword energy shredding countless sea beasts into pieces. In an instant, a vacuum zone of 30,000 meters formed amidst the million beast tide. The ground was stained with blood. Li Chen had actually slain 50,000 sea beasts with a single sword. Not bad, let's test the strength of my mental power. With a thought, Li Chen took out 12 alloy flying knives from his space. These 12 flying knives were special weapons crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite iron by the North American war god Eric, astonishingly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. After Li Chen crushed Eric, his flying knives naturally became Li Chen's spoils. At this moment, Li Chen stood on his flying sword. The innate true essence within him transformed into a domineering true aura, infusing the 12 flying knives from afar. The quality of the flying knives was already remarkable, and after being infused with innate aura, they became even more terrifying, combined with the control of mental power, resulting in an explosive force of 16,000 tons. The terrifying flying knives instantly transformed into an indestructible sharpness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Chen became a battlefield meat grinder. All sea beasts, regardless of level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7, were instantly killed, without exception. Wherever the flying knives went, not a blade of grass remained. All sea beasts, no matter how hard they evolved or how massive they were pierced through, without any obstruction. Even that 100-meter-long tentacle giant octopus was sliced into countless pieces by the 12 flying knives. The combination of mental power and true essence was simply invincible. In less than 5 minutes, Li Chen had slain 12 level 7 sea monsters. The lower-level sea monsters were directly pierced through, killing 7 in and out among the million sea beasts. Blood stained the ground. At this moment, the entire area fell silent. Thousands of evolved beings in the base were collectively stunned. They knew their leader, Li Chen, was strong, but they never imagined he could be this powerful. Is the leader really just a level 6 evolved being? No, it can't be. Even level 7 evolved beings aren't this outrageous. Hundreds of meter-sized sea monsters can be killed in an instant? At this moment, Ouyang Qingshue's mind was shaken. This man was so incredibly brave. The commander of the Jiangnan base, her adoptive father, was also a level 6 evolved being, but he was nowhere near as domineering and invincible as Li Chen. Even that man, the strongest in Huadu base, the Butcher by Gang, the first level 7 evolved being in the country, was nothing compared to this. Right? Is leader Li Chen merely a space-type ability user? Why do I see mental abilities, speed abilities, strength-type abilities, ice abilities, and even special sword energy in him? What kind of abilities are these? I get it. Could the leader be a multi-type ability user? I've heard of multi-type ability users. It is said that the leader of Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, is a dual-type ability user, having awakened speed and metal abilities, breaking through level 6, which is quite terrifying. Dual-type ability users are extremely rare among evolved beings. They are 1 in 10,000. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ouyang Qingshuo actually knew of another multi-type ability user. He was the strongest in Huadu, known as the Butcher by Gang. The reason by Gang was called the Butcher, it was because he had slaughtered 10 million zombies, piling their corpses into a mountain, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Thus, he was called the Human Butcher. After all, before their mutation, zombies were once human. To slaughter 10 million, the killing intent was indeed too heavy. Bai Gang was the strongest in Huadu, and perhaps he could be considered the strongest in the entire country. He was the first to break through to the 7th level and awaken 3 types of abilities: space-type, metal-type, and devouring abilities. Not only could he devour zombie crystal cores, but he could also consume the corpses of zombies, extracting all energy for his own use. Therefore, his conversion rate was extremely high. He could also absorb the energy of other evolved beings, which made his evolution speed incredibly fast. He particularly enjoyed slaying strong opponents. The entire Huadu was suppressed and subdued by Bai Gang alone. Given the strength that Li Chen was currently displaying, he was probably only slightly inferior to Bai Gang. But even if he was not as strong, being compared to the Human Butcher by Gang made him one of the top-tier powerhouses in the country. Who would have thought that a small future base would give rise to such a level of powerhouse? It seems that this assassination mission is far more difficult than expected. Ouyang Qingshuo frowned immediately. At this moment, Li Chen had already slaughtered all the high-level sea beasts. The remaining small fish and shrimp no longer posed a significant threat. Red Hair, Eagle, Shadow, Fang Tianhua, Wofugui, Gusisi, Sun Yuan, Huang Chao, and Yang Jian, 9 captains, led their teams of evolved beings to the scene. They began to clear the remaining sea beast army. More than 11,000 evolved beings joined the battlefield, pushing forward. The fighting spirit was rising. With the leader being so formidable and invincible, how could they, as subordinates, not feel their morale soaring? Damn, Sun Yuhan, how are you so fierce? Red Hair was stunned when he saw Sun Yuhan strike down a large white shark 10 meters ahead with a single palm, killing it instantly. Fang Tianhua was also taken aback. He had originally thought that Sun Yuhan only had healing abilities and no combat power, but she suddenly became incredibly powerful. Killing mutated sea beasts was even more ferocious than they were? Are you sure you're still that Seemingly pure and weak Sun Yuhan? So awesome, Sister Sun is really amazing. I didn't expect Sister Sun to hide it so well. She's actually the ultimate expert in the team. I humiliated myself. I just said I would protect Sun Yuhan, but it turns out she was the one protecting me. The aura released by Sun Yuhan seems somewhat similar to the leader's aura. Could it be that she awakened the same ability as the leader? Is she also a dual-type ability user? Probably not. Sun Yuhan didn't have this ability before. Her aura appeared later, especially after entering the leader's villa. I suspect this isn't an awakened ability but energy cultivated later. The leader must have given her special training. Can we also learn this awesome aura? It can protect the body, attack, and enhance the lethality of weapons. If I learn it, my combat power will definitely increase tenfold. Everyone looked at her with envy. Sun Yuhan had transformed from a logistics personnel into a main force on the battlefield, making others envious. Soon, under the assault of all the evolved beings in the base, the Sea Beast army was completely defeated. The high-level Sea Beasts had already been killed by Li Chen. The remaining low-level Sea Beasts, leaderless and with low intelligence, were at a disadvantage on land. After all, it was not their main battlefield. Even if it rained heavily, it could only make it easier for the Sea Beast army to move. However, compared to the ocean, the combat power of mutated Sea Beasts would still be greatly reduced. This was unavoidable. When Sea Beasts landed, they naturally would not adapt well. This is like Li Chen running into the sea to kill mutated Sea Beasts. The difficulty level would definitely increase several times. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that the army of Sea Beasts attacking the future base is just a small branch, and there haven't been any terrifying Sea Beasts above level 8. The most powerful Sea Beasts should have gone to attack the Jiangnan base. The Jiangnan base has a large population and many survivors. It's also a key fortress in the inland river basin, so the main force of the Sea Beast army is attacking the Jiangnan base. Li Chen's side is merely collateral damage. We won. We defeated them. The Sea Beast army has been completely routed. Wow, what a huge lobster. This lobster is as big as a tiger. The meat must be incredibly delicious. I'm going to eat stir-fried shrimp balls today. Using shrimp to dip in hot pot, isn't that fragrant? Wow, this octopus is really big. Seafood is my favorite. Today there's plenty of it. There are so many fish, we can't possibly eat them all. Hey, this great white shark seems to have an inner Dan inside. Can you guys check if there are any inner Dan in the other mutated sea beasts? Fong Tianhua found an inner Dan and quickly instructed the brothers below to search. I can't find any. It seems that low-level sea beasts don't have inner Dan. I have one here. It seems that only sea beasts above level 5 can produce inner Dan. Everyone, listen up. Dig out the inner Dan. From sea beasts above level 5, all these inner Dan must be submitted to the leader. Anyone who dares to hide them will face military law. The eagle leader's eagle eye scan can cover the entire battlefield. Anyone who dares to pull any tricks will die if caught. Red Hair shouted loudly. Sea beasts above level 5 are naturally the spoils of war for Li Chen, so all the loot belongs to the leader. The rest, being able to eat so many mutated seafood, is already satisfying enough. Next, they began to clean up the battlefield. At this time, the advantage of having many little brothers became fully apparent. If Li Chen had to clean up the battlefield alone, even with his space having surpassed 500,000 cubic meters, he would probably be exhausted to death. But with over 10,000 little brothers cleaning up together, the efficiency was much higher. 5 hours later, Guofugui began to tally the post-battle gains. Leader, this time we killed a total of 670,000 sea beasts. We harvested 1,869 inner dawn from mutated level 5 sea beasts, 123 inner dawn from level 6 sea beasts, 12 inner dawn from level 7 sea beasts, plus a large amount of high-level sea beast scales that can be made into defensive armor. As for the meat of the mutated sea beasts, it has already piled up like a mountain. Our warehouse probably can't hold it all. In that case, let's freeze what can be preserved, and for what can't fit, we'll make dried fish. Starting today, you should consume the mutated sea beast meat. It should speed up your evolution. In no more than 2 days, I want to see all the brothers in the base reach at least level 2, and those above level 3 must exceed 2,000. Additionally, we haven't tried the inner dawn from the mutated sea beasts, so I will conduct an experiment first. If they have the same evolutionary effect as high-level zombie crystal cores, I will focus on training the captains who participated in this battle to help you break through to level 5. Also, regarding the cultivation techniques, you can exchange with me. It's very cheap, only 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Is it really that cheap? Red Hair, the eagle, Fong Tianhua, and the others were stunned. They had witnessed how powerful Sun Yuhan became after cultivating the techniques. Even they, as tough guys, felt inferior. They had long been itching to try, but they were afraid to approach the leader for fear of displeasing him. After all, this was the leader's secret. As subordinates, they coveted the leader's cultivation techniques, which was a serious taboo. They never expected the leader to be so generous, willing to publicly share his cultivation methods. Leader, are you sure it's just 10,000 level 1 crystal cores? Not level 2 or level 3 cores? If it were level 2 or level 3 cores, gathering 10,000 would indeed be quite a challenge. But if it was 10,000 level 1 cores, that would be too easy. As level 4 evolvers, they could easily lead a few hundred underlings to the neighboring city and kill for a day, effortlessly collecting 10,000 level 1 cores. And how precious were cultivation techniques? Could 10,000 level 1 cores even compare? Not to mention 100,000 or even 1 million cores, they would still feel it was a huge profit. Level 1 cores were just too worthless. High-level evolvers didn't even want to use them. It seems the leader is intentionally nurturing us but doesn't want us to become lazy and reap rewards without effort, which is why he set this challenge that is hardly difficult. The group felt increasingly respectful and a bit moved. The leader truly had their best interests at heart. As brothers, they could only sell their lives to him. There was no other way to repay him. Leader, I happen to have 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Can I exchange them for the cultivation technique? Shadow suddenly pulled out a package. Inside was a large bag of low-level crystal cores. In fact, Shadow was the type who appeared tough but was soft-hearted. Despite her cold demeanor, it was just a facade. In reality, she was quite soft-hearted and took great care of her teammates. She currently had over 800 underlings, most of whom were speed-type ability users. Many had already advanced to level 2 and were planning to break through to level 3. However, the entire squad had very few high-level crystal cores, most of which were level 1. As a result, many teammates would trade 20 level 1 cores to Shadow for 1 level 2 core. Generally, other leaders wouldn't make such exchanges because trading 2 level 1 cores for 1 level 2 core would be a loss. Even at a 1:20 ratio, no one was willing to trade. Thus, within the base, the exchange value of level 1 to level 2 cores had skyrocketed to 30:1, requiring 30 level 1 cores to obtain 1 level 2 core. Everyone wanted to level up quickly. This was the normal market exchange price. However, Shadow was soft-hearted and took great care of her teammates, so she still exchanged at a 120 rate. This led to everyone using low-level cores to trade with Shadow for high-level cores. Although 120 wasn't a terrible deal for a level 4 evolver like her, consuming level 1 cores was indeed inefficient. This was also why she had 10,000 level 1 cores in her possession. It was all due to her soft-heartedness. Li Chen looked at the cores Shadow brought out and immediately smiled and nodded. Very good. Shadow, come with me. I will now teach you an HE technique. The first time you practice this technique, you will need guidance. Once you are familiar with it, you can practice on your own. I will only teach you for an hour. How much you learn depends on your own comprehension. Okay, leader. Shadow nodded and immediately followed Li Chen into the villa's bedroom. I really envy Sister Shadow. She can learn the technique so quickly. Red Hair said, looking impatient. Sun Yuhan, you've practiced techniques before. What is this technique like? Can you tell us about it? Fong Tianhua couldn't help but ask. I can't say that. The technique taught by the leader, how can I selfishly tell others? Sun Yuhan shook her head, deciding to keep her mouth shut. Sun Yuhan, we're not trying to steal your techniques, we just want to ask about the effects of this cultivation method. Isn't that reasonable? Effects? I feel like after practicing the NHE skill, I don't get hungry as easily. I can go a whole day without eating or drinking and still be full of energy. Most importantly, after practicing the technique, I can perfectly utilize the evolutionary power from low-level crystal cores. For example, if I consume 1000 level 1 crystal cores, the evolutionary effect feels comparable to consuming 1 level 4 crystal core. As soon as Sun Yuhan said this, all the team leaders in the conference room were shocked. This is a bit exaggerated. 1000 level 1 crystal cores equating to 1 level 4 crystal core? Based on my own situation, I would need to consume at least 8000 level 1 crystal cores for the effect to be equivalent to 1 level 4 crystal core. To break through level 5, I would need at least 20 level 4 crystal cores, which is 160,000 level 1 crystal cores. But if after practicing the technique, I can perfectly utilize the evolutionary power of level 1 crystal cores, wouldn't that mean I only need to consume 20,000 level 1 crystal cores to break through level 5? That's equivalent to directly saving over 100,000 level 1 crystal cores. Hua Fugue immediately did some calculations. The result was astonishing. Moreover, the higher the level of the evolver, the more benefits they could gain from practicing the technique. Not to mention the inherent combat power boost from the technique itself. Just the savings on evolutionary crystal cores alone is a massive profit. Plus, they wouldn't have to eat so much every day. Eating more means more waste. For example, Hong Mao has to go to the bathroom at least 5 times a day, each time producing several pounds. These team leaders are all major waste producers. Quite unrefined. Although enjoying good food is a pleasure, doing this every day does tarnish their noble image. Who told them to eat so much? With the cultivation technique, this problem could be greatly alleviated. Pass the word down, quickly collect level 1 crystal cores for me. My brother Hongmao will reward you handsomely. Damn it, I can't wait. any longer. I'm going to the neighboring city to kill zombies overnight. The zombies in Haicheng have almost been wiped out by us. Hurry to the neighboring city to grab resources. An hour later, Anning had already learned the innate chi skill. While consuming crystal cores, he began to open up his meridians. Li Chen took out a level 5 sea beast inner core, feeling the energy contained within, and swallowed it whole. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. The level 5 sea beast inner core has effects similar to a level 5 zombie. Most of these sea beast inner cores have attributes leaning towards the water element. Li Chen awakened his water element ability. He then took out a level 6 sea beast inner core and swallowed it whole. An hour later, Li Chen finished digesting it. Not bad, the energy from the level 6 sea beast inner core is quite gentle. It doesn't put any pressure on my earth immortal realm. Li Chen then took out a level 7 sea beast inner core and swallowed it whole. The energy from the level 7 sea beast inner core instantly transformed into a tremendous force surging through Li Chen's limbs and bones. This evolutionary power was nearly 10 times that of a level 6 crystal core. It directly caused a blue halo to emanate from Li Chen's entire body. His skin seemed to be on the verge of transforming into tiny scales. Cells within his body burned wildly. Energy was consumed at a frantic pace. Gene evolution was rapidly accelerated. He immediately activated the 9th level of the innate chi skill. He began to frantically absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish his own consumption. The 9th level of the innate chi skill requires connecting all 365 major acupoints in the body, drawing upon the power of the stars to circulate through the body, forming a cycle of celestial energy, further compressing the true essence within and condensing the martial arts golden core. If the martial arts golden core is formed, it would be the realm of the martial emperor. Reaching this step allows one to control the power of heaven and earth. Every gesture and movement contains immense might. This legendary realm has never been achieved by anyone in the urban dimension for thousands of years. Perhaps it is merely a conjecture of the martial arts realm. Maybe no one can truly accomplish it. But at this very moment, under Li Chen's frenzied assault, 300 of the 365 major acupoints in his body were suddenly opened. Li Chen felt that the speed at which he absorbed energy had increased significantly. It was as if a series of floodgates had been opened. Previously, energy entering his body felt like a trickle of a stream. This was still under the condition that he could actively control the energy entering his body due to his dual cultivation of martial and supernatural arts. Now, it was completely different. It was like unleashing a flood. 300 floodgates were opened at once. A vast and surging energy began to pour into his body uncontrollably. Li Chen's meridians found it difficult to bear the influx. He took out a 7th level sea beast inner core and consumed it. The terrifying evolutionary power of the 7th level sea beast inner core was enough to counteract the pressure of the energy flooding into his body. Time passed second by second. The critical acupoints around Li Chen were gradually being opened. The 301st, the 302nd, the 303rd. When the 308th acupoint was opened, Li Chen had already been cultivating for 20 hours. He finally came to a stop. I've reached the peak of the 6th level. The martial arts realm has also broken through to the late stage of the terrestrial immortal. The space blade can now release 180 strikes simultaneously. Internal space 2.13 million cubic meters. And I conveniently awaken 3 water-type abilities: wave control, underwater breathing, and torrential rain. Now I can become the Dragon King, having mastered the art of summoning clouds and rain. Li Chen was also astonished. These 3 water-type abilities weren't particularly strong, they were merely auxiliary effects. However, when combined with the ice-type ability to freeze 10 miles, it became somewhat terrifying. Leader, I've broken through. I've successfully broken through to the innate realm, Shadow reported excitedly, as Li Chen awakened. Oh, you broke through to the innate realm so quickly? Yes, and with the help of my cultivation techniques in a large number of crystal cores, I also broke through to the 5th level. Now my speed is so fast that I can run 100 meters in a second. As Shadow spoke, he transformed into an afterimage around Li Chen. His movement speed was astonishing. With such high mobility, combined with the attack penetration effect of innate vital energy, it would be difficult for any 5th level evolver of the same rank to defeat Shadow. Alright, since you've learned it, let's exit seclusion. At this moment, in the base's conference room, 7 or 8 team leaders were discussing animatedly. After a day and night of busy work, these team leaders had gone to the neighboring city to slaughter a horde of zombies and had returned. In the process, they also brought back quite a few survivors. I've collected 10,000 first level crystal cores overnight. Why hasn't the leader come out yet? Red Hair said anxiously. Yeah, the leader and Sister Shadow have been in the villa for over 20 hours. Are they really just teaching cultivation techniques? They aren't doing anything else, are they? Fang Tianhua said with a strange smile. Hee, Sister Shadow indeed has her charm, a bit of a mature woman vibe. Although she's not my type, maybe the leader likes her. No way, don't jump to conclusions. The cultivation of innate Qigong requires extreme precision. Any mistake is unacceptable. If Sister Shadow's comprehension isn't high, it's understandable that the leader would take a bit longer to teach. I learn a bit faster because my own ability is healing, which allows me to easily treat issues with damaged meridians. Therefore, when it comes to unblocking the meridians, I have no worries, but others might not be so lucky. Sun Yuhan quickly began to explain. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt that the leader was indeed impressive. This woman, once proud and aloof, had become completely submissive under the leader's influence. Look at Sun Yuhan. Originally high and mighty, she even looked down on Hongmao and Fong Tianhua. But after becoming the leader's woman, she didn't even dare to feel jealous. She watched as the leader and Shadow spent over 20 hours together in the same room, and she didn't show any signs of anger. Clearly, the leader knew how to manage his woman. Impressive. Indeed. Of course, the reason Sun Yuhan didn't dare to feel jealous was that she didn't have the qualifications. Others said she had an affair with the leader, but only she knew that she and Li Chen hadn't even broken through the window paper yet. They were completely innocent. She wasn't Li Chen's woman, so what right did she have to feel jealous? By the way, this time when we went to the neighboring Sioux City to hunt zombies, we encountered quite a few survivor groups fleeing from the Jiangnan base. According to the latest news, the Jiangnan base city has been overrun by the Sea Beast army, and many evolvers have died in battle. However, due to the well-constructed underground escape routes at the Jiangnan base, many survivors were evacuated in advance, which prevented a total annihilation. Such a large Jiangnan base has fallen? Yes, before the Jiangnan base fell, it was said that they detonated a nuclear weapon to kill an 8th level sea monster, but in the end, a 9th level sea monster appeared, and that was when the Jiangnan base couldn't escape its doom. My god, they even used nuclear weapons, yet still fell to the Sea Beast army. Just how terrifying is this 9th level sea beast? It is said that this 9th level sea beast is truly a dragon, a sea dragon, and its length exceeds 1,000 meters. Damn, how could such a monster appear? Fortunately, this 9th level beast didn't come to our base, otherwise, we might as well just wait to die. Everyone was shocked. They never expected the Jiangnan base to suffer such a disaster. Even with nuclear weapons, they still couldn't escape destruction. Humanity had already lost the power to dominate this continent. Now, the sea monsters were the most formidable. Now there are quite a few survivors from the Jiangnan base requesting to join our evolver base. I don't know whether we should agree, as there are indeed quite a few of them, and I'm worried that there might be spies among them. At this moment, Li Chen emerged from his retreat. Shadow transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving so fast that the other squad leaders couldn't react in time. Damn, Sister Shadow, have you broken through? Yes, I have broken through to the innate realm and successfully evolved to level 5. Were you just gossiping behind my back, saying some nonsense? Shadow asked coldly. No, absolutely not. Sister Shadow, can you not trust my Hongmao's character? I usually don't like to discuss other people's gossip. It was all that brat Fong Tianhua who said it, claiming you and the leader have something going on. Hongmao said with a carefree expression. As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Tianhua's face turned green. You little brat, you. How outrageous. Fong Tianhua, if you dare to speak nonsense again, watch out for me tearing your mouth apart. Shadow's face flushed red. Although she was a bit angry, it seemed she didn't express much more. It was just a warning. Who knows if she was really angry or not. Leader, you finally came out. I have collected 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Hongmao took out 10,000 level 1 crystal cores, looking eagerly at Li Chen. Very good, your efficiency is quite high. Shadow, come and guide Red Hair in his training. You are already at the innate level and qualified to instruct him. Since there were already other contestants handling the training methods, Li Chen naturally didn't need to teach each one personally. Shadow and Sun Yuhan were sufficient to act as helpers. Li Chen didn't have that much free time to guide his subordinates one by one. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. 10,000 first level crystal cores only bought the right to practice the methods. It was impossible for every person to have Li Chen personally instruct them. Li Chen was only responsible for collecting the crystal cores. This is what paying for intellectual property looks like. Is it Sister Shadow coming to guide my training? Red Hair was a bit worried that Sister Shadow might be only half-skilled. Am I not qualified to guide your training? Shadow sneered. She picked up a dagger and made a slash in the air. A powerful innate aura sliced through the military dagger, creating a death ray that split a statue of General Yuan Tianyi 20 meters away in half. Now that's done. The last trace of Yuan Tianyi at the Longhai base was completely erased. This, damn awesome. A speed-type ability user, after learning the method, can actually kill from a distance. How can elemental ability users survive now? Chief, I also collected 10,000 crystal cores. Please, teach me the method. Eagle also took out 10,000 crystal cores and presented them to Li Chen. Good. Sun Yuhan, you guide Eagle in his training. Yes, Chief. Sun Yuhan nodded. Next, several team leaders took out 10,000 crystal cores each, looking to exchange methods with Li Chen. That meant Shadow and Sun Yuhan would have to work a bit harder. Guiding one person in training is also a form of training. Guiding 3 or 5 people together is also training, so they would learn the methods together. It would be more efficient, avoiding the need to teach repeatedly. As for the survivors from the Jiangnan base coming to join the future base, Li Chen did not refuse. The human living environment had become increasingly difficult. At this time, having a place to rest was not easy. He just didn't know where Meng Haoyu had run off to. I sent him to infiltrate the Jiangnan base, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed. Truly, human plans can't compare to the heavens. After Meng Haoyu was sent out by Li Chen, he had already become a level 4 evolver. With his teleportation skill and the supplies stored in space, he quickly arrived at the Jiangnan base without incident. He successfully joined the evolution team at the Jiangnan base. He originally wanted to get close to Yuan Tianyi and infiltrate the enemy's ranks. However, Yuan Tianyi did not trust him at all. The other party's intelligence was even higher than he had estimated, so his infiltration failed. He was almost hunted to death by the team led by Yuan Tianyi, but fortunately he managed to escape in the end. After this mission failed, he felt he had let down Chief Li Chen's trust, so he did not return to the base but continued to lie low. After all, he wasn't short on supplies and was a level 4 powerhouse, so he could easily survive in the wilderness around the Jiangnan base. Thus, he kept waiting for an opportunity, specifically watching Yuan Tianyi. If he managed to hunt a level 5 zombie's crystal core, he would snatch it and run. After all, they couldn't catch up. In the end, he didn't manage to snatch the level 5 zombie's crystal core. Instead, he encountered a sea beast army attacking the Jiangnan base. The terrifying war scene still made his scalp tingle. An 8th level sea monster was blown to death by a massive nuclear weapon. The horrifying mushroom cloud turned the entire battlefield into a deep pit. Ultimately, the 8th level sea monster fell. Meng Haoyu took advantage of the chaos to go pick up the corpses. Who would have thought that he would encounter the leader of the Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, a level 6 evolutionary boss who was preparing to collect the inner core of an 8th level sea monster. Just at that moment, the second wave of sea beasts launched an attack, and a 9th level dragon monster appeared. Yuan Xiong was immediately thrown into a panic. He almost got ruthlessly killed by the 9th level monster. In the end, relying on his speed ability, he narrowly escaped with his life. At this moment, the opportunity finally arrived. Meng Haoyu saw the inner core of the 8th level sea monster. The monster's skin had already been cut open by Yuan Xiong. How could he not feel an itch of desire? Although he was only a level 4 evolutionary, a small fry on the battlefield, he was hardly worth mentioning. However, even small characters have their moments of turning the tide. Meng Haoyu was destined for greatness. How could he not snatch the 8th level inner core when he saw it? An inner core that could be picked up for free should not be passed up. So, Meng Haoyu used a teleportation skill and directly appeared above the corpse of the 8th level monster. He snatched the inner core and teleported away again. Yuan Xiong saw a little thief snatch away his 8th level inner core and immediately screamed in anger. He spat blood. Little thief, the 8th level inner core is not something you can digest. Hurry and drop it and I might spare your life. Meng Haoyu completely ignored him. He teleported again with a sudden burst. Little brother, I'll give you a chance. As long as you drop the 8th level inner core, I'll give you the position of deputy leader of the base, endless resources, and even 20 level 5 crystal cores. Don't run away. Old thief, the Jiangnan base is about to fall. What do I want with the deputy leader's position? Once the 8th level inner core is in my hands, it belongs to me and you can't take it back. Teleport. Meng Haoyu activated his skill and teleported 20 times in a row. He finally escaped the pursuit and successfully left the battlefield. He took advantage of the pouring rain to disappear into the night. Yuan Xiong was furious. After a day and night of rest, Meng Haoyu finally recovered his skill cooldown. He decided to return to the base. The 8th level inner core, although I can't use it for now, once I reach a higher level, after I break through to level 7, I can use this inner core to break through to level 8 in one go. Meng Haoyu, will surely become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. In the urban dimension, at 8 in the morning, Principal Li, after 2 days of closed-door training, finally emerged again. At this time, the matter of the deep-sea monster inner cores had completely exploded on social media. The whole internet was buzzing with discussions. The head of the Jinling Chu family, Chu Badian, paralyzed and disabled for 6 years, has surprisingly returned to his innate state. The richest in Sichuan, the Lan family, has produced 5 ability users, one of whom has an S-level talent. Shocking. The wealthy old man Lu from Xiangjiang, at the age of 90, became 20 years younger after consuming a monster inner core, lifting a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. Zhu Dewang, a wealthy Man from Hunan province, after consuming a monster inner core, lost 70 pounds overnight from his 250-pound overweight body, successfully lost weight and won the provincial sprint championship. Zhao Quanhua, a wealthy man from Hubei province, spent 9.5 billion to buy a monster inner core, and after consuming it, he awakened a healing ability, miraculously healing from a terminal illness. Director Qian from the High Martial Academy, after consuming a monster inner core, successfully broke through to the innate realm before his 60th birthday. At this moment on the news, the miraculous effects of the monster inner cores had been blown out of proportion. Boss Nyo, on the Forbes National Rich list, offered a reward of 50 billion to purchase a monster inner core, yet no one was willing to sell it to him. This miraculous inner core detonated the entire market like several deep-sea bombs. The efficacy of the monster inner cores had been confirmed by multiple parties. There was no doubt about it. Wealthy individuals who had previously attended auctions but failed to buy an inner core were now filled with regret. Mistake. This is truly the most significant decision-making error in my 30 years of investment and entrepreneurship, failing to buy a monster inner core. What a blunder. Now it's too late to regret. The inner elixirs of the exotic beasts were only auctioned off 5 pieces. Such treasures of heaven and earth, I'm afraid there will never be another chance to buy them again. I really envy Zhu Fatty. Not only has he succeeded in losing weight, but he also won the sprint championship. Last night, he even bragged to me that he did it 7 times. Damn. Sigh, I played hard when I was young, but now even taking medicine has no effect. At most, I can do it 2 or 3 times a year. I really envy those with good physical fitness. At my age, even if I hold immense wealth, I still feel that life has no meaning, no passion. If only I could have a young body. What's it to spend 500 billion? Wealth can be earned again, but if the body breaks down, what use is having more money? A billionaire let out a sigh that came from the depths of his soul. Humans always like to pursue what they do not have. Often, it is only after losing something that they regret. The beautiful youth is the greatest helplessness deep within the hearts of these wealthy individuals. But time, once gone, never returns. As one ages, the state of the body declines day by day, and that is something that cannot be reversed. However, now there appears the miraculous inner elixir of exotic beasts, which can truly change things. They are willing to pay any price to acquire an inner elixir. Actually, this matter is not entirely without a turning point. Principal Lee mentioned before that he had more than a dozen inner elixirs of exotic beasts for auction, but in the end, only 5 were auctioned off. We have no idea if the rest were given to the higher-ups. Perhaps he still has some. A bespectacled billionaire analyzed on the spot. What President Su said makes sense. On the surface, Principal Lee only auctioned off 5, but the Lan family, the Chu family, and Director Qian all have inner elixirs in their hands. They must have been sold to them privately by Principal Lee, taking advantage of their close relationship. I've decided to send my daughter to Kunlun Mountain. No matter the cost, we must see Principal Lee to purchase an inner elixir. Yes, maybe Principal Lee really has more. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we must give it a try. These billionaires had made up their minds. They immediately sent people to Kunlun Mountain to seek the inner elixir. Some young ones even planned to go personally. They didn't trust others to do it. At this moment, Wang Qiankuan, Xu Mingjiao, and Qian Longwen from the High Martial Academy also reacted. It seems Principal Lee has softened his heart in the end. He must have sold a few inner elixirs to the Chu family, or perhaps the Chu family offered even better conditions. Wang Qiankuan probably guessed this, but he didn't blame anyone. He didn't dare to blame anyone. How Principal Lee handles the inner elixirs of exotic beasts is his own business. He has no right to question it. After all, he has already gained an advantage. Didn't he see that the market price for the inner elixirs of exotic beasts has skyrocketed to 50 billion? He made a huge profit. Director Qian is quite skilled. He actually managed to get an inner elixir from Principal Lee and successfully broke through to the innate level. What did he exchange for it? I didn't see the Qian family having any huge financial movements. Did he perhaps offer the Shaolin ultimate skill Yi Jin Jing? Xu Mengjiao immediately speculated. In fact, by this time, it was almost obvious. Through these examples, it is enough to prove that the 15 inner elixirs mentioned by Principal Lee are probably more than just 15. Principal Lee is clearly holding back. This is quite normal. How could a Grandmaster of the innate level expose all his cards? It is also very normal for him to reserve some inner elixirs for himself or plan to give them to his friends and family. Principal Lee has no need to sell all the inner elixirs. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to hold back. The key question now is how to obtain more inner elixirs from Principal Lee. Master, you have finally come out. Disciple has seen the master. Li Chen had just walked out of the training room when he suddenly noticed his disciple, Lan Tianling, kneeling in front of him with a face full of shame. Is there something you want to tell me? Get up and speak. Li Chen asked casually. Master, this matter is my Lan family's fault and it's a bit hard for me to bring up, but my father entrusted me with it and I can't refuse, so I'm particularly troubled. Lan Tianling said, lowering his head. What is it? Just say it directly. It's like this, master. After I sent the 5 beast inner cores you gave me back to the Lan family, my father, being cautious by nature, didn't use them. Instead, he bestowed these 5 inner cores to the younger generation of our Lan family. 5 Lan family disciples awakened their abilities because of this. And one of them, a C-level ability user, even broke through to S-level after consuming the inner core. Later, as news about the beast inner cores leaked more and more, and with the Chu family's head, Chubadian, regaining his innate abilities thanks to the inner cores, my father finally regretted it. So, he wants me to ask you for a few more, willing to exchange shares of the Lan family, but now the market price of the beast inner cores is no longer what it used to be, and these inner cores have already been auctioned off. Where can we still get them? So that's what this is about. No worries, I'll give you 10 more, just at the original price of 1 billion each. Li Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. When he took out a large number of crystal cores to sell, the price would definitely drop. The current hype at 50 billion was already inflated, because there was a price but no market. If Li Chen sold a few dozen more, this price wouldn't hold. There were only a few in the country who could afford such a price. Once harvested, it would be gone. Li Chen didn't mind selling his disciple a favor. When Li Chen took out 10 more inner cores and handed them to Lan Tianling was instantly in tears. Master, these are beast inner cores worth 50 billion each. You're selling them to my Lan family for 1 billion each. Between you and me, we are not like merchants doing business. How could Master profit from your money? Master is noble, but I can't keep taking advantage of you. That would weigh on my conscience. The beast inner cores worth 50 billion each are indeed unaffordable for my Lan family, but we can still manage the price of 5 billion each. Master, please do not refuse. I know that 5 billion each does not reflect the true value of the beast inner cores, but this is also a token of our Lan family's sincerity, so please accept it. His disciple, Lan Tianling, said earnestly. Although the master did not intend to profit from the Lan family, Lan Tianling couldn't really be so thoughtless. Considering their master-disciple relationship, the price of 5 billion, while not as exaggerated as the market hype, could still somewhat reflect the sincerity of the Lan family. After all, this wave of purchasing inner cores had already drained more than half of their family's wealth. Master, this is all the shares of our Lan Heavy Industry Group. As long as you sign here, the Lan Steel Group will be yours. Sigh. Well, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept it. By the way, I happen to want to forge a batch of long swords recently, and I need the highest hardness. Can this steel group manufacture them? Li Chen asked casually. Of course, our Lan groups. Tungsten steel is famous for its high hardness and strength. Using it to manufacture long swords is a very simple process. The Lan Steel Group can definitely produce them in bulk. Lan Tianling nodded. He was very confident in the forging level of his family's steel group. Don't mention just a small longsword, even the barrel of a sniper rifle or the cannon of an armored tank, they can easily manufacture those. However, this requires military orders. Ordinary civilian orders cannot produce these items. One slip and it could easily turn into munitions. If they pin a label on you, that joke could turn serious. That's perfect. Although I've taken shares in the steel group, it's still your Lan family group managing it. I want to order 50,000 high-strength, high-hardness longswords plus 50,000 large axes. The axe handles should ideally be 2 meters long, and the axes should weigh over 50 kilograms, sharp and about twice the size of a normal fire axe. You should be able to produce this, right? The axes Li Chen wanted were weapons suitable for evolvers. After all, evolvers have relatively strong physical qualities. They can easily swing a 100-pound heavy axe. The combination of a strong physique and heavy axe attacks can significantly enhance close combat lethality. Charging you 10 crystal cores for one of these heavy axes isn't too much, right? After all, not everyone can easily harvest 10,000 level 1 crystal cores like the captain. Those underlings need good weapons to grow faster, don't they? As for the long swords Li Chen wanted, they were to be used in conjunction with mental power. Although controlling more flying swords would reduce individual explosive power when facing the army of sea beasts, controlling more flying swords would undoubtedly cause widespread terrifying lethality against low-level sea beasts. A little more preparation never hurts. Sure, master, these things you want are nothing. I'll message the factory right away to start production. Then it's settled. You can leave now. By the way, about the 10 beast inner cores I promised you, you must keep it a secret and not spread it around. Even if your father can break through to the innate realm because of this, he shouldn't be too high profile. He still needs to keep a low profile. Li Chen instructed Lan Tianling. I will follow master's teachings. I will definitely keep the secret for my father. This matter, indeed, my Lan family has been too high profile. Mainly because there's a younger generation in the family who likes to show off. After he became an ability user, he immediately posted it on social media, making it known to everyone in the circle. If my Lan family were to get 10 more beast inner cores, and outsiders found out, we would definitely become a target. Master, you have considered this more thoroughly. Lan Tianling nodded. In realization. Indeed, after thinking about it, the behavior of the younger generation in the clan showing off was not good for the family. It could easily put the Lan family in the spotlight. At such times, it's better to develop quietly. What does it matter if 5 ability users emerge in the family before you have grown up? If they get taken out by opponents, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Being low-key and developing quietly is the way to go. After Lan Tianling left, Wang Qiankuan suddenly sought out Li Chen again. Principal Li, you've really made it hard for me to bear. Previously, you said you only had 15 beast inner cores, but then you turned around and sold inner cores to Director Chu and Director Qian. Because of this, I've been blamed by the military bigwigs, making me feel caught in the middle. Principal Li, if you don't tell me the truth, how many inner cores do you really have left? Wang Qiankuan said with a feigned look of grievance. What, are you here to hold me accountable, Director Wang? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, asking nonchalantly. I wouldn't dare. Principal Li, you are a senior expert, how could I dare to hold you accountable? I came here to seek to purchase a few more inner cores. From you. The ones I bought last time were all handed over to the military bigwigs. This time, I want to buy some for myself, so please, let me know the truth. How many beast inner cores do you really have? I still have 15. Li Chen replied. Hearing Li Chen's admission, Wang Qiankuan immediately suppressed the wild joy in his heart. Principal Li, I am willing to pay 10 billion for each beast's inner core. Please grant me this favor. Selling it to you is not impossible, but do you really have that much money? To be honest, as the leader of Kunlun Mountain, I personally may not have that much, but many of my disciples are quite wealthy. If we pool our resources, we can gather 150 billion, which should be enough. Moreover, if Principal Li is willing, I am prepared to offer the Kunlun sect's secret manual, Feng Lei Ju, in exchange. Would Principal Li be interested? Feng Lei Ju? Let me see it. I want to know how many crystals, inner cores it can be exchanged for. Although Feng Lei Ju is the Kunlun sect's core technique, it is generally not something that can be casually accessed in a library like this. However, Wang Qiankuan generously took out the manual and handed it to Li Chen. He believed that a grandmaster of innate abilities would not look at the manual and give him nothing in return. Li Chen opened Feng Lei Ju and began to study it carefully. It was clear that this was a manual focused on body techniques. It contained an extraordinary lightness skill. Through a special method of internal energy operation, it could significantly enhance one's speed. Generally, practicing Feng Lei Ju to a minor success could increase speed by 20%. To major success, it could enhance speed by 50%. To perfection, it could double the speed. The key point is that the cultivation of Feng Lei Ju adds a percentage increase to your existing speed. This is quite terrifying. Li Chen's maximum movement speed could reach 300 meters per second thanks to his speed ability, invisible wings, and mental force. Propulsion. If Feng Lei Ju were cultivated to perfection, wouldn't that mean he could break through to 600 meters per second? That would be quite exaggerated. It must be said that the body technique of Feng Lei Ju is indeed very exquisite. As a core manual, it is naturally not something ordinary ancient martial arts can compare to. Li Chen even felt that the effects of this technique were not inferior to Yi Jing and might even surpass it. However, ordinary martial artists are inherently slow. Even if they reach the transformation realm, they can at most achieve 30 meters per second. Cultivating Feng Lei Ju to perfection would only yield 60 meters per second. It would be better to break through to innate abilities directly. Therefore, the value of this technique might be severely underestimated. But for someone like Li Chen, whose movement speed is already at its peak, cultivating Feng Lei Ju would yield terrifying percentage increases. Li Chen gave this technique a very high evaluation. Very good, truly worthy of being a core secret skill. The person who could create a technique like Feng Lei Ju is indeed a genius in martial arts. I can offer 10 beast inner cores in exchange for Feng Lei Ju. What do you think, Director Wang? Li Chen did not intentionally underestimate the value of this technique just because Feng Lei Ju was not widely known. He offered an exchange price equivalent to that of Yi Jing. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiankuan nearly laughed out loud. He couldn't contain himself. Although Feng Lei Ju is a core technique, it is merely a body technique manual. Among the core techniques, not a core internal skill. That this technique could be exchanged for 10 beast inner cores was something he never expected. It was too valuable. How could Feng Lei Ju possibly be worth 100 billion? This was simply a blood profit. Principal Li was incredibly generous. In that case, I would only need to spend 50 billion to buy 15 beast inner cores. Disciples under the door need not gather all their wealth. It can greatly alleviate financial pressure. Principal Li is completely selling me a favor this time. Wang Qiankuan felt deeply moved. Director Wang, the 15 beast inner dan I gave you are the last 15 I have. You must keep it a secret. I sold them to you out of our personal friendship, so don't let this slip. Rest assured, Principal Li, I will keep my mouth shut and never reveal it. Wang Qiankuan immediately patted his chest and promised. In fact, only he, Wang Qiankuan, could keep secrets so well. Others, like the Chu family, the Lan family, and director Qian, often exposed their private dealings with Principal Li regarding the purchase of Beast Inner Dan. Only Wang Qiankuan had not leaked a single word. The other three families either had someone trying to show off or made too much noise to hide it. Old Wan was the most reliable. After Wang Qiankuan left, a student from the Ability Academy suddenly knocked on Principal Li Chan's office door. "Come in, Principal Li." "Hello, my name is Wan Guojun." "Wan Guojun? I think I've heard of you." One of the top students in this year's Ability Academy, an S-level potential Earth-type ability user. "I heard you have already mastered the Earth Escape technique? I even performed Earth Escape online, attracting a large number of fans." Li Chen had some impression of this person. He was quite a big internet celebrity. He already had 20 million fans. To be remembered by Principal Li is an honor for Guojun. "Actually, a few days ago, I wanted to take you as my master, but you are a congenital grandmaster of ancient martial arts, while I belong to the abilities system. The differences between the two are vast, which made me hesitate. But I recently heard that you practice both ancient martial arts and abilities. Is this true?" Wan Guojun asked frankly. "So what if it is?" Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement, looking calm. "Master, please allow your disciple to bow to you." Wan Guojun immediately knelt down and bowed his head in respect. "I never said I would take you as a disciple. Don't get ahead of yourself. Master, I truly wish to be your disciple. My family, the Wan family, is in the financial investment business, and over the years, we have invested in quite a few short video platforms. Here are 5% shares in 3 short video platforms conservatively estimated to be worth 100 billion. Please accept them, Master." Li Chen picked up the share transfer authorization and took a look. Good heavens! They were actually the 3 largest short video platforms in the country. This Wan Guojun looked so rustic, like a simpleton. He was actually the son of a financial tycoon? Even Goldman Sachs and Morgan Bank had shares from his family. Li Chen had to admit, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Who would have thought this rustic simpleton was actually the richest? "Very well. Since you have a sincere heart and I see your talent is not bad, you may enter my door. The world only knows my martial arts cultivation is that of a congenital grandmaster, but they do not know that my ability strength has far surpassed that of a congenital grandmaster. Studying ability techniques under me will be a tremendous fortune for you." With a thought, Li Chen summoned 12 flying knives from his space, which instantly began to spin at high speed, darting around the small office at an unimaginable speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 seconds later, Wan Guojun's clothes were instantly shredded to pieces, leaving only a pile of rags on the floor. Wan Guojun was shocked. Principal Li was indeed a powerful ability user. "Alright, your clothes are too rustic. Change into these Li Ning outfits." Li Chen casually tossed him 2 pieces of clothing. "But this is a custom-made Balenciaga, worth 100,000. The master says ugly is ugly. The value of clothing cannot be measured by money." "Yes, master is right. By the way, master, besides becoming your disciple, I also want to buy some beast inner elixirs from you. I wonder if you have any in stock?" "You came at just the right time. I usually don't sell to just anyone, but since we are now master and disciple, I happen to have 15 beast inner elixirs here. If you want them, I can sell you one for 10 billion. "Master, sell them all to me. My father is getting old and his health isn't great, and there are many uncles and relatives at home who all need them. I'll take them all for 150 billion. Li Chen realized he might have underestimated the financial power of the Wan family. To casually take out 150 billion, the Forbes rich list rankings must not be fake, right? How could there be no ranking for the Wan family? With such terrifying financial power, it wouldn't be excessive for the Wan family to be ranked first, would it? Well, since you have such filial piety, I will sell them all to you, but you must keep it a secret and not spread it around. Now that the beast inner elixirs are being hyped up, it's better for you not to get involved in this turmoil. Rest assured, master, I will definitely keep it a secret." Next, the Chu family, Qian family, Shu family, Ma family, Niu family, and various wealthy families all sent people to seek to purchase inner elixirs. Li Chen publicly claimed he had refused all offers for the inner elixirs, but in reality, more or less, almost everyone who approached him privately managed to buy some. Some bought 1 or 2, others bought 5 or 6, even a dozen. These wealthy individuals immediately began to have ulterior motives. They thought that only by sincerely seeking to purchase would Principal Li soften his heart. Only they had managed to buy some, so they spared no expense frantically acquiring inner elixirs. Even if they couldn't use them all, they could sell them at a profit, perhaps making hundreds of billions. They wanted to profit from the middleman. In fact, after tonight, that Mr. Niu had already cancelled the 50 billion high-priced bounty. Whether they could still resell them at a high price was now a metaphysical question. In just one day, Li Chen had already received shares from dozens of listed groups, and they were all large enterprises and conglomerates such as Zhangxiang Maozi, lithium battery groups, new energy vehicle shares, internet AI companies, including some agricultural and livestock groups. He had acquired quite a bit. According to the current market value of the shares, it was about over 20 trillion. After all, while the wealthy have money, most of it is in company shares. If you really ask them to casually take out hundreds of billions or over 1,000 billion in cash, that is indeed a very difficult thing. So most were using group shares and company bonds as collateral. This was how they could buy inner elixirs from Li Chen. In reality, very few could actually produce a large amount of cash flow. But even so, today's A shares also experienced a massive drop due to many wealthy individuals collectively selling shares to recover cash flow. Shareholders were wailing. The curses were incessant. A wave of green engulfed the entire stock market. Many stock market bloggers were cursing the capitalists for their ugly behavior. The leaks hadn't even sprouted and you're already cutting? So disgusting. Damn you. Li Chen paid no attention to the external turmoil, because he had already decided to consume the 6th level sea beast inner elixir to break through to the land immortal realm. His Joyang divine skill was just a little bit away from the 8th level. Meanwhile, at the North American Alliance's War God Palace, the 8 war gods gathered together. Besides the transcendent war god Diana, there was another important figure today who caught everyone's attention. Congratulations, Brian George, it seems you have broken through to the transcendent war god realm. Yes, my dear Queen Diana, I have finally caught up to your pace. The War God Palace has produced 2 transcendent war gods, and recently 3 SS-level potential superhumans have emerged. It won't be long before a new war god is born. However, an Eastern monkey dares to be so arrogant, brazenly provoking the Global Superhuman Association of the War God Palace online, even claiming they bark like dogs. This is simply lawless. He should be prepared to face judgment from the War God Palace. The Eastern Dragon Summer, they do not abide by the regulations of the Global Superhuman Association, refusing to join our system, wanting to establish their own lineage. This has become a chronic issue that needs to be resolved. The War God Palace has given birth to 2 transcendent war gods. Their strength has greatly increased. They decided to take action themselves and head to the Kunlun Mountains of Dragon Summer to slay the villain Li Chen, to set an example. This is also a warning to the global superhumans, a lesson to be learned. If Li Chen's matter is not dealt with, will anyone dare to insult the War God Palace of the North American Alliance in the future? Only by severely punishing Li Chen can the dignity of the North American Alliance be maintained. The 2 transcendent war gods shot through the air with unparalleled terrifying speed. Dragon Summer time, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras rushed in. Li Chen, get out here. A clumsy Chinese phrase was shouted from Brian George's mouth. His eyes suddenly shot out a beam of laser light. That terrifying laser instantly severed a mountain peak in half, triggering a massive avalanche and earthquake. A mountain boulder with a diameter of about 2,000 meters suddenly crashed down towards the direction of the High Martial Academy. If that mountain peak hit, the High Martial Academy would likely be reduced to ruins. Countless students would be injured or killed. But at this critical moment, a tall figure shot out. He threw a punch. The 2,000-meter mountain peak was actually split in half by him, falling to either side of the cliff. This avoided the destruction of the High Martial Academy. Brian, do you dare to act recklessly in my High Martial Academy? 6 years ago, you fled in panic from my hands, have you forgotten? A tall and handsome middle-aged man said coldly. He stood with his hands behind his back, confronting Brian George and Queen Diana from a distance. The atmosphere instantly became suffocating. The entire place fell into dead silence. The students of the High Martial Academy were all dumbfounded. My god, it's Zhao Yunfeng, Principal Zhao has appeared. The strongest in Dragon Summer, Zhao Yunfeng. Could the other party be the Diamond War God Brian? I heard that the Diamond War God Brian of the North American Alliance is the second strongest after Queen Diana. He awakened dual SS level powers, the Diamond Body and Laser Eye. The Diamond Body makes his physical form indestructible. Even facing missile bombardment, he remains unscathed, with a defense that can be described as monstrous. The Laser Eye releases a terrifying red light from his eyes, capable of destroying fighter jets from thousands of meters away. Both Zhao Yunfeng and Brian have appeared. Could that white beauty be Queen Diana? Xu Mingjiu said in shock. Queen Diana is a legendary figure in the superhuman world, the first superhuman to break through the war god level. Are these 2 North American powerhouses here to slay Principal Li? Principal Li might be in danger this time. Humph. Zhao Yunfeng, do you think I, Brian George, am still the same as I was 6 years ago? Losing to you 6 years ago was just a moment of carelessness. Now I am a transcendent war god. You came at the right time. Today, I not only want to slay the villain Li Chen but also to avenge my previous humiliation. As Brian George's words fell, a metallic sheen suddenly covered his entire body. This was his true battle state, the Diamond Body. Once the Diamond Body was activated. Brian George's physical abilities would receive a terrifying enhancement. Speed, strength, and defense would all elevate to an extreme level. He could withstand air-to-ground missiles without a scratch. Just like Superman. You weren't my match 6 years ago. Do you think you can be my match 6 years later? You don't think you're the only one who has broken through to surpass the war god, do you? Earth-type ability, power of the earth. Zhao Yunfeng's feet landed on the ground. In an instant, a yellowish aura surged from his body. Countless stones and soil began to gather around him. Before long, they coalesced into a massive stone giant 500 meters tall. The stone giant was perfectly formed and incredibly powerful. With a single step, it covered a distance of 1,000 meters. Zhao Yunfeng threw a punch, and the terrifying figure, combined with the power of the earth, sent Brian George flying with a single blow. Brian was blasted away like a cannonball, embedding himself in the rocks, creating a 50-meter deep pit on the cliff. But soon, Brian burst out like a cannonball again. Laser eye. His eyes emitted lasers, bombarding the stone giant. One of the giant's arms was blasted off, but the power of the earth surged, and the arm quickly regenerated. Just a little trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. Wind-type ability, blinding sandstorm. The combination of earth and wind abilities instantly turned the battlefield into a howling storm, with sand swirling everywhere. Brian's laser eyes were affected by the sandstorm, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He could only rely on his diamond body to attack wildly. This was a case of ability restraint. Zhao Yunfeng's abilities just happened to counteract the laser diamond. Zhao Yunfeng, do you think this queen doesn't exist? Spatial prison. Angel's holy light sword of judgment. Queen Diana, the #1 war god of North America, was also a dual SS level ability user, possessing rare dual attributes of space and holy light. As soon as she made her move, the massive stone giant was instantly trapped within a spatial barrier. Brian, don't get caught up in the fight. I'll contain Zhao Yunfeng. You go and kill Li Chen immediately. Don't forget our purpose for this mission. Yes, my queen. With a war god stepping in, killing a congenital grandmaster was as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. At this moment, Li Chen was in a critical phase, having taken a 6th level sea beast's inner core to break through to the 8th level of the 9 Yang divine skill. His entire body was bursting with Yang energy. A terrifying heat wave enveloped him. The speed of his circulation was increasing rapidly, and the powerful 9 Yang true energy was running wildly within him, already breaking through to 8.5 seconds per circulation. The scorching 9 Yang true energy had already liquefied into a significant portion of 9 Yang true essence. Boom! At this moment, a loud rumble echoed in Li Chen's mind. His cells began to evolve wildly. The water-type ability awakened. At the same time, he also broke through to become a 6th level evolver. Urban Li Chen had successfully entered the 6th level ranks. His mental power began to surge. Speed ability evolved. His entire physique was enhanced. Now is the time. Today, I will break through to the realm of the land immortal. Boom, boom, boom. Jia jia jia. Li Chen, I've found you. Fuck you, squid. Laser eye. Brian George, a transcendent war god level powerhouse, could easily detect Li Chen, who was in seclusion in the training room, through the flow of energy between heaven and earth. A massive amount of heavenly and earthly energy surged towards Li Chen. In the High Martial Academy, apart from Zhao Yunfeng, only Li Chen had the strength to attract such a vast amount of heavenly and earthly energy. It was said that the dragon Summer ancient martial lineage was particularly averse to disturbances during cultivation, otherwise it would be easy to go astray. Li Chen was clearly in seclusion, breaking through. At this moment he was practically a living target. Truly, heaven has forsaken you. Die. Boom. Just as the laser eye instantly destroyed the walls of the training room and struck Li Chen, an incredibly fierce and scorching aura enveloped his body. That terrifying laser eye was unable to breach his defenses, directly blocked by the 9 Yang True Qi, keeping it at bay. At that moment, Li Chen opened his eyes. You little rodent, how dare you disturb my meditation? You're seeking death. With a movement, Li Chen activated his invisible wings, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and instantly appeared in front of Brian George. Grabbing him by the neck, like lifting a chick, he slammed him down to the ground. A force of 8 million pounds erupted from Li Chen's hand. Even Brian's steel body had no power to resist. Boom! The hard granite floor was instantly smashed into a deep pit several dozen meters wide. The massive rock formation cracked like a spider web, but soon Brian George charged out from that deep pit. His diamond-like body had astonishing defenses and was extremely tough. Li Chen's strike surprisingly did not inflict much damage on him. How is this possible? I am the transcendent war god, how could I not defeat you? The information is wrong. Li Chen is not an innate grandmaster. He is a terrestrial immortal and also a transcendent war god. Brian George shouted in shock. Are you the war god of the North? American Alliance's war god palace? You really dare to come? Since you've come, don't even think about leaving today. 9 Yang Divine Qi, Wind and Thunder Technique. With a movement, Li Chen transformed into an afterimage again, his speed reaching an astonishing 360 meters per second. The terrifying speed was so fast that even the transcendent war god couldn't react in time. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. This time, Li Chen covered his hand with 9 yang qi and struck out with unparalleled speed. Clang! A metallic clash echoed. Brian was sent flying 1,000 meters away, crashing into a mountain which cracked upon impact. His originally powerful steel body was actually left with a deep palm imprint. A mouthful of blood was suddenly spat out. Impossible, how could I be injured? My diamond body is unafraid of missile bombardment. How could you hurt me? Brian roared furiously. Laser eye. The red light in his eyes swept again, but it was easily dodged by Li Chen, unable to hit him at all. Li Chen's speed was too fast, he couldn't lock on to him. Mental force. With a thought, 12 alloy battle knives transformed into 12 sharp rays, piercing towards Brian. Boom! 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 Over 10,000 tons of terrifying destructive power battered Brian, leaving him covered in wounds. Yet even so, it still couldn't completely break through his defenses. Interesting, are you a little cockroach? You're quite resilient, you can't be killed even after all this? I have a sword that can cut through the heavens. Sword technique. Li Chen drew his long sword. The Longquan sword, under the cover of 9 young divine qi, transformed into an invincible swordlight. Li Chen swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying swordlight that extended 3,000 meters, cleaving through the air. A massive snow-capped mountain was actually split apart by this sword. Brian George was locked within the swordlight, utterly defenseless. This sword cleaved halfway through his forehead, yet even so, he did not die. How could this be? Mental abilities, speed abilities, strength abilities. Ancient martial arts terrestrial immortal realm, how could you be a multi-type transcendent war god? Blood flowed endlessly from Brian's body, but he still asked unwillingly. You still haven't died? Well, you managed to take 3 of my moves and still survive. You must be quite gifted. Today, I will leave you with a complete corpse. Water system ability, evaporation of water molecules. The 3 water abilities awakened in the apocalyptic Li Chen were somewhat inclined towards support, summoning clouds and rain, controlling the weather. However, the water ability awakened in urban Li Chen this time was extremely perverse. He could control the evaporation of all water molecules within a radius of 500 meters. This included the water contained in the human body itself. It was all within Li Chen's control. This was undoubtedly a terrifyingly perverse ability. Water accounted for a large part of the human body, including blood and internal organs, which contained a significant amount of water. If the water molecules in the human body evaporated, one would instantly turn into a dried corpse. And what Li Chen awakened was this water ability, evaporation of water molecules. When this ability was activated, Brian's diamond body began to seep a large number of fine beads of sweat. The beads of sweat increased rapidly. He started sweating profusely. A water ball began to automatically form on his head. The water ball spun, and the moisture from Brian's body flowed uncontrollably into the water ball. His body became increasingly shriveled. The muscular man, standing at 1.9 meters tall, quickly turned into a mere skeleton. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Just as he took off into the air, Li Chen stomped him back down. You think you can run after offending me? Do you think my authority is something you can trifle with? At that moment, Brian George finally began to panic. He felt the relentless passage of life. He was about to die. Please, I was wrong. I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. I am so thirsty. It's too late. As Li Chen's words fell, all the moisture in Brian's body had been evaporated completely, turning him into a dried corpse. The entire scene was filled with horror. The Diamond War God Brian has actually fallen. He is the second strongest in North America. Incredible, Principal Li is actually a terrestrial immortal? The mighty war god couldn't even last 5 moves against Principal Li. Just now, I was still worried about my master. I didn't expect my master to be even more formidable than I imagined. Did I really become a disciple of a terrestrial immortal? Am I dreaming? Wan Guojun instantly felt that the billions spent were worth it. At this moment, Queen Diana had already furrowed her brows. The situation had exceeded her expectations. She had trapped Zhao Yunfeng and sent Brian to kill Li Chen, but unexpectedly, Brian was killed by Li Chen instead? How outrageous. Diana, if you have the ability, fight me fairly. Sneaking attacks, what kind of ability is that? Zhao Yunfeng frantically bombarded the spatial cage. His fists rained down like raindrops. However, within this space, it felt as if there were invisible walls of void locking him firmly within this area. No matter how he bombarded, he could not escape. Instead, he was occasionally ambushed by Diana using holy light slashes. Although the stone giant was huge and had thick defenses, it couldn't withstand such sneak attacks. Gradually, Zhao Yunfeng began to struggle. The spatial cage severed his connection to the power of the earth. This meant that his stone giant could not recover from Injuries. Zhao Yunfeng began to panic. If this continued, he could really be consumed to death by Diana. Just then, he suddenly felt the pressure ease. The spatial cage had broken. Are you the #1 war god in North America, Queen Diana? So it was you barking like a dog, wanting to judge me. I see you are just throwing yourself into a trap. Li Chen looked at Diana's sky-blue eyes, her fiery and alluring figure, her charming appearance. She was indeed quite sexy, but unfortunately, she was a femme fatale. Li Chen, you dare to kill the Diamond War God? Your crime has already angered the entire North American Alliance. The whole Longsha Kingdom will have to bear the wrath of the North American Alliance because of your evil deeds. Are you ready to face judgment? Diana threatened coldly. To be honest, her Chinese was quite fluent. Stop barking like a dog, will you? Yapping like a bitch every day, talking about judging this and judging that. I'm right in front of you, let's see how you judge me. As soon as Li Chen said this, the entire faculty and students of the High Martial Academy were collectively stunned. The #1 powerhouse in North America was actually called a bitch by you. Don't you know how high the status of Queen Diana is? She is a North American legend, the president of the Global Superpower Association. Even the most powerful capitalists must bow respectfully to Queen Diana. Principal Li, you are too brave. Upon hearing this, Diana was immediately furious. She was truly angry. The killing intent surged. No one had ever dared to insult her like this. Spatial cage. Diana unleashed her spatial ultimate move again, the spatial cage. Her spatial cage could be used to trap enemy opponents or to pull herself and her opponent into the spatial cage barrier together. Even on a battlefield where the enemy outnumbers her, she could single out an opponent, pull them into the spatial cage and kill them alone. This kind of heaven-defying skill, whether to restrict an opponent or to capture and kill them, was a divine technique. Li Chen felt the scene shift. Zhao Yunfeng, who was still on the side, suddenly disappeared. The onlookers from the High Martial Academy also vanished. Only an 800-meter diameter spatial cage remained, locking Li Chen and Diana inside. Li Chen, do you think that just because you have become a transcendent war god, you can act recklessly? Do you know that there are still differences in strength among transcendent war gods? You have just recently ascended to the transcendent war god level, yet you dare to provoke and insult the #1 powerhouse. Now, the great Queen Diana will pronounce your death sentence. Angel's wings. Suddenly, a pair of angelic wings sprouted from Diana's back. Her aura began to surge. The momentum climbed steadily. The powerful holy light erupted within her, suddenly reaching the peak of the transcendent war god realm. Li Chen was very familiar with this realm, because in the apocalypse, Li Chen was currently at this level, peak of the land immortal realm. The situation became a bit complicated, but Li Chen was not afraid. He still had trump cards. At worst, he could consume a 7th level sea beast's inner core. Li Chen, are you starting to feel afraid? Your speed-type superpower cannot be effectively utilized in this narrow spatial cage. Is that so? I would love to. Give it a try. Wind and Thunder Technique. Li Chen activated the Wind and Thunder Technique, his speed still as fast as lightning. The training of the Wind and Thunder Technique was originally a small-scale spatial movement. After practicing casually, he reached a minor success, increasing his movement speed by 20%. However, to break through to major success, he needed more practice in body techniques. Angel's Holy Light Slash. One Sword Technique. Li Chen drew his sword, launching a strike. A terrifying holy light sword beam collided with the 9-yang sword chi. Boom! A loud explosion. The powerful energy shockwave sent Li Chen flying 300 meters away. The 199 yuan Longquan sword that had accompanied him through several pretentious moments was directly shattered to pieces. Indeed, this ordinary rebar craft was just average. It was fine for occasional show-off, but when faced with a true powerhouse, it shattered with a single blow. Just look at the holy light great sword in her hand. It was clearly a divine weapon. His Longquan sword simply couldn't compare. Next time, he shouldn't buy something so cheap. Li Chen's long sword was shattered, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Queen Diana's mouth. A land god is nothing but this. Today, I will send you to meet Satan. Wind and Thunder Technique. The holy light sword radiance swept across, and Li Chen dodged at his limit, beginning to hone his body technique. Just as he was sent flying, he had already taken a 6th level sea beast inner pill. The power of evolution surged through his body. The 9-yang true chi erupted. The circulation speed within his body increased rapidly, and Li Chen urgently needed a vigorous battle to vent the heat within him. This technique indeed became more potent the further one cultivated it, with the yang energy growing stronger. Even the I Jing Jing was difficult to harmonize. Moreover, Li Chen's breakthrough speed was too fast, with no time for accumulation, leading to unbearable heat within him. Now, through a wave of intense battle, he found it increasingly hard to endure. But there was no choice, he had to endure. A life and death battle was not a game. Humph. Useless. Do you think you can keep dodging with your extreme body technique? My spatial cage will continuously shrink. Over time and within this spatial cage, the energy I unleash can be recycled. I will grow stronger with each battle, while you will only be consumed until death. In this cage, I have the home field advantage. You can't escape, nor can you fight back. You will only exhaust your energy and die. The corner of Diana's mouth lifted slightly. She began to smirk coldly, although a golden warrior had fallen. This time, being able to eliminate a multi-system transcendent warrior from Longxia was not a loss. Fortunately, he had just broken through, and had not yet grown. Otherwise, if he grew for a few more years, who in the world could compete with him? If Li Chen did not die, he would be a significant threat to the North American alliance. He was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than Zhao Yunfeng. Oh no! Principal Li has been pulled into the spatial cage by Queen Diana. I wonder if he will be in danger? After all, he is the strongest. In North America, how could he be so easy to deal with? Principal Zhao, can you save Principal Li? He is a good person. Wang Qiankuan earnestly requested. It's not that I don't want to save him, but I can't enter the spatial cage either. We can only wait for Principal Li and Diana to determine the victor before the spatial cage can be broken, Zhao Yunfeng said with a face full of lingering fear. If it weren't for Principal Li's righteous intervention this time, it would probably have been him facing Diana in a life and death struggle. The opponent's spatial abilities really become more perverse as time goes on. 6 years ago, I could still match Diana evenly, but I never expected that 6 years later, I am already far inferior to her. She has more advantages than I do in terms of abilities. Spatial ability users truly become stronger in the later stages. Zhao Yunfeng's head hung slightly low and a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. Even though he had broken through to the transcendent warrior realm, he felt the gap between himself and Diana. When the opponent fought him, she didn't even use her full strength. This was the biggest blow to Zhao Yunfeng, who was proud at heart. Fortunately, within Longxia, a peerless powerhouse has also emerged. Although I don't know much about Principal Li, his ability to slay the golden warrior Brian shows that his strength far surpasses mine. He might be able to contend with Diana. Moreover, Principal Li seems to have quite a good reputation. Everyone seems to care about him. Outside the spatial cage, everyone was discussing fervently. Lan, Tianling, Wan Guojun, Xu Mingjiao, and others couldn't help but show a hint of anxiety on their faces. Inside the spatial cage, Li Chen and Diana had been entangled for an hour. He kept dodging, extreme dodging, frantically dodging, facing Diana's incredibly sharp holy light great sword. Li Chen operated the wind and thunder technique to its utmost, rapidly advancing his body technique at an unimaginable speed. In just 1 hour, he was already close to reaching the realm of great achievement. Is this a perfect level of evasion technique? You've got some skills. But next, the diameter of the spatial cage will shrink to within 100 meters. Let's see where you can run. A distance of 100 meters for a powerhouse beyond the war god level takes less than half a second. Diana's holy light sword net could cover the entire space. From top to bottom, from left to right, from front to back, 6 sides of space instantly filled with endless rays of holy light. Li Chen had nowhere to evade. No matter how formidable the evasion technique, under such a dense barrage of holy light sword energy, it was futile. Well, thank you for helping me hone my evasion skills. Otherwise, breaking through to the great achievement of the wind thunder technique wouldn't be so quick. Now, the game is over. Li Chen smirked coldly. He took out a level 7 Sea Beast inner core from the space and swallowed it in one go. With the level 7 inner core consumed, Li Chen suddenly began to operate the 9 Yang divine art frantically. A powerful protective divine aura enveloped his body, and facing the fierce rays of holy light, Li Chen withstood it, surprisingly unscathed. At this moment, the operation speed of the 9 Yang true essence had surpassed 1 cycle every 7 seconds. An even more terrifying aura erupted within Li Chen. What did you eat? Why has your momentum suddenly increased so much? Water system ability, water molecules evaporating. Li Chen instantly activated his water system ability. Diana suddenly felt her blood boiling all over, as if the moisture in her body was being forcibly drawn out. Her body was starting to feel uncontrollable. Holy light shield. Suddenly, a circular light shield lit up around her, the gentle holy light enveloping her, actually cutting off Li Chen's water system abilities extraction. You've got some tricks, but not many. Mental force. With a thought, 12 alloy war knives in the space transformed into 12 beams of light, propelled by a terrifying force exceeding 20,000 tons, crashing towards the holy light shield. The holy light shield appeared thin and fragile on the surface, but in reality, it was incredibly hard. Its defensive power was terrifying. Li Chen pushed Diana back, but the holy light shield was not broken. But what if I add the 9 Yang true essence? With a wave of his hand, the powerful 9 Yang true essence split into 12, merging into the alloy flying knives. The alloy flying knives, now covered with 9 Yang true essence, became indestructible. Combined with the terrifying propulsion of 20,000 tons, the holy light shield was instantly shattered. Spatial distortion. At a critical moment, Queen Diana unexpectedly activated her second spatial ability. A strange space bent the trajectory of Li Chen's flying knives, which were about to hit Diana, suddenly turning in front of her and flying back towards Li Chen. It nearly injured Li Chen by mistake. Fortunately, he stopped it in time with his mental force. You have a second spatial skill? How did you master your spatial skills? Li Chen suddenly felt a hint of curiosity. In the urban world, there shouldn't be any spatial zombie cores, right? Could it be that besides the innate skills gained from self-awakening and those obtained from consuming cores and inner cores, one could awaken a second skill? Li Chen, let me show you how powerful a true spatial ability user really is. Drawing the ground as a prison, spatial confinement. Diana was completely furious. She continuously unleashed spatial skills, nearly reaching a state of weakness. First, she used the spatial cage to trap Zhao Yunfeng. Then she used the spatial cage to trap Li Chen. They had been entangled for a whole hour. Maintaining the spatial cage itself consumed a tremendous amount of energy. She originally thought that Li Chen would soon be unable to hold on under her fierce attack. But unexpectedly, Li Chen grew braver with each battle. After an hour of fierce fighting, he was still full of energy. Instead, she found her defenses broken by Li Chen's mental attacks and had to activate her spatial skills to the limit. In this final strike, if I cannot slay Li Chen, I can only retreat today. At this moment, Li Chen felt that the space within a meter around him was completely locked down. He couldn't move an inch. Holy light purification. Destroy all evil. Die. Diana swung her greatsword fiercely at Li Chen, a terrifying slash of holy light containing her full power. This strike, combined with her divine weapon, was strong enough to split a mountain in half. If it struck Li Chen's head, even the Nine Sun's protective aura would struggle to withstand it. At this moment, Li Chen, in a frantic struggle, sensed a faint grayish special energy. Is this the energy of the spatial system? So that's how it is. Feeling the spatial energy so close, Li Chen suddenly had a moment of clarity. He had always thought that only the apocalyptic Li Chen had gained spatial abilities while he did not, because he didn't know how to use any spatial skills. But that was not the case. He had always been a spatial ability user, he just didn't know how to use it. If he weren't a spatial ability user, how could he have a space within him? And such a vast internal space at that? Moreover, every time he consumed an evolution crystal core, his internal space would grow along with it. This was precisely because he had always been a spatial ability user. He just had never used it. So he didn't know. And at this moment, when the spatial energy was so close to him, he suddenly realized that the gray energy in his brain domain space was indeed spatial energy. Could it be that besides awakening skills, spatial abilities could also be actively developed? In that instant, Li Chen's thoughts surged wildly, and the gray energy in his brain domain space was forcibly summoned and surged into his body. The next second, Li Chen's figure vanished. Instant teleportation. Li Chen directly broke free from the spatial confinement. He dodged Diana's full force strike. The opponent's desperate slash only cut through the air. Spatial ability? How do you have spatial abilities? Diana's face was filled with disbelief. Boom! Li Chen grabbed Diana by the neck. Are you ready to die? Feeling the palpable killing intent, Diana's gaze turned to despair. She never expected to fall into a trap. Today, it seemed she would perish here. At this moment, Li Chen's eyes were blood red. His state appeared somewhat off. The Nine Suns divine art was going berserk. Li Chen had lost control. The effect of the 7th level inner core was too strong. Li Chen had not focused on cultivating and digesting it, but instead got distracted during the battle, drawing out the brain domain space energy during the operation of his meridians, causing the Nine Suns' true essence to be disturbed and go berserk, with evil fire raging. Li Chen's consciousness became hazy. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Then, what are you going to do? Diana let out a scream. At 11 o'clock at night, the chaotic Nine Suns' true essence within Li Chen finally calmed down. What did I just do? I seem to not remember. Where's Queen Diana? Why is she gone? Damn, where are my pants? At this moment, Li Chen felt completely transparent. The speed of the Nine Suns' true essence's operation had actually broken through 2 seconds per cycle. This was equivalent to him having reached the peak of the 8th level, just one step away from the 9th level, 9 suns covering the sky. Beyond that was the condensation of the Martial Emperor Golden Core, breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. As for the level of his abilities, it had already reached a level comparable to the apocalyptic Li Chen. Today's progress is quite significant. I didn't expect to be obsessed, and yet it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. A gentle breeze swept by. Li Chen felt a slight chill in his body. It turned out he was at the peak of a snow-capped mountain in temperatures below -10 degrees. Li Chen quickly took a pair of pants from his space and put them on. Then he flew towards the High Martial Academy. The apocalypse. 11:30 in the morning. Li Chen stretched lazily and walked out of the villa. Chief, there's something I need to report to you. That traitor Manhwa Yu has returned. He claims he didn't betray the base, but that you sent him to the Jiangnan base as an undercover agent. Unfortunately, the mission failed and he was hunted. by Yuan Tianyi. Later, the Jiangnan base was breached by the Sea Beast army and he couldn't continue the mission, so he came back. The red-haired man immediately reported to Li Chen. He was quite displeased with Meng Haoyu's return. That scoundrel Meng Haoyu had stabbed him in the back before and he still remembered that grudge. So as soon as Meng Haoyu returned, the red-haired man sought him out for trouble and they ended up fighting. This time, Meng Haoyu was no match for the red-haired man at all. The red-haired man had already reached level 5 and learned the innate chi skill. His strength had skyrocketed and Meng Haoyu couldn't compete at all. However, his teleportation skill was incredibly powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat the red-haired man, he could easily escape. The red-haired man couldn't do anything about him. He could only let him explain the cause and process of the matter. Yes, Meng Haoyu was indeed the undercover agent I sent out. The reason I said he betrayed the base was to better protect him. However, this operation may not have fooled Yuan Tianyi, but we didn't suffer any losses. Li Chen nodded. He explained on the spot. Chief, you finally cleared my name. Just now, those guys almost wanted to kill me. Woo 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 chief, you must stand up for me. Meng Haoyu said with a face full of grievance. His return to the future base was undoubtedly shocking. He originally thought that having broken through to a level 4 spatial ability user, he would be a top contender upon returning to the base. Aside from Li Chen, he believed he was not inferior to any of the team members at the base. But as soon as he returned, he was ruthlessly beaten. He couldn't defeat Shadow, couldn't defeat the red-haired man, couldn't defeat Eagle, couldn't defeat Feng Tianhua, couldn't defeat Guofugui, couldn't defeat Huang Chao, and even couldn't defeat Sun Yuan, the support healer. Meng Haoyu was completely stunned. How could a level 4 spatial ability user not be able to defeat Sun Yuan, a support healer? This was something he simply couldn't accept. Soon, he realized a fact. The future base's strength had changed dramatically. Among the other 19 leaders besides him, only Gu Sisi was still at the peak of level 4. The other 18 leaders had all advanced to level 5. Moreover, they had all learned a special technique, each with explosive combat power. Meanwhile, he, Meng Haoyu, had gone out for a spin and had become the most backward. What was going on? This isn't scientific. I have enough evolution crystals and enough supplies to last 10 years plus a top-tier spatial ability. Why is it like this? My upgrade speed is still slower than the other team leaders. Therefore, the key issue must be that technique. I haven't practiced the technique, so my upgrades are slow. If I had practiced the technique, I would definitely surpass that red-haired guy in no time. At the same time, Meng Haoyu also learned through observing the situation at the base that the future base had also experienced an invasion by the Sea Beast army. In this battle, Chief Li Chen displayed terrifying strength comparable to a level 7 ability user, killing 12 level 7 sea monsters. His output was off the charts. He almost single-handedly turned the tide. Meng Haoyu was even more shocked. At the same time, he developed a strong interest in the 5th level inner elixirs, 6th level inner elixirs, and 7th level inner elixirs, including the cultivation techniques. He wanted them all. Very greedy. This was quite normal. Who in the apocalypse isn't greedy? But he knew very well that although leader Li Chen was relatively generous to his subordinates, it was absolutely impossible for him to give these resources away for free. He either had to achieve merit on the battlefield. Through contributions, rewards would be allocated, or he would have to exchange other things for them. Trying to exchange for 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level inner elixirs by killing zombies and mutated monsters would take ages. He couldn't wait. That red-haired guy had already surpassed him. He couldn't stand being humiliated and overtaken by that red-haired punk. He had to surpass him immediately, rise above level 5, and reclaim his status. Otherwise, he would feel terrible. So, I can only exchange that 8th level inner elixir. The 8th level inner elixir is too precious. I'm actually a bit reluctant to part with it, but with my current status as a level 4 evolver, I can only consume the 8th level inner elixir after reaching the peak of level 7. When will that be? The world is too dangerous now. Who knows when I might get killed? Even though I have the skill of teleportation, I can't guarantee absolute safety. I must level up quickly. Surpass the red-haired guy, surpass them all. I, Meng Haoyu, will never be weaker than anyone in my life. After a period of entanglement and contemplation, Meng Haoyu had already made up his mind. He had to obtain the cultivation techniques and the 5th, 6th, and 7th level Sea Beast inner elixirs. Finding leader Li Chen to exchange was undoubtedly the simplest shortcut. There was no quicker method than this. The red-haired guys hadn't even told him that this precious technique only required 10,000 first-level crystals. So, he subconsciously thought that the techniques were very expensive. A great price had to be paid to exchange for them. Meng Haoyu, it's good that you're back. It doesn't matter that the undercover mission wasn't completed. I'm already very pleased that you can return safely. I've always kept the position of captain of your base's 8th squad for you. Thank you, leader. Leader, I have a secret I want to report to you. Can we talk privately? Sure, come with me. After a while, Li Chen took Meng Haoyu to a separate conference room. Go ahead, what secret do you want to report? Li Chen brewed a pot of de Hong Pao. While drinking tea, he asked casually, "Leader, do you know that before the Jiangnan base was destroyed, a nuclear bomb was launched?" "I've heard of that. I heard it even killed an 8th level sea monster." "Yes, leader, that super high-yield nuclear bomb did indeed kill an 8th level sea monster, but do you know where the inner elixir of that 8th level sea monster ended up?" Meng Haoyu suddenly asked. This question caught Li Chen off guard. The battlefield was in chaos. And with the terrifying power of the nuclear bomb, the 8th level sea monster was probably long gone. How could the inner elixir still be found? "Leader, the defensive power of the 8th level sea monster is extremely strong. Even facing a nuclear bomb, it can preserve its remains. Speaking of which, I was lucky. I happened to obtain the inner elixir of that 8th level sea monster. The leader of the Jiangnan base chased me all the way, directly making him scream in anger." It's quite funny when you think about it. As soon as Meng Haoyu said this, it left Li Chen dumbfounded. "You stole the inner elixir of the 8th level sea monster? Could it be that you are a child of fortune? How could you be so lucky?" Li Chen couldn't help but complain inwardly. But on the surface, he remained calm. "If you want something from me, just say it directly. Here's the list of supplies: crystal cores, inner elixirs, materials, food, weapons, cultivation techniques, high-level mutated beast meat. Everything you need is here." Li Chen took out a list. Meng Haoyu's luck. Li Chen had seen it before. Last time he picked up Yuan Tiany's level 5 crystal core, and this time he went around the Jiangnan base and surprisingly found an 8th level sea monster's inner core that had been killed by a nuclear bomb. This was indeed a bit against the odds. But he possessed the spatial skill of instant teleportation, which was truly a unique advantage. At critical moments, he could act like the sixth wheel. Others really had no way to deal with him. Many times, luck is also a form of strength. You have to admit it. Meng Haoyu looked at the item exchange list and his eyes immediately lit up. This was likely to be a chance for a windfall. Under normal circumstances, an 8th level inner core should be able to exchange for 27th level inner cores. But he certainly couldn't ask for that. Leader Li Chen didn't have that many high-level inner cores either. Moreover, with the addition of martial arts, the things he could exchange would definitely be greatly discounted. Therefore, he had to find things that suited him. Only what suited him was the best. "Leader, I want 2 7th level inner cores, 26th level inner cores, 25th level inner cores, 10 tons of mutated sea beast meat, 50 years worth of food supplies, oil, grain, rice, flour, various seasonings, and I also want 10,000 cigarettes, 10,000 bottles of beer, liquor, and a ton of tea leaves. Besides these, I also want to learn the innate Qi Gong." Meng Haoyu's requests were indeed quite a lot. These resources were enough for him to level up to 7th level. Coupled with ample enjoyment supplies, it was indeed very greedy. But this bit of greed was nothing compared to the value of the 8th level inner core. Food supplies, cigarettes, and beer were things Li Chen had in abundance. Selling a level 1 crystal core would be enough to satisfy everything. Meng Haoyu probably saw him drinking tea and wanted to indulge a bit. As for the exchange of inner cores, simply put, you might make a killing, but I will never lose. This exchange was very worthwhile for Li Chen. It was equally worthwhile for Meng Haoyu. With these resources, surpassing Hongma would be a matter of minutes, right? Okay. The things you want are not a problem. Additionally, I will personally teach you the innate Qi Gong. From today on, you can be considered my disciple. Only my disciples are worthy of receiving my personal instruction in the innate Qi Gong, Li Chen said. Meng Haoyu nodded in understanding. The law should not be lightly passed on. Learning such a divine skill naturally required first paying respects to a master. "Master, please accept my bow." Meng Haoyu immediately bowed to pay his respects. This guy had a bit of a wild streak, and with 90 pounds of rebelliousness, making him bow was also a form of restraint. The cost of betraying his master would be much higher. The teaching of the innate Qi Gong was really not difficult for an ability user of Meng Haoyu's level. After the evolution level increased, it wasn't just about gaining ability power in various attributes. His own cognitive abilities, memory, and learning capacity would also see significant improvements. Even achieving photographic memory was no longer difficult for high-level evolvers. Therefore, Meng Haoyu, familiar with acupoints and meridians, progressed very quickly. In his cultivation, he actually broke through to the innate realm in just 1 hour. After consuming a 5th level inner core, he smoothly broke through to the 5th level. "Master, this technique is truly amazing." It turns out that after cultivating the technique, the efficiency of absorbing low-level crystal cores greatly increases, allowing for a more perfect utilization of evolutionary energy. In the past, every time I consumed a crystal core, I needed to eat a lot, and if I took several, I would feel incredibly hungry, so I had to keep eating, needing to consume a lot of food every day. Not only did digestion take time, but there was also the need for excretion, and the number of crystal cores I could consume each day was limited, especially after reaching a higher level. This phenomenon became even more pronounced. This might be the reason why my leveling speed has slowed down, but after practicing the technique, I found that I could directly absorb cosmic energy, allowing energy to enter my body directly. Not only does it alleviate hunger, but the number of crystal cores I can consume has also greatly increased, making my leveling speed more than 10 times faster. After practicing the innate 1 chi skill, Manhwa truly felt that this exchange was extremely worthwhile. He had traded an 8th level inner core, which he currently had no use for such a divine skill manual. There were also enough resources for him to level up to level 7. It was simply a blood profit. Red-haired kid, are you ready to face the fear of being dominated by me? Manhwa, from now on when there are no people around, you can call me master. When there are many people, you can just call me leader. Okay, master, your disciple understands. Manhwa left the leader's office, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he closed the office door, a stunning beauty walked towards him, making it hard for him to look away. This beauty was tall, with an ethereal aura, snow-white skin, and a slight smile that bloomed like a lotus in a pond, truly a rare beauty. Just her approach made Manhwa inexplicably feel a bit nervous. Hello, may I ask if the leader is inside? Yes, the leader is here. You are Ouyang Qingxue? Oh my god, it really is you. My name is Manhwa. I used to be a member of your fan club. When you participated in the competition, I even helped you with the rankings. Manhwa said excitedly. He had unexpectedly met the female star he once admired. Ouyang Qingxue was no third-tier artist, she was an international top star. A leading superstar. She had won the Best Actress award at the age of 19. She was hailed as one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Her status was extraordinary. Manhwa, nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to still be my fan. Thank you for helping me with the rankings in the past. Although the entertainment industry is no more, I still appreciate your past efforts. Ouyang Qingxue said politely. Her tone was very official, but she had no airs about her. That was enough to make Manhwa fall for her. So conflicted. Sun Yuhan may be my white moonlight, but Ouyang Qingxue is the goddess in my heart. Facing Ouyang Qingxue's gentle smile, Manhwa was instantly mesmerized. Excuse me. Sure. Ouyang Qingxue pushed open the leader's office door and then closed it. Even her hair smelled good. Hello, leader. Miss Ouyang, it's you. What rings? You here? Li Chen asked, feigning surprise. Leader, I heard that with 10,000 level 1 crystal cores, I can exchange for the cultivation method of the innate 1 chi skill. Is this true? Ouyang Qingxue immediately asked. It is true. Li Chen nodded. This matter had already spread throughout the entire base and there was no need for him to hide it. I happen to have 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Can I exchange them for the technique? It seems you haven't gone out to hunt zombies. Where did these crystal cores come from? Well, Brother Eagle, Fang Tianhua, and Brother Redhair all gave me some. Ouyang Qingxue said honestly. Goodness. Eagle, Redhair, and Fang Tianhua were actually all her sycophants? This woman was truly skilled. While several captains were out there working hard, she was directly reaping the benefits. Sure, you can naturally exchange for the cultivation method, but once you start practicing it, you will be considered a core member of my future base, completely bound to the base. If you dare to betray or privately pass on the technique, I will kill you. This is natural. From the day I joined the future base, I have been one of its people. Qingxue is willing to pledge loyalty to the leader and will never betray. Whatever the leader asks me to do, I will do it. Ouyang Qingxue said with a serious expression. Her tone was soft and sweet, carrying a hint of temptation, as if subtly suggesting that Li Chen could do anything to her. Yet, it also seemed like nothing was implied. Ambiguous. She fully released the leader's accessibility to her but left plenty of room for interpretation. It wasn't a direct seduction from the start. This ambiguity was intoxicating. Alright, in that case, I will have someone teach you the innate Qi Gong. Before long, Li Chen called Sun Yuhan over. He asked Sun Yuhan to teach Ouyang Qingxue the innate Qi Gong, as communication was generally easier between women. Especially when it came to some key acupoints, it would be better to point them out. If Li Chen were to teach her personally, it would inevitably involve physical contact. Wouldn't that be even more ambiguous? Ouyang Qingxue was too stunningly beautiful. Li Chen couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get carried away. What if she really was an undercover agent? Wouldn't that give her the chance to strike? So it was better to keep a distance. Li Chen never believed that a dignified level 5 evolver would willingly join his team, especially since he hadn't shown his strength just a few days ago. Therefore, Ouyang Qingxue's identity was worth questioning. But there was no evidence yet. Oh, does the leader not want to teach Qingxue personally? Ouyang Qingxue's tone was low, seemingly a bit aggrieved. She looked pitiful, making one feel sorry for her. Yes, this leader does not want to teach personally. Li Chen nodded. He wasn't buying her act at all. Ouyang Qingxue was instantly furious. This Li Chen was truly a steel-hearted man, impervious to her charms. She had given him the opportunity, yet he still refused? Clearly, she had created the chance for Li Chen to teach her cultivation, providing them with a private space to let the ambiguity heat up. Unexpectedly, this guy turned around and called Sun Yuhan over. You had your chance, and you still couldn't make use of it. Sister Ouyang, I'll teach you how to cultivate. In truth, Sun Yuhan didn't particularly like Ouyang Qingxue because ever since Ouyang Qingxue arrived at the base, the people who used to flatter her had all gone to flatter Ouyang Qingxue instead. Like Hong Mao, like Fang Tianhua. Of course, she didn't like those two either, but it was a bit disheartening when her admirers suddenly went to admire someone else. It wasn't about liking or disliking. It was just a normal psychological reaction of feeling overshadowed by someone else's charm. Especially since Ouyang Qingxue's intentions seemed to extend beyond just Hong Mao, Eagle, and Fang Tianhua. She clearly wanted to seduce the leader. That was the main reason Sun Yuhan disliked Ouyang Qingxue the most. However, she was quite stubborn and wouldn't specifically target others. The leader asked me to teach you the technique, but he didn't say how many levels to teach. I will only teach you the 5th level of the innate Qigong. Without the 6th level, you won't be able to break through to the innate realm. This was Sun Yuhan's plan. This was probably the most she could do. Even when she really disliked someone, she would only teach a few levels less. If it were in the hands of some extremely cunning woman, she might even alter the technique, leading you to go astray and perish. Ouyang Qingxue also noticed that Sun Yuhan wasn't very keen on teaching her. She was quite suspicious about whether Sun Yuhan would tamper with the technique. So for a moment, she didn't dare to learn. Fine, I'll first write down the technique you taught me, and then I'll go find Eagle, Hongmao, and the others to exchange insights on the technique. Those few should not deceive me. Here with Ouyang Qingxue, that group of sycophants is still more trustworthy. Women generally only envy her beauty. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been isolated by girls. Not a single girl liked to play with her, because the girls who played with her basically turned into supporting characters. Some even had their boyfriend's eyes glued to Ouyang Qingxue after meeting her. This ultimately led to ruthless breakups. Such cases are numerous. So gradually, she also didn't like making friends with girls. This time, after being frustrated by Li Chen, she felt extremely dejected. At the same time, this also ignited her competitive spirit. She couldn't believe it. Could she not tempt Li Chen? Had her charm failed? From noon to afternoon today, Li Chen patrolled the base. As of now, the number of survivors in the entire base has exceeded 18,000. Due to the landing of sea beasts, the human survivor base is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. The conditions for survival are getting tougher. The space for survival is also being constantly compressed. Many small bases simply cannot guarantee the supply of resources. Large bases like the Jiangnan base have been directly occupied by the army of sea beasts. This has led to a significant increase in the number of survivors and evolved teams coming to join the future base in the past 2 days. The population of the base has begun to grow rapidly. Moreover, leader Li Chen has already gained a reputation. The resource exchange prices at his base are very favorable, and leader Li Chen himself is strong and willing to train new evolved ones. With all these favorable policies combined, naturally, more survivor teams will actively come to join. The base's population has welcomed a small explosion. At this moment, among the newly joined evolved teams, there are 3 level 3 evolved ones dressed like beggars, their eyes showing a hint of numbness. They are lining up to fill out personal information. Hey, isn't this Lin Longhui, Mu Zian, and Zhou Shaoqian, the 3 famous evolved big shots? Are you here to join the future base? Yes, may I ask who you are? Lin Longhui asked, bowing slightly. Team Lin, you don't recognize me? I used to be one of your underlings, I'm Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, is it really you? Lin Longhui exclaimed in shock. Zhang Hu used to be one of his subordinates, the most inconspicuous kind, and after the apocalypse broke out, he had always been bossed around by him. But now, Zhang Hu seems to have become a patrol team leader, commanding over 200 evolved ones, looking quite imposing. When they parted ways back then, Zhang Hu was one of the 37 team members who stayed behind. Yes, Team Lin, back then I had just awakened as an evolved one, my strength was very low, and I didn't dare to risk crossing the city, so I stayed behind and followed leader Li to fight. Now I've broken through to a level 4 evolved one and become one of the patrol team leaders. Brother Red Hair has even become a team leader, having broken through to a level 5 evolved one, now commanding over 2,000 people. Team Lin, Team Mu, and Sister Xiaoqian, if you hadn't left back then, you might have become team leaders too, commanding over 1,000 people, looking quite impressive. Every word Zhang Hu spoke felt like a dagger to the heart. This was just too painful. A former underling had become so formidable? They were still struggling, barely getting by. They had previously traveled to Jiangnan Base City, crossing a distance of 200 kilometers, enduring numerous hardships, thinking they could live a good life. But then Jiangnan Base was wiped out by a level 9 sea monster. They could only start a life of wandering. In the end, they followed a group of evolved teams and returned to their former starting point. After going in circles, even a former underling could now stand above them. It's really getting worse and worse. Shaolin, I didn't expect you to know Captain Zhang Hu. Good for you, kid. Quickly ask Captain Zhang Hu for a favor. Let him assign us a better dormitory, preferably a decent position too. In this day and age, if you have connections, you should use them. It would be best if Captain Zhang who could introduce me to Captain Hongmao. I heard. Captain Hongmao is very loyal and won't mistreat his brothers. If my brother Meng can become a small team leader under Captain Hongmao, we would be set. I'll level. For Evolver immediately patted Lin Longhui's shoulder, urging him to plead for help. They had come from the Jiangnan base city, struggling to survive. Although Meng was a level 4 Evolver, the current future base was not lacking in level 4 Evolvers. A level 4 Evolver, while qualified to be a small team leader and capable of managing 1 or 200 people, the position of team leader was not something just any level 4 Evolver could hold, especially since they had just joined. The chances were almost non-existent. But if there were connections, that would be a different story. Meng Ge, I feel a bit embarrassed to ask. Lin Longhui said awkwardly. Damn it, just go when I tell you to go, don't act like you're above it all. Do you think this is the past? You need to learn to adapt to the environment. They're doing better than you now, so what if you're not happy about it? What's wrong with lowering your head? What's your pride worth? Can it fill your stomach? Meng scolded immediately. Lin Longhui shrank his neck, not daring to retort at all. Zhang Hu's gaze also held a hint of disdain. This was once Captain Lin. How did he end up like this? TCH. What a piece of trash. Zhang Hu, you know me, right? I have a good relationship with your Captain Hongmao. Zhou Shaoqian stepped forward, trying to leverage connections. Zhou Shaoqian, who told you to be so familiar? Do you think Tiger Go won't mind? How dare you directly call out the name of a level 4 Evolver? You don't want to get by anymore, do you? Meng turned around and scolded again. Okay, Tiger Go. Reflecting on the past, Zhang Hu used to call her sister Shaoqian, trying to please her like a humble beggar. He wouldn't even bother with her. Who would have thought that not long after he had already become Tiger Ge, while she was now the humble beggar? Sister Shaoqian, didn't you fall out with Captain Hongmao? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to try to leverage connections? Now, I call you Sister Shaoqian out of respect for our past, but don't really think of yourself as a sister. Zhang Hu said with a face full of disdain. Right, Tiger Ge, you're right, your reprimand makes sense. Zhou Shaoqian nodded and bowed, no longer daring to retort. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure atop the city tower. The person stood with one hand behind their back, looking down at the crowd with pride. All the Evolvers in the base saluted collectively the moment they saw this figure. Greetings, leader. All Evolver members salute to leader Li Chen. In an instant, thousands of Evolvers put down their work and began to bow and salute. Alright, everyone, get back to your own business. Li Chen casually waved his hand. His leadership style was evident. Even Guo Fugui, Yang Jian, Wang Chao, and others who followed him were surrounded by the crowd, with the Evolvers looking at them with deep respect. Did you see? Those are Captain Gui, Captain Yang, and Captain Huang. They are all level 5 Evolvers, the big leaders in the base, and the favored ones by the leader. From now on, when you see these captains, you must be respectful. Is that understood? Understood, Tiger Gu. I didn't expect that the captains around the leader are all level 5 Evolver big shots. The strength of this future base is probably not much less than that of Jiangnan base, Manga said with a face full of emotion. At this moment, Mu Zian's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Yang Jian and Huang Chao were once her underlings, weren't they? When she became a second-level Evolver, these two were only first-level, and now they have become fifth-level big shots, core high-ranking members of the entire base. Meanwhile, she, the former captain, was doing worse than a dog. After finally breaking through to the third level, she thought it would add some value, but now in the future base, third-level Evolvers were everywhere. Any random one was a third level. There were several thousand third-level Evolvers. How could she possibly stand out? Lin Longhui, I hate you. If it weren't for you insisting that I go to Longhai base, I wouldn't have been wandering around and ended up like this. I didn't want to leave back then. Mu Zixuan's mindset exploded. She was a bit broken. She regretted that choice immensely. If she had followed Li Chen back then, with her powerful lightning-type abilities, she definitely wouldn't be inferior to Yang Jian and Huang Chao today. She might even be a fifth-level Evolver. The difference between third and fifth levels seemed only 2 levels on the surface. But in reality, it was like heaven and earth. The higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade. A fifth-level powerhouse could thrive in the apocalypse. As for third-level Evolvers, any random mutated monster could be third-level, and the survival environment was even tougher than when they were second-level Evolvers. They were still wandering around, with no advantages to speak of. Humanity was evolving. Mutated monsters were also evolving. If you lagged in evolution, you would be beaten. Mu Zian, can you stop acting like a shrew and keep complaining? Was I the one who forced you to come with me at knife point? You chose this yourself. If you regret it, why do you keep blaming me? How many times have you complained? I didn't want to stoop to your level before, but you can't keep using this to blame me. Can you? Did I know things would turn out this way? I'm also very wronged. You all only care about yourselves. Who has ever cared about me? I don't have time. Abilities, how could I predict the past? We're all adults, we bear the consequences of our own choices. I'm not serving you anymore. Lin Longhui was also annoyed. After being complained at so many times, he finally exploded. Alright, Lin Longhui, you finally revealed your true self. You say you like me, but you're just a selfish little person. From today on, we are no longer teammates. Our ties are severed, and you are never to interfere with any of my decisions again. Mu Zian declared her complete break. In today's future base, even if she started as a small soldier, she didn't want to waste time following Lin Longhui, who had no clear goals. It was purely a waste of time. After practicing the cultivation method, Ouyang Qingxue felt incredibly magical. I was already at the peak of the 5th level, and there was still a bit of distance to upgrade to the 6th level. I didn't expect that after practicing the innate Qigong, my upgrade speed would accelerate again. At this rate, it probably won't be long before I can break through to the 6th level. Forget it, Li Chen's strength is unfathomable. Attempting an assassination. With my 5th level, strength has too high a failure rate, and it's also difficult to control the entire future base. I'll wait until I break through to the 6th level. Moreover, this cultivation method seems incomplete. Li Chen is cunning and clearly has held back, not fully teaching the entire method. I must obtain the complete method to maximize my benefits. Ouyang Qingxue secretly made up her mind. This method was too important, even more so than Li Chen's head. Li Chen indeed did not fully teach the entire method. In fact, he only taught Hongmao, Eagle, Sun Yuhan, and others up to the 7th level. Because this cultivation method, once it reaches the 8th level, has already deviated somewhat from the right path. It's easy to accidentally ruin oneself while practicing. Even Li Chen's breakthrough to the 8th level was somewhat due to luck. Therefore, he did not rashly pass it on. When the method reached Ouyang Qingxue, it underwent another round of cuts. Originally a 7-level method, by the time it got to her, it was reduced to only 5 levels. She couldn't even break through to the innate realm. Naturally, she felt it was incomplete. But even with just 5 levels remaining, she could still clearly feel the acceleration in her upgrade speed. Moreover, her food intake decreased. The efficiency of consuming crystal cores greatly improved. For a beauty, eating so much every day was indeed not very elegant. After practicing this method, she felt that she had become more refined. This is the self-cultivation of a beauty. In the urban dimension, 8 o'clock in the morning, several top tycoons from the Longxia financial circle were holding a video conference, their faces showing a hint of worry. Mr. Su, what's going on? Why did Mr. Niu suddenly withdraw the 50 billion reward for the beast inner cores? Not just Mr. Niu, even several family heads I had contacted before have all withdrawn their high-priced rewards. Now they are only willing to spend 8 billion to buy the beast inner cores? Are they dreaming? We bought them from Principal Li on Kunlun Mountain for 10 billion each. How could they possibly sell for 8 billion? Why is this happening? How did the price of beast inner cores plummet so much overnight? What else could it be? It must be that these wealthy families have all managed to buy them. Mr. Su pushed up his glasses with a wise expression. He quickly analyzed the crux of the problem. There must be an issue with the supply source. It seems that Principal Li does not only have 15 beast inner cores in hand, no one knows how many he actually has, but it must be quite a few. Based on my analysis, he might have already sold hundreds. In the circle of well-known wealthy individuals across the country, we basically know them all. The ones who can afford this price to buy beast inner cores are just those people, and they have basically been cleaned out. If we want to sell secondhand and extract high profits, this method is no longer feasible. As soon as Mr. Su said this, the other tycoons immediately showed expressions as if they had eaten something unpleasant. It was hard to bear. Mr. Su, I listened to your advice and, at all costs, sold my stocks to hoard 10 beast inner cores. What should I do now? That I can't sell them, one tycoon said with a bitter smile. In fact, he had already consumed 2 beast inner cores and understood their miraculous effects. They could indeed awaken supernatural abilities, greatly enhancing his physical fitness. However, this enhancement was clearly limited. It could only be said to make his physical fitness several times stronger than an ordinary person, but to directly transform into an innate strongman was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Even consuming a dozen wouldn't reach that level. Therefore, selling the excess beast inner cores for a higher price was obviously more profitable. They were businessmen. It was precisely because they sensed the huge profits in this market that they were willing to spare no expense to mobilize funds, relinquish shares, and frantically purchase beast inner cores. Who would have thought that the price of these inner cores would drop so quickly? Why are you all panicking? Since I dared to let you buy, you will definitely not lose. Principal Li might be unwilling to let us second-hand dealers make money for some reason, which is why he sold the inner cores to major families, causing the price to plummet overnight. But he has only harvested the wealthy domestically, he hasn't harvested a single one from the wealthy abroad. You think the inner elixirs of exotic beasts are so miraculous? Do you think only the wealthy in our country need them? I've already contacted my old friend Soraf, who is over 80 this year and his health is declining day by day. I sent him a video of the entire process of taking the inner elixir and he was greatly shocked. Not to mention old Master Lu from Hong Kong, who at 90 can lift a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. This news is not a secret. He'll find out as soon as he checks. So, I've already sold 2 inner elixirs to old Master Sara, and he spent 10 billion miles yuan to acquire them. As soon as Mr. Su said this, everyone was undoubtedly stunned by the profit. In fact, they had considered selling to foreign tycoons, but they were unsure how much they could actually sell for. This stuff is just too expensive. They didn't expect Mr. Su to already have the answer. 2 inner elixirs sold for 10 billion miles yuan? That converts to over 50 billion longsha currency, right? Good. Mr. Su is indeed a pioneer. I'll mobilize my connections in the financial circle to start creating momentum in the international market. If we all work together, we can definitely drive the price of the inner elixirs to the highest point in the international market, and then we'll make a killing, one tycoon said sharply. He had already thought about how to make money and maximize profits. That's exactly what I mean, and to prevent chaos in the foreign market, I plan to contact all the wealthy in our country to push this matter together. Everyone can make money together. If we are scattered like sand, the price will be driven down. As long as we unite and raise the price together, each inner elixir can almost be sold for a sky-high price. This is the true maximization of profits. Brilliant. Mr. Su is indeed wise. However, the key to this issue is still to give a portion of the profits to Principal Li. He is the source of the supply, and we cannot privately pocket the money without letting Principal Li have his share. Moreover, I just heard that yesterday Principal Li displayed great power, slaying the second war god of North America, Brian George. Even the president of the Global Ability Association, the chief member of the War God Palace, the first to surpass War God Diana, was severely injured and fled. Principal Li's strength has already surpassed the realm of the War God. We cannot offend such a big shot just for the sake of making money. After some discussion, several tycoons ultimately decided to bring Li Chen into the fold. This was much safer. Soon, under Mr. Su's leadership, the wealthy from various families across the country, all worth over 50 billion, were pulled into a chat group. Mr. Su and others established a separate club. Only the top-tier tycoons were qualified to participate in this international harvesting feast. The tycoons, to varying degrees, had some business dealings with each other. Moreover, they had a wide circle of friends. It was quite normal for everyone in this circle to know each other. They easily formed a club of 100 people. While it can't be said that 100% of the wealthy joined, at least 90% did, with a few reclusive tycoons who preferred not to participate in any activities. Mr. Su detailed his plan. Everyone felt that there was enormous business potential in this. Perhaps they could really make a killing. Naturally, they agreed to join this harvesting plan. Mr. Lan, your son Lan Tianling is Principal Li's direct disciple. Your Lan family has benefited quite a bit from this. Why not have your son reach out to Principal Li and ask how many more inner elixirs he has? We can offer 2 proposals. First, we gather the entire club's strength and mobilize a large amount of funds to acquire the inner Dan from Principal Li. If Principal Li has only a few inner dawn, truly scarce in number, then we will proceed with the acquisition at a price of 10 billion each. Second, assuming that the number of exotic beast inner dawn in Principal Li's possession far exceeds our estimates and is not as scarce as we thought, we can invite Principal Li to become the first president of the Longsha Rich Club. We will voluntarily become employees of the club, and all the inner dawn provided by Principal Li will be packaged and promoted by our club, opening up international sales channels for distribution. Principal Li can take 70% of the profits from the sale of the exotic beast inner dawn, while we will handle the distribution channels in various countries and take 30% of the profits. This plan will be relayed to Principal Li by Mr. Lan's son to see if he agrees. If he doesn't, we can adjust the plan. Alright then, I'll have my son convey it first. Mr. Lan replied in the club's chat. Soon, he called his son, Lan Tianling, and detailed the benefits of this plan. It was a win-win situation for everyone. Everyone would make money, and Principal Li himself wouldn't have to go through the hassle of breaking into foreign markets. Of course, this plan was based on the premise that Li Chen indeed had a sufficient surplus of inner dawn. At 10:30 a.m., Lan Tianling found Principal Li, who had just finished a set of national radio calisthenics for primary and secondary school students. Master, I have something I want to consult you about. Speak up, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush every time. Li Chen couldn't help but retort. Well, Master, the wealthy families have learned about your sale of exotic beast inner dawn. Although you always say there are only 15, you have actually sold several hundred in total. The families that are willing to bid have probably all bought some. So what? In my lifetime, why should I explain myself to others? Since they have bought them, I cannot accept returns. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Such matters are all about the principle of once bought, it's yours. Even though the first-level crystal cores are indeed quite worthless and not as effective as advertised online, they bought them voluntarily. There is no 7-day no reason return policy here. Well, Master, these wealthy individuals do not intend to return the goods. They have formed a club. and want to recruit you, planning to sell some of the exotic beast inner dawn at a high price to wealthy foreigners. My father has also been pulled into this club, so he sent me to find out the truth and wanted to know how many exotic beast inner dawn you still have. If the number is indeed low, they are willing to continue spending 10 billion each for acquisition. If you still have a considerable number of inner dawn, they plan to nominate you as president and launch a global scheme to profit from the wealthy through promotion, controlling the supply, creating public opinion, and a series of operations to continuously inflate the price, maximizing profits. As president, you will also be the one providing the exotic beast inner dawn, allowing you to take 70% of the profits, while the other wealthy individuals will be responsible for global distribution and hype, taking 30% of the profits. I wonder if Master agrees with these two proposals. Lan Tianling detailed the club's plan. Li Chen nodded. These guys are indeed all business-minded. I took advantage of them once, and they immediately ran off to take advantage of others. In fact, these exotic beast inner dawn are not scarce. They are just a type of strange fish crystal core from the deep Pacific Ocean. I still have about 10,000 of them, so letting them distribute some is not a problem. Cutting the leaks of foreign tycoons. Maybe it will earn even more. Selling alone, Li Chen is indeed just playing small. Distributing to global tycoons by himself is quite a troublesome task, but the wealthy in the country are not afraid of trouble. Since that's the case, giving them a portion of the profits is not a bad idea. After all, the leeks have already been harvested once. They also want to recoup their losses. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianling was immediately shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. He had actually thought that this kind of beast inner core might not be that rare. Otherwise, the master would never have taken out so many inner cores for sale. Is this thing really an inner core? It's worth questioning. The master might have exaggerated a bit. But even so, since this item can awaken supernatural abilities and break through cultivation, it must be a precious item. Even if the master has quite a few, it definitely wouldn't be too many. But unexpectedly, Li Chen casually said he had over 10,000? What the heck? Are inner cores that common now? If calculated based on global tycoons, wouldn't everyone be able to buy them? He even suspected that the 10,000 plus Li Chen mentioned might be a conservative number. Could it be that the master has even more? Just like the previous few times. Alright, master, with your more than 10,000 cores, our domestic tycoons would probably have to sell their underwear to buy them all. It seems we can only implement the second plan. Then does that mean you agree to be the president of the National Tycoon Club? Lan Tianling immediately asked. Yes, I agree. Let them add me to the group. Just tell them that all the tycoon members of the club, once I become president, they will not only be able to access the distribution channel and take a 30% profit, but also each tycoon can buy inner cores from me once a month with a maximum of 5 at a time at half price. They can buy one for just 5 billion. Li Chen didn't mind letting the tycoons earn a bit more money. After all, in the end, they would all be harvested by him. Just as Li Chen was reaping the tycoons at the Supernatural Bureau, the Genius Camp, in the past couple of days, a peerless genius suddenly emerged. His name is Chen Shulin. This person entered the Genius Camp to study alongside the SS-level genius supernatural being Shangguan Wanru. At just 15 years old, he had already broken through to the innate Grandmaster level. It was simply terrifying. He was more monstrous than the number one genius of the ancient martial arts world, Lan Tianling, by tenfold or more. Originally, everyone thought the first place in the military special recruitment of Genius Camp trainees would be Shangguan Wanru, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The first place in the competition was actually this 15-year-old boy named Chen Shulin. What was even more surprising was that Chen Shulin was not from an ancient martial arts family. He was just a child from an ordinary farmer's family. He dropped out of vocational school. He extorted pocket money from classmates in middle school. He started hanging out on the streets as a thug in his teens. A typical spirited young man. He was recruited into the Genius Camp because he awakened S-level dual-element abilities of water and fire. Who would have thought that after entering the Genius Camp, he would successively display abilities in gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, later even showcasing the martial arts cultivation of an innate Grandmaster in the ranking competition of the Genius Camp. This was a bit terrifying. This Chen Shulin actually possesses all 5 elemental abilities, and he is also an innate Grandmaster of martial arts? He is actually a dual cultivation of martial and supernatural abilities. This result shocked the entire high-level leadership of Longxia on the spot. Chen Shulin was immediately given special attention and directly awarded the rank of colonel. He became a candidate for the next director of the Supernatural Bureau. This was just a 15-year-old boy. It was quite absurd, extremely against the heavens. His level of defiance is probably comparable to that of Principal Li from the High Martial Academy. Moreover, this Chen Shulin is a bit strange. Although he was very young, he always appeared quite mature for his age. He was neither pleased by external things nor saddened by his own circumstances. His gaze remained very calm, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Chen Shulin, step forward. Here. Hearing the instructor's call, Chen Shulin lazily stepped out with his hands in his pockets. Chen Shulin, this is a beast core acquired at great expense by the military. As the first place winner of this genius camp competition, you are entitled to receive this core as a reward. I hope you can make good use of it. The instructor handed a square box to Chen Shulin. The corners of Chen Shulin's mouth lifted in a disdainful smile. A beast core? What a joke! Only a golden core level monster that has cultivated for over 300 years would produce a core within its body. This Earth is just a barren little planet where spiritual energy has only just begun to revive. How could it possibly give birth to golden core level monsters so quickly? If such a level of monster were to descend upon Earth, you might as well surrender and wait to die. There would be no need to struggle any longer. Chen Shulin was not an inexperienced native who had never seen the world. He opened the wooden box. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed not a core. He had seen cores before, and they did not look like this at all. Indeed, a bunch of ignorant natives mistaking such trash for a core. Although this thing contains a hint of energy compared to the vast spiritual energy contained in a beast core, it falls far short. Chen Shulin had no idea what this thing was. It was probably a type of low-level energy crystal native to Earth. Although this thing wouldn't help much in restoring his cultivation, it was better than nothing. Chen Shulin casually accepted it. Half an hour later, Chen Shulin returned to his single dormitory. He began to meditate and refine his cultivation. Although the spiritual energy on Earth is slowly reviving, it is still too thin. It will probably take some time to convert it into true essence power. The key point is that the cultivation aptitude of this body is really too poor. The spiritual root grade is only 3rd grade. How difficult it is to return to the peak. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this world can almost only enhance cultivation, but are rarely able to improve aptitude. Divine objects that can enhance aptitude are extremely rare, even in a large domain, let alone on this small native planet. Chen Shulin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took out the crystal core from the wooden box and swallowed it in one gulp. Ha! This feeling is so strange. The next second, Chen Shulin was incredibly shocked to discover that all the genetic cells in his body had actually begun to self-evolve. Even more surprisingly, his originally 3rd grade spiritual root also began to quietly evolve. In no time, it evolved to 4th grade. What the hell? How is this possible? My spiritual root grade actually evolved by 1 grade? Does this mean my cultivation aptitude has at least doubled? Spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades. 1st grade is the lowest and 9th grade is the highest. Generally speaking, a 1st grade spiritual root is roughly equivalent to a B-level ability user talent, which is the minimum standard for entering major cultivation sections. A 2nd grade spiritual root is equivalent to an A-level talent. A 3rd grade spiritual root is S-level talent. A 4th grade spiritual root is SS level talent, and a 5th grade spiritual root is SSS level talent. A 2nd grade spiritual root will have a cultivation speed about twice as fast as a 1st grade spiritual root. A 3rd grade spiritual root will cultivate about twice as fast as a 2nd grade spiritual root, and so on. The cultivation speed of a 9th grade spiritual root would theoretically be 256 times faster than that of a 1st grade spiritual root. Therefore, aptitude has already determined a person's upper limit. The better the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, the longer the lifespan, and the further one can go in the future. Poor talent results in slow cultivation speed, shorter lifespan, and thus it becomes impossible to break through to higher realms. Chen Shulin really didn't expect that such a small planet Earth would give birth to a miraculous crystal capable of evolving spiritual roots. This is simply incredible. Where on earth did this thing come from? If sold to the Zhongxian Great Domain, a single piece could be worth 100,000 spirit stones. The energy contained in this crystal, while not strong, is filled with a very special primitive dark matter, completely different from the spirit stones, inner elixirs, and heavenly materials I've encountered before. It seems this thing comes from another world. This is too special. After some inquiries, Chen Shulin confirmed that this inner elixir of the exotic beast came from Principal Li of the High Martial Academy. He decided to personally meet this Principal Li to ask if there were any surplus energy crystals available. Li Chen was unaware that a cosmic powerhouse who had taken over a body had already set his sights on him. He also did not realize that the apocalyptic world, this parallel world, might not be an ordinary parallel world. It could possibly be a parallel universe. 2 completely independent parallel universes had formed a special entanglement due to Li Chen's dreams, and the crystal core he exchanged was a product from another universe. Even the rules of the universe were different. Thus, a miraculous chemical reaction could occur. A very ordinary first-level crystal core could actually evolve the qualifications of cosmic cultivators. This was truly absurd. Soon, through his military connections, Chen Shulin investigated all the information about Li Chen. Li Chen, male, age 21. Background: both parents deceased, currently studying at Zhengcheng. University, a junior student, and before the revival of spiritual energy, he was just a loser, suddenly possessing immense wealth. Source of wealth unknown. After a personal investigation through the High Martial Academy's director Wang, it was discovered that he was a congenital grandmaster. His martial arts cultivation was unfathomable. He once severed a river with a single finger. He was then invited to join the High Martial Academy as a guest professor and honorary principal. Subsequently, he displayed extraordinary combat power, slaying the North American war god and presenting the inner elixir of an exotic beast, reaping shares from the wealthy. Just yesterday he defeated the strongest of the North American war god Pallas, Queen Diana, severely injuring her. His strength had already surpassed the realm of land immortals. Even the dragon Xiao war god Zhao Yunfeng felt inferior. One could say he is now the undisputed strongest in Dragon Xia. Seeing this information, Chen Shulin smiled. These miraculous events seemed particularly bizarre, but if they happened to a reborn powerhouse, it would be perfectly normal. He himself was a reborn powerhouse, how could he not be familiar with this process? Li Chen, it seems you and I are kindred spirits. You must also be a cosmic powerhouse who has taken over a body, right? Moreover, according to the information, you should still have quite a few of these energy crystals that can evolve cultivators' spiritual roots. To sell such treasures to these ordinary mortals is simply a waste. The improvement of qualification levels becomes increasingly difficult. If I want to elevate to a 5th grade spiritual root, I need at least 10 crystals to reach 6th grade, at least 100 for 7th grade, 1000, 8th grade, 10,000, and for 9th grade, 100,000. Li Chen should have quite a few of these energy crystals, otherwise he wouldn't be selling them. If I could obtain 1000 special crystals, I could restore my 7th grade spiritual root, which would be comparable to my talent level in my previous life. As long as I can reach this talent level, I will have hope to return to the peak, and with my experience from my rebirth, I can avoid many detours. I also have no shortage of cultivation methods. Perhaps I will surpass my former self. Li Chen, you must not disappoint me. Chen Shulin thought carefully. Li Chen, being a reborn powerhouse with profound skills, would likely be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the other party's recovery speed was even faster than his. He was merely a congenital grandmaster, while the other was already a terrestrial immortal. With a small gap in realms, forcibly snatching would likely not be easy. If the other party were an indigenous person, it would be fine. He was confident in fighting above his level. But since the other was also a reborn powerhouse, Li Chen could also fight above his level, so facing Li Chen with such a tactic would definitely not work. The only option left was to offer some resources in exchange. But I came back through possession and rebirth. My starry sky spirit ring was destroyed, and I have nothing to offer Li Chen in exchange. Should I exchange techniques? Chen Shulin shook his head. First, he ruled out the correct answer. His techniques could be used for trading with the indigenous people of Earth, but exchanging with Li Chen might not work. Since Li Chen is a reborn person, in his previous life, he must have been a powerful figure dominating a corner of the starry sky. He shouldn't lack techniques. If I present him with an ordinary technique, he might not even look at it. Should I offer my Tai Xian Emperor Sex top divine ability that suppresses the galaxy? Absolutely not. Well, it's not impossible. What else can I do? I've been reborn into a trashy 3rd grade spiritual root body. What can I do? If I don't recover my top tier talent, how can I seek revenge on the 2 scoundrels who betrayed me? I can only exchange for the Tai Xian Emperor scripture. Chen Shulin consumed his spiritual power. He condensed a spiritual jade slip and inscribed the Tai Xian Emperor scripture into it. Then he stood up and flew towards Kunlun Mountain on his sword. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Li Chen had just joined the Rich Club. He started typing and chatting on his phone. When he mentioned he would take out 10,000 crystal cores to fleece the foreign tycoons, all the wealthy members of the club were stunned. Was this what Principal Li referred to as the last 15 pieces? And yet you turned around and pulled out over 10,000? Impressive. Principal Li is indeed amazing. We capitalists bow down before you. There are actually so many beast inner cores? This matter must be kept under wraps. We can't let those foreign tycoons know. Otherwise, if they find out you have so many beast inner cores, who would still be willing to spend hundreds of billions to acquire one? Just as Li Chen continued chatting, suddenly, above the clouds, a young man in military training attire appeared, standing on a flying sword, approaching through the air. Li Chen was instantly astonished. The other students from the Martial Arts Academy were equally dumbfounded. Could this be a genuine cultivator? What the hell? Excuse me, are you Principal Li? The young man asked. Yes, I am Li Chen. Do you need something from me? Li Chen scanned with his spiritual power and found that he was just a congenital grandmaster, at most a peak grandmaster, not to be feared. Li Chen nodded in response. Such strong spiritual power at such a young age, you possess such formidable spiritual strength. How can you still claim you are not a reborn person? Fellow Taoist, you have already exposed yourself. Chen Shulin smiled calmly. Li Taoist, I am Chen Shulin, a fellow practitioner. Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Chen. At such a young age, you possess such strength. You are indeed extraordinary, Li Chen replied with a smile. It seemed this cultivator should consider him a cultivator as well. Li Chen did not rush to explain. Instead, he allowed this misunderstanding to deepen. Watch how I trick you into giving me your techniques. Li Daoist is joking, we are all the same. Chen Chulin felt that the conversation had reached this point and they both understood each other. They should both know the other was a reborn person, just not clear on each other's backgrounds. Fellow Daoist Chen, did you come to Kunlun Mountain for the crystal cores? Li Chen asked straightforwardly. Most of the people who come to Kunlun Mountain to find Li Chen are there to buy crystal cores, no need to say much. It's almost a given. Sure enough, as expected of a cosmic powerhouse reborn, he immediately saw through the inadequacy of my physical body's qualifications. It seems that this time, if I want to buy crystal cores, I must be prepared to spend a lot. Chen Chulin nodded. Brotherly, let's not beat around the bush. I came here specifically to evolve crystal cores. This time, I fell victim to a schemer and perished. When I was reborn, I broke through the void, which severely damaged my primordial spirit's power. The situation is extremely urgent, and I could only randomly choose a body to possess. However, this body's qualifications are simply too poor. Even after I used my primordial spirit's power to cleanse it, I could only awaken a third-grade spiritual root. And the crystal cores you have, brotherly, can actually evolve the spiritual roots, so I specifically came to purchase them. I am willing to offer my sex supreme technique, the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture, in exchange for 10,000 crystal cores. I wonder if brotherly would be willing. Chen Chulin said earnestly. Agreed. He would definitely agree. Li Chen didn't lack this kind of thing. In the apocalypse, his little brothers could easily contribute 50,000 crystal cores in a day. He would even find the taste of chocolate unappealing. You say using a cultivation technique to exchange for crystal cores? How could Li Chen possibly refuse? Moreover, it was the top technique of a cosmic reborn powerhouse. But if he agreed too readily, it would seem like he had plenty to spare. That wouldn't be a good look. Low profile. Low profile is the best form of flaunting. The Tai Xian Emperor Scripture is an unparalleled divine ability that suppresses the galaxy, divided into two volumes, upper and lower. Even just the upper volume can increase one's cultivation speed by more than 10 times, and the depth of true essence far exceeds that of others at the same level, incomparable to other trash cosmic techniques. Li Chen was shocked at this moment. He didn't expect this guy to be a reborn powerhouse? This explains why he broke through to the innate grandmaster level at such a young age and spoke with such maturity. Li Chen thought he was just pretending to be mature. He didn't expect it to be genuine maturity. Li Chen quickly realized that this guy took him for a kindred spirit, perhaps thinking he was also a reborn powerhouse. Alright, since you've misunderstood, I'll just go with the flow. Li Chen said, surprised. Is it really the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture? You are actually a fallen reborn powerhouse of the Tai Xian Emperor sect. My apologies. I have also heard of the Tai Xian Emperor sect's reputation in that distant starry sky. Li Chen immediately showed a look of admiration. He looked up at the starry sky, seemingly reminiscing about the heroic figure that once traversed the galaxy. The glory of the past was long gone. Now, he had returned in a fallen state. Li Chen played along with Chen Chulin. Both were lost souls in the world. Then he revealed a troubled expression. Brother Chen, I know that Tai Xian Emperor Scripture is exceptionally precious, but I currently do not lack cultivation techniques. Obtaining the evolved crystal cores is also not easy. What I want is more cultivation resources so I can restore my peak as soon as possible. And I don't have that many evolved crystal cores. Li Chen sighed helplessly. Indeed, while the supreme technique is precious, it also depends on whether others have techniques of the same level. If others do, then why would they still want your Tai Xian Emperor Scripture? Chen Chulin was momentarily at a loss. Alright, brotherly, I only need 5,000 evolved crystal cores. In addition to the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture, I also have a Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to give you. I see that. Brotherly practices a yang attribute technique, so the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique would be quite suitable. Okay, deal. Li Chen nodded, no longer dragging it out. In business, since the other party had already made a concession, he should take the opportunity to close the deal. Chen Chulin felt a surge of joy inside. He thought he would have to negotiate a bit more. In the end, even if it meant exchanging for 1,000 evolution crystals, he would have been willing. He never expected to actually receive 5,000, far exceeding his expectations. This transaction was a huge profit for Chen Chulin. After all, it was just a cultivation method. By passing it on, he wouldn't lose anything. Moreover, the Tai Xian Emperor Scripture is extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring a 9th grade spatial spiritual root talent to reach its peak. This threshold is set so high that even if you were given it, you wouldn't be able to practice it. At most, you could only grasp a little bit of the surface. The Tai Xian Emperor Scripture has 6 levels in the upper volume, and being able to practice up to the first 3 levels would be quite impressive. With 5,000 evolution crystals, he could at least restore a 7th grade upper level spiritual root. What a huge profit! As for Li Chen, he was the real winner. Here, when he returned to the training room, he took out the two transparent, weightless spheres that Chun Shulin had given him. As his mental energy surged into them, in an instant the two transparent spheres transformed into a massive stream of information directly flooding into Li Chen's mind. Li Chen began to receive the information. The Taishan Emperor scripture. It is divided into 12 levels corresponding to the 12 different realms of cosmic powerhouses. The first level, mortal realm. Even if one's internal cultivation reaches the peak of a martial emperor, they still belong to the mortal realm. A powerhouse at this level cannot survive in the vacuum of the universe even at their peak. The second level, Dan Star Realm, condensing star golden pills. 1 star golden pill corresponds to the first level of the Dan Star Realm, and 9 star golden pills correspond to the 9th level. At this level, one can survive in the vacuum of the universe for a month, but cannot stay for long. The third level, Void God Realm, able to traverse the cosmic starry sky with their physical body, becoming a planetary overlord. The fourth level, Star Eternal Realm, top experts in a star system, dominating a star system with a lifespan of 100,000 years. The fifth level, Indestructible Realm, overlords of star systems, high-level beings in the Milky Way, super strong beings who can suppress a star system for 1,000,000 years. The sixth level, Immortal Realm, peerless powers, able to crush a star system with one hand, serving as the ruler of a star system empire. The seventh level, Ganges Realm, powerhouses of the Star River Empire, pushing through 100,000 star systems, invincible and dictating the ages. The eighth level, Overlord Realm, indescribable. The ninth level, 10,000 Paths Realm, indescribable. The 10th level, Unity Realm, indescribable. The 11th level, Supreme Realm, indescribable. The 12th level, Cosmic Emperor Realm, hard to describe. A total of 12 realms left Li Chen feeling numb. Damn, he thought he was impressive. Who knew he hadn't even crossed the threshold of the first, most basic realm in the cosmic cultivation world? So pathetic. This upper volume of the Taishan Emperor scripture contains the cultivation methods for the first 6 levels, allowing one to cultivate to the immortal realm. This is already very complete. 5,000 first level crystals to exchange. For such an incredible divine level cultivation method, this is just too worth it. What a huge profit. Not a loss at all. Completely not a loss. As for the other work, the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, it is a fire attribute body refining method. It can use the power of the sun to temper the physical body, making it incredibly strong. Although it is not as good as the Taishan Emperor scripture, it is still a very decent body refining method. After seeing the Taishan Emperor scripture, when he looked back at the 9 young divine skill, Li Chen felt it was shallow and lacking in value. Li Chen directly decided to cultivate the Taishan Emperor scripture. Cultivating this method requires a certain spatial talent, the ability to sense spatial power. By harnessing the power of cosmic space, one can develop every cell in their body into a spatial storage unit for cosmic energy. With a domineering spatial attribute, one can directly extract the spiritual energy of the universe and infuse it into themselves. Then, through a special operating mode, they can harmonize this energy. The most impressive point is that ordinary cultivation methods operate energy within the body, circulating through the meridians, while the Taishan Emperor scripture can actually operate energy outside the body, circulating through the meridians. Extraterrestrial Zhou Tian, directly converting spiritual energy into true essence outside the body? This is indeed a bit against the heavens. Li Chen quickly began to mobilize the gray energy in his brain domain space, starting to cultivate the Taishan Emperor Sutra. Before long, a miraculous phenomenon of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 energies returning to the origin appeared on him. The spiritual energy of the entire Kunlun mountain range began to swarm towards Li Chen. This doesn't seem too difficult, does it? According to the introduction of the cultivation method, isn't it? Said that cultivating the Taishan Emperor Sutra is extremely difficult, requiring at least 3 years to get started? How did I manage to get started in just 1 minute? Boom! Accompanied by the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, a large amount of true essence power directly poured into his body, solidifying the true essence within Li Chen and condensing a false Dan, allowing him to successfully break through to the martial emperor realm. He broke through effortlessly. This time, there was surprisingly no bottleneck or constraint. So, sometimes those bottlenecks might be due to the inadequacy of the cultivation method? Strange, why is the upper volume of the Taishan Emperor Sutra written in traditional Longsha characters? Was this translated by Chun Shulin? Or is it that Longsha ancient script was originally a universal language in the universe? Li Chen felt a slight doubt in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it too much. According to archaeologists, human civilization on Earth has only been recorded for a little over 10,000 years, and before that, there are no historical documents at all. Although Darwin's theory of evolution states that humans evolved from apes, this viewpoint cannot be substantiated. It is merely a hypothesis. This hypothesis is just popular, hence well known among the public, but in reality, scientists' hypotheses are always just speculations that cannot be proven. You haven't lived millions of years ago, how can you say humans evolved from apes? Did Darwin see it with his own eyes? That's simply impossible. Although humans have some physical similarities to apes, they are essentially two different species. Moreover, humans are quite different from any terrestrial creatures on Earth. Other terrestrial mammals generally have fur. However, human skin is directly exposed. Among all animals on Earth, only humans need to wear clothes. Ordinary humans cannot adapt to the various weather conditions on Earth. They can only cope with the diverse weather environments and temperature differences throughout the year by building houses, making clothes, and creating air conditioners and washing machines. Other terrestrial creatures, however, do not need any of these. Doesn't this suggest that if humans do not rely on science and technology, they are actually not well suited for survival in the wild? Humans have not evolved to adapt to the various environments of Earth. Humans might very well be aliens, immigrants from another planet. Of course, this is also just a hypothesis. Li Chen had no evidence to prove it. Moreover, proving whether his human ancestors were Earthlings has no real significance. After all, he has already lived on Earth for so many years. Who cares how humans came to be? There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world that simply cannot be answered. For example, does the creature known as a dragon really exist? The dragon is one of the 12 zodiac signs passed down from ancient times to the present. Yet, the other 11 zodiac signs can all be found as living creatures on Earth, and some of them are even pets kept at home. But the dragon is a creature that no one has ever seen. Therefore, some say that dragons are illusory beings that do not exist at all, but rather mythical creatures invented by ancient people. However, the other 11 zodiac signs are real. Why is it that only the dragon is considered an illusory creature? Why did the ancients create an illusory dragon among 11 real zodiac animals? Could it be that dragons are likely real, but no one has seen them for so many years that everyone thinks they do not exist? Just because they haven't been seen, they are assumed not to exist. This is actually similar to a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, looking up at the sky. From the perspective of an ordinary person viewing the mysterious universe, many opinions may have been wrong from the very beginning. The transaction between Li Chen and Chen Shulin. Unintentionally, it was seen by his two disciples. In fact, it wasn't just his two disciples who saw it, many students at the High Martial Academy also witnessed it, including a student who awakened the listening ear ability. They even heard a shocking piece of news. Oh my gosh, this secret is just too astonishing. I won't be silenced for knowing this, right? Little ear, hurry up and spill the beans. What is this earth-shattering news? Did you hear about Principal Li's unknown secret? It is indeed an unknown secret. I just heard Principal Li talking with that boy named Chen Shulin. Do you know? It turns out that boy is actually a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation, and Principal Li also admitted that he is a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation. Both of them are cosmic-level beings. What? No wonder Principal Li's cultivation speed is so fast. He broke through to the Earth Immortal at just 21 years old. Normally, even a genius powerhouse would need 200 years of cultivation to have a chance to break through to the Earth Immortal. Principal Li has only been cultivating for a few years, hasn't he? Finally, the mystery in my heart is solved. Principal Li is actually a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation? If such a powerhouse could take me as a disciple, wouldn't I be on the path to leaving Earth? Don't even think about it, you don't have that fate. Look at Lan Tianling and Wang Guojun. These two guys are truly blessed with fortune. They get to encounter such good things. I've already found out that the boy named Chen Shulin is a genius trainee from the military special recruitment camp, and he is the top student. At just 15 years old, he is already an innate grandmaster. 15 years old and an innate grandmaster? He really is a reincarnated old monster. For normal cultivators like us, we should just be starting out. There's no point in comparing ourselves to someone who has cheat codes. Exactly. Even if Lan Tianling were to compare with such a reincarnated old monster, he would probably start doubting his life. In an instant, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Everyone, listen to me first. We are brothers in the same dormitory, so I told you this secret. You must not go around spreading it, otherwise, if this matter gets traced back, I definitely won't be able to bear the consequences. Little Ear said with a worried expression. Seeing everyone so excitedly discussing, with gossip flames igniting on their faces, he regretted not keeping his mouth shut. Don't worry, as brothers, how could we sell you out? We will definitely keep the secret absolutely tight-lipped. Exactly. Our mouths are very tight, we definitely won't spread it around. Hey, Xiaoli, let me tell you a shocking secret, but you mustn't tell anyone else. It was unclear who leaked the news. Within a few hours, almost everyone at the High Martial Academy knew about Li Chen and Chen Shulin being cosmic powerhouses who had undergone reincarnation. This incident directly triggered a huge shock among the higher-ups of Longxia. Wang Qianquan felt increasingly respectful towards Li Chen. I originally felt a bit uncomfortable calling Principal Li senior since he is much younger than me, but if he is a cosmic powerhouse reincarnated, calling him senior is reasonable. Finally found a reason to become his disciple. After this news leaked, Li Chen quickly learned about it. However, he did not take any action, just smirking to himself. After all, he wasn't really a reincarnated being. Let them spread the news however they liked, it just provided cover for some of my secrets. As for whether someone would mind, that was unknown. In any case, Lee didn't mind, so it didn't matter how they spread it. The end of the world. 10 o'clock in the morning. Guo Fugue brought over 20 bags of crystal cores. Leader, this is our harvest from yesterday, a total of 200,000 crystal cores, including 160,000 first-level cores, 38,000 second-level cores, 1,900 third-level cores, and 101 fourth-level cores. The zombies in the neighboring Hang City have basically been cleared out by us. Yesterday, our base team formed 180 hunting squads and nearly slaughtered 500,000 zombies. Those little brothers went crazy killing. Now that they know about the cultivation techniques, each of them is eager to collect 10,000 crystal cores to exchange for techniques with the leader. Today, a total of 15 little brothers have reached their collection goals. Here is the list of those contributing crystal cores. Guo Fugue took out a list and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at the number of people on the list. Exactly 15. All of them were squad leader level players. Among them, several were particularly familiar to Li Chen, members of the original 37 evolution squads. Now, they had mostly become squad leaders, managing over 100 people each. As for Hongmao, Laoying, Enying, Guo Fugue, Fang Tianhua, and others, they had been promoted to team leaders, each managing over 1,000 little brothers. Hongmao even had more than 2,000 under him. Every day, many people joined the future base. The number of personnel managed by the team leaders was continuously increasing. Alright, you guys find some time to teach these 15 little brothers the techniques. Additionally, teaching techniques also comes with task rewards. Whoever first completes the technique teaching task for 10 little brothers will have the opportunity to receive the 8th level of innate Qigong from me. Whoever can teach techniques to 100 little brothers can receive the 9th level of innate Qigong from me. Of course, you cannot teach at will. You must have little brothers contribute 10,000 crystal cores to qualify for teaching. Li Chen set the rules and gave his orders. Upon hearing this, several team leaders, who had initially shown some reluctance, immediately widened their eyes. Teaching techniques was originally a thankless task, a bit of a waste of their time. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to level up? However, with the leaders' rules in place, the previously unwilling team leaders immediately became eager. Leader, let me have Hongmao teach this batch of little brothers their cultivation. You little brat, do you think you can take all the advantages? If you can teach, can't Fang Tianhua teach too? Fang Tianhua, don't argue with me, let me have this one, and next time I'll let you have it. You're full of crap, why should I give in this time? Did you sneakily deliver barbecue to Miss Ouyang Qinxue last night? Fang Tianhua said angrily. Hongmao, I had already considered you a brother, but you're starting to covet the woman I like? Looks like this brotherhood is over. Humph. Do you think I don't know you sent crystal cores to Ouyang Qinxue? She doesn't even like you, why are you always trying so hard to please her? Hongmao sneered disdainfully. Fang Tianhua was ambitious and not an honest person. You're probably already on the path to self-destruction. Alright, stop arguing. These 15 little brothers can choose who they want to teach them the techniques. Li Chen waved his hand, casually setting the plan. Upon hearing this, several team leaders immediately began to think, I might not be able to get one of these 15 teaching spots, but that doesn't mean I can't actively train 10 little brothers and submit 100,000 first-level crystal cores. Then wouldn't the 8th level technique be mine? Such a simple thing, why fight over it? You fools, your IQ is really concerning. Several captains almost simultaneously thought of this method. They all believed that the other party was a bit anxious. Wasn't it just 100,000 level 1 crystal cores? With their captain's strength, leading over 1,000 subordinates to the neighboring cities of Ma City, West City, and Guang City to slaughter a circle. Wouldn't 100,000 crystal cores be easily within reach? Moreover, if they encountered level 2 or level 3 zombies, one could counter 10 or even 100, making the task not too difficult. Perhaps the 10 subordinates cultivated this way would become even more loyal. This was a win-win situation. They benefited, and the subordinates would be grateful. The rules set by Li Chen undoubtedly greatly increased the enthusiasm of the captains in training their subordinates. In a team, most resources were actually occupied by the captain. A captain alone could almost seize more than half of the entire team's resources. This was a survival model unique to the apocalypse. The strong could occupy everything, while the weak deserved nothing. In Li Chen's future base, the captain only occupied half of the resources, which was relatively generous. In other bases, the captains exploited even more ruthlessly. If they allowed you to have a meal, treating you like a dog, it was considered the captain being merciful. If they encountered a heartless one, they would directly consume you. However, after Li Chen established this rule, the subordinates of the captains had ample room for growth. The captain would not suppress them, instead, they would actively cultivate them. Because the captain could obtain the 8th level of martial arts, or even the 9th level, they would profit immensely. Li Chen's actions undoubtedly stimulated the hunting enthusiasm of the entire base. He didn't need to take action himself. A large number of crystal cores would continuously flow into his hands. Ultimately, over 80% of the hunting gains would likely end up in Li Chen's hands. This exploitation effect was no less than that of Yuan Tianyi. The only difference was that Yuan Tianyi's exploitation led to widespread complaints throughout the base, while Li Chen's exploitation was willingly accepted, filled with enthusiasm. Each one felt they had gained something. Soon, 15 subordinates were surrounded by 7 or 8 captains. Each one was very enthusiastic and proactive in wanting to teach them martial arts. This left the 15 subordinates flabbergasted, suspecting there might be some trap. Eventually, they learned that the leader had issued a new policy. This news spread quickly throughout the base. Nearly 20,000 evolvers in the entire base were discussing it. Have you heard? The leader has issued a new regulation. On the surface, it seems only related to the captains, but in fact, it concerns every one of us in the base. Do you know that all the captains have cultivated the martial arts taught by the leader, and their strength is terrifying? They have already broken through to level 5 evolvers. The leader said that whoever can teach martial arts to 10 subordinates will receive the 8th level of innate chi martial arts. Once this regulation is out, the captains will definitely spare no effort in training their subordinates. Once the subordinates grow, they will also spare no effort in training us because they all want higher level martial arts. This means that before long, we low-level subordinates will also have the opportunity to learn martial arts. There might still be a chance for us to rise. Soon, some clever individuals analyzed the key to this policy. This was the leader Li Chen intentionally cultivating the lower levels. Using a strategy of open schemes, he made the captains willingly train their subordinates. After Ouyang Qingxue learned this news, she was also taken aback. This Li Chen had such deep schemes. Teaching martial arts is originally a costless endeavor. He doesn't need to pay any price and can reap all the hunting fruits of the 2,000 evolvers in the base. Everyone has no complaints about this. They even think Li Chen is a good leader. As the other captains began passionately training their subordinates, among the 10 captains, only Meng Haoyu chose to enter seclusion. With his ears closed to the outside world, he focused solely on cultivating his innate skills. This kid had an extraordinary talent. He also possessed a large number of high-level sea monster inner cores. Therefore, his cultivation speed was astonishing. In just one day, he successfully broke through to the innate grandmaster level. His evolver rank also rose to the peak of level 5, just a step away from breaking into level 6. Then, Meng Haoyu took out a level 6 sea monster inner core and swallowed it in one gulp. A violent energy began to surge through his body. The innate chi skill within him operated frantically. Boom! Meng Haoyu felt a loud rumble in his mind. The internal space within him expanded to 100,000 cubic meters. I've broken through. I've finally broken through to level 6. Now I am on the same level as the leader. Heaven did not give birth to me, Meng Haoyu. The void has lasted for eons like a long night. Meng Haoyu grinned. Suddenly, he activated spatial teleportation. In an instant, he teleported 3,000 meters away. Very good, with one teleport. I've actually exceeded 3,000 meters, and the energy consumed was only 1/25. This means that under extreme conditions, I can teleport 25 times in a row, each time covering a maximum distance of 3,000 meters. Calculating this, my current maximum escape distance has reached 75 kilometers. Who can catch me? Let's test the combat power of an innate grandmaster. Meng Haoyu then struck out with his palm. Terrifying innate vigor surged forth, condensing into a handprint of over 10 meters. One palm slammed into a residential building. A 20-story residential building was directly collapsed by that one strike. The powerful innate vigor caused unparalleled destruction. Even the second building was left with a massive handprint of vigor. Awesome! Innate vigor. Terrifying indeed. I can do more than just run away now. Besides teleportation, I also possess powerful innate vigor. My combat power is not inferior to any level 6 evolver. With such an absurd life-saving skill and terrifying combat power, I just want to ask, who else is there? At this moment, Meng Haoyu was full of spirit and extremely arrogant. He was no longer the Meng Haoyu of the past. He was now the enhanced version, Max Meng Haoyu. As a level 6 powerhouse in this apocalyptic world, he belonged to the top tier of strong individuals. Even if he were to establish a base and become the boss himself, it would be completely unproblematic. He was no longer bound by anyone. Just as Meng Haoyu showcased his abilities, proton technology had already detected him on a small island deep in a certain sea area. Beep. Name Meng Haoyu. Evolver awakening level 6. Ability attribute, space type ability, special gas energy, dual type ability awakener. Blue star potential ranking 100th. Meng Haoyu's personal information appeared directly on the large screen of the island base. Very good, this Meng Haoyu has quite a talent. A space type ability evolver, rising from obscurity without any faction's help, has grown so quickly to reach the 100th rank. I see great potential for His future development, he should have a chance to become a vessel for a cosmic powerhouse. I have my eyes on this vessel as well. I hope he grows quickly. When he breaks through to level 10 and can physically break out of the planet, he will sadly discover that the whole world is just a cage and they are merely cultivated parasitic containers, nothing more. Jia, what's going on? Who is secretly spying on me? Meng Haoyu inexplicably felt a sense of being watched. He vanished in an instant. However, the feeling of being watched did not disappear. After scanning his surroundings again, he found nothing. It must be an illusion, right? There's nothing here? Maybe I'm just being overly cautious, or perhaps I've been too eager in my recent training, pushing myself too hard, and my mind is a bit hazy. Meng Haoyu shook his head. He returned to the base. Just as he got back, he heard some explosive news. What? Teaching 10 subordinates the NHE skill can earn you the 8th level of the technique? No wonder after I broke through to the 7th level, I had no idea how to continue. It turns out there's an 8th and a 9th level? It seems my master's strength is unfathomable. He can slay 12 level 7 sea monsters, so he must have already broken through to the 8th level of the terrestrial immortal realm. He is also a space-type ability user. My strength is still a level below his. I, Meng Haoyu, am determined to obtain this 8th and 9th level technique. Meng Haoyu had a rebellious spirit weighing 90 pounds. He had originally planned to establish his own faction. Suddenly, realizing he hadn't completed his training, he had only learned it halfway. He definitely couldn't leave now. Otherwise, if Hongmao learned the subsequent techniques, wouldn't he surpass me? That absolutely cannot happen. Once I master the 9th level technique, it won't be too late to establish my own faction. A true man, residing between heaven and earth, how can he remain in the shadows for long? Once I finish the 9th level technique, it will be the time for me, Meng Haoyu, to dominate. It's just 1.1 million level 1 crystal cores, converted to high-level crystal cores. It's not much. I'll go recruit a few subordinates and train them. Meng Haoyu suddenly realized he was actually a lone commander? That was quite embarrassing. Although he was one of the 10 captains, the other captains had already recruited many subordinates and trained a lot of followers. Only he had been sent out by the leader as an undercover agent, so he hadn't recruited anyone. After returning, he focused solely on training and hadn't had the chance to gather subordinates. Hongmao already had over 2,000 people under him. He didn't have a single subordinate. The difference was too stark. He could only start from scratch. Sigh, what a hassle. Here I am, a dignified captain of a base, having to personally recruit subordinates at the city gate. This is really degrading. Unlike Hongmao, Shadow, and Eagle, who could command countless subordinates with just a word, he had to do everything himself. The hardest part is always the beginning. Meng Haoyu could only take matters into his own hands. He went straight to the city gate. At that moment, many unfortunate survivors from other bases were coming to sign up to join the future base. Meng Haoyu immediately shouted, "Is there anyone who wants to join my team? I am Captain Meng Haoyu of the 8th Squad of the base, and I'm giving you an opportunity to become my trusted subordinate. I will focus on your training. As long as you are a level 3 or above evolver, you can join my team." As soon as Meng Haoyu shouted, everyone exchanged glances. But soon, they went back to their own business. Not a single evolver expressed interest in joining his team. Who is this guy? Is he really a captain? A proper captain needs to personally recruit at the city gate? He can't possibly have no subordinates at all, right? Questioned a ragged survivor. Brother, don't say that. He really is a captain. It's just that Captain Meng Haoyu indeed doesn't have any subordinates yet, a base member immediately explained. This explanation only made everyone even less inclined to join Meng Haoyu's team. A proper captain, yet not a single subordinate by his side, speaks volumes. In this situation, either the strength is lacking, or the character is lacking, or perhaps both the character and strength are inadequate. It's best not to step into such a pit. It's better to join red-haired brother's team. People say he values loyalty and has a great reputation. How can this be? Does no one want to join my team? I am the captain, you know. My strength is extraordinary. How can it be compared to those little captains? Meng Haoyu was a bit on edge. After all, he was a level 6 evolver. Wasn't he stronger than the other captains? You bunch of losers, you really have no eyes. At this moment, the strongest in Huadu base, by Gang's subordinate Tyrannosaurus, disguised himself as a down-and-out base evolver and had already arrived at the base entrance, ready to test the specific strength of the future base. Bai Gang was ambitious. He was no longer satisfied with being the leader of a large base. He wanted to unify all bases across the country and become the supreme leader of the National Base Alliance. Now, he had already subdued quite a few bases. They all bowed to Bai Gang, including 3 large bases, 5 medium bases, and 18 small bases. In Tyrannosaurus's eyes, the future base was just a small evolver base with a total population of only 20,000. Generally, in their view, a base with a population of over 10,000 could be called a small base, a base with over 50,000 could be classified as a medium base, and only a base with over 100,000 could be considered a large base. A base with less than 10,000 people was just a rabble and couldn't be considered a real force at all. And the strongest in Huadu by gang had established a super large base with a population exceeding 500,000. Now, with those bases that had already submitted, Bai Gang's power had reached an unimaginable level. He could truly be called the #1 base leader in the country. And Tyrannosaurus, he was a level 6 evolver. This was the foundation of Huadu base. "Excuse me, are you Captain Manhwa?" Tyrannosaurus asked with a grin. "Yes, I am the captain of the 8th team. My name is Tyrannosaurus. If you can defeat me, I will join your team. If you can't defeat me, then you are not qualified to be this captain. Why not step down and let me, Tyrannosaurus, take over as captain?" Tyrannosaurus flashed a set of white teeth, his eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. Today, he intended to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Killing a captain would establish his authority and make the leader of the future base silent. This would directly achieve the purpose of intimidation for Huadu base. It would be best if Li Chen could be sensible and obediently submit, offering half of the base's resource crystals. If anyone dared to resist, they would face violent suppression from Huadu base. Tyrannosaurus had done this several times before. "You want to challenge me? Interesting. A newcomer actually dares to challenge the captain? Don't you know that our future base's captains are all at least level 5? Manhwa raised an eyebrow, almost laughing in anger. "Did Manhwa have no reputation at all? Even a newcomer dared to challenge me? Is level 5 really that impressive? How do you know I can't defeat you?" The murderous intent in Tyrannosaurus's eyes grew stronger. A level 6 against a level 5 was like bullying a weakling. Today, he would give the future base a little shock. "Manhwa, consider yourself unlucky." The atmosphere was stifling and suffocating. A great battle was about to break out. Manhwa was also filled with rage. Now, even the most insignificant people dared to provoke him? It seemed that if he didn't establish some authority today, everyone in the base would think he was the weakest captain. They only pick on the soft ones. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Kid, if you dare to provoke this captain, be prepared to be beaten to death. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, knock your head 3 times, and shout, "Grandpa, I was wrong," 3 times. If you do that, I, the captain, might spare your worthless life. Otherwise, I will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Manhwa's expression grew colder. He was clearly not joking. He really wanted to kill. Baolong found it amusing. "A mere level 5, are you addicted to showing off? Have you never seen the strong from Huadu base and really think you matter? A frog at the bottom of a well, a narrow-minded fool, dares to spout nonsense in front of me, Baolong? Bring it on. You won't be captain for long, because a corpse can't be a captain," Baolong boasted arrogantly. "You're seeking death. Innate vitality. Furious thunder. Boom." The two struck like lightning. Manhwa condensed powerful innate vitality in his hand and punched out. Baolong also gathered purple lightning in his hand and punched out. Two incredibly strong energy shockwaves collided, instantly forming a powerful shockwave that knocked the onlooking evolvers 100 meters away off balance. The center of their energy clash was directly blasted into a massive pit. Baolong was sent flying 100 meters. Manhwa was also sent flying 100 meters. This exchange was surprisingly evenly matched. "You're not level 5, you're level 6? Baolong exclaimed in shock. He thought he could kill Manhwa in one hit, enough to intimidate everyone. But this Manhwa was actually level 6? Is the foundation of the future base this strong? The 8th ranked captain is already a level 6 powerhouse. So the 7 captains ahead must all be level 6? At least in Huadu base, they are ranked by strength. Baolong is ranked 3rd among the top powerhouses in Huadu base. I was wondering how you dared to provoke the captain. Turns out you're a level 6 evolver, a fierce dragon crossing the river. Which base are you from? A dignified level 6 evolver can't just join another base at will. You're here to stir up trouble, aren't you? Manhwa quickly realized. This Baolong definitely didn't come to join the future base because he couldn't survive elsewhere. Where can't a level 6 powerhouse survive? He was clearly here to provoke. I, the commander, do not change my name or my surname. I am the deputy commander of Huadu base, Baolong. Manhwa, since you are level 6, you are qualified to see my true strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Baolong grinned crookedly. The killing intent in his eyes surged. Killing a level 5 evolver is simply meaningless. Killing a level 6 powerhouse is what truly intimidates everyone. Baolong, ranked 3rd in Huadu base, is certainly not someone who earned his reputation without merit. Among level 6 powerhouses, he is definitely one of the best. Because he is a dual-element ability user, combining lightning and metal. He possesses both the abilities of Purple Storm Thunder and Steel Body. Not only is his defense astonishing, but his output is also explosive. He can take hits and deal them. He is a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Speed, strength, defense, output, he is almost the best among his peers, with hardly any weaknesses. Manhwa sneered disdainfully. You No, I'm level 6 and still dare to be so arrogant. It seems you have some backing, but you won't be laughing for long. Teleportation. Meng Haoyu's figure suddenly vanished. In that instant, a strange figure flashed behind Bolong. A razor-sharp military bayonet covered in innate vitality thrust out unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, things happened too quickly. Bolong could not have anticipated that Meng Haoyu would teleport behind him. At the critical moment, he hurriedly activated his steel body ability, but it was already too late. Meng Haoyu's ambush was simply too fast. Moreover, innate vitality has a built-in defense-breaking effect. Even though the steel golden body was ultimately stuck by a half-inserted dagger, that innate vital energy had already pierced into his body. In an instant, it crushed one of his kidneys. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had lost a kidney right on the spot. Despicable, shameless bastard, you dare to ambush me. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex released terrifying arcs of electricity all over his body. Purple lightning instantly spread out to a radius of 300 meters. He struck back in hatred, but he swung a punch into thin air. Meng Haoyu's figure had vanished again. He had directly teleported away, retreating to 500 meters outside. Humph! I've already ruined your kidney. The innate vital energy is enough to crush your kidney to pieces. Even a healer would find it hard to fix. You'll be a kidney-deficient man from now on. Kid, even if you don't die today, you'll be useless in the future. Meng Haoyu scoffed. He was a space-type ability user, able to teleport and remain invincible. There was no need to clash head-on with his opponent. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not weaker than him, it was just that he didn't understand him, which led to the surprise attack. In this situation, he could let the Tyrannosaurus Rex's injuries worsen slowly. When the opponent was in a weakened state, he would go collect the kill. You're actually a space-type ability user and you have teleportation skills? Damn it, I've kicked a metal plate. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was truly speechless. Is Meng Haoyu really just the 8th-ranked captain of the base? How can someone ranked 8th be this abnormal? Damn you! Thunder wings! The Tyrannosaurus Rex was already injured, realizing the situation was not right, and hurriedly retreated. Behind him, purple lightning gathered, and before long, it transformed into a pair of purple lightning wings. He flapped his wings and shot up like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Trying to run? Dream on. I'll let you fly 3,000 meters first. In almost an instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already soared over 2,000 meters high, his figure becoming smaller and smaller, about to disappear from sight. Instant teleportation. Meng Haoyu activated his teleportation skill. He appeared directly above the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Kid, where do you think you're going? Take this palm strike. Boom! A powerful and overwhelming vital energy palm print came crashing down from the air. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was caught off guard. He was slapped down once again. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex's figure fell from over 2,000 meters high, crashing to the hard concrete ground like a cannonball. It created a deep human-shaped pit. The ground even cracked. The Tyrannosaurus Rex spat out blood, heavily injured on the spot. 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. But his vitality was tenacious. He still didn't die and could get up from the ground. How could this be? He couldn't win. He couldn't even escape? Space-type ability users were too terrifying. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was truly panicking. Meng Haoyu, don't kill me. With your strength, you could easily become the second in command of our Huadu base. As long as you spare me, I can guarantee to recommend you to Commander Baigang to elect you as the leader of a large base, allowing you to command 100,000 people. Why would you want to be under Li Chen? Following Li Chen has no future. The Tyrannosaurus Rex began to tempt him. Humph! You dare to belittle my master. You're dead. You still dare to paint a beautiful picture for me? I haven't even fully learned my techniques. And you want me to betray? Do you think I'm stupid? What Baigang? Haigang, I've never heard of it. Meng Haoyu, you can't kill me. Commander Baigang won't let you go. You have no idea how terrifying a level 7 powerhouse is. That's a power you can hardly reach. If you kill me, Huadu base will surely flatten your future base and you will die without a burial place. The Tyrannosaurus Rex said in a panic while spitting blood. He had already sensed the killing intent in Meng Haoyu's gaze. Noisy! I have teleportation skills. What can a level 7 powerhouse do to me? Originally, I was in a bad mood today, and just when you showed up, I decided to kill a chicken to warn the monkey, letting all the evolvers in the base see whether I, Meng Haoyu, am truly the most useless captain. Today, I, Meng Haoyu, will clear my name. Killing you, a level 6, is enough to boost my prestige. Meng Haoyu's gaze sharpened. He swung his military knife and a surge of innate energy transformed into a blade of energy, slicing towards the Tyrannosaurus from afar. The Tyrannosaurus glowed with a golden sheen. Clang! The blade struck the Tyrannosaurus, producing a sound like metal clashing. It was incredibly loud. Under normal circumstances, the Tyrannosaurus would naturally not fear this blow. But it was already severely injured, and even with its abilities activated, it was still shaken, causing its blood to surge and spitting out another mouthful of old blood. You're quite resilient. You can't be killed with this? Take another hit from me. 2 hits, 3 hits, 58 hits, a total of 58 strikes. Meng Haoyu hacked at the Tyrannosaurus 58 times, finally killing it. The resilience of a level 6 powerhouse exceeded expectations. Damn it, I'm exhausted. This Tyrannosaurus has tough skin, it's really hard to kill. If it weren't for the sneak attack at the beginning and it took one of my hits, I might not have been able to win in a head-on fight. But in a life-and-death battle, the process doesn't matter, only the result. The result is that Meng Haoyu won. My god, Captain Meng Haoyu actually killed the Tyrannosaurus? I've heard of this Tyrannosaurus. It's known for being arrogant and domineering, relying on the support of the Huadu base to provoke other survivor bases, even killing 2 leaders from other bases and forcing others to submit or die if they refused. And the leader of Huadu base, Bai Gang, is a bloodthirsty person, extremely protective of his own, and once wiped out an entire base because one of his subordinates was beaten. A well-informed evolver said cautiously, "Who is Bai Gang? Is Huadu base really that impressive?" A clueless newcomer asked on the spot. Impressive. It's incredibly impressive. Huadu base is the largest base in the country and, so far, the only super-large base with a total population exceeding 500,000. If you include affiliated forces, the total population even surpasses 2 million. Even more terrifying is that over 90% of the survivors in Huadu base have already transformed into evolvers. There are more than 100 level 5 evolvers, and as many as 7 level 6 evolvers, known as the 7 deputy leaders of Huadu base. Not only that, but Huadu base has basically inherited the nuclear arsenal from before the apocalypse, possessing over 150 nuclear warheads and intercontinental missiles. Moreover, Huadu base has its own fleet of fighter jets. The strongest in the base, Bai Gang, is the first evolver in the country to break through level 7. Some speculate that Bai Gang's current strength may be close to level 8. As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Many people from the future base had actually never heard of Huadu base, because after the apocalypse began, information was transmitted quite poorly. But that didn't stop some from knowing about the existence of Huadu base, and they proceeded to give a wave of popular science. Originally, it was fine that everyone hadn't heard of Huadu base. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. But now that they had heard, the group of younger brothers who were originally eager to join Meng Haoyu's team, seeing him display such might, even fiercer than other captains, were suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling chilled to the bone. Calm down. Don't act impulsively. Captain Meng Haoyu killed the Tyrannosaurus. If Huadu base comes seeking revenge, Captain Meng will be the first to bear the brunt, and he definitely won't be able to handle it. If we join his ranks now and become his underlings, wouldn't we be targeted crazily by Huadu base? No way. I absolutely have to distance myself from Meng Haoyu, otherwise I might not even be able to stay at the future base. If the rumors are true, the strength and foundation of the Huadu base are indeed many times stronger than that of the future base. The two are simply not on the same level. Meng Haoyu has stirred up big trouble. Killing a Tyrannosaurus is easy, but can you really withstand the wrath of the Huadu base? Just as the evolvers watching from all bases were feeling uncertain, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged from the villa area of the base. The invisible energy in the air transformed into a tangible energy vortex, wildly converging towards the villa area. The elemental energy of the 5 elements kept accumulating, and 3 golden flowers began to form above the leader's villa. 3 flowers gather at the top. 5 energies converge to the source. This was the celestial phenomenon created by Li Chen as he broke through to the martial emperor realm. What the hell is going on? Such a miraculous celestial phenomenon has appeared. It's in the direction of the villa area. Could it be that the leader has broken through? It must be so. Only when the leader breaks through and enters the ranks of level 7 evolvers will such a phenomenon occur. So, does that mean our future base has also given birth to a level 7 powerhouse? Then why should we fear Bai Gang? It's also possible that the leader has broken through the 9th level of the innate chi skill. The leader was already capable of slaying level 7 sea beasts. Now that he has broken through again, what is Bai Gang worth? The red-haired one said disdainfully. Today was the first time he had heard of the Huadi base. However, he was particularly confident in his own leader. Why should he boost others' morale while diminishing his own? At this moment, Li Chen had successfully cultivated the Tai Xian Emperor scripture to the entry level, reaching the peak of the first layer. Since he had laid a solid foundation before, entering the first layer meant reaching its peak. He successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm and condensed a false Dan. He also casually consumed a level 7 sea beast's inner Dan and easily broke through to level 7 as an evolver. Moreover, he discovered that after cultivating the Tai Xian Emperor scripture, the speed of energy absorption was incredibly fast, over 100 times faster than before. Unintentionally, he triggered a celestial phenomenon. Thus, he consumed 10 level 7 inner dawn in succession, pushing his evolver level to the peak of level 7, almost breaking through to level 8. But just then, a feeling of being watched surged into his mind again. He keenly sensed an unusual presence. Am I being monitored? This time, it's definitely not an illusion. Cultivating the Taishan Emperor scripture has made me extremely sensitive to any energy substance in space. Just now, there was a particle a million times smaller than dust, and its movement pattern showed a deviation in its orbit. It's this particle, a million times smaller than dust, that's making me uneasy. If it were before, I might have overlooked it, but now, it seems to reveal a hint of something strange. Deep in the sea area, at the alien island base. Beep beep. Name: Li Chen. Evolver Awakening Level, Level 7. Ability attributes: Space type ability, Ice type ability, Power type ability, Speed type ability, Water type ability, Mental type ability, 6 type ability Awakener. Blue star potential ranking 6. Li Chen's personal information instantly appeared on a large screen at a certain base island. In an instant, several alien beings listed Li Chen as a key observation target. Li Chen's potential is even more astonishing than I imagined. He is actually a 6 type ability Awakener, and his genetic potential has not yet undergone deep development, yet he has already mastered multiple types of abilities? Good, very good, excellent. To jump from over 90 to 6th place on the global evolution ranking, when Li Chen reaches level 10, he might even enter the top 3. The top 3 on the planet evolution rankings are qualified to be taken over and parasitized by king-level big shots. This guy is indeed a good seed. He. Li Chen had not yet broken through to the 8th level. He could have directly consumed the 8th level inner pill and made a breakthrough in one go. However, at a critical moment he stopped. He felt that something was off. At his level of strength, he had begun to ponder why this apocalyptic world had descended. Was it due to natural disasters or non-natural disasters? He always felt that there was a hidden hand behind it all, pushing everything forward. From a cautious perspective, if there really was a hidden hand orchestrating the apocalypse, what could their purpose be? Surely it wasn't just a simple love for slaughter and creating disasters? Of course, that could be one reason, but Li Chen felt it wouldn't be that simple. If I am really being monitored and the other party's technological means or true strength far surpasses mine, then from now on, I must start to hide my capabilities. I must conceal my own strength. Perhaps, under that mysterious power, I might not even be able to hide my strength, but the urban Li Chen absolutely can. I don't believe their methods can observe another version of me from a different world. So, from now on, I will allocate the vast majority of resources to cultivate urban Li Chen, allowing him to quickly break through to the second layer of the Taishan Emperor scripture, the Donqing realm, and even break through to the third layer, the Kongshan realm. This was the most effective defensive measure Li Chen could take, because apocalyptic Li Chen was being monitored at all times. It was no longer convenient for him to rapidly improve himself. It feels like being a chicken or duck in a farm, waiting to grow up, only to be slaughtered. The fate of the turkey scientist ultimately cannot escape being served on the dining table. Li Chen stopped his cultivation. An extremely absurd thought appeared in his mind, but he felt that this thought was true. No matter how absurd this world was, once everything happened, you could only accept it. Not good, Chief. Meng Haoyu killed the deputy commander of the Huadu base, Tyrannosaurus. This incident may provoke the wrath of the Huadu base. Please decide, Chief. As soon as Li Chen stepped out of the villa, a subordinate immediately reported this matter to him. I already know. Don't panic. Li Chen nodded calmly. Although he was in closed-door cultivation, his consciousness enveloped the entire base, and he was fully aware of the ins and outs of the situation. Soon, Meng Haoyu arrived at the conference hall and directly knelt before Li Chen. I'm sorry, Chief, it's my fault. I acted impulsively and killed Tyrannosaurus. I, Meng Haoyu, am willing to accept punishment, Meng Haoyu said tentatively. He wanted to know whether Li Chen would protect him and choose to go to war with the Huadu base or abandon him and hand him over to the Huadu base to vent their anger. No matter how Li Chen chose, Meng Haoyu didn't care. After all, he was already prepared to teleport away at any moment. If Li Chen chose to abandon him, then his betrayal of the base would be justified, and he wouldn't have to suffer the condemnation of public opinion and morality. In the future, when recruiting subordinates, others wouldn't be able to attack him on this front either. Because it was Li Chen who was unkind first. He was not loyal, and betraying the boss was reasonable. But if Li Chen chose to protect him, even going so far as to go to war with the Huadu base for his sake, then he would have no reason to betray. If Li Chen was so loyal and he still betrayed him, what would others think of him? What would Sun Yuhan think of him? What would Ouyang Qingxue think of him? It was best not to have such a reputation of being unkind and ungrateful, unfaithful, and unfilial. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a villain? To become a base leader, regardless of whether there are ruthless individuals behind the scenes or how many dirty deeds have been done, there must still be a facade of legitimacy. Meng Haoyu, you've really stirred up trouble this time. Killing the deputy commander of the Huadu base, how could Bai Gang let this go? Bai Gang is a peak level 7 powerhouse, and he might have already broken through to level 8. Although leader Li Chen is not afraid of him, because of you, we now have to go to war with the Huadu base. How many brothers will die or be injured then? Can you bear that responsibility? The survival environment for humanity is already incredibly difficult. Now we have to turn on each other. When the sea monsters land, who will be able to stop them? Inside the base, before several captains could speak, a group of squad leaders began to blame Meng Haoyu. It wasn't intentional exclusion. The main reason was that Meng Haoyu was genuinely unlikable. Ever since this kid returned from being an undercover agent, he no longer allowed others to store their junk in his space. He didn't care at all about the logistics department. He was solely focused on whether he could break through. In fact, when he went undercover, he even took some of his brothers' and sisters' belongings with him. Expired snacks, pots and pans, shoes and clothes, and so on. He didn't return any of it after coming back. So, everyone had some grievances about his behavior, feeling that Meng Haoyu was a bit stingy. Both are space-type ability users. Leader Li Chen, on the other hand, was generous. Unlike Meng Haoyu, who was so stingy, afraid that other brothers would take advantage of him, he had no vision at all. Without comparison, there would be no harm. With Meng Haoyu's stingy demeanor as a backdrop, Leader Li Chen's image suddenly became even more impressive. The wave of criticism from the crowd made Meng Haoyu furious, but since Li Chen hadn't spoken yet, Meng Haoyu wanted to hear what he had to say. Meng Haoyu, you did very well this time. What reward do you want? As soon as Li Chen spoke, he not only did not blame him but instead praised him, which nearly moved little Meng to tears. Leader, I don't want any reward. You're not. Punishing me is already the greatest comfort. Meng Haoyu's voice almost choked up. Everyone, Meng Haoyu's killing of the Tyrannosaurus is not only without fault, but rather a merit. That Tyrannosaurus came to provoke us, which was clearly a demonstration of Huadu Base's intention to annex us. The annexation of a small base by a large base is an irreversible historical process. Even if Meng Haoyu hadn't killed the Tyrannosaurus, we would still have to fight with Huadu Base. Since that's the case, why should we place the blame on Meng Haoyu? His decisive killing of the Tyrannosaurus might even bring fame to our future base. Pass the order down. Captain Meng Haoyu, for killing the level 6 Tyrannosaurus, is awarded first-class merit for the base, with a reward of 500 pounds of rice, 20 barrels of cooking oil, 500 pounds each of beef, pork, and lamb, 50 cartons of cigarettes, 20 cases of beer, 30 pounds of level 7 sea monster fish meat, 50 bags of hot potato, 10 watermelons, and a commendation for the entire base. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, Meng Haoyu was instantly moved beyond measure. The leader was still as loyal as ever. Saying loyalty is as vast as the sky would not be an exaggeration. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, having someone like Leader Li Chen who values loyalty is truly rare. Although others had their own complaints about Li Chen's praise for Meng Haoyu, they couldn't help but admire Li Chen's character. As a leader, being able to protect your subordinates will make more people willing to follow you. Otherwise, if there's even a slight disturbance, you would sell out your subordinates. How would the people below think of you? As for the threat from Huadu Base, Li Chen was completely unconcerned. He could break through to level 8 at any time. With his cultivation of the Taishan Emperor scripture, his strength has reached the pinnacle of the mundane realm, making it difficult to assess his combat power using normal levels. Moreover, he is a 6-element ability user. His combat strength is enough to crush level 8 powerhouses. Let alone that Bai Gang seems to have broken through to level 8. Even if he truly is level 8, so what? Meng Haoyu's commendation quickly spread throughout the entire base via the base's broadcast. As for why the base has electricity, it is naturally due to Muzian and the other 7 lightning-type ability users, who have become the human power generators for the future base. The future base has now preliminarily restored its power system. As long as Li Chen is given a little more time, once the power station and drainage system are completed, it won't be a problem. Everyone, since a great enemy is at hand, we must accelerate the development and construction of the base. Given the current situation, compared to Huadu Base, we have too few people and too few evolved beings. Although we are all evolved beings, this little power is still not enough. The survivors near Haichang have more or less already been absorbed by our future base. Those willing to join have long since joined, and those unwilling cannot be forcibly attracted. The base powers in major cities have gradually taken shape. The range we can influence from our future base is only Haichang. We cannot attract survivors from other city bases any further away. Therefore, the method of increasing base power through natural attraction is already outdated. Now, there is only one way to quickly enhance the base's power. That is to annex other bases. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. He threw out a brick to attract jade. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly understood the leader's meaning. Indeed, given the current situation, annexing other bases is the fastest way to increase our power. Shadow nodded in agreement with Li Chen's statement. Leader, you should have said this earlier. My big knife has long been eager to taste blood, Hong Mao said excitedly. Finally, he could lead his little brothers to a brawl. He used to be a thug, and what he loved most was fighting. What kind of thug doesn't fight? Leader, according to my eagle eye scan, there are a total of 5 base powers within a 200-kilometer radius. These 5 base powers each have a population of over 10,000 and can be considered established base powers. They are Quanlong Base, Sanjiang Base, Dayuan Base, Laojia Base, and Xinjianan Base. Among them, the leaders of Guanglong Base, Sanjiang Base, and Dayuan Base are all only level 5 evolved beings, while the leader of Laojia Base, Liamo, is a level 6 evolved being. As for Xinjianan Base, it was established by the uncle-nephew duo Yuan Xiong and Yuan Tianning, and can be considered a medium-sized base. By the way, there's another piece of news that Yuan Tianning seems to have successfully broken through to level 6. Xinjianan Base also has thoughts of annexing other bases. Additionally, besides the few base powers I mentioned, there are a total of 21 small powers within this 200-kilometer radius, with the smallest being groups of 1 or 200 people and the largest gathering over 3,000. However, none of this poses any threat. The eagle immediately took out a hand-drawn map detailing the surrounding base powers with annotations. After breaking through level 5, his eagle eye ability can no longer be called eagle eye, it can be directly referred to as a god's perspective. Or it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it thousand-mile eyes. He casually scans around. The base powers within 200 kilometers of him hold no secrets at all. With someone like the eagle possessing such a special ability, Li Chen didn't even need to send in undercover agents. Reporting to the leader, I, Meng Haoyu, am willing to be the vanguard to attack the old street base to tear apart Li Mo. If I cannot subdue the old street base, I, Meng Haoyu, am willing to present my head. Meng Haoyu felt a surge of frustration inside. He had already killed a 6th-level powerhouse like the Tyrannosaurus, yet he found that not a single subordinate was willing to follow him. This left him feeling extremely defeated. He even began to doubt his own life. Did he really lack leadership talent? Why was no one willing to follow him? It was too absurd, since the base was actively expanding. This time, it was an opportunity for Meng Haoyu to show his merit. Attacking a base led by a 5th-level evolver was hardly a challenge. He wanted to strike at the 6th-level evolver base. Alright, Meng Haoyu, I will give you 2,000 men. If you can take the old street base within 3 days, I will teach you the 8th level of NHE skill. Li Chen promised immediately. Upon hearing this, Meng Haoyu's heart surged with joy. This is a sure thing, the 8th level technique. I must have it. Hong Mao, Fong Tianhua, the two of you go together to attack the Mad Dragon base. Huang Chao, Yang Jian, you two go together to attack the Sanjiang base. Gu Sisi, Shadow, Ouyang Qingxue, the 3 of you go together to attack the Dayuan base. Eagle, Guofugui, your job is to clear and subdue those insignificant small forces, integrating and subduing them all. This time, our goal is primarily to subdue. If they are willing to surrender voluntarily, the base leader will be willing to accept them under my command, and they will receive the position of captain as well as the cultivation method of NHE skill. If they are stubborn and unyielding, then you can handle it as you see fit. I only want one result. This time, I will reward you based on your performance. Whether it's supplies, food, cigarettes, or fine wine, or subsequent techniques, you can exchange them here based on your merits this time. Li Chen had already made his promise. He would not personally take action this time either. He wanted to take this opportunity to test the personal abilities of these captains under him. After all, he was supporting so many people, and it wasn't just for them to eat for free. He couldn't handle everything himself. Otherwise, what was the point of being the leader? As for the new Jiangnan base, Li Chen planned to deal with it last. The future base had a 7th-level powerhouse stationed there, enough to intimidate that group of small-time players. Soon, the entire future base was mobilized. Li Chen alone guarded the base. All other revolver members were sent out to fight. Speed was of the essence. After Li Chen issued the orders, the future base erupted with unprecedented fighting enthusiasm. Have you heard? This time, the external expedition has a dedicated supervision team to tally merit points. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 10 first-level crystal cores or other food supply rewards. If the merit points earned are sufficient, they can even be directly exchanged for techniques. The captains have all cultivated techniques, each one powerful in battle, evolving at a speed far beyond ordinary people. We, the lower ranks, are all envious to the point of turning purple. Now we finally have a chance to access techniques, said a lower level evolver excitedly. This external expedition is definitely an opportunity for me, Muzian, to rise. I have fallen behind too much. If I perform well this time, there might be a chance for a comeback. I no longer want to be an electrician, I want to be a squad leader, Muzian said seriously. Soon, at the city gate of the future base, an army of 20,000 quickly gathered. This 20,000-strong army was divided into 5 teams. They split into 5 routes simultaneously, launching attacks on all forces except for the new Jiangnan base. Dividing forces for battle was clearly a major military taboo. If at this moment the new Jiangnan base chose to launch a surprise attack and take them down one by one, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the future base. It might even leave the future base in a state of disarray. Therefore, Li Chen decided to head to the new Jiangnan base to intimidate them. Although he had already decided to conceal his true strength, this concealment was aimed at higher beings. It was still necessary to flex his muscles a bit for the new Jiangnan base. This time, I will use 1/3 of my strength to test the intensity of my martial emperor realm. Just after the 5 armies of evolvers set out, Li Chen flew into the air with one hand behind his back. He turned and headed towards the direction of the new Jiangnan base, soaring through the sky. A distance of 200 kilometers would only take him 5 minutes at his current flying speed. Li Chen's flying speed had already surpassed 670 meters per second. In just 5 minutes, he arrived above the new Jiangnan base. Who goes there? A powerful pressure swept over. The leader of the new Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, and his deputy, Yuan Tianyi, immediately sensed this unusual aura. Yuan Xiong quickly flew up, also hovering in the air, confronting Li Chen from a distance. He was already at the peak of level 6, not far from breaking through to level 7. The only one who could exert such immense pressure on him could only be a level 7 powerhouse. Humph. My name is Li Chen, leader of the future base. I have come today to inform you that within 3 days you must surrender the entire new Jiangnan base to the future base. Remember, you only have 3 days to consider, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As Li Chen's voice fell, his attitude was overwhelmingly strong. Yuan Xiong was nearly furious to the point of exploding. However, he hadn't lost his temper yet. He saw Li Chen gently extend a hand. With a press in the air, a terrifying force of true essence gathered in his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic hand that struck down fiercely. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Mountains and rivers shook. The ground rapidly cracked. With this palm strike, Li Chen actually left a massive handprint with a diameter of 3,000 meters at the entrance of the new Jiangnan base. The depth of that handprint exceeded 50 meters. Terrifying indeed. The entire scene fell into silence. What the? Yuan Xiong's eyes widened, nearly scared to the point of his legs giving way, dropping to the ground. All the evolvers of the new Jiangnan base stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Shock. Utterly shocked. Is this a level 7 powerhouse? This is simply inhuman strength. One person could probably slaughter our entire base. Li Chen from the future base, I think. I've heard of him. There were rumors that he single-handedly held back 1,000,000 sea beasts with just one sword and killed 12 level 7 sea monsters by himself. I thought it was just bragging, but it turns out he's even more formidable than the legends. What should we do? Should we just surrender? No one can withstand a level 7 powerhouse. We don't need to make those meaningless sacrifices. I want to surrender, but I'm afraid that Yuan and his son won't agree. Yuan and his son? Aren't Yuan Xiong and Yuan Tianyi uncle and nephew? How did they become father and son? Shoo, this secret I only tell you. You mustn't tell anyone else. I used to work for the National Security Bureau and learn some high-level secrets. Rumor has it that Yuan Tianyi is not actually his father's biological son, but the result of an affair between Yuan Xiong and his sister-in-law. You understand, right? Damn, that's explosive. No wonder General Yuan Xiong dotes on his little nephew so much, always thinking of him first for resources even more than his own son. Turns out he really is his own son. At this moment, the Yuan father and son looked at Li Chen's retreating figure, already dumbfounded. What should we do, uncle? According to the latest news I've received, Li Chen has dispatched his team of evolved ones and decided to subdue all nearby base forces. They are splitting into 5 groups. I was originally thinking of leading a surprise attack, taking them down one by one like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow sparrow behind. But Li Chen has already broken through to level 7. His strength is almost at the level of white steel, and no one can stop him. The consequences of angering Li Chen are simply too severe. We can't afford to offend him, Yuan Tianyi said with a frustrated expression. The future base has their undercover agents, so he was able to get the news immediately. But the problem is, having such confidential information is of no use. Li Chen's intimidation has made them too afraid to send troops. It's likely that his subordinates are starting to lose heart as well. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. They can't possibly offend a level 7 powerhouse for the sake of the Yuan father and son. It's clear they can't win, so why would they go to their deaths? Unless I can also break through to level 7, otherwise it's hard to compete with Li Chen now. But submitting to Li Chen isn't a good choice either. They killed the deputy commander of the Huadu base, the Tyrannosaurus. How could Bai Gang let that go? I heard Bai Gang has already entered seclusion, preparing to break through to level 8. If Bai Gang really steps into level 8, Li Chen will surely die, and the future base will definitely perish. Submitting now might lead to facing the wrath of the Huadu base later. We cannot submit to Li Chen. Since we can't stand alone in the competition among major forces, then we should seek refuge with another, even larger force. Yuan Xiong analyzed, already having made a decision in his heart. Uncle, do you mean we should seek refuge with the Huadu base? Tianyi, I will personally write a letter. You must take my letter to the Huadu base immediately, explain the situation and express that our Xinjiang South base is willing to actively pledge allegiance to Commander Bai Gang. With your speed as a level 6 evolved one, you can reach Huadu within half a day. At the Old Street base, the leader named Liu Mo is a level 6 plant-type ability user. His ability is to manipulate plants. It is said that before the apocalypse, broke out. Liam was a PhD in botany, specializing in the diversity of plants. Because he studied a very obscure subject, coupled with his advisor's deliberate difficulties, he couldn't graduate after 5 years of his doctorate. In the end, to support his family, he became a gardener, trimming lawns for a living. Life was tough, and the PhD was selling his skills. Liam often lamented that he was born at the wrong time and that fate was unfair. As a child, his parents taught him to study hard, saying that only through education could one change their destiny. Therefore, he worked very hard from a young age, achieving excellent grades. In the end, he reached the doctoral level only to end up as a gardener? Perhaps it was his bad luck. It could also be that his straightforward personality offended his advisor. Or maybe it was due to the times, with degrees losing their value. To make ends meet, he had to do a job he didn't like. In fact, he wanted to become a scientist. To save money, he lived in the most dilapidated part of the Old Street area. The rent for a month was $800. Then, the apocalypse arrived. The blood-sucking vine he had just bought underwent some unknown mutation, nearly killing him. But in the end, he consumed the mutated vine's larva and awakened his ability to manipulate plants. So, when the apocalypse first broke out, while others were fleeing in panic, fighting each other for a bit of supplies, he was already able to manipulate plants, set traps, and kill mutated zombies and beasts. Liam quickly discovered that some mutated zombies had energy crystal cores hidden in their heads. Not only that, but some mutated wild dogs and wild cats also possessed energy crystal cores. Besides that, there was a type of evolved beast. This evolved beast is very different from the mutated zombies and beasts. The flesh of the evolved beasts is fresh and edible. Moreover, eating it can actually enhance one's abilities. Those zombie crystal cores can also increase ability levels when consumed. Liam discovered this secret very early on, much earlier than other evolvers. Through his observations, he found that certain evolved plants are also edible and can similarly increase ability levels. However, about 90% of these plants, after mutating and evolving, contain deadly toxins. Eating them leads to death. Therefore, for many human survivors, consuming mutated plants is no different from seeking death. But Liam is different. He has a deep understanding of most plants and has awakened plant-based abilities. He can accurately distinguish which mutated plants are toxic and which are not. With this special ability, he thrived in the apocalypse. While others were just awakening, he was already at level 2. By the time others reached level 2, he was already at level 3. When level 3 evolvers began to appear in large numbers, he had already reached level 6. As Liam continued to grow stronger, he could provide a type of plant called meat vegetables, which could fill the stomach and serve as a staple food. Consequently, more and more people wanted to join his team. It was only natural that Liam established the Old Street base. He began transforming the dilapidated Old Street area into a paradise. The entire Old Street base was enveloped by a layer of mutated plants. Huge vines, towering trees, and strange flowers and grasses merged completely with the Old Street base. It was both eerie and harmonious. A large number of zombie and mutated beast corpses were even used as fertilizer for the plants, aiding their growth. In truth, Liam did not want to be the leader of this base. He only wanted to be a research scholar, peacefully studying the evolutionary process of plant mutations, exploring the marvelous mysteries of this world through plant evolution. However, since he could provide meat vegetables, news of this spread, and more survivors crazily wanted to join his team, simply because they could eat their fill here. Just this one reason led to the gathering of 27,000 survivors at the Old Street base. Liam was thus exhausted. He had no choice. Although he could provide meat vegetables, a type of mutated plant that could grow indefinitely, it was not an unlimited supply. Every day, over 20,000 people were waiting for him to feed them. The pressure of supporting so many survivors was immense. He didn't have an infinite supply of resources. Those meat vegetables were also produced through evolutionary energy, and while the requirements were minimal, they couldn't withstand the sheer volume. Especially recently, a large number of ordinary survivors at the Old Street base began to gradually transform into evolvers. Their appetites grew larger. Each one could eat a lot. Their food intake increased several times over. Liam was really on the verge of being unable to support them. However, he felt embarrassed to directly kick these people out and let them fend for themselves, which put him in a difficult position. He really hoped someone could take over for him, or that an ambitious rebel would emerge within the base, wanting to replace him as leader. That way, he could easily throw away the leadership position. Unfortunately, everyone in the base was very loyal to him. Not a single person rebelled. Even when he voluntarily resigned and stepped down, several captains in the base insisted he remain. Each one insisted he be the leader. This was quite frustrating. In other bases, who wouldn't want to hold power? Yet only at the Old Street base did Liam want to step down, and no one would allow it. The main reason was that the entire base relied on him alone for sustenance. If he didn't take the lead, no one could command the others. The unique survival environment of the Old Street base has led to a situation where only he, Liam, can be the leader. Even if others wanted to rebel, they wouldn't have any opportunity at all. Everyone knows very well that if you quit, who can support so many people? Hey, I recently heard that a base called Huadu is expanding, wildly, forcibly incorporating many bases. Their power has become very large, and the neighboring Sanjiang base has already received a threatening letter from Huadu base demanding that Sanjiang base submit to Huadu. The leader of Sanjiang base, who has a bit of a stubborn temper, seems unwilling and wants to establish his own base. I was just thinking, why doesn't Huadu base send someone to our old street base? If they are willing to take over, I would gladly step down. Li Mo see very clearly that as the apocalypse bases develop to a later stage, several superpowers will inevitably emerge to compete for dominance. I know my own strengths and limitations. Although I fortuitously broke through to level 6 first, wanting to compete for dominance nationwide is a bit overestimating myself. My ability attributes dictate that I am only suited to defend a single location. With the large number of mutated plants I cultivate, it is enough to deter other level 6 powerhouses from approaching the old street base. But to take the initiative to attack is a bit beyond my capabilities. Li Mo is indeed someone who has studied for a doctorate. He sees the current situation very clearly. Supporting over 20,000 people is already very strenuous for him. He does not possess the strength or conditions to compete for national dominance. In the competition with superpowers, he can only become cannon fodder. Rather than that, it would be better to choose a side to join. Just lying flat would be fine. There's no need to compete with top powerhouses. He never wanted to be this leader in the first place. Report. Leader, it's bad. An evolved being named Manhwa has come with over 2,000 people to challenge us. He is directly boasting at our base's entrance, demanding that you, the leader, bring the old street base under his command. How dare he? So arrogant, thinking he can act so brazenly with just over 2,000 people. I will immediately take people to deal with him. In an instant, all the captains of the old street base were filled with righteous indignation. Wait, let me meet this Manhwa. Li Mo felt a surge of joy. The potential successor had finally arrived. But on the surface, he remained calm, pretending to be very angry. Li Mo led a group of followers and swaggered out of the old street base. At the entrance of the base, the dense mutated blood vines under Li Mo's control automatically parted. Li Mo actually walked out of the base directly. Are you Manhwa? Is it you who wants to take over the old street base? Li Mo asked in a deep voice. As his words fell, behind him, 100,000 mutated plants began to move collectively. The terrifying mutated plants blotted out the sky and began to grow wildly, looking extremely intimidating. Heart tree vines emerged from the ground, seemingly ready to surround Manhwa's team of over 2,000 people. Humph, a mere trick, and you dare to show off in front of me? Teleport. Manhwa was taken aback, but he quickly realized the opportunity. The leader of the old street base had considerable strength, being able to control 100,000 mutated plants. If he hid behind and launched a sneak attack, mingling among the crowd of the old street base, Manhwa would have no way to deal with him. Just relying on the consumption of the mutated plants could wipe out his entire team of 2,000. Not to mention that the old street base already had an absolute advantage in numbers. However, Manhwa noticed that the leader of the old street base, Li Mo, seemed to have a low IQ. Or perhaps he was overly confident in his own strength. How could he expose himself so openly? He even swaggered out of the base alone. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. As long as he captures Li Mo, what is there to fear about suppressing the old street base? Manhwa flashed and instantly circled behind Li Mo. With a slash of his military knife, a terrifying innate vigor directly severed countless blood vine tentacles. In the next second, the blade was pressed against Li Mo's neck. Don't move. Your boss is already in my hands. Li Mo, if you don't want to die, let the entire old street base submit to our future base, otherwise this knife of mine is enough to sever your head. Manhwa threatened coldly. You are a space-type ability user? Li Mo was stunned for 2 seconds. Although he had indeed let his guard down this time, intentionally exposing himself to be captured by Manhwa, the latter's strength still surprised him. He was actually a level 6 space-type ability user. Even if he hadn't let his guard down, he probably wouldn't have gained any advantage against Manhwa. Now he was satisfied. It was reasonable for the old street base to submit to a level 6 space-type ability user. No one was saying anything else now, right? Alright, this time Li Mo was careless. I am willing to submit and follow Captain Manhwa. Li Mo lowered his head, feigning reluctance as he spoke. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the fish on the chopping block. Life is like a play, all depending on acting skills. Manhwa himself didn't expect that he would so easily subdue the old street base. This was a base with over 20,000 people. It was so easy that it seemed like the other side had intentionally given in. Captain Manhwa, are you really that powerful? You captured the leader of the old street base in one go? That's amazing. I'm impressed by this operation. Teleportation is indeed a divine skill, catching the enemy leader off guard. A group of underlings immediately began to discuss among themselves. Meng Haoyu gained quite a few fans on the spot. Ahem. Li Mo, I'm not the leader, you can just call me Captain Meng. Oh, Your Excellency, a level 6 space-type ability user, isn't that still a leader? Li Mo asked curiously. Yes, the leader of our future base is someone else. I'm just one of the captains. Our leader, Li Chen, is a level 7 evolver. Upon hearing this, not only Li Mo but also the other captains of the old street base and all the evolver members fell silent collectively. The leader of the future base is actually a level 7 powerhouse? If it's level 7, then this loss isn't unjust. To be able to subdue a level 6 space-type ability user, one can imagine how powerful this Li Chen is. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Li Mo, you still know how to be sensible. Luckily, it was me, Meng Haoyu, who took action. This time, if it were leader Li Chen himself, your base would be waiting for total annihilation. Now, you will immediately lead the senior members of the old street base back with me to the future base to meet leader Li Chen and complete the submission ceremony. If the leader is in a good mood, he might reward you with something. Alright, I will give the orders right away. Li Mo did not resist and was very cooperative. Meng Haoyu remained cautious, wary that Li Mo might suddenly turn against him, but in fact he did not. The entire process went unusually smoothly. The trip to the old street base had not resulted in any firefights. It was as if they were on a tour. On the way back, they also cleared a few waves of zombies, collecting quite a few crystal cores. They returned fully loaded. The 8th level cultivation method is about to be in my hands. Just as Meng Haoyu was making smooth progress, the other armies encountered some obstacles to varying degrees. For example, the team of evolvers led by Hong Mao and Fong Tianhua faced violent resistance from the Mad Dragon base. The two forces directly clashed. In an instant, casualties were heavy. Of course, the heavy casualties were on the side of the Mad Dragon base. The leader of the Mad Dragon base, Zhao Quanglong, was a level 5 Earth-type evolver. The entire base revolves around him personally. The exploitation is severe. Zhao Quanglong's base, established near a granary, directly seized the national granary after the apocalypse, claiming the land as his own and possessing a large amount of food, which allowed him to support a team that later expanded to over 10,000 people. However, among these more than 10,000 survivors, only 1,000 are evolved beings, resulting in an evolution ratio of just 1/10. The remaining ordinary survivors are completely exploited. They can only serve as laborers, as slaves. Many young women have also become their playthings. This is the typical situation in most bases during the apocalypse. Bases like Li Chen's, where everyone is an evolved being, are actually very rare. It could even be said that they are virtually non-existent. Most base leaders, even if they have the ability to help more people evolve, are unwilling to do so. These leaders only want to maintain their exalted status and absolute authority. It is the norm for a small number of evolved beings to manage a large number of ordinary survivors. Therefore, although the Quanglong base has many people, the overall quality is lacking. Zhao Quanglong himself cannot match the combined strength of Hong Mao and Fong Tianhua. The violent and bloody confrontation ultimately ends with Zhao Quanglong's defeat. The Quanglong base is successfully subdued by the future base, with little suspense. The Third Army. Huang Chao and Yang Jian lead 5,000 evolved beings from their base to attack the Sanjiang base, and the process goes very smoothly. Huang Chao is a level 5 Earth-type ability user with considerable strength, and he has mastered powerful Earth abilities that can alter the terrain, turning the enemy base into a flat plain. He also possesses innate Qi. His strength is equivalent to the peak of level 5. Yang Jian, who has mastered level 5 invisibility abilities, also possesses innate Qi, giving him a significant advantage in assassinating enemy level 5 powerhouses. The leader of the Sanjiang base, Zhou Sanjiang, like the leader of the Quanglong base, is unruly, claiming the land as his own and enslaving other survivors, even running a brothel, indulging in pleasure and living in a drunken stupor. Ultimately, Zhou Sanjiang is assassinated by Yang Jian, leading to the fall of the Sanjiang base. The Fourth Army. Gu Sisi, Shadow, and Ouyang Qingxue lead a female army to attack the Daiyuan base. The leader of the Daiyuan base is a level 5 fire-type ability user named Sun Daiyuan. He has a violent temperament and is quite lecherous, with a burly appearance. When he sees 3 distinctly styled beauties leading a group of female soldiers to attack the Daiyuan base, he is completely stunned. Here they are, 5 or 6,000 women, delivered right to his doorstep. Can you believe it? Such good fortune. At this moment, Sun Daiyuan makes a very bold move. He actually opens the city gates to welcome the 5 or 6,000 women into the city, intending to catch them in a trap. The outcome is predictable. All 6,000 women are evolved beings, with 2,000 being level 3 evolved beings. Their strength is terrifying. With various abilities flourishing, they completely overwhelm the Daiyuan base. The 3 leading beauties are all at the peak of level 5, and Ouyang Qingxue is even on the verge of breaking through to level 6. Sun Daiyuan is ruthlessly beaten, and the Daiyuan base suffers a tragic suppression. The Fifth Army. Eagle, Guo Fugue, and Sun Yuhan are responsible for the cleanup. There are a total of 21 factions, but they are all small factions, making them easy to subdue, though the process is somewhat complex. These small factions are distributed across different regions, requiring them to be subdued one by one. Only someone with Eagle's godlike perspective can pinpoint them accurately. The leaders of these small teams have different personalities. Some resist fiercely, while others kneel upon seeing a level 5 powerhouse. However, most are relatively pragmatic, knowing they cannot win and can only submit. Among these 21 small factions, the most difficult to subdue are actually the ones that take the longest time. The Eagle and his group continued to recruit, and the team grew larger and larger. In the end, the entire team surprisingly exceeded 20,000 people. Moreover, the proportion of evolvers in these small teams was very high, with the ratio of evolvers surpassing 50%. Some particularly elite small groups even had all members as evolvers. This was quite normal. The smaller the team, the higher the proportion of evolvers needed. Otherwise, having ordinary people in the team would significantly slow down the pace. Only large bases could afford to support ordinary survivors. Small teams rarely kept idle people. In just a day and night, all the forces within a radius of 200 kilometers had been completely subdued by the future base. When Liemo led the senior members of the old street base to the future base, they were immediately treated to a hot pot barbecue with some beer, along with fruit platters, cigarettes, and red wine. They simply didn't want to go back. Captain Meng, thank you very much for your hospitality. You've really gone to great expense. In this apocalypse, to still be able to enjoy barbecue hot pot, drink beer, and smoke cigarettes, this kind of life is truly a long-lost luxury. I, Liemo, sincerely thank Captain Meng for your generous hospitality. Liemo expressed his gratitude with a sincere face. Liemo, this is just the ordinary meal from our cafeteria, not a special treat from me. You haven't seen how our leader hosts a banquet. That's true hospitality. I'm already tired of this stuff, so just make do with it. Meng Haoyu said nonchalantly. As soon as these words were spoken, the senior captains from the old street base were directly shocked. This is the cafeteria's meal standard? Our cafeteria serves meat and vegetables every day, and it's hard to even get some porridge. The cafeteria at the future base not only has barbecue and hot pot but also lobster pasta, rice, steak, stir-fried meat with chile, fruit platters, and even evolved seafood. Damn, is this really just the cafeteria meal standard? Even before the apocalypse, this level of buffet wouldn't be cheap for a single meal, right? Hearing the discussions among the captains from the old street base, Meng Haoyu finally realized that the food at their base was something other bases couldn't experience. Even a leader like Liemo, who managed over 20,000 people, found it hard to enjoy such a meal. It was one thing for the subordinates not to experience it, but when the leader couldn't either, it was a bit. Was the old street base a bit too poor? How could you support over 20,000 people when you were this poor? At that moment, as more and more teams returned to the base, someone suddenly revealed a shocking piece of news. Have you heard? Leader Li Chen displayed great power at the entrance of the new Jiangnan base, creating a 3,000-meter deep pit with a single palm strike, and the leader of the new Jiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, was stunned on the spot. I heard that dozens of evolvers from the new Jiangnan base have actively come to our base to pledge allegiance. I said, how could our operation go so smoothly? As a medium-sized base force, how could the new Jiangnan base not put up any resistance? It turns out they were intimidated by our leader. I estimate that this external expansion will directly increase the total population to over 80,000. As long as we subdue the new Jiangnan base, the population of our future base will break through 100,000 in one go. During this external expansion, by subduing the crazy dragon base, we actually obtained a granary. This granary was previously a state food storage warehouse with 10,000 tons of food stored inside. We've hit a jackpot, Red Hair said excitedly. He didn't expect that subduing the crazy dragon base would come with such a surprise. This group of old sixes monopolized the granary, clearly having more food than they could eat, yet still treated ordinary survivors like dogs. They hardly gave them any food. They could only eat one meal a day. Several thousand ordinary survivors were left starving and emaciated. This was simply outrageous. How could they guard a warehouse with 10,000 tons of food and still be this hungry? It is easy to imagine how disgusting the manager of the crazy dragon base must be. Well, now it's done. The crazy dragon base has been destroyed, and this granary has been directly requisitioned by the future base. Although leader Li Chen often claims that the food in his space is abundant and never-ending, they can't just sit back and eat without working, especially after the base's population has expanded significantly. The consumption of food has become even more severe. Now that they have seized a granary, it is enough to alleviate their urgent needs. Now I, Red Hair, have made a great contribution. When the Eagle, Wofugui, and Sun Yuhan, along with the entire army, returned to the future base with over 20,000 scattered teams, Li Chen ordered the kitchen to prepare a feast. In addition to hosting their own expedition team for a celebration, the newly joined teams were also invited to join the feast to broaden their horizons. This feast completely captivated the new teams. They devoured the food like starving ghosts, fearing that if they missed this meal, there would be no next one. Delicious, it's really too delicious. Leader Li Chen hosted a feast with 5,000 tables, each table having at least 15 dishes with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, everything included, plus mutated lobsters as big as tigers. So extravagant. After this banquet, I feel like I could evolve. Damn it, it's all those previous leaders' fault for keeping the news under wraps. If I had known the food at the future base was this good, I would have joined long ago, no need to wait until now. Zhao Guanglong, that bastard, deserves to die. Zhou Sanjiang, that son of a dog, deserves to die. Sun Dayuan, that beast, deserves to die. In an instant, the new team members began to curse their former leaders. Without comparison, there is no harm. The life they lived before was simply worse than that of pigs and dogs. After the banquet, Li Chen summoned all team leaders and above for a high-level meeting to discuss rewards for contributions. The most anticipated part was the granting of martial arts techniques. First, Li Chen made a unified promotion for the 10 captains in the base. All were promoted to the level of deputy leader. Red Hair, promoted to the first deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of Nhe Gong. Eagle, second deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Shadow, third deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Yang Jian, 4th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Huang Chao, 5th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Sun Yuhan, 6th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Guo Fugue, 7th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Meng Haoyu, 8th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Gu Sisi, 9th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. Fang Tianhua, 10th deputy leader, rewarded with the 8th level of martial arts. In addition, because Li Mo, as a level 6 plant type ability user, was willing to lead over 20,000 people from the old street base to voluntarily submit, Li Chen valued this greatly. Therefore, he was directly promoted to deputy leader and rewarded with the first 7 levels of Nhe Gong. Li Mo became the 11th deputy leader. The ranking is not in order, the status is the same level. This also serves as a signal released by Li Chen. The high level members of the newly joined teams also have the opportunity to hold leadership positions in the future base. Following that, there were appointments for captains. Under the deputy leaders, Li Chen promoted many people from other bases and also promoted several team leaders from the future base to leadership positions in other bases. Position swaps, cross appointments. Ouyang Qingxue was also promoted to captain. Her strength was already sufficient to hold the position of deputy leader, but she preferred to hide her strength, so let her continue to do so. In fact, Ouyang Qingxue had already received an order from Yuan Xiong today to end her assassination mission. A level 5 attempting to assassinate a level 7 powerhouse was simply seeking death. Yuan Xiong asked her to head north and join the Huadu base. They had already decided to abandon the Xinjiangnan base. This order left Ouyang Qingxue momentarily torn. The mission was clearly over. She no longer needed to assassinate Li Chen. But why did she feel a bit reluctant to leave? Was it because the atmosphere at the future base made her feel more comfortable? Or was it that she felt a bit dissatisfied because she hadn't successfully seduced the leader, Li Chen? Could it be that sincerity was the ultimate weapon? It seems I was too confident in myself, thinking that just relying on my beauty would allow me to kill indiscriminately. But Li Chen is clearly not that kind of shallow man. He even harbors a bit of wariness towards me. He is different from other men. It must be that my acting skills weren't good enough. I didn't make Li Chen feel that I truly liked him. True acting must be able to blur the lines between reality and fiction. The reason I was able to win the Best Actress trophy back then was that I completely immersed myself in a certain movie role. And now, I have become complacent. My immense fame and the aura of a star have made my heart more restless. As a level 5 evolved being, I have also become arrogant. I shouldn't be like this. This time, I have actually failed. A sense of long-lost frustration rose in Ouyang Qingxue's heart, but she was unwilling to accept it. She still wanted to prove herself. This time, not for assassinating Li Chen, but to prove that her charm could win him over. Moreover, her husband chose to join the Huadu base. She could still act as an insider, providing intelligence. Wasn't that a greater help to the Jiangnan base? If she went to the Huadu base, she would be unable to exert any influence, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. She would continue to stay hidden. If her husband knew her good intentions, he would surely forgive her. Soon, Li Chen personally taught the 10 deputy leaders the 8th level of the Nhe Gong. Since they had already practiced this technique before, their foundation was quite solid. Therefore, the explanation of the 8th level was not difficult and was easy to understand. I didn't expect that practicing the 8th level of the technique would require reversing the meridians, exhausting one's cultivation, and breaking down to rebuild. In other words, once I start practicing the 8th level, my personal combat power might rapidly decline, and there should be an awkward period unless I successfully break through the 8th level and condense true essence power. I can only break down to rebuild and be reborn. Meng Haoyu frowned. The other deputy leaders also had their own thoughts. Now, there are two paths before you. If you choose to break through the 8th level, be prepared for a period of declining combat power, and there's no guarantee when you will break through the 8th level. Alternatively, you can temporarily use the first 7 levels of the innate chi Gong as support and focus on breaking through your ability level. The first 7 levels of the technique are sufficient to accelerate your ability levels. Improvement. Whenever you break through to level 6 or 7, you can still practice the 8th level technique. Prioritize your abilities and treat cultivation as a supplement. This will be more secure. Li Chen stood from the perspective of someone who had been through it all. He made an analysis and provided advice. He had already discovered that the improvement of ability levels and the breakthrough of cultivation techniques, while complementary, could also be prioritized. Li Chen could advance both simultaneously, but that didn't mean others could do the same. Moreover, they didn't have as many resources as Li Chen. Choosing to prioritize cultivation would be more prudent. The leader makes sense. I haven't even broken through the 7th level of the technique yet. I'll consider this issue after I break through the 7th level. Gu Sisi immediately said, yes, the 7th level of the technique is enough for now. I'll wait until I break through to a level 7 evolver before considering practicing the 8th level technique. Hong Mao nodded in agreement. He felt that the focus should still be on ability evolution. Practicing techniques is primarily to assist in evolution and reduce the daily intake of large amounts of food. The techniques of the first 7 levels are already sufficient. There's no need to rush into practicing the 8th level technique. Among this group of vice leaders, the one most eager to practice the 8th level technique is none other than Meng Haoyu. He is already a level 6 evolver, and his technique has also broken through to the 7th level. If he wants to maintain high-speed evolution, he must practice the 8th level technique. Otherwise, how could he possibly catch up to Li Chen? Meng Haoyu has never been inferior to others in his life, and, of course, he wants to surpass Li Chen. With Li Chen's rapid evolution speed, if he doesn't practice the 8th level, won't he just fall further behind? Even if it means reversing my meridians and wasting my cultivation, I'll accept it. I still have high-level beast inner cores. They should be able to shorten this process. During the process of reversing my meridians, I might get injured. If Sun Yuhan is willing to retreat with me and help me break through my cultivation, that would be even better. Sun Yuhan's healing abilities will definitely play a huge role. But if I invite Sun Yuhan to retreat with me, will Qingxue misunderstand? Sigh. It's really so tangled. Actually, Yuhan is great too, but I recently heard some rumors saying that Yuhan has a somewhat ambiguous relationship with the leader. I thought I would be very angry, but why do I suddenly feel relieved? The leader doesn't seem to like Ouyang Qingxue very much. He probably isn't interested in her celebrity status. Last time, when Qingxue took the initiative to approach the leader, he rejected her. Doesn't this mean I have a chance? The eyes of the crowd are sharp. Meng Haoyu actually sees things very clearly. He's not a fool. How could he not notice that both Sun Yuhan and Ouyang Qingxue have some feelings for Li Chen? Moreover, Ouyang Qingxue has even actively shown affection towards Li Chen. He thinks it's very normal. It's understandable. In the apocalypse, strength is respected. Strong individuals inherently possess greater charm. As the base leader and the most powerful evolver, it's only natural that the girls like him, right? But to say that Ouyang Qingxue has truly fallen in love with Li Chen, that's not necessarily the case. Women are just habitually attached to the strong. If Meng Haoyu breaks through to level 7 or even level 8, becoming an existence on par with or surpassing Li Chen, then Ouyang Qingxue and Sun Yuhan's gazes will definitely be drawn to him. If you bloom, the gentle breeze will come. I, Meng Haoyu, have been a loyal admirer for several years, and I have finally awakened. I understand now that just relying on admiration won't keep a woman. I must improve myself. Only by becoming strong and excellent myself will the top-tier women like Sun Yuhan and Ouyang Qingxue come to like me. As for other women, I don't care for those mediocre ones, I only want the best. Meng Haoyu is ambitious. He has already decided to start working hard in secret until one day he stuns everyone. Yuhan, I plan to retreat and practice the 8th level technique. Can you retreat with me and help me heal? In the end, Meng Haoyu approached Sun Yuhan. I'm sorry, Haoyu, but I'm afraid the leader will misunderstand. And this time, I've also made some progress. I plan to challenge the 7th level of the innate chi technique, so I might not have time. Sun Yuhan declined politely. Meng Haoyu's face immediately turned green. Well then, you should focus on your own breakthrough. In the urban world, outside, the hustle and bustle continues, but Li Chen remains unmoved. He has been in closed-door cultivation for a full 2 days. In fact, he has just been sleeping for 2 days. However, with his cultivation at the level of a martial emperor, even if he slept for half a month, his body's various functions could still maintain their peak state. The moment he woke up, Li Chen immediately took out 10 crystal cores from the brain domain space, each bag filled with 30,000 evolution crystal cores, totaling 300,000. They ranged from level 1 to level 5. Now, my cultivation strength in both worlds has probably reached a balanced level. I have cultivated the techniques to the martial emperor realm and have also practiced the first layer of the Tai Xian Emperor scripture. However, in the apocalypse, Li Chen's evolutionist level has reached the peak of level 7, while I am only at the peak of level 6. Now, I will begin to consume a large number of crystal cores to break through. Li Chen casually grabbed a handful of low-level crystal cores and swallowed them in one go. These crystal cores, worth 10 billion each, he swallowed more than a dozen at once. But did you think that was it? This was just the beginning. Li Chen grabbed another handful of crystal cores and crazily stuffed them into his mouth. He couldn't stop at all. Every 5 or 6 seconds, he had to swallow more than a dozen crystal cores. An average consumption rate of 2 crystal cores per second. He was devouring them frantically. Immediately, a vast power of evolution surged through his body. Li Chen's cells began to evolve. He immediately operated the Tai Xian Emperor scripture, drawing in boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and suddenly a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed around him. I absorb, I absorb, I absorb, absorb, absorb. The overwhelming true essence power swept through his entire body, replenishing the energy needed for his cellular evolution. Crack! Boom! Li Chen felt a rumble in his mind. He sensed his life level was rising, and the world became increasingly vivid in his eyes. It was as if he could feel the breathing of the flowers, grass, and trees. Li Chen's mental power surged again. The scanning distance of his spirit expanded to a radius of 100 kilometers. The intensity of his mental force broke through 320,000 tons. The brain domain space expanded to 28 million cubic meters. Urban Li Chen successfully broke through to the 7th level of evolutionists. But this level of strength was still not enough. It brought no pressure at all. Li Chen accelerated the speed of devouring crystal cores again. When he began to consume those level 4 and level 5 crystal cores, various halos began to appear on the surface of his body. Before long, Li Chen awakened his metal-type ability, metal manipulation. The next moment, he awakened his earth-type ability, earth escape technique. After a while, Li Chen awakened his wood-type ability, life absorption. When he consumed a level 5 thunder-type crystal core, Li Chen awakened his thunder-type ability, lightning manipulation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, plus speed, strength, mental, and space types. Finally, when he finished consuming all 300,000 crystal cores, Li Chen's evolutionist level also reached the peak of level 7. Moreover, he awakened 11 types of abilities. Although this did not include all ability systems, the 7 most common elemental abilities, as well as the most commonly used speed, strength, and mental abilities, were all successfully mastered by him. Plus a rare space-type ability. An 11-type ability user was born. He felt that almost all elemental energies in the air were particularly harmonious with him. However, he was still a bit far from breaking through to the 8th level. Li Chen ended his seclusion. This time, in my breakthrough, I have almost consumed all the high-level crystal cores and the inner cores of exotic beasts. Only 300,000 of the lowest level 1 crystal cores are left. These things can be sold for quite a bit of money, but for a breakthrough at my level, it's a bit lacking. As for that last level 8 sea monster inner core, Li Chen felt a bit conflicted. After consuming so many evolution crystals, Li Chen vaguely felt that even if he took an 8th level inner pill, he could at most elevate his evolution level to 8th level, but he would not be able to break through to the Danqing realm, because he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the false Dan. That's right, the false Dan realm, unexpectedly, has a mid-stage and a late stage. The mid-stage of the false Dan is referred to by the ancient martial arts lineage as the martial sovereign realm. The late stage of the false Dan is called the martial god realm. Only by reaching the martial god realm and then moving upward can one attain the Danqing realm. Li Chen had no idea that there were such divisions of realms before. In fact, it wasn't just him who was unaware. Even many old predecessors of the ancient martial arts lineage did not know that there were so many realms beyond, because it is already rare for martial artists to reach the innate realm. Breaking through to the innate grandmaster is enough to establish a sect. The land immortals are figures of legend. Moving upward, the martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial god, it's normal not to have heard of these things. They are simply out of reach. The martial god realm can almost single-handedly crush over 200 countries worldwide, disregarding nuclear weapons. The physical body can fly beyond the atmosphere. In traditional terms, this is actually no different from a deity. It is the legendary ability to break through the void. Above the martial god realm is the true escape from gravitational pull, allowing the physical body to leap through the vacuum of the universe and survive in a vacuum environment for a month. This is the Danqing realm. Using the golden pill within the body as the core of the stars, it possesses the power of the stars, requiring no reliance on Earth's spiritual energy, and can directly draw upon the cosmic star power as an energy supply. Once one breaks through to the Danqing realm, it is essentially a distinction between two species, a completely different level of life. One is a planetary being, the other is a cosmic being, a world of difference. It seems that breaking through to the second layer of the Tai Xian Emperor Sutra is not so easy. I estimate it will take me about half a month to break through the second layer. Li Chen couldn't help but complain. Of course, if Chen Shulin knew about this thought of his, he would probably be shocked. The Taishan Emperor Sutra is the supreme secret art that suppresses a galaxy of the Taishan Emperor sect. Even for a cosmic prodigy, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to break through the second layer. For an ordinary genius like Lan Tianling, a native prodigy of Earth, it would take at least 3 to 500 years of hard training to even think about breaking through the second layer. And now you actually think you can break through the second layer in half a month? Moreover, you have no foundation in practicing cosmic techniques at all. Just this? Half a month to break through? Even a 9th grade spiritual route wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? At this moment, the reborn powerhouse Chen Shulin, after consuming 5,000 evolution crystals, finally succeeded in evolving his spiritual root talent to the 7th grade level. Great! I have finally restored the grade of my spiritual root from my previous life, and I have also broken through to the land immortal realm in one go. With my rebirth experience, I can avoid more detours. In this life, I will definitely be stronger than in my previous life. You two bitches, wait for me. One day, I will crush you two traitors to ashes. Of course, I am still not satisfied with a 7th grade spiritual root. Since Taoist friend Li Chen's evolution crystals can help me evolve my spiritual root, why can't I evolve to 8th grade or even 9th grade? I heard that this so-called beast inner pill was obtained by Taoist friend Li Chen after slaying deep-sea monsters in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Since he can kill, then I, Chen Shulin, can naturally go and kill too. With this thought, Chen Shulin immediately took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Master, the 50 billion food supplies hoarded by my Lan family have all been stored in a super large warehouse as per your instructions. Additionally, your customized longsword and axe from the Blue Steel Group have been completed. Do you need me to arrange for transportation? Lan Tianling reported as he ran up to Li Chen, whom, with so many supplies, transporting them would be too troublesome. I'll go pick them up myself. Just tell me the address. Alright, master. In no time, Lan Tianling sent the warehouse address to Li Chen's phone. The address was in Sichuan Province. Blue Group Agricultural Company, Limited. It was about 2,590 kilometers from the Kunlun Mountains. Li Chen didn't delay and took off into the air, riding the wind. Speed wings, activate. Wind type ability, activate. Mental power, activate. True essence power, activate. Spatial power, activate. Li Chen activated all 5 abilities, accelerating wildly. In no time, his flying speed broke through 700 meters per second, but the acceleration didn't stop, it only got faster and faster. 15 seconds later, Li Chen's extreme acceleration broke through 2,000 meters per second. He finally maintained a speed of 2,500 meters per second and stopped accelerating. He flew at a constant speed, 2,500 meters per second, 25 kilometers in 10 seconds, 150 kilometers in 1 minute. Li Chen flew from the Kunlun Mountains to Sichuan Province, crossing 2,590 kilometers in just 18 minutes. At this flying speed, he could circle the Earth in under 5 hours. This was already at a non-human level. The superheroes in American movies probably couldn't compare. Li Chen estimated he was even more formidable than Superman. Is this the grain warehouse? Li Chen saw many workers below busily transporting grain. There were about 3,000 migrant workers. They were responsible for moving rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, peas, red beans, green beans, sorghum, potatoes, yams, and various other crops. Bag after bag of grain piled up like mountains. Conservatively estimated, there were at least 10 million bags, and they were the large snakeskin bags. Inside the supersized warehouse, hundreds of small mounds were stacked together, sorted and stored. Li Chen was very satisfied. This grain should exceed 1 million tons. Enough to feed 1 million troops in the apocalypse. Why you? Who are you? A group of busy migrant workers was stunned when they saw someone suddenly flying from the sky. Who is the person in charge here? Li Chen asked in a deep voice. I am. Hello, Principal Li, my name is Lan Fatty. The young master called 10 minutes ago and said you would come to collect the grain supplies. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. It seems far from the Kunlun Mountains to our Sichuan Province. I'm very sorry for not being prepared to welcome you. Lan Fatty, a plump man, quickly apologized. At that moment he felt awestruck. The principal of the High Martial Academy, Li, truly lived up to his reputation. Crossing over 2,000 kilometers in just a few minutes? Incredible. No wonder he was a peerless powerhouse beyond the war god level. Alright, let these people disperse and remember to pay their wages. Okay, everyone can go home. Now, head to the finance department to collect your wages later. Lan Fatty shouted loudly with a megaphone. The workers, hearing they could get paid even before finishing their work, were all very willing. Everyone dispersed. Li Chen also sent Lan Fatty out of the warehouse. Immediately, a powerful mental force controlled a large amount of grain flying towards Li Chen himself. As all the grain approached Li Chen, they all disappeared. instantly being absorbed into his mind's space. Just in time, his internal space expanded significantly again. This wave was enough to store all 1,000,000 tons of grain without any problem. 10 minutes later, this enormous super warehouse was completely emptied. 10 million bags of grain had vanished without a trace. Li Chen left the granary without a word. When the blue chubby man curiously opened the warehouse and took a peek inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Looking at the vast, empty warehouse, the blue chubby man began to doubt his life choices. Hey, young master, I have a shocking secret to tell you. What is it? Just now, Principal Li came to the granary, then dismissed the workers and kicked me out. Who would have thought that while I was outside smoking 2 cigarettes, all 10 million bags of grain disappeared into thin air? Not a single strand left. So much grain, and it all vanished into thin air. This is truly unbelievable, the blue chubby man exclaimed. Alright, I understand. You must keep this matter a secret. My master is unfathomable, a peerless powerhouse reborn in the universe. Who knows, there might be artifacts like spatial rings. You've done well. Starting today, you are promoted to General Manager of the Agricultural Department of the Lan Group. Ah, thank you, young master. I am willing to dedicate my life for you, the blue chubby man said joyfully. Their agricultural department had just been revitalized. Originally, farmers had very low incomes and the crops they grew couldn't be sold. As a result, the group headquarters sent over 5 billion in funds to purchase grain. Now, everything was sold out. Almost all the unsold grain in Sichuan province was sold in one go. Farmers had income, began to consume, and the economy was revitalized. This wave alone supported at least 100,000 people and provided tens of thousands of jobs. Moreover, it seemed this was not just a one-time deal. That Principal Li seemed to have intentions to continue purchasing. If this keeps up, grain prices will rise. After leaving the granary, Li Chen turned around and went to the Lan Steel Group. Now the entire group was under his name. It had already become Li Chen's personal property, just still operating under the Lan Group's name. Li Chen took away the axes and long swords manufactured by the Steel Group. He was quite satisfied. Just as he was about to return, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his cousin, Ma Ishu. Li Chen was a bit surprised. He remembered that a year ago he deleted his cousin's WeChat because Feng Zishuan was jealous of her good looks. Later, this incident caused some conflicts among relatives and they hadn't been in touch much since. Looking back now, he realized he was really not a good person. How could he hurt his cousin who had taken care of him since childhood just because of a woman like Feng Zishuan? Hello, cousin. Is it a Xian? Cousin recently saw news online saying you became the principal of the High Martial Academy. Is that true? It's true. Li Shen nodded in acknowledgement. A Xian, there's something I need to talk to you about, but I don't know how to start. Ma Ishu found it hard to speak, but she had to seek help for this matter. Cousin, just say it. A Xian, you know I work at the brewery. Your uncle's brewery is about to go bankrupt, and now it needs a sum of money to revive it. I actually advised him to just give up this old factory, but he said the workers at the old factory have been with him for over 10 years and he can't bear to dismiss them. Plus, if the brewery goes under, these people will have nowhere to go. But now, who would still drink this kind of second-rate beer? I remember your uncle's craft beer was quite good. Wasn't the business pretty good before? Why is it going bankrupt? This is a long story. It's all due to the schemes of commercial competitors. Alright, I understand. If I simply invest, it won't change the fact that the brewery is gradually heading towards decline. The market competition is so fierce, with big brands dominating the market, small brands can't survive at all. In that case, I'll place an order right now for 1 million bottles of beer and have the packaging changed to a doomsday cover design. This order should be enough to revitalize the brewery. Ha! 1 million bottles? Ma Ishu was stunned. According to the standard of 12 bottles per case, 1 million cases means 12 million bottles. This order, even for the largest brewery in the country, would be considered a super large order, right? Ah Xian, can you drink that much beer? Cousin, don't worry, I have my uses for it. Just focus on ramping up production. I'll have someone transfer the money to you shortly. Those little brothers in the apocalypse love beer so much that a mere 1 million bottles is nothing. This amount wouldn't even last a week. After hanging up the phone, Ma Ishu quickly received a payment of 36 million. The retail price of beer from Dajo Brewery is 5 yuan per bottle. The wholesale price for small quantities can reach 3.5 yuan per bottle and, for large quantities, 3 yuan per bottle. The price isn't exactly cheap, it's just average. With such fierce competition among domestic breweries, the larger breweries have very low profit margins and operate on a volume model. Smaller breweries naturally find it even harder to survive. With this order from Li Chen, a small brewery could be instantly revived. Now, the workers wouldn't have to be laid off and the stockpiled beer could all be sold out at once. Everyone was happy. At this moment, the topic of Beast Inner Dan was already sparking heated discussions in the international market. The elderly Solofor, ranked among the top 10 on the global billionaire list, reportedly awakened the longevity ability at the age of 85 after consuming the beast inner Dan. This ability is very special, as it can actually make a person youthful again. Solofor suddenly became 50 years younger, transforming from an 85-year-old, white-haired old man into a mature and handsome 35-year-old. It was simply astonishing. 2. Beast Inner Dawn allowed one to return to their youth. The billionaires went collectively crazy. It was explosive. Soon, the price of the Beast Inner Dan in the North American market skyrocketed to an exaggerated level. It was said that one could buy a Beast Inner Dan for 10 billion meters, but still couldn't get one. It was incredibly hard to come by. Although Solofor awakening the longevity ability was a rare event, it didn't mean that other billionaires who consumed the Beast Inner Dan could also regain their youth. However, the efficacy of the Beast Inner Dan had been confirmed. At the very least, it could enhance physical fitness, leading to a transformation and evolution of the body. This was a sure thing. The key point was that it could awaken abilities in those without innate talent, which was enough to drive those billionaires wild. In this world, anything that could be settled with money was worth it in the eyes of those wealthy individuals. Previously, there was no special channel to awaken abilities, it relied solely on personal talent, with awakeners being 1 in 10,000. Now, just one Beast Inner Dan could awaken abilities. 10 billion meters was a bargain. As the heat in the international market continued to rise, the wealthy members of Longsha country were raking in profits. In just 2.5 days, 108 Beast Inner Dawn were sold, sweeping away 1 trillion meters of global wealth. Although 70% of the income had to be handed over to Principal Lee, making a 30% profit was still a huge gain. Mr. Su, Principal Lee just sent a message. They said we should purchase 100 billion Longsha coins worth of food supplies in bulk from countries around the world, and Principal Lee's quoted price is said to be 20% higher than the normal market price. I think this business sounds great, a buy and sell with no risk at all. It's just like picking up money. It's just that transporting the supplies is a bit troublesome. After all, the amount of food we're buying is quite large, a wealthy shareholder said to General Su. General Su pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, somewhat puzzled. What does Principal Lee want with so much food? I heard that in Sichuan province he already had the Lan family purchase 5 billion worth of food supplies, and now he wants us to buy 100 billion from the international market? Isn't he afraid it will mold in the warehouse with so much? Or does he want to start an international food price war to drive up food prices? But food prices are regulated by the government, and with the current automated planting technology, feeding 20 billion people globally is not a problem. Food has long been in surplus. Speculating on this is of no value at all. Although General Su couldn't analyze Li Chen's intentions, it didn't stop him from wanting to make money. Even though their money could last them a lifetime, they still wouldn't mind having more. Human desire knows no bounds. In that case, I'll call the Hua family later. Their shipping business is global. This deal could be a good collaboration with them. Indeed, bringing Principal Lee into the wealthy club was a wise decision. With just one order thrown out by Principal Lee, a business worth 100 billion was added. How many employment issues could this solve? It was hard to imagine, especially for those in the pork trade business who had been struggling. In recent years, Li Chen's order could revive hundreds or even thousands of companies. Everyone would be making money. However, this amount of money was merely the price of less than 2 first-level crystal cores. It was quite absurd. The international market is too crazy. Meanwhile, at the same time, Chen Shulin, who had already flown with his sword to the depths of the Pacific Ocean, plunged into the surging sea. Water control technique. Chen Shulin made a magical gesture with his fingers. The elemental energy of water between heaven and earth automatically enveloped him. A transparent shield appeared on the surface of his body. Even as Chen Shulin submerged into the deep sea, he could breathe freely. There were many fish in the sea. Sharks, dolphins, blue whales, and all sorts of bizarre marine creatures. Especially some large marine creatures, which seemed to be influenced by the revival of spiritual energy, faintly showing signs of evolving into spiritual beasts. Even some rare marine creatures seemed to have already developed the innate ability to manipulate water energy. But none of these were what Chen Shulin wanted. He possessed spiritual consciousness scanning, allowing him to accurately analyze which deep-sea creatures had inner cores. As he dove deeper into the ocean floor, the light grew darker, until finally he was completely engulfed in darkness. I must have dived over 10,000 meters deep by now, right? The water pressure here is so great that even my spiritual consciousness scanning is greatly suppressed. Is there really a presence of deep-sea creatures here? After searching for a long time with no results, Chen Shulin could only casually kill a large white shark to eat as sashimi. The ocean is too vast. Searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Without a specific positioning map, even if I dive in the deep sea for a month, I might not find the lair of the deep-sea creatures. Unknowingly, Chen Shulin crossed the Pacific Ocean and entered the Bermuda Triangle region of the North Atlantic. Ha! How could there be traces of a formation in this place? It seems to be the six-pointed star heavenly water formation of the Birdman clan. It's somewhat sophisticated, but it won't stump me. Let's see how I break this formation. Chen Chulin's fingers moved as he cast his spell. Waves of powerful true essence were shot into the formation's core. The raging thunder and towering waves instantly calmed. Chen Chulin stepped into the very heart of the Bermuda Triangle. Soon he discovered a damaged spaceship on the ocean floor. Ha! It's a spaceship from an ancient civilization. Looking at its design, it seems to be the disc style that was quite popular 100,000 years ago. Although it's quite damaged, with some repairs it could still be usable. This is great. Once I break through to the Donching realm, I can fix this spaceship. This B9 level ship has the ability for space jumps, and then I can leave Earth. After all, the cultivation resources on this planet are too scarce. Even with the revival of spiritual energy, it's still quite mediocre. To return to the immortal realm, I must gather more cosmic resources. It wasn't a wasted trip. Although I didn't find any deep-sea exotic beasts, finding a spaceship from an ancient civilization is still good. This is what they call the east side is not bright, but the west side is bright, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Recently, at the West City Zoo, a major incident occurred, where a tiger broke free from its cage and injured visitors, resulting in 7 deaths and 13 injuries. The tiger was successfully shot dead afterward. Yesterday, at the Amay Mountain tourist area, a visitor feeding a group of monkeys triggered a monkey riot, causing over 100 tourists to be bitten, with 16 missing. The scenic area is currently closed. This morning, a man was bitten by his pet dog, which ate one of his thighs. The pet dog was shot dead by a dozen armed special police, but 2 special police officers died in the line of duty. At Qingdao Research Institute, Professor Liu discussed his views, stating that due to the revival of spiritual energy, not only have a few humans awakened special abilities, but many plants and animals are also undergoing some unknown mutations under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Zoos, scenic tourist areas, and even domesticated pets, like cats and dogs, could potentially undergo mutations and evolve, posing a threat to their owners. It is advised that everyone abandon keeping any pets. The Ability Bureau issued an official statement today, announcing that a global wave of evolution is about to begin. All citizens of Longxia are advised to download the official Ability Bureau app and start learning the free martial arts manual, Beginner's Guide for Martial Artists, released by the Bureau to enhance their physical fitness in preparation for any sudden emergencies. The High Martial Academy has announced that it will soon expand its enrollment, establishing 10 new branches in the top 10 cities nationwide, with an expected enrollment of 100,000 high martial students. At this moment, Li Chen had already returned to the Wanding Academy Villa community in Jiangcheng. He scrolled through various news on his phone. Among them were quite a few about himself, as well as some sudden incidents of wild beasts injuring people. He frowned. Could it be that this world is also about to experience an apocalyptic disaster? However, the current situation has not spiraled out of control. A small number of beasts have suddenly evolved, and their awakening levels are relatively low. Currently, human firearms still hold absolute superiority. The situation can still be temporarily controlled, but if this continues to develop, it could become unpredictable. As evolved beasts increase in level over time, they may become fearless of gunfire, and by then, order could collapse. Currently, the number of awakened ability users nationwide has surpassed 200,000. The number of martial artists is also beginning to increase significantly, but it's still too few. The Ability Bureau has recently been frequently asking the High Martial Academy for personnel. Many of the trainees had just started their freshman year and had barely grasped the use of their abilities when they were directly recruited by the Ability Bureau. It didn't matter whether they had graduated or not. They were simply taken and put to use. Clearly, they were eager for talent. Frequent emergencies were occurring everywhere, requiring a large number of ability users to be stationed. Li Chen decided to start cultivating trusted subordinates and building influence to respond to the changes in the world order. He decided to establish a martial arts school. Let's call it Galaxy Martial Arts School. Li Chen called Sun Xiaobiao. Hello, boss. You finally returned my call. Sun Xiaobiao had been in a daze these past few days. He remembered that when Li Chen left Jiangcheng last time, he had given him an evolution crystal core, which awakened his fire-type ability. At that time, he was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. With so many people in the world awakening abilities, having one more Sun Xiaobiao didn't seem like a big deal, right? However, he later learned that this thing was actually called Beast Inner Core, and it was extraordinarily precious. He had just seen a news article online today. It said that a foreign tycoon was willing to spend $10 billion to buy a Beast Inner Core, offering a public reward. Wow! After seeing this news, Sun Xiaobiao was directly stunned, his scalp tingling. This was explosive. This thing was actually so expensive? $10 billion? According to the international exchange rate, that's over 70 billion Longxia currency? 70 billion? I'd have to work for 10,000 years to pay that off, right? Sun Xiaobiao suddenly felt that his life was very valuable. No joke. Over 70 billion had been swallowed by him. How could it not be worth something? Understanding the value of the beast inner core, Sun Xiaobiao's gratitude towards Li Chen was beyond words. The boss had nurtured him, given him such a high salary, and turned him into an ability user. Such kindness was akin to being reborn as his parents. More importantly, the boss was Principal Li of the High Martial Arts Academy, the legendary land immortal who had defeated the North American war god Palace. He enjoyed the country's offerings. His status was extraordinary. Being able to work under such a big shot, the Sun family truly had their ancestors smiling down on them. Old Sun, I'm back in Jiangcheng, and I need you to do something for me. Boss, just give the order. I want to establish a martial arts school called Galaxy Martial Arts School. Find me a larger piece of land. I've decided to set up the first Galaxy Martial Arts School right here in Jiangcheng. Okay, boss, I'll get right on it. Principal Li of the High Martial Arts Academy, wanting to establish a martial arts school. This matter would surely shake the entire nation. Such an important task has been entrusted to me, Old Sunday. I must handle it beautifully. Now, Li Chen was already famous across the world. Once the news of his intention to establish a martial arts school was released, it immediately caused a stir among the higher-ups. The governor of Jiangcheng, upon hearing this news, directly allocated a 5,000-acre plot of land to Sun Xiaobiao, and it was provided free of charge. All procedures were expedited through a green channel. Special arrangements were made. Upon hearing this news, major families across the country decided to immediately send their younger generations to Jiangcheng to join the Galaxy Martial Arts School. Lan Tianling quickly called Li Chen. Master, why didn't you inform me about the establishment of the Galaxy Martial Arts School? Tianling, do you also want to join the Galaxy Martial Arts School? Li Chen casually asked. Of course. Since Master is establishing a martial arts school, how could I not join? Alright then, from now on, you will be the eldest senior brother of the Galaxy Martial Arts School. In a few days, I'll give you a few second-level inner cores or even third-level inner cores. Your cultivation is too weak, you should hurry and break through to the innate Grandmaster level, Li Chen said casually. They're actually second level and third level of those magical beast inner cores? Lan Tianling was shocked. Master truly was a powerful being reborn. Such good things were endless. Of course there is. You, kid, have been progressing far too slowly. You're only at the late stage of the innate realm now, and I'm a bit disappointed. As soon as Li Chen said this, Lan Tianling's face turned red. He thought that breaking through to the late stage of the innate realm in such a short time was quite fast. Among his peers, he could be considered the best, except for that Chen Shulin who had some sort of cheat. He never expected that such progress would be seen as too slow in his master's eyes. It seems that compared to the true prodigies of the universe, the gap is too great. I must work twice as hard. After hanging up the phone, Wang Guojun immediately called again. Master, why didn't you inform me about the establishment of the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall? Don't you know now? Master, I also want to join the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall. Alright then, come to Jiangcheng. It's time for me to teach you the real top-tier techniques. Upon hearing this, Wang Guojun's heart filled with joy. Li Chen decided to pass on the great sun-burning heaven technique to these two disciples. The Xinghe Martial Arts Hall would need true strong practitioners to develop in the future, and both the eldest and second disciples had decent talent worth nurturing. Li Chen was unaware that the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall he casually established would become the world's #1 force, dominating the entire earth, with all martial artist students aiming to enter the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall as their primary goal. At this moment, Chen Shulin had already returned to the mainland. Soon, he learned from the military about Li Chen's news. What? Li Chen actually took out 10,000 beast inner cores, planning to sell them to those rich foreigners? Li Chen, you are not being fair. Last time I sought to buy beast inner cores from you, you said you didn't have many and only sold me 5,000, but now you turn around and take out 10,000? This is too much. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Chen Shulin was furious. He decided to confront Li Chen for an explanation. A bunch of ordinary people, what right do they have to use beast inner cores? If he, Chen Shulin, got those 10,000, he could completely elevate his spiritual root level to the 8th grade. What use is it for you to consume 1 or 2 inner cores? After 100 years, wouldn't you just turn into a pile of dust? Wasting resources. Last time, Chen Shulin was only an innate grandmaster, while Li Chen was at the earth immortal level, with strength 1 tier above him. Moreover, Li Chen was also a reborn powerhouse. Based on this judgment, Chen Shulin felt inferior to Li Chen and didn't dare to haggle. But now it was different. He was also an earth immortal, and his spiritual root had been upgraded to the 7th grade. Equal realm strength. I believe I am not inferior to anyone. You, Li Chen, are a reborn powerhouse, and I am also a reborn powerhouse. We are both earth immortals, our strengths are evenly matched. This time, you must give me an explanation. Cosmic powerhouses are indeed unruly, full of pride. They cannot tolerate even a speck of sand in their eyes. After learning that Li Chen was in Jiangcheng, Chen Shulin immediately flew there on his sword, transforming into a streak of light heading towards Jiangcheng. An hour later, a young man around 15 or 16 years old stood on a colorful flying sword, handsome and spirited. With one hand behind his back, he stood proudly above Jiangcheng. The next second, the young man activated his divine sense to scan the city of over 10 million people, searching for Li Chen's figure. Soon, he discovered a powerful aura in the Wanding Academy Villa community. Chen Shulin immediately soared into the air. Boom! As he just arrived at Wanding Academy, a terrifying aura erupted. The air in the entire community seemed to solidify at that moment. The essence of heaven and earth was imprisoned. The power of the 5 elements was sealed. A vast pressure, like a mountain, surged into the sky. Li Chen walked out from the villa balcony. This is the realm of the martial emperor? Li Chen, have you already condensed a false stand? Chen Shulin, who was initially full of momentum, deflated upon discovering that Li Chen had broken through to the false stand realm. As a fellow reborn powerhouse of the universe, he is one level above me. The advantage is his. It's better not to provoke a conflict this time. I must stay steady and not act recklessly. Chen Shulin thought to himself. Oh, so it's you, Chen Daoyu. I thought it was the foreign war god palace coming to cause trouble again. Are you here to find me? Li Chen retorted. On the spot. Exactly. Brotherly, there is something I don't understand. Last time I came to buy 10,000 beast inner Dan from you, you said you didn't have them, so I had to settle for 5,000. But today I heard that you took out 10,000 beast inner Dan at the rich club to sell abroad. These worldly riches are actually insignificant to someone at our level. You don't want to sell the beast inner Dan to me. Do you think I can't afford the price? Chen Shulin asked as calmly as possible. It was only because Li Chen was one level above him. If it were someone else who dared to deceive him like this, he would have exploded long ago. Do they not understand the dignity of a universe powerhouse which cannot be provoked? Brother Chen came here for this matter. Actually, I didn't have time to explain last time. Before you sought to purchase 10,000 beast inner Dan, I had already promised the rich club to provide 10,000 inner Dan for sale abroad. It's not that I intentionally didn't want to sell to you, but in business, there is a first come, first served principle. I, Li Chen, am a principled person. Regardless of the other party's identity or background, they must abide by my rules. Li Chen said with a righteous expression. There was nothing wrong with that statement. First come, first served. Does your face, Chen Shulin, carry more weight? A universe reborn big shot. That was impressive in your past life. Even if you were powerful in your previous life, aren't you just a rookie now? Alright, so, brotherly, does that mean you actually have 15,000 beast inner Dan for sale, but you only sold me 5,000? Because you promised the rich club first? That's correct. Li Chen nodded. So, brotherly, do you still have extra beast inner Dan? Chen Shulin quickly asked. He felt he still had a chance. He could strive for it. I probably still have about 9,800 left. I've already sold 200 to abroad. I'll take them all. Brotherly, please make sure to sell them to me. I know you might think I can't afford the price, but please don't underestimate the foundation of my Tai Xian Emperor sect. I still have a supreme secret technique called Soul Devouring Technique. This is a mental cultivation technique. Once successfully cultivated, it can devour the souls of others for one's own use, allowing one's own soul to rapidly grow and significantly enhance mental power. For people like Brotherly and me, due to the rebirth through possession, our souls have deficiencies which may hinder future breakthroughs in soul power. However, as long as we can devour the complete souls of other powerful beings, we can make up for this shortcoming. This secret technique is invaluable for those who have undergone possession and rebirth. Wouldn't you consider it, Brotherly? Chen Shulin promoted it as if he were selling insurance. This secret technique is indeed quite good. But Li Chen hesitated. Don't just but me, Brotherly. Let me tell you one last secret. I discovered a B9 level spaceship in a certain place. As long as Brotherly is willing to exchange, when I break through to the Dan Star realm, I am willing to take this spaceship with you and leave Earth. After reaching the Dan Star realm, the resources on Earth will no longer be sufficient for our cultivation. We must venture into the cosmic starry sky to plunder more resources in order to quickly restore our cultivation strength. And with just the cultivation of the Dan Star realm, it's definitely not enough to traverse star systems with our physical bodies. Brotherly, you wouldn't want to linger on Earth for hundreds or even thousands of years, would you? Chen Shulin tempted again. Li Chen fell silent for a moment, seemingly finally swayed by the temptation. Alright, Brother Chen, since you are so sincere, I am willing to break my principle for you this once. In the end, Chen Shulin successfully exchanged for 9,800 level 1 crystal cores. A blood prophet. Li Chen also unexpectedly obtained a top-tier soul secret technique. A blood prophet. As for Chen Shulin's promise to take him off Earth in a spaceship, Li Chen believed that a cosmic powerhouse would not easily go back on their word. Moreover, even if he did, he wouldn't be at a loss. In the Apocalypse, many of his little brothers would offer him 10,000 level 1 crystal cores daily just to exchange for the cultivation method of the first 7 levels of the innate Qigong. The Apocalypse. 9 o'clock in the morning. After a night of rest, the future base finally gave birth to 3 level 6 evolvers once again. They were Shadow, Sun Yuan, and Ouyang Qingxue. Not only did these 3 successfully upgrade and evolve, but they also broke through to the realm of innate grandmasters in one go. If we add Meng Haoyu and Liu Mo, the future base has now produced 5 level 6 evolvers. Strength transformation, population growth rapidly expanding. The future base is no longer a small base but a medium-large base with a population exceeding 80,000. Early in the morning, Wo Fugue ordered people to bring over 20 bags of crystal cores. Chief, here are 200,000 crystal cores, including 130,000 level 1 crystal cores, 60,000 level 2 crystal cores, 8,000 level 3 crystal cores, 1,830 level 4 crystal cores, and 170 level 5 crystal cores. This time, a total of 506 little brothers completed the contribution value for the base, and here is the list of 506 squad leaders for your review. Chief Li Chen took the list and glanced at it. Half of the people on it were squad leader level players from the future base. The other half were newly joined squad leader level players. When these people heard that submitting 10,000 level 1 crystal cores could exchange for the cultivation method of innate Qigong, they immediately began collecting without hesitation. Of course, higher level crystal cores could also be exchanged for techniques with Li Chen. It didn't have to be just level 1 crystal cores. They had already witnessed how powerful the vice commander level stronghold of the future base was. With their innate true Qi, they could endure and fight with exceptional combat power. Moreover, it was said that after cultivating the technique, they could also accelerate their upgrade and evolution speed. Damn! Such benefits were absolutely not available in other bases. So why wait to exchange for cultivation techniques? No problem, go arrange for people to teach these little brothers the techniques. Additionally, I have one more announcement to make. Starting today, all ordinary survivors who join our future base can take out a loan to use 1 level 1 evolution crystal core to transform themselves into evolvers. They can also loan a certain amount of food supplies to help them through their weakest awkward period. As for the loan interest, let's make it double in 10 days. Furthermore, newcomers who become evolvers must participate in hunting operations to prevent some lazy people from just eating and drinking in the base. In addition, starting today, the base will also sell weapons to all members, mountain-cleaving giant axes. Li Chen took out a massive axe from his face. This axe was 2 meters long and weighed 200 pounds. Made of pure steel. Incredibly sharp. For ordinary people, it is indeed heavy, and they can't even lift it, let alone use such an axe to chop someone. However, for evolvers of level 3 and above, the weight of this axe is just right. Using this large axe to chop zombies is absolutely unstoppable. One chop, one kill. Normal level 3 zombies are tough-skinned, thick-fleshed evolved beasts cannot withstand the lethality of this heavy axe. Nowadays, in the wild, level 1 zombies have begun to slowly decrease. They have started to evolve en masse to level 2. The mutated beasts in the wild are also becoming tougher and thicker-skinned. This heavy axe weapon is just what is needed to break through their defenses. Boss, this weapon seems really good. I also want to buy one. How many crystal cores do I need? Guo Fugue asked, with a look of eagerness. Not expensive, just 20 level 1 crystal cores, or 1 level 2 crystal core, Li Chen casually replied. This exchange price is really cheap, boss. I want to exchange for 20 axes. Guo Fugue immediately said. Boss, I also want to exchange for 50 axes. Hong Mao also insisted. Boss, I want to exchange for 100 axes. Fang Tianhua directly stepped in, overshadowing Hong Mao. Soon, these vice leaders, more or less, bought dozens of axes from Li Chen. After buying the axes, they immediately gathered their subordinates and resold them at 3 times the price. A huge profit. The subordinates were all grateful and appreciative. Li Chen turned a blind eye to such matters. It is quite normal for people at the vice leader level to take advantage of their status to make some profit. Have you heard? Boss Li Chen has now opened a loan service, all ordinary survivors in the bases can go to the supply department to borrow 1 level 1 crystal core and a certain amount of food supplies to help the lowest tier of ordinary people complete their evolution awakening. Really? Can the survivors in our old street base also take out loans? Of course, but there is a loan interest. It doubles in 10 days, and the newly awakened must participate in team hunting operations. Interest doesn't matter. We are just worthless lives anyway. Previously, we were slaves in the crazy dragon base, and now we have a chance to become evolvers. Who cares about interest? Let's awaken first. Yes, as long as we become evolvers, we can start hunting zombies, and paying off the loan will be easy. Plus, participating in team battles generally has lower risks. Boss Li Chen is looking out for us at the bottom. So wise, Boss Li Chen is a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating our path ahead. This news quickly spread. within a radius of 200 kilometers. All ordinary survivors in the bases, upon hearing this news, were almost moved to tears. Finally, there was a wise leader above. They no longer had to live worse than pigs and dogs. From now on, they could not only fill their stomachs but also become high and mighty evolvers. Of course, perhaps by the time they become evolvers won't be so high and mighty anymore. But it is certainly better than being a slave and doing hard labor. At the same time, due to the series of policies and guidelines set by Li Chen, the 11 vice leaders became extremely enthusiastic about collecting crystal cores. As a result, hunting teams consisting of tens of thousands of evolvers launched a bloody cleansing and slaughter of all zombies in nearby cities. The zombies within a radius of 200 kilometers were actually wiped out. These people suddenly realized that within the territory governed by Boss Li Chen, they could roam freely without worrying about zombie hordes and mutated beasts attacking, because there were even times when there weren't enough to kill. Some even began to imagine whether they could replant food in this relatively safe territory. Among them, Deputy Commander Li Mo had some research on this aspect. He discovered a mutated spirit rice which could provide the nutrition equivalent to 10 pounds of beef with just 1 grain, and perhaps it could be cultivated on a large scale. Meanwhile, at the future base, while they were crazily expanding their territory, a very strange phenomenon occurred at the new Jiangnan base. What's going on? Why hasn't the captain shown up today? Ah, your teammate's captain is missing too? I thought it was just our Team 6 captain who was gone. Something's not right, things are very off. Have you noticed that all the senior evolvers above level 2 seem to have disappeared? I just went to take a look at the commander's tent, and the commander is also missing. They've run away. What the hell? Is that true? Commander Yuan Xiong took all the senior evolvers and just left? No wonder last night the captain ordered us all to sleep in the dormitory, forbidding anyone from leaving the dorm building. I thought it was a meeting called by the commander, but it turns out they were sneaking away. What do we do? Are we being abandoned? This is bad. All the supplies in the warehouse have been taken by the convoy. We, the level 1 evolvers, and all the ordinary survivors have been treated as pawns. After the news of Yuan Xiong's escape spread, the entire new Jiangnan base was thrown into chaos. At its peak, the Jiangnan base had a population that once reached 100,000, with a ratio of evolvers as high as 1/5, boasting over 20,000 evolvers. It was powerful and renowned, the best in the entire Jiangnan region. At that time, Yuan Xiong was ambitious, even contemplating dominating the entire country. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. Since the last time the Sea Beast army landed, the Jiangnan base, backed by the riverbank, suffered a devastating blow. A large number of personnel were killed in battle, and weaponry was severely damaged. Even the military and food supplies stored in the base could not all be taken away in time. They had to make a drastic decision. They abandoned a large amount of military and food supplies and evacuated half the population through underground escape routes. The Jiangnan base was abandoned, becoming a paradise for mutated sea monsters. Later, Yuan Xiong rebuilt the new Jiangnan base with 50,000 people. However, the new Jiangnan base not only lacked military supplies but also had insufficient food resources, which were far from enough to sustain 50,000 people. Originally, Yuan Xiong had learned through undercover agents that the Crazy Dragon base occupied a granary. He planned to attack the Crazy Dragon base, seize the granary, and then one by one conquer the Dayuan base, Sanjiang base, and Laojia base, ultimately taking down the future base. But who could have imagined that plans would never keep up with changes? At the future base, Li Chen, the little thief, rose to prominence. He actually broke through to become a level 7 evolver first. Moreover, the overall strength of the future base was very formidable, with several captains being quite powerful. Especially that Meng Haoyu, a space-type ability user. It was this bastard who had sneakily taken his level 8C monster core last time. Yuan Xiong wished he could tear this little thief to pieces. How could he possibly join Li Chen's team and work with that bastard Meng Haoyu? That was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was at odds with the entire future base. But now the situation was passive, and strength was on the side of the enemy. The Jiangnan base had suffered significant losses and was no longer a match for Li Chen. In this situation, he could only flee. However, he could not take 50,000 people with him. First of all, more than half of those 50,000 were ordinary survivors, with no real strength. When guarding a base, they could do some menial tasks like serving tea, washing clothes, cooking, and attending to their masters. They could barely be used as dogs. Just feeding them a little would suffice. But if these ordinary survivors were to follow him through mountains and rivers to the Huadu base, not only would the journey be long, but it would also waste resources. If they encountered a horde of zombies or mutated beasts along the way, they would have no combat power, only consuming supplies and dragging down the pace. A group of useless people like this could be abandoned without a second thought. They weren't worth feeling sorry for. In Yuan Xiong's eyes, many first-level evolvers were also useless. The apocalypse had been going on for a long time. If they were still at first level now, what else could they be but useless? Such useless individuals. either lacked courage or had mediocre talent. Now, even zombies in the wild were rapidly evolving to second level. And you're still at first level? What are you even doing? Therefore, Yuan Xiong abandoned all first-level evolvers and ordinary survivors. He took his elite team of 5,000 and evacuated from the Xinjiangnan base. He completely said goodbye to Li Chen. Humph. Li Chen, you wanted to take over the Xinjiangnan base, right? I'm taking all the supplies, equipment, and elite team with me, leaving behind a bunch of first-level useless people and ordinary survivors. They have no rice or food and no combat power. They're just a waste of resources. Even if you take over the granary of the Quanglong base, how long can you support these useless people? Li Chen, I'm going to make you lose out on this deal. If you want to take over that group of useless people, go ahead. Yuan Xiong felt that although he was fleeing in a hurry, he had not suffered any losses. Instead, he had disgusted Li Chen a bit. It was hardly a big deal. The location of the Xinjiangnan base was not good to begin with. Leading his elite team away from Jiangnan, where couldn't he rebuild a base? When the time comes, when Bai Gang the leader eliminates Li Chen, he could just reap the benefits. A roundabout move, avoiding the sharp edge, steady and not rash. Not judging a hero by immediate success or failure. In the end, who can laugh last? Just wait and see. Report. Leader, we just received the latest news that the leader of the Xinjiangnan base, Yuan Xiong, seems to have run away. What's going on? Li Chen asked in a deep voice. Well, leader, in our team, a brother who awakened the ability of long-distance telepathy discovered a large number of survivors, fleeing in all directions near the Xinjiangnan base. Then he raised his arm and gathered all 50,000 people from the Xinjiangnan base. What the hell? What level is this brother? He's a second level. As soon as this was said, the entire room fell silent. A second level rookie could actually gather 50,000 people? Whose subordinate is this? Here's the thing, leader, according to my brother's report, all second level and above evolvers from the Xinjiangnan base have been taken away by Yuan Xiong. The Xinjiangnan base is now leaderless and the 50,000 people are in a state of confusion. They have no supplies and no strong leaders to guide them. My brother raised his arm and called for them to join the future base, promising them a meal, and so they all submitted. What's your brother's name? His name is Wang Ding Tian. Good, he has made a contribution. Award him a first-class merit, Li Chen said casually. At this moment, Li Mo suddenly jumped up from his chair. Leader, the geographical location of the Xinjiangnan base is extremely advantageous, backed by thousands of acres of fertile land, perfect for large-scale planting of mutated spirit rice. And with such a large population at this base, they can just work as rice farmers for me. With these hands, I'm confident I can turn the Xinjiangnan base into a granary of thousands of acres. Moreover, I've also discovered that using the bodies of mutated zombies and mutated beasts buried in the underground soil can accelerate the growth of mutated spirit rice. It will be very fast. Basically, it only takes about a week to mature a batch, Li Mo said excitedly. Good, in that case, Li Mo, you will temporarily manage the Xinjiangnan base. Red hair, Fong Tianhua. Eagle, the three of you go and bring a group of people to clear out all the mutated zombies and mutated beasts within a 100-kilometer radius of the new Jiangnan base, Li Chen said in a deep voice. After the new Jiangnan base submits, our future base's total population will officially exceed 130,000. Once all the ordinary survivors complete their awakening and evolution, it will be time to conquer the base forces in the neighboring province. At the Huadu base. After Yuan Tianyi arrived at the Huadu base, he did not meet with Chancellor Bai Gang immediately. Instead, he was shocked by the grandeur and civilization of the Huadu base. At the Huadu base, human civilization seemed to have suffered no damage at all. Not only was there an abundance of material wealth and a large population, but there were also restaurants, clothing stores, barbershops, massage and foot therapy shops, as well as game halls and casinos. Everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment was available. As long as you had enough crystal cores to spend, you could experience a king-like enjoyment here. Various beautiful stars from before the apocalypse were at your disposal. 5-star hotels, bathing centers, a complete power system, KTVs that never sleep, and bars. The entire Huadu base was actually no different from a normal city. Moreover, it was even more indulgent. As long as you had enough crystal cores, you could do whatever you wanted here. On the 2 nights Yuan Tianyi spent at the Huadu base, he almost lingered endlessly. It was so enjoyable. As a level 6 evolver, he was considered a strong person at the Huadu base, enough to earn everyone's respect. However, the expenses were indeed not low. Commander Wei, hasn't Chancellor Bai Gang had time to see me yet? What are you in a hurry for? The Chancellor just killed an 8th level zombie king. He is currently in seclusion, planning to break through to level 8. If he succeeds, Chancellor Bai Gang will be the only one in the country to break through to level 8 first. That would be enough to unify the country, to kill and clear all the zombies in major cities nationwide, liberating human survivors and restoring civilized order to the apocalypse. A merely Chen is simply not worth fearing. I don't understand why you're so anxious. Commander Wei said with a look of disdain. What? Chancellor Bai Gang was able to kill an 8th level zombie when he was only at level 7? As a level 6 evolver, Yuan Tianyi was very clear in his heart. With the continuous evolution and enhancement of zombie levels, it would become increasingly difficult for humans to kill zombies of higher levels. For example, when he was at level 2, he could even kill level 3 zombies with the help of firearms. But when he reached level 3, it became very difficult to kill level 4 zombies. At level 4, he could at most kill zombies of the same level. The same was true for level 5. By the time he reached level 6, he even felt that he might not necessarily be able to defeat zombies of the same level. At best it would be a 50-50 chance. This needed to be judged based on the specific attributes and abilities of the zombie's evolution. And Chancellor Bai Gang, when he was a level 7 evolver, was actually able to kill an 8th level zombie? That was absolutely outrageous. If Bai Gang were to break through to level 8, what terrifying level of combat power would he reach? No wonder he was the leader of the #1 base in the country. His strength was truly terrifying. Just as Yuan Tianyi was filled with emotions, suddenly a terrifying aura erupted in the center of the main city. The heavens and earth changed color. The clouds for thousands of miles were actually torn open by this terrifying aura, creating a large hole. The winds and clouds changed dramatically. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. The entire Huadu base, with hundreds of thousands of evolvers, all focused their attention on the direction of the main city. They saw a long-haired man dressed in golden battle armor and wearing a silver mask. He flew into the air with one hand behind his back. He stood proudly in the void, his feet on the 4 corners of the earth. His figure was majestic. Every movement was filled with a murderous intent that filled the sky. It was as if behind him lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This killing intent was as solid as substance. Just a glance could make one's heart tremble with fear. Looking at the back of Bai Gang, Yuan Tianyi felt a bit of a chill run down his spine. This aura, it's too terrifying. Is this the infamous human butcher Bai Gang? Truly lives up to his reputation. Huadu base, all members salute to leader Bai Gang. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. In an instant, all members of the base collectively knelt down, bowing their heads in respect. This represented their deep reverence for leader Bai Gang. It was also the rule of Huadu base. The leader is supreme. Everyone must bow to leader Bai Gang upon seeing him. Otherwise, it would be a great disrespect. In this apocalyptic world, the rules set by the strong must be followed. When everyone knelt down, Yuan Tianyi felt a bit at a loss. Others knelt, but he did not. This made him seem like an outlier. However, as a dignified level 6 evolver, he was also a strong individual. How could he easily kneel? Did he not care about his face? At that moment, Bai Gang's gaze suddenly fell on Yuan Tianyi. A tremendous pressure converged upon him. Who are you? Why do you not kneel before me, the leader? Bai Gang's slightly hoarse voice rang out. A terrifying oppressive force instantly descended. Yuan Tianyi immediately thudded to the ground. I am Yuan Tianyi. I greet leader Bai Gang. I am the deputy leader of Jiangnan base. My uncle is Yuan Xiong, the leader of Jiangnan base. I am here on my uncle's orders to pledge allegiance to leader Bai Gang. I wish to represent Jiangnan base and submit to Huadu base. I hope the leader will accept. Yuan Tianyi said, drenched in cold sweat. Humph. So you are from the Yuan family. Your father Yuan Xiong is quite perceptive. Well, since you are new to Huadu base and do not understand the etiquette, I shall not hold it against you this time. But if there is a next time, you should know the consequences. Bai Gang spoke, directly exposing the Yuan family's little cover-up. What others dared not discuss, Bai Gang did not care at all. Hearing this, Yuan Tianyi's face turned red. How could he not know that Yuan Xiong was his father? It was just that such matters were not pleasant to speak of, too explosive. So even though he knew this, he had been deliberately pretending to be confused. Reporting to the leader, my uncle has another matter to inform you besides having me represent Jiangnan base in submission to you. In Jiangnan province, a future base has emerged, and the leader of this base is named Li Chen. He is already a level 7 evolver, far stronger than Jiangnan base. Our Jiangnan base has been besieged by the Sea Beast army. The original base was destroyed, and the new base is less than half as strong, unable to resist Li Chen's annexation. However, my uncle does not wish to submit to the Thiefly because he knows that the future unification must be under Huadu base. The Thiefly seizes and plunders, claiming it is fate. It is simply laughable. I ask leader Bai Gang to take action to slay the Thiefly and rescue Jiangnan base from its dire straits. Our Yuan family would be immensely grateful. After finishing, Yuan Tianyi immediately bowed twice to show his respect. Leader, I also have a matter to report. According to our latest information, Deputy Commander Tyrannosaurus has fallen in the future base. And the one who killed Deputy Commander Tyrannosaurus is Manhwa from the future base. This person holds a high position in the future base. After he killed Deputy Commander Tyrannosaurus, Li Chen showed no sign of any response, not the slightest intention of handing over the murderer, but instead led the entire base to recklessly expand and occupy territory. Li Chen's actions seemed to be deliberately challenging our Huadu base, Commander Wei immediately reported. Upon hearing this, Bai Gang's indifferent gaze grew increasingly filled with murderous intent. Interesting. They killed someone from our Huadu base and still dare to expand their territory without restraint. This Li Chen has quite the audacity. Bai Gang scoffed coldly. To break through to a level 7 evolver at this point in time, only one level behind him, Bai Gang had to admit that Li Chen was indeed a talent. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of provoking the Huadu base. The authority of the Huadu base was not to be challenged. Anyone daring to offend must be ruthlessly suppressed. The butcher Bai Gang would not give his opponent any chance to catch their breath. Just as he had broken through to level 8, he needed to make an example of someone to intimidate the entire nation. This time, he would start with the thorn in his side, Li Chen. The future base Li Chen won't survive tonight. A cold smile crept across Bai Gang's lips. He then placed one hand behind his back and soared into the air, waving his hand. A spatial gate suddenly burst open. From within that portal, countless golden flying swords surged forth. There were a full 10,000 of these golden swords, forged using his metal-based abilities. Each one was incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. At that moment, 10,000 swords filled the sky. Bai Gang stood atop the sea of swords, stepping on the torrent of flying blades, leaving in a showy manner under the astonished gazes of hundreds of thousands. That astonishing aura of dominance was enough to terrify the entire crowd. This, Bai Gang, is he really still human? Such defiant methods, how is he any different from a deity? Yuan Tianyi said, his face blank. Watching Bai Gang's figure as he stepped on the torrent of swords, his heart could not calm for a long time. Could a human body really be this powerful? Our Bai Gang is not only a level 8 evolver, but he has also awakened 3 types of abilities. The metal ability can control billions of metals, allowing him to match 1,000,000 zombies with just his own strength. The spatial ability comes with an internal space, storing countless resources, and mastering top-tier spatial skills, instant movement and spatial cutting, 2 divine techniques. The devouring ability allows for life absorption and power absorption, capable of consuming the opponent's vitality and energy for his own use. The 3 types of abilities awakened by Bai Gang are all top tier, and he has even slain spatial zombies, thus possessing 2 spatial divine techniques. Li Chen, this kid, is probably going to meet his end this time, Commander Wei said proudly. It seemed as if the abilities Bai Gang possessed were his own. This sense of pride and honor made Yuan Tianyi feel inexplicably inferior. He knew that he would probably never catch up to a being as defiant as Bai Gang in his lifetime. From now on, he could only live in the shadow of the other. From the moment he pledged allegiance to the Huadu base, he was no longer the commander of Longhai base, but merely a dog under Bai Gang's command. Nothing more. Well, if I'm a dog, then so be it. At least this Li Chen is definitely dead this time. I can consider my uncle's task completed, and I have avenged the grievance of Li Chen. Stealing my Longhai base. Not only did he seize my Longhai base, but he also portrayed me as a cowardly, selfish, treacherous person who sells out his teammates at critical moments. You made me lose my reputation while you took advantage and acted innocent? It's simply disgusting. That Meng Hao is also your man, stealing my level 5 crystal core. This enmity cannot be forgiven. Li Chen, you should have been humanely destroyed long ago, Yuan Tianyi said through gritted teeth. The only thing he was concerned about now was his fiancée, Ouyang Qingxue. Playing around was one thing, but he knew very well that the person he cared about most was Shuer. Those outside were merely fleeting encounters. Only Ouyang Qingxue was the woman he would officially marry in the future. I wonder how Shuer is doing as an undercover agent in the future base. Before I left, I had my uncle send a signal to Shuer, urging her to evacuate the future base quickly. Otherwise, if Commander Bai Gang makes a move, who knows what might happen? What if she gets hurt by mistake? She should have left by now, right? Shuer possesses a level 5 wind ability, capable of riding the wind to escape. Her skills in fleeing should be quite strong, so I don't need to worry too much. Yuan Tianyi reassured himself. The conversation split into 2 threads. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue had returned to Li Chen's office. Commander, there's something I need to confess to you. Ouyang Qingxue said suddenly, her expression serious. Her eyes were slightly red, her delicate body trembling, seemingly fearful of the consequences of her confession. But she had no choice but to speak. Li Chen brewed himself a pot of De Hong Pao tea. He looked at Ouyang Qingxue with a calm gaze. Her stunning beauty, enchanting figure, and noble aura seemed to have even surpassed level 6. Go ahead, what is it? Commander, I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent sent from the Jiangnan base. Yuan Xiong is my adoptive father, and he has devoted all his resources to train me. My mission in the future base is to assassinate the commander. After Ouyang Qingxue finished speaking, she thought Li Chen would be very shocked, but in fact he was not. Li Chen remained as calm as ever. It seemed he had anticipated all of this. He simply brewed a pot of tea with composure. I probably guessed what you were going to say. From the day you joined the base, I suspected your intentions were not pure. Commander, you can do as you please, I am, after all, an undercover agent. If you kill me, I will have no complaints. Now that the Jiangnan base has been destroyed, continuing as an undercover agent has no meaning. Moreover, since I joined the future base, I have felt something different. The atmosphere in the future base is much better than in the Jiangnan base. There is no exploitation, no oppression, everyone works hard for their own goals. They smile from the heart and willingly protect the future base. Here, every member of the base has come to regard the future base as their home. This kind of cohesion, this enthusiasm for the commander is something the Jiangnan base will never possess. From that moment, I knew that in this apocalyptic world, we need someone like you to lead us toward a bright future. He. Upon hearing this, Li Chen almost laughed. No exploitation, no oppression in the future base? You sure you're not joking? I know my own base, how could I not know what's going on? Keep acting. Li Chen's gaze was like that of a clown performing for himself. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxue. At first, she was indeed acting, but as she continued, she found herself truly immersed in it. Horror. Emotions erupted completely. She recalled everything in the Jiangnan base. Even while working under her adoptive father, she felt like she was walking on thin ice, always cautious, wearing a mask every day. She had been raised with very strict education and training, always competing with her peers. She had to be the best. But it was truly exhausting. She was grateful for her adoptive father's training. Without his shelter, she might not have survived to grow up. He had given her everything. Yet, how could she not understand Yuan Shun's exploitation of her? There were other girls like her that the Yuan family had trained. She was just the most outstanding one. Those who weren't as remarkable might have already been sent by her adoptive father to curry favor with the powerful. The relationships in high society have always been traded through underhanded means. Now that the apocalypse has erupted for so long, power has already been completely reshuffled. She truly began to feel that the Yuan family did not have the strength or vision to compete in the apocalypse. Since that was the case, why should she go against Li Chen? Li Chen was stronger, more charismatic, and treated his subordinates generously and fairly. Moreover, he often led by example. He would frequently host meals for his subordinates. With such a leader, why not let him continue? Can you really do better than him? Why can't the Yuan family submit to Li Chen? Why must they continue down the path of self-destruction? Leader, I, Ouyang Qingxue, am willing to swear to the heavens that from today onwards I will wholeheartedly be loyal to you and will never betray you. If I break this oath, I am willing to be struck by lightning and not have a good end. Goodness, she actually swore a deadly oath? Just as Li Chen was pondering whether this girl was serious, suddenly, a terrifying aura swept in. The atmosphere became stifling. The entire place fell into dead silence. Almost simultaneously, everyone felt the arrival of an overwhelming pressure. At the future base, all the evolvers present looked up at the sky. They soon witnessed a shocking scene. A man clad in golden battle armor, wearing a silver mask and standing on a fierce sword river, approached with boundless cold light and killing intent. 10,000 swords crossed the sky. With one hand behind his back, he resembled a golden armored war god. Looking down on all beings, he gazed disdainfully at the world. Every movement contained a terrifying aura that suppressed the universe. Just the momentum of his entrance made all the evolvers at the future base tremble inside. So terrifying, so suffocating. Evolver reaching this level was no longer human. Who is this person? How can he have such a terrifying aura? Fang Tianhua's face changed dramatically. I'm afraid even a level 7 evolver wouldn't reach this level. Could he be an 8th level powerhouse? Meng Haoyu frowned. Immediately, he had probably guessed who this person was. Besides the leader of the Huadu base, known as the Human Butcher by Gang, who had killed 10 million zombies, no one else could possess such might. It seemed the rumors were true. Bai Gang had indeed broken through to level 8. The future base might face a catastrophic disaster this time. Moreover, since he, Meng Haoyu, had killed the deputy leader of the Huadu base, the Tyrannosaurus, Bai Gang would definitely come looking for trouble and wouldn't let him off easily. Would Leader Li Chen be able to withstand it? What if he couldn't? Then I can only make a run for it. It's not that I, Meng Haoyu, lack loyalty, but fighting a level 8 with a level 6 is completely futile. Rather than perish together, I might as well take advantage of the chaos to escape. I have a teleportation skill, I might just be able to get away. When I reach the same level as Bai Gang in the future, I'll come back to avenge my brothers. As brothers, I will cherish the memories of you all in my heart. If I truly can't take revenge, brothers, don't blame me, I am powerless. Meng Haoyu's eyes darted around. In almost an instant, dozens of escape plans flashed through his mind. Meng Haoyu never fought in unfavorable situations, riding the waves of fortune, escaping in the face of adversity. The sixth strategy: steady, not reckless. In fact, it wasn't just Meng Haoyu who thought this way. At the future base, many newly joined evolvers shared the same sentiment. They had just joined and naturally couldn't risk their lives for the future base. Although leader Li Chen offered good benefits, it wasn't worth sacrificing their lives. Everyone was just trying to make a living. They would follow whoever was strong. In the apocalypse, the strong were always respected. Among this group, perhaps only the earliest followers of Li Chen had a few loyal thoughts. Humph. A bunch of ants dare to provoke the dignity of my Huadu base. Who is Li Chen? Step forward and accept your death. Bai Gang said coldly. He looked down at the ants beneath his feet with disdain, as if he were a god high above, looking down on all living beings. Who is barking like a dog? Who are you to cause trouble at my future base? A nameless rat. Report your name. Are you trying to show off in front of me? Have you never been slapped in the face? Li Chen stepped forward, instantly soaring into the air, confronting the void. Facing the overwhelming killing intent of Bai Gang, he remained calm throughout. Bai Gang almost laughed in anger upon hearing this. Was there really someone who hadn't heard of his reputation for slaughtering? Li Chen was indeed a thorn in the side, just a peak level 7. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me, the commander? Bai Gang's gaze sharpened. It seemed he could see through Li Chen's level of evolution at a glance. Once one's strength reached a certain height, it appeared that one could judge the opponent's evolution level through subtle energy fluctuations without needing the other party to make a move. You are Bai Gang? Seems like you're nothing special. Just entered level 8 and you dare to come to my base to show off? Who are you trying to impress with all these flying swords? As if no one else has them. Li Chen smirked. With a wave of his hand, a portal to another space opened. In an instant, countless tungsten steel flying swords surged out in a dense stream. In just a few seconds, 100,000 flying swords formed a river of swords, their cold light dazzling. Li Chen stood atop the 100,000 flying swords, confronting Bai Gang from afar. For a moment, Bai Gang's momentum was actually suppressed, because Li Chen's sword formation was even larger, with more numbers. You have only 10,000? I have 100,000. The difference was clear. Showing off? Who can't do that? Bai Gang was slightly taken aback. Space-type ability, mental power. Control, a dual-type ability user? No wonder you dare to challenge me, the commander. You do have some strength, but that's all there is to it. Metal manipulation. Bai Gang's gaze sharpened. The myriad flying swords beneath him transformed into sharp swordlights, sweeping towards Li Chen. At the same time, his entire body shone with a brilliant golden light, using his metal manipulation ability to further control the flying swords that Li Chen commanded, turning the enemy's attack methods into his own. He could manipulate any metal. Was the enemy playing with a sword formation in front of him, not seeking death? Humph. With your level of control, you think you can turn the tables? Li Chen's gaze also sharpened. A massive mental force surged forth. He not only controlled his own 100,000 flying swords but also aimed to control Bai Gang's golden sword formation. Li Chen's mental power did not distinguish between metal and other materials. He could manipulate any lifeless object. For a moment, the control of both sides fell into a stalemate. The flying swords in the sky began to attack wildly, completely out of control. Swords clashed against swords, crazily, darting back and forth, dazzling the eyes. The entire sky was covered by the sword formations. Strange, a peak level 7 mental power can actually match my level 8 metal ability in terms of control? I admit, you qualify to be my opponent, Bai Gang, and you deserve to see my true strength. Bai Gang said seriously. Is that all? The strongest in the Huadu base is nothing more than this. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. I've only used 30% of my strength and I didn't expect that to be your limit? Li Chen was indeed genuinely disappointed, because he had really only used 30% of his strength. This was not an act of showing off. He was speaking the truth. After cultivating the Xian Emperor Sutra, his true strength lay in the transformation of his cultivation, not merely in the elevation of his evolution level. Not to mention he was a multi-type ability user with countless methods at his disposal. Bai Gang at level 8 was really a bit lacking. If he were just like this, so arrogant. Li Chen, I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me. Prepare to die. Spatial ability, great cutting technique. With a fierce wave of his hands, Bai Gang unleashed an invisible spatial gear, slicing madly towards Li Chen. This spatial gear was formless and intangible, invisible to the naked eye. Yet, one could distinctly feel its presence. Wherever the spatial gear passed, all flying swords ahead were instantly reduced to dust. The power of space permeated the void, as if a great terror was approaching, unstoppable and hard to evade. Instant teleportation. Freeze for 100 miles. Spatial blade. Li Chen stepped forward, and his figure instantly flashed to another position 1,000 meters away. Immediately, a terrifying cold wave of -100 degrees surged forth. Not only that, he also unleashed 100 spatial blades with a flick of his hand. This series of quick moves was incredibly smooth. However, Bai Gang was equally cautious. He dodged and teleported away, evading the attack. Meng Hao Yu watched from below, utterly bewildered. So Bai Gang and Captain Li Chen can both teleport? This skill, I'm not the only one who can use it. Meng Hao Yu felt somewhat disheartened. This meant that Li Chen and Bai Gang had the strength to kill him. Even if he could teleport, it would be hard to escape. This life-saving skill might not guarantee his survival in front of these two powerhouses. How is this possible? A mere level 7, how can he be so troublesome and even have ice-type abilities? Are you also a 3-type ability user? Rain come! Li Chen raised his hand to the sky and shouted. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and within moments, a torrential downpour began. The rainwater, needing the extreme cold ability, instantly froze. Bai Gang's speed was clearly affected under the downpour and extreme cold. 4-type ability? I have a sword that can cut through the heavens. Sword technique. Li Chen casually summoned a tungsten steel longsword. The terrifying true essence power condensed into a brilliant sword. Light. With a single slash, the world changed color. 5-type ability? Damn. Instant teleportation. Bai Gang teleported again to evade. But this time, Li Chen seemed to have predicted his prediction. Another teleportation brought him right up close. Speed ability, ultimate body. Technique. Wind and thunder technique. Boom 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 boom. Li Chen's figure suddenly accelerated, transforming into hundreds and thousands of after images in the void. He condensed innate vital energy in his hands. Left hook, right hook, divine dragon leg sweep, straight kick, elbow strike. Each of Li Chen's strikes contained the force of 100,000 tons. Bai Gang was sent flying in all directions. His golden battle armor was shattered to pieces. Blood gushed from his body. He was completely and utterly beaten, with no power to fight back. However, strangely enough, when Li Chen's true essence power entered Bai Gang's body, any other ability user would have had their organs shattered and died, but Bai Gang's endurance seemed exceptionally strong. How could he not be dead? Instead, it seemed that Li Chen's true essence power was gradually being devoured and neutralized. After entering Bai Gang's body, how outrageous. Li Chen, you have completely enraged me. Bai Gang was furious, instantly going berserk. No one had ever dared to beat him like this, especially in front of so many witnesses. A great humiliation. Unforgivable. Devouring ability. Violently absorb. Bai Gang's body suddenly resembled a black hole, emanating a terrifying suction force. Li Chen found himself stuck, his true essence power uncontrollably flowing into Bai Gang's body. This was even more effective than the star absorption technique. Bai Gang seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were blood red, and a violent suction force surged from his entire being. Meanwhile, Bai Gang was manipulating countless metals, instantly converging them into a steel sphere. The sphere grew larger and larger, enveloping the two of them. In an instant, its diameter exceeded 5,000 meters. Li Chen was stuck, and with the metal sphere wrapping around him, he couldn't escape at all. Li Chen, you've fallen into my trap. Steel confinement, deadly devouring. You didn't expect I had this move, did you? I admit, I underestimated you, but you will ultimately be devoured by me, turning into my nourishment. To consume a powerful evolver like you, I will surely advance further. Give me all your energy. Bai Gang laughed maniacally. His face was covered in blood, his nose swollen and bruised, looking utterly disheveled. Yet a hint of a victorious smile crept at the corner of his mouth. Humph, just you? With your mere devouring ability, you really think too highly of yourself. Since you want to devour, then I'll let you. Taishian Emperor Method, Void Energy Lock, Starry Sky Circulation, 10,000 cauldrons gathering energy. Cosmic energy, gather for me. Li Chen sneered. He immediately activated the Taishian Emperor Scripture, a top-tier divine ability from another universe. It could forcibly lock onto the free energy in the air, directly plundering it, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. It could also operate in a circular motion outside the body. Once activated, it would be an endless stream, like a giant whale sucking in water, overwhelmingly powerful. As Li Chen absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, he directly omitted the most crucial step: transformation. He gathered the energy directly in his palm and injected it into Bai Gang's body. This chaotic energy, filled with countless impurities, had not been transformed into true essence power and was entirely harmful to the body. Absorbing too much could damage the foundation. In an instant, boundless energy surged in, frantically pouring into Bai Gang's body. Bai Gang's body began to swell as if it were a balloon being inflated. His stomach grew larger and larger. The skin on his body started to rot. A look of pain gradually appeared on his face, as if he were wearing a mask of suffering. Li Chen, what are you doing? Stop it. Bai Gang was terrified. He realized that 90% of the energy he had absorbed from Li Chen was actually harmful energy, a mix of various impurities. After being inhaled, he felt uncomfortable all over. Even his genetic cells began to collapse, his entire body rotting. You wanted to absorb, so I'm giving you energy. I don't want it. I don't want it. Stop it. Hurry up and stop. Boom. Li Chen not only did not stop, but instead gathered even more energy, directly injecting it into Bai Gang's body. Finally, Bai Gang overloaded with devouring ability. An 8th level ability could only absorb a limited amount of energy. He needed enough time to digest it. Not to mention that most of this energy was still harmful. He couldn't bear it. Gang gritted his teeth and directly manipulated the metal to stab through his own stomach. He forcibly released the absorbed energy. His stomach exploded. With a gaping wound the size of a bull. Boom! The energy shock sent Li Chen staggering back. Gang spewed blood wildly. He immediately activated his teleportation skill, flashing away from the steel sphere. Want to run? Where do you think you're going? Li Chen also activated his teleportation skill, delivering a hard slap to Gang's face, twisting it askew. 5 of his teeth were knocked out. Gang's body, like a cannonball, crashed into a building, shattering it on impact. Li Chen, you wait for me. I won't let you off. Spatial ability, extreme teleportation, consecutive flashes. Gang was exceptionally gifted. After mastering the skill of instant movement, he even independently comprehended and developed a top-tier escape skill, consecutive flashes. The so-called consecutive flashes meant continuously flashing on the basis of instant movement. Flashing 10 times in 1 second. Extreme teleportation. That was consecutive flashes. Gang is an 8th level evolver and his teleportation can exceed 10,000 meters at the farthest distance. 10 consecutive flashes mean 100 kilometers. In other words, this Gang kid ran over 100 kilometers in just 1 second. It left Li Chen completely dumbfounded. Where is he? He actually escaped from my mental scanning range? Chief, Gang has already escaped beyond 100 kilometers. His teleportation allowed him to flash 10 times in just 1 second. The eagle activated his God's Eye view and directly locked onto the direction Gang was fleeing. Goose Cece switched the eagle's perspective to me. Not good, Chief. Gang has teleported. Again, he has already escaped from my line of sight. It was only a matter of a few seconds. In the time it took to speak, Gang had vanished without a trace. He actually executed 2 consecutive flashes? This speed of escape was faster than a dog? Li Chen was speechless. In just a few seconds, he had fled over 200 kilometers away. He truly had no way to catch up. Even if Li Chen also mastered teleportation, he probably wouldn't be able to keep up. 8th level ability users have a greater advantage in releasing their powers compared to 7th level users. Even if Gang was severely injured, well, the monk can run, but the temple can't. This Gang dared to offend my authority. I see he doesn't want his Huadu base anymore. Send the order down, find a few chatty ant-level ability users who can gossip, and have them turn today's events into a story divided into 5 episodes, and tell it to me 20 times a day. I want the entire Jiangnan province, no, I want all the major bases across the country to know how Gang was severely slapped in the face by the leader of the future base today. Li Chen said fiercely. Yes, Chief. Our base just happens to have a few ants who love to gossip. I originally disliked them and was thinking of expelling them from the base, but since the chief has given orders, let them play to their strengths, the eagle immediately replied. By the way, Chief, some large bases have retained signal channels. Should we let these ants go to the dedicated military broadcast survival channel to talk about it? Fang Tianhua suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded immediately. This suggestion is good. Fang Tianhua, this task is entrusted to you. Yes, Chief. Soon, a shocking piece of news was suddenly transmitted out. What? Supreme Leader Gang has arrived at the Jiangnan Province future base, trying to show off but ended up being humiliated. He challenged Chief Li Chen in front of everyone and ended up beaten so badly he didn't even recognize his own mother? Chief Li Chen, considering Gang is one of the few 8th level strong humans, only made him kneel and beg for mercy, bowing his head in apology, thus letting Gang go? Are you kidding? Supreme Leader Gang is an 8th level evolver. If he can't beat Li Chen, then what level is Li Chen? Probably the same level, maybe even 9th level? Is Chief Li Chen that powerful? I was planning to submit to the Huadu base, but if that's the case, we should go to Jiangnan and submit to the future base instead. This Huadu base is unreliable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't spread rumors. The speed at which gossip spread was astonishing. The Huadu base, being one of the best preserved modern facilities, naturally heard various news from broadcast channels everywhere. Soon, this news exploded within the Huadu base. All deputy leaders and captains of the bases scoffed at this rumor. Are you kidding? What kind of powerful existence is Supreme Leader Gang? How could he lose to a 7th level Li Chen? Are you talking nonsense? However, at sunset, when Gang, bloodied and bruised, returned to the Huadu base in a state of utter disarray, the filters of all the evolvers shattered collectively. It turned out that Gang was not invincible. He actually got slapped in the face. Leader, you, quick, help me back to rest. Find me the best healer to treat my wounds. On my way to slay Li Chen, I encountered an attack from a level 9 sea monster and had to flee in defeat. This time, Li Chen was just lucky. Gang forcefully salvaged some face, but he didn't know that the clear 5 fingerprints on his cheek were so conspicuous. Did the fingers of a level 9 monster look like this? But no one dared to ask. No one dared to say anything. If the Leader said he was injured by a level 9 sea monster. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Who would dare to speak nonsense? Yuan Tianyi was dumbfounded. He never expected that Bai Gang would actually lose to Li Chen. He was so arrogant when he left. In the end, he returned in disgrace. Aren't you level 8? You can't beat a level 7? What are you pretending for? You're as useless as a foot scratcher. Suddenly, inexplicably, he felt a little less off for Bai Gang. Because he couldn't beat Li Chen either, and since Bai Gang couldn't beat Li Chen, we can compare and see that we're actually the same. You and I are in the same category. It seems I must prepare for the worst. This Huadu base is nothing special. Bai Gang lost to Li Chen. And if this spreads, eventually, evolvers across the country will choose to join the future base, while Huadu base might fall behind. The myth of Bai Gang's invincibility has been shattered, which will inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions, perhaps even shaking the foundations of Huadu base. Even many of the large and small bases that have already submitted to Huadu base might develop rebellious thoughts. Yuan Tianyi analyzed immediately. In fact, the overall strength of Huadu base still far surpassed that of the future base. The two were not on the same level, but among evolvers in the apocalypse, personal combat power was highly esteemed. The most powerful evolver would undoubtedly gain immense support invisibly, even with this reputation. In the future, when attacking bases in other provinces, just mentioning a name would lead to immediate surrender. Without losing a single soldier, various bases could be subdued. This is the benefit of having a great reputation. Huadu base was like this before. A super base force established by the country's top evolvers didn't need to attack and subdue one by one, just issuing a notice to the opposing base had a high probability of leading to immediate surrender. When they knew they couldn't win, there were actually not many base leaders who were stubborn enough to go head to head. Most were still like grass on the wall. They understood how to assess the situation. The consequences of Bai Gang's crushing defeat were foreseeable. This was not just his personal failure, his identity destined him to implicate many other things. The morale of Huadu base was unstable. In stark contrast, the entire future base had already erupted in unprecedented shock and cheers. So awesome, I really didn't expect Bai Gang to lose to the leader? I knew leader Li Chen was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. A level 8 evolver was ruthlessly beaten, completely crushed from start to finish. Bai Gang's face was even distorted. What kind of monster is Bai Gang? The number 1 in the country. And this is it? Leader Li Chen only needed to make a slight move, and that was already Bai Gang's limit. I worried for nothing. If I had known the leader was this strong, we should have been a bit more arrogant when we spoke. I stand tall. Li Chen's victory over Bai Gang instantly skyrocketed his prestige. Even the newly joined evolver members felt proud. The cohesion of the future base strengthened. At the same time, the base's population of 130,000 had already completed the awakening transformation of evolvers through loan services. As the sun set in leader Li Chen's villa, suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged. Li Chen's entire body underwent an automatic transformation and upgrade of his abilities, and his genetic cells completed their evolution. Inadvertently, he broke through to the 8th level. What's going on? I've already stopped taking the advanced evolution crystal course to slow down my upgrade speed, so how did I still accidentally break through? Could it be that I fought too fiercely today and inadvertently triggered my genetic potential, causing an automatic breakthrough? Or is it that my cultivation of the Xian Emperor is too domineering? And even if I stop taking the evolution crystal cores, my upgrade speed is like riding a rocket, completely unstoppable? Li Chen was speechless. He didn't want to upgrade this quickly. He really didn't want to. Beep. Name, Li Chen. Evolver Awakening level, 8th level. Ability. Attribute, Multi-type Ability Awakener. Blue Star Potential Ranking, 5th place. Li Chen's potential ranking reappeared on a large screen, on a small island in a certain sea area. On this screen, 100 rankings were recorded. Blue Star Potential Ranking 1st place, Deep Sea Demon Dragon. Evolver Awakening level, 10th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 2nd place, Red Blue Nation, Christine. Evolver Awakening level, 9th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 3rd place, Red Ball Nation, Arthur Doff. Evolver Awakening level, 9th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 4th place, Great Black Continent, King of the Prairie Lions. Evolver Awakening level, 9th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 5th place, Hua Nation. Li Chen. Evolver Awakening level, 8th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 6th place, Little Sun Nation. Cherry Blossom Musashi. Evolver level, 8th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 7th place, Pure Nation. Yitlin. Evolver level, 8th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 8th place, Hua Nation. Lu Ruyan. Evolver level, 8th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 9th place, Asan Nation. Gulen. Evolver level, 8th level. Blue Star Potential Ranking 10th place, Hua Nation. Bai Gang. Evolver level, 8th level. On this ranking list, Bai Gang surprisingly ranked only 10th. There was also someone named Lu Ruyan whom he had never heard of who ranked above Bai Gang. Moreover, this potential ranking list included not just human beings. The Deep Sea Demon Dragon and the King of the Prairie Lions were also on the list. This Li Chen has indeed risen another rank. He, a 7th level evolver, can defeat the 8th level by gang, seemingly invincible at the same level. Kick. Li Chen has advanced to the 8th level. His upgrade speed is too fast. Undoubtedly his talent and potential are astonishing. I even feel that he can already rank in the top 3 in my heart. The deep-sea demon dragon has already broken through to the 10th level. It's time to reap the rewards. Go capture this little dragon back. Above the sea, a deep blue giant dragon was swimming through the ocean. This dragon-like creature was over 5,000 meters long. A true behemoth. A clear dragon roar echoed. Countless giant beasts of the deep sea bowed to it. Under the pressure of the blue giant dragon, it had conquered the entire ocean. A massive army of 1 billion sea beasts under the dragon's call was preparing to launch a devastating attack on the land. A terrifying tide of sea beasts was about to begin. Just at that moment, a strange figure in a black robe appeared in the air above the sea, where the deep-sea demon dragon resided. The giant dragon was furious. In an instant, the waves surged to a height of 10,000 meters. A dragon claw, capable of easily crushing a nuclear bomb, reached out towards the black-robed figure. Just a little bug daring to bite the master? I've raised you this big, it's time to reap the rewards. A black chain suddenly shot out from the shadow's body, the chain expanding in the wind easily, locking down the deep-sea demon dragon. This 5,000-meter-long giant dragon, the culprit behind the destruction of the Jiangnan base and existence, that even ignored nuclear bombs, was bound on the spot. It had no power to resist. Even the ability to use supernatural powers was forcibly sealed. There was no room for even the slightest struggle. Soon, he was forcibly taken away by that figure in a black robe. The first being in Blue Star 2. Evolved to level 10, had not yet had the chance to dominate the world before disappearing directly in the urban dimension. Yesterday, Chun Chulin obtained 9,800 level 1 crystal cores. He immediately found a place in Jiangcheng to enter seclusion and cultivate. While consuming the level 1 crystal cores, he began to practice a special cosmic technique. As a reborn powerhouse, a being with a cheat, his cultivation speed was far beyond what ordinary people could fathom. It could be said that he soared like a rocket in an instant. There were no bottlenecks to limit him. In just one night, he successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm, condensing a false stand. More importantly, his innate spiritual root finally evolved to the 8th grade. Ha 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 ha. My spiritual root talent has finally surpassed my previous life. This means I will return to the peak at an even faster speed. I was originally the chosen saint of the next generation of the Taishan Emperor sect, having broken through the 5th layer of cosmic life, the immortal realm, at the mere age of 90,000. However, I was betrayed by my most trusted fiancé and junior brother, who had long colluded to secretly plot against me, even going so far as to ambush me at the critical moment of my breakthrough to seize the precious Tai Xian Divine Pearl from me. They dug out my Tai Xian Divine Pearl, severely injuring my soul origin and obliterating my physical body. I had no choice but to use the soul burning technique, making a desperate strike to break open a void crack, preserving a trace of my true spirit and fleeing into the void wormhole. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive and manage to seize a new life. In this life, I possess an 8th grade spiritual root and the cultivation experience from my previous life. I am confident that within 10,000 years, I will return to the peak. Fei, Lingwu, Nanjiangkuan, you two bitches wait for me. Give me 10,000 years and I will surely trample you both underfoot. I will make you regret your past actions. At this moment, Chun Chulin's heart was filled with ambition and vigor. Although he was still very weak at the 1st layer of cosmic life, the most inferior mortal realm, he had a better foundation now. He possessed better innate potential. A tall building rises from the ground. As long as the foundation is solid, he will surely break through to the eternal life realm in the future, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, capable of crushing a galaxy with one hand. I wonder how Taoist friend Li Chen is doing now. Yesterday he was at the martial emperor realm, while I was just a terrestrial immortal, my cultivation lagging behind his level. Now that I have broken through to the martial emperor and condensed a false Dan, my strength is on par with his. I heard that today the Xinghe Martial Arts School is officially recruiting students. I must go congratulate them. Chen Chulin smirked. In fact, he felt a bit unconvinced. In the previous 2 encounters, he had been overshadowed by Li Chen. His cultivation was suppressed and he felt a bit stifled and uncomfortable. Now that he and Li Chen were in the same realm, they could finally have an equal conversation. We are both reborn powerhouses, so naturally we should determine a winner. Chen Chulin, after all, was a generation's unparalleled cosmic powerhouse in the immortal realm. He naturally had his pride. At this moment, in the Wan Ding Academy Villa community, at 9 in the morning, after Li Chen got up, he directly consumed an 8th grade inner Dan. Since the end of the world, Li Chen had already broken through to level 8. This 8th grade inner Dan was naturally more effective for the urban Li Chen. Boom! As the 8th grade inner Dan entered his abdomen, a violent force of evolution swept through his entire body. Li Chen's muscles, meridians, bones, internal organs, blood, soul, cells, and genes were all strengthened. he immediately broke through to the 8th level. Not only that, the Taishan Emperor Sutra began to operate automatically, violently beginning to plunder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, 3 giant lotus flowers, several dozen meters in size, actually condensed in the sky above Wanding Academy. Energy takes form. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the 5 elements' spiritual energy began to rapidly converge, almost forming a spiritual energy storm. Chen Chulin was holding a gift box. Before he even stepped into the Wanding Academy, he immediately felt a majestic and overwhelming aura. Damn! 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 energies converging? Li Chen, my friend, has he broken through to martial sovereign? How could it be so fast? It's only been one night, how did he break through again? Even if you are a reborn powerhouse without bottlenecks, this breakthrough is just too quick, right? Isn't this like having a cheat? Chen Chulin was at a loss. Very speechless. Very uncomfortable. Painful. It felt like there was a huge mountain on his head that he couldn't overcome no matter what. This was the second time, right? Soul-devouring technique, condense. Not only had Li Chen broken through to martial sovereign, but he also began to practice the soul-devouring technique. This technique is divided into 9 levels. The first level, condensing the mind into threads by compressing mental power. The soul condenses into a thread-like state. Generally, mental power scans in a dispersed state, automatically covering the surroundings in all directions. But there is a distance limit. For example, when Li Chen broke through to the 8th level, the scanning range was a diameter of 200 kilometers. Beyond that, it exceeded the range his mental power could cover. However, after practicing the first level, he could condense the dispersed mental power into a thread, increasing the control distance by 1,000 times, meaning the farthest control distance could reach 200,000 kilometers. Theoretically, he could control a flying knife to kill someone across the ocean in America, or even fly around the Earth 3 times without any problem. The second level, weaving threads into nets. By further compressing mental power, the mental threads are woven into a net, creating a spiritual net that is more resilient than dispersed mental power, with strength increased by 50 times. The third level, spiritual cocoon, by continuously weaving the spiritual net, ultimately condensing it into a cocoon that wraps around the soul. At this stage, your soul is equivalent to wearing a superpowered battlesuit, significantly enhancing attack power, control, and resilience, and can resist strong opponents' soul possession to a certain extent, as well as ignore the opponent's mental attacks. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's strength cannot be too much higher than yours. If a cosmic emperor were to attack your soul, no defense would be effective. The fourth level, soul absorption, through the spiritual cocoon, entangle the opponent's primordial spirit, devouring and absorbing it to replenish one's own soul origin and strengthen the primordial spirit. The fifth level, breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly, absorb enough strong opponent's primordial spirits to evolve the soul origin, transforming mental power into an indestructible soul. Upon reaching this realm, the primordial spirit can leave the body, abandoning the flesh to specialize in spiritual power, making the soul indestructible. The sixth level, myriad clones, the indestructible soul can simultaneously possess billions of beings, controlling their bodies, with a maximum of 100 million clones, equivalent to a supreme being of eternal life. The seventh level, merging clones into one, the billions of clones merge into one, evolving the soul level into an eternal soul. The eighth level, eternal sovereign, able to open worlds, condensing a realm of spirit, ruling over all. The ninth level, all paths return to one, its spiritual will can control the supreme laws of the universe. With a thought, it can destroy 100 galaxies. Each of these 9 realms is incredibly difficult to advance. It requires an extremely high talent for mental power. Even if Chen Shulin practiced for 90,000 years, he only reached the 3rd level back then. Now he had to start from scratch. Li Chen practiced for about an hour. Finally, he mastered the 1st level. This technique seems quite difficult. It took me a full hour to finally compress the mental thread. If I want to compress all my mental power into threads, it would take at least 2 days. At this moment, Longxia, Jiangcheng, countless scions of noble families have gathered at the Wanning Academy Villa community. The price of the villas in this community has suddenly skyrocketed to 1 million per square meter, inexplicably soaring more than tenfold overnight. Moreover, it has risen against the trend. Amidst an overall decline, a sudden appearance of 1 million per square meter properties has been snapped up in an instant. This is simply absurd. All because there is one person living in this villa community. Principal Li of the High Martial Academy. The Lan family, the Chu family, the Su family, the Ma family, the Zhou family, the Hua family, the Liang family, the Wan family, the Qian family, the Gu family, and major families from across the country have sent their young members to sign up for the Xinghao Martial Arts School. Although the martial arts school has not yet been officially established, the construction is merely a formality and can be planned later. Since Principal Li has already released the news, it indicates that he intends to recruit disciples widely. Not to mention whether one can learn real skills from Principal Li just having the opportunity to interact with this big shot and possibly buy a few beast inner cores from him would be a huge profit. Around noon, Lan Tianling and Wan Guojun, the two major disciples, have rushed over from Kunlun Mountain. Master, your aura seems to have become even more profound and unfathomable. Have you made another breakthrough in your cultivation? Lan Tianling asked in shock. I've barely made a small breakthrough, just stepping into the martial sovereign realm. Li Chen nodded. Martial sovereign realm? Is there such a realm in our ancient martial arts cultivation? Lan Tianling asked, puzzled. Of course there is. Cultivating to this point, entering the innate realm is just the starting point of your martial arts cultivation. After the innate realm comes the great master of innate, the earth immortal, the martial emperor realm, the martial sovereign realm, and the martial god realm. Reaching the peak of the martial god realm is the first layer of cosmic life, the peak of the mundane realm. And this realm is merely a starting point among the 12 major realms of the universe. After the mundane realm, there are the Danqing realm, the Kongshan realm, the Xingheng realm, the indestructible realm, the eternal life realm, the Ganges realm, the overlord realm, the Wandao realm, the Gui realm, the supreme realm, and the cosmic emperor realm, totaling 12 major realms. Each major realm is further divided into 10 minor realms, making a total of 120 realm divisions. You two are merely at the innate realm, and one has just broken through to the sky level of superpowers, which is indeed a bit unremarkable, Li Chen said, with one hand behind his back, looking profound and unfathomable. In fact, he had only recently learned about these realms. He had gained some understanding after reading the soul jade slip that Chun Shulin had given him. However, that did not prevent him from putting on a show in front of his two disciples. In an instant, Lan Tianling and Wan Guojun were greatly shaken. One was a sky-level superpower, and the other was at the innate realm of ancient martial arts. They were originally the top talents of this year's High Martial Academy. Now they realized that they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Indeed, they were the most monstrous top talents on Earth. But in the vastness of the cosmic starry sky, amidst the myriad of races, such talent and cultivation clearly do not hold much weight. Their master is a cosmic powerhouse who has undergone reincarnation. Naturally, he would view people by the standards of cosmic prodigies. If it weren't for the fact that there were truly no good seedlings on Earth, it is likely that their master wouldn't even look at these two ordinary people. So that's how it is. What you said, master, is like a sudden enlightenment, allowing us to witness the vastness of the universe and the grandeur of heaven and earth. Well, although your talents are average, who told me to be a responsible person? Today, I shall bestow upon you the cosmic cultivation technique Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, along with the Xinghe Jin Jing that I have personally adapted. The Xinghe Jin Jing is naturally adapted by Li Chen based on the Shaolin Jin Jing. He felt that the Shaolin Jin Jing, although possessing miraculous effects to assist in cultivation, could self-regulate internal injuries and resolve various rejection of true qi, was only effective for martial arts internal strength at the level of the nine-yang divine skill. When faced with a technique like the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, it fell short. Therefore, Li Chen made a series of adaptations to the I Jin Jing, modifying it to be compatible with the auxiliary cultivation of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Of course, Li Chen had not yet tried this adaptation himself. He didn't know if it would work. Let's have the two disciples try it first. If it doesn't work and they misalign their qi, Li Chen would naturally provide them with evolution crystals to heal their injuries. After all, they were at a low level. Healing internal injuries would consume fewer crystals. Two disciples, are you ready to receive my transmission of skills? Master, I am ready. Master, I am ready. Lan Tianling and Wan Guojun said in unison. Clear your minds, I am going to perform a soul transmission. Now that Li Chen had cultivated the first layer of the soul-devouring technique, he had roughly understood the method of making soul jade slips and the principle of soul transmission. It was merely using powerful mental strength to inscribe the techniques into the sea of consciousness, equivalent to forcibly inputting memories. The difficulty level was not high. It could be learned casually. Ever since Li Chen consumed over 1 million crystals, he felt as if his thinking had become more active. His learning ability had also strengthened. With my current memory and learning ability, if I were to take the college entrance examination again, I might just get into Qingbei. But now, there's no need for that. Li Chen inexplicably began to space out. Master, we are ready. Good. Transmission begins. Li Chen extended his hands, one finger pointing at Lan Tianling's forehead and the other finger at Wan Guojun's forehead. A massive mental force flowed through his fingers, entering the sea of consciousness of the two disciples, inscribing the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and the Galaxy I Jin Jing into their memories. How amazing! Is this soul transmission? In just 5 minutes, I've gained so many memories in my head. Such a complex cosmic technique, and I actually remembered it instantly? This is far more profound than memorizing it 1,000 times. Lan Tianling exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, these two techniques are truly unfathomable. Once cultivated, they seem to perfectly resolve the aftereffects of mixed martial arts. Wan Guojun was equally amazed. He was originally a talented supernatural being. If he could Also cultivate martial arts. Wouldn't he be soaring to the heavens? Tianling, Guojun, the techniques have been transmitted to you. I will also grant each of you 10 second-level beast inner cores. These inner cores are far more precious than first-level ones. One is worth 20 first-level inner cores. If you practice the techniques and something goes wrong, causing damage to your meridians or body, immediately consume the second-level inner core. This will ensure that you progress quickly while avoiding the risk of going astray in your cultivation. Li Chen waved his hand casually. 20 second-level crystals appeared out of thin air. The two disciples were immediately shocked, but at the same time, they were deeply moved. Currently, a first-level inner core had been traded abroad for over 700 billion Longsha coins, and it was still hard to come by. This second-level inner core was equivalent to 20 first-level ones, which meant it was worth 15 trillion. 10 of them would be 150 trillion? Wow, that's too exaggerated. One gulp, and a mountain of gold was gone. Master, your kindness is beyond what I can repay. Lan Tianling and Wan Guojun were so moved that their eyes turned red, with tears shimmering faintly. The youthful spirit. It wasn't that they were easily brought to tears, but rather that their master had given so much. By the way, master, today various families have heard the news that you are going to establish the Xinghe Martial Arts School and have come to congratulate you. This is the congratulatory letter they entrusted me to give you. Lan Tianling seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out a thick stack of congratulatory letters from his backpack. This was at least dozens of families' letters. Li Chen glanced at them casually. I'll accept the gifts, but I won't meet anyone. Starting today, I will enter seclusion for cultivation, which may take 3 to 5 days or even 1 or 2 weeks. During this time, all matters regarding the establishment of the Xinghe Martial Arts School will be entrusted to the two of you. As the senior and junior brothers of the Xinghe Martial Arts School, you should take on the responsibility of promoting the school. Li Chen spread his hands, directly acting as a hands-off manager. He planned to use this time to improve the soul-devouring technique, aiming to at least reach the second level. Disciple obeys. Lan Tianling and Wan Guojun replied in unison. After leaving the villa, the two exchanged glances. Senior brother, does master entrusting the important task of establishing the Xinghe Martial Arts School to us mean he is secretly assessing our abilities? Wan Guojun analyzed. Definitely, I've decided that starting tomorrow, we will select students for the Xinghe Martial Arts School. I plan to release the news that anyone who can become a student of the Xinghe Martial Arts School will have the opportunity to learn the complete 9 levels of the 9 Yang Divine Art. Since master has already taught me the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, a cosmic level skill, the 9 Yang Divine Art isn't that important anymore. Passing it on won't hurt. Lan Tianling immediately decided. Wow, senior brother, you're really willing to invest heavily. In that case, my one family should also provide promotional support. Half of the domestic self-media platforms have shares from my family. I'll go make some calls and gather 100,000 influencers to promote it. This time, I will make the name of the Xinghe Martial Arts School spread across the country in a single day, reaching every town and village. At the same time, I will have someone immediately develop a martial arts school app where all students of the Xinghe Martial Arts School can communicate and sign up for the student recruitment assessment. Naturally, we can't accept just anyone. Only those with certain martial arts talent and special abilities can enter our school to learn. Wan Guojun quickly put forward his opinion. The two hit it off perfectly. One was willing to offer the 9 Yang Divine Art as the teaching method for the school, while the other called for self-media to promote it extensively. Just as the two of them walked out of the Wanding Academy community, they suddenly bumped into Chen Chulin. Oh, these two juniors actually have remarkable talents. One has a 6th grade Earth Spirit root, and the other has a 7th grade Fiery Sun body. In such a small place like Earth, there are actually such good seedlings, and they both happened to meet. Fortunately, I cultivated the Eye of Insight, otherwise I would have truly missed out. Indeed, I originally didn't want to take disciples, but seeing such highly talented juniors, it's a pity for them to cultivate trash techniques on Earth. If I don't guide them into the door, wouldn't they go astray? Well, heaven has a virtue of nurturing life. Meeting today counts as an opportunity for both of you. I will reluctantly take you as my disciples and make you formal disciples of the Taishan Emperor sect. Chen Chulin grinned. He immediately blocked the two in front of him. 2 young friends, would you like to take me as your master? Young friends? Kid, are you calling us? Wan Guojun looked confused. Where did this middle schooler come from? He looked about 15 or 16, directly trying to take on disciples by the roadside. Anyone with a normal mindset wouldn't do something so juvenile. Of course I'm calling you, there's no one else here. Chen Chulin said with a smile. Kid, you haven't graduated from high school, have you? Have you finished your homework? It seems that my appearance has caused you some misunderstanding. Let me introduce myself, I am Chen Chulin. As Chen Chulin's voice fell, a unique and overwhelming pressure belonging to the martial emperor suddenly descended. A terrifying aura was released from within him. The heavens and earth changed color. In the next second, Chen Shulin pointed his finger like a sword slicing through the void. A sword intent that could cover the sky erupted with a roar. The sword energy spanned 90,000 meters, a single sword's cold light illuminating Jiang City. The heavy clouds at the horizon were actually split apart by his sword. A golden warm sun poured down from the massive sword gap. At this moment, the entire Jiang City, with over 10 million citizens, collectively trembled in fear. The drivers on the street, the vendors by the roadside, the delivery workers on electric bikes, all widened their eyes in shock. Suffocated, petrified, stiff. Such a phenomenon in the world was like a sword immortal descending to the mortal realm. Chen Shulin stood with one hand behind his back, his expression calm. He believed that this small display of power was enough to intimidate these two juniors. Aren't you going to hurry up and bow down to become my disciples? Chen Shulin, I think I've heard your name before. The first place in the military genius training camp. There were rumors that you are the reincarnation of a cosmic powerhouse. At just 15 years old, you've already broken through to the Earth Immortal level. I see you are no longer just an Earth Immortal. Lan Tianling said with a serious tone. You kid do have some insight. Since you already know who I am, why not become my disciple? Chen Shulin said immediately. I'm sorry, please forgive the younger generation for being rude. Your cultivation is indeed astonishing, but we cannot become your disciples. Lan Tianling said with righteous indignation. Why not? Our master is Principal Li Chan. Well then, goodbye. Chen Shulin felt a bit unlucky. He had finally set his sights on two disciples, but unexpectedly, they had already been taken in by Li Chen. As expected, that old thief Li Chen has a sharp eye. He spotted these two good seedlings at a glance. He is one level higher than me, so I won't provoke him for now. Once I break through to the martial sovereign realm or even the martial god realm, I will come to talk to you, Li Chen. I don't believe your breakthrough speed will be faster than mine. At this moment, Lan Tianling and Wan Guojun looked at the disappearing figure of Chen Shulin, feeling that the reputation of their master was indeed so effective. This Chen Shulin had just split the 90,000 meters of clouds with a single finger, his sword intent covering the sky. What terrifying cultivation strength that was! Perhaps the legendary strongest martial emperor was no more than this. They didn't expect such a powerful existence to be scared away just by hearing their master's name. It seems we really know nothing about our master's strength. Wan Guojun sighed inwardly. Yes, if Chen Shulin is already this terrifying, how strong must our master be? It seems we need to quickly cultivate the great sun-burning heaven technique to surpass this Chen Shulin as soon as possible. In the apocalyptic world, Bai Gang's injuries had basically recovered under the treatment of a level 6 healing ability user. However, while his external injuries healed, the internal injuries and psychological trauma could not be restored no matter what. First of all, the harmful energy that this Li Chen guy had poured into him completely harmed his foundation, damaging his genetic cells and bringing serious aftereffects to his body. Most of the energy he had devoured was harmful energy. This led to discomfort throughout his body. Therefore, he needed to expel this harmful energy from his body. This would inevitably waste a lot of time for leveling up. Of course, this issue was relatively easy to solve as long as he had enough evolution crystal cores to repair his genetic cells. He could fully recover in 2 or 3 days at most. What Bai Gang couldn't tolerate the most was that this Li Chen bastard actually spread rumors, not only physical attacks but also mental ones. Today, several aunties were chattering on the military broadcast channel. One moment they said Bai Gang knelt down begging for mercy, the next moment they claimed he acknowledged Li Chen as his godfather, and some even said Bai Gang sold his backside. Damn it, that's just too outrageous. How could anyone believe such ridiculous rumors? Of course, absurd rumors can't break Bai Gang's defenses because he knows they are false. But real rumors can be quite lethal. In just one night, the entire Huadu base, with a population of 500,000, knew that Bai Gang had stormed off to show off, only to be slapped in the face by Li Chen. In the end, he fled in panic, losing 5 teeth in the process. What's worse, there were even pictures to prove it. Someone, I don't know who, actually captured a clear shot of the 5 fingerprints on Bai Gang's face with a high-definition camera. It's said to have been taken by a light-type ability user who secretly snapped the photo. Now it has spread throughout the entire base. Bai Gang was instantly furious and executed the ability user on the spot. He also ordered the military broadcast channel to be destroyed. No one was allowed to speak nonsense anymore. Bai Gang was enraged. He was really angry. Li Chen, you are simply going too far. Since you dare to slander me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Send the order down, activate the nuclear weapon release command, and drop 20 nuclear bombs on the future base. I will annihilate all bases in Jiangnan, Bai Gang said with a murderous aura. As soon as this order was issued, the entire high command of the Huadu base fell into dead silence. Chancellor, isn't this decision a bit hasty? We know you're very angry, but please calm down. Launching 20 nuclear bombs could very likely cause catastrophic disasters. Even if we could blow Li Chen to bits, it would inevitably harm countless innocent survivors. These people are innocent. They were just momentarily deceived by Li Chen. They don't deserve to die. If we kill them all and destroy all bases in Jiangnan, it will surely tarnish your wise and mighty image. Perhaps other bases across the country will also have objections. A middle-aged deputy commander with a square face immediately opposed. Chuan Jiangwo, I am not following your opinions. This is an order, do you understand? I'll emphasize again, when the Chancellor, issue an order, you only need to execute it. I don't want to hear any objections, don't make me unhappy, Bai Gang said with a cold glare. He was already very impatient. Do you think you, a bunch of dog subordinates, can rebel? Chancellor Bai Gang, Chuan Jiangwo, cannot comply with this order. Even though humanity has gone through apocalyptic disasters, even though we have lost over 90% of our population, even the order has completely collapsed and laws have vanished, we are still human. We have ethics and morals, we have humanity. You can go kill Li Chen, I have no objections, but you cannot use nuclear weapons to slaughter civilians. Chuan Jiangwo, refused to do such a heartless thing. Chuan Jiangwo stood up and retorted. This was his first time opposing Chancellor Bai Gang. Although Bai Gang had always been decisive in killing, he had never been this insane. This time, he had truly crossed the line. You're seeking death. Bai Gang was furious to openly oppose the Chancellor. At a meeting, Chuan Jiangwo could prepare for his own demise. Suddenly, several golden rays flickered, and the terrifying gold-type ability was unleashed. Before Chuan Jiangwo could react, he was directly splattered with blood on the spot. Who else dares to oppose my orders? You can. All step forward one by one. I don't mind killing you all. Pass the order down. Chuan Jiangwo has betrayed the country, his entire family, wife and children. Light all the sky lanterns for me. No one can defy my orders. Bai Gang. Bai Gang's eyes were blood red, a surge of murderous intent rising. It seemed he had become somewhat possessed. Yes, Führer. This Chuan Jiangwo is such a saint. Even in the apocalypse, he still talks about humanity. He deserves to die. Führer, please calm down. I'll arrange for 10 celebrities to help ease your anger. Commander Wei quickly stepped forward to flatter him. Little Wei, you truly are my confidant. You understand me best. Let's start launching intercontinental missiles now. I want to hear the news of the destruction of the future base before we finish. Bai Gang said coldly. Understood, Führer. Soon. With the order from the Huadu base issued, 20 intercontinental missiles were instantly fired, including 5 hydrogen bombs and 15 atomic bombs, heading towards the future base for bombardment. No one would have thought that such strategic weapons would one day be aimed at their own people. Early in the morning, 9 o'clock, the Eagle stood on the observation platform of the base, beginning to test his eye of God. Not bad. I've finally broken through to level 6. My ocular ability has successfully reached the level of a 1,000-mile eye. Now, everything within a radius of 500 kilometers is within my scanning range. It's just a pity that no sniper rifle can shoot that far. Unless I get a quantum laser cannon, my ability can only serve as support. The Eagle shook his head and sighed. He was about to retract his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed 20 black dots appearing on the distant horizon. Ha! What is that? The Eagle widened his eyes and took a closer look. Holy crap! This can't be nuclear bombs, can it? The Eagle's scalp went numb in an instant. Has the Huadu base gone crazy? They actually launched 20 nuclear bombs? Realizing the serious consequences of the situation, the Eagle hurriedly ran to Li Chen's villa to report to the leader. It's bad, leader. Commander Eagle, the leader is resting and it's not convenient to see anyone. Get out of the way, I have an urgent matter to report. The Huadu base has launched 20 nuclear bombs at us, we're about to be finished. The Eagle barged in directly. It was an emergency, and there was no time to report properly. At that moment, Li Chen was sleeping in his bedroom. In fact, it was another version of Li Chen from a different world who was in seclusion practicing the soul-devouring technique. When the Eagle burst into the bedroom, this other Li Chen immediately sensed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seconds of hypnosis. Li Chen awakened. Leader, it's bad. I just saw 20 nuclear bombs flying towards our base from the observation platform. Were they launched by the Huadu base? Yes, the nuclear bombs should be less than 300 kilometers away from our future base now. The atmosphere was suffocating. The situation had reached a critical moment. Cold sweat had already appeared on the Eagle's forehead. As a level 6 powerhouse, he couldn't withstand the bombardment of nuclear bombs, especially not 20 of them. In the entire base, if anyone could escape the nuclear bombardment, it would probably only be the leader and Meng Haoyu. They could teleport. They had a chance to save their lives. The others would likely be reduced to ashes. Don't panic. It's just 20 nuclear bombs. There's no need to be afraid. Eagle, you did very well this time. You foresaw the nuclear bomb crisis in advance. If we had waited for the bombs to detonate, even with all my means, I would have been powerless to change the outcome. But since we have foreseen it, this crisis is completely manageable. Li Chen, as a level 8 powerhouse, had also awakened spatial abilities and mental powers. He immediately thought of 3 ways to deal with the nuclear bomb. The first method was to detonate the nuclear bomb in advance, intercepting it at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Although the explosion of the nuclear bomb was incredibly powerful, its destructive force would not spread beyond 300 kilometers. However, the ensuing massive nuclear radiation could instantly engulf the entire Jiangnan region, forcing the base of the future to relocate immediately. Li Chen would have to lead over 100,000 people to migrate. The second method was to destroy the nuclear bomb by using powerful abilities to obliterate the detonation device on the warhead. But this operation required a certain level of technical knowledge, and Li Chen did not understand the technical principles of nuclear bomb detonation, making it easy to make mistakes. The third method, the simplest, was to directly absorb the nuclear bomb into his internal space, shielding all signals, effectively acquiring 20 nuclear bombs for free, a huge profit. In Li Chen's internal space, time was almost at a standstill. Although it wasn't completely still, the flow rate was negligible. For example, he could have someone cook 108 exquisite dishes in the kitchen at night. When stored in the space, they would still be fresh and steaming when taken out 2 days later. Therefore, he only needed to teleport at an extremely fast speed, approach the center of the nuclear bomb's range, and absorb it into his space before the Huadu base could react. This type of intercontinental missile was generally set to automatically lock onto its target. As long as it approached the strike range, it would automatically detonate. With Li Chen's speed and abilities, absorbing the nuclear bomb into his space was not difficult. The only risk he might encounter was that the bomb could explode just as he was getting close, placing him right at the core of the explosion. Then he would truly become a clown. 3 methods. No matter which one, there could be no hesitation. Because with the flight speed of intercontinental missiles, it would take less than 10 minutes for 20 warheads to enter Li Chen's territory. Just now, the Eagle had come to report the situation, wasting a minute. There was no time to hesitate any longer. Li Chen's figure flickered. He vanished in an instant. The next second, Li Chen's level 8 mental power surged forth. His mental scanning was set to maximum. It spread across the sky for 200 kilometers. Above the sky, the 20 nuclear bombs that had begun to gradually disperse immediately entered Li Chen's scanning range. Goodness! There are actually 5 heavyweight hydrogen bombs, each with a power equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT exploding simultaneously, capable of causing third-degree burns to anyone within a 200-kilometer radius of the explosion center and flattening everything within 60 kilometers. If these 5 heavyweight hydrogen bombs go off, everything within a 300-kilometer radius will turn to flames, annihilating everything. This would probably be enough to take out even a level 9 powerhouse. By gang, you really are something else playing with the stakes like this? Speed ability. Activate. Mental power. Activate. Innate true essence. Activate. Wind and thunder technique. Activate. Spatial ability. Activate. Extreme acceleration. The fastest movement technique. In almost an instant, Li Chen activated all 5 of his abilities. He accelerated wildly. Boom! A sound of sonic boom echoed through the void. In the sky, a shadow vanished into the horizon at an incredible speed. Just 10 seconds later, Li Chen's extreme acceleration broke through 3,000 meters per second. In less than 1 minute and 20 seconds, Li Chen successfully approached within 10 kilometers of the intercontinental missile. Limitless instant teleportation. To prevent any detectors on the missile from picking him up, Li Chen decided to give the enemy no reaction time. He directly activated his spatial skill, teleporting. This skill, of course, was something he had learned from Bai Gang. They were both spatial ability users. If you could teleport, so could I, and since we were both at level 8, there was no reason you could teleport, while I couldn't. After breaking through level 8, Li Chen pondered for a moment and understood the principles behind it. In a very short time, the teleportation skill was concentrated and unleashed in a burst, creating a series of flashes. Before one spatial afterimage had settled, another teleportation began. The maximum distance for an 8th level ability user's teleportation is 10 kilometers, and Bai Gang could treat this skill as a life-saving technique. In an instant, he could escape over 100 kilometers away. Although it was impressive, however, after Li Chen understood the principle behind it, he realized that the opponent's use of continuous flashes was quite rough. Li Chen directly drew parallels. With his mental power covering, he could pinpoint spatial locations more accurately. The ultimate continuous flash combined with the wind and thunder technique could make the flashes incredibly ethereal. The speed was not only unpredictable but also allowed for surprise attacks during the continuous flashes. No opponent of the same level could withstand this move. They simply wouldn't have time to react. This time, Li Chen applied the ultimate continuous flash wind and thunder technique to collect nuclear bombs. His figure was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he appeared near an intercontinental missile, and in just 0.1 seconds, one intercontinental missile was directly taken away. Soon, the second intercontinental missile was collected. the third, the fourth, the fifth. In the blink of an eye, in just 2 or 3 seconds, 20 nuclear bombs vanished from the sky. It felt as if these 20 nuclear bombs had disappeared simultaneously. This was quite bizarre. At the Hwadu base, on the missile signal display, a total of 20 red dots suddenly vanished. What's going on? How did all 20 nuclear bombs we launched disappear? Could it be that these nuclear bombs encountered interception? Impossible. Even if they were intercepted, they couldn't all disappear at once, right? Moreover, our military energy detectors did not detect any signs of nuclear explosions. Do you think there's a possibility that these nuclear bombs have been sitting too long and malfunctioned? A young evolved officer suddenly had a wild thought. Whether they malfunctioned or not, I don't know, but your brain might be malfunctioning. Discussing this now is pointless. We should think about how to report this bad news to Commander Bai Gang. I estimate the commander will be furious again. At this moment, Bai Gang was still not finished. No one dared to report it this time. If it were good news, it would be one thing. But with such bad news, reporting it could lead to dire consequences. What to do? Should we just slip away? Bai Gang was insane, killing without blinking, and being under such a leader felt utterly unsafe. Boo-hoo, this world is too harsh. Because of Bai Gang's ruthless execution of Chuan Jangwo and the lighting of lanterns for Chuan Jangwo's wife and children, this incident directly sparked dissatisfaction among many people. Comrade, Chuan Jangwo had a good reputation. Previously serving as deputy commander, he had always been dedicated and helped many. Moreover, Chuan Jangwo was an exceptionally talented person in internal affairs. He managed the logistics department, keeping the entire Hwadu base in order. Whether it was resource allocation, personnel mobilization, weapon distribution, resource supply, or public security management, everything was handled systematically. Whenever there was a problem or any conflicts arose between departments, everyone could turn to Chuan Jangwo for resolution. He possessed an incredibly strong ability to integrate resources. Although Chuan Jangwo was the last ranked among the deputy commanders of the Hwadu base, he was actually the most useful one. The other deputy commanders either, like Commander Wei, only knew how to flatter, cater to the higher-ups, and please the commander. Or like Tyrannosaurus, they created chaos outside, using the name of the Hwadu base to pressure other base leaders, extorting resources for personal gain. A few other deputy commanders either liked to charge into battle outside or preferred to seclude themselves to level up, completely neglecting their duties. In the apocalypse, everyone knows that only by increasing your strength level can you possess everything. Even Bai Gang himself usually doesn't manage affairs. He only knows to strive to become a higher level evolver. Enhancing personal strength is a manifestation of maximizing benefits. Therefore, the entire Hwadu base has actually been managed by Chuan Jangwo all along. To manage such a large base in an orderly manner, and with Chuan Jangwo's level not falling behind, still rising to level 6, shows just how strong this person's abilities are. He truly has real talent and skills. Naturally, he looks down on flattery. However, such a figure, akin to Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms, was directly cut down by Bai Gang. Consequently, various conflicts immediately arose at the Hwadu base. There were phenomena of disunity in command. Resource allocation was unreasonable. When issues were brought to higher authorities, matters that used to be resolved quickly were now completely ignored. This directly led to escalating conflicts, with two evolver teams even breaking out into a shootout, resulting in some casualties. Everyone was suddenly filled with anxiety. The Hwadu base was in chaos. Some people began to take the opportunity to slip away. Some stole supplies and ran. Even some stole weapons and fled. Bai Gang was completely unaware of this. He was still indulging in pleasure, venting his anger. He thought that killing Chuan Jangwo was not a big deal at all. With so many people at the Hwadu base, could it really not function without Chuan Jangwo? Just promote someone to take his place, and that would be fine, right? Their base was not lacking in level 6 strong individuals. At this moment, Li Chen had already resolved the nuclear bomb crisis. He had just returned when Eagle suddenly made a new discovery. Not good, Chief. The sea monster army has landed again, and this time, it's even more terrifying than the last. I discovered 9 level 8 sea monsters, over 100 level 7 sea monsters, and countless level 6 sea monsters. Marine life is landing on a massive scale. Eagle exclaimed in panic again. After breaking through to level 6, his divine perspective could cover 500 kilometers, seeing much farther than Li Chen's mental scanning. This is truly a case of blessings not coming in pairs and disasters never coming alone. Just after resolving the nuclear bomb crisis, the sea monster army has landed again. Eagle, call Goose Cece over and have her switch your perspective to me. Okay, Chief. In a short while, Goose Cece ran over. She immediately used her psychic transmission ability to switch Eagle's perspective to Li Chen. Not only that, Goose Cece also switched Eagle's perspective to Hong Mao, Shadow, Fang Tianhua, Meng Haiyu, Yang Jian, Huang Chao, Sun Yuhan, Ouyang Qingxue, Liamo, Guofugui, and others. On the distant coastline, terrifying giant waves rose to heights of 10,000 meters. The boundless tsunami directly engulfed coastal cities. The giant waves rolled. Countless massive sea monsters, some dozens of meters long, began to land on a large scale. Some sea monsters were even hundreds of meters or even 1,000 meters long. Those 1,000-meter giants were clearly level 8 sea monsters. They exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. Each of these terrifying creatures had a pressure comparable to that of level 8 strong individuals. It was simply horrifying. At the same time, the original location of the Jiangnan base also erupted with a large-scale landing of ocean monsters. Thick and fast from the Yangtze River basin through the inland rivers, it was almost sweeping across the entire province and city. The scale of this sea beast landing had probably reached 100 million. Damn! Have the monsters gone completely crazy? Did we poke the monster's nest? Manhwa Yu said, stunned. He had already begun cultivating the 8th layer of the technique, and had successfully reversed 7 meridians. He just needed to connect the last meridian to self-destruct his cultivation and rebuild. At this moment, with the sea monsters landing, his combat power had directly lost 80%. This is so embarrassing. Why didn't I log in earlier or later? Why did I have to wait until I had crippled my own cultivation to log in? In this battle, I have already lost my fighting ability. Humph. Just in time. Just when this leader has collected 20 nuclear bombs and I had nowhere to dispose of them, I can just use them to give you sea monsters a taste of medicine. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. Li Chen soared into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the direction where the sea monster army was landing. Without the nuclear bombs as a weapon of mass destruction, it would have been nearly impossible for Li Chen to kill so many ocean monsters, because human strength has its limits. The sheer number was beyond what he could handle. He couldn't maintain peak combat status indefinitely. But with nuclear bombs, it was a completely different story. One bomb could devastate an area of dozens of kilometers, especially those 5 hydrogen bombs, which were enough to easily obliterate an 8th-level sea monster. You bunch of losers. Hand over your inner cores. At this moment, Gu Sisi was still switching to the eagle's perspective, providing it to the other vice leaders. In everyone's view, Li Chen's flying speed was already astonishingly fast. In no time, he had dashed out 200 kilometers, directly plunging into the army of ocean monsters landing. Countless sea monsters began to attack Li Chen, but his speed was too fast, they couldn't hit him at all. Even a 1,000-meter-long 8th-level peak monster was enraged by Li Chen. Li Chen paid no attention and continued flying. Soon, he had penetrated deep into the heart of the monster swarm. Go, my little cutie. A heavyweight hydrogen bomb named Little Cutie was directly launched by Li Chen from his space extreme flash. Li Chen activated the flash skill for the second time. He launched 10 nuclear bombs in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds later. Boom, 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 boom. 10 massive mushroom clouds erupted, instantly releasing terrifying light and heat. A tremendous shockwave swept through wildly. Endless explosive flames lit up the horizon. The immense brightness even temporarily suppressed the sun's rays. The terrifying shockwave destroyed all buildings along the coastline for 200 kilometers, turning them to dust. The heat waves rolled and the air surged. The earth shook and the heavens were destroyed. In just an instant, millions of sea monsters were vaporized, and tens of millions were killed on the spot. Countless flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even 6 8th-level sea monsters were blown to bits. Good. So cool. The leader is invincible. This wave of bombing dealt a devastating blow to the sea beast army, but Li Chen's bombardment was not over yet, because a large portion of the ocean monsters had moved inland from the Yangtze River basin. Affected by the tide of sea monsters, the once most prosperous areas along the Yangtze River were now completely deserted, with no one daring to approach, retreating 100 miles away. Rivers and lakes had become the most dangerous places of doom. Extreme Flash. Li Chen activated the third flash. In a short time, he could only activate the flash 3 times at most. An 8th-level space ability user could teleport a distance of 10 kilometers each time, and within a day could teleport about 30 to 50 times. The extreme flash actually consumed even more energy, so Li Chen could only flash 3 times at most. This time, he directly launched 10 nuclear bombs in the Yangtze River. Each bomb was deployed 10 kilometers apart, stretching a total of 100 kilometers. This directly dealt the most lethal blow to the Sea Beast army, and it was a precise strike. Boom, 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 boom. The heavens and earth trembled. Countless skyscrapers along the Yangtze River were blown to smithereens. The terrifying mushroom cloud, accompanied by a scorching energy shockwave, shattered all buildings and sea monsters. The intense heat vaporized the river water in an instant. The light and heat released in that moment seemed like 10 small suns rising slowly by the Yangtze River. The earth trembled. Dust flew. Flames soared into the sky. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, everything was flattened. The violent explosion killed the last 3 8th-level sea monsters outright. Hundreds of 7th-level sea monsters were directly killed. Tens of thousands of 6th-level sea monsters perished as well. Countless 5th-level or lower monsters were also obliterated. However, due to the overwhelming power of the nuclear explosion, the sea monsters at the epicenter had long been reduced to nothing, not even ash remained. The inner cores were naturally destroyed as well. Only those large sea monsters that were not at the explosion center and had tough skin and flesh might still have their bodies intact enough to possibly find inner cores. Li Chen felt an immense pain in his heart. Although the nuclear bomb's power was formidable, at least more than half of the inner cores were directly destroyed. The harvest would be halved. Moreover, the corpses of the monsters killed by the nuclear bomb might not even be edible, likely contaminated with nuclear radiation. He wondered if the physical quality of the evolved beings could withstand nuclear radiation. Fortunately, the defense of the 9 8th-level sea monsters was incredibly strong, and they had their own energy defense shields. Even though they were affected by the explosion at the nuclear bomb center, their bodies were not completely destroyed. That 9 highest-level inner core was finally not wasted. As the shockwave from the explosion gradually subsided, Li Chen immediately flew back to the explosion center on his sword to begin collecting 8th-level inner cores. What's going on here? The Taishian Emperor scripture is automatically operating, absorbing the energy of nuclear radiation? My great sun burning heaven technique has actually made progress? Li Chen was completely bewildered. The great sun burning heaven technique was a top-tier body refining technique in the universe, requiring a special environment for cultivation. It absorbed the scorching fire spirit energy, continuously tempering the body to achieve physical evolution. This method of cultivation was entirely different from the soul-devouring technique. They were like two paths, going in opposite directions. One focused on spiritual cultivation, allowing one to eventually abandon the physical body, while the other emphasized physical cultivation, concentrating on strengthening and transforming the body. It was said that in the later stages of the great sun burning heaven technique, one needed to go to a star to refine the body, using the power of the star to polish the physical form. It was simply absurd. How high was the temperature on the sun? Even a spaceship would instantly melt upon approaching it. To go to the sun for cultivation? What kind of genius could come up with such a cultivation method? Li Chen had previously attempted to cultivate the great sun burning heaven technique but had made no progress. He never expected that this time, with nuclear radiation entering his body, it would actually allow him to directly enter the technique. The great sun burning heaven technique was divided into 7 levels. First layer, flame body, entry level, fire spirit affinity increased by 300%. Automatically awakens fire type abilities, physical strength increased by 500%, injury recovery speed enhanced by 800%. Second layer, fire spirit body. Fire affinity increased by 10 times, physical strength increased by 50 times, injury recovery speed increased by 80 times. Third layer, flame saint body. Fire element affinity increased by 100 times, physical strength increased by 500 times, recovery speed increased by 800 times. Fourth layer, fire spirit saint body. Fire element affinity increased by 1000 times, physical strength increased by 50 times, recovery speed increased by 80 times. Fifth layer, fire god body. Fire element affinity increased by 10,000 times, physical strength increased by 50,000 times, recovery speed increased by 80,000 times. Sixth layer, burning heaven divine body. Fire element affinity increased by 100,000 times, physical strength increased by 500,000 times, recovery speed increased by 800,000 times. Seventh layer, eternal sun body. Fire element affinity increased by 1,000,000 times, physical strength increased by 5,000,000 times. Flames never cease, life never dies. As long as you are illuminated by sunlight, your life will endure, shining alongside the sun and moon. These 7 layers of cultivation techniques. Each layer is more difficult than the last. They require cultivation in very special environments. In normal conditions, it is impossible to succeed. Therefore, many people go to volcanic craters to practice when cultivating the first layer. Because the fire spirit elements at the volcanic crater are abundant, much higher than in normal environments. However, Li Chen stumbled upon a discovery. He found that absorbing nuclear radiation was far faster than cultivating at the volcanic crater. The fire spirit elements here are even more abundant, more domineering, more perverse, and very easy for the human body to absorb. The energy experienced from nuclear fusion is the best nourishment for the burning heaven divine technique. Otherwise, why would the technique record that in the later stages practicing on the sun yields the best results? Because the sun is all about nuclear fusion. At this moment, within a radius of several hundred kilometers, having just undergone the cleansing of 20 nuclear bombs, the heat wave has yet to subside, and it is all intense nuclear radiation. Li Chen immediately activated the burning heaven divine technique and began to crazily absorb nuclear radiation energy. In no time, Li Chen's clothes were instantly burned away. A golden flame actually erupted all over his body. the golden flame enveloped him entirely. A terrifying suction force transformed around him into a tornado. The nuclear radiation problem, which was originally very difficult to eradicate, was completely absorbed by Li Chen. In just half an hour, Li Chen broke through the first layer of the Burning Heaven Divine Technique. His physical strength had actually increased fivefold from its original basis. It should be noted that he was originally an 8th level power type ability user, capable of exerting a force of 1 million tons with a single punch, and now it has increased fivefold. Goodness, now a punch is at least 5 million tons. Plus, it carries nuclear radiation attacks. Moreover, the Burning Heaven Divine Technique not only increases strength but also enhances physique, endurance, speed, recovery, genetic optimization, and all-around enhancement. Li Chen continued to absorb wildly. 2 hours later, finally, when all the nuclear radiation energy was absorbed into his body, that golden flame began to faintly show signs of transforming into a colorless flame. This was a sign that the Burning Heaven Divine Technique was about to upgrade and break through. Li Chen was about to step into the second layer, but at a critical moment, the nuclear radiation was actually depleted. Speechless, if only 10 more nuclear bombs came, I would definitely be able to smoothly break through to the second layer of fire spirit body. At the critical moment, it's gone. What the hell? Li Chen checked his body. There was nothing wrong with the operation of the Burning Heaven Divine Technique. Nuclear radiation energy posed no harm to him at all. People believe that nuclear radiation is harmful to the body, easily leading to genetic mutations, shortened lifespans, and health risks. This is simply because ordinary people cannot harness such energy. Therefore, even a little nuclear radiation can result in life-threatening consequences. However, if this energy can be guided and utilized, it can effectively evolve genes, making one's physical body incredibly strong. For those practicing the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, it is comparable to consuming rare treasures. What is the leader doing? Is he cultivating? How did he end up at the center of the nuclear explosion? Isn't he afraid of the effects of nuclear radiation? Gu Cixi asked, using the eagle's godlike perspective. The leader is an 8th level powerhouse, a mere nuclear radiation is child's play. Why is the leader's clothes gone? Wow, such a strong and perfect physique, but how embarrassing. Sun Yuhan immediately blushed. I vaguely sense a massive amount of nuclear radiation energy being absorbed by the leader. Did you all feel it? The nuclear radiation energy that was about to spread with the explosion has all been absorbed, Hong Mao said immediately. As advanced evolvers, they could faintly sense the energy of nuclear radiation. They were very sensitive to energy radiation. The several vice leaders quickly noticed this issue. After the nuclear explosion, there was actually no nuclear radiation? Does that mean that those high-level sea monsters that were killed in the blast can all be consumed? The meat of these advanced sea beasts is incredibly rich in energy. Eating it not only provides nutrition but can also lead to evolution and upgrades. It is truly a great supplement. If left on the ground like this, it would be quite a waste. But with nuclear radiation, no one dared to eat it. Now that the nuclear radiation is gone, there are so many seafood that they simply can't finish. I understand now. The leader must have considered that nuclear radiation would cause physical harm to low-level evolvers, so he willingly bore the effects of nuclear radiation, even damaging his own body to absorb it. The leader, As soon as Hong Mao spoke, everyone was immediately stunned. Only this explanation made sense. Otherwise, who would randomly go absorb nuclear radiation? The leader, an 8th level powerhouse, is unmatched in the world, able to overpower even Bai Gang, and now has killed so many sea monsters, allowing him to harvest countless inner dan of sea monsters. Reaching 9th level is just around the corner. Why would he want to absorb nuclear radiation? Isn't it for the people, for his brothers? The leader is too loyal, too selfless, too great. In an instant, all the vice leaders present fell silent, their hearts moved. Even Meng Haoyu couldn't help but bow deeply towards the distant rising sun. That direction, 200 kilometers away, was exactly where Li Chen was located. I, Meng Haoyu, have never been inferior to others, nor do I wish to dwell beneath others. But Leader Li Chen, he truly makes me feel a sense of admiration. I am not as good as him. This was not just because of the overwhelming strength. It was Li Chen's fearless spirit that left people inexplicably shocked. If you were in his position, you absolutely could not make such a sacrifice. Yes, to follow a leader like this is my fortune. I, Li Mo, have known the leader for a short time, but Leader Li Chen's generosity and fearless spirit of sacrifice make me feel that I have found someone I can wholeheartedly pledge my loyalty to. Oh Yang. Qingxue was already in tears at this moment. That man, he really. I can no longer tell if I am acting or if I have truly fallen in love with you. Li Chen, why do you have not a single flaw? You are too perfect. The 11 vice captains. I thought Li Chen sacrificed his body to solve the problem of nuclear radiation and to protect the brothers and sisters of the base. They were all deeply moved. In fact, Li Chen didn't sacrifice anything at all. Instead, he took a great advantage. Brothers, we can't let Leader Li Chen fight alone. he detonated 20 nuclear bombs and slaughtered nearly 90 million ocean monsters. With the remaining 10 million sea monsters already in disarray, who is willing to join me in going out of the city to fight? The eagle roared. Me too. We are willing to fight alongside leader Li Chan, fearless of death. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, there were still some scattered sea monsters on the battlefield that had not been completely killed. However, they were already in disarray. The entire future base began to move out of the city to confront the enemy under the call of the 11 vice commanders. Annihilate the last remnants of the sea monster army. The 11 vice commanders, apart from Huang Chao and Yang Jian, who were still at level 5, the other 9 had all risen to level 6. The overall strength of the future base was nearing that of the Huadu base. Moreover, many squad leaders had cultivated their skills. Each one was incredibly powerful, capable of crushing sea monsters of the same level. And when ocean monsters engaged in land combat, their strength was automatically reduced by 30%. After all, land was not their main battlefield. Furthermore, with this wave of nuclear bombs cleansing the area, all high-level sea monsters were obliterated. This group of sea monsters, now leaderless, had already begun to flee in all directions. And fleeing sea monsters are the easiest to kill, because many of them didn't even know how to resist, only knowing to flee for their lives. In a large-scale battle, once the opposing side loses their momentum, it basically becomes a slaughter. In a confrontation between two armies, this is why one side can clearly have more numbers and greater strength, yet still be defeated. These sea monsters just wanted to return to the ocean as quickly as possible, never wanting to land again. The land was too terrifying. Soon, with the advance of the future legion, humanity achieved an unprecedented victory against the sea beast army once again. And this time, the harvest was abundant. Li Chan ordered his subordinates to start collecting inner cores and processing the sea monster corpses. Some high-level sea monster bones, after being polished, were said to be sharper than alloy war knives, easily cutting through iron like mud. Additionally, some sea monster scales could be made into defensive armor, incredibly hard, making it difficult for the enemy to break through. High-level sea monsters were treasures all over. Not only was their meat edible, but other materials could also be crafted into various weapons. As long as there was no nuclear radiation, their value was astonishing. Huadu Base. The Führer's office. Report. Dear Führer, we have just received news from the armed department that the 20 intercontinental missiles we launched into the Jiangnan region have successfully detonated. The intense nuclear bombardment has caused catastrophic effects in the Jiangnan region. According to the Statistical Department's estimates, this nuclear bombardment has spread to cover at least a dozen urban areas, including Haicheng District, Lanchang District, Jiangcheng District, Yucheng District, and Huicheng District, destroying millions of buildings. The entire lower reaches of the Yangtze River have been utterly devastated. It is now estimated to have turned into a wasteland. A young soldier, sweating profusely, reported. Although this data was true, it seemed that not a single person from the future base had been killed. Satellite imagery showed that they seemed to have welcomed a bountiful harvest of sea monsters. Well, it wasn't that the armed department wanted to lie. It was just that Bai Gang was furious, spilling blood. In 5 steps, who the hell would dare report the real situation? That would be seeking death. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Li Chen, this is the consequence of offending me, the Führer. I don't even know if that guy was blown to bits. If he's not dead, he should be heavily injured. If he is dead, it's truly a great regret that the Führer didn't personally end you. Send the order down. Dispatch someone to Jiangnan to search for Li Chen's body. The Führer wants to see the living or the dead. Even if there are no bones left, you must confirm it for me. Bai Gang immediately commanded. Yes, Führer. I will issue your order right away, the young man said respectfully. His expression was somewhat unnatural. He couldn't believe the consequences if Bai Gang knew the real situation. In chaotic times, heavy punishment is necessary and decisive action should be taken. But, since the last one was taken out, Yang San took over the logistics department. Yang San, nicknamed Yang the Butcher, used to work in a slaughterhouse. He was quick at killing pigs, honing his knife skills. During the early days of the apocalypse, while others were still afraid of zombies, Yang the Butcher dared to kill them and unexpectedly obtained crystal cores. A step ahead, every step ahead. Yang San stationed himself at the pig farm, slaughtering many pigs, accumulating food and evolution crystal cores, thus upgrading rapidly and gaining strength. He later became second only to the 7 deputy leaders. Now he had broken through to level 6, thus taking over the logistics department. But how could Yang San manage such a large base? When faced with pigs that wouldn't obey, he would simply use the most straightforward method: kill them with one stroke. This Yang the Butcher had just taken over as logistics minister and directly killed more than 10 people. He discovered that several managers were secretly taking kickbacks. So, in a fit of rage, he killed them all. In an instant, everyone in the logistics department was on edge. They didn't dare to manage anything anymore. The entire base's operations were about to come to a halt. This world is like that, it's not just black and white. A capable corrupt official might embezzle a little money but can manage the people under him well, leading them to prosperity and harmony. An incapable clean official, on the other hand, never embezzles a single cent but does nothing practical, or rather, has no ability to govern, leaving the people under him in poverty, unable to afford food. Do you think the people prefer corrupt officials or clean officials? Perhaps the clean officials have turned into corrupt officials in their eyes, while the corrupt officials have become clean officials. When everyone can reap benefits as a manager, if you secretly take a little behind the scenes, as long as it's not excessive, everyone tacitly understands. It's not a big deal. This has been the case throughout history. Human nature is like this. You can't expect everyone to fight desperately for power and status without taking any benefits or advantages. Is it really just for the public good? Do you believe that yourself? Especially in such an apocalyptic base, it's even less likely for anyone to selflessly contribute. As a qualified manager, the first thing to do is to know how to use people wisely. Both corrupt and clean officials should be utilized, mutually restraining and balancing each other, placing different talents in reasonable positions to play their roles. This promotes the vigorous development of the entire base. Different people have different talents, and some may carry certain human flaws, but as long as their talents outweigh their flaws, they can still be useful. Being able to see through human weaknesses and adeptly discover the talents of subordinates and integrate resources is what makes a qualified manager. Yang San came in and immediately cut down more than 10 of his predecessors' right-hand men. Ironically, these 10 or so people controlled the core operations of the Huadu base. This strike directly hit the central core. About half of the operations at the Huadu base came to a halt. Even the most important goods trading centers suspended transactions. They said it would take 3 days to reorganize. Damn it! Many low-level evolutionaries in the base had no surplus food at home. You want to reorganize for 3 days? Who do I exchange the crystal cores I killed for? Where can I buy food? Did you guys even give any prior notice? What am I supposed to eat later? In an instant, the entire base began to voice their grievances. Once he was gone, all sorts of chaos erupted. When he was still around, no one noticed how remarkable he was. But once he left, damn, he was simply a genius. The prosperity of the Huadu base was entirely dependent on him. Soon, everyone heard a piece of news. Supreme Leader Bai Gang had just issued an order. He said he would send someone to the Jiangnan region to investigate the corpse of that Li Shin kid. He wanted to see the living and the dead. What's going on? Does Supreme Leader Bai Gang not know that the future base has achieved a great victory? Leader Li Chan, with his divine might, has already annihilated 100 million ocean monsters, and he used our nuclear bombs? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? This situation is definitely being concealed by those above. Bai Gang can't compete with Leader Li Chen. He's not as strong, and he's a habitual killer. I heard that our base's top 10 female stars are already gone. I think this might be an opportunity. I don't want to stay here and suffer anymore. Rather than endure this, I'd rather head south and join Leader Li Chen. I think Li Chen is more suited to be the leader than Bai Gang. Damn, keep it down. If someone hears you, it could cost you your head. Anyway, Bai Gang didn't say how many people he would send south to investigate Li Chen's fate, so let's all sign up to head south and see this Leader Li Chen. If he's wise, we'll join him. If Li Chen is just a name, then we'll establish our own faction. I think it's too dangerous to be under Bai Gang. Yes, I think so too. Many evolutionist legions under Bai Gang began to discuss this. Soon, the Huadu base saw a large number of evolutionists signing up to actively head to the Jiangnan region to uncover the truth about whether Li Chen was dead. These signing up teams were all individual groups. Everyone understood each other without saying a word. Those who understood knew. Even some captains took the lead. These were level 5 evolutionists. They quietly slipped away. Moreover, since they received a task assigned from above, it was considered a business trip at public expense. They could also collect a batch of armed supplies from the internal warehouse. Coincidentally, the people in the armed supplies department wanted to run away too, so they didn't care about this at all. They didn't report it. 2 words, let it rot. Isn't Yang the Butcher so powerful? Didn't he chop off the heads of the leading supervisors? Then let Yang the Butcher take responsibility himself. We are just cooperating with the leader's orders. It's reasonable for them to go on a business trip at public expense. What reason do we have not to distribute supplies? After this operation, in the Huadu base with a population of 500,000, a staggering 150,000 people suddenly ran away. Almost a third left. All these people were evolutionists, and they planned to leave without returning. Bai Gang's defeat to Li Chen had already dealt a blow to his prestige. At this time, instead of winning people's hearts, he began to unleash a massacre. He appointed unsuitable people to manage core positions, leading to further chaos and loss of control. Meanwhile, Leader Li Chen not only defeated Bai Gang but also caught nuclear bombs with his bare hands. He even dealt with a wave of ocean monsters, reaping great rewards. Clearly, Li Chen was stronger Everyone is just a fence sitter trying to make a living they don't have to support. By gang. As for those loyal people who worked for the development of the Huadu base, haven't you already killed them? In the apocalypse, whoever is strong gets to mix with them. Isn't that what you taught, old buddy? It seems Yuan Tianyi, need to find an opportunity to leave the Huadu base as soon as possible. White Steel rushed to kill Li Chen, but instead of showing off, he ended up getting slapped in the face, resulting in a significant drop in his prestige. His invincible reputation was shattered, causing unrest in the Huadu base. This matter is inextricably linked to my Yuan family. If I hadn't gone to invite Commander White Steel to take action, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. If White Steel realizes this, afterward he will definitely vent his anger on me. It's not suitable to stay here for long. I might as well take this opportunity to explore and head to the southwest province to seek refuge with my cousin Lu Ruyan. The Lu family is the foremost aristocratic family in the southwest, their strength surpassing even my Yuan family. My cousin Lu Ruyan, I heard she recently broke through to a level 7 ability user and even established a large base. Since I can't stay with White Steel any longer, I will join my cousin's team. With this familial connection, I am sure I can gain significant favor at the southwest base. I just wonder why Schwer hasn't come to meet me yet. Could something have happened? Yuan Tianyi muttered to himself. He had already made up his mind. There was no time to waste, he would slip away now. He was a level 6 lightning ability user. He had mastered the flying technique of transforming into lightning wings. His escape speed was astonishing. As long as he got 200 kilometers away from the Huadu base, White Steel would be unable to lock onto his aura. By then, the world would be vast, and finding someone would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Without a specific location to lock onto, White Steel might not even be able to find him. Soon, Yuan Tianyi stealthily left the base, heading southwest. Half an hour later, White Steel was about to convene a meeting with the senior officials when he suddenly thought of something. By the way, where is that dog Yuan Tianyi? Bring him to me. If it weren't for his false report claiming that Li Chen had just broken through to level 7, I wouldn't have underestimated Li Chen's strength and suffered a loss. If I had known it was this situation, would I have charged into the future base alone? It's all this Yuan thief's fault. I see him as a troublemaker with ulterior motives. Send my orders, bind Yuan Tianyi and bring him to me. White Steel immediately issued the command. Clearly, his anger was not yet spent and he wanted to settle accounts with Yuan Tianyi. Later. Not good, Commander. It seems Yuan Tianyi has already run away. Soon, a subordinate rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, White Steel was furious. Oh, you dare to run? Daring to openly betray me, Yuan Tianyi, you are seeking death. Originally, White Steel had no intention of getting rid of Yuan Tianyi, he just planned to punish him. But now that he had fled, the nature of the situation was different. This was an outright betrayal of the base, a betrayal of him, White Steel. If this thief is not killed, wouldn't everyone dare to betray him, White Steel? Which direction did Yuan Tianyi run? Commander, I don't know. Yuan Tianyi is a level 6 ability user. He blended into the crowd and escaped at lightning speed, seemingly heading towards the Jiangnan direction. No, if I were Yuan Tianyi, I wouldn't run towards Jiangnan, that's too obvious. Captain Wei calmly analyzed. Commander, I have an ability user under my command who has awakened a scent tracking ability. I'll call him over as long as he smells Yuan Tianyi's room. He can accurately pinpoint the direction the thief escaped. Good, summon him immediately. Soon, under the tracking ability, user's guidance, Yuan Tianyi's escape direction surfaced. Commander, Yuan Tianyi's escape direction is to the southwest. A long-nosed ability user immediately confirmed. In the southwest direction, that seems to be the territory of the Lu family. I understand now, the Lu family and the Yuan family are actually relatives. It is said that the leader of the southwest base, Lu Ruyan, is even Yuan Tianyi's cousin and a level 7 ability user. Yuan Tianyi must have gone to seek refuge with his cousin. Previously, we sent someone to the southwest base to persuade Lu Ruyan to submit, but she refused to comply and was very arrogant. However, she is indeed quite beautiful. Supreme Leader, this time, let's take the southwest base in one fell swoop and have Lu Ruyan come to serve you. You need a victory now to stabilize people's hearts, Commander Wei immediately suggested. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Gang nodded in satisfaction. Commander Wei made a valid point. The southwest base dares to openly shelter the traitor Yuan Tianyi from the Huadu base. We have a just cause to take the southwest base and conquer Lu Ruyan. It is reasonable. A level 7 evolved female leader is indeed rare. Lu Ruyan, just wait for me to favor you. Bai Gang smirked coldly. He quickly summoned the 5 deputy leaders. This time, he decided to strike quickly and decisively without bringing too many people. He only needed to personally take action, along with 5 level 6 powerhouses to force the southwest base to submit. But he had no idea that Lu Ruyan was actually level 8 and ranked above him. Cousin, I have come to seek refuge with you. Yuan Tianyi had just arrived at the southwest base when he immediately felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him. This aura was not at all inferior to Bai Gang's and perhaps even stronger. Is my cousin really this strong? Cousin, why did you only come to seek refuge with me now? Didn't I write to you long ago, asking you and Uncle Yuan Xiong to come to my southwest base? Well, cousin, we didn't want to implicate you. We offended that scoundrel Li Chan, who is now a level 8 powerhouse, incredibly strong and unmatched in the world. So, I chose to go to the Huadu base to ask Bai Gang to kill Li Chan, but who would have thought that Bai Gang, the so-called number 1 level 8 evolved person in the country, is merely a name and was instead beaten up by that brat Li Chan. I had no choice, fearing Bai Gang's retaliation. So I came to seek refuge with you, cousin, just hoping for a place to stay. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately sneered disdainfully. Her gaze was indifferent, but her tranquil eyes were filled with a dominating aura that looked down on the world. A hint of amusement played on her stunning face. So, cousin, now you're not afraid of implicating me? Offending Li Chen and then Bai Gang as well. Are you trying to see if my southwest base can withstand both? Lu Ruyan shook her head and chuckled lightly, ruthlessly exposing Yuan Tiany's excuses. Yuan Tiany immediately fell into embarrassment. He felt that Lu Ruyan was completely different from before. Her aura was frighteningly strong, yet it seemed she didn't regard Li Chen and Bai Gang at all. Cousin, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. My aunt Lu Balian took great care of me when I was young. You are her only son and you carry the bloodline of the Lu family. With this connection alone, the doors of the southwest base will naturally open for you. You don't need to worry about Bai Gang seeking revenge on you. With me here, Bai Gang cannot enter the doors of the southwest base. Lu Ruyan spoke calmly, but her words revealed an unprecedented arrogance. Upon entering the doors of the southwest base, Yuan Tiany was even more shocked. The population of the southwest base seemed to have exceeded 200,000. Moreover, the prevalence of evolved individuals was very high, not at all inferior to the Huadu base. The overall quality was very strong. The southwest base had 12 leaders. Among them, the first and second leaders were actually both level 7 evolved individuals. The remaining leaders from the 3rd to the 12th were all level 6 evolved individuals. Level 5 evolvers exceeded 300 in number. Their strength was terrifying. Yuan Tiany originally thought that his strength as a level 6 evolver should only be second to his cousin. However, upon entering the southwest base, he realized he was not even in the running. Cousin, your southwest base really surprised me. I didn't expect your overall strength to be this formidable. Yuan Tiany exclaimed. He was now even more curious. Just how strong was his cousin? She could command the respect of so many extraordinary individuals. Moreover, the southwest base was remarkably low-key. This was no ordinary maneuver. His cousin's talent and ability could probably be called the Empress of the Age. She was equally ambitious. Cousin, you'll find out in due time. Lu Ruyan did not elaborate further. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A massive pressure surged in, howling towards them. Above the sky, a man clad in golden battle armor stood, stepping on the invincible Sword River, accompanied by 5 vice commanders with elemental wings charging directly towards them. The momentum was overwhelming. It was as if they did not regard the southwest base at all. Yuan Tiany, you traitor, get out here and die. Southwest base, if you dare to shelter the traitor Yuan Tiany, you are declaring war against my Huadu base. Hand him over or face the consequences. Bai Gang stood proudly in the void. The terrifying aura of an 8th level powerhouse pressed down. However, the southwest base did not seem flustered, as if they had a solid backbone. This is bad, Bai Gang is coming. I'm sorry, cousin, I didn't know Bai Gang could track my location directly. Yuan Tiany said apologetically. No worries. A mere dog dares to bark in front of my southwest base. Bai Gang, who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant in front of Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan's gaze sharpened and a pair of wind wings sprouted from her back. She soared into the air. Dressed in white, she resembled a fairy from the mortal realm. Her grace was unparalleled, untouched by dust. Bai Gang's eyes immediately lit up. His eyes widened. What a beautiful woman. She was far more graceful than 10 movie stars combined. You are Lu Ruyan? A level 7 wind type ability user, the leader of the southwest base, and you dare to disrespect me? Do you know the consequences? Bai Gang spoke with authority. You dare to call yourself a leader? Have I acknowledged you? Lu Ruyan replied coldly. Quite bold, little girl. Today, I shall conquer you, this little pepper, and let you witness the power of an 8th level tri-type ability user. Sword, come. Time ability, void. Pause. Lu Ruyan suddenly unleashed her ultimate move. She was actually a very rare time-type ability user. This void pause seemed to press the world's pause button. The thousands of golden longswords controlled by Bai Gang were instantly frozen in place. Even he himself could not move. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ruyan raised her jade hand and unleashed 6 8th level wind blades. The terrifying blades of wind transformed into sides of death, simultaneously striking at Bai Gang, Commander Wei, Commander Ma, Commander Su, Commander Zhao, and Commander Han. In just one strike, 4 of the 5 commanders had their heads severed, instantly killed. Commander Wei, possessing a diamond-type ability, was only heavily injured and did not die. Bai Gang, clad in golden battle armor, still had his chest sliced open by the wind blade, revealing a long gash, and one of his arms was directly severed by the wind blade. Bai Gang lost an arm. Time and space resumed. All of this happened very quickly. In fact, it had only paused for a second. But for a master, 1 second was already a fatal blow. Ah! Bai Gang let out a painful wail. How is that possible? Lu Ruyan, you are an 8th level evolver? An 8th level time system evolver? Bai Gang shouted in terror. No, you should call me an 8th level time system, wind system, and power system trinity ability user. Lu Ruyan smirked. With a swift movement, she transformed into a cannonball and charged towards Bai Gang. Bai Gang immediately commanded countless flying swords to attack. However, Lu Ruyan was unstoppable. Her strength was terrifying, with a single punch capable of delivering over 1,000,000 tons of force. Even with countless flying swords in her way, they were as fragile as paper. Before Lu Ruyan, I admit you are ruthless. Spatial ability, Extreme Flash. Bai Gang, having lost an arm and bleeding profusely, had no desire to fight and turned to flee. Supreme Leader, wait for me. The severely injured Commander Wei let out a terrified cry. Lu Ruyan was truly terrifying. How could the Supreme Leader abandon me? Humph. An ant dares to compete with the sun and moon. Commander Wei, go back and spread the word about how your Bai Gang Supreme Leader suffered a crushing defeat. You better listen well. I understand, Leader Ruyan. From now on, I am your person. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Thank you, Leader Ruyan, for sparing my life. Commander Wei quickly bowed in gratitude, like a little lapdog. Yuan Tianyi was already dumbfounded at this moment. His heart was shaken to the core. This, an 8th level powerhouse Bai Gang was ruthlessly beaten by my cousin? Soon, the news of Bai Gang being beaten by Lu Ruyan at the southwest base spread across the country. It was said that Bai Gang had even lost an arm. Once this news broke, the entire Huagua was shocked, especially the Huadu base. In an instant, internal strife intensified. It's over. Almost all of our base's top 6 deputy leaders have died in battle, and now only Commander Wei and Butcher Yang are left. I just saw Supreme Leader Bai Gang dragging his broken body back. He really lost an arm. How could Supreme Leader Bai Gang not win against anyone? Isn't he an 8th level powerhouse? He was the first in the country to break through level 7. Why can't he defeat the future base or the southwest base? Well, actually, this could be a good thing. Now that we have no one in charge, with several leaders dead in battle, and Commander Wei severely injured, Bai Gang also badly hurt and needing to recuperate, power is in a vacuum. The Huadu base is essentially a pile of loose sand. We might as well steal the supplies and run. Brother, I was just thinking the same. Bai Gang can't beat Lu Ruyan or Li Chen. He's just the weakest 8th level. Whether we join the southwest base or the future base, it's better than sticking with Bai Gang. Continuing to follow him will lead to our doom. I agree. Bai Gang's defeat dealt a fatal blow to the confidence of the Huadu base. 2 serious failures had already caused Bai Gang to lose all prestige. Not to mention so many deputy leaders had died. The people below were just trying to make a living. Loyalty was hardly a concern. You, Bai Gang, acted the toughest but ended up taking the worst beating, like a clown. Who would want to follow a leader like you? In no time, over 100,000 people quietly left the Huadu base. The entire base suddenly felt much emptier. It was as if it had quickly fallen from a flourishing state into ruin and desolation. Various KTVs, bars, casinos, foot massage parlors, massage shops, clothing stores, and restaurants all closed down. The speed of this decline was almost unimaginable. A group of evolvers left the Huadu base in clusters, as if fleeing from disaster. Come here, quickly summon therapist Fong Fong to me. I am seriously injured and urgently need a healer to reattach my arm. Bai Gang's right arm had been severed. However, he had retrieved his severed limb. With his level 8 physical prowess, as long as he found a healer with level 5 abilities or above within 3 hours, he could have his arm reattached. He would be able to recover completely. If more than 5 hours passed, even if it could be reattached, some nerves might die, leading to issues with arm function. If more than 12 hours passed without reattachment, it was highly likely he would truly become a one-armed Yanghua. Leader, therapist Fong Fong, it seems she has run away? A guard immediately knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. What? That bitch Fong Fong dares to betray me? I painstakingly trained her to become a level 6 healer, and she actually dares to betray me? How outrageous. I want to kill that bitch. Bai Gang's eyes turned blood red, his killing intent surging. However, he was losing too much blood and in a terrible state. If he rushed out to chase her now, he would be willing but powerless. Forget it, let that bitch Fong Fong live a little longer. Fong Fong has run away. What about the other healers? I remember one called Muyu, seems to be a level 5 healer. Bring her to me. Reporting to the leader, Muyu has also run away? What about Nangong? Nangong has also run away. A bunch of traitors. You all deserve to die. Bai Gang was instantly enraged. In a moment of fury, countless metal shards gathered behind him, transforming into sharp blades that slaughtered all 10 of his level 5 guards. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Bai Gang went on a killing spree, the entire Huadu base collapsing completely. Devour abilities, energy absorption. After slaying the guards, Bai Gang directly absorbed their energy. What rich life energy! It turns out killing living people is even more satisfying than killing zombies. You all shall become my nourishment for leveling up. At this moment, Bai Gang seemed to have completely crossed the line of humanity. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. You evolutionaries, since you all want to betray me, then be destroyed. I will no longer trust anyone. I am the butcher Bai Gang. I will slaughter everyone in the world. Bai Gang unleashed his terrifying devouring ability, directly absorbing the life force of his subordinates, discovering that this absorption could quickly heal his injuries. Not only that, draining the evolutionaries also accelerated the evolution speed of his genetic cells. This was faster than consuming zombie cores. Bai Gang had completely gone mad. At this moment, future base, around 8 o'clock. In the evening, a large group of evolutionary team members suddenly arrived at Li Chen's territory, driving military trucks one after another. What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly coming here at night? Hello, I am Lu Fongfong, a level 6 healer from Huadu base. I wish to seek refuge with leader Li Chen, and I hope the future base can take me in. What? You are a level 6 healer? From Huadu base? You actually traveled all this way to seek refuge? Red Hair looked bewildered. The distance between Huadu base and future base was over 1,500 kilometers. How could so many of you cross 1,500 kilometers to seek refuge? It feels a bit unreliable. Brother Red Hair, I just heard news on the military channel that Bai Gang, along with the 5 leaders, went to attack the southwest base but was ruthlessly beaten by the southwest base leader, Lu Ruyan, and even had an arm severed. Bai Gang fled in panic and has now lost all face. My goodness, is the southwest base really that fierce? It seems that in this vast world, strong individuals are emerging one after another, and it's not just Bai Gang who is an 8th level powerhouse. Hong Mao couldn't help but exclaim. From the looks of it, there must be internal strife at the Huadu base. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't be fleeing. What? Bai Gang has been defeated again? Lu Fongfang suddenly exclaimed in surprise. You didn't know? Hong Mao asked. I didn't know. We were the first wave to escape. If Bai Gang has really been defeated, then the Huadu base will probably be even more chaotic, and there might be a second wave of escapees. Lu Fongfang calmly analyzed. Lu Fongfang, you wait here for a moment. I need to report to the leader. There are too many of you, and I need to consult my superiors. Okay. Soon, Li Chen heard some very outrageous news. Someone had actually brought 150,000 evolved beings to the Huadu base to seek refuge? A massive crowd. So many people? That's even more than the total population of the future base. The scale of this left Li Chen dumbfounded. Alright then, since they are willing to submit, they are brothers of our future base. Pass down my order, set the table, and prepare a seafood feast. Also, inform these newcomers that the benefits and treatment at our future base are available to them as well. They can also use crystal cores to exchange for various supplies, even cultivation techniques. Understood, leader, I will pass on your instructions. At this moment, these groups of evolved beings were actually quite anxious about joining the future base. They didn't know what kind of person this leader Li Chen was. Was he wise? What? Leader Li Chen, I heard that we have to treat 150,000 people to a feast? Wow, Leader Li is generous. Did you hear? The food exchange prices at the future base are actually twice as cheap as those at the Huadu base, and there are cigarettes, beer, hot pot, meat, rice, wheat, seasonings, and all kinds of ingredients available for exchange. Is that true? The food prices at the future base are so cheap? I can buy several pounds of rice with just one first-level crystal core. That's such a bargain. We just happened to kill quite a few zombies on the way, and obtained a lot of crystal cores. Let's exchange them all. This is simply a great deal. If I had known the prices at the future base were this cheap and the variety so rich, I would have come much earlier. A group of evolved beings from the Huadu base were almost stunned after seeing the food exchange price list from the logistics department. They could hardly believe that there was a base with such cheap prices. Food supplies could be exchanged freely with no limits. This was simply outrageous. It should be known that food, as an important resource in the apocalypse, is considered a strategic reserve, and all major bases strictly control it, usually imposing limits. Your future base actually has no limits? Aren't you afraid that high-level evolved beings will buy everything up? Leader, those newly joined evolved members are all in the supply management warehouse, frantically exchanging for food supplies. Some high-level evolved beings, relying on their abundance of crystal cores, are even exchanging for several tons at once. Should we put a stop to this situation? Our granary is rich, but at this rate of exchange, it might create a crisis for our food reserves. Moreover, our food exchange prices are already cheaper than those of other bases, Guo Fugue reported with a worried expression. It's not a problem. These are all minor issues. Since they enjoy exchanging so much, let them exchange. It's just a few pounds of food. As long as they can afford the crystal cores, they can exchange as much as they want. By the way, Huang Chao, have you finished repairing the underground granary? I asked you to? Li Chen asked Huang Chao. Reporting to the leader, I have completed the repairs. This underground granary, according to your requirements, is a total of 10 football fields in size, and it also has a dedicated cold storage divided into 3 levels. The first level stores rice, wheat, soybeans, mung beans, sweet potatoes, and various other crops. The second level stores weapon materials, the bones and scales of high-level mutated sea monsters. The third level stores meat, including lamb, pork, beef, meat from mutated beasts, meat from mutated sea monsters, and various other meats, with powerful ice-type ability users responsible for freezing and preserving it daily. Very good, well done. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then led several deputy leaders to the incredibly spacious underground storage warehouse. This warehouse even had an elevator, which was very convenient. With a wave of his hand, countless food supplies stored in his space fell into the warehouse like dumplings, landing with a thud, bag after bag of food. Goodness, there were actually 10 million bags. And they were those super large snakeskin bags, without any labels. Each bag contained at least over 100 kilograms of grain. The originally super spacious underground warehouse was almost filled to the brim. What the hell, this? Leader, did you directly rob the National Reserve's giant granary before the apocalypse began? With so much food, it must exceed 100,000 tons, right? Guo Fugue exclaimed in shock. No, even if the leader could rob the national granary, the apocalypse has just begun, and everyone's levels are relatively low. Even if one awakened a space-type ability first, it wouldn't be possible to have such a vast storage space. Meng Haoyu immediately analyzed. Li Chen seemed to possess countless secrets. In fact, he had long suspected this. First, there were massive resources. Then there was the imparting of techniques. He was definitely not just a simple space-type ability user. How could someone like Li Mo, a level 6 plant-type ability user who could produce food, live so poorly? Li Chen didn't produce food, and tens of thousands of people were waiting for him to support them. How could he live so abundantly? Meng Haoyu, also a space-type ability user, wondered why his resources were not as plentiful as Li Chen's. Very well, it seems you have already realized that your leader is extraordinary. But this is a secret. You don't need to know for now. However, I can tell you that my food reserves far exceed your imagination, and the 9th level of NHE skill is not the limit of the technique. I have even higher level techniques here, waiting for you to exchange for them. Keep up the good work. As soon as Li Chen said this, the several deputy leaders felt a tremor in their hearts. Meng Haoyu was equally bewildered. There are even higher level techniques? No way, I must obtain them. Li Chen has transformed into such a strong person, he must have hidden supreme skills. I knew it. How could Li Chen generously impart the innate chi skill? It turns out he has cultivated even higher level techniques. He has too many secrets, it's simply unfathomable. With Li Chen's current prestige and strength, he no longer needed to worry too much. Even if his subordinates knew he had many secrets, they probably wouldn't dare to entertain rebellious thoughts. Meng Haoyu didn't dare either. As long as Li Chen was around, he felt completely suppressed. The other deputy leaders only found the mysterious leader increasingly awe-inspiring. Since the leader said it was a secret, they didn't dare to ask too much. They only felt an indescribable terror. Could leader Li Chen be an alien? Or perhaps a cosmic overlord reincarnated? As they thought this, their respect for him grew even more. Great! With so many food reserves, we don't have to fear that group of newcomers raiding for exchanges. As long as the food reserves are guaranteed, the foundation of the base will remain unshakable. I was still thinking that our base might not be able to support 300,000 people and that the evolvers are all just gluttons eating a lot. But now it seems I was overthinking. With Li Chen backing them up, even with 150,000 newcomers rushing to the supply department to exchange for food, it didn't cause any chaos at all. You can have as much as you want. Just line up to exchange. Wow, our future base can actually exchange gold for food, a second-level evolver asked on the spot. Of course, that's possible. The leader has always had a habit of buying gold. Well, I happen to have a bit here, let's exchange. 10 gold bars for 10 kilograms of food, that's the exchange rate, right? Yes, please wait a moment. Please take your supplies. Wow, I really got it. Exchanged? The second-level evolver was a bit stunned. He then spread the news. The benefits at the future base were simply too good. There were no limits on food exchanges. Besides evolution crystals that could be exchanged for supplies, gold, jewelry, jade, and emeralds could also be exchanged for food. And the variety was rich. This wave of exchanges was enough for every household to have surplus food. With surplus food in hand, one's heart is at ease. family members who understands. Surviving in the apocalypse. For most low-level evolvers, it is really not easy to reach a level where they have surplus food at home. Most still face the situation of having one meal without knowing where the next will come from. Perhaps those at the captain level might be a bit better off, but only a few can be captains. The vast majority are still low-level evolvers. At the Huadu base, they basically belong to service roles, barely scraping by. But at the future base, they arrived and immediately exchanged for more than 10 days worth of surplus food. They really came to the right place. Leader Li Chen is brilliant. I have already scouted the area centered around the future base. Within a radius of 200 to 300 kilometers, all zombies and mutated beasts have basically been cleared out by the evolver teams. Nearby houses and neighborhoods, as long as they are unoccupied, you can find any place to live without worrying about safety at all. Additionally, it seems the future base has started planting spirit rice, so future survival supplies may be even more secure. Leader Li Chen has also formulated a series of policies to protect the interests of low-level evolvers. I heard that as long as you contribute 10,000 first-level crystals, or 1,000 second-level crystals, or 100 third-level crystals, or 10 fourth-level crystals, or 1 fifth-level crystal, you can exchange for the cultivation technique. In Qigong at the future base, it is said that practicing this technique can speed up the leveling process. Moreover, after practicing the technique, you can also serve as a squad leader. This base has relatively loose management, aside from those who took loans and are required to participate in hunting missions. The other Revolver members have no mandatory tasks at all. This benefit is really too good. If I had known earlier, I should have called my brothers over. Other bases are severely exploitative, but at the future base, I don't even feel any exploitation at all. Even ordinary people can take out loans to become evolvers? Ding ding. Name, by gang. Evolver Awakening level 9. Blue Star Potential. Ranking 5th. At this moment, on the big screen of an island in a certain sea area, Bai Gang's ranking suddenly shot up to 5th place, pushing Li Chen's rank down. Hey, this Bai Gang, he actually turned dark? His devouring ability seems to have undergone a secondary mutation after turning dark, and Bai Gang's potential has suddenly increased a lot, successfully breaking through to a level 9 evolver. It's just a pity that one of his arms was severed. It looks a bit off-putting. Once we take over his body, we can help him regenerate his lost limb. Additionally, we should closely observe this Li Chen. He seems to have mastered his cultivation techniques ahead of time, but this method of cultivation is slightly different from our genetic energy guiding technique. It feels like it belongs to another system. Could it be that this water blue star has also had seeds of other civilizations? There's no need to worry too much. Once Li Chen breaks through to level 10, we will take over his body and search his soul memories. At that time, some of his little secrets will naturally come to light. A few black-robed guardians began to discuss coldly. The deep sea demon dragon had already been successfully parasitized and taken over. The seed planted has finally borne its first fruit. Next, a great harvest is expected. Urban world. United States. War God Palace. Ever since Queen Diana was defeated by Li Chen of the Dragon Summer Kingdom last time, things have become quite strange. She actually abandoned a series of suppression plans against the Dragon Summer Kingdom. From being a very radical fanatic, she transformed into a relatively stable conservative. No one knows what she is really thinking. Did she go to Dragon Summer and get scared off by Li Chen? This has left the members of the War God Palace somewhat dissatisfied. Just at this moment, the personnel flow in the War God Palace suddenly surged. A special force suddenly rose. This force is called Blood Ancestor. A vampire prince named Enoch suddenly emerged. He claims to be a descendant of the Blood Ancestor Cain. Due to the revival of the world's spiritual energy, the descendants of the Blood Ancestor have awakened from their slumber in ancient castles. This vampire prince's strength actually surpasses that of Queen Diana, defeating her in almost 3 moves and taking the position of the first speaker of the War God Palace. Moreover, he is crazily cultivating fledglings. The vampire clan's power is expanding wildly. As long as someone is bitten by a vampire for the first time, they can awaken to become a vampire, gaining immense power and almost immortal recovery abilities. It's terrifying. The vampire lineage has a very strict hierarchy. They are divided into Blood Ancestor, Blood Emperor, Prince, Elder, Lord, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, and Servant. If you are bitten by a vampire of a certain rank, you will automatically awaken as a vampire 2 ranks lower than them. For example, a human bitten by a prince can automatically awaken as a Lord-level vampire. The combat power of such a Lord-level vampire is equivalent to that of a congenital Grandmaster. Elder-level vampires are equivalent to terrestrial immortals. Prince-level vampires are equivalent to martial emperors. Blood Emperor-level vampires are equivalent to martial lords. The Blood Ancestor Cain is equivalent to a martial god. In the vampire lineage, status is determined by bloodline. Generally, after becoming a vampire, you can only break through 1 rank in your lifetime. You can never surpass your predecessor. But the benefit is that you can gain a lifespan of several hundred to 1,000 years, and you can awaken as a powerful vampire without needing to cultivate. However, you must feed on blood. If you can be initially embraced by the blood ancestor, it is a direct leap to becoming a vampire prince. Your combat power will soar to that of a martial emperor. You can reach this level almost overnight. It's extremely frightening. However, the initial embrace is not just a casual bite, it requires the input of a certain bloodline virus, which does consume some of the vampire's own energy. Even so, their reproduction speed remains terrifying. The War God Palace, the global association of supernatural beings, was soon occupied by half of the vampire high ranks. In no time, dozens of countries in the North American Alliance simultaneously issued a new law. All North American citizens must participate in a voluntary blood donation within 2 months. Those who do not participate in the voluntary blood donation activities will be regarded as heretics and subjected to legal judgment. This ridiculous legal provision quickly sparked public outrage. But it was utterly useless. It was directly suppressed. Moreover, the vampire elite offered certain conditions to many financial tycoons, hoping they would voluntarily join the embrace of the vampire family. For billionaires, as long as they joined the blood clan, they could receive at least a lord-level vampire's initial embrace. They would also gain long-lasting life and youthful bodies, some terminally ill. Tycoons were tempted by this. However, at this time, a storm of exotic beast inner Dan was sweeping through North America, growing more intense. It was said that consuming exotic beast inner Dan could also awaken superpowers, strengthen the body, and there were no bloodline restrictions, no need to drink blood, no need to be a nocturnal creature, and no need to be treated like a dog. For many tycoons, spending a little more money didn't seem like a big deal. At least it felt relatively freer. The sale of exotic beast inner Dan was unprecedentedly booming. It not only plundered a vast amount of wealth from various countries in North America but also inadvertently suppressed the development of the vampire family. This made Prince Enoch very unhappy and dissatisfied. Great Prince, this is the exotic beast inner Dan that I specially acquired for $10 billion. It is said that this item can awaken superpowers. Please accept it, Your Highness. A wealthy tycoon fawned before Prince Enoch. Is this the legendary exotic beast inner Dan? Good. How dare it obstruct the development of my vampire family? Dig out the mastermind behind this. I want him to pay the price. Alright, Your Highness, give me a day, and I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. After the tycoon left, Prince Enoch toyed with the first-level crystal core in his hand, faintly sensing the flow of energy within it. I want to see what effect it has. The prince smirked and swallowed the first-level crystal core whole. As the crystal entered his stomach, it transformed into a weak stream of energy that surged toward the limbs and bones of the vampire prince. This weak energy was hardly sufficient for a prince-level vampire. It couldn't achieve any level of enhancement. However, soon Enoch felt something different. My genetic bloodline shackles seem to have a tendency to break through level restrictions? How is this possible? I am of the prince bloodline, directly descended from the blood ancestor. Even after 1,000 years of slumber, my bloodline showed no signs of upgrading. Now, consuming an exotic beast inner Dan actually produces a slight evolution. Although it hasn't broken through levels, at least I can see the hope of progress. Does that mean if I consume more, I can ascend to Blood Emperor? This is truly incredible. Soon, under Prince Enoch's orders, the source of the exotic beast inner Dan was investigated. Great Prince, according to our investigation, the source of the exotic beast inner Dan comes from the Dragon Summer Kingdom, specifically from Principal Li of the High Martial Academy. This person is named Li Shen, who defeated Queen Diana of the War God Palace. His strength is said to surpass that of the War God, extremely powerful, and he has publicly insulted the War God Palace on social media, provoking the authority of the North American Alliance of superpowered individuals. As a result, Her Majesty the Queen led the Diamond War God to Dragon Summer to demand an explanation, but the Diamond War God was killed in battle and Queen Diana was severely injured. Li Chen is also selling exotic beast inner Dan, crazily harvesting the wealth of tycoons. In a short period, the Tycoon Club under Li Chen has already siphoned off $100 trillion from our North American countries, causing our stock market to tremble and triggering a financial crisis. A council member from the War God Palace respectfully reported to Prince Enoch. So, this Li Chen must still have quite a few of these exotic beast inner Dan in his hands? Otherwise, how could he take it out and sell it so extravagantly? Prince Enoch speculated with a burning gaze. As for the financial crisis, a vampire prince like him couldn't care less. The outbreak of a financial crisis would be even better. If everyone was short on money, wouldn't these people be willing to sell their blood? Just when he had recently awakened, he needed enough blood to replenish the consumption from years of slumber. For high-ranking vampires, they would never go out at night to hunt ordinary humans. That would be too lowly. It lacked any gentlemanly demeanor. Vampire princes are nobles. Naturally, they possess noble elegance. They would establish their own blood pools and purchase fresh blood from all over the world. They would also own many hospitals. Ordinary humans are like their milk cows. Would you kill a cow just to drink milk? Killing cows is something only the lower-tier vampires do when they are too hungry and can't find a stable, healthy blood source. Nobles would never be that desperate. Elegance never goes out of style. Yes, Great Prince, according to statistics, in North America, 25 wealthy individuals have already purchased beast inner cores, and the Dragon Summer Kingdom has sold nearly 1,000 beast inner cores in the international market. But this sale hasn't stopped. Although the quantity is scarce, the supply is stable. I suspect they are using hunger marketing. The Dragon Summer Kingdom has sinister ambitions, destroying the economic lifelines of various countries. Their beast inner cores are sold at exorbitant prices, casually taking the wealth accumulated over a lifetime from a wealthy individual. This is even more despicable than harvesting leeks. These wealthy individuals must have their brains kicked by a donkey. Many would rather spend 10 billion to become superpowered beings than join the blood clan and accept the initial embrace of a vampire lord. Simply outrageous. The newly appointed vampire lord, a war god council member, couldn't help but complain. It seems I need to make a trip to the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Li Chen possesses so many beast inner cores for my blood clan. It is the key to breaking the shackles of bloodline confinement. According to Diana's description of Li Chen, he is merely someone who has surpassed the war god. Even if he is stronger than Diana, it is limited. Before this prince, he is nothing but an ant. Prince Enoch sneered with a crooked smile. He had been asleep for over 1,000 years. His strength was infinitely close to that of a blood emperor. Currently, in the eyes of this prince, those so-called superpowered beings in various countries, even if they have surpassed the war god, are at most equivalent to a vampire elder. They might even be inferior to elders. The great vampire prince wouldn't even regard someone who has surpassed the war god, let alone someone who is a level above that, as worthy of his attention. In the Dragon Summer Kingdom, the ancient martial lineage, the land of immortals, is equivalent to the war god level, which is the vampire elder level. However, the great blood clan prince is equivalent to the strongest martial emperor of the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Moreover, he is at the peak of the martial emperor level. On this trip to the Dragon Summer Kingdom, he is practically an invincible presence. Li Chen, if you are willing to contribute all your beast inner cores and willingly accept my initial embrace, becoming a vampire lord under my command, perhaps I will consider sparing your life. 1,000 years ago, Prince Enoch had actually encountered a powerful figure from the Eastern ancient martial lineage. The strongest was merely a congenital grandmaster, hardly a match. At that time, the blood clan had actually planned to occupy the East and turn it into a base for human blood. However, at that time, a Taoist suddenly emerged. Someone claimed to be a Tian Shi from the Dragon Tiger Gate. Their spell specifically targeted vampires, and the Taoist power was incredibly terrifying and unfathomable, nearly leading to the extermination of the vampire clan. The ancestor Cain thus chose to retreat. According to rumors, within the Taoist sect, it seemed that a 9-layered powerful being of the Danqing realm was born, referred to as a celestial being. Such a level of powerhouse can move mountains and drain seas, steal the heavens and change the moon. However, later, due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the world, the Taoist masters of the Earth, along with the entire heavenly court, left the Earth aboard a starry teleportation array, heading to higher civilizations in other star systems. A small portion of the inheritors gradually began to retreat into seclusion. The Taoist masters became a thing of history. Time flew by. The years passed like a shuttle. Now, it has been 1,000 years. The Taoist sect has long since become a part of history. Without spiritual energy to nourish them, it is impossible for them to become top-tier powerhouses. Meanwhile, the vampire lineage, relying on bloodline inheritance, although they have also been dormant for a long time, at least retain their bloodline. When the spiritual energy revives, the current East has no deities to protect it. Not even Taoist cultivators are present. What can they use to fight against him? Thinking of this, Prince Inua inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. With the Taoist sect gone, the Longsha kingdom can suppress them with one hand. What am I afraid of? This isn't 1,000 years ago. This advantage is mine. Without further ado, since he had already decided to head to Longsha, Prince Inua decided to set off immediately. As a vampire prince, he was no longer afraid of sunlight. A pair of bat wings appeared behind him. The wings flapped. Prince Inua transformed into a shadow and quickly disappeared into the horizon. His speed was as fast as lightning. He soon broke through the speed of sound. His maximum flying speed reached an astonishing 2,800 meters per second. From North America to Longsha, he took less than 2 hours. Soon, a massive blood bat wing descended over Jiangcheng. A terrifying and suffocating aura instantly suppressed everything. Countless citizens of Jiangcheng revealed terrified expressions. At this moment, Chun Chulin had just finished his closed-door training. Ha! What's going on? A low-level blood servant dares to be arrogant in front of me? In the universe, this kind of vampire race is not uncommon. However, those vampires who have not broken through the Danqing realm are generally referred to as blood servants. It simply means servants. They serve as waiters, doormen, attendants, and similar roles on various planets. They like to pretend to be elegant. Cultivating blood servants is very simple, and they are quite resilient and adaptable. They are the lowest cost cosmic waiters. You despicable creature, you dare to describe me as a lowly servant. I am the great bloodline prince. Hand over the inner core of the exotic beast, and I might spare your life. Prince Inua clearly mistook the person. He thought that this young man exuding the aura of a martial emperor was Li Chen. Who else in Longsha Kingdom could possess such a strong aura? You dare to ask me for the inner core of an exotic beast? A lowly blood servant dares to be arrogant in front of me? I see you are tired of living. Chen Chulin immediately became furious. You are bold. You seek death. Prince Inua was equally enraged. How could a noble bloodline prince allow such humiliation? The atmosphere was stifling. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Prince Inua. Blood shadow kill. The vampire prince transformed into a shadow in an instant. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. The vampire clan possesses unparalleled speed and strength. They can be considered a combination of speed type and strength type dual ability users. Moreover, their recovery ability is particularly strong. They are not easily killed. Therefore, in a certain sense, the vampire clan can be called triple ability users. Aside from fearing sunlight and needing to drink blood, they have almost no weaknesses. Their overall attributes are among the best of their level. If Prince Inua were to encounter an ordinary martial emperor level powerhouse, he might truly crush them. His movement speed exceeds 3 times the speed of sound, and his punch carries a force of over 900,000 tons. It is simply terrifying. But unfortunately, he encountered Chen Chulin. This guy simply cannot be judged by common sense. He is a powerful being who has undergone rebirth through possession, and as a martial emperor, he can fight above his level. 4 directions of heaven and earth. 5 elements Meyer. Great 5 elements sluggish technique. Hurry, hurry, as the law commands. Chen Chulin's fingers moved to form a spell. A terrifying 5-element spell was unleashed. In an instant, the 5-element energy in the world seemed to transform into a swamp. Even the air became incredibly thick. The vampire prince seemed to have plunged into the swamp, and the speed and strength he once prided himself on could not be exerted at all. His speed, which was over 3 times the speed of sound, was directly reduced to a mere 5 meters per second. Even moving his body became exceedingly difficult. The immense force felt as if it were striking cotton, no resistance at all. You actually know magic? Are you from the Taoist sect? Prince Enoch was stunned. A mere little spell, why wouldn't I know it? You little blood servant, how dare you disrespect me? It's simply against the heavens. Heaven and earth are boundless. The great Xian Dao 5 elements divine thunder summoning technique. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky. The 5-colored divine thunder instantly made the vampire prince smoke. Even his hair stood on end. Creatures of the night like vampires fear the power of thunder the most. It is fierce and domineering. The lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck directly down. Prince Enoch spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. How could this happen? How could Li Chen have such a domineering spell? And a spell that is instantaneously cast? This is completely inconsistent with the information about Li Chen. Damn you! The intelligence is wrong. It infuriates me. Blood mist technique. The vampire prince erupted with a terrifying blood-colored mist all over his body. The blood mist covered the sky as if blocking out the sun. His figure quickly disappeared into the blood mist. Even the 5-element swamp technique seemed to lose its effect on him. Moreover, this blood mist faintly carried a sucking power, like maggots attached to bones, automatically draining human blood. A mere trick. How dare you show off in front of me? Stand! Soldiers, fighters, all, line up, in front. 9-character true words. Mystical divine dragon. Chen Chulin's fingers once again formed a seal, casting the 9-character true words. In an instant, a thunderfire divine dragon over 10,000 meters long was summoned. The terrifying power of thunder and fire instantly incinerated countless blood mists. The world transformed into a sea of fire. Prince Enoch screamed in agony. No! How can you be so strong? How can you have so many spells? Li Chen, consider. This prince has kicked a hard board. I admit you are ruthless. From today on, I, Prince Enoch, will never step into the east again. Blood escape. At a critical moment, Prince Enoch directly burned his life source blood to perform the blood escape technique, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Chen Chulin originally intended to pursue him to the end, but when he heard the name Li Chen, he immediately curled his lip. What the hell? Are you here looking for Li Chen? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why should I meddle in your business? This is really annoying. Chen Chulin inexplicably felt that he had become someone else's shield. Although this little blood servant might be even more miserably abused when encountering Li Chen, it had nothing to do with him. Why should he meddle? Speechless. Do I look a lot like Li Chen? Am I not more handsome than him? Alright, he is indeed a bit more handsome than me. But that's just because this body of mine hasn't fully matured yet. Once it does, crushing Li Chen will be completely effortless. Chen Chulin couldn't help but complain inwardly. This spectacular battle naturally also caught Li Chen's attention. Goodness, even the vampire prince has shown up. Chen Chulin is quite something. His combat techniques are simply endless. Yesterday he performed a sword technique that shattered the void, and today he's using spells to control the battlefield. This vampire's strength and speed are only slightly inferior to mine, yet he's being completely suppressed. From start to finish, there was no resistance at all. Chen Chulin didn't even fight. Seriously, he didn't use his full strength. This kid has some real skills. The reborn big shot truly lives up to his reputation. He's definitely a cheat. Li Chen felt that if he were on the same level as Chen Chulin, he might not be able to win. Even though he was an 11th system ability user, he might still lose. He needed to suppress him by 1 or 2 levels. Otherwise, he would have no advantage at all. The opponent's combat experience and control of the rhythm were far superior to his. I must break through to the martial god realm today. I need to suppress Chen Chulin by 2 levels. Li Chen took out an 8th level sea monster inner core and began to consume it. At the same time, he activated the Tai Xian Emperor scripture. The violent spiritual energy began to surge into his body once again. The outer circulation of his body started. After swallowing 1 inner core, all of Li Chen's genetic cells began to undergo a baptism. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. Li Chen's digestion speed was astonishing. With the Tai Xian Emperor scripture, in just 2 or 3 hours, he completely refined all 9 8th level inner cores. In an instant, an astonishing phenomenon appeared once again in the entire Wanding Academy. 3 giant lotus flowers, each 100 meters wide, began to coalesce above the villa where Li Chen lived. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was wildly gathering. The 5 elemental energies transformed into torrents. 3 flowers gather at the top, 5 energies converge. It's actually happening again? Not good. Li Chen is about to break through to the martial god realm. How can it be so fast? Seeing this scene, Chen Chulin was undoubtedly deeply impacted. He had thought that if he chased after Li Chen, he would break through to the martial venerable realm in a few days and reach the same level as Li Chen. Yet, before he could break through to martial venerable, Li Chen had already broken through to martial god. How could there be a difference of 2 realms? Why was the gap widening the more he chased? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This kid Li Chen must be cheating. His spiritual root grade is definitely higher than mine. It might even be a 9th grade spiritual root. No, I must upgrade to a 9th grade spiritual root, otherwise, with everyone else being cosmic powerhouses reborn, I definitely can't catch up to him. Li Chen definitely has more inner cores from exotic beasts. Absolutely. What can I offer him in exchange? Should I take out the secret scripture my master left for me to trade? No, my master is a big shot in the eternal life realm. His secret scripture contains countless experiences from his life of cultivation. It's too precious. How can I trade such a valuable scripture? Moreover, to upgrade to a 9th grade spiritual root, I would need at least 100,000 inner cores from exotic beasts. And Li Chen definitely doesn't have that many. Boom! Li Chen felt his mind roar once again. His entire genetic structure began to evolve. His brain domain space also started to evolve. His mental power surged instantly. His physical strength rapidly increased. This time, he not only successfully broke through to the martial god realm but also directly broke through to the 9th level of evolution. At this moment, the internal space of Li Chen expanded to 300 million cubic meters. The strongest power condensed from his mental force broke through 128 million tons. His speed, personal strength, and control over the 11 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and void all received tremendous boosts. The entire world appeared different in Li Chen's eyes. The scanning range of his divine sense broke through 500 kilometers. It could almost cover the area of an entire province. This transformation was far stronger than before. Martial god realm, this is no different from a deity. Li Chen even felt as if he could break through the atmosphere at any moment. The gravity of earth could no longer bind him. What terrifying spiritual power. A normal Dan-star realm expert wouldn't necessarily have such strong mental power, right? Li Chen hasn't even broken through to the Dan-star realm. Yet, how did his mental power suddenly become so monstrous? At least 20 times stronger than before? Chen Chulin frowned. Wasn't Li Chen's breakthrough this time a bit too enormous? Chen Chulin felt a tremendous pressure. The last shred of his inner resolve began to waver. Anyway, I am a reborn expert, lacking in cultivation experience. Even though my master's inheritance is exceptionally precious, it doesn't hold much significance for me, at least until I break through to the eternal life realm. I don't really need it. What I lack now is the quality of my spiritual root. If I can elevate to a 9-grade spiritual root, the transformation in this life will be unimaginable, and surpassing the heights of my master in the future is not impossible. Since it has come to this, why should I cling to tradition? Only by maximizing current benefits and making them most effective. improvements can I quickly restore my cultivation and grow to a sufficient height? Chen Shulin pondered for a moment. He decided to let go of his inner stubbornness. There was no need to get stuck in a rut. As cultivators of the universe, we should understand the importance of flexibility. Moreover, after thinking so much, Li Chen might not even be able to produce 100,000 beast inner cores. He was imagining all sorts of celestial battles out of thin air. In fact, it was completely unnecessary. It would be better to ask Li Chen for clarification and then make a decision. Chen Shulin carried the gift box he hadn't delivered last time and walked into the Wanding Academy Villa community. Congratulations, Taoist friend Li Chen, on successfully recovering to the late stage of the false Dan realm. This is a piece of extraterrestrial iron I accidentally obtained at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean last time. I forged it into a flying sword. Although this sword is of average quality and not very impressive, it is far harder and sharper than ordinary earth metals, making it quite decent as a transitional item. I hope Taoist friendly won't find it lacking. Chen Shulin handed over a wooden box. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party came to offer a gift, Li Chen naturally could not maintain hostility. He reached out to take the gift box. Goodness, the small box weighed over 3 tons, comparable to a car. Li Chen opened the wooden box and saw a small sword about 36 centimeters long. It was very delicate and exquisite. The design was also very ordinary, just the kind of conventional style available on the market. It was even made more crudely. However, Li Chen could feel the cold light emanating from this small sword. What kind of metal is this that such a small volume weighs 3 tons? The density must be astonishing. Li Chen used his mental power to manipulate the small flying sword to fly through the air, and surprisingly, it produced no sonic boom, silent and serene. The speed of the flying sword could easily exceed a movement speed of 5,000 meters per second. Li Chen exerted 90% of his mental power and thrust it sharply into the ground. Boom! The small flying sword penetrated the ground, continuously delving deeper, breaking through the underground rock layers, reaching a depth of 1,300 meters before finally stopping its momentum. Li Chen gasped. This power was too astonishing, right? To penetrate 1,300 meters into the rock layers, even a level 9 sea monster would be like paper in front of this flying sword, completely defenseless. This was no transitional item. This was simply a divine artifact. With this divine artifact in hand, Li Chen could slay level 9 sea monsters as easily as slaughtering pigs or dogs. Taoist friendly, with your mental power controlling the sword, you could probably break through the defenses of cosmic beings in the Dan Star realm. Chen Shulin maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. In truth, I was secretly astonished. This Li Chen is too abnormal. He is definitely not comparable to an ordinary martial god realm cultivator. This guy might be invincible at the same level, akin to a holy son of a high-level cosmic power. Just this little display of his actually penetrated 1,300 meters of ground rock layers? Even if I were to restore my martial god realm cultivation and face him at the same level, I probably couldn't achieve such high attack damage purely through mental manipulation. Moreover, up to now, he hasn't revealed any spells or divine abilities. He has completely kept his cards close to his chest. The concealment is simply too deep. Is this old guy too cautious? Not revealing a single detail. Should I use the Eye of Insight to probe into his secrets? Or maybe not, as fellow cosmic powerhouses, using the Eye of Insight to pry into each other's secrets is quite impolite. If he senses it, it could easily lead to enmity. Chen Shulin thought for a moment and suppressed his desire to pry into Li Chen's secrets. At this moment, Li Chen was satisfied as he retracted the small flying sword. Dao friend Chen, I really like this gift. Although it's not of high quality, it's small and exquisite, and it's quite nice for peeling fruits. How about this? Since you gave me a gift, I'll return the favor. Here are 100 beast inner cores, please accept them. Li Chen flipped his palm. A small bag of first-level crystal cores was taken out by him. It was a gesture to cater to his preferences. He knew Chen Shulin liked these things. Trading 100 worthless crystal cores for a divine artifact is a huge profit. You're too polite, Dao friendly. Chen Shulin accepted with a smile. Internal space? Chen Shulin had just seen clearly that Li Chen did not use any spatial rings, spatial bracelets, dimensional bags, or any series of spatial storage devices. Instead, it was his own internal space. Could it be the ethereal sacred body? No wonder, with such talent, it's no surprise he cultivates faster than I do. Chen Shulin was increasingly astonished, but he was even more unwilling to admit defeat. Why should his talent be inferior to Li Chen's? He must catch up in terms of spiritual root quality. Without breaking through to a 9th grade spiritual root, he would never be able to catch up to the ethereal sacred body. Dao friendly, I see you can still produce beast inner cores. This item seems to be of little value to you, so why don't we lay our cards on the table? I have a divine artifact here called the Soul Suppressing Pearl. This is a true divine artifact capable of suppressing souls and assisting in the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Of course, the grade of the soul suppressing pearl is only cosmic grade 3, level 9. Although the grade is average, it corresponds only to the soul defense of the ethereal god realm. But this soul artifact contains the secret classics of my master, the great Qian Emperor, which are extremely precious. I want 100,000 beast inner cores. I wonder if you are willing to exchange? Chen Chulin asked anxiously in his heart. He wasn't actually sure if Li Chen had that many beast inner cores, but he decided to take a gamble. If not, then so be it. The secret classics of his master are very precious, containing 31,000 secret techniques, including the top-notch skills of the great Qian sect. It is the accumulation of a strong being in the eternal life realm over millions of years. He actually didn't want to trade. If Li Chen didn't have them, he wouldn't trade. Alright, Brother Chen, if it were someone else, I would definitely hold back. After all, I never thought of selling 100,000 beast inner cores at once. But since it's you, Brother Chen, I'll consider it a friendship. This isn't our first transaction, so I'll lay my cards on the table. Yes, I do have over 100,000 beast inner cores, but this is only the last batch. I originally planned to use them myself, but since you need them so much, I, Li, will do you this favor and agree to exchange. Li Chen sighed slightly. He seemed to be in a bit of pain. But for the sake of brotherhood, I'll reluctantly take a loss and exchange it. Brother Li, do you really have 100,000 beast inner cores? Chen Chulin was immediately taken aback with joy. He didn't expect Li Chen to actually have them. His earlier guess turned out to be true. Doesn't that mean he has a chance to advance to a 9th grade spiritual root? In his previous life, Chen Chulin only had a 7th grade spiritual root, but his comprehension was extraordinary, making him stand out among his peers. That's why he was recognized by the Supreme Emperor of Taishan. However, ultimately, his spiritual root was lacking and not top tier. A 7th grade spiritual root was insufficient to support him in becoming one of the top talents above the Starry River. He didn't even qualify to participate in the cosmic talent rankings. If he could advance to a 9th grade spiritual root in this life, wouldn't he then be qualified to participate in the most elite events of the universe? Although he didn't expect to achieve a high ranking, just being able to participate would already be an honor. After all, competing with the prodigies of countless races in the universe in such a top-tier event, victory or defeat, it would still be glorious. Chen Chulin couldn't help but start envisioning his future. With a thought, he immediately took out the soul-settling pearl, erased the spiritual imprint on it, and handed it to Li Chen. Brother Li, this is the soul-settling pearl. You just need to use your own blood as a guide, merge it with a strand of spiritual imprint and inject it into the soul-settling pearl to complete the recognition ceremony. Once this pearl is recognized, it can merge into your own soul sea, protecting your primordial spirit from harm and assisting in cultivating spiritual power. The key point is that within this soul-settling pearl, there is a consciousness library. The library contains a total of 31,000 secret techniques. I know that a reborn powerhouse like Brother Li shouldn't lack for secret techniques, but you might still find a suitable one for your cultivation among them. After all, having more skills is never a bad thing. The value of secret techniques lies in their quality, not quantity. Chen Chulin had already gone through these secret texts himself. However, with so many secret techniques, he didn't have the energy to cultivate them all. In his previous life, he spent 90,000 years and only mastered 300 techniques. But that was enough to benefit him for a lifetime. It was sufficient. Learning too much could actually be counterproductive. Any secret technique is essentially just a method of energy manipulation. You can practice your basketball skills to perfection, but in the end, you still have to rely on your physical condition. Similarly, improving one's cultivation realm is fundamental. One shouldn't waste precious time pursuing too many secret techniques instead of enhancing their cultivation. Human energy is finite. A person's energy is limited. Every cosmic cultivator must find a focus to break through and establish an advantage in their area of expertise. You can't want everything. If you insist on dabbling in every field, you will ultimately end up with too much on your plate. Chen Chulin actually had a very insidious little scheme in his heart. With so many secret techniques, Li Chen would definitely be overwhelmed, and he might delay his own cultivation progress because of it. Back in the day, Chen Chulin had also been delayed in his cultivation due to being overwhelmed by choices. He didn't believe Li Chen could resist. Li Chen is originally a reborn powerhouse of the universe, retracing his old path, so he will definitely be the fastest. But if you want to cultivate new techniques, it will definitely consume a lot of time and energy. In this way, it will be easy for me to catch up to your cultivation realm. Chen Chulin revealed a barely noticeable smile, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. At this moment, Li Chen was filled with ecstatic joy. Damn, this is a huge win. Just when I said I wouldn't have any secret techniques, you brought them right to my door? And I even got a 3rd-grade artifact for free. Chen Chulin, are you really not some kind of fortune-spending fool? These trash-level crystal cores, even if I give you 100,000, you won't be able to improve your strength much, right? I usually eat more than 100,000 a day, treating them like chocolate candies. You actually want to spend such a high price to collect these? Truly the foolish son of a landlord. The two had different thoughts. They both felt they had made a killing. Soon, the transaction was completed. Money and goods were exchanged without issue. Both were satisfied. Li Chen hurriedly began to recognize the master of the soul-settling pearl. He cut his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and infused a thread of spiritual power into the blood. The blood, wrapped in spiritual power, merged into the soul-settling pearl. The recognition ceremony was completed in an instant. At that moment, the soul-settling pearl flew directly into Li Chen's forehead, transforming into a special energy that entered his soul sea of consciousness. A gentle halo illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Li Chen's spirit surged. In that instant, he felt his mental power solidify significantly. His will became more focused. Even the speed of practicing the soul-devouring technique doubled. Li Chen's soul consciousness began to explore the soul-settling pearl. Indeed, this pearl contained a universe. Inside was a massive library. Countless miraculous spells and techniques were recorded in this library. Through the exchange of consciousness and soul, one could directly obtain spell information. Very convenient. The first spell Li Chen saw was called Void Great Teleportation. This technique seemed to be an upgraded version of the teleportation skill. Void Great Teleportation was divided into 6 levels. The first level could be practiced by ordinary realm cultivators, requiring a certain spatial talent. Once mastered, one could leap across the universe, teleporting a distance of 10,000 kilometers in an instant. The second level could be practiced by Donching realm cultivators, allowing for teleportation of about 1 million kilometers. The third level could be practiced by Kongshan realm experts, enabling teleportation of about 100 million kilometers. The fourth level could be practiced by Xinghang realm experts, allowing for teleportation of 10 billion kilometers. The fifth level could be practiced by Bumming realm experts, enabling teleportation of 1 light year. The sixth level could be practiced by Yongshang realm experts, allowing for teleportation of 1,000 light years. Almost every breakthrough in level was a qualitative leap. Li Chen was just able to practice the first level. After looking at the first technique, Li Chen did not look further. He planned to first refine the soul-devouring technique to the first level. With the assistance of the soul-settling pearl, Li Chen's progress was very evident. He compressed all his mental power into threads in just about 5 hours. Gather threads into a net, condense. Soon, Li Chen began to weave a mental web. In an instant, his sea of consciousness surged, and the vast mental power wove sharp spider webs in the sea of consciousness. This spider web, like hundreds of traps, could entangle souls and had the effect of cutting through them. The second level required weaving a total of 100,000 mental webs to be considered complete. Transforming one sea of consciousness into a cage, laying down a net to ensnare, was the method of practicing the soul-devouring technique to devour the primordial spirit of powerful beings for one's own use. Li Chen instantly understood the intricacies of it. Ding! Ding ding! Just as Li Chen finished weaving 100 mental webs, his phone suddenly rang. He opened it to see it was a call from his cousin, Ma Ishu. Hello, Ah Shen, the first batch of beer you ordered is ready. When will you come to pick it up, or should I arrange for a logistics company to deliver it to you? No need, cousin, I'll go pick it up myself. The address of the uncle's brewery was in a town just below Jiangcheng, not far from Li Chen, just 200 kilometers away. At Li Chen's current flying speed, it would take about a minute. 1 minute later, Li Chen's figure descended near a bustling brewery. Ah, Shen, how did you get here so fast? Weren't you still in Jiang City just now? His cousin, Ma Ishu, looked bewildered. This speed was just too fast, right? Although she knew that Li Chen was now the principal of the High Martial Academy, a figure of national reverence, seeing his familiar face still felt somewhat unbelievable. It was as if reality and a legendary figure had created some kind of disconnection. Was this still the Li Chen from childhood who often played cards with her and ended up with paper notes all over his face because of his poor skills? More than 10 years ago, he even cried after losing 5 yuan in a card game. Ma Ishu used to love teasing Li Chen back then. Since she was 5 years older than him, she was the one who taught him how to play cards for the first time. She also taught him how to swim for the first time, and even took him to an internet cafe for the first time. She was the one who introduced him to smoking and drinking beer for the first time. That was a long time ago. Back then, Ma Ishu was a rebellious girl full of spirit. However, time flew by like a fleeting horse. Li Chen was no longer the child he once was, and Ma Ishu had transformed into a mature and knowledgeable professional woman. Cousin, just take me to the warehouse to pick up the goods. Okay. Before long, Ma Ishu led Li Chen to the brewery's warehouse. Inside this warehouse, there were already 100,000 units of beer in stock. The entire brewery was working at full capacity. However, the warehouse was too small. With just 100,000 units, it was already a bit cramped. That's why Ma Ishu called Li Chen to come and pick up the goods. Looking at the mountains of beer piled high, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. The little brothers in the apocalypse were in for a treat. With 100,000 units of beer, all the little brothers in the future base should be able to get a few bottles each. These beers are sold for just one first-level crystal corporate unit, a total of 12 bottles. Isn't that a great deal? At such a low price, there isn't a single base in the apocalypse that can sell drinks cheaper than this. It's simply fair and square, a conscientious price. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen summoned an invisible force that lifted box after box of beer. They began to automatically fly towards him. Behind Li Chen, a strange spatial portal opened. All the beer flew inside. In the blink of an eye, all 100,000 units vanished without a trace. This Ma Ishu was completely stunned. Although she had seen various awakenings of superpowers on the news long ago, witnessing such a miraculous ability in person was still incredibly shocking. Cousin, I still remember that last year I spent all my savings to buy a birthday gift for Feng Zishuan, leaving myself with no money for food. I borrowed 1,000 yuan from you at that time, which I haven't paid back yet. Even though you said at the time that we are family and I don't need to pay it back, you helped me at a critical moment. I have always remembered this kindness, Li Chen said earnestly. It was just a small matter back then, just 1,000 yuan. You don't need to take it to heart. Besides, your uncle's brewery is on the verge of closing down, so it's thanks to you that I could help. His cousin waved her hand dismissively. A deal is a deal. I placed an order with the brewery, and that was just a normal business transaction. Cousin, I have 10 beast inner cores here, which should be enough for you, your uncle, and your aunt to complete your superpower awakenings. Don't tell anyone about this, keep it low-key. Now the world order has changed significantly, with the revival of spiritual energy leading to a reshuffling of the power hierarchy. In the future, it may only be possible to survive better by becoming a supernatural being, Li Chen said with a serious expression. After speaking, he placed 10 beast inner cores in his cousin Ma Ishu's hands. This Ma Ishu was stunned. She was someone who often surfed the internet. How could she not understand the value of beast inner cores? It was said that these inner cores were now being traded at astronomical prices of $10 billion each in the North American market. Converted to Longxia currency, that was over 70 billion. They could change one's fate, allowing a wealthy person to awaken as a supernatural being. Li Chen had given her 10 of them in one go. Wasn't that worth over 700 billion? This was too outrageous. I lend you 1,000 and you give me 700 billion? Ah, Shen, this is too precious. Not precious. To me, cousin, you are worth it. Upon hearing this, Ma Ishu's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She thought of her boyfriend of 5 years, Su Wendong. He was a top student, a master's graduate from Longxia University of Technology, with excellent grades, a person from the imperial capital, and came from a good family. After the recent revival of spiritual energy, he unexpectedly awakened wood-type abilities and became a high-ranking supernatural being. He began to look down on Ma Ishu, disdainful of her current job selling beer. The first sword on land first cut the one in the heart. But she didn't blame Su Wendong. If it were just Su Wendong's high education, that would be one thing. But who made Su Wendong a supernatural being? The gap between ordinary people and supernatural beings was like a chasm. They were people from two different worlds, entirely different social classes. He had stepped onto a new level, and with their circles so different, why force a blend? She just hadn't expected that she would also gain the opportunity to become a supernatural being. It all stemmed from her cousin, Li Chen. Su Wendong, if I also become a supernatural being, would you firmly choose me once? Looking at Li Chen's departing figure, Ma Ishu murmured to herself. After 5 years of a long-distance love, she still felt a bit unwilling to give up just like that. Tonight, she decided to consume the beast inner cores and awaken as a supernatural being. Speaking of the vampire Prince Enoch, after escaping with serious injuries, he quickly returned to North America. He found a blood pool and soaked himself in it. He couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, he would have been done for. How could I, a dignified prince of the blood clan, be unable to defeat Li Chen and suffer such humiliation? This is infuriating. It seems that only by awakening the blood ancestor and the 3 great blood emperors can we solve the stubborn problems of the East. Send the order down to speed up the collection of blood for me. We must prepare 10,000 blood pools and activate the Blood Sea Sacrifice Array to awaken the most noble blood ancestor in the apocalyptic world. At noon, 12 o'clock. Recently, the weather had suddenly become extremely hot. The temperature in the air had suddenly soared to 50 degrees, directly transitioning from icy cold to unbearable heat. The air outside was as hot as a furnace. But this was quite normal. After all, since the apocalypse began, various extreme weather conditions had emerged one after another, and there had hardly been any normalcy. Either people froze to death, starved to death, or even died from the heat. The occurrence of various extreme weather conditions had also led to crops being unable to produce at all, making food storage increasingly difficult. Food supplies were always in a state of depletion. Even though human survivors in major cities had established base survival models and many evolved beings had been born, the living environment remained harsh. Food supplies were becoming increasingly scarce. Many small bases even collapsed on their own before they could wait for the attack and occupation of larger bases. For ordinary humans, it was a dire situation. There really is no way out at all. You either become an evolver and start leveling up continuously, or you die directly, which can save you some suffering. Otherwise, living as an ordinary person in this world means enduring endless torment every day. Not to mention the oppression from evolvers and the scarcity of resources. Just the various extreme weather conditions can make you wish for death, torturing you in countless ways. Aside from evolving and becoming stronger, you have no other options. The awakening and evolution of the entire population is an inevitable trend. Those who fall behind will be eliminated. Damn, this weather is too hot. Ice-type evolvers, hurry up and bring me some ice. I need to cool down. Red-haired said, drenched in sweat and looking exasperated. As a fire-type evolver, he was surprisingly on the verge of heatstroke. This extreme weather was just too insane. Brother Red-haired, the ice-type evolvers are all exhausted trying to supply ice for the entire base, and this extreme weather has also caused their abilities to drop significantly. You weren't very fond of ice-type evolvers before, so we have very few in our team. We need to find other deputy leaders to recruit some talent. What's going on? I have over 10,000 people under my command and there are hardly any ice-type evolvers? Red-haired asked, dissatisfied. He was now a powerful leader, overseeing more than 17,000 people. Brother Red-haired, you are a level 6 fire-type evolver and everyone knows that water and fire cannot coexist, let alone ice. That's why there are so few ice-type evolvers joining your ranks. A captain, also a fire-type evolver, reported cautiously. Indeed, there were the most fire-type evolvers under Red-haired, since he himself was a fire-type evolvers in his team were more likely to be utilized. Almost all the squad leaders he trained had the opportunity to cultivate the innate chi skill, and they were all fire-type. Damn it, if I had known the weather would be this hot, I would have recruited a few more ice-type brothers. Sigh. If only I could have a bottle of ice-cold beer right now, I would be satisfied. Red-haired couldn't help but yearn. At this moment, all the evolvers in the base were sweating profusely. Damn, I went hunting in the wild today and saw a level 1 zombie that was actually cooked to death by the sun. Can you believe it? This damn weather is so bad that even zombies can't take it? Have you guys noticed that the number of level 1 zombies has started to decrease significantly? Most of them have evolved to level 2. Although the number of zombies in the wild or other cities has greatly reduced, their overall quality has improved. In the future, level 1 zombies might completely disappear. Those that can survive in extreme weather are at least level 2 or above. This is actually similar to our human environment. Ordinary human survivors can no longer survive, even with resources. They can't make it unless they become evolvers with strong enough physical qualities to cope with various extreme weather conditions. Otherwise, they are doomed. Fortunately, I took out a loan a couple of days ago to become an evolver and even awaken ice abilities. Not only has my physical quality greatly improved, but now people are even offering food to trade for ice from me. If it weren't for my level 1 ability and the slow speed of making ice, I could pay off the loan in 3 days. You're really lucky, awakening just in time, and its ice abilities. Our future base now has all evolvers, with over 300,000 people awakened. There are quite a few ice-type evolvers who can provide a stable supply of ice. If it were another small base, they wouldn't be able to withstand this weather at all. In the entire base, many evolvers were so hot that they couldn't even eat. One by one, they started drinking water like crazy. At least the water supply was sufficient. Li Chen, in the leader's villa, was enjoying the constant temperature air conditioning, just waking up at noon, 12 o'clock. The evolutionist hunting team at the base had already risen at 6 in the morning and had gone out to hunt a wave of zombies and evolved beasts. Most of them had already returned. Li Chen had just crawled out of bed. He stretched lazily with a look of enjoyment. Comfortable. All the efforts of the many younger brothers at the base were for him, the leader, to enjoy a better quality of life, right? What's wrong with that? Li Chen pushed open the bedroom door, where a professional chef was already preparing 65 exquisite dishes for him. In addition to some snacks, fruits, and ice cream, most of the main dishes were surprisingly made from high-level evolved beasts and high-level sea monster meat. Nutritious and delicious. While enjoying the food, Li Chen listened to Guo Fugui's statistical report. Leader, here's yesterday's financial report. Yesterday, a large number of new evolutionists flooded into the base, and they frantically exchanged for food supplies, resulting in an astonishing trading volume. I've tallied it up. Yesterday we harvested 880,000 level 1 crystal cores, 360,000 level 2 crystal cores, 50,000 level 3 crystal cores, 7,830 level 4 crystal cores, 665 level 5 crystal cores, and 3 level 6 crystal cores. This also includes several tons of gold jewelry and some precious gems. Would you like to count them, leader? Guo Fugui reported cautiously. No need, Labwa, I trust you to handle it. Li Chen waved his hand, collecting all the crystal cores, gold, and jewelry into his space. Then, he calmly took a bite of level 6 tuna. Leader, there's one more thing. As of now, our future base still has a large influx of newcomers. From the information I've gathered, it seems that the Huadu base has collapsed. Bai Gang chose to attack the southwest base due to Yuan Tianyi's defection, but unexpectedly, the leader of the southwest base, Lu Ruyan, is also an 8th level ability user and has awakened an incredibly rare time-based ability. Bai Gang had one of his arms severed by Lu Ruyan, and several deputy leaders of the Huadu base were killed in battle, leading to a large-scale rout. At the base, a portion of the second wave of fleeing personnel will likely join the southwest base, while another part will join our future base. I estimate that in a few days, our base's total population will surpass 500,000, and with the southwest base gaining fame, it's likely that a large number of evolutionists will join them. From now on, a situation of two strong powers competing will emerge, and the only base in Huagua that can compete with our future base is the southwest base. Guo Fugue began to analyze in detail. Large bases gradually expand, while small bases gradually perish. This might be the main theme for the foreseeable future. Li Chen was not concerned about this. He was just a bit curious. What's up with Yuan Tianyi? Why did he run to the southwest base again? Reporting to the leader, according to some information we've gathered, the Yuan family and the Lu family seem to be related. Yuan Tianyi's mother, Lu Belian, is from the southwest Lu family, hailing from a prestigious family. Therefore, it's quite reasonable for Yuan Tianyi to choose to join the southwest base. And the leader of the southwest base, Lu Ruyan, is also a legendary figure. It's said that 3 years ago, she signed a betting agreement with her family. At just 20 years old, she turned a company on the brink of bankruptcy into a billion-dollar group in just 2.5 years. At 22, she was awarded the title of one of the top 10 outstanding female entrepreneurs in the country. At that time, she became the youngest billionaire woman in the entire country, and she's also very beautiful. She can be considered a commercial legend of her generation. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse broke out, Lu Ruyan vanished without a trace? I originally thought she would be lost in the dust of history, but who knew that Lu Ruyan would thrive even in the end times? Now she has become the leader of the southwest base, subtly controlling the entire power of the southwest region. Moreover, this time she severed Bai Gang's arm, making her name resound across the nation. Her momentum is unmatched. Leader, Lu Ruyan's reputation might even overshadow yours. Guo Fugue spoke frankly. Indeed, Bai Gang had suffered 2 defeats. The first was against Li Chen. Although he escaped heavily injured, he didn't sustain significant damage. His recovery as an 8th level powerhouse was strong, he merely lost face. The second time he fought Lu Ruyan, not only did he escape heavily injured, but he also had an arm severed, and even his deputy was ruthlessly killed. The losses were considerable. Even the Huadu base collapsed because of this. In comparison, it seemed Lu Ruyan was stronger. Both were 8th level powerhouses, but Lu Ruyan had awakened time-based abilities, making her nearly invincible at the same level. Her prominence overshadowed Li Chen's, which was understandable. Moreover, few people in other bases knew that when Li Chen defeated Bai Gang, he was actually only at the 7th level. He had only later advanced to the 8th level. This situation, not to mention other bases outside, even many in Li Chen's own future base were unaware of it. So, comparing Li Chen and Lu Ruyan, the difference was clear. The southwest base attracted the attention of all the evolved beings across the country. The rate of population growth was faster and more vigorous than that of the future base. It had already spiraled out of control. Li Chen didn't care about this. The country was so vast, there would always be some people with extraordinary talents. Winning against Bai Gang didn't mean you were the best in the country. And to be honest, after practicing the cosmic level techniques, Li Chen had come to understand his own insignificance. He had a preliminary concept of the entire universe. The cosmic techniques had 12 levels, with a total of 120 realms. At most, he had only reached the 8th or 9th realm. Still over 100 realms away from the cosmic emperor, he was like an ant. Why bother competing for superiority? Is there any difference between being the first ant and the second ant? They are all just ants. Although the realm divisions in parallel universes might differ, they were roughly similar. An 8th level evolved being was definitely still an ant. There was no need to compete with Lu Ruyan. By the way, it's so hot today. How about we serve some chilled beer to everyone? Li Chen waved his hand. Box after box of beer appeared out of thin air. In no time, the entire 5,000 square meter villa was filled. Old Gua, go notify everyone that today's base supply exchange includes chilled beer, and to provide benefits for the lower level evolved beings, the price of the chilled beer will be sold at cost price, just one first level crystal cork in exchange for 12 bottles of chilled beer. Leader, can I exchange for 100 bottles of beer first? Guo Fugue asked with shining eyes. Although the base had provided drinks before, there was never this much, and the prices were relatively high. Now that Leader Li Chen had set the price of beer so low, it was truly generous. Of course, you can. Li Chen nodded. Great, Leader. In such hot weather, just thinking about a sip of chilled beer felt refreshing. Ice-based abilities absolutely freezing. Li Chen's gaze sharpened and he instantly activated his ice-based abilities. If we were to say that the strongest ice-based evolved being in the entire base was actually Li Chen himself, he was an 8th level ice-based evolved being. He could already freeze 100 miles, enough to lower the temperature of the entire base. But it wasn't necessary. The temperature has dropped, which means beer won't sell well, right? Moreover, he can only freeze it temporarily and can't directly change the entire weather. In 50-degree heat, those evolved beings won't die from the heat. There's no need to waste energy fighting against extreme weather. Any extreme weather is just a feast of exploitation. Li Chen providing chilled beer is already enough to make these evolved beings ecstatic. Damn, today's supply exchange list actually has chilled beer, and it's so cheap? A sharp-eyed evolved being quickly noticed the update on the supply exchange list. Is it for real? A case of chilled beer, 12 bottles, only costs 1 level 1 crystal core? Are you sure it's a level 1 crystal core, not a level 2? A level 2 can apparently be exchanged for 10 cases. Everyone, it's hot today, and Leader Li Chen is providing benefits for the lower-tier evolved beings by offering chilled beer at a 90% discount, so everyone can line up to buy. A supervisor from the logistics department announced publicly. So cheap, bro, I want to exchange for 10 cases. Give me 20 cases. I want 30 cases. Leader Red Hair said that today he's treating all his brothers to a bottle of chilled beer each and he'll cover all the expenses. Damn, Red Hair is generous. Red Hair is so loyal. Sticking with Red Hair is just awesome. After drinking the chilled beer, we'll go hunt zombies in the afternoon. I'm full of energy today. In no time, the chilled beer was snatched up frantically. In just 1 or 2 hours, 100,000 cases of beer were sold out. It was an easy harvest of 100,000 level 1 crystal cores. In such hot weather, 100,000 cases of beer was merely a day's consumption for the future base. It was simply in short supply. At this moment, Manhwa, who had been in seclusion for a day and a night, finally broke through and successfully reached the realm of Earth Immortal. He also raised his evolved being level to level 7. Ah, I finally broke through. Fortunately, I have a level 7 inner core. My leveling speed crushes everyone. After breaking through to level 7, my spatial ability's teleportation distance has exceeded 5,000 meters, allowing me to teleport up to 50 times in a short period, and my internal space has expanded again. The most surprising thing is that the comprehensive strength that can be unleashed in the Earth Immortal realm far exceeds that of an ordinary level 7 evolved being. I'm at least among the top fighters of level 7. Whether it's escaping or outputting power, I've made a qualitative leap. Manhwa was in a great mood after his breakthrough. But as soon as he stepped outside, he felt the heat of the weather. At that moment, he discovered that the base was actually selling chilled beer. Manhwa keenly sensed a business opportunity. Leader Li Chen, he actually set the price of chilled beer so low? If I buy these chilled beers and sell them at the southwest base, I could at least triple or quintuple my money. That's not a problem at all, right? I have spatial abilities, so storing chilled beer is very easy. Plus, I can teleport back and forth between the southwest base and the future base. That's completely no problem. This time, I'm destined to make money. Although Manhwa had broken through to level 7, he felt that hunting mutated zombies and beasts in the wild was still too inefficient. Moreover, there were too many people at the base now, and they had started to compete for monsters. Instead of entering this crowded race, it would be better to be a middleman. He could run to the southwest base to sell beer. He didn't believe that in such hot weather, that group of evolved beings at the southwest base could resist buying chilled beer. Meanwhile, at the Huadu base, it had already turned into a hell on earth. Countless evolved beings' corpses lay at the feet of White Steel, turning into dried corpses. White Steel had transformed into a one-armed Yangua, but he had also grown stronger. Why is it only over 100,000? Isn't there over 500,000 people in the Huadu base? How could so many of them run away? You are indeed a bunch of treacherous traitors. I, the Führer, took you in out of kindness, built a base for you, and provided protection, yet you all want to betray me. This is all you're doing. I had no intention of killing, but you dared to mock me behind my back. You all deserve to die. Now, I have broken through to level 9, becoming the first level 9 evolver in the country. Li Chen, Lu Ruyan, I will tear you apart, and you will pay the price. Bai Gang's eyes were blood red, his hair disheveled, and he roared with murderous intent. In this desolate and dilapidated Huadu base, he resembled a vengeful spirit howling. The source of all this turmoil stemmed from that scoundrel, Li Chen. If it weren't for him playing the fool, Bai Gang would not have been so humiliated. As a dignified level 8 ability user across 3 systems, he was defeated by Li Chen due to underestimating him. Consequently, he lost all his prestige. His subordinates began to betray him. Personnel from the base defected, and one by one, they started to pay lip service. All of this was the consequence sown by Li Chen. Therefore, he had to start from the root to set things right. First, he would kill Li Chen, then violate Lu Ruyan, allowing all the evolvers from the future base and the southwest base to become his nourishment. Bai Gang would surely break through to level 10 in one fell swoop. From then on, he would reign supreme above all. The entire planet would bow beneath his feet. Bai Gang's goal was to become the Führer of the entire planet. A mere country, I know. Longer care, I want to be the Führer of Blue Star. My goal is the stars and the sea. Li Chen, wait for your death. Bai Gang transformed into a shadow and swiftly left the Huadu base, heading towards Jiangnan. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. For Bai Gang, one day is already too late for revenge. To prevent prolonged troubles, Bai Gang would absolutely not give Li Chen any chance to grow. They were all top-tier evolvers. Li Chen could stand out among a group of evolvers, naturally being one of the best, evolving at an incredibly fast pace. He absolutely could not give Li Chen time to break through to level 9, otherwise, wouldn't he be unable to win again? I just broke through to level 9. I don't believe Li Chen has also broken through to level 9. If he hasn't, then the advantage is mine. I must kill Li Chen at the fastest speed and cannot give him any chance to grow. Bai Gang's thoughts were clear. He was always decisive when it came to enemies. Whenever he had the advantage, he would immediately eradicate the roots. In this regard, he was indeed somewhat commendable. There would be no hesitation. Last time, he was caught off guard because he didn't understand Li Chen's attack methods. This time, he had a thorough understanding of Li Chen. He would absolutely not make that kind of low-level mistake again. Metal Tower, gather for me. Bai Gang roared. Throughout Huadu, within a radius of 200 kilometers, all metals began to converge towards him. The entire city, with millions of buildings, started to collapse with a thunderous sound. Countless steel bars, iron objects, copper items, railway tracks, manhole covers, all metals began to extract from the concrete, frantically converging towards Bai Gang. In just a moment, a towering metal giant tower, reaching 10,000 meters high, rapidly took shape. Bai Gang stood at the pinnacle of the metal tower, controlling the entire structure as it flew towards Jiangnan. He was now a level 9 metal ability user. The more metal he could control, the stronger his power would erupt. Bai Gang drained the entire city's metal, gathering 100 million tons of metal power, intending to directly crush the future base. Even if Li Chen could escape, could those ants from the future base get away? You traitors, even if you submit to the future base, you will still die. I will leave no one behind. Just as Bai Gang was controlling the towering metal giant, arriving in the Jiangnan region, he was immediately monitored by the eagle's godlike perspective. Leader, something's happened. Bai Gang is flying towards our future base with a metal giant tower over 10,000 meters high, and he's still over 300 kilometers away. From the look on his face, he seems to be coming for revenge. The eagle rushed over to report the situation. Li Chen furrowed his brows. Wasn't Bai Gang's arm severed by Lu Ruyan just yesterday? Logically, with one arm cut off and heavily injured, he should be finding a place to hide and recuperate, developing in a low-key manner. How could he be so bold as to come seeking revenge? Is he having a mental breakdown, planning to go down in flames, or has he suddenly gained confidence, thinking he can take me down? Has he broken through to the 9th level? Li Chen speculated casually. When things seem unusual, there must be something amiss. Impossible. Bai Gang just broke through to the 8th level not long ago. How could he possibly break through to the 9th level so quickly? If Bai Gang awakened his devouring ability, it's not impossible for his evolution speed to exceed normal limits. If Bai Gang really has broken through to the 9th level, that would be a very tricky situation. For a moment, a shadow of gloom loomed over everyone's hearts. Bai Gang was already a top-tier powerhouse, with 3 types of abilities, capable of easily slaughtering monsters of the same level. However, since he had never fought against Li Chen and Lu Ruyan, everyone thought he was weak. In reality, he was not weak at all. It was just that Li Chen and Lu Ruyan were too abnormal. Thus, Bai Gang appeared to be the weakest 8th level. But that was not the case. Before Li Chen had a chance to slap Bai Gang in the face, he had maintained an undefeated myth at the same level. He had even killed an 8th level zombie that was 1 level higher than him. Bai Gang's combat power was actually very strong. His output and defense were maxed out. He also had top-notch escape skills. His upgrade speed was rapid. Such a person should logically be on a path to soaring success. It was purely an accident that he had been slapped in the face twice in a row. In the entire Huagua, there were only these 2 iron plates, and he just happened to kick them both. If Bai Gang had attacked other bases, he wouldn't have ended up with his reputation in ruins. At this moment, Li Chen remained calm. Just right, I recently acquired a flying sword. Made of celestial iron, weighing 3 tons, small and exquisite, capable of moving at over 5,000 meters per second, as fast as lightning, with built-in armor-piercing effects. I wonder if Bai Gang can withstand this sword. Li Chen was speechless. Was Bai Gang out of his mind? Breaking through to the 9th level and becoming so arrogant? Moreover, he had been monitored in advance. Well then, let's use you to test my sword today. Flying sword, go. With a thought, Li Chen manipulated the celestial iron flying sword with his mental power, transforming it into a streak of light. that instantly shot through the air. This flying sword was forged by Chen Chulin using the fire of the Earth's core. In fact, Chen Chulin had forged 2 flying swords. One large sword was kept for himself, while the smaller scrap piece was directly given to Li Chen. Chen Chulin was not only a candidate for the Holy Son of the Taishan Emperor sect, but he was also a certified 6th grade master craftsman in the Universe Artifact Association. His techniques in void crafting were renowned across dozens of star systems. In his previous life, he had average innate spiritual roots, but his crafting skills were exceptionally strong. He managed to thrive in the Taishan Emperor sect mainly due to his technical prowess. Although this small flying sword was casually forged by Chen Chulin, it had reached the 2nd grade level. It could break through the defenses of a daunting realm. Powerhouse. It was a true magical artifact flying sword. The characteristics of a magical artifact flying sword, besides being sharp and hard, also included an internal attack formation engraved on the sword body, capable of storing a certain amount of true essence power, gathering the energy essence within the flying sword. Once the sword pierces the enemy's body, in addition to its own sharpness and defensive penetration effect, it will instantly unleash a terrifying energy sword aura. This will inflict immense damage on the opponent. Last night, in the city, Li Chen had already charged the little flying sword with energy. At this moment, under Li Chen's control, the little flying sword directly broke through 15 times the speed of sound, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the approaching Bai Gang. After a period of discussion and delay, Bai Gang was now nearly 150 kilometers away from the future base. The little flying sword was about to encounter Bai Gang. Gu Sisi, hurry up and switch the eagles perspective to us, we want to watch the battle. Okay, right away. Gu Sisi activated her psychic connection ability, directly sharing the eagles visual feed with the other vice commanders. Whoosh! A white flash zipped by. Bai Gang, who was flying high in the sky, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As a level 9 evolver, he shouldn't have such a suffocating sense of impending death, but as soon as he entered the Jiangnan region, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if someone was spying on him. Metal ability, layer upon layer of wrapping. Bai Gang immediately activated his metal ability. The massive metal tower beneath him began to ripple layer by layer. In no time, it enveloped Bai Gang's body. He hid inside the metal giant tower. With 1,000 meters of thick metal plates in between, no one could harm him. Even if Lu Ruyan activated her time-based ability, it would be impossible to break through his defenses in a short time. Bai Gang had become much more cautious than before. He no longer dared to act recklessly. This time, he was fully prepared. He would not give Li Chen any opportunity to exploit. Whoosh! Just then, a terrifying white light moving with unparalleled speed pierced through the 1,000-meter thick metal tower as if it were tofu. Bai Gang's proud metal defense plates offered no resistance whatsoever. They were directly penetrated. What the hell is this? The terrifying penetrating power exceeded Bai Gang's understanding. As he watched the white light flying towards his forehead, Bai Gang immediately activated his spatial ability to teleport. However, the white light was simply too fast. Even though he had activated teleportation, he still couldn't dodge in time, and his left arm was severed on the spot. Ah! Bai Gang let out a painful wail. Having had his right arm cut off by Lu Ruyan yesterday, he hadn't even seen Li Chen today before losing his left arm. Now, he was left with no arms at all. Damn it! Li Chen, you little brat, you ambushed me. Void great teleportation. Li Chen took a step forward and directly crossed a distance of 150 kilometers, appearing right in front of Bai Gang. The divine ability he had just seen last night was now being used to show off. He was already a top-tier spatial ability talent, and comprehending the void great teleportation was a piece of cake for him. This grand teleportation shocked Meng Haoyu. How can the leader's teleportation distance be so far? One step is 150 kilometers? Wow! How on earth did he do that? In the Eagle's perspective feed, all the vice commanders witnessed it. 1 second, Li Chen was still in the base hall, and the next second, he appeared in the void 150 kilometers away, confronting Bai Gang from afar. It was simply miraculous. Looking at Bai Gang, who had lost both arms, Li Chen's gaze was indifferent. You have indeed broken through to a level 9 evolver. Bai Gang, are you here to cause trouble for me? Li Chen stood proudly in the void with one hand behind his back. The next second, a white light little flying sword appeared behind him like a streak of flowing light. This time, Li Chen did not have the scene of 10,000 swords crossing the sky. However, that small white light flying sword posed a deadly threat to Bai Gang. That thing was terrifying. It actually ignored any defense? This is all a misunderstanding. Leader Li Chen, I only came to Jiangnan to relax. I have no intention of opposing you, Bai Gang explained. He was scared. Level 9 against level 8. He actually no longer had the courage to strike. You're lying to me. You just broke through to level 9, rushing to Jiangnan with murderous intent, and you dare to tell me you came to relax? I hate being deceived the most, Bai Gang. I want to fight you to the death. Come on. Let's have a duel between men to determine who is superior and who will live or die, Li Chen said coldly. Li Chen, don't go too far. Both my arms are broken, my strength greatly diminished, and I'm seriously injured. Even if you win, it won't be a fair victory. Sorry, I don't play by the rules, Li Chen admitted proactively. Spatial ability, extreme flash. The situation was not right, and Bai Gang decisively activated the flash skill, instantly flashing 10 times. Now that he had broken through to level 9, the maximum teleportation distance of his spatial ability had already exceeded 20 kilometers once. 10 flashes meant 200 kilometers. In other words, Bai Gang escaped 200 kilometers away in 1 second. As a level 9 spatial ability user, Bai Gang had reached a master level in the training of escape skills. He was confident that Li Chen, also a spatial ability user, could not catch up to him. Level 8 could never catch up to level 9. That was certain. Humph. Want to run? Void great teleportation. Li Chen took a step forward and reappeared in front of Bai Gang. How did you catch up? Bai Gang was stunned. Extreme flash. He did not wait for Li Chen to answer but activated the flash skill again. Too rough. The use of spatial abilities leaves very obvious spatial fluctuations, like glaring spatial coordinates. 10 flashes wasted a lot of spatial energy and did not create much distance. The use of this spatial skill relies entirely on innate talent with no technical improvement at all. Bai Gang, you can't escape running like this. Void great teleportation. Li Chen took a step forward and reappeared in front of Bai Gang again. Whoosh. The small flying sword turned into a streak of light and instantly severed Bai Gang's neck. In that moment, Bai Gang seemed to see a headless corpse. This corpse had no arms. It slowly fell. Li Chen, you killed me? Damn it. Feeling the flow of life slipping away, Bai Gang could never believe that he was really going to die. His heart was roaring in madness, filled with extreme unwillingness. He was a triple ability user, the first level 9 powerhouse in the country. Why was he powerless in front of Li Chen? No, this should not be the outcome. I am not willing. Bai Gang dead. Well then, Bai Gang, as a level 9 powerhouse, using your corpse to grow spirit rice should yield miraculous results. You, a level 9 powerhouse, actually condensed a crystal core within your body? Where are the leader and Bai Gang? Red Hair asked. Their teleportation speed is too fast and the distance they moved is too far, already exceeding the range I can observe from my god's perspective. The eagle shrugged, looking helpless. Just as Bai Gang left, the 100 million tons metal giant tower he controlled crashed down from the sky. It directly destroyed countless skyscrapers, shaking the ground several times. Those terrifying metals fortunately did not fall on the future base, otherwise, with 100 million tons of metal crashing down, it would likely have killed quite a few people. It seems the leader has pulled the battlefield 100 kilometers away this time to prevent us from being caught in the crossfire. Indeed, battles at this level of power are truly catastrophic. The destructive force is astonishing. If we get too close, we would only serve as cannon fodder. A 9th level powerhouse is already beyond human. But even after Bai Gang was promoted to 9th level, he had no ability to fight back against leader Li Chen. The leader's teleportation can directly cross a distance of 100 or 200 kilometers, and the flying sword he controls can easily pierce through layers of steel defenses. This is too abnormal. The leader is not an ordinary 8th level powerhouse. This must be related to the cultivation technique he practices. It seems the leader possesses a higher level cultivation secret, and it's not just bragging. At this moment, Manhwa was undoubtedly even more shocked. Space skills can be used like this? It seems that as a space-type ability user, he has not truly developed his spatial abilities. Aside from teleportation, he knows nothing else. He must find an opportunity to learn the ultimate techniques of spatial abilities. Otherwise, relying solely on his own exploration is far too inefficient. And then there's Li Chen's ability to control swords from a distance. He can sever Bai Gang's arm from 100 or 200 kilometers away. Isn't that attack range too far? The opponent doesn't even see you, and suddenly, a flying sword from over 100 kilometers away kills them. Who even knows who did it? Sword control techniques. Killing from 1,000 miles away, ignoring defenses. Such methods are truly terrifying. As soon as Li Chen makes a slight move, he has already surpassed the limits of this tier. Manhwa had just broken through to level 7 and was initially quite spirited, feeling a bit arrogant inside. But looking at this, the gap between him and Li Chen is a vast chasm. This is definitely not just a difference in levels. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Look, the leader is back. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Chen suddenly appeared in the sky above the base with a flash. He casually waved his hand, and a dismembered corpse was carelessly thrown onto the base square. This corpse had no arms. It's Bai Gang. It really is Bai Gang? An evolved being who had defected from the Huadu base recognized Bai Gang's corpse at a glance. Bai Gang was killed by leader Li Chen. My goodness. This demon, this executioner, has finally been brought to justice. Truly a relief. Just received news that the Huadu base has turned into a hell on earth. Nearly 200,000 people have perished at Bai Gang's hands. he unleashed his devouring ability, forcibly consuming the life energy of the base's evolved beings. It is said that even his appointed logistics minister, Yang the Butcher, died at his hands. Bai Gang left no one alive in the entire Huadu base, which is why he successfully broke through to the 9th level. Damn, this scoundrel. If I hadn't run fast, I might have died at his hands too, that beast. After learning about the tragic situation at Huadu base, these newly joined evolved beings at the future base felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they had escaped early. If they had been even a day late, they would have been done for. At the same time, many were crying uncontrollably, because at Huadu base, there were always some relatives and friends who did not leave with them. Their fate is already self-evident. From another perspective, those who stayed behind were the truly loyal subordinates of Bai Gang. They did not leave even when Bai Gang suffered 2 defeats and was severely injured. Instead, they chose to guard the Huadu base, weathering the storm with Bai Gang. In the end, you killed them all. Those who were loyal to you, you spared not a single one. Instead, it was those wishy-washy fence-sitters who fled early and ultimately survived. This is indeed a bit ironic. This world is indeed a bit absurd. Of course, Li Chen doesn't care whether these people are fickle. If one day he loses power, it's only natural for his subordinates to rebel. People's hearts are always wavering, and they will make choices for their own interests. Expecting loyalty from others is, in itself, an overly optimistic expectation. Li Chen never harbored such hopes. In his eyes, these people are merely partners, workers collecting crystal core resources for him. He only needs to invest a little bit of supplies to gain high profits from exploitation. Why expect loyalty from someone you are exploiting? Isn't that a bit too much to ask? In fact, the lower Li Chen's demands for loyalty from his subordinates, the more loyal they become. They simply cannot find a place that treats them more like humans than the future base. Once they arrive, they don't want to leave. All thanks to their peers. Li Mo, you handle Bai Gang's corpse. See if you can use the body of a level 9 evolver to grow spirit rice. Okay, Chief. Li Mo nodded. The corpse of a level 9 evolver can not only be used to cultivate spirit rice but might also nourish super mutated plants. Perhaps it could help him break through to level 7. The chief is cultivating him. Li Chen, killed by Gang. Once again, he gained immense prestige. The collective sense of honor for the entire future base received a significant boost. The cohesion among them strengthened invisibly. Soon, through the base's military channel, the news of Li Chen slaying by Gang spread rapidly. The nation was shocked. At the same time, the heinous acts of Bai Gang slaughtering the Huadu base were exposed. His numerous atrocities were simply too many to count. Li Chen transformed into a beacon of justice. Slaying the demon Bai Gang was a great relief to the people. Li Chen's prestige received a tremendous boost throughout Huagua. Thousands of bases across the country were discussing Li Chen's deeds. Southwest Base. Lu Ruyan was browsing through Li Chen's personal information. She was very interested in him. Cousin, Li Chen's strength has increased again. He actually killed Bai Gang. I'm afraid he is not far from breaking through to level 9. Humph. What is Li Chen worth? Yesterday, Chief Ruyan severed one of Bai Gang's arms, severely injuring him. Li Chen merely took advantage of Bai Gang's injury and weakened state to pick up a cheap kill. What strength does he have? Wang Yuqiang said disdainfully. He was a level 7 evolver from the southwest base and a loyal sycophant of Lu Ruyan. In his view, Li Chen was just fishing in troubled waters. Cousin, you may not know, my time ability can not only pause time and space during battles but can also distort time and space within a certain area, creating acceleration and deceleration effects. And I am a level 8 ability user, now able to achieve 10 times acceleration, meaning my leveling speed will be 10 times faster than that of ordinary evolvers. As long as you contribute a certain amount of crystal cores or monster inner elixirs, you can enter my distorted time and space in the entire southwest base, initiating accelerated evolution. At my leveling speed, it won't take long for me to break through to level 9. Moreover, the further I go, the faster my leveling speed will become, and the acceleration effect of the distorted time and space will grow stronger. Do you understand? Our southwest base is accumulating strength, and will surely surpass Li Chen. It won't be long before the southwest base will dominate the nation with absolute superiority, Lu Ruyan said confidently. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. She, Lu Ruyan, will not be outdone by men. With such a divine skill in hand, how could the southwest base not grow strong? Now I see. Cousin, your time ability is surprisingly effective. Can you take me along to accelerate my evolution? I'm only at level 6 right now, and in this world, I need to at least reach level 7 to have any chance of self-preservation. Yuan Tianyi pleaded, wearing a flattering expression. Cousin, although we are relatives, I am also the leader of the base. The rules I set must be followed. We cannot show favoritism just because of our family ties. According to the contribution points of the Southwest base, you only need 10,000 points to exchange for a 10-day acceleration in evolution. How do I obtain those 10,000 contribution points? Yuan Tianyi pressed on. Basically, you just need to contribute 1 level 6 crystal core or 20 level 5 crystal cores to earn 10,000 contribution points. Besides that, participating in the base's city defense missions, rescue missions, hunting missions, and a series of other tasks can also earn you contribution points. Our Southwest base has a dedicated task hall where you can pick up missions. Additionally, providing certain military supplies, civilian goods, and food and drink can also earn contribution points. Cousin, you are a level 6 evolver. Killing a level 6 zombie or monster shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yuan Tianyi genuinely didn't expect this. In our cousin relationship, you actually want to take my crystal cores? Cousin, you're exploiting me. Yuan Tianyi immediately showed a troubled expression. Level 6 crystal cores are not easy to obtain. You make it sound so simple, but that's because you are strong. For us, a group of ability users fighting at the same level is very dangerous. Cousin, can you? No. It's pointless to keep talking about this. Cousin, I took you in out of kindness and even shielded you from my gang's troubles. You can't just think about taking advantage without doing anything, right? The Southwest base doesn't support useless people. You acting like this will make me look down on you. Lu Ruyan smirked slightly. She was clearly not someone who could be easily morally coerced. Instead, she had Yuan Tianyi firmly in her grasp. Alright then, cousin, I will obtain contribution points as soon as possible. Yuan Tianyi said submissively, lowering his gaze. But inside, he felt extremely displeased. I treat you like family, and you treat me like a laborer. What is this? Forget it. Given the current situation, I can't afford to fall out with Lu Ruyan. I should just focus on developing quietly. Being under someone else's control and living under their roof is uncomfortable. One day, I will still establish my own independence. At this moment, on a small island in a certain sea area, on the big screen of the alien civilization base, Bai Gang's name was completely grayed out. This indicated that the life force of the other party had vanished and he was completely dead. The death of a top 10 target for possession naturally caught the attention of the black-robed cosmic beings. Bai Gang actually died? I had high hopes. For him, he had already reached level 9, which is a bit of a pity. What's there to be sorry about? Any inferior genes should be eliminated. Although Bai Gang's upgrade speed was quite fast, he was impulsive, irritable, and thoughtless. Such genes would affect the character of our divine race. His elimination is just a natural selection process. We need not intervene. Yes, but Li Chen really surprised me. He killed a level 9 at level 8, and he has also initially grasped the essence of space, along with a second great artifact. It seems he might have obtained something from ancient civilization ruins. I'm becoming more and more interested in him. Once Li Chen reaches level 10, everything will be revealed. I actually hope this little guy grows up quickly. After Li Chen returned to the base, he entered seclusion once again. He began to practice the soul-devouring technique and decided to consume the level 9 crystal core left behind by Bai Gang. The 9th level crystal core is about the size of a baby's fist. It is divided into 3 distinct colors: gold, gray, and black. Gold, gray, and black. These 3 colors are clearly defined, seemingly representing the gold-type abilities, space abilities, and devouring abilities possessed by Bai Gang. All 3 abilities are incredibly powerful, especially the devouring ability, which is a very rare power that Li Chen does not possess. Up until now, Li Chen has discovered his uniqueness. It seems that other ability users can awaken and evolve, partly relying on the stimulation of zombie crystal cores, which causes their genetic cells to awaken and thus excavate different abilities. This is closely related to their inherent genetic talents. At times, the awakening of abilities is also connected to one's intense inner desires and the environment in which they live. However, once an evolver awakens, the attributes of their abilities are basically fixed. It is very difficult to experience a second awakening. This does not mean that such cases are completely absent, but they are definitely rare exceptions and not representative. Li Chen's situation, however, is completely different. By consuming high-level crystal cores, he can awaken whatever attributes the core possesses. It seems there is no barrier to awakening ability attributes at all. He can awaken all attribute abilities. Li Chen suspects that he is not an awakener of any specific ability attribute. The only ability he naturally awakened is the dream consciousness traversal. He traverses the barriers between 2 universes and possesses an independent internal space. This internal space is nestled between 2 different universes, forming a certain dimensional connection. This causes the space to begin to mutate, with the laws of the 2 universes eroding each other while remaining independent, allowing Li Chen to step outside certain cosmic rules. Thus, he can awaken all attribute abilities without any restrictions. This situation is special. When the 9th level crystal core is ingested, a surge of evolutionary energy instantly sweeps through his body. In almost an instant, a brilliant golden light erupts from Li Chen, as if he has been coated in gold. Gold-type ability, metal manipulation, awakened. And it is directly a 9th level ability awakening. 5 minutes later, space ability, space cutting, instant movement, awakened. Li Chen already had space abilities. However, this wave of awakening further strengthened his spatial talent and also awakened a talent. Skill, space cutting. 10 minutes later, devouring ability awakened. A terrifying devouring force is born within Li Chen. His genetic cells seem to become particularly greedy, as if they want to transform into a black hole. Li Chen immediately operates the Tai Xian Emperor Sutra. A vast cosmic energy, as if drawn by some force, begins to rapidly converge. Li Chen successfully breaks through to the 9th level evolver. He finds that his body's efficiency in energy absorption has greatly increased. The devouring ability combined with the Tai Xian Emperor Sutra is simply monstrous. A frenzied, devouring, absorbing energy like an endless abyss. One that seizes the creation of heaven and earth, directly drawing cosmic energy and rapidly transforming it, forming an external circulatory system. If it weren't for the devouring ability, outside the base villa, the phenomenon of 3 flowers gathering at the top, 5 energies converging would have likely appeared. This phenomenon is precisely the large-scale condensation of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, with cosmic energy wildly converging and Li Chen's body unable to absorb all this pure energy in a short time. Which is why these heavenly and earthly phenomena occur. However, the devouring ability quickly absorbs this transformed pure energy, preventing any energy congestion phenomena, because it has all been absorbed by Li Chen. Boom! Accompanied by the massive energy pouring into his body, Li Chen's brain domain space begins to expand wildly. At that moment, within this vast brain domain space, a completely transparent crystal began to coalesce. This seemed to be Li Chen's crystal core. His soul unconsciously surged into the crystal core, merging with it. Boom! Li Chen's sea of consciousness surged. The other Li Chen in a different world suddenly awoke from his bed. The two Li Chens began to cultivate simultaneously. Dual world. Breakthrough to level 9 has actually connected consciousness? From now on, I can multitask, both worlds can awaken independently, and I can even draw on the mental strength of the other world. Does this mean that at the same level of mental power I can achieve double enhancement? I can also channel my mental power into the other world, thus concealing my true strength? At this moment, the immense energy caused Li Chen's cultivation to rapidly advance. He directly broke through to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. He was only a step away from the martial god realm.